The man was astonished to discover the good-for-nothing son-in-law who slacks off and causes trouble all day long. He was actually a supreme martial artist capable of evenly matching the emperor. He can take the head of a heavenly emperor from 1,000 miles away. The physical body can even withstand the strikes of an ultimate imperial weapon without being damaged, even with such formidable strength as yours. Yet she was still sold by her master as compensation. After moving an entire mountain, you return to your dwelling. You discover a letter left by your master. The letter reads, 12 years ago, I accidentally struck dead the ancestor of the Feng family in Fanzhou. As compensation, on his deathbed, he sold you to the Feng family. He even signed a marriage contract with her. Go be a live-in son-in-law then. At this point, you can't help but twitch at the corner of your mouth. 12 years ago, at just 4 years old, I was sold by my master. You actually trust this old man so much. He's truly an unprincipled person. You've never thought about it either. One day you'll end up living off someone else. Yet to think it was master who dug you out from the pile of corpses, raised you to grow up, and passed on all his skills. In your heart, you long ago regarded your master as a father. The son must pay for the father's debts, such as the law of heaven. You sighed and continued reading the letter. Take good care of that tower for me. It's very important to you, make sure not to lose it. If you lose it, I swear I'll beat you to death. Also, if one day you do cause a big disaster, if you can't handle it, just open that red silk pouch. Maybe this can help you. After finishing my mentor's letter, you pick up a storage bag from the table and open it. Inside is a red silk pouch and a marriage contract. There is also a small black pagoda. You've just picked up the little black tower in your hand. The little black tower suddenly transformed into a streak of mysterious light, lost deep within the furrow of your brow. You tried to communicate, but the black tower simply ignored you. You curled your lips in a faint smile and paid no further attention to that little black tower. You know, artifacts like these possess their own spiritual consciousness. Feelings need to be nurtured over time. Half a month later, within the bounds of Fanzhou, on the vast river, a ferry slowly moves forward. A beautiful woman stood on the boat, when a green-robed elder suddenly appeared, shielded her behind. What's wrong, old Sue? The woman looked rather surprised. The green-robed elder's gaze shifted into the distance. His expression was somewhat grave. A formidable presence is approaching. The woman seemed surprised upon hearing this. She had never seen old Sue so nervous before. At this moment, the calm river surface suddenly rippled densely. The next instant, the river erupted into chaos. The once rippling river surface began to violently tremble, violently crashing against the shore. A small hill came roaring overhead from the ferry. They hadn't yet come to their senses. Several dozen feet beneath the waters near the ferry, a crimson water column suddenly erupted. In the next moment, a young man abruptly flew out from the water. A faint red glow enveloped his entire body. Incredibly fast, like a cannonball fired from the water, flying straight towards the descending hillock. You, holding up hills in the air, heading a bit toward the ferry. Then it sank to the bottom of the river. On the river, that small hill was moving rapidly. That young man just now is no ordinary person, the green-robed elder said with a grave expression. Hearing this, the woman in white smiled and asked, how does he compare to you? The green-robed old man gave a bitter laugh. If I were certain. He startled the young lady. How could this old man let him leave so easily? The woman covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. I've never seen old Sue make a decision so decisively before. A majestic aura of righteousness clashed against such brute martial prowess. Without the resolve to embrace death, one cannot afford to provoke them. The elder in the green robe spoke solemnly again, saying, as far as I know, none of the prominent families in the various states had such a character. To have achieved such mastery at such a young age, could he also be heading to that place? The woman in white furrowed her delicate brows slightly. Investigate this person. As the words fell, a man quietly slipped away into the shadows. And after the incident just now, 3 days passed. He arrived at the Feng family in Luyun city of the Cloud Empire. The head of the Feng family, Feng Yunqi, looked at the marriage contract on the table. It's somewhat hard to believe. Is this marriage contract real? Beside her, Madame Yang Hongmei's face was utterly ashen. The wind and clouds nod slightly, then gaze toward you in front. Your skin is dark, and your face is sharply carved as if by a blade. Only dressed in rough hemp cloth, and the shoes with several holes at your feet, make you look particularly shabby. Shabby as it may be, the key point is that there's not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation on you. Clearly just an ordinary mortal without any cultivation. Dad, if you make me marry such a good-for-nothing, I'd rather destroy my cultivation and die. At that moment, a young girl couldn't help but stand up. The girl has a strikingly beautiful yet aloof appearance, with a curvaceous and well-proportioned figure. It makes men unable to resist the urge to conquer at first sight. This young lady is none other than Feng Qiao, your betrothed. Seeing your slovenly appearance, Feng Qiao, his eyes were filled with undisguised disgust. At this moment, she had just awakened her in spirit body. His future prospects are boundless. How could she possibly take a fancy to the mere mortal before her eyes? If you marry him, you'll be bound for life. A bright future can be ruined in an instant. Lure, don't get worked up. Hearing that Feng Qiao was going to voluntarily abandon his cultivation, Feng Yunqi jumped to his feet in alarm. Since the demise of the Feng family's founding ancestor, the Feng family's power plummeted drastically. Now it had even fallen to the status of a third-rate family. The entire Feng family is now pinning their hopes on Feng Qiao's rise to greatness. Feng Yunqi looked at Yu and said reluctantly, "Young hero, to be honest, the marriage contract signed by the ancestor back in those days, we don't know either. This is really too sudden. Our Qiaoer definitely found it hard to accept for a while. I think it's better to put this matter on hold for now. After you two have spent some time together, how about we discuss the marriage arrangements again?" This matter, let alone Feng Qiao, was simply unacceptable. As a father, he couldn't accept it either. If this ordinary Chu Fan had just been a normal young man, it wouldn't have mattered. The crucial point is that he possessed no cultivation skills whatsoever. How could an ordinary man be worthy of such an outstanding daughter as mine? Now Feng Qiao has awakened the Yin spirit physique, and given time, many major factions would certainly compete fiercely to recruit her. The future is bright. If I were to marry, it must be to someone truly exceptional. Why waste words on him? He's not worthy of our Qiaoer at all. At this moment, Yang Hongmei suddenly spoke up. She glanced at Chu Fan, her eyes brimming with disdain. "Don't take my words as harsh, just take a look at yourself. A shabby appearance from head to toe. No family background, no ability, what qualifies you to marry my daughter? Our Feng family has vast wealth and influence, you should understand that well. You and Xiaoer are just from two different worlds. What a pipe dream." At this moment, she couldn't help but curse the Feng family ancestor inwardly. Was it a moment of foolishness or a mistake made? He actually found such a disgraceful fiancée for his own granddaughter. Although Yang Hongmei's words were harsh, everyone present felt, this is the truth. At this moment, some core members of the Feng family also nodded silently in the hall. Agree with Yang Hongmei's point. You were both angry and amused. To be honest, suddenly presenting a marriage contract. It would be hard for anyone to accept it all at once, but cannot accept. There's no need to demean and humiliate someone like this. So, are you Feng family trying to break the contract? You glanced at Yang Hongmei. Finally, his gaze landed on Feng Yunqi. Feng Yunqi's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He rose to prominence in Luyun City. Everyone knows he is a man who keeps his promises. Moreover, the Feng family had always maintained a good reputation in Luyun City. Breaking the contract would be very disadvantageous to the Feng family. How about this? Yang Hongmei, who had initially looked disgusted, suddenly lit up with interest. She turned to Feng Yunqi and said, "Isn't Roer still unmarried? Why not have her take Qiaoer's place in the marriage?" Hearing his wife's advice, Feng Yun furrowed his brow in displeasure. Fengru was his eldest daughter, afflicted since childhood by a strange illness. Time is running out. How could I let Feng Qiao take my place in marriage? Just as Feng Yunqi hesitated, Yang Hongmei had already summoned Fengru over. The mountain path was rugged and winding. The deeper they ventured into the back mountains, the more sparse the spiritual energy became, and the environment grew increasingly desolate. Finally, they halted before a dilapidated temple shrouded in withered vines and weeds. A crooked plaque, covered in dust and cobwebs, hung above the temple's doorway. 3 faded ancient seal script characters were inscribed upon it: abandoned treasure hall. The temple doors stood half open, releasing a stench mingled with dust, rust, decaying wood, and the musty odor of age. Inside, dim light illuminated a vast space crammed with all manner of bizarre objects. Broken flying swords, rusted armor, cracked fragments of magical artifacts, dull or incomplete jade tablets, and even some strange, dust-covered objects whose purpose was impossible to discern. They lay in chaotic piles, like forgotten dust of history. Li, junior brother Li. The attendant disciple guiding him looked at Li Qingshan's aged appearance, and the word junior brother felt awkward on his lips. This is the hall of abandoned treasures. Your duty is to sweep the dust from the hall daily and organize. Well, actually, there's not much organizing needed. Just make sure nothing collapses and crushes someone. There's a small room at the back of the hall, that's where you'll stay. Here's your identity jade token and the foundational qi cultivation technique, the Chanchun formula. He handed Li Qingshan a low-grade jade token and a thin scroll, his tone tinged with pity. The spiritual energy here is sparse. You, take care of yourself. Don't wander off unless necessary. There are restrictions deep in the back mountains. It's dangerous. With that, he hurried away as if escaping. Li Qingshan stood at the entrance of the abandoned treasure hall, gazing at the vast, desolate expanse before him, a wasteland piled high with rubbish. The stench of decay permeating the air felt like a reflection of his own century-long existence. He tightened the grip on the yellow-skinned wine gourd around his waist, a gift from Area that had accompanied him for a year. Its smooth surface seemed to resonate faintly, imperceptibly, with certain dormant objects within the hall. He stepped inside, his footprints leaving faint marks on the dust-covered floor. Surveying the surroundings, his gaze swept over the forgotten ruins of time before settling on the equally dilapidated hut at the rear of the hall. His aged face bore no disappointment, no anger, only a serenity and detachment forged by a lifetime of trials. The hall of abandoned treasures, at least it's quiet. He murmured to himself, his cloudy eyes reflecting the dim light within and the mountains of discarded objects. The path to immortality severed? Poof. 100 years of life, buried in yellow earth up to my neck, merely glimpsing a corner of the immortal realm was already an unexpected blessing. Since the path ahead is set, then, let it be. He clutched the scroll of the Qingshan secret formula in his hand and strode toward the small hut. In the dim light, the yellow-skinned gourd seemed to emit a faint, imperceptible flash of light. Chapter 5, The Yellow-Skinned Gourd. Days flowed by slowly. Li Qingshan rose at dawn each day, sweeping the temple's seemingly endless dust with a worn, featherless broom. His movements were slow and deliberate, sweeping over broken blades, rusted armor, dull ore, and strange, unidentifiable ancient remains. Dust swirled in the dim light, then settled slowly, blanketing everything. Occasionally, he would pause, gazing at the strange patterns etched into some artifact, or running his fingers over a piece of jade that felt warm to the touch yet was riddled with cracks. His eyes remained serene, devoid of sorrow or joy. After finishing his cleaning, he returned to the small, simple stone room at the rear of the hall. The room contained only a bed, a table, and a stool, with a pile of barely usable household items stacked in the corner. His most important task was studying the thin volume titled The Eternal Spring Manual. Its pages were yellowed, the characters ancient and archaic. The Qingshan manual was divided into two sections. One part contained the rules of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, along with basic knowledge about cultivating immortality, including elixirs, spiritual medicines, magical artifacts, talismans, and formations. The other part detailed the cultivation methods of the Qingshan secret. The secret comprised 10 layers, corresponding to the 10 stages of qi cultivation. The cultivation realms were divided into 5 major stages: qi cultivation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. Though Li Qingshan harbored little hope for his own cultivation journey. But with the Qingshan secret in hand, he refused to give up. After thoroughly understanding the cultivation fundamentals, he began practicing the Qingshan secret. To enter the first layer of qi cultivation, one must calm the mind and focus the spirit, sensing the free-floating spiritual energy between heaven and earth, drawing it into the body, and refining it into one's own magical power. He sat cross-legged on the cold stone bed, attempting to quiet his mind and focus his spirit as the incantation instructed. He sought to sense the wandering spiritual energy in the world and guide it into his body, circulating it along specific meridian pathways. Yet the process proved excruciatingly difficult. His body felt like a parched, cracked piece of land, completely dried up. His meridians were atrophied and blocked, as if silted up with a century's worth of sediment, narrow and sluggish. The sparse spiritual energy was like a faint breeze struggling to squeeze through the narrow, rusted crack of a tightly shut iron door, an arduous endeavor. With each attempt to circulate it, he felt only deeper exhaustion and weakness within his body. Months passed. Li Qingshan had mastered sensing the energy, but drawing it into his body remained an agonizing struggle. His dantian remained utterly barren, showing no sign of cultivating any magical power. One day, the menial disciple responsible for waste disposal pushed another cartload of debris into the corner of the abandoned treasures hall and dumped it carelessly. Amidst the swirling dust, Li Qingshan silently stepped forward to sort through the debris. His movements were slow and meticulous. He pushed the utterly useless fragments to the back, while sorting the items that still retained some recognizable shape into categories. While clearing a pile of discarded pill residue emitting a pungent, foul odor, his fingers suddenly brushed against something slightly hard. Pushing aside the sticky residue revealed a dark brown pill the size of a fingernail, its surface pitted and uneven. Buried among the discarded pills, it was utterly inconspicuous, yet Li Qingshan's cloudy eyes suddenly brightened. He recognized the shape and scent description of this pill. It was a low-grade spirit pill, the qi drawing pill. It was specifically designed to help ordinary mortals or low-tier cultivators who had yet to draw qi into their bodies sense spiritual energy and break through to the first layer of qi cultivation. Though this pill was dull in color, its spiritual energy faint and impure, bearing only a faint, illusory pill pattern, clearly a low-grade qi drawing pill. Yet it wasn't entirely worthless. Some alchemist's oversight had allowed this qi drawing pill to be mixed in with the discarded ones. Li Qingshan's heartbeat quickened. His gaunt fingers clenched tightly around the pill as he scanned his surroundings warily. After confirming no one was watching, he swiftly tucked it into his sleeve. Back in the stone hut, Li Qingshan carefully retrieved the pill. He needed a secure place to store it, and his gaze fell upon the yellow-skinned wine gourd that had accompanied him for over a year, hanging at his waist. The gourd wasn't large, and the liquor had long since been drained, leaving it hollow inside. He pulled out the stopper, gently placed the low-grade qi drawing pill inside, and resealed it. The gourd's surface remained smooth and warm to the touch, showing no signs of abnormality. After completing these tasks, he sat in meditation as usual, attempting to circulate the Qingshan secret technique. Once again, his efforts proved futile. The exhaustion in his body and the stabbing pain in his meridians returned once more. Perhaps this chi drawing pill could help me succeed in drawing in the chi? I'll wait a few more days. If no one comes looking for me, I'll take this pill. Li Qingshan thought to himself. He was cautious by nature. Even with a low-grade chi drawing pill, he refused to risk any hidden dangers. What if someone did come looking? Having lived for over a century, Li Qingshan knew well how to survive safely and live a long life. He sighed, lay down on the cold stone bed, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Li Qingshan awoke. He habitually reached for the yellow-skinned wine gourd, intending to check if the pill remained intact. As he pulled the stopper free, an unprecedented, pure, and rich herbal fragrance instantly filled the entire cramped stone room. Li Qingshan froze. He hurriedly turned the gourd upside down and gently tipped it. A pill round and plump, jade green in color, its surface shimmering with a soft halo and faintly revealing several mysterious, natural patterns rolled into his gaunt palm. The pure spiritual energy emanating from the pill was gentle yet immense, far surpassing yesterday's dull, low-grade pill. 1, 2, 3, 4 patterns? This is a top-grade chi drawing pill? Li Qingshan's hand trembled slightly as he cradled the pill, his cloudy old eyes fixed intently on the astonishing transformation in his palm. He snapped his head up, staring at the seemingly ordinary yellow wine gourd. The gourd lay quietly by his side, its surface still smooth and warm, as if nothing had happened the night before. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind like lightning. This gourd could actually elevate the grade of a pill? Otherwise, how could a low-grade spirit pill transform into a supreme-grade spirit pill overnight? The immense shock of this discovery reverberated through Li Qingshan's century-old heart, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. This secret must never be revealed to anyone. He drew a deep breath, feeling the surging vitality radiating from the pill in his palm. Without a moment's hesitation, he sat cross-legged and placed the supreme chi drawing pill into his mouth. An exceptional chi drawing pill absolutely could not be kept. Doing so would invite disaster. The best course was to consume it immediately. The pill dissolved the moment it touched his tongue, releasing a vast yet remarkably gentle and pure warm current that instantly surged through his entire body. This force was no longer the faint breeze that had previously tried to enter him. Instead, it felt like a warm, life-filled spring, surging with overwhelming power to wash away the blockages that had clogged his meridians for 100 years. Boom! Something within his body seemed to burst open. An intense, throbbing pain surged through him, 100 times more intense than when he had previously attempted to draw in energy. But this time, it was no longer a futile, stabbing pain. It carried a sense of exhilaration. Chapter 6, Turning Waste into Treasure. Li Qingshan could distinctly feel the torrent of pure spiritual energy forcibly piercing through those withered and blocked capillaries with overwhelming force. Accumulated impurities were being flushed, dissolved, and expelled from his body. The parched, withered meridians, nourished by this surge of vitality, began to greedily absorb moisture like branches revived after a long drought, slowly regaining their subtle elasticity. A thick layer of grayish-black, foul-smelling mud began oozing from Li Qingshan's skin. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds, and his aged, stiff muscles twitched slightly. After an unknown duration, the surging warm current finally subsided, gradually settling into his dantian chi. There, a faint yet distinctly vibrant green energy swirled like a newborn seedling, rotating steadily and maintaining its presence. Would attribute magical power? First layer of chi cultivation. Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes. The stone room remained dim, yet to his eyes, it seemed significantly brighter. He could sense the presence of the sparse spiritual energy in the air, gathering thread by thread, spontaneously converging toward his body. Though faint, it was undeniably real. The filth caked on his body emitted a foul stench, sticky and unbearable. Yet he felt an unprecedented sense of lightness. The heavy fatigue had largely vanished, his blurred vision seemed slightly clearer, and the faint sounds around him grew more distinct. Most importantly, a faint yet tangible vitality began to flow anew through his aged body, like a withered tree encountering spring, sprouting a tiny new bud. He looked down at his own wrinkled hands, no longer as withered and lifeless as before, then glanced at the yellowed wine gourd lying quietly on the stone bed. Deep within the hall of wasted treasures, silence reigned. Only the occasional rustle of wind outside the window could be heard, along with the heart within Li Qingshan's chest, a heart that had lain dormant for a century now beating with renewed vigor, each powerful thump carrying fresh vitality. This yellow-skinned gourd is undoubtedly a supreme treasure. With it, perhaps my path to immortality holds hope. Li Qingshan grinned, his eyes shining brighter than ever before. But I still need to test it. What exactly are the effects of this yellow-skinned gourd? If it truly can turn waste into treasure, then with all those useless pills in the treasure hall of wastes, I might be able to rapidly increase my cultivation. Li Qingshan thought to himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he headed straight for the treasure hall of wastes. Suppressing his excitement, he began meticulously searching through the corners of the hall of worthless treasures. He focused solely on piles of discarded pills. Many had completely crumbled to dust or clumped together, emitting a pungent, foul odor. He patiently sifted through them, searching for discarded pills that, though dull, damaged, and faintly radiating spiritual energy, still barely retained their pill shape. The treasure hall only held a year's worth of stock, as disciples came annually to refine the discarded pills and broken magical artifacts into ashes. Moreover, most discarded pills were merely clumps. Truly formed discarded pills were few and far between. After spending most of the day sifting through the pile of discarded pills, Li Qingshan found a total of over a dozen formed waste pills. Most were chi-boosting pills, aiding early chi cultivation stage cultivators in restoring their magical energy. Additionally, he discovered a quintidan pill covered in surface cracks, capable of slightly enhancing physical constitution. Another was a spirit focus pill, its shape distorted beyond recognition, which aided in quieting the mind during cultivation and resisting mental demons. These pills had nearly exhausted their spiritual energy, their patterns blurred or fractured, rendering them completely useless. Li Qingshan carefully placed all the discarded pills into the yellow-skinned gourd. After a moment's thought, he scooped up a small clump of fused-together waste pills and stuffed them into the gourd as well. Securing the stopper, he tucked the gourd close to his body. Returning to the stone hut, he sat cross-legged, attempting to focus his mind on cultivating the Changchun secret technique. Yet his thoughts kept drifting toward the gourd nestled against his chest. That night felt exceptionally long. The next morning, Li Qingshan retrieved the gourd almost immediately. He drew a deep breath, his eyes brimming with anticipation, before pulling the stopper free. A complex fragrance, mingled with the pure essence of medicinal herbs, surged forth. It worked? Li Qingshan's eyes brimmed with excitement. He held his breath, tilting the gourd downward. 14 plump, lustrous pills rolled into his palm. Yesterday they were worthless pills, but now they gleamed with a lustrous sheen, radiating powerful spiritual energy. 4 distinct, mystical patterns swirled across their surfaces. They were all top-grade elixirs. 12 supreme chi boosting pills, 1 supreme body tempering pill, and 1 supreme mind focusing pill. Besides these, there remained a clump of fused, worthless pills unchanged in the slightest. I've struck it rich. Truly struck it rich. Li Qingshan's gaunt hand clenched the yellow-skinned gourd tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. A light he'd never seen before flared in his cloudy eyes. He immediately grasped 2 crucial points. First, this yellow-skinned gourd could indeed transform waste into treasure. Inferior spiritual pills could be elevated to supreme quality, and even discarded pills, as long as they retained a trace of potency, could be enhanced to supreme grade. Second, it wasn't omnipotent. Those completely powdered or clumped together residues, as well as pills that couldn't even maintain their shape, couldn't be enhanced. Does the gourd's enhancement of 5th grade pills require spiritual energy? That explains why nothing happened when I used it to hold wine earlier. The low-grade chi drawing pills and those failed pills all contained a trace of spiritual energy, which is why they could be enhanced. In other words, the yellow-skinned gourd can only enhance items containing spiritual energy. It has no effect whatsoever on mundane objects. A flicker of understanding lit up Li Qingshan's eyes as he pondered silently. Besides pills, I wonder if other things can be enhanced too, turning trash into treasure? Looks like I'll need to experiment a few more times to find out. But the urgent task at hand is to refine these pills and transform them into my own strength. If these supreme spirit pills were exposed, I'd likely be left with nowhere to bury my remains. Li Qingshan gripped the yellow-skinned gourd tightly, his thoughts racing. In the days that followed, Li Qingshan's life gained a clear purpose. He still swept the hall of discarded treasures at dawn each day, his movements as slow as ever, but his gaze more focused. As he swept, he scrutinized each new batch of discarded waste more meticulously, especially the piles of pill residue. Like a patient gold prospector, he sifted through them, searching for discarded pills that still retained a trace of medicinal properties or were barely formed. Each time he found a few, he treasured them as if they were gold, carefully storing them in his gourd. The next day would be the moment he harvested supreme elixirs. He began consuming these supreme elixirs for cultivation. The supreme chi nourishing pills proved remarkably effective for early chi cultivation stage practice. However, the abundant spiritual energy within these supreme pills proved overwhelming. It took Li Qingshan 3 full days to fully assimilate a single supreme chi drawing pill. With a steady supply of these supreme pills, Li Qingshan's cultivation progress accelerated dramatically. The supreme chi nourishing pills solidified his cultivation at the first layer of chi refining, continuously purifying his meridians and expelling deeper impurities. His body no longer felt as heavy as before, his movements grew slightly lighter, and his gaze became much clearer. Chapter 7: The Great and Small. The immense potency within the supreme elixirs allowed him to sustain the circulation of spiritual energy for longer periods while cultivating the Changchun secret technique, flushing and widening the clogged meridians. The supreme body tempering pills slowly and steadily fortified his aging sinews, bones, and flesh. While they couldn't reverse the aging process, they made his body feel more resilient and restored some of his strength. The Supreme Spirit Focusing Pill helped him enter a state of calm concentration more swiftly, boosting his cultivation efficiency. 3 months later. In the small stone room behind the treasure hall of wasted treasures, Li Qingshan sat cross-legged. A faint green aura enveloped his body, far more solid than when he was at the first layer of chi cultivation. The sparse spiritual energy in the air gathered in thin threads, drawn into his body. It circulated along the pathways of the Changchun secret technique before converging in his dantian. Within the sea of chi in his dantian, the green mass of would attribute magical power had grown from a mere thread of sensation into a small, stable vortex. It spun slowly, radiating vibrant vitality. Third layer of Qi cultivation. Li Qingshan slowly concluded his cultivation, opening his eyes as a flash of sharpness flickered within them. He stood up, feeling his body lighter and more powerful than ever before. Though his skin remained wrinkled and his hair as white as frost, the decay within him had been largely dispelled. Stepping outside, he casually swung his fists a few times, producing a faint whistling sound as the air parted. This supreme-grade elixir truly has miraculous effects. 3 months to reach the third layer of Qi cultivation? I've heard that even those with heavenly spirit roots require at least a year of cultivation during the Qi cultivation stage to reach this level. With the aid of supreme elixirs, cultivation truly accelerates. But alas, the supreme elixirs are exhausted, and the discarded pills grow ever scarcer. Li Qingshan murmured to himself, his heart overflowing with gratitude toward that yellow-skinned gourd. In just 3 short months, Li Qingshan had undergone a complete transformation. Third layer of Qi cultivation? That was already the realm of many outer sect disciples. My cultivation must not advance any further. In 2 months, disciples will arrive to burn discarded treasures. If my cultivation level were to be exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. A sharp gleam flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. He understood better than anyone how utterly astonishing it was for a centenarian to break through to the third layer of Qi cultivation within mere months. Even a heavenly spirit root couldn't explain it. If his cultivation were exposed, those ancient monsters of the Spring-Autumn Sect would surely fix their sights on him. They would strip his soul, extract his essence, and torture him mercilessly to extract his secrets. This treasure, the yellow-skinned gourd, must never be revealed. Next, let's test the other functions of the yellow-skinned gourd. Li Qingshan thought to himself. One day, while clearing a pile of debris mixed with withered spirit herbs and ore, he spotted a Qingshan grass plant. Its roots still clung to a faint trace of moisture, yet its leaves had completely turned yellow and curled up. This herb was of low quality, its medicinal potency weak, and had been completely discarded. A thought struck him. With a sense of experimentation, he placed it inside the yellow-skinned gourd. The next day, when he took it out, the Qingshan grass had become lush and vibrant green, its leaves unfurled and full of life, its medicinal potency increased tenfold. What had been merely a 1-year-old Qingshan grass had transformed into a 20-year-old specimen. It can even revive withered spiritual herbs and enhance their quality? Li Qingshan's heart trembled once more. This discovery prompted him to pay closer attention to the discarded, partially intact low-grade spiritual herbs within the treasure hall of discards. One day, while sorting through a pile of broken, rusted fragments of low-grade magical artifacts, he discovered a short sword with only half its blade remaining. The hilt remained relatively intact. Though the fracture was heavily rusted, faint traces of the internal artifact patterns could still be discerned, not entirely shattered. This was clearly a discarded low-grade artifact. He hesitated, considering adding this broken blade to his gourd. But soon, he grew troubled. The gourd's opening was too narrow, a low-grade flying sword simply wouldn't fit inside. If only you could be a bit larger. Li Qingshan stroked the yellow-skinned gourd, thinking to himself. The thought barely formed when he suddenly felt the gourd in his hand grow faintly warm. Then, to his astonished gaze, the gourd slowly expanded by a full size. From the size of a fist, it grew to the size of 2 fists. Grow bigger. Li Qingshan was overcome with excitement. The yellow-skinned gourd grew another size. Bigger still, bigger still. As Li Qingshan silently chanted, the yellow-skinned gourd finally reached a height of over 10 feet, nearly touching the ceiling of the treasure hall. Only then did Li Qingshan feel a wave of intense fatigue wash over him. Does this gourd's ability to grow and shrink have something to do with my spiritual energy? Li Qingshan speculated inwardly. Shrink it more. As Li Qingshan silently chanted, the gourd eventually shrank to the size of a speck of dust. Had he not examined it carefully, he would never have detected its presence. Perfect. Now that it's smaller, it'll be easier to conceal. From now on, I'll call you the wish-granting gourd. Li Qingshan thought to himself. The yellow-skinned gourd, its size adjustable at will, could even transform worthless objects into treasures according to Li Qingshan's desires. Wasn't that exactly what a wish-granting gourd was? After playing with it for a while, he enlarged the wish-granting gourd and placed the broken sword inside. When he retrieved it the next day, Li Qingshan was stunned. The short sword in his hand now had a complete blade, gleaming coldly. The once blurred and fractured patterns along the spine had become clear and flowing, even faintly radiating a spiritual glow. The sharp aura emanating from the entire sword was incomparable to its previous state. How could this still be a low-grade magical artifact? It had clearly reached the level of a top-tier magical artifact. Repaired and upgraded? Gripping the transformed short sword, Li Qingshan felt the spiritual energy within it, his breathing quickening. The capabilities of this yellow-skinned gourd far exceeded his initial expectations. To test it, he placed a completely shattered, spiritless ore into the gourd. When he retrieved it the next day, it remained unchanged. He then placed a dagger inside, rusted down to nothing but a lump of iron with its engravings completely worn away. Again, there was no reaction. It seems only those items that are broken yet not dead, still possessing a trace of spiritual essence or foundational structure, can be transformed and enhanced by the gourd. Li Qingshan summarized the pattern, his gaze sweeping over the mountain of discarded treasures in the hall. To him, this place was no longer a junkyard, but a treasure trove of limitless potential waiting to be unearthed. A powerful urge surged within him, compelling him to test more items immediately. But a century of experience forced him to calm himself. Innocent men bear no guilt, but those who possess treasures do. The secrets of this gourd were his sole reliance for survival and even advancement in this brutal cultivation world. Not a shred of it could be exposed. He drew a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. For the next 2 months, Li Qingshan did not continue his cultivation. Instead, he experimented with the miraculous uses of the while awaiting the arrival of disciples to clean up the treasure hall. 2 months later, the disciples tasked with clearing the abandoned treasure hall arrived, stepping upon a flying sword. The moment Li Qingshan caught sight of that figure, his eyes lit up. That graceful figure wore a flowing blue gown, its sleeves billowing in the air. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, her gaze cold and distant, radiating an ethereal, otherworldly aura. It was Yi Lingshuang. Chapter 8, Qi Blood Pill. Yi Lingshuang still bore that same aloof, otherworldly demeanor, though a barely perceptible hint of fatigue seemed to linger between her brows. Her gaze swept over the somewhat tidy clearing outside the treasure hall of ruins before settling on Li Qingshan, who emerged from the stone hut at the sound. Upon seeing him, a flicker of surprise, almost imperceptible, crossed her icy eyes. The old man before her, though still bearing a head of white hair and deeply etched wrinkles, radiated a vitality and spirit utterly transformed from just months prior. His eyes, once cloudy and dull, now held a faint glimmer of clarity. His back seemed slightly straighter, and though his steps were slow, they were steady. The aura of impending death that had once clung to him had faded considerably. Li Qingshan? Yi Lingshuang's voice remained as cool and detached as ever, tinged with confirmation. Li Qingshan, greetings senior sister Yi. Li Qingshan bowed in accordance with the monastery's rules. He deliberately suppressed the third-layer qi cultivation energy deep within his dantian, revealing only an extremely faint aura, barely stronger than that of an ordinary mortal. Yi Lingshuang gave a slight nod, her gaze once again scrutinizing him carefully. It seems this treasure hall, though remote and lacking in spiritual energy, hasn't completely crushed you. Judging by your complexion, you look much better than when you first arrived. Thanks to senior sister's blessings, this disciple has found some peace here. Each day, I sweep and tidy, exercise my limbs, and, in my spare time, I've attempted to cultivate the Changchun secret technique, achieving some modest progress. Li Qingshan's tone was calm, tinged with just the right amount of excitement and apprehension. Oh? A distinct flicker finally crossed Yi Lingshuang's eyes, replacing her earlier indifference. You succeeded in drawing in qi? She found it hard to believe. A centenarian, in such a spiritually barren environment, managing to draw qi into his body using only a foundational cultivation technique? It defied all logic. This disciple is slow-witted. After months of arduous cultivation, I managed to reach the first layer of qi cultivation by sheer luck. Li Qingshan spoke, deliberately releasing a tiny thread of the faint would attribute spiritual energy belonging to the first layer of qi cultivation energy he had suppressed to its absolute limit with utmost caution. Yi Lingshuang stepped forward, her pale fingers lightly touching Li Qingshan's wrist. A pure, gentle stream of spiritual energy probed into Li Qingshan's body. This time, Li Qingshan was prepared. He had locked the vast majority of his energy deep within his dantian, allowing only the thread of qi cultivation stage 1 energy to flow slowly through the most superficial meridians. Simultaneously, he revealed his true state without reservation: meridians shriveled and blocked, vital energy and blood depleted. Yi Lingshuang's spiritual energy circulated through Li Qingshan's body once before swiftly withdrawing. The surprise on her face gave way to understanding, only to be replaced by a deeper sense of regret. It truly is qi cultivation stage 1. What attributed magical power? She sighed softly. To successfully draw in qi at such a young age and under such circumstances is truly remarkable. It seems your innate spiritual root possesses some extraordinary quality after all, managing to forcefully break through the shackles of this decaying shell. Her tone carried a hint of admiration, but more so regret. Alas, your meridians are too severely blocked and your vital energy foundations are nearly depleted. This first layer of qi cultivation is likely your limit. To advance further would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Still, being able to draw qi into your body, purify some impurities from your flesh, strengthen your physique a little, and extend your lifespan by a few years, that's a silver lining in this misfortune. Yi Lingshuang's words played right into Li Qingshan's hands. She had indeed failed to discern the third layer of qi cultivation he had deliberately concealed. I understand. To have glimpsed a corner of the immortal gate is already a stroke of luck beyond my wildest dreams. I dare not ask for more. Thank you, senior sister, for guiding me that day. Li Qingshan bowed once more, his tone sincere. Watching him accept his reality with such calmness, the slight stirrings in Yi Lingshuang's heart stirred by the discovery of his heavenly spirit root gradually subsided. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a small white jade vial from her storage pouch. Though your path to immortality is closed, channeling chi into your body may slightly extend your lifespan. These 2 pills are mid-grade chi blood pills of the first tier. They replenish chi and blood, which might benefit you, perhaps granting you an extra year or 2. She handed him the jade bottle. Li Qingshan accepted it with both hands, feeling its smooth warmth. His heart stirred slightly. These chi blood pills were quite precious. Previously, he had only consumed low-grade first-tier spirit pills. Mid-grade first-tier spirit pills were meant for cultivators at the mid-stage of the 4th to 6th layers of chi refining. Moreover, if the chi and blood pill were enhanced by its value would inevitably skyrocket. More importantly, this was a gesture of goodwill extended by Yi Lingshuang. Thank you for your generous gift, senior sister. Li Qingshan bowed solemnly. He hadn't expected Yi Lingshuang to present a mid-grade first-tier spirit pill right off the bat. In the cultivation world, magical artifacts, talismans, elixirs, and arrays were all classified into 5 tiers, corresponding to the 5 major cultivation realms. Each tier is further subdivided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. A mid-grade first-tier spirit pill was already quite precious, being something only those at the mid-stage of chi cultivation were qualified to consume. Much less one like the chi blood pill, which could both enhance cultivation and replenish vital energy and blood essence. No need for formalities. Yi Lingshuang waved her hand dismissively, her gaze shifting to the mountain of discarded treasures piled in the hall. My purpose in coming is the routine purge of discarded treasures to refine away the lingering malevolent energies and useless items within using true fire. This disciple understands. Li Qingshan responded, his face then displaying just the right amount of hesitation and earnestness. Senior sister Yi, I have one more request. I know my cultivation is lowly, and my path to immortality is dim. Yet dwelling in this desolate wilderness, my heart cannot help but feel uneasy. Might senior sister bestow upon me a few of the most rudimentary defensive spells? I seek not to vanquish foes, but merely to protect myself should I encounter venomous beasts or fierce creatures. Yi Lingshuang heard this and furrowed her delicate brows. She looked at Li Qingshan's aged yet earnest face, recalling his meager chi cultivation at the first layer and his frail body. Indeed, even the most common beasts could pose a threat to him. Cultivating spells requires spiritual energy to sustain them. Your energy is weak, your meridians fragile. Forcing spells upon yourself risks injury, the cost outweighs the benefit. She cautioned him, her tone carrying a warning, do not be overly ambitious or seek to grasp it too much too quickly. This disciple will heed senior sister's guidance. All I seek are the most fundamental spells with minimal energy expenditure merely for self-defense. I dare not be reckless or overreach. Li Qingshan hastily assured her, adopting an extremely humble posture. Seeing his sincere attitude and considering his truly dire circumstances, Yi Lingshuang finally nodded. With a flick of her delicate hand, 3 jade tablets, each a different color and emitting a faint spiritual glow, floated before Li Qingshan. These 3 jade tablets contain the most fundamental spells, Fireball, Feather Flight, and Breath Concealment, she explained one by one. Fireball is an offensive spell. It requires channeling fire essence to form a flaming orb for attack. It consumes significant energy, so use it with caution. Feather Flight is a lightness technique that slightly enhances movement speed, aiding in swift evasion. Breath Concealment is a support spell that suppresses your aura and reduces your presence. It consumes the least energy and may prove most practical for you. Upon hearing the words Breath Concealment, Li Qingshan's heart leapt violently. Overwhelming joy nearly shattered the calm facade he maintained. This was precisely the technique he had longed for. With it, his ability to conceal his cultivation would increase dramatically. He forced down his excitement, his face brimming with gratitude as he respectfully accepted the 3 jade slips with both hands. Disciple Li Qingshan deeply thanks senior sister Yi for imparting these teachings. I shall forever remember your guidance, practice with utmost caution, and never abuse these arts. Chapter 9, The Elixir of Immortality. Yi Lingshuang gave a faint nod, saying nothing more. She turned toward the treasure hall, her fingers forming a mystic seal as spiritual energies surged around her. A searing, potent aura spread outward as an orange-red flame coalesced at her fingertips. With a flick of her wrist, she hurled it deep into the hall of discarded treasures. Instantly, the accumulated debris within, completely worthless, utterly discarded remnants imbued with chaotic energies, rapidly turned to ash under the true fire's scorching. Only materials relatively stable or possessing faint traces of spiritual essence remained. The hall's putrid stench was thoroughly scorched away, leaving the air refreshed. Having completed this task, Yi Lingshuang lingered not a moment longer. Summoning her flying sword, she transformed into a streak of azure light and departed. Li Qingshan watched the green light vanish into the horizon before slowly straightening up. His gaunt fingers clenched the jade bottle and 3 jade slips in his grasp, the knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure, especially on the slip inscribed with the breath concealment technique. He turned and walked steadily back into the stone hut, closing the door behind him. In the dim light, he eagerly probed the jade slip containing the breath concealment technique with his spirit. A stream of profound knowledge surged into his mind. Conceal breath, hide form, spirit stays within, she returns to the dantian, blending with the mundane. Li Qingshan studied the incantation over and over, his eyes growing increasingly bright. The technique itself was not complex. Its core lay in controlling the fluctuations of magical power, suppressing one's life force, and reducing one's presence to the absolute minimum. For someone possessing formidable mental control and the aid of this was precisely the life-saving technique he needed most. I wonder if he can enhance spells. A thought struck Li Qingshan, sparking a certain conjecture. However, he did not rush. After committing the spells from the 3 jade slips to memory, he finally placed them into the next day. Li Qingshan retrieved the 3 jade slips, and dazzling light burst forth. The jade slips now radiated an aura several times more powerful than before. Spells can actually be enhanced? Li Qingshan was thrilled beyond words. He immediately placed the jade slips against his brow to examine them. Rocket technique. Rainbow flight technique. Turtle breath technique. 3 spells surged into Li Qingshan's spiritual sea, leaving him utterly stunned. It must be noted that the 3 spells Yi Lingshuang had previously given him were merely low-grade first-tier spells, suitable for early Qi cultivation practitioners. But after being enhanced by these 3 spells had transformed into top-tier first-rank spells, possessing unparalleled power. They posed a significant threat even to cultivators at the peak of Qi refining. The turtle breath technique, in particular, not only concealed one's cultivation level and could withstand detection by cultivators one major realm above, but also allowed one to blend seamlessly with plants, rocks, and mountains, becoming completely undetectable. This was precisely the spell Li Qingshan had longed for. If I master the turtle breath technique, even foundation establishment cultivators won't be able to detect my true cultivation level. I absolutely must succeed in cultivating it. Li Qingshan was overcome with excitement. This turtle breath technique was nothing short of a life-saving spell. In the days that followed, Li Qingshan devoted his primary energy to cultivating these 3 spells, especially the turtle breath technique. He no longer rushed to advance his cultivation realm. Instead, he settled his mind and practiced the spells over and over. He felt the flow of his 3rd layer Qi refining would attribute magical power coursing through his meridians, attempting to gradually restrain, compress, and conceal its fluctuations according to the turtle breath technique's methods. The rocket technique and rainbow flight technique demanded far too much, beyond Li Qingshan's current cultivation level. But the turtle breath technique had no such prerequisites. Thus, Li Qingshan devoted most of his energy to mastering the turtle breath technique, while also cultivating the fireball technique and feather flight technique. After all, he needed defensive methods to protect his cultivation path, lest he be utterly helpless when facing enemies. Seated cross-legged upon the cold stone bed, he sank his consciousness deep within his body. With utmost care, he guided the wood-attributed Qi energy of the 3rd layer of Qi refining along the intricate and profound pathways of the turtle breath technique, struggling to circulate it smoothly. The sensation was like attempting to control a wild bull with a single slender thread. Whenever the energy reached crucial acupoints, it grew restless and untamed, straining to break free and leak its own aura. No, it's still not quite right. After another failed attempt, Li Qingshan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Beads of sweat formed on his temples, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. This turtle breath technique demands even finer control over magical energy than the cultivation itself. My old limbs and this body's energy are no longer as responsive as they once were. Yet he refused to be discouraged. A century had long since worn away his impatience, leaving only rock-solid patience. Success is imperative. Otherwise, possessing such a rare treasure within the immortal gate is a death sentence. This thought lashed at him like a whip, compelling him to focus his mind and start anew time and again. Months slipped away in this cycle of repeated failure and incremental progress. Then one day, as he circulated the spell incantation once more, the magical energy within him which had flowed like a rushing stream suddenly seemed to be gently smoothed by an invisible hand. It settled into a stillness as deep and tranquil as the waters of a hidden pool. The surging energy instantly retracted, and the pulsing life force fluctuations dropped to their lowest point. Seated there, he seemed to have truly transformed into a lifeless stone. Even his breath grew exceedingly long and faint, nearly synchronizing with the decaying air within the hall. Success! A surge of immense joy and relief welled up within Li Qingshan. Yet he immediately activated his cultivation technique, suppressing even this emotional fluctuation with iron resolve, maintaining absolute stillness. Mastering the turtle breath technique is the foundation for establishing oneself. He slowly opened his eyes, their depths now holding a hidden brilliance, not a trace of power escaping outward. As for the fireball technique and feather flight technique, he had barely grasped their basics. He could now conjure a small fireball, run far faster than an ordinary person, and leap 3 feet high, surpassing even some youths. Yet the rocket technique and rainbow flight technique, enhanced by in his mind, held such power and wonder that they made his heart ache with longing. Alas, his cultivation was insufficient, leaving him only to sigh in frustration. Guess you gotta take things one bite at a time, one step at a time. He chuckled wryly to himself. Having resolved the urgent matter of concealing his cultivation, Li Qingshan turned his attention to the Changchun secret technique. This foundational technique was truly mediocre, yielding only meager magical power and offering limited prospects. If he can even enhance spells, could this cultivation method also be elevated to a higher level? A bold thought surfaced, causing his heart to beat slightly faster. Without a moment's hesitation, he solemnly placed the slim volume into the wish-granting gourd. With a mix of anticipation and trepidation akin to opening a blind box, he waited through the night. The next morning, when he retrieved the book, its surface felt smooth and warm to the touch like jade, yet not quite jade. On the cover, the three characters The Eternal Spring Secret had transformed into two more archaic, Taoist-infused seal script characters The Eternal Life Secret. The Elixir of Immortality? Li Qingshan's fingers trembled slightly as he eagerly flipped through the pages. The opening lines briefly expounded on the path of perpetual vitality and extended longevity. The subtlety of its methods far surpassed the Changchun secret tenfold. Each cultivation level not only yielded several times the purity and potency of one's magical power but also subtly nourished the physical body, delaying aging, and even extending one's foundational lifespan. Merely reaching the Qi cultivation stage could extend one's lifespan by 60 years. Chapter 10, Qi Refining Stage for the Emergence of Spiritual Awareness. This is too incredible. This is truly a treasure of divine creation. He shouted inwardly, nearly moved to tears by the sheer excitement. But after the wild joy came utter calm. Possessing such a treasure invites disaster. Possessing such a treasure invites disaster. He repeated this warning to himself, forcing down the turmoil within. Yet one matter troubled Li Qingshan deeply. He had already cultivated the Changchun secret technique, and the Changchun magical power within his body had reached the third layer of Qi refining. To cultivate the Changxing Ju, he must disperse his cultivation and start anew. After all, Li Qingshan was already a centenarian. Dissolving his cultivation and starting anew carried unimaginable risks. Changing cultivation methods was no simple task, especially since the eternal life art followed a complex path that placed immense strain on the meridians. Yet he resolutely chose to disperse his cultivation and start anew. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. With the path to transcendence before me, how could I hesitate out of fear of hardship? A resolute gleam flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. He immediately sat cross-legged within the stone chamber and began the process of dissipating his cultivation to rebuild it. The process of dissipating his cultivation from the third layer of Qi refining was excruciatingly painful, his meridians throbbing as if being drained dry. But gritting his teeth, he relied on the techniques of the Eternal Life Manual and his previously established foundation to draw Qi back into his body. The process proved even more arduous than he had imagined. The elixir of immortality demanded immense amounts of spiritual energy, and the barren wasteland of the treasure hall could scarcely provide enough. Fortunately, he still possessed the 2 Qi blood pills given to him by Yi Lingshuang. Mid-tier first grade that should provide a significant boost, right? Li Qingshan was filled with anticipation as he dropped the Qi blood pills into the. The next day, 2 crimson pills emerged from the. They glowed like blood, adorned with golden patterns, and radiated an astonishing aura of vital energy. These are supreme-grade Qi blood pills? Li Qingshan stared at the dark gold Qi blood pills in his hand, each adorned with 4 golden patterns, his eyes brimming with excitement. He could sense the immense potency contained within the supreme-grade Qi blood pill, far surpassing that of the Qi benefiting pill and Qi guiding pill. With these supreme Qi blood pills, I'm certain I can successfully cultivate the eternal life technique. Li Qingshan thought to himself. He swallowed one of the supreme Qi blood pills directly. Boom! The surging medicinal power instantly dissolved, flooding into his parched meridians and nourishing his decaying vital energy and internal organs. His body, once as withered as the bark of an ancient tree, now emitted faint, joyful murmurs under the surge of vitality. Supported by this potent medicine, the circulation of the elixir of immortality finally entered its proper course. The newly born immortal energy possessed a vibrant, resilient, and enduring quality. Though faint, it was of the highest caliber, flowing slowly through his body and bringing indescribable comfort wherever it passed. Whereas the original Changchun energy had been a pale blue, this new eternal life energy shone a vibrant emerald green, brimming with boundless vitality. It took Li Qingshan a full half-month to completely refine that supreme Qi blood pill. His cultivation had now reached the first layer of Qi refining. Though only at the first layer, the immortal energy within Li Qingshan's dantian was vast and boundless, showing no weakness compared to the energy he possessed at the third layer of Qi cultivation. Truly worthy of the eternal life art. Overwhelmed with excitement, Li Qingshan swallowed another top-grade Qi and blood pill and continued cultivating the eternal life art. Simultaneously, he sifted through the discarded pills delivered periodically and discovered over a dozen Qi-nourishing pills and several Qi-gathering pills. After refinement through they all transformed into top-grade Qi-nourishing pills. With a steady supply of top-grade pills and the miraculous effects of the elixir of immortality, Li Qingshan's cultivation began to steadily climb toward new heights. 3 months later, when his cultivation returned to the third layer of Qi refining, he distinctly sensed that the emerald green mass of eternal life energy within his dantian had surpassed its previous purity and volume by far. Even more astonishing was the subtle gray tinge emerging at the roots of his once snow-white hair, a change barely perceptible to the eye. His wrinkles seemed to have faded slightly, and a long-lost sense of vitality surged through his limbs and bones. Excellent! Excellent!
Excellent.
Li Qingshan clapped his hands and chuckled softly, his heart brimming with exhilaration. He continued his arduous cultivation without pause. On this day, as the potency of yet another supreme chi-gathering pill was fully assimilated, the immortal energy vortex within his dantian suddenly expanded, its rotation accelerating as it grew denser and more substantial. A powerful aura far exceeding the third layer of chi cultivation erupted uncontrollably for an instant, only to be instantly suppressed by his turtle breath technique, pushed to its absolute limit, restoring calm.
Fourth layer of chi cultivation. It was only natural.
At this moment, the energy within his dantian surged with overwhelming power, its sheer density rivaling that of an ordinary chi cultivation stage 6 cultivator. The formidable power of the eternal life art was beginning to show its true potential. What shocked Li Qingshan even more was that after reaching the fourth layer of chi cultivation, his divine sense could now project outward. Within a radius of 10 zhang, even with his eyes closed, he perceived every minute detail with crystal clarity.
Li Qingshan exhaled a long breath, feeling the surging power within him.
A profound sense of control over his own destiny welled up within him. A century of wasted years had finally yielded a glimmer of hope for true immortality in this corner of the immortal realm. Yet, just as he prepared to savor the wonders of the fourth layer of chi cultivation and consolidate his cultivation,
clang!
The already rickety door of the treasure hall was violently kicked open. The deafening sound echoed through the silent hall, shaking dust from the rafters. A fiery red figure burst in, radiating an unabashed air of arrogance. It was a girl of about 16 or 17, clad in a fiery red robe. The fabric was exquisite, embroidered with intricate cloud patterns, clearly costing a fortune. Her features were exquisite willow brows and almond eyes which should have made her radiant and charming. Yet, the haughty arrogance etched between her brows now lent her an air of willfulness. Her chin lifted slightly as her gaze swept across the hall, surveying it as if it were her own backyard garden, filled with impatience and scrutiny. Her gaze swept over the mountains of garbage piled high, her lips curling in disgust. She even took a few steps back, as if afraid of being tainted by even a speck. Finally, her gaze settled on Li Qingshan, who had emerged from the stone hut at the sound of her approach. His face was filled with fear and bewilderment, and the faint, almost negligible fluctuations of magical power emanating from him were barely perceptible. Seeing that he was a lowly, decrepit old servant, the impatience in the girl's eyes intensified, as if looking at him for another second would soil her eyes.
Hey! You old geezer! Yeah, you! What are you staring at?
The red-clad girl's voice was crisp yet carried an air of arrogant command.
Come here. This young lady has questions for you.
Li Qingshan's heart lurched. He immediately pushed his turtle breathing technique to its peak, plastering a perfectly measured expression of fear and subservience onto his face. Hunching his back, he shuffled forward in quick, small steps, his voice hoarse and humble. This senior sister, what are your orders? He could sense the girl's aura was incredibly dense, seemingly reaching the late chi refining stage. At the very least, she was at the 7th layer of chi cultivation. Moreover, judging by her expensive array of magical artifacts, it was easy to see that this red-robed girl came from an extraordinary background.
The girl scrutinized him from head to toe with a critical gaze, snorting, so you're the outer sect disciple guarding this dump? Old and useless. Tell me, did anyone deliver a batch of discarded trial artifacts a few days ago? Was there one palm-sized, crimson jade pendant shaped like a bird? I accidentally dropped it here during my last trial. Those clueless fools must have collected it as scrap.
Chapter 11, Zhang Hongxiu. So he was searching for an old item. Li Qingshan felt slightly reassured, but his face remained anxious.
To answer your question, senior sister, this old man only sweeps daily. Newly delivered junk piles up in that corner over there.
I haven't had time to sort through it carefully.
I didn't specifically notice any jade pendant. Didn't notice? What good are you, you useless old fool?
Her willow brows shot upward in obvious displeasure at his answer.
Then get moving. What are you staring at with those old eyes? Go rummage through that pile of junk. If you don't find it and delay this young lady's business, you'll be sorry.
Her tone was vicious, as if commanding Li Qingshan was the most natural thing in the world. Anger flared within Li Qingshan, but he dared not show it on his face.
He could only stammer in agreement, yes, yes, yes. This old man will go look, right away.
He turned toward the newly delivered pile of discarded items and pretended to search through it with great effort. Li Qingshan had painstakingly cultivated to the 4th layer of chi refining. All he wanted was to cultivate peacefully in this treasure hall of wastes, free from disturbance. Therefore, he only hoped to find that jade pendant quickly so the red-clothed girl would leave. But the red-clad girl clearly had little patience. Standing with her arms crossed, she watched Li Qingshan's slow movements, constantly complaining and urging him on, hurry up.
Haven't you eaten? Your old arms and legs are just in the way. You're useless.
Gritting his teeth to suppress his anger, Li Qingshan half-heartedly searched while remaining vigilant, silently praying this pest would find what she wanted and leave. However, the girl seemed to grow angrier the more she thought about it. Suddenly, she took a few steps forward, a flash of light in her hand, and lashed out at Li Qingshan with her whip, dawdling. It's infuriating just to look at you. Crack.
A sharp, piercing crack. The whip's tip struck Li Qingshan's hunched back with brutal force. The coarse hemp garment instantly ripped apart, revealing a gaping, bleeding wound. A searing, stinging pain shot through his entire body as blood quickly seeped out, staining the torn fabric crimson. Li Qingshan grunted, stumbling backward and nearly collapsing into the pile of rubbish before him. He clenched his teeth, forcing back a cry of agony. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, his aged face contorted in pain. Yet deep within his eyes, a cold flame burned with frenzied intensity. Shame. Rage. Murderous intent. A torrent of emotions surged within him. His fourth-layer chi cultivation base, possessing a potency comparable to sixth-layer practitioners, roared within his dantian, nearly erupting uncontrollably to crush this arrogant, insolent brat before him. But he couldn't. A century of experience poured over him like ice water, instantly dousing this dangerous impulse. He knew all too well that if he acted, utter destruction awaited him. This girl's status was far beyond that of an ordinary inner sect disciple. The forces behind her could crush him as easily as squashing an ant. Hold back. You must hold back. Small impatience ruins great plans. Survive, and there will be a future. Li Qingshan frantically admonished himself internally, forcibly suppressing the surging bloodlust and murderous intent. Trembling, he hunched over even more as he turned away, his face now etched with terror and utter submission. His voice cracked with tears. Sis, please calm your anger. Sis, please calm your anger. This old man will search faster, I'll search faster. As if his courage had been utterly shattered, he frantically hastened his search, deliberately making himself look even more wretched, rubbing his wounds against filthy debris to appear utterly tormented. Seeing Li Qingshan's pitiful, submissive state, the anger in the red-clad maiden Zhang Hongxiu seemed to subside slightly. Yet the disgust and impatience on her face remained undiminished. She snorted coldly, flicking her whip. Old fool, you're nothing but an eyesore. This young lady has no time to waste here with you. She paused, then pointed her whip at Li Qingshan, her voice icy with menace. Old geezer, you have 3 days. Turn this wretched hall upside down if you must, but find that crimson sparrow jade pendant. When I return in 3 days, if that jade pendant isn't here. A flash of undisguised ferocity flickered in her eyes. I'll tear your old bones apart and feed them to the beasts in the back mountains. Got it? Understood. Understood. This old man understands. I will find it, I will find it. Li Qingshan bowed and scraped frantically, his body trembling with fear. Oomph. Zhang Hongxiu shot another disgusted glance at the filthy surroundings and Li Qingshan, as if enduring another second was unbearable. Only then did she turn, summoning a flying artifact and streaking away as a crimson streak of light. Only after the crimson streak vanished completely into the horizon did Li Qingshan slowly straighten his back. The searing pain in his back remained sharp, but his gaze had turned icy cold, all trace of earlier terror vanished. Silently, he returned to the stone hut, fetched clean water, and carefully washed his wounds. Staring at the aged face reflected in the water and the vicious whip scar, Li Qingshan's fist slowly clenched, his knuckles turning white from the force. This lash today, old man, I remember it well. He murmured to himself, his voice calm yet laced with bone-chilling coldness. The path to immortality is long. We have plenty of time ahead. Just as he finished tending to his wound and pondered how to handle this trouble, another figure appeared outside the treasure hall. It was Zhang Ming. He looked much the same as ever, yet a subtle hint of urgency flickered in his expression. Junior brother Li? I heard senior sister Zhang was here earlier? Zhang Ming asked the moment he entered, feigning familiarity while his eyes darted around the room. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately resumed his startled, meek, and timid demeanor, his face twisted in distress. Oh, it's brother Zhang. Yes, sister Zhang just left. She was furious. He deliberately shifted his body to reveal the whip marks on his back, roughly treated yet still starkly visible. Zhang Ming's eyes flashed with understanding and confirmation upon seeing the marks. He lowered his voice. Junior brother Li, you're in serious trouble. That person is senior sister Zhang Hongxiu, the direct granddaughter of our sect's golden core elder, Grandmaster Zhang Yuzhen. She's been spoiled rotten since childhood, with an arrogant and tyrannical temperament. She walks all over the inner sect. If she really flies into a rage, no one can protect you. Li Qingshan's face promptly contorted with terror and despair. Ah? The granddaughter of a golden core elder? What am I to do? Brother Zhang, you must save this old man. Zhang Ming had intended precisely this reaction. He leaned closer, his voice dropping lower. Junior brother, let me be frank with you. The Crimson Sparrow Jade Pendant sister Zhang seeks is said to be a valuable treasure, one of great importance to her. If you find it, whatever you do, don't hand it over directly to her. Ha? Don't give it to her? But? Li Qingshan feigned confusion. Give it to me first. A flash of shrewdness and greed flickered in Zhang Ming's eyes as he patiently explained, I'll deliver it to sister Zhang. We're close, so she won't get angry if I give it to her. If you hand it over directly, she might kill you to silence you. Understand? Later, within the sect, I'll naturally look out for you. Rest assured, you won't miss out on your share of the benefits. Chapter 12, The Talisman Treasure. Li Qingshan sneered inwardly. So Zhang Ming intended to hijack this favor to curry favor with Zhang Hongxiu. Yet his face wore an expression of profound gratitude. I see. Thank you, senior brother Zhang, for your guidance. Thank you for saving my life. If I find it, this old man will deliver it to you first. Zhang Ming nodded with satisfaction, pleased that this junior disciple was so savvy. He patted Li Qingshan's shoulder and, feigning generosity, produced 2 low-grade spirit stones and a small jade bottle. Seeing how hard you've been hit, here are 2 spirit stones and a bottle of chi-gathering pills. Take them, tend to your injuries, and find that jade pendant as soon as possible. Remember, the moment you find it, notify me immediately. Yes. Absolutely. Thank you, senior brother Zhang. Take care on your way. Li Qingshan accepted the items with profuse thanks and respectfully saw Zhang Ming off. As Zhang Ming's figure faded from sight, the humble gratitude on Li Qingshan's face vanished instantly, replaced by utter coldness. Returning to the stone hut, he examined the 2 low-grade spirit stones with their meager spiritual energy and the bottle of chi-gathering pills at best, low-grade first tier, a mocking sneer curling his lips. You all want to use this old man as a stepping stone? Ha! Without hesitation, he tossed both low-grade spirit stones and the bottle of chi-gathering pills into his. One night passed. What poured out of the gourd were 2 mid-grade spirit stones, shimmering with dense spiritual energy and a lustrous sheen, along with 3 top-grade chi-gathering pills, each the size of a longan, bearing distinct pill patterns and exuding a potent medicinal fragrance. Just as I thought. A sharp gleam flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. If they could enhance even pills and magical artifacts, spirit stones were naturally no challenge. Consider this, a single mid-grade spirit stone equaled 100 low-grade spirit stones. The value gap between low-grade and medium-grade stones was as vast as heaven and earth. The resource issue was temporarily alleviated, but the biggest problem remained the jade pendant. He drew a deep breath, crossed his legs, and seated himself. His 4th-tier chi cultivation spiritual sense slowly spread outward. Everything within a 10-zhang radius instantly projected into his mind with crystal clarity, down to the finest detail. He manipulated his divine sense like an invisible net, meticulously scanning every corner of the hall, especially the pile of newly delivered waste. The veins of dust, the rust on metal, the grain of wood, nothing escaped detection. This sensation of projecting his divine sense outward was profoundly mystical, yet it drained his mental energy intensely. Soon, sweat began to bead on his forehead once more. Perseverance paid off. Just as fatigue began to set in, his divine sense finally touched a hard object deep within the debris pile. Covered in grime, it faintly emitted a weak yet distinct spiritual energy fluctuation. With a thought, his divine sense carefully coiled the object out of the debris and brought it before him. After washing away the grime with clear water, a palm-sized jade pendant, smooth to the touch, appeared in his hand. The jade pendant was a deep crimson, intricately carved into the shape of a bird poised to take flight. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, and what appeared to be a tiny gemstone was embedded in the bird's eye, giving off a faint, shimmering glow. However, when Li Qingshan attempted to infuse a thread of his immortal energy into it, a sudden, strange change occurred. The crimson bird pattern on the jade pendant suddenly glowed brightly, and a terrifying aura far beyond that of a mere artifact flashed through the air. Though faint, Li Qingshan was certain this aura was not something a chi-refining stage artifact could possess. Complex, esoteric runes surfaced on the jade's surface, vaguely revealing the shadowy form of a crimson bird before vanishing again. This is a talisman treasure? Li Qingshan's pupils contracted sharply, his heart skipping a beat. He had encountered descriptions of talisman treasures in the cultivation knowledge appended to the Changqunju. These were single-use treasures crafted only by golden core cultivators, capable of sealing a portion of their own artifact's power into specially made talismans or vessels to bestow upon their descendants for self-defense. Their power far surpassed that of top-tier magical artifacts, capable of threatening or even annihilating Foundation establishment cultivators. This was no ordinary ornamental jade pendant, it was an invaluable, life-saving trump card. No wonder Zhang Hongxiu had been so frantic and relentlessly aggressive. Li Qingshan clutched the smooth, warm red sparrow jade pendant, sensing the terrifying power hidden within. Recalling Zhang Hongxiu's arrogant threats and Zhang Ming's scheming, his gaze grew deep and unfathomable. A fierce desire to possess it surged within him. Such a priceless treasure, handing it over would be nothing short of squandering a heavenly gift. But if he didn't hand it over, how would he face the consequences in 3 days? As Zhang Ming had warned, handing such a treasure directly to Zhang Hongxiu might lead her to eliminate him to silence him. After all, Li Qingshan was merely an outer sect disciple guarding the wasted pill hall. He held only the title of outer sect disciple, his status akin to that of a menial servant disciple, lacking even cultivation resources. He stared at the jade pendant in his hand, then glanced at his waist. Thoughts raced through his mind, and a bold plan gradually took shape. Perhaps, it needn't be handed over to Zhang Hongxiu. He murmured to himself, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Holding the warm yet terrifyingly potent scarlet sparrow talisman, the sharpness in Li Qingshan's eyes gradually settled into deep contemplation. Zhang Hongxiu's arrogance and Zhang Ming's scheming pressed in like walls closing in, trapping him in the center.
Handing this talisman to either side would be tantamount to courting death, potentially inviting a fatal peril. Yet hiding the talisman was no safer at risk inviting trouble and becoming a target for their wrath. I must break free from their chessboard. Li Qingshan murmured to himself. The thought crystallized within him, he needed to find a more reliable patron, transforming this hot potato into a protective talisman. Yiling Shuang's image flashed through his mind. This woman appeared aloof, yet she acted with methodical precision. When she had first brought him into the sect, bestowing pills and imparting techniques, she had held no expectations but had also shown no contempt. There was a certain bond of gratitude between them. More importantly, she had reached the late chi cultivation stage at such a young age. Both the former outer sect elder Zhou Changhai and Zhang Ming treated her with utmost courtesy, suggesting she might indeed have extraordinary connections behind her. But whether she could withstand Zhang Hongxiu remained uncertain. He needed to investigate further. His resolve set, Li Qingshan hesitated no longer. He carefully wrapped the Crimson Sparrow talisman in a clean piece of coarse cloth and concealed it within the most hidden layer of his inner lining. Then, he activated the turtle breath technique, firmly suppressing his cultivation to the peak of the first layer of chi cultivation slightly stronger than before. This aligned with the natural progression of modest advancement without drawing undue attention. He then departed the treasure hall and headed down the mountain. This marked his first voluntary departure from the abandoned treasure hall since arriving at the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Descending along the rugged, secluded mountain path, the surrounding spiritual energy gradually grew denser and the number of people increased. Occasionally, outer sect disciples zoomed past, either piloting magical artifacts or displaying agile techniques. Upon seeing Li Qingshan, an old man dressed plainly with a faint aura, most cast indifferent or dismissive glances before ignoring him entirely. After walking for about half an hour, a slightly noisy area appeared at the foot of the mountain. Houses stood densely packed, and figures bustled about, forming a small marketplace. Chapter 13, The Market District. This was where outer sect disciples and some menial workers conducted their transactions. Though it couldn't compare to the true splendor of the immortal city, it offered a complete array of elixirs, talismans, and materials. Li Qingshan blended into the crowd, seemingly wandering aimlessly, but in truth, he pricked up his ears, absorbing every useful piece of information. He spotted a larger general storefront run by a shrewd, plump cultivator who appeared to be only at the mid-stage of chi cultivation. Shopkeeper, exchange spirit stones. Li Qingshan's voice was hoarse as he produced the 2 mid-grade spirit stones. The plump shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Mid-grade spirit stones were a rare sight. After carefully inspecting them, he chuckled, "Old man, by the rules, 1 mid-grade spirit stone exchanges for 105 low-grade spirit stones. For 2 stones, I'll give you 210. How about it?" He attempted to haggle. Li Qingshan shook his head slowly. "The market rate is 1 to 101. Though new to the place, he'd already taken note of the going rate while browsing earlier. Seeing that the old man knew his stuff, the plump shopkeeper could only chuckle dryly. "You have a keen eye, old man. We'll take your word for it." He promptly counted out 220 low-grade spirit stones. Li Qingshan dared to request mid-grade spirit stones because he'd heard that many outer and inner sect disciples possessed them. Offering mid-grade stones wouldn't draw undue attention. After all, the Spring-and-Autumn Sect was a major power in the eastern wastes. With a nascent soul-stage patriarch presiding over the sect and having seized numerous spirit stone mines in recent years, its disciples were known for their generous spending. "Shopkeeper, do you have any cultivation-enhancing pills here?" Li Qingshan intended to purchase some pills. Relying solely on the subpar pills from the scrap pill hall wasn't sufficient. He needed superior elixirs. "Of course we do. Old man, are you buying these for your descendants' cultivation?" "Don't take my word for it, but the pills in my shop are all top-notch, crafted by disciples of the pill hall. They're far superior to what those street vendors offer." The plump shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he eagerly began his sales pitch. He directly pulled out 4 or 5 types of spirit pills and laid them before Li Qingshan. "This is a low-grade chi gathering pill, 5 spirit stones per pill. This is a low-grade chi nourishing pill, 10 spirit stones per pill. Then there's the mid-grade spirit purifying pill, 1 spirit stone per pill. And the mid-grade azure radiance pill, a top-tier healing elixir. Even a mid-stage chi cultivation cultivator with severe injuries can bounce back instantly after taking one. You can get one for just 3 spirit stones." The plump shopkeeper spun a dazzling tale, extolling his pills as peerless in the heavens and rare beneath the earth. But Li Qingshan saw right through it. Those pills were all low-grade at best, not a single mid-grade one among them, let alone top-grade. "Shopkeeper, do you have any supreme-grade elixirs with 4 elixir patterns?" Li Qingshan's interest piqued, prompting him to ask. "Top-grade elixirs? Old man, have you lost your mind? Not even a handful of people in the entire Spring-Autumn Sect can refine top-grade elixirs. Top-grade elixirs are perfect, completely free of elixir toxins and worth a fortune. Take this chi-gathering pill, for instance. A perfect one would cost at least 20 spirit stones per pill. Who could afford that?" The plump shopkeeper retorted impatiently. "I see. It seems I'm the ignorant one here. Alright then, give me some of each of these pills." 1 bottle of Qinghua pills and 10 bottles each of gathering Qi pills and clear spirit pills.
Li Qingshan declared.
It was far more reassuring to exchange these spirit stones for spirit pills.
Right away, sir.
Rest assured, my pills are honest and fair, guaranteed to satisfy. The plump shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he spoke excitedly. Shopkeeper, my young disciple has just joined the sect and knows little about its inner workings.
Could you advise me on which disciples come from powerful backgrounds and should be avoided?
I don't want my disciple provoking the wrong people and losing his life needlessly. Li Qingshan's heart stirred as he posed the question. The plump shopkeeper smiled faintly.
You've come to the right person.
When it comes to understanding the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, if I, Wang Hao, say I'm second, no one dares claim first. I have a comprehensive guide to cultivation here, just 10 spirit stones.
Interested, old friend?
With that, the plump shopkeeper produced a thick tome bearing the ancient characters Comprehensive Guide to Cultivation. This compendium of cultivation not only documents the major sects of our eastern wastes and various cultivation secrets, but especially details our Spring-Autumn Sect, including a list of those deeply influential disciples you absolutely mustn't provoke. The plump shopkeeper spoke with enthusiasm, his words flying as he continued his pitch.
Too expensive. 1 spirit stone. Li Qingshan shook his head. 8 spirit stones, not a penny less. That's the cost price. 2. 5, then. Any less and I'll be losing money.
After a round of haggling, the two finally settled on 3 spirit stones for the complete guide to cultivation. Li Qingshan skimmed through it briefly.
The content was indeed very detailed, and he was quite satisfied.
He had been lacking precisely this type of book.
Li Qingshan casually pointed to one name and asked, Shopkeeper, who is this Li Qingshan?
Why is she ranked first among the disciples you shouldn't provoke? He understood perfectly well. In this cultivation compendium, even Zhang Hongxiu could only rank 5th. Yet Li Qingshan held the top spot. Evidently, her background was profoundly deep.
You don't know Li Qingshan?
TSK. She's a true disciple of our Spring-and-Autumn Sect, a cultivator at the peak of Qi refining, and the sect's foremost immortal maiden. Her talent is peerless, her grace unmatched. Rumor has it that within the next couple of years, senior sister Li Qingshan will attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The reason she's untouchable isn't just her formidable strength, but more importantly, her alleged connection to that legendary nascent soul supreme elder. The plump shopkeeper hurriedly explained.
Connected to the nascent soul supreme elder? Whoa! That powerful of a background?
Li Qingshan sucked in a breath of cold air, feigning shock as he asked.
It's just a rumor, who knows?
But at the very least, she has a gold core expert backing her. Either way, it's best not to cross her. The portly shopkeeper explained.
I understand. Thank you, shopkeeper.
Li Qingshan nodded, then stowed away all the spirit pills and cultivation manuals before leaving the general store. With several dozen low-grade spirit stones remaining, Li Qingshan planned to upgrade them all to mid-grade spirit stones. That way, once his cultivation grew stronger, he could exchange them for more cultivation resources. With his pouch bulging with spirit stones, Li Qingshan felt a bit more confident. After leaving the shop, he bypassed the stalls selling ready-made pills and instead sought out the struggling disciples running makeshift stalls. In a corner, a young disciple with a troubled expression displayed several bottles of pills and some materials. Li Qingshan crouched down, picking up a bottle labeled hemostatic powder and another marked vitality restoring pill, both ordinary, low-grade first-tier items.
How much for these? Li Qingshan asked.
5 spirit sand for the hemostatic powder, 10 spirit sand per bottle for the vitality restoring pills. The young disciple replied weakly. The prices were indeed cheap. 1 low-grade spirit stone equaled 100 spirit sand. Though the Qi restoring pills were of poor quality, they were still much cheaper than those sold in general stores. Li Qingshan glanced at them, then pointed to a small cloth bag beside it containing dozens of dull-colored, irregularly shaped pills. And these?
These are all failed pills from my alchemy experiments.
They're useless. If you want them, take them all for 1 spirit sand as a bonus. The young disciple waved dismissively. Li Qingshan felt a surge of delight but kept his expression neutral.
Very well.
Seeing as you're struggling, I'll take 2 bottles each of the hemostatic powder and vitality restoring pills. Give me those failed pills too. I'll pay you 30 spirit sand in total. He added a few extra spirit sands. The young disciple was instantly overcome with gratitude, hastily wrapping up the items and handing them to Li Qingshan.
Chapter 14, Seeking Shelter.
After completing the transaction, Li Qingshan visited several other stall-holding disciples, purchasing a large quantity of low-grade spirit pills. He spent only a few spirit stones in total yet acquired over 100 pills. He refrained from buying more, however, as his cultivation was only at the first layer of Qi refining. Spending too many spirit stones would draw too much attention. After buying some ordinary dry rations and clean water, Li Qingshan made no further stops and swiftly departed the marketplace. Even so, he sensed several figures trailing behind him. He sped up, activating the feather flight technique and turtle breath technique. In a few flashes, he vanished into the canopy of a towering tree, leaving no trace behind.
Where is he? Damn it, he got away. 3 robed cultivators in black robes had pursued him, only to lose his trail. They cursed under their breath before turning away. I never thought I'd be targeted like this. This won't do. This time in seclusion, I won't emerge until I break through to the late Qi refining stage. Who knew the sect itself was so dangerous? Li Qingshan's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. After waiting several hours until dusk fell, he confirmed no one was following him before quietly returning to the treasure hall. Upon entering the stone chamber, he immediately tossed the newly acquired pills and all the discarded pills into his. Over 100 pills in total. If all could be refined into supreme grade elixirs, it would sustain his cultivation for a full year. The next day, all 100 and some pills had transformed into supreme grade elixirs, filling Li Qingshan with surging excitement. He yearned to retreat into seclusion for cultivation immediately. But he restrained himself. After making thorough preparations, Li Qingshan took a deep breath and set off toward the general direction of Yi Lingshuang's cave dwelling as he remembered it. The inner sect disciples area was heavily guarded, and as an outer sect disciple, he naturally couldn't enter. He could only wait patiently at the entrance to that area, and this wait lasted nearly half a day. Finally, a familiar green sword light descended from the sky, landing nearby. It was Yi Lingshuang, returning to her cave residence. Senior Sister Yi. Li Qingshan hurried forward and bowed respectfully. Seeing Li Qingshan, Yi Lingshuang's icy eyes flashed with surprise. Li Qingshan? Why are you here instead of the treasure hall? She noticed Li Qingshan's aura seemed slightly stronger than last time, though still faint, and didn't think much of it. A look of both fear and earnestness appeared on Li Qingshan's face as he whispered, Senior Sister Yi, I have urgent matters to report. They are of great importance. Might I request you to step aside so I may report privately? Yi Lingshuang's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she studied him. His expression seemed sincere enough. After a moment's thought, she said, Follow me. She led Li Qingshan to a secluded pavilion nearby and waved her hand to cast a simple sound-blocking barrier. Speak. What is it? Li Qingshan hesitated no longer. He carefully unwrapped the coarse cloth bundle layer by layer, revealing the Crimson Sparrow talisman. This item was discovered by chance while clearing out discarded materials. It appears quite extraordinary, so I wish to present it to Senior Sister. He deliberately phrased it vaguely, handing over the talisman while closely observing Yi Lingshuang's reaction. Yi Lingshuang initially paid little attention, but when her gaze fell upon the jade pendant, sensing the extraordinary spiritual energy fluctuations subdued yet undeniable and then noticing the vermilion bird form and faintly visible runes, her expression abruptly changed. She snatched the jade pendant, scrutinizing it closely. Moments later, her eyes widened with shock and disbelief. A vermilion bird talisman? How is this possible? How could such an item appear in the discarded treasures hall? She snapped her head up, her piercing gaze locking onto Li Qingshan. Where did you get this? Tell me the truth. Li Qingshan's heart settled. She recognized it, just as he'd expected. He wore just the right amount of fear and bewilderment on his face. It happened like this. A couple days ago, Senior Sister Zhang Hongxiu came to the treasure hall and asked me to help find a jade pendant. This disciple later found it deep within a pile of newly delivered discarded items. It was covered in mud at the time. After I cleaned it, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I sensed this item was extraordinary, far beyond what I could ever possess. Remembering Senior Sister's kindness in helping me last time, I dared not keep it hidden. I came specifically to present it to you. He spoke with a mix of truth and pretense. Yi Lingshuang gripped the talisman treasure tightly, her eyes flickering with conflicting emotions. She looked at the talisman treasure, then at the aged, humble old man before her, merely at the peak of Qi refining stage 1, and a storm of emotions surged within her. She knew full well the value of this talisman treasure and understood all too clearly that this was most likely the very item Zhang Hongxiu had lost. How had it ended up in the treasure hall of worthless items? And how had this old man found it? Was it mere coincidence? Or was there more to the story? Regardless, the old man had chosen to present such a precious treasure to her rather than keep it for himself or give it to another. This loyalty or perhaps wisdom compelled her to reconsider him. Do you know what this object is? Yi Lingshuang asked in a solemn voice. This disciple does not know, but senses it is extraordinary, Li Qingshan replied, head bowed. This is a talisman treasure crafted by a golden core elder. Its power is sufficient to threaten Foundation establishment cultivators. Yi Lingshuang spoke slowly, her gaze piercing. Zhang Hongxiu asked you to find this item. Why didn't you give it directly to her, yet brought it to me instead? Why? She refused to believe anyone would willingly surrender such a precious treasure. Li Qingshan raised his head, his face filled with sincerity and a trace of lingering fear. It happened like this. Senior Sister Zhang Hongxiu struck me with a whip and threatened to kill me if I failed to find it. I feared that even if I did find it and gave it to her, she would still eliminate me. This disciple dares not ask for much. It's just that this humble disciple holds no sway and possesses nothing of value. Carrying such a treasure might invite certain death. I only beg Senior Sister to consider this disciple's sincerity and, perhaps, offer a little protection, just enough to spare my life. His voice was utterly sincere as he recounted the entire story. He even revealed the deep, bone-exposing wound on his back. Yi Lingshuang stared at him for a long moment. A centenarian struggling to survive, who accidentally obtained a precious treasure yet lacked the fortune to enjoy it, choosing instead to offer it up for peace. This explanation seemed reasonable enough. Zhang Hongxiu was arrogant and tyrannical, and the disciples within the sect had suffered no end of her abuse. After Li Qingshan was whipped, his fear that Zhang Hongxiu might kill him at the door was understandable. Yi Lingshuang studied the perfectly measured fear and earnestness on Li Qingshan's aged face, then glanced again at the still grotesque whip marks on his back. Her doubts began to dissipate. A centenarian struggling to survive, accidentally acquiring a precious treasure he couldn't enjoy, fearing Zhang Hongxiu's retribution and choosing to offer the treasure in exchange for protection. This explanation made perfect sense. She stowed away the vermilion bird talisman, the frost on her face melting slightly as her tone softened. You're a sensible man, understanding the danger of possessing such a treasure. Zhang Hongxiu is arrogant and ruthless in her actions. Your fear that she might kill to seize it is understandable. She paused briefly before retrieving a small cloth pouch and a jade vial from her storage bag, handing them to Li Qingshan. I accept this item. Your request is granted. As long as you conduct yourself properly within the sect and avoid provoking trouble, I, Yi Lingshuang, will ensure your safety. Take these 100 low-grade spirit stones and 3 bottles of chi-gathering pills for your cultivation. Additionally, she produced 2 more talismans, one gleaming gold and the other white. This Vajra talisman, when activated, can withstand a full power strike from a late chi-refining cultivator. This golden needle talisman is an offensive charm capable of killing mid-stage chi-refining cultivators. Keep it for self-defense. Remember, stay put in the treasure hall and avoid stirring up trouble. Li Qingshan's heart settled. He hastily accepted them with both hands, his face brimming with gratitude as he bowed repeatedly. Thank you for your generous gift, senior sister. Thank you for your protection. This disciple will strictly follow your teachings, cultivate diligently, and never cause trouble outside. Yi Lingshuang gave a slight nod. Go now. She lifted the sound-blocking barrier, said no more, and vanished into a streak of sword light. Chapter 15, Chi Cultivation Stage 7. Li Qingshan held the spirit stones, pills, and talismans in his hands, remaining bowed until Yi Lingshuang's figure vanished into the horizon. Only then did he slowly straighten up. He gazed at the cultivation resources in his hands, especially the 2 talismans, feeling a surge of emotion. This Yi Lingshuang, she certainly kept her word and was quite generous with her offerings. With her promise and these resources, at least for the short term, his safety should be assured. He lingered no longer and swiftly returned to the treasure hall. The following day, Li Qingshan still felt a lingering unease, unsure how Zhang Hongxiu would react. He swept the floor while keeping a watchful eye on the movements outside the hall. As noon approached, Zhang Hongxiu had yet to appear, but Zhang Ming's figure once again hurriedly materialized in the abandoned treasure hall. Junior brotherly. Junior brotherly. Zhang Ming lowered his voice the moment he entered, his expression oddly mixed with lingering fear and a hint of schadenfreude. Li Qingshan immediately adopted a look of panic and fear as he rushed forward. Senior brother Zhang? But senior sister Zhang. Don't mention it. Zhang Ming waved his hand, still shaken. Something terrible happened. Did you not find the jade pendant yesterday? Li Qingshan nodded blankly. Yes, I searched everywhere, but I just couldn't find it. Ha! Good thing you didn't find it. Zhang Ming leaned closer. Guess what? That crimson sparrow jade pendant wasn't lost in the treasure hall at all. It was picked up by Sister Yi Lingshuang. What? Li Qingshan's mouth dropped open in perfect timing, his face frozen in shock. Early this morning, Zhang Hongxiu got wind of it somehow and stormed straight to Yi Lingshuang's cave residence to demand it back. Before you knew it, they were at each other's throats. Zhang Ming recounted the tale with animated enthusiasm. Goodness, both sisters are peak chi refining experts. The scene, well, swordsmanship flew everywhere. I heard the formations outside the cave residence were badly damaged. So, what was the outcome? Li Qingshan asked anxiously. The outcome? Zhang Hongxiu couldn't match Yi Lingshuang. Yi Lingshuang shattered her protective artifact with a single sword technique, leaving Zhang Hongxiu badly injured. It wasn't until the brothers from the law enforcement hall arrived that they finally stopped the fight. Zhang Ming paused, then lowered his voice further. Word is it escalated to the elders. Even Grandmaster Zhang Yuzhen was summoned. Junior sister Yi claimed she found it herself, and Zhang Hongxiu couldn't argue her case after all. She forcibly invaded someone else's cave residence first. Junior sister Yi was acting in legitimate self-defense. In the end, the elders ruled the jade pendant belongs to junior sister Yi, and junior sister Zhang was punished with 6 months of confinement for reflection. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet a sense of caution also crept into his mind. Yi Lingshuang truly had formidable backing. She dared defy even a golden core elder's authority, and her strength was so overwhelming. This time, he had made the right bet. But Zhang Hongxiu's confinement was only temporary safety. This woman harbored grudges like a viper. After 6 months, she'd likely still resent this incident and might even take it out on him. A look of relief and lingering fear spread across his face. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Thank you for telling me, Brother Zhang. That was a close call. If this old man had found it, I'm afraid. You're just lucky. Zhang Ming felt a bit resentful too. His plan to curry favor with Zhang Hongxiu had fallen through. He exchanged a few perfunctory words with Li Qingshan before turning and leaving. After seeing Zhang Ming off, Li Qingshan stood in the empty, ruined treasure hall, his gaze growing unwaveringly resolute. Half a year Yi Lingshuang had bought him half a year of safety. In these 6 months, he must push his cultivation to its absolute limit. Reaching the 4th layer of qi cultivation was nowhere near enough. From that day forward, Li Qingshan embarked on a near-frenzy period of secluded, grueling cultivation. Daily, he consumed supreme-grade elixirs refined by the, whether qi-gathering pills, qi-enhancing pills, or other miscellaneous elixirs, anything that could boost his cultivation, he took without hesitation. He channeled the full power of the elixir of immortality, refining the immense medicinal energy and transforming it into pure, potent immortal energy. His cultivation soared at a visible pace. After all, even descendants of nascent soul elders couldn't afford the luxury of constantly consuming supreme elixirs for cultivation. Though aged and frail, Li Qingshan possessed a heavenly spirit root. Combined with the consumption of supreme elixirs, his cultivation progress matched that of prodigies blessed with the same innate talent. More crucially, each cultivation session was a process of profound transformation for Li Qingshan, a complete renewal of his essence and marrow. The shackles of 100 years gradually loosened, no longer able to obstruct his path to immortality. Mid-stage qi refining 4th layer, late-stage qi refining 4th layer, peak qi refining 4th layer. 2 months later, with a violent expansion and contraction of the qi vortex within his dantian, he effortlessly broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the 5th layer of qi cultivation. He did not rest. He continued consuming elixirs to consolidate his cultivation, then launched an assault on even higher realms. Amidst his cultivation, he did not neglect his spell training. Though he still couldn't fully master the rocket technique and rainbow flight technique, his cultivation reaching the mid-stage of qi refining allowed him to barely unleash 2 or 3/10 of their power. Streams of crimson flame arrows shot forth, swift as lightning, capable of piercing through solid bluestone. Mastery of the fire arrow technique would allow him to unleash hundreds of fiery arrows in a devastating barrage, capable of defeating even late qi refining cultivators. Li Qingshan could now simultaneously unleash over a dozen such arrows, posing a grave threat to mid-stage qi cultivation practitioners. When he unleashed the flying rainbow technique, his form moved like lightning, leaving trails of afterimages across the treasure hall. He could even leap over 10 zhang high, scaling mountain peaks and rocks with the agility of a swallow. His turtle breath technique grew increasingly refined. Not only could he now perfectly conceal his cultivation level, but he could even mimic the aura of a lower-tier cultivator, making it nearly impossible to distinguish truth from illusion. Additionally, he had stored the supreme-grade short sword, the Crimson Dragon Sword, repaired and enhanced by the from discarded materials, within his dantian. He began daily cultivation, nurturing and refining it with his spiritual energy. Refining a magical artifact was a painstaking process, requiring one to deeply imprint their own magical energy into its core until it became as responsive as an extension of one's own arm. The Crimson Dragon Sword was exceptionally high-grade, a top-tier first-tier artifact sufficient for use until the peak of qi cultivation. Its refinement demanded considerable mental and spiritual energy, yet Li Qingshan found the process utterly engrossing. With each increment of refinement, his bond with the Crimson Dragon Sword grew stronger, and the power he could unleash increased accordingly. Time flew by in his arduous cultivation. The treasure scrap hall seemed truly forgotten by the world. Aside from the occasional delivery of new discarded items by menial disciples, no one else disturbed them. Spring gave way to autumn, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, Li Qingshan's aura within the stone chamber surged violently. The emerald vortex of immortal energy within his dantian spun wildly, swelling in volume and growing denser and more substantial. The energy within raged like a torrent, emitting a faint, roaring sound. A powerful spiritual pressure instantly filled the entire stone room, only to be swiftly suppressed by his swift activation of the turtle breath technique. Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes. A flash of emerald light flickered within them as his aura became profound and deep as the ocean. He turned his gaze inward to his dantian, sensing the vast, unprecedented power within. A satisfied smile spread across his face. 7th layer of qi cultivation. Half a year of arduous cultivation, bolstered by vast quantities of top-grade elixirs and the immense power of the elixir of immortality, had finally propelled him to the late stage of qi cultivation. The density of the energy within his dantian now rivaled that of an ordinary 9th-layer qi cultivation cultivator, or even a grand perfection qi cultivation cultivator. The heaven-defying power of the elixir of immortality grew ever stronger. More importantly, he sensed his physical functions had significantly recovered. The gray in his white hair had grown more pronounced, wrinkles had faded, and his entire body brimmed with vitality. Half a year has passed. Zhang Hongxiu should be emerging soon. Li Qingshan murmured to himself, his gaze serene yet tinged with a cold, sharp edge. Though he was still far from being a match for a Foundation Establishment cultivator, armed with his Chi Cultivation 7th layer Eternal Life Energy, numerous top-tier spells and talismans, and the Crimson Dragon Sword, which was more than half refined, he now possessed the strength to face a Chi Cultivation Grand Perfection cultivator in battle. Li Qingshan knew he couldn't pin all his hopes on Yilingxuang. He could only rely on himself. Chapter 16, Farewell, Zhou Taoyao. Standing within the abandoned treasure hall, Li Qingshan felt the surging Qi refining 7th layer energy coursing through his body. Yet, his heart held little joy, instead shrouded in a faint, lingering worry. While his enhanced strength was cause for celebration, the threat from Zhang Hongxiu remained unresolved. With her vindictive nature, she would certainly not let things rest once his 6-month confinement ended. She might not dare to openly storm the abandoned treasure hall and kill again, but covert harassment, frame-ups, or leveraging her family's influence to exert pressure would be impossible to guard against. Though he possessed 7th layer Qi cultivation strength and numerous hidden cards, exposing them would inevitably invite endless scrutiny and trouble. A centenarian surging from Qi cultivation stage 1 to stage 7 in just over 2 years? That would be even more shocking than a heavenly spirit root. By then, even the Golden Core elders would likely personally dissect him for study. A direct confrontation with Zhang Hongxiu, tearing apart all pretense, was the worst possible strategy. I must temporarily leave this place of strife, avoid the sharp edge, and seek a more stable environment to cultivate and improve. Li Qingshan furrowed his brow, contemplating an escape plan. Directly defecting from the sect was utterly unthinkable, leaving only the option of seeking an external assignment. But as a mere first-layer Qi cultivation guard at the treasure hall, a title that made him an outer disciple in name only, while in reality he was just a menial laborer, he likely didn't even have the connections to secure an external assignment. Just as he was racking his brain for solutions, light footsteps echoed outside the treasure hall, accompanied by a clear, pleasant voice tinged with excitement. "Grandpa Qingshan. Grandpa Qingshan, are you there?" That voice. Li Qingshan paused slightly, then a flicker of delight lit his eyes. It was Area, Zhou Taoyao. He quickly suppressed his aura, keeping his cultivation level around the 2nd layer of Qi refining. For a centenarian with a heavenly spirit root yet scarce resources, this cultivation pace was barely passable. After all, Yilingxuang had bestowed spirit stones and pills upon him twice before. Reaching the 2nd layer of Qi cultivation wasn't astonishing, but it fit his persona as a diligent cultivator. He stepped swiftly out of the stone chamber to find a graceful young woman standing outside the hall. After over 2 years apart, the little girl with braids she once knew had transformed beyond recognition. She wore the sky-blue robes of an inner sect disciple, her figure graceful and her features delicate. A hint of her childhood liveliness still lingered in her eyes, but it was now tempered with the ethereal aura of a cultivator. Her cultivation had clearly reached the 3rd layer of Qi refining. "Area? Is it really you?" Li Qingshan's face broke into a genuine smile, his wrinkles smoothing considerably. "Grandpa Qingshan." Zhou Taoyao's eyes lit up at the sight of Li Qingshan. She hurried forward, scrutinizing him closely. "Grandpa, you look so much better than last time. And, you've broken through to the Qi cultivation stage?" She could sense the faint yet undeniable fluctuations of magical power emanating from him, significantly stronger than 2 years prior. Li Qingshan nodded with a smile, his voice tinged with emotion. "Yes, thanks to you. This old man's efforts haven't been wasted. As for you, 2 years apart, and you've grown into a young lady. Your cultivation has advanced so rapidly. It's truly wonderful." Zhou Taoyao smiled shyly, then exclaimed excitedly, "Grandpa, I've found a master. It's Elder Lu Yunyuan of Dansha Peak, a late-stage golden core cultivator. She's been so kind to me. I finally persuaded her to let me visit you this time." "A golden core elder? That's truly wonderful. Area has a powerful protector now." Li Qingshan was genuinely delighted for Area. "Grandpa, guess what I brought you?" Zhou Taoyao said playfully. "What is it?" Li Qingshan was filled with curiosity. Speaking, Zhou Taoyao pulled a brand new identity jade token, a small cloth pouch, and a jade bottle from her storage bag. She thrust them into Li Qingshan's hands, beaming with delight as she declared, "Grandpa, this is a genuine outer sect disciple identity jade token. I asked Master to help arrange it. From now on, you're officially registered as an outer sect disciple of the Spring-Autumn Sect. You'll receive 5 low-grade spirit stones and a bottle of Qi boosting pills every month. Also, here, take these spirit stones and pills I've saved up for now." Li Qingshan gazed at the heavy bag of spirit stones in his hand, at least 50 low-grade spirit stones and the bottle of decent quality Qi boosting pills. Running his fingers over the green jade token signifying his official status, a long-forgotten warmth surged through his heart. This girl, she's grown up. She's thoughtful now. "Area. Taoyao, thank you." Li Qingshan's voice was slightly hoarse. He would remember this kindness offered in his hour of need. Truth be told, Area truly was Li Qingshan's benefactor. Had it not been for Aria's earnest pleas to Yilingxuang, Li Qingshan would never have discovered his heavenly spirit root at the age of 100, nor would he have gained entry into the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. More importantly, the in Li Qingshan's possession was also given to him by Area. Li Qingshan felt a deep, heartfelt gratitude toward Area. Grandfather, why are you being so formal with me? Zhou Taoyao scolded playfully, then glanced at the dilapidated treasure hall and added with a hint of sadness, it's a pity my cultivation is still too low. I can't speak much before master, or else I could have gotten grandpa a better place. Li Qingshan's heart stirred. This was a perfect opportunity. A perfectly measured look of satisfaction and a hint of worry appeared on his face as he sighed. Taoyao, your thoughtfulness is enough to satisfy grandfather. Though this abandoned treasure hall is remote, it is also serene. Grandfather finds it peaceful to cultivate here. But grandfather is getting old. Sometimes I long to venture out, to see different landscapes. Perhaps it might even benefit my cultivation. I wonder if the sect has any leisurely assignments where disciples are sent out to guard a location for a while? Zhou Taoyao's eyes lit up at this. Outside guard duty? Absolutely. The External Affairs Hall should have some. Grandfather, would you like to get out and clear your mind? I'll take you to the External Affairs Hall to look into it. Then I thank you, grandfather. Li Qingshan smiled. Yet a pang of guilt stirred within him. Arya had been so kind to him, and now he was exploiting her. But to save his life, this was an unavoidable choice. Li Qingshan silently vowed to remember Arya's kindness and repay her in the future. The two arrived at the Overseas Affairs Hall outside the outer gate Steward's Hall. The attendant disciple in charge of assigning tasks had initially looked impatient at Li Qingshan's aged appearance and his meager cultivation at the second layer of qi refining. But the moment he saw Zhou Taoyao beside him, dressed in her inner sect robes, his demeanor instantly turned warm and welcoming. What might this junior sister require? The attendant disciple inquired respectfully. Zhou Taoyao stated directly, my grandfather wishes to take on a leisurely assignment stationed outside the mountain. Preferably one with a longer duration and located farther from the mountain gates. Do you have anything suitable? The attendant disciple hastily scanned the task jade slip and quickly found one. Yes. The Qingyang Market. Located 1,300 li from the mountain gates, it's a medium-sized market jointly operated by our sect and several nearby families. They need a disciple to be stationed there for 3 years, handling simple coordination and liaison duties. It's quite leisurely on a daily basis, though the spiritual energy environment might be slightly inferior to the mountain gates. What do you think? Qingyang Market? 3 years? Li Qingshan felt a surge of secret delight. This was exactly what he wanted. Far enough. Long enough. Chapter 17, Encountering Bandits on the Road, Qingyang Market. Zhou Taoyao looked at Li Qingshan. Grandfather, what do you think? Might it be too far? Li Qingshan nodded, looking thoroughly satisfied. Excellent. Not too far. That's the one. Peace and quiet is what matters. This old man just wants some tranquility. With Zhou Taoyao present, all formalities were streamlined and quickly completed. Li Qingshan collected the mission token and a simple map before departing with Zhou Taoyao. Taoyao, I wonder how senior sister Yi Lingshuan has been lately. I've always been grateful for her recommendation that allowed me to join the sect back then. Li Qingshan inquired. Zhou Taoyao smiled and replied, you mean senior sister Yi? She's a legend among us disciples. Word is she recently stumbled upon a great opportunity. After returning, she immediately went into seclusion, saying she's aiming to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Yi Lingshuan had entered seclusion to break through to Foundation Establishment. Li Qingshan understood. This only strengthened his resolve to leave for now. With the master in seclusion, if Zhang Hongxiu came looking for trouble after emerging, there would be no one to come to his aid in time. Zhou Taoyao gave Li Qingshan numerous reminders about precautions for his journey, slipped him several communication talismans, and then reluctantly took her leave. Without a moment's delay, Li Qingshan returned to the treasure hall to pack lightly. Truthfully, there wasn't much to take. He kept the most important items close, these safely tucked away on his person, be stored in his dantian, and the placed within easy reach. After tidying the treasure hall, he took the mission token and departed from this place that had given him a chance at rebirth over the past 2 years. Following the map's guidance, Li Qingshan exited the Spring-Autumn Gate mountain entrance. He summoned the crude, low-grade flying artifact issued by his sect, a flat-bottomed boat, and drifted leisurely toward the Qingyang Market. He deliberately flew at a leisurely pace, maintaining the speed expected of a cultivator at the second layer of qi refining. After flying several hundred li beyond the Spring-Autumn Sect's borders into a desolate mountainous region, 3 streaks of light suddenly shot out from the forests below, forming a triangular formation to block his path. They were 3 fierce-looking independent cultivators. The most powerful bore a scarred face and possessed 5th layer qi refining cultivation, while the other 2 were at the 4th layer. Hey! You old geezer, stop right there. The scarred man snarled with a vicious grin. If you know what's good for you, hand over every spirit stone and valuable item you're carrying. If we're feeling generous, we might even spare your old skin. Li Qingshan sneered inwardly. Outside the market district, bandit cultivators truly ran rampant. Yet his face twisted into a look of utter terror as he trembled, controlling the flying boat. Gentlemen, this old man is merely on an errand for the sect. I truly have nothing of value on me. Cut the crap. Sect disciples are even fatter. Get him. The scarred man clearly had little patience. With a wave of his hand, a ghost-headed blade artifact sliced through the air with a vicious wind toward Li Qingshan. The other two simultaneously launched a flying fork and a talisman spell at him. As the attacks closed in, the terror vanished from Li Qingshan's eyes, replaced by an icy calm. With a flicker of his thoughts, the crimson dragon sword, long nurtured within his dantian, emitted a faint hum. It transformed into a crimson streak of lightning, striking first despite being launched later. Clang! The crimson sword light flashed, and the low-grade ghost-headed blade was severed as easily as rotten wood. Damn it! A top-tier flying sword? How is that possible? The scar-faced man was overcome with terror. Only now did he realize that Li Qingshan was far from being merely at the second layer of chi cultivation. He was clearly a late chi cultivation stage cultivator who had concealed his cultivation level. Panic gripped his heart, and he immediately turned to flee. But it was too late. The crimson dragon's sword's blade cut through the air with unrelenting force. Before the scarred man's horrified eyes, it instantly pierced his throat. Simultaneously, Li Qingshan executed the flying rainbow technique. His figure flickered like a ghostly apparition, effortlessly evading the attacks of the flying forks and talismans. With a flick of his divine sense, the crimson dragon's sword shot forth once more, piercing the third and fourth cultivators right between their eyebrows. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. The three cultivators, who had been so arrogant moments before, now lay as three gradually cooling corpses, their faces frozen in expressions of disbelief and terror. Li Qingshan remained expressionless as he waved his hand, summoning the crimson dragon sword back. Though it was his first time taking a life, Li Qingshan felt no discomfort whatsoever. Having lived a century, what hadn't he seen? Slaying these cultivators felt no different than when he had killed bandits years ago. Three penniless wretches. Li Qingshan searched the three robbers' bodies, finding only a few spirit stones and several bottles of pills. Beyond that, they didn't even possess a storage pouch. Their most precious artifact, the great sword, had been severed clean by the crimson dragon sword. He cast fireball spell, launching a fiery orb that reduced the corpses to ashes. After finishing this, he brushed imaginary dust from his clothes and continued piloting the sluggish flying boat toward Qingyang Market, as if nothing had happened. The boat swayed and drifted for another 2 days. As the terrain ahead gradually flattened, a market nestled in a valley basin came into view before Li Qingshan. Qingyang Market was indeed modest in scale, nowhere near as bustling as the market at the foot of the Spring-Autumn Gate. Surrounded only by a low spiritwood fence for simple protection, the market's buildings stood haphazardly, none taller than 3 stories. Cultivators of mid-stage chi refining cultivation level bustled through the streets, occasionally passing late-stage practitioners who drew sideways glances and a hint of reverence from others. At the entrance stood a stone stele inscribed with the 4 characters Qingyang Market, alongside the emblem of the Spring-Autumn Gate, signifying its affiliation. Li Qingshan brought his flying boat to a halt and strolled into the market district. Following the mission's guidance, he quickly located the steward's hall at the market center, a slightly more imposing 2-story building. Receiving him was the local overseer, a middle-aged steward named Zhao Kuan, a chi cultivation stage 8 cultivator. Zhao Kuan's face was slightly dark, his expression carrying a hint of weariness and impatience from years of handling mundane tasks. He inspected Li Qingshan's mission token and identity jade plaque, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. Li Qingshan? The one guarding the Hall of Worthless Treasures? Zhao Kuan eyed Li Qingshan up and down, sensing his faint chi cultivation stage 2 aura and aged appearance. His tone was flat, tinged with disdain. Your age and cultivation. Never mind. There's a courtyard at the eastern end of the market where they pile up junk and scrap. You'll be in charge of it from now on. Your duties are simple. First, collect all discarded talisman papers, forging residues, medicinal waste, and similar scraps from the market stalls daily. Transport them to the eastern courtyard for incineration. Ensure no lingering odors cause complaints. Second, you'll handle the daily meals and lodging for the 5 outer disciples stationed here. Procure some spirit rice and fresh produce, just make sure they don't go hungry. Third, if any ordinary documents or messages arrive from the sect headquarters, you will receive them and forward them to me. Understood? Zhao Kuan spoke rapidly, laying out the instructions clearly. He clearly didn't expect Li Qingshan to pull any tricks. This disciple understands and will do my utmost to fulfill these duties. Li Qingshan bowed respectfully, his back hunched, but inwardly he chuckled. Burning trash? This was practically a perfect fit for his expertise, right up his alley. Even the poorest quality scrap from Qingyang Market should be better than the pure garbage from the sect, right? He might even find something worthwhile. Zhao Kuan waved his hand, signaling to a young disciple at the 5th layer of chi cultivation standing nearby. Wang Hai, take him to his quarters. Show him around and brief him on the situation with those 5 individuals. The disciple named Wang Hai acknowledged the order, shot a curious glance at Li Qingshan, then led him outside. Li Qingshan's quarters were next to the scrapyard at the eastern end of the market, a simple, single-person stone hut. It was better than the one in the treasure wasteland hall, at least it didn't leak during rain. A massive pit in the courtyard served as a waste incinerator, its sides piled high with untreated debris that emitted a foul, mingled stench. Wang Hai briefly introduced the other 4 outer door disciples, all at the 4th or 5th layer of qi cultivation. They were assigned menial tasks like patrolling the market district and guarding warehouses. They reacted indifferently to Li Qingshan's arrival. To them, a 100-year-old senior disciple at the 2nd layer of qi cultivation assigned to burning trash and managing logistics held little value as a connection. They merely exchanged a brief greeting before going about their own business. Li Qingshan was perfectly content with the quiet and paid it no mind. Chapter 18, 8th layer of qi cultivation. The next day, Li Qingshan began his duties at the Qingyang market. He still rose at dawn, first strolling leisurely through the marketplace to gather discarded items from the waste bins outside each shop onto his rickety cart. Medicine shop waste, talisman scraps and discarded drawings from the talisman shop, metal shavings and cooling slag from the forge. The variety was far richer than what he found in the treasure hall. Pulling the creaking cart back to the eastern courtyard, he began his sorting. His movements remained slow, yet his gaze was sharp as an eagle's. Amidst the sweeping and dumping, his divine sense silently scanned every scrap of trash. Indeed, there were gains. Though most was utterly useless scrap, he occasionally discovered half-torn talismans with lingering spiritual energy, scraps of or containing faint traces of essence, and even among the dregs from the pill shop, he stumbled upon 1 or 2 nearly dissolved, poorly formed waste pills that still retained their basic shape. To others, these were no different from trash, but in Li Qingshan's eyes, they were potential treasures. He carefully sorted these valuable scraps, stashing them in the cart's hidden compartments or his sleeves to bring back to the stone hut. The utterly useless scraps were tossed into a deep pit, where he cast fireball spells to incinerate them completely, leaving no trace or lingering odor. In his spare time, he also fulfilled his duties as steward, collecting spirit stones monthly to purchase spirit rice, ordinary meat, and fruits and vegetables. The 5 disciples had no particular demands as long as it filled their stomachs, it was fine, which made things rather straightforward. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan gradually grew familiar with the market district's environment, finding time to visit the few shops within it. Using the spirit stones given to him earlier by Yiling Shuang and Zhou Taoyao, he purchased some of the lowest grade pills and a few ordinary cleansing talismans and lightness talismans as cover. Most of his time, however, was spent with the stone door tightly shut, immersed in cultivation. The spiritual energy in Xingyang market was slightly better than that in the treasure hall, but it was still limited. However, with his, Li Qingshan had no shortage of cultivation resources. The discarded talismans, broken pills, and scraps of spiritual materials he had gathered were all revitalized after a night of nurturing within the incomplete talismans became whole, brimming with spiritual energy and surpassing their former potency. Wasted pills transformed into supreme-grade elixirs, their medicinal fragrance filling the air. Even the scrap or fragments saw a significant boost in quality. While not directly useful to him, selling them could still fetch some spirit stones. With this steady supply of top-grade elixirs to aid him, his cultivation of the elixir of immortality progressed steadily. Thus, Li Qingshan worked while cultivating the elixir of immortality. Seasons shifted from spring to autumn, and the cycle of cold and heat repeated. In Xingyang market, Li Qingshan seemed like an invisible man. Day after day, he repeated his tasks of collecting trash, burning waste, and delivering meals, so low-key that people almost forgot he existed. The 5 outer sect disciples had long grown accustomed to this taciturn, dutiful old steward, never asking him a single unnecessary question. Within the stone hut, Li Qingshan's aura grew increasingly profound. Bolstered by vast quantities of supreme-grade elixirs, his cultivation steadily advanced, his immortal energy growing ever more refined and potent. On this day, the emerald vortex within his dantian suddenly spun with blinding speed, swelling in size once more. His magical power surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the barrier of the 8th layer of qi cultivation. Boom! The bottleneck shattered. A powerful spiritual pressure instantly filled the stone room, only to be tightly sealed by the turtle breath technique, already pushed to its absolute limit, not a trace escaping. Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deepening with a greenish glow, like the depths of a dark pool. Feeling the surging, overwhelming spiritual power within him far greater than before, a satisfied curve lifted the corners of his mouth. 8th layer of qi cultivation. A year of arduous cultivation had borne fruit. At this moment, the density of the energy within his dantian approached that of a cultivator nearing the pinnacle of qi refining. The extraordinary nature of the eternal life technique was displayed in all its glory. Simultaneously, his long-cultivated rocket technique and rainbow flight technique, seizing the breakthrough opportunity, suddenly merged into one, achieving complete mastery. With a flicker of intent, a strand of crimson flame danced from his fingertips, instantly coalescing into dozens of flame arrows, each over a foot long. Solid and scorching hot, their tips flashed with a heart-stopping sharpness, their power far surpassing his previous fireball technique. His figure flickered, leaving multiple afterimages in the room. His speed far surpassed that of ordinary late qi refining cultivators flying with their artifacts. Finally, it's done. Li Qingshan murmured to himself, feeling the immense power within him. An unprecedented confidence welled up inside him. More crucially, it was the surging vitality within his body. Before he began cultivation, Li Qingshan had vaguely sensed that he had only a few years left to live. Now, however, a colossal vitality flowed through his veins, making him appear as youthful as a man in his 20s or 30s. Though he deliberately maintained his white hair as a disguise, his skin was incredibly taut, muscles defined, and his entire body radiated a powerful sense of strength. When Li Qingshan looked down that morning, he was delighted to discover that his long-dormant member had risen proudly. The transformation wrought by cultivating the elixir of immortality was nothing short of a complete metamorphosis. The limit of the Qi cultivation stage is a lifespan of 140 years. By cultivating the elixir of immortality, I've added another 60 years to my lifespan. Doesn't that mean I now have a lifespan of 200 years? At 103 years old, with over 90 years remaining, once I break through to the foundation establishment stage, my lifespan will surge dramatically again. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed with brilliant light as he thought to himself, filled with anticipation. This path of cultivation held such promise. Though my cultivation has advanced considerably, my offensive and defensive techniques remain too limited. It's time to cultivate some spells. Li Qingshan mused inwardly. With cultivation strengthened and spells mastered, it was time to add some self-defense techniques. The next day, Li Qingshan requested leave from Zhao Koan, stating he needed to purchase some daily necessities. Zhao Koan didn't even lift an eyelid, merely waving his hand in approval. Li Qingshan once again stepped onto the streets of Qingyang Market, heading purposefully towards several specific shops. First, he visited a pill shop called 100 Herbs Pavilion, purchasing several bottles of the most basic low-grade healing pills and qi-restoring pills as ostensible consumables. While chatting casually with the shopkeeper, he subtly inquired whether any defensive magical artifacts or special talismans were for sale. Sure enough, he gleaned quite a bit of useful information. Next, he entered the district's sole shop specializing in both magical artifacts and talismans, the Golden Stone Pavilion. The shop was small, stocked mostly with low to mid-tier first-grade items. The proprietor was a lean old man with cultivation at the 6th layer of qi refining. Li Qingshan scanned the counter, his gaze finally settling on a palm-sized bronze shield covered in copper rust. Its spiritual light was dim, suggesting significant damage. On the other side lay a stack of talismans with crude designs and faint spiritual energy, mostly basic water cleansing and dust-repelling talismans. There were also offensive and defensive talismans like fireball charms and golden bell charms, but their grades were low, mostly first-tier, middle to low quality. Qingyang Market served as a gathering place for wandering cultivators within a 1,000-mile radius, yet its scale remained modest, housing only 1,000 or so practitioners at most. Late Qi cultivation stage cultivators were few and far between, having mostly moved on to larger markets. Consequently, the market was filled primarily with early and mid-stage Qi cultivation practitioners. Shopkeeper, how much for this shield and these talismans? Li Qingshan pointed at the most inconspicuous items and asked in a hoarse voice. The old shopkeeper glanced at him lazily. Well, old man, you've got an eye for it. This green vein shield may be 7 or 8 parts broken, but it was once a high-grade magical artifact. Even now, it retains the power of a low-grade artifact enough to withstand a full-strength strike from a mid-stage Qi cultivation cultivator. If you want it, 20 spirit stones and it's yours. As for these talismans, first-tier low-grade ones are 1 spirit stone each, while first-tier mid-grade ones are 3 spirit stones per talisman. Chapter 19, Power Surge. I'll take the whole lot. Li Qingshan nodded, then pointed to several dark, unidentifiable scraps of ore in the corner. What about these scraps? I'll take them to weigh down my pickle jars. The old shopkeeper chuckled. Ha ha ha. For pickling jars? Fine, fine. 1 spirit stone for the whole lot. Li Qingshan paid promptly, stowing the bronze shield, the stack of discarded talismans, several offensive and defensive spirit talismans, and the scrap or pieces into his bag. His manner of hunting bargains and buying junk drew no attention whatsoever. Back in the stone hut, he shut the door tightly. Li Qingshan laid out everything he'd acquired that day, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He carefully placed the damaged bronze shield, the stack of inferior talismans, and some seemingly useless low-grade materials and broken jade slips he'd accumulated earlier into his in batches. Gazing at the gourd resting quietly on the table, Li Qingshan's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Tomorrow will reveal all. He sat cross-legged, suppressing his excitement, and began his daily cultivation, waiting quietly for dawn to break. The next day, as the first pale light of dawn touched the horizon, Li Qingshan abruptly opened his eyes, ending his practice. He had not slept deeply all night, his thoughts largely fixated on the seemingly plain and unadorned yellow skin gourd on the table. Now, he drew a deep breath to steady his slightly racing heart. Like an appraiser about to unveil a priceless treasure, he reached out with solemn yet unmistakable anticipation. His fingertips touched the warm gourd's surface as he carefully pulled out the stopper. No earth-shattering spectacle unfolded, yet a potent blend of spiritual energies, complex yet astonishingly pure and vast, erupted like a long-sealed vintage wine suddenly uncorked, instantly filling the cramped stone chamber. The fragrance of herbs, the essence of minerals, the fresh scent of plants, and an indescribable aura of cosmic principles. These intertwined scents invigorated the spirit with a single breath, seeming to awaken one's magical power. Li Qingshan held his breath, tilting the gourd downward as his divine sense stirred. Clatter. A cascade of objects landed on the soft cotton cloth laid out in preparation, producing crisp or dull thuds. A burst of light instantly illuminated the dim stone chamber in a kaleidoscope of colors. The first thing that caught his eye was the once rust-stained bronze shield. Now, it was utterly transformed. Its entire body radiated a deep, dark gold, primitive yet substantial. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, and the once broken sections had been restored to perfection, even surpassing their former state. Intricate, mystical defensive patterns flowed naturally across the shield's surface, hinting at the shapes of dragons and turtles, radiating an indestructible, mountain-like aura of strength. Holding it in his hand, it felt heavy and substantial, and a profound sense of connection arose within him. A supreme defensive artifact. Know this aura, it's practically brushing against the threshold of a spirit artifact. Li Qingshan's heart pounded wildly as he caressed the shield's surface, unable to put it down, feeling the astonishing defensive power it contained. With this shield in hand, within the Qi cultivation stage, no one could easily breach his defenses. Next came the stack of talismans, once coarse and inferior. Now, their paper had become tough as jade foil, their vermilion talismanic patterns vivid and vibrant, as if infused with spiritual essence. They radiated a terrifying yet stable energy. The auxiliary talismans like the clear water talisman and dust-repelling talisman were naturally brimming with spiritual energy. But the offensive fireball talisman and golden needle talisman emitted fluctuations so intense they made his heart race, far surpassing the power of ordinary high-grade first-tier talismans. Top-tier first-grade talismans. And so many of them. Li Qingshan's eyes gleamed as he carefully sorted and stored them away. These were consumable trump cards that could turn the tide of battle at critical moments. Then there were those few pieces of blackened or scraps. Now they gleamed with crystalline clarity, resembling exquisite jade of the highest quality. Imbued with pure and potent five-element spiritual energy, they were prime materials for crafting high-grade magical artifacts and valuable treasures. Finally, his gaze settled on the few jade slips he'd salvaged from the trash, once blurred and even fragmented. They now glowed with a warm radiance, their surfaces shimmering with vibrant hues. He eagerly picked one up and pressed it against his forehead. Earth's true girdle, a supreme defensive spell. When mastered, it could condense a layer of thick protective energy upon the body, as solid as the earth itself, offering defense comparable to top-tier defensive artifacts. He picked up another. Splitting light and shadow sword technique, a supreme offensive spell. Not a technique for summoning physical flying swords, but one that condenses sword energy from pure magical power. At advanced levels, it can split sword light into multiple illusory forms, making it unpredictable and extremely powerful yet flexible. Another recorded a secret technique called blood burning escape. Though it carries severe aftereffects, it allows one to burn their essence blood in critical moments, drastically increasing speed, an exceptional life-saving escape technique. I've struck gold. This time, I've truly struck gold. Even Li Qingshan, with his century-honed composure, couldn't suppress the tremors of excitement coursing through his body. His face radiated uncontrollable ecstasy and satisfaction. This sensation, where every single discovery far exceeded expectations, as if he'd gathered all the treasures under heaven into his own hands, was utterly exhilarating. The wish-granting gourd truly lived up to its name. Transforming decay into wonder, turning stone into gold. After the immense surprise, Li Qingshan quickly regained his composure. Though the treasures were splendid, they must be mastered to truly become part of his strength. He immediately resolved to continue his secluded life, mastering the newly acquired spells and fully refining the green vein shield. First, he focused on cultivating the earthly true gangs. This technique channeled earth elemental energy to condense protective qi, perfectly aligning with the ceaseless, profound, and enduring nature of his immortal power. The cultivation process required drawing earth vein energy to temper his body, causing extreme pain. Yet for Li Qingshan, who had endured the agony of losing his cultivation and rebuilding it from scratch, along with a century of vicissitudes, this was nothing. Beyond his daily official duties, he devoted every waking moment to cultivation. Within the stone chamber, he was often seen enveloped in a faint yellow aura, as if clad in earthen armor, his presence thick and profound. Occasionally, disciples passing by the courtyard sensed a faint, almost imperceptible weighty pressure, but dismissed it as illusion and paid it no mind. Half a month later, he mastered the basics of the Earth True Gangs technique. Though not yet perfected, he could now instantly form a solid, earth-colored light shield around his body, possessing astonishing defensive power. Next came that split light and shadow sword technique. This technique demanded exceptional control over magical power and profound spiritual awareness. Li Qingshan, grounded in his immortal energy and possessing spiritual awareness far surpassing his peers, found the cultivation surprisingly smooth. He formed his fingers into swords, practicing within the room. Streaks of emerald green immortal sword energy whistled and crisscrossed, sometimes solidifying like real blades piercing through, other times splitting like rain, enveloping all directions with unparalleled ferocity. After another 10 days or so, he had grasped the basics of the sword technique. Though he could not yet split off too many sword shadows, its power was beginning to manifest. When used in conjunction with the Crimson Dragon sword, the two complemented each other perfectly. During this period, every night he would grasp the dark gold shield with its azure patterns, slowly nurturing and refining it with the power of immortality.
Refining a supreme artifact was no easy task, but his pure and abundant magical energy, coupled with his disregard for consumption, allowed for rapid progress. The artifact patterns on the shield fused with his energy, their connection growing ever tighter. The sense of commanding it as an extension of his own limbs intensified. Simultaneously, he never neglected his cultivation of the eternal life secret technique. Fueled by vast quantities of supreme-grade elixirs, his cultivation steadily advanced beyond the 8th layer of chi refining, steadily progressing toward the 9th layer. With each full cycle of energy circulation, he felt his magical power grow more condensed and his vitality more robust. On this day, Li Qingshan finally completed the refinement of the final core artifact pattern on the azure pattern shield. Hum. The dark gold shield emitted a joyful hum, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into his dantian. There, it began to slowly rotate around the emerald-green vortex of immortal energy, its glow complementing the nearby crimson dragon sword. With a single thought, the shield could appear instantly, adjusting its size at will to shield his entire body. Thus, he now possessed, for offense, the Crimson Dragon Sword, the Splitting Light and Shadow Sword technique, Rocket Art, and numerous supreme offensive talismans for defense, the Azure Pattern Shield, the Earthly True Gangs, and the Diamond Talisman for escape, the Rainbow Flight technique and the Blood-Burning Escape Secret Art for concealment, the Turtle Breath technique. Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the two supreme artifacts within his dantian that responded to his every thought, the myriad powerful and mastered spells within his consciousness, and the boundless, surging magical power within his body, comparable to that of a grand perfection cultivator. An unprecedented sense of power and security filled his heart. A century of stagnation, a single moment of triumph. The dragon lurking in the depths shall soar into the heavens. Now, he possessed absolute confidence. Even facing a cultivator at the peak of chi refining, he could fight and prevail. With his hidden cards, escaping from a foundation establishment cultivator might even be possible. Zhang Hongxiu. Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Li Qingshan's gaze pierced through the stone wall, fixed on the distant horizon, his eyes deep and serene. Once I advance further, my return shall be near. He gathered his focus and plunged back into cultivation. Chapter 20, Beast Tide. Time passed swiftly, and 2 more years of cold and heat had passed. On this day, Li Qingshan slowly concluded his cultivation within the stone chamber. The surging energy around him receded like a tide, drawn back into his body. Through the transformation of the turtle breathing technique, only faint fluctuations equivalent to the 3rd layer of chi cultivation remained visible. Opening his eyes, his gaze held an inner radiance, deep and unfathomable like an ancient well or a bottomless pool. So I'm already 105 years old? Li Qingshan murmured to himself. Today marked his 105th birthday. No one offered congratulations, nor was there wine or banquet. Only he himself remembered this number, a miracle to ordinary mortals, yet merely the starting point for cultivators. 2 years of arduous cultivation, fueled by the endless supply of supreme elixirs from his and the immense power of the, had quietly propelled his cultivation to the 9th layer of chi refining. The immortal energy within his dantian was vast as a lake, pure and condensed. Its immense power was now in no way inferior to that of an ordinary cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. With just a bit more consolidation, he could attempt to break through to the peak of the chi refining stage. In 2 months, my mission will be complete, and it will be time to return to the sect, Li Qingshan murmured to himself, his fingers tapping absent-mindedly on his knee. Zhang Hongxiu. I wonder what cultivation level she has now. Has she reached foundation establishment? Whether returning this time brings blessing or calamity, I must finally settle this matter. Several strategies already formed in his mind, leveraging the situation, slipping away, or striking back with thunderous force. Everything would depend on the situation once he returned to the sect. As he was deep in thought, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps and panicked shouts outside shattered the courtyard's tranquility. Stewardly! Stewardly! It's terrible. Something terrible has happened. It was the young disciple named Wang Hai, his voice trembling with fear. Li Qingshan's brow furrowed slightly. He swiftly shed the composed demeanor of a powerful figure, replacing it with his usual expression, that of a slightly bewildered and deferential old man, before pushing open the stone door. Junior brother Wang? What has you so alarmed? He asked in a hoarse voice, glancing outside the courtyard. Wang Hai stood pale as death, gasping for breath. He pointed toward the direction outside the market, his words jumbled. Beasts, a beast tide. So many demon beasts. They've surrounded the market. The Great Formation can't hold much longer. Li Qingshan's heart lurched. A beast tide? Xingyang Market was located in a relatively safe area. Though demon beasts occasionally raided, a tidal wave scale siege was extremely rare. He immediately followed Wang Hai as they hurried toward the fence wall at the market entrance. By now, the wall was crowded with people, including Steward Zhao Kuan, the 4 outer sect disciples, and several conscripted independent cultivators. Each wore a grave expression, as if facing a formidable enemy. Li Qingshan raised his eyes to look outside. Even with his century-honed composure, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Beyond the market, a dense, dark mass stretched out. Thousands of low-tier demon beasts of all shapes and sizes had gathered.
Blue wolves, demon foxes, iron-scaled boars, venomous slithering pythons, ranging from low-grade first tier to high-grade first tier. Their eyes blazed crimson, restless and agitated, emitting deafening roars and screeches as they violently assaulted the market's thin layer of spirit light shield. The shield's light flickered violently, flickering on and off, emitting an overburdened hum. It was clearly straining to its limit. How did so many beasts suddenly appear? Li Qingshan squeezed close to Zhao Kuan, feigning alarm. Zhao Kuan's face was ashen. Staring fixedly at the horde outside, he gritted his teeth. I don't know. There was no warning. It's as if something is driving or drawing them here. And look at their attack formation, chaotic yet seemingly organized. This is no ordinary spontaneous beast horde. He paused, his voice heavy enough to drip water. There must be a second-tier demon beast orchestrating this. Otherwise, it's impossible to form a beast tide of this scale. Second-tier demon beast? Several disciples nearby paled instantly, their eyes filling with despair. First-tier demon beasts corresponded to the chi cultivation stage, while second-tier demon beasts possess strength equivalent to human cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. For these stewards, whose cultivation peaked at the 8th layer of chi refining, and disciples at the mid-stage of chi refining, the foundation establishment stage was an insurmountable chasm. We've already sent distress signals to the sect. Zhao Kuan forced himself to remain calm as he barked, but when reinforcements will arrive is still unknown. All listen to my command, defend the array points to the death, pour your magical power into them, hold out for as long as you can. Wait for rescue. At his command, the group gritted their teeth and rushed to their respective array points, pouring their entire reserves of magical power into the formations beneath their feet without reservation. Li Qingshan blended in with the crowd, making his way to a secluded array point. He pretended to channel a feeble stream of third-layer chi refining magical energy, while his gaze darted sharply across the chaotic horde of beasts outside. His spiritual sense far surpassed that of others. Upon careful perception, he indeed detected a vast, obscure yet heart-stopping demonic aura lurking behind the beasts. That demonic aura was cold and savage, carrying a regal majesty that commanded all the lower-tier demonic beasts around it. Just as the protective barrier over the marketplace flickered and trembled violently, yet still struggled to hold firm. Wah! A piercing, resonant howl, long, dominant, and capable of splitting stone suddenly erupted from behind the beasts. The sheer pressure within that sound instantly drowned out all the beasts' roars, causing the market's fences to tremble slightly. At the sound of this howl, the frenzied horde paused in its assault as if receiving a command, parting to form a passageway on either side. A majestic giant wolf, its size comparable to a small calf, emerged slowly. Its coat shimmered silver-white like flowing moonlight, a tuft of golden fur on its forehead forming a faint crescent pattern. Its emerald eyes were deep and cold, radiating icy intelligence and ruthlessness. The demonic energy pulsing from its body was as vast as mountains and peaks. It was unmistakably a second-tier, lower-grade demon beast. This was the ruler of this demon beast pack, the Howling Moon Wolf King. Beside it stood a dozen smaller yet equally ferocious first-tier upper-grade Howling Moon Wolf bodyguards. The Moonhowl Wolf King's emerald pupils swept coldly over the faltering protective barrier of the marketplace, flashing a hint of almost human disdain. It raised its forepaw slightly and casually swept it toward the spirit light shield. A crescent-shaped, intensely condensed silver blade of demonic energy instantly tore through the air. With a piercing whistle, it struck precisely at the shield's weakest point. Crack boom! Like shattered glass, the already precarious protective array of the marketplace, under the force of a demonic energy blade equivalent to a full-strength strike from an early foundation establishment cultivator, emitted a wail of overwhelming strain before instantly exploding into countless specks of light that dissipated into the sky. It's over. The formation's broken. A second-tier demon beast, we're done for. Desperate cries and wails erupted instantly throughout the marketplace, fear and despair etched across every face. Without the array's protection, facing thousands of frenzied beasts and a second-tier wolf king, they were lambs led to slaughter. Zhao Kuan's face was deathly pale, yet he forced himself to summon his magical artifact, bellowing hoarsely, "Form the array. Defend! We'll fight these beasts to the death." After a brief silence, the beast horde erupted into even more frenzied roars. Like a bursting flood, they surged toward the defenseless Qingyang market. A stench of blood assaulted their senses, and the scent of death instantly enveloped the entire market. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Li Qingshan watched the surging tide of beasts and the Howling Moon Wolf King standing proudly behind them, coldly observing. Yet deep within his eyes lay only icy calm. A second-tier demon beast, huh? He clenched his fist beneath his sleeve, feeling the surging, roaring immortal energy within him far surpassing that of an ordinary 9th-layer chi cultivation practitioner. Chapter 21, The Demon Cult. Within a hidden peak behind the beast tide, two cultivators at the peak of chi refining cultivation watched the distant beast tide with utterly cold expressions. Shan Feng, you promised me. Once this beast tide was unleashed, you would return my portion of the shadow parasite recording jade slip. A young disciple clad in beast-taming sect robes, his face etched with anxiety and inner conflict, growled at the churning black mist ahead, his voice trembling with agitation. His fingers whitened as he gripped a beast-controlling flute tightly in his hand. He was Zhang Tai, a disciple of the beast-taming sect. The black mist slowly coalesced, revealing a pale, sinister face. A mocking sneer played at the corners of his lips. It was Chen Feng, disciple of the demon sect. His demonic energy fluctuations, at the peak of qi cultivation, were unmasked, pressing down on Zhang Tai so intensely it made him gasp for breath. Junior brother Zhang, calm yourself. Chen Feng's voice was hoarse, tinged with the playful amusement of a cat toying with its prey. The jade slip? Of course, I'll return it to you. After all, it contains the vivid details of how you secretly used the heart-devouring parasite to ambush your fellow disciple and seize his opportunity. If that were to get out, the Beastmaster sect's rules, Zhang Tai's face instantly turned as white as paper, his body trembling slightly. This was his worst nightmare and his Achilles heel. Chen Feng relished the sight of his terror, continuing in measured tones. However, merely summoning a beast tide is insufficient merit to redeem your future. Our ambitions extend far beyond this insignificant Qingyang market. His gaze shifted toward the direction of Qingyang market, his eyes flickering with madness and ambition. Li Qingshan. You've surely heard that woman's name? The newly ascended Foundation Establishment cultivator of the Spring-Autumn Sect, rumored to be the direct descendant of that ancient monster. Her talent is astonishing. If she's allowed to grow, she will become a grave threat to our holy sect. This beast tide is bait prepared for her. Upon learning of this massive beast siege, the Spring-Autumn Sect will dispatch Foundation Establishment cultivators to rescue her. According to our insider, the leader is highly likely to be Li Qingshan herself, freshly established at Foundation Establishment and in need of trials to solidify her cultivation. Chen Feng's face twisted into a savage grin. If she doesn't come, we'll let this entire market district perish, dampening her spirit, disrupting her cultivation focus. But if she does come... He clenched his fists tightly, pitch-black demonic energy swirling around his fingertips. I'll make sure she never returns. Killing her would be a monumental achievement. Then, forget about your recording jade slip, I might even help you establish your foundation. Zhang Tai listened, his heart pounding in terror, his voice dry. Kill and help build a foundation? Senior brother Chen, we're only at the qi cultivation stage. Oomph. Fools. Chen Feng cut him off with disdain. If I dared plot this, do you think I came unprepared? He instinctively touched his storage pouch, clearly concealing a terrifying trump card within. You need only control that stupid wolf, intensify the beast tide's assault, and force their Foundation Establishment cultivators out. Leave the rest to me. Zhang Tai stared into Chen Feng's eyes, wild with maniacal confidence, and felt a chill deepen within him. But with his fate firmly in another's hands, he had no way out. Gritting his teeth, he replied, I understand. The Howling Moon Wolf King is temporarily under my control through secret potions and flute melodies. It will obey orders to intensify the assault. Excellent. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. Go. Make this carnage even more spectacular. Remember, we're in this together now. Zhang Tai drew a deep breath. The struggle in his eyes finally dissolved into a grim resolve. Raising the beast-controlling flute, he once again played a melody, this time more urgent, filled with the sound of slaughter. The beast tide breached the market defenses, instantly transforming into a torrent of destruction that swept in. The defensive line formed by low-tier cultivators and wandering practitioners collapsed instantly. Screams, roars, the clang of magical artifacts clashing, and the crash of collapsing buildings mingled together, transforming Qingyang market into a living hell. Zhao Kuan, leading several outer sect disciples in formation, struggled desperately to hold the line. Yet they could barely defend themselves, fighting a retreat as disciples were constantly dragged away and torn apart by the frenzied beasts. Li Qingshan blended into the chaotic crowd, seemingly dodging the demon beasts' attacks in a disheveled manner. In truth, his form was elusive, always evading fatal blows at the last possible moment. He held back, unwilling to reveal his full strength prematurely. Moreover, his divine sense remained locked onto the Howling Moon Wolf King lurking behind the beast horde. Something's wrong. Doubts began to swirl within Li Qingshan's mind. Though the beast tide was ferocious, the Howling Moon Wolf King hadn't joined the fray. Instead, it seemed to be waiting for something. No time to think. With a second-tier demon beast here, Qingyang market is finished. We must leave now. A sharp gleam flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes as he instantly darted toward the distance. While he possessed the strength to confront the Foundation Establishment stage Howling Moon Wolf King, he stood no chance against the tens of thousands of beasts surging forward. He couldn't save everyone, and rash action would only expose himself. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he chose to flee. But as luck would have it, the direction he fled was precisely toward the beast-taming sect and demon cult disciples. Maintaining the aura of a third-layer qi-refining cultivator, Li Qingshan scrambled desperately through the swarm of beasts, finally breaking free of their grasp. He sped toward the forest ahead. Ha, another old fool delivering himself right to us. Third layer of qi refining? Pathetic. But too bad you're going to die. Chen Feng sneered coldly, his voice dripping with cruelty as he spotted Li Qingshan's escape. With a casual flick of his wrist, a condensed black demonic energy shot forth like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Li Qingshan's heart. Clearly, he intended to eliminate the witness on the spot.
In his eyes, a third-layer chi cultivation old servant on his deathbed was no different from an insect. Yet, confronting this sudden, lethal strike, a sudden gleam of sharpness flashed in the panicked old man's eyes. Li Qingshan stumbled awkwardly, his body twisting by the narrowest of margins. The fierce demonic energy whizzed past, grazing the hem of his robe before corroding a deep hit into the greenstone floor behind him with a puff sound. Chen Feng murmured in surprise, the black mist enveloping him rippling slightly, revealing a hint of astonishment. A cultivator at the third layer of chi refining should have been utterly incapable of dodging such a casual strike. Zhang Tai also sensed the anomaly, his gaze turning wary toward Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan inwardly cursed his luck. He never imagined that behind the beast tide, two cultivators at the peak of chi refining would be lurking. He instantly realized the beast tide must be connected to these two. Moreover, their vigilance and ruthlessness were evident. They were prepared to eliminate witnesses without hesitation. Looks like I have no choice but to act. A cold gleam flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes as he prepared to summon the Crimson Dragon Sword to strike down the two. But at that very moment, "You audacious fiends! How dare you trespass upon the domain of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect?" A crisp, icy shriek pierced the sky, like frost from the 9 heavens, instantly drowning out the clamor between heaven and earth. A blazing azure sword beam streaked down like a meteor, striking Chen Feng with pinpoint precision. Even before the light reached him, the overwhelming sword intent caused the demonic energy swirling around Chen Feng to violently churn. Following closely, an even more colossal Foundation Establishment stage spiritual pressure crashed down. A middle-aged cultivator clad in Spring-Autumn Sect steward robes materialized, roaring furiously, so that's why the Qingyang market was overrun by beasts. You demons orchestrated it. Demonic cultists, meet your end. With a raised hand, he unleashed a colossal golden light seal, enveloping Chen Feng and Zhang Tai. Chapter 22, Demon Cult Talismans. Chen Feng faced the attacks of the two Foundation Establishment cultivators, yet instead of fear, his face twisted into a sickly, maniacal grin. "Ha, you're just in time. Yi Qingshan, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you." His maniacal laughter carried the arrogance of a scheme succeeding. He then shot a cold glance at the other Foundation Establishment cultivator and sneered, "And here's a bonus of Foundation Establishment old ghost thrown in for free? Perfect. Let's dispose of them both at once." Ignoring the Foundation Establishment cultivator's attack entirely, he slammed his hand against the storage pouch at his waist. A black talisman, radiating a soul-chilling aura and bearing the image of a ferocious, roaring ghostly head, shot out. The moment the talisman appeared, the surrounding light seemed to be swallowed whole. A howling, icy wind swept through, and the shrill, wailing cries of vengeful spirits seemed capable of shattering one's very soul. That terrifying pressure instantly suppressed Yi Qingshan and the other Foundation Establishment cultivator. Li Qingshan's expression changed involuntarily as he swiftly retreated several steps, sensing a deadly threat. A talisman treasure? And a top-grade demonic talisman treasure at that. The middle-aged Foundation Establishment cultivator in the air paled, his face twisted in utter horror. He sensed the deadly threat emanating from the ghost head talisman, but it was already too late to change tactics and evade. The ghost-headed talisman swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into a house-sized, solidly black ghostly claw. Countless shadowy specters, twisted in agony, coiled around the claw. Its nails were sharp as hooks, radiating a terrifying demonic aura capable of tearing through anything and corroding living beings. Ignoring Yi Qingshan's slashing green sword light, it lunged directly at the middle-aged Foundation Establishment cultivator's golden light talisman. Yi Qingshan's blue sword light struck the ghostly claw's arm, producing a metallic clang as sparks flew. Yet it only caused the black mist to churn slightly, failing to hinder it in the slightest. Boom! The ghostly claw collided violently with the golden seal. The condensed seal, symbolizing mid-Foundation Establishment cultivation, crumbled like paper before the overwhelming disparity in power, instantly crushed to dust. The ghost claw's momentum unabated, swift as lightning, instantly closed in on the middle-aged cultivator whose body stiffened from the backlash of his shattered seal. No! The middle-aged cultivator could only manage a desperate, despairing roar. Squish! The bone-chilling sound of the claws piercing through his protective aura echoed as the pitch-black ghost claw tore through his chest without resistance, crushing his heart. The light in the middle-aged cultivator's eyes instantly dimmed, filled with disbelief, terror, and despair. His body plummeted from the sky like his life force completely extinguished. In a single exchange, a mid-Foundation Establishment cultivator fell. Yi Qingshan's pupils contracted sharply. Her slender frame trembled violently, all color draining from her fair face. She never imagined the opponent possessed such a terrifying weapon. That was undoubtedly a supreme demonic talisman treasure forged by a golden core cultivator. Cough, cough. Chen Feng's face paled momentarily as he forced the talisman treasure far beyond his own realm to activate, yet the madness and triumph in his eyes only intensified. Next, it's your turn, Yi Qingshan. The colossal ghost claw pivoted mid-air, reeling in Yi Qingshan once more with its nauseating stench of blood and overwhelming demonic might. Though its radiance dimmed slightly compared to before, Chen Feng remained utterly confident it would be more than sufficient to annihilate Yi Qingshan, who had only recently established her foundation.
Yi Lingshuang instantly sensed the deadly aura of impending doom. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed the raging storm within and the grief over her fallen comrades, her gaze hardening into utter resolve. She too slammed her storage pouch, bellowing fiercely, "Demon scum! Don't get cocky!" A blood-red talisman in the shape of a bird shot skyward. It was the very crimson sparrow talisman Li Qingshan had once presented to her. Li! A clear, piercing cry, filled with divine majesty, echoed across the heavens. The crimson bird's phantom spread its wings, its blazing true fire dispelling the gloom. Carrying the supreme yang energy, the ultimate force to burn away all evil in the world, it charged headlong toward the enormous, pitch-black demonic claw. Supreme Yang overcomes demonic forces and absolute attribute suppression. Boom! Two diametrically opposed yet equally terrifying forces collided violently in the air. A terrifying shockwave of energy spread like a tsunami, flattening another layer of the ruins below. Lower-tier demon beasts caught too close were vaporized instantly. Blinding light flared, unbearable to look upon. Finally, amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the crimson bird's phantom and the pitch-black demonic claw both reached their breaking points. With a mournful wail, they shattered into countless intertwining red and black sparks, slowly dissipating into the vastness of heaven and earth. The clash of talisman treasures ended in mutual destruction. Put! Yi Lingshuang was struck as if by a heavy blow, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood. Her face instantly turned as pale as gold paper, her vital energy rapidly waning. Unable to maintain her flight any longer, she teetered precariously before tumbling from her flying sword. She crashed heavily into a pile of rubble. After struggling a few times, she found she didn't even have the strength to stand. The talisman treasure she had forged with her very soul had been destroyed, and she herself had suffered a powerful backlash, instantly gravely wounded. Chen Feng was suffering no less. The intense backlash from the destroyed talisman treasure caused excruciating pain in his meridians and chaotic demonic energy. He coughed up several mouthfuls of black blood, his vitality plummeting to rock bottom. His cultivation level plummeted from the peak of qi refining to the late stage of qi refining, his injuries extremely severe. But he still stood. Cough, cough. Ha 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 ha. Chen Feng wiped the black blood from his lips, gazing at Yi Lingshuang lying motionless in the distance. A triumphant, raspy laughter erupted from his throat. Yi Lingshuang. No matter how peerless your genius, no matter how well your talisman treasure protects you, in the end, you still die by my hand, Chen Feng. Cough, cough. Ha 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 ha. Chen Feng himself coughed up black blood from the talisman treasure's backlash, his aura weakened to the late qi cultivation stage. Yet seeing Yi Lingshuang's near-death state, his face twisted with the maniacal satisfaction of a scheme succeeding. Yi Lingshuang. No matter how peerless your genius, today you shall perish here. He struggled to his feet, his eyes boiling with murderous intent, and stepped toward Yi Lingshuang, who lay motionless on the ground. Though gravely wounded himself, the temptation and glory of personally slaying a foundation establishment genius from the Spring-and-Autumn Sect filled him with exhilaration. To personally strangle a genius like you is truly delightful. Rest assured, I won't let you die so easily. I'll make sure to torture you thoroughly. Chen Feng grinned savagely as a faint yet deadly black demonic blade coalesced in his palm. He aimed it squarely at Yi Lingshuang's heart and raised it slowly. At that moment, he was utterly consumed by the exhilaration of completing his mission and the thrill of slaughtering a prodigy. His guard was lowered to its lowest point, and he completely ignored Li Qingshan, who had been cowering in a corner of the ruins, seemingly petrified with fear. At this critical moment, Li Qingshan, who had been as still as a rock, his aura faint to the point of near disappearance, moved. No earth-shattering burst of energy, no blazing radiance of surging spiritual power, only extreme precision and speed. His aged features remained unchanged, yet his eyes instantly sharpened like a hawk's. His body shot out of the shadows like a ghostly apparition, moving so swiftly it left only a faint afterimage. His target, the completely unguarded back of Chen Feng. Chapter 23, One Strike, One Kill. Yi Lingshuang stunned. In Li Qingshan's grasp lay the Crimson Dragon Sword, a seemingly unremarkable yet peerlessly sharp first-tier supreme artifact, enhanced by the aiming for a single, decisive strike with minimal commotion. However, as an elite disciple of the Demon Sect, how could Chen Feng be without a life-saving artifact? Just as Li Qingshan's Crimson Dragon Sword was about to touch his back, a hidden protective jade talisman at Chen Feng's waist suddenly activated on its own. A layer of pitch-black light, covered in airy runes, instantly materialized, barely deflecting the deadly thrust. Thud! The tip of the Crimson Dragon Sword pierced half an inch into the light barrier, but could penetrate no further. The razor-sharp edge of the supreme magical artifact clashed violently with the automatically activated protective demonic light, emitting a sound that made one's hair stand on end. What? Chen Feng's soul nearly leapt from his body. The icy killing intent behind him and the sudden attack jolted him awake from his frenzied state. He never imagined the attack would come from behind from that decrepit old man he'd dismissed as insignificant. The protective jade talisman saved his life, but the hastily activated light barrier couldn't fully deflect the deadly sneak attack, a concentrated burst of power at the peak of the 9th layer of qi cultivation. A colossal, pure force tore through the shield and slammed into his back. Put! Chen Feng's vision blackened. His internal organs felt displaced as he coughed up another mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of his entrails. His body flew forward like a broken sack, crashing heavily not far from Li Qingshan. His injuries worsened dramatically, making even the simple act of getting up an agonizing struggle. Struggling to turn his head, he saw the old man slowly straightening up. Li Qingshan gripping a broken sword that emitted a faint, eerie glow, his gaze cold and unflinching. Who are you? Chen Feng's eyes brimmed with utter shock, disbelief, and a hint of terror. How could a cultivator at the third layer of Qi refining possibly unleash such terrifying power and speed? And possess a supreme magical artifact capable of nearly shattering his protective demonic light? But the situation was dire now. There was no time for further thought. He himself was mortally wounded, while this hidden old monster was an unknown quantity. He suddenly turned to Zhang Tai, who stood frozen in shock and confusion by the sudden turn of events. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he screamed hoarsely, "Zhang Tai, you fool! What are you waiting for? Quickly, kill Li Qingshan. Kill her, and I'll return the jade slip to you. All my treasures are yours. Do it now." His sole desire now was to complete the mission. As long as Li Qingshan died. Zhang Tai snapped out of his daze at the roar. He glanced at the gravely wounded Chen Feng lying on the ground, then at the suddenly unfathomable old man. Finally, his gaze on the dying Li Qingshan. His face twisted with greed, fear, and inner turmoil. Ultimately, his craving for foundation establishment and his terror of Chen Feng overwhelmed his reason. "Ah! Die!" He bellowed to steel his nerves, summoning his flying dagger as he charged madly toward Li Qingshan, desperate to strike first. But since Li Qingshan had already intervened, how could he possibly let that happen? The moment Chen Feng roared, Li Qingshan's figure moved again. This time, he held nothing back. He unleashed the rainbow flight technique at full power, his form darting forward like teleportation, arriving before Zhang Tai in an instant. Simultaneously, the crimson dragon sword transformed into a nearly invisible streak of cold light, striking at Zhang Tai's throat from an impossibly sharp angle with blinding speed. Zhang Tai felt a flash before his eyes, suffocated by a murderous intent that instantly enveloped his entire body. Panicked, he tried to command his flying daggers to defend, but the speed gap was too great. "No!" Zhang Tai, overcome with terror, tried to beg for mercy. Thud! The dagger pierced through the hastily summoned protective aura surrounding him without resistance, cleanly severing his windpipe. Zhang Tai's forward momentum froze abruptly. His hands clutched his gushing throat, eyes wide with shock and terror at death's door. His body collapsed limply, dead on the spot. Instant kill of a grand perfection Qi cultivator. Clean and decisive. Now, the scene held only the gravely wounded and dying Chen Feng, the barely breathing Li Qingshan, and Li Qingshan standing with sword drawn, his gaze cold and detached. Watching Zhang Tai killed in an instant, Chen Feng's last shred of hope shattered completely, replaced by utter coldness and terror. Staring at Li Qingshan, he forced down his shock and pain, his voice hoarse as he spoke urgently, "Senior. Who exactly are you? To hide so deeply, you must be far more than an ordinary disciple of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. I am an inner sect disciple of the Holy Sect, and my master is a Golden Core Elder. If you are willing to stop here, I swear on my heart demon that I will not pursue today's events. I am willing to offer all my possessions and can even recommend you to the Holy Sect, where you could receive personal guidance from the Golden Core Patriarch. Wouldn't that be 10,000 times better than staying here in the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, surrounded by trash? Why risk eternal enmity with our Holy Sect over a dying Li Qingshan?" Upon witnessing Li Qingshan instantly slay Zhang Tai, a Qi refining Grand Master, he immediately concluded that Li Qingshan was a foundation establishment cultivator concealing his cultivation level. Otherwise, such overwhelming power would be impossible. Thus, his tone shifted. He attempted to lure and threaten Li Qingshan, while simultaneously preparing to secretly summon a treasure to ambush him. Li Qingshan slowly turned around, wiping the blood from the crimson dragon sword. He regarded Chen Feng with an expression as still as an ancient well, as if looking at a corpse. "Finished?" he asked indifferently. Chen Feng's heart sank. The other party's reaction clearly showed he was unmoved. Li Qingshan gave him no further opportunity. Members of the demon cult were cunning and treacherous, leaving them alive would only invite endless trouble. His form shifted again, moving with that same ghostly speed, the crimson dragon sword striking straight for Chen Feng's head. Despair and madness flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he desperately tried to summon some secret technique. But how could his gravely wounded body possibly outpace Li Qingshan's thunderous strike? Thud! The crimson dragon sword pierced precisely through his forehead, shattering his soul completely. Chen Feng's expression froze in terror, resentment, and utter disbelief. His body twitched once before falling utterly silent. With that, both Qi refining grand perfection cultivators had been utterly vanquished. Li Qingshan swiftly cleared the battlefield, collecting Chen Feng and Zhang Tai's storage pouches along with the protective jade talisman that had nearly saved them. He flicked out a fireball, reducing both corpses to ashes. Only after completing these tasks did he stride over to Li Qingshan's side. Li Qingshan had witnessed the entire lightning-fast, twist-filled reversal. Li Qingshan's hidden ruthlessness and decisive, lethal strike had left her profoundly shaken.
She gazed at Li Qingshan crouching beside her, her beautiful eyes brimming with profoundly complex emotions. There was the dazed disorientation of narrowly escaping death, the staggering shock of her entire world being overturned, deep confusion, and a thread of indescribable gratitude mixed with wariness. Her lips parted, her voice thin as a thread from exhaustion and shock, yet brimming with disbelief. Li Qingshan? Is it really you? You actually killed a cultivator at the peak of chi refining? Your cultivation, what on earth happened? Li Qingshan gazed at her pale yet still exquisite features and sighed softly, knowing that after today, he could no longer hide his true self completely. Senior Sister Yi, he said in a low, steady voice, this is a long story. We shouldn't linger here. I'll take you away first. Chapter 24, Keeping Secrets. Li Qingshan scooped Yi Qingshan into his arms and activated the rainbow flight technique. Their figures darted through the mountains and forests, covering over 100 miles in a mad dash before coming to a halt in a secluded spot. Yi Qingshan lay unconscious. Her injuries were severe, her breath faint as a candle flickering in the wind. She needed immediate treatment. My eternal life technique's power might save her, but the technique itself is too crucial, it must not be exposed. Li Qingshan thought to himself. The energy of the eternal life technique was unique, brimming with vitality. Once channeled into another, its distinct characteristics were too obvious and would easily arouse suspicion. Li Qingshan's gaze swept over the few medicine bottles he had just retrieved from Chen Feng's storage pouch. His mind raced as he recalled the top-grade elixirs hidden away in those unseen treasures. Could it be? I must simply watch her die. Li Qingshan hesitated. It seemed best if Yi Qingshan died, only then could his secrets remain hidden. No. Never mind that she once brought me into the immortal sect and saved my life by shielding me from Zhang Hongxiu. More importantly, she has a nascent soul stage old monster backing her. Who knows what divine abilities that nascent soul stage old monster possesses? I can't take that risk. Yi Qingshan must be saved. Li Qingshan stared at Yi Qingshan lying before him, his thoughts churning. But even if I save her, I absolutely cannot reveal my immortal life-prolonging powers. I can only use pills, perhaps the Manhwa pill. He made his decision instantly. He pretended to search within his robes, but in reality, he retrieved a Manhwa pill from his. The mid-grade Manhwa pill, once placed within the, had transformed into a top-grade Manhwa pill. Even at the first tier, supreme-grade elixirs were extremely precious and rare, possessing potent healing effects even for Foundation establishment cultivators. He carefully placed the pill into Yi Qingshan's mouth and used a gentle, ordinary would attribute spiritual energy to help dissolve its potency. This energy stemmed from his simulated cultivation of the Changchun secret art at the 6th layer of qi refining. Though seemingly pure, it fell far short of the immortal life force, which contained boundless vitality. Once the pill entered her stomach, its immense yet gentle potency swiftly dissolved, nourishing her damaged meridians and internal organs. An unnatural flush swiftly spread across Yi Qingshan's pallid face, followed by her breath steadying and growing robust at a visible pace. Her long lashes fluttered several times before slowly opening. The first sensation she felt was the terrifyingly potent healing effect within her body, far more potent than any other pill of the same tier she had ever taken. She snapped her gaze toward Li Qingshan, her beautiful eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. Her voice trembled slightly from weakness and astonishment. Junior brotherly, what kind of pill is this? Its effects are so incredibly potent? Where did you get it? She clearly remembered that Li Qingshan was merely an outer sect disciple guarding the abandoned treasure hall with scarce resources. How could he possibly possess such a miraculous elixir? Seeing her awaken and ask directly, Li Qingshan's face flashed just the right amount of flustered and caught red-handed embarrassment. His eyes darted away briefly, as if wrestling with a fierce internal struggle. Finally, he sighed dejectedly and lowered his voice. Senior Sister Yi. Are you feeling better? This pill. Well, it's a long story, and truly a stroke of luck for this disciple. He paused deliberately, appearing hesitant and uneasy, before continuing. About half a year ago, while clearing the deepest part of the abandoned treasure hall, this disciple accidentally triggered a hidden mechanism and discovered a forgotten cave dwelling. Inside, lay the remains of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Beside them were several bottles of pills, some spirit stones, this flying sword, and a damaged jade slip containing cultivation techniques. As he spoke, he summoned the Crimson Dragon Sword. The luminous aura of this supreme great artifact rippled through the cave, its sharp energy causing Yi Qingshan's eyes to narrow once more. It was through these blessings left by the predecessor that this disciple managed to break through to the 6th layer of qi cultivation. He stabilized his cultivation fluctuations at the 6th layer, his face betraying a hint of unease and trepidation, akin to the anxiety of sudden wealth. The pill I administered to Senior Sister earlier was one of the finest healing elixirs. My knowledge is limited, and I do not know its specific name. I only sensed its extraordinary potency and, in my haste, administered it to Senior Sister. I beg your forgiveness. His words were half truth, half lie, yet delivered with sincere earnestness, perfectly portraying the psychology of a small-time character who unexpectedly struck it rich, both elated and terrified. Yi Qingshan listened quietly, her gaze shifting from the Crimson Dragon Sword back to Li Qingshan's wrinkled face, now etched with unease.
Her spiritual sense was impaired, preventing her from accurately probing Li Qingshan's background. Even if she could probe, the presence of the turtle breath technique meant she couldn't discern his true cultivation level. But the aura of a 6th-layer chi refining cultivator couldn't be faked. Neither could that supreme flying sword. And that astonishingly potent pill certainly wasn't a fake. The remnants of a Foundation establishment cultivator's secluded retreat. While astonishing, this explanation was not entirely implausible. Such serendipitous events were rare in the cultivation world, yet rumors of them persisted. The shock and confusion in her heart eased slightly, replaced by a complex mix of emotions. She looked at Li Qingshan and murmured softly, "So that's how it is. This is your divine fortune. What's strange about that? If not for this pill of yours, I fear I might have." She paused, then said solemnly, "Thank you, Li Qingshan. You've saved me once again." Li Qingshan hastily waved his hands, his demeanor still respectful. "Senior sister, you flatter me. Had it not been for your guidance when I first entered the sect and your repeated assistance over the years, I would have been nothing but a handful of dust long ago. To have been able to help you today, however fortuitously, is simply my duty." His tone shifted abruptly as a look of earnestness, even a hint of pleading, washed over his face. He leaned forward slightly, "But, senior sister, I am advanced in years and of limited aptitude. This unexpected opportunity fills me with dread. I fear possessing such a treasure will invite disaster and bring about my own demise. Regarding the legacy of this cave dwelling and my meager cultivation at present, might I implore you, senior sister, to keep this strictly confidential? I ask for nothing else but to live out my remaining years in peace. I dare not cause you any trouble whatsoever." His words were earnest, vividly conveying an old man's yearning for a peaceful twilight years and his fear of potential danger. Yi Lingxuan gazed at the pleading in his aged face. Recalling how he had wasted a century before finally finding this chance, she felt a surge of pity and understanding. Moreover, he had repeatedly shown her kindness, and his character seemed trustworthy. She pondered for a moment before slowly nodding, her tone earnest. "Rest assured. I swear by my Taoist heart, what leaves your lips and enters my ears shall never be shared with a third party. You have done me a favor, and I, Yi Lingxuan, am not one to confuse right from wrong or forget kindness. Since you seek peace, I shall ensure your safety." Hearing Yi Lingxuan swear by her Tao heart, a heavy weight lifted from Li Qingshan's heart. His face softened with relief and gratitude as he bowed repeatedly. "Thank you, senior sister. Thank you for your kindness." 2 more days passed before powerful spiritual energy fluctuations and the wails of demonic beasts echoed from outside. The second wave of reinforcements from the Spring-and-Autumn Sect had finally arrived. With thunderous force, they cleared the demonic beasts surrounding the marketplace. The controlled Howling Moon Wolf King was personally slain by a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 25, The Pill Hall, Alchemy Apprentice. Yi Lingxuan sent out a signal and joined forces with the sect's cultivators. Her public account was that the Foundation establishment's senior uncle had perished while saving her from the demonic sect's monstrous creatures wielding bizarre talismanic treasures. She herself had narrowly survived by using a life-saving artifact bestowed by her master, managing to turn the tables and severely wound the enemy before retreating to recover. Regarding Li Qingshan, she only mentioned that he had alertly guided her to concealment, without elaborating on his actual strength or the specifics of the battle. Though the tale sounded perilous, seeing Yi Lingxuan's severe injuries and recognizing the gravity of the demon cult's talismanic artifacts, the others did not press for further details. Qingyang Market suffered heavy losses and required reconstruction and reorganization. Li Qingshan's guard duty was consequently cut short, and he returned to the Spring-and-Autumn Sect alongside Yi Lingxuan and the others. Upon returning to the sect, Li Qingshan subtly inquired about Zhang Hongxiu's whereabouts. Yi Lingxuan, aware of his concern, smiled faintly. "Don't worry. Zhang Hongxiu entered seclusion several days ago, preparing to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. She won't emerge for months. It won't be easy for her to come out anytime soon. As for you, he's likely forgotten about you long ago and shouldn't cause you trouble. If he does come looking for you, leave everything to me." "Thank you, senior sister Yi," Li Qingshan said gratefully. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, but his guard immediately snapped back into place. In seclusion, well, at least I'm safe for now. But I can't let my guard down. I can't pin all my hopes on Yi Lingxuan. Li Qingshan thought to himself, though the pressure remained undiminished. If she succeeds in Foundation establishment and comes after me after emerging, how will I possibly stand against her? I must find a way to strengthen myself, even if it means pursuing Foundation establishment myself. Foundation establishment marked the first colossal chasm separating mortals from immortals. It required the aid of Foundation establishment pills to significantly increase the success rate. However, Foundation establishment pills were incredibly precious, strictly controlled by sects, and primarily distributed to elite inner door disciples and cultivators with deep-rooted backgrounds. As an outer sect disciple openly recognized as only at the 6th layer of chi cultivation and over 100 years old, obtaining one through normal channels was virtually impossible. After much deliberation, Li Qingshan sought Yi Lingxuan's assistance once more. "You want to go to the pill hall?" Li Qingshan looked at him with some surprise. Though the pill hall was a vital department, ordinary disciples who entered mostly performed menial tasks like processing herbs or tending to pill furnaces. Yes, senior sister. Li Qingshan replied respectfully, I am advanced in years, and my cultivation path is arduous. I have developed an interest in the art of alchemy. I thought perhaps I could learn a thing or two in the pill hall, so that in the future I might refine some longevity-prolonging and essence-consolidating pills for myself. Moreover, the pill hall is abundant in spiritual energy, making it more suitable for recuperation. His reasoning was perfectly reasonable, entirely consistent with the mindset of a centenarian cultivator. Li Qingshan recalled the foundation establishment cultivator's legacy he had obtained. Perhaps it contained alchemical formulas that had sparked his interest. Granting this small favor was merely a gesture for her. She nodded. Very well. The pill hall is indeed more tranquil. I have some connections with one of the elders there. I can arrange for you to enter as an alchemy apprentice and gradually learn the art of pill refinement. Cultivate diligently. If you can break through to the late Qi refining stage, I'll find a way to make you an inner sect disciple. An alchemy apprentice? Learning alchemy would be absolutely perfect. After all, with Li at his disposal, he didn't need to worry about success rates. Even if he produced effective pills, they would still be top-grade spiritual pills to him. More importantly, Li Qingshan had actually given him a promise to become an inner sect disciple after breaking through to the late Qi cultivation stage. A higher status always brought advantages. At the very least, Zhang Hongxiu wouldn't dare to arbitrarily target an inner sect disciple. Suppressing his excitement, he bowed deeply. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister. Several days later, Li Qingshan was successfully transferred to the pill hall, becoming an alchemy apprentice. The pill hall was situated halfway up a spirit mountain. The grand hall stood majestic and imposing, enveloped by a vast formation barrier. The fire attribute spiritual energy here was incredibly abundant, carrying a palpable sense of scorching heat. The hallmaster, Qi Lai, possessed golden core cultivation and also served as an elder of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. He was rarely present at the hall. The pill hall was managed by several deputy masters at the late foundation establishment stage. Outer disciples of the pill hall were all alchemy apprentices. Only those who truly mastered their craft capable of independently refining high-grade first-tier spirit pills were considered true alchemists and could become inner disciples. Every alchemist in the pill hall held a high status, some were even too influential for the deputy hall masters to dare offend. After all, the pill hall was the Spring-Autumn Sect's cash cow, churning out vast quantities of spirit pills for the sect each year. The news of Li Qingshan's transfer to the pill hall was like a pebble tossed into a tranquil lake. While it didn't create towering waves, it certainly sent ripples spreading far and wide. After all, the news of the 100-year-old heavenly spirit root had long spread throughout the entire Spring-Autumn Sect. Upon hearing it, many sighed with regret, while even more responded with cold, mocking laughter. Many were waiting to see when this 100-year-old heavenly spirit root would finally fade into obscurity. Yet no one could have imagined that not only was the old man still alive, but he was thriving, and now he had been transferred into the pill hall itself. A 100-year-old man coming to be an alchemy apprentice? It had become the laughingstock of the pill hall. Did you hear? That old trash burningly from the scrap treasure hall somehow got lucky and transferred to our pill hall. He's a heavenly spirit root after all. So what if he's 100? Maybe he'll walk the path to immortality and become a nascent soul patriarch? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Primordial spirit ancestor? He'll probably die of old age before even breaking through to late Qi cultivation. Exactly. Old Li's just delusional. Plenty of us are waiting to see him fail. Over 100 years old and he's running off to be an apprentice? Does he even recognize all the basic spiritual herbs? Hope he doesn't mistake purple monkey flowers for dogtail grass and feed them to the furnace. I heard he's got a great relationship with senior sister Yi. She arranged for him to be here. So he's a connection getter? Sissy probably took pity on him and found him a cushy spot to wait out his days. What a waste of resources. Li Qingshan heard murmurs like these every day. His expression remained unchanged, as if the whispered remarks and overtly or covertly contemptuous glances had nothing to do with him. He simply arrived punctually each day at the remote courtyard and attached alchemy workshop assigned to him, silently performing the menial tasks assigned. Cleaning residue from alchemy furnaces, sorting and processing basic herbs, hauling fuel. His composure was as steady as a rock. A century of worldly trials had long since tempered his fiery temper. Compared to the hardships he had endured, these whispers were but a gentle breeze. Yet the harsh reality remained: no alchemist was willing to take on an apprentice of his advanced age. The art of alchemy demanded keen perception, precise manipulation of spiritual energy, and countless hours of practice and trial and error. No one believed a centenarian could possess any untapped potential. After all, the pill hall housed hundreds, if not thousands, of alchemy apprentices. Those fortunate enough to be taken under a master's wing were the lucky few. Most were relegated to menial tasks. Li Qingshan refused to be discouraged. He methodically completed his tasks and diligently cultivated. He had already reached the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, just one step away from breaking through to the Great Perfection stage. This final step was crucial, and he approached it with patience. Just as Li Qingshan thought he would spend another year quietly doing menial tasks here before seeking other paths, a turning point emerged. Chapter 26, Master Yin. One day, Master Yin Ming, a alchemist renowned for his eccentric temperament and exacting standards, happened to pass through the herb processing area. While other apprentices were laughing and slacking off, Li Qingshan alone was meticulously sorting through a pile of freshly delivered, mixed-up wind-dried thousand-thread vines and dried bloodroots, following the instructions in the compendium of 100 herbs to the letter. These two herbs bore an uncanny resemblance in appearance yet possessed diametrically opposed properties. A single mistake would ruin an entire cauldron of elixirs. Li Qingshan worked slowly but with extraordinary precision, not misplacing a single strand. Master Yen? Could Master Yen be here to select alchemy apprentices? Everyone, pay attention. Maybe we'll be chosen by Master Yen. That's Master Yen. Rumor has it he personally trained many foundation establishment stage alchemists. Master Yen is one of the few in our pill hall capable of refining foundation establishment pills. Had Master Yen not damaged his foundations in his youth, he would have broken through the foundation establishment stage long ago. Instead, he languished at the peak of Qi cultivation for so many years that now, at over 100 years old, his lifespan is nearly spent. Upon seeing Master Yen, the alchemy apprentices trembled with excitement. Each was filled with anticipation and hope. They yearned to be chosen by Master Yen. If chosen by Master Yen, their fortunes would soar to new heights. Master Yen Ming paused briefly, paying no heed to the others. His cloudy yet piercing gaze lingered momentarily on Li Qingshan's steady, calloused hands before sweeping over his calm, expressionless face. You. What is your name? Master Yan's voice was hoarse and cold, like metal scraping against stone. Hearing this, Li Qingshan set down the herbs and bowed respectfully. Master, this disciple is Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan? Master Yen Ming seemed to recall recent rumors, his brow furrowing slightly. 100 years old? Seeking to learn alchemy? Yes, Master. Though I am advanced in years, my heart yearns for the path of alchemy. I am willing to give it my all and see it through to the end. Li Qingshan answered neither submissively nor arrogantly. Master Yen Ming stared at him for a long moment before suddenly snorting coldly. Oomph. Aspiring to the alchemical path? More likely you're desperate, seeking to pass your days aimlessly. Alchemy is no child's play, it demands innate talent and, above all, unwavering perseverance. How many years do you have left to live? How much perseverance could you possibly muster? Though harsh, Li Qingshan detected a hint of discernment in the words, distinct from mere contempt or mockery. He replied calmly, this disciple knows he is dull-witted and has little time left. Precisely because of this, I understand the preciousness of time and dare not slacken the slightest. Whether I succeed or not, I only ask to have no regrets in my heart. Master Yen Ming fell silent once more before finally uttering, report to Alchemy Chamber C7 tomorrow. Within 1 year, if you cannot recite the essentials of 10,000 medicinal herbs backwards and identify 1,000 common spiritual herbs along with their properties, then pack your bags and leave. Don't waste this old man's time. With that, he swept his sleeves and departed. Li Qingshan watched the master's stooped yet upright figure retreating into the distance, bowing deeply, thank you, master. He knew that Master Yen, cold on the outside but warm at heart, had given him a chance. What? Master Yen actually chose Li Qingshan? Old Li must be out of his mind. What gives? Why didn't Master Yen choose me? What makes him better than me? Old Li's luck is truly enviable. The alchemy apprentices were utterly stunned, glaring at Li Qingshan with jealousy. None had imagined Master Yen would choose him. Li Qingshan, however, remained calm. He finished the medicinal herb sorting task at his usual leisurely pace before turning to leave. The next day, he reported to Master Yen and formally became his alchemy apprentice. From then on, Li Qingshan's life became a routine between 2 points, the alchemy chamber marked Bing 7 and his own small hut. Master Yen proved to be exceptionally strict. He assigned increasingly complex herbs to process and tossed him several thick volumes of pharmacopoeias, demanding he memorize them within a strict time frame. The slightest error earned him a scathing, unrelenting reprimand. Li Qingshan. The harvesting time and processing method for 3-leaf green rasher are clearly written in the book. Are you senile or did you simply fail to memorize it? The heat. The heat. How many times have I told you? Extracting stone marrow essence requires simmering over low heat for 12 hours. 1 minute too long and it burns, 1 minute too short and impurities remain. What kind of heat control is this? Are you building a furnace? Master Yan's words flew thick with spittle, his scolding utterly merciless. Li Qingshan silently endured every word of the tirade, committing each one to memory. His formidable spiritual perception proved invaluable at this moment. He possessed photographic memory and exceptional comprehension. Though Master Yen raged fiercely, he noticed this old apprentice grasped his teachings instantly, often applying principles to new situations with astonishing speed and progress. The only problem was this old fellow's meager spiritual power and his crude, clumsy fire control techniques. He was simply too inadequate for serious use. Master Yen felt a pang of regret. His comprehension and character are both excellent. It's a pity, he's too old, his foundation is too weak, and his spiritual power control is a fatal flaw. Otherwise, what a waste. During the day, Li Qingshan diligently studied alchemy knowledge. At night, he returned to his small hut, set up simple protective barriers, and immersed himself in cultivation. Gradually, Master Yen began allowing Li Qingshan to assist with menial tasks during his alchemy sessions. This presented Li Qingshan with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He absorbed every ounce of alchemy knowledge with voracious hunger. His advanced age, though making his path to immortality exceedingly arduous, had also cultivated a mindset unlike that of ordinary mortals. Master Yan's alchemical endeavors, of course, sometimes ended in failure. Those discarded pills either tossed aside by Master Yan or bestowed upon Li Qingshan for cleanup became his greatest treasure. He carefully stored these discarded pills, selecting a few each night to place inside his. The next day, he would pour out perfectly round, plump pills with clear patterns and an intoxicating medicinal fragrance, truly supreme elixirs. If Master Yen knew that his apprentice, whom he deemed spirit energy deficient and fire control crude, was consuming his discarded pills like candy beans, who knows what he would think? Bolstered by this vast supply of supreme elixirs and the immense power of the elixir of immortality, Li Qingshan's cultivation advanced steadily at a terrifying pace. Within his dantian, the immortal energy accumulated ceaselessly, growing ever more vast and colossal. To outsiders, he remained the same struggling old apprentice at the 6th layer of qi cultivation. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan's cultivation had advanced from the 9th layer of qi cultivation to the 10th layer. This marked the pinnacle of qi cultivation. He was but a single step away from establishing the foundation of the Tao and breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. On this particular day, Li Qingshan was processing a fresh batch of blazing sungrass in the alchemy chamber. His movements flowed like water, his grasp of the herb's properties precise and unerring. Master Yen Ming appeared to be resting with his eyes closed nearby, but his divine sense remained constantly focused. Over this year, Li Qingshan's performance had far exceeded his expectations. His solid knowledge of pharmacology and steady temperament showed no signs of a novice who had only entered the path at the age of 100. Suddenly, a faint ripple of energy rippled from Li Qingshan's body. A surge of spiritual pressure, vastly more formidable than that of a 6th-layer qi refining cultivator, flashed and vanished in an instant, instantly retracted until it was utterly imperceptible. Master Yin Ming's eyes snapped open, a sharp gleam flashing within as he fixed his gaze on Li Qingshan. You have broken through? That instantaneous aura was absolutely not that of the 6th layer of qi cultivation. Chapter 27, Refining the Foundation Building Pill. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that the momentary exhilaration from refining the residual potency of the pill within him would inadvertently reveal a trace of his cultivation. He immediately bowed, his face displaying just the right amount of excitement and trepidation, reporting to the master, This disciple has recently sensed the bottleneck loosening. Just now, by sheer luck, I broke through to the 7th layer of qi refining. He displayed his cultivation at qi refining stage 7. 7th layer of qi cultivation? Master Yen Ming's gaze pierced like lightning as he scrutinized Li Qingshan from head to toe, as if trying to see right through him. 100 years old, and he'd advanced from the 6th to the 7th layer within a single year? Even for a heavenly spirit root, this pace was astonishing. Had he concealed his cultivation before? Or did he truly possess alchemical talent, where his focused mind had propelled his cultivation? Master Yen ultimately asked no more, merely snorting coldly, "Umph. At least you're somewhat useful." My words weren't wasted. Since you've broken through, try assisting with fire control from now on. Start learning from the beginning. Yes. Thank you, Master. Li Qingshan replied respectfully, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Reaching the 7th layer of qi cultivation, while still remarkable, was far easier to explain than reaching the 9th layer or even the Great Perfection stage. Just as Li Qingshan began practicing fire control, secretly compensating for his crude spiritual energy manipulation with his powerful divine sense and immortal life force, a piece of news quietly spread among the upper echelons of the pill hall, reaching Li Qingshan's ears. Master Yen Ming was preparing to fire up the furnace to refine foundation establishment pills. Not for himself, but for a core disciple of the sect. The news sent shockwaves through the entire pill hall. The foundation establishment pill, though only a 2nd-tier inferior spirit pill, was extremely difficult to refine. Its difficulty surpassed even that of a 2nd-tier superior spirit pill, with a staggering failure rate and requiring materials of unparalleled rarity. Within the entire pill hall, the number of alchemists capable of refining foundation establishment pills could be counted on one hand. When Li Qingshan heard the news, his hand controlling the flames trembled slightly, nearly causing the furnace's fire to spiral out of control. He forced down the raging storm within his heart, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented intensity. Foundation establishing pills. The opportunity to establish his foundation, which he had longed for, finally showed a glimmer of hope. Could Master Yan's alchemy truly be without failure? Even with his supreme skill, producing 1 or 2 successful pills was already a stroke of luck. Then what of the failed attempts? Li Qingshan drew a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his nerves. His gaze returned to the dancing furnace flames, his eyes now deeper and more resolute than ever. Days later, the atmosphere in Alchemy Chamber 7B had transformed completely. Where once only herb processing and basic training had taken place, now a solemn and intense energy permeated the air. At the chamber's center, the rarely used bronze cauldron engraved with intricate array formations had been fully activated. Earthfire blazed fiercely, glowing the cauldron's body a faint crimson as scorching waves radiated outward.
Master Yen Ming stood solemnly, his salt and pepper hair meticulously tied back. His cloudy eyes now gleamed with intense focus as he watched the cauldron's transformations. Li Qingshan stood solemnly at his side, holding his breath. He knew the most critical moment had arrived. "Watch closely, young man." Master Yen Ming's voice was low and solemn, unusually free of reprimand and instead carrying a tone of instruction. The foundation building pill is a miraculous elixir that seizes the essence of heaven and earth, aiding cultivators in defying fate and establishing their Tao foundation. Its difficulty lies in 3 points. As he carefully placed a peculiar flower emitting a purple aura and bearing 9 crystalline leaves into the alchemy cauldron, he continued his explanation. First, the primary ingredients are exceedingly rare. The 3 main herbs, a 900-year-old purple yang 9-leaf flower, the seed of a geothermal lotus, and the essence distilled from a 1,000-year-old stone milk. Each is priceless beyond measure, especially the purple yang 9-leaf flower nearly extinct. It surfaces only rarely in ancient ruins or perilous realms, and each harvested flower diminishes its number. Li Qingshan held his breath, watching the legendary spirit herb melt within the cauldron, releasing a colossal and pure energy that left him utterly stunned. Second, its medicinal properties are fiercely potent, making fusion exceedingly difficult. Master Yan's hands move like lightning, continuously inputting fire-controlling incantations and fusion spirit seals. Within the cauldron, multicolored medicinal liquids churned and collided, sometimes merging, sometimes repelling, erupting with astonishing energy fluctuations that caused the entire alchemy cauldron to tremble slightly. The 3 primary herbs possess vastly different natures, their yin and yang forces clashing. It requires immense spiritual awareness and precise spiritual energy control to find the balance point amidst the ever-shifting chaos, achieving perfect fusion. The slightest misstep will cause the properties to clash, exploding the furnace and destroying the elixir. Beads of sweat glistened on Master Yan's forehead, a clear sign of the immense mental strain. Li Qingshan's potent spiritual sense faintly perceived the breathtaking energy struggle within the cauldron, leaving him utterly awed by Master Yan's alchemical mastery. Third, at the moment of pill formation, an internal tribulation arises. Master Yan's voice grew increasingly solemn. The foundation building pill defies the natural order. Upon its formation, it spontaneously triggers a threat of internal tribulation. Special techniques must be employed to protect it, stabilizing the pill's form and locking in its spiritual essence. This step carries the highest failure rate. At that very moment, a brilliant light erupted from within the cauldron, and the medicinal fragrance suddenly became intensely potent. Yet simultaneously, a violent humming and energy upheaval erupted. Master Yan's expression changed. His hands darted, sending several beams of spiritual light into the cauldron in a desperate attempt to stabilize it. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed from within the cauldron. The light dimmed by more than half, and a burnt, acrid smell mingled with the medicinal fragrance wafted out. Master Yan's face darkened as he lifted the cauldron lid. At the bottom lay 3 charred, twisted, spiritless waste pills, a low-grade foundation establishment pill with a dull color and blurred patterns, and a small pile of ashes. First batch, 1 successful pill, 3 failures. Oomph. I'm getting old. My spiritual sense just isn't as sharp as it was in my youth. Master Yen snorted coldly, seemingly displeased, yet his eyes betrayed little surprise. He had clearly anticipated this outcome. He carefully stored the low-grade foundation establishment pill. As for the 3 failed pills, he couldn't be bothered to glance at them, casually sweeping them into the waste bin. Waste pills in the scrap bin would be instantly incinerated by the earth fire into ashes. Master! Li Qingshan hurried forward, bowing respectfully. These failed pills. Might this disciple keep them? Master Yen Ming paused abruptly, his piercing gaze fixing on him. What use are these defective pills to you? Their properties clash, their spiritual energy rages, they're utterly useless, even harmful. Li Qingshan's face twisted with both embarrassment and longing as he murmured, this disciple wishes to keep them for study. To observe where mistakes might occur in the master's alchemy process, to learn from them. Perhaps one might even sense a trace of the lingering Tao essence from the foundation establishment pills. It might offer some slight benefit to this disciple's cultivation. His justification sounded both studious and pitifully delusional. Master Yen Ming stared at him for several seconds, seemingly seeing through his subtle thoughts yet too indifferent to point them out. Finally, he waved his hand impatiently. As you wish. It's just a pile of junk. Don't leave it in the alchemy chamber to clutter the place. Thank you, Master. Li Qingshan suppressed his excitement, carefully placing the 3 still warm discarded pills into the jade box he had prepared long ago. Chapter 28, Top Grade Foundation Building Pills.
After a day of rest, Master Yan began his second furnace. Armed with the experience from the first attempt, Master Yan's techniques were now steadier and more seasoned. Li Qingshan observed intently throughout the entire process, not daring to miss a single detail. His powerful divine sense silently recorded every movement of Master Yan's hands and every fluctuation of spiritual energy, endlessly simulating them within his mind's eye. This time, the process went much more smoothly. 3 pills were successfully refined, though still of inferior grade. However, their color and patterns were noticeably improved. However, there were as many as 6 failed pills. Li Qingshan once again plucked up the courage to ask for them. Master Yan merely glanced at him and gave a dismissive snort, which Li Qingshan took as tacit permission. In the third furnace, Master Yan seemed to reach peak form. His movements flowed like clouds in water, his mastery of heat control and medicinal fusion reaching sublime perfection. Ultimately, 6 pills were successfully refined, while 4 were discarded. One of them even displayed 2 patterns, becoming a mid-grade foundation establishment pill, filling Master Yan with immense pride. Li Qingshan once again successfully collected all the failed pills. After over 10 days of intense alchemy, Master Yan showed signs of exhaustion. Yet, surveying the 10 low-grade foundation establishment pills in his jade bottle, he nodded with satisfaction. 1 mid-grade, 9 low-grade, not a bad outcome for the task. He glanced at Li Qingshan standing respectfully nearby, his tone softening unusually. "You old rascal, your comprehension is truly remarkable. Having observed these 3 furnaces, how much did you grasp?" Li Qingshan respectfully replied, "Master's artistry is profound and mysterious. This disciple is dull-witted and could only grasp the surface. I deeply feel the vastness of the alchemy path and my own insignificance." "Poof. At least you know your place." Master Yan's lips curled in a cold snort, yet a fleeting, barely perceptible hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. "Understanding the surface means you haven't wasted this past year. Pack your things. There's nothing left for you here." "Yes, Master." Li Qingshan bowed and withdrew, clutching the jade box containing the 13 failed foundation establishment pills, his heart pounding wildly. Back in his hut, he immediately activated the seals. Li Qingshan eagerly removed all the failed pills. Most were misshapen, dull in color, some even charred black. Their surfaces radiated chaotic, impure spiritual energy, giving off an unstable aura. Yet in Li Qingshan's eyes, they were priceless treasures. 13, more than enough. His eyes burned with fervor as he carefully divided them into batches and stored them within his. Now, it was time to wait for the miracle. The next day, he would harvest 13 top-grade foundation establishment pills. At the same time, a more pressing question surfaced in his mind. Even with these supreme foundation establishment pills, where should I choose to establish my foundation? Li Qingshan fell deep in thought. Foundation establishment within the sect? The commotion would be immense. The peculiar manifestations of the eternal life art during foundation establishment would likely be impossible to conceal entirely. How could he explain a 100-year-old menial disciple suddenly establishing his foundation? It would surely invite immense trouble. He must leave the sect and find a place that was absolutely safe and hidden. The mountains near the sect. No, patrol disciples would easily spot us. Remote areas? But there might be powerful demonic beasts. Li Qingshan frowned deeply, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously. Perhaps that place could work? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. When he was brought from Peach Blossom Village to the Spring-Autumn Sect years ago, the spirit boat had passed through a desolate mountain range devoid of human presence, yet filled with chaotic and violent spiritual energy. It was said to be the ruins of an ancient battlefield where space was unstable, strange occurrences were common, and ordinary cultivators dared not venture deep. The chaotic spiritual energy there would perfectly conceal the foundation establishment phenomenon. Plus, it's rarely visited an ideal secluded retreat. With the location chosen, the next question immediately followed. What about after foundation establishment? How do we conceal the explosive surge in cultivation power? Though the turtle breath technique was ingenious, whether it could perfectly mask the energy fluctuations of the foundation establishment stage remained uncertain. We must find a more powerful breath concealing technique or a magical artifact capable of masking one's aura. Li Qingshan's eyes flickered as his mind raced. As an outer sect disciple, I'm entitled to select 3 spells from the scripture hall. I can go there first. Also, the sect's marketplace should have plenty of useful items. I can scout that out too. Li Qingshan thought to himself. The next day. Within the fragrance of elixirs filled the air. 13 foundation establishment pills, ancient and primal in essence, gleamed like flawless purple pearls. 4 alchemical patterns shimmered upon their surfaces. Even though Li Qingshan had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it still sent shockwaves through his heart, filling him with overwhelming excitement. His heart pounded wildly as he hastily stored all 13 supreme foundation establishment pills back into the. Li Qingshan remained clear-headed. Foundation establishment was no trivial matter. Thorough preparation was essential. First, I must check the scripture hall. Li Qingshan thought to himself, his mind cleared despite the excitement. Foundation establishment was no trivial matter. Thorough preparation was essential. His first target was the sect's scripture hall.
As an outer sect disciple, he was entitled to freely select 3 chi cultivation stage spells. The first level of the scripture hall was sparsely populated, its jade slips as vast as the sea. Li Qingshan appeared to browse casually, yet his powerful divine sense swiftly scanned the descriptions of each jade slip. Fire serpent technique, quicksand trap, wind riding secret. Most were common low to mid-tier first-level spells, nothing special. He strolled to a secluded corner where jade slips lay piled high, mostly neglected, incomplete, or extremely difficult to cultivate. Just as he was about to give up and pick any 2 practical spells, his peripheral vision caught sight of a thickly dusted, ancient-looking black jade slip. Its description was sparse, small concealment technique incomplete. Fragment of an ancient breath concealing secret art. Mastery allows one to obscure their celestial destiny, evade calamities, and hide cultivation entirely. However, cultivation is exceedingly difficult, requiring exceptional spiritual perception talent. Note: incomplete. Choose with caution. Conceal one's divine aura. Hide cultivation to the point of invisibility. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this precisely the technique he had longed for? Far more powerful and profound than the turtle breath technique. Suppressing his excitement, he nonchalantly picked up the jade slip, casually selecting the entangling technique, a wood-based binding spell, and the earth escape technique, an escape and survival spell, before approaching the attendant disciple to register. The attendant disciple lazily took the jade slip. Upon seeing the minor sky hiding technique, he visibly froze, then looked up at Li Qingshan with an expression akin to admiring a cute little thing. "Senior brother, are you sure you want this? This thing's been sitting here for centuries, and no one's ever mastered it. You're just wasting a selection opportunity." Li Qingshan wore a simple, slightly stubborn smile. "Thanks for your concern, junior brother. I just like the intimidating name. I'll take it back to tinker with. Whether it works or not, it'll be fun." The attendant disciple rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath as he recorded the selection. Seeing as you're older, I'll share a tidbit about this jade slip. Word is this fragment was dug up from some ancient ruins centuries ago. It caused quite a stir back then, but no one could master it, so it just got tossed aside. Some speculate it might be a tiny fragment of the genuine heaven hiding secret art, that legendary supreme technique said to evade the heavenly Tao's perception. What a pity, what a pity. Just a fragment, and no one can cultivate it. He shook his head, his expression one of profound regret at such a waste of divine potential. Chapter 29, The Minor Concealing Heaven's Secret Art. Li Qingshan's heart surged with shock, yet his face remained composed as he nodded repeatedly. So that's its origin. Thank you for sharing, junior brother. After completing the registration, Li Qingshan left the scripture hall, clutching the black jade slip in his palm. His hand grew slightly warm. He knew he had stumbled upon a treasure. Cultivation was difficult? He had all the time and patience in the world. Incomplete? With thee at his disposal, it might just be possible to restore it to perfection. No sooner had he stepped out of the scripture hall than he encountered 2 inner sect disciples walking toward him, whispering to each other. Did you hear? Senior sister Zhang Hongxiu, the precious granddaughter of elder Zhang Yuzhen, failed her foundation establishment breakthrough attempt the other day. What? Failed? How could that be? She was so well prepared. Shou, keep your voice down. Word is she suffered a backlash from her heart demon at the last moment, nearly damaging her Dao foundation. She's recuperating in her cave residence now. Elder Yuzhen was furious and bestowed a large quantity of spiritual medicines. Looks like she's preparing to attempt foundation establishment again once her injuries heal. A second foundation establishment? That comes at a steep cost. But with senior Uncle Zhang's family fortune, it shouldn't be a problem. The voices of the two gradually faded into the distance. Li Qingshan stood rooted to the spot, his expression calm, though inwardly he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Zhang Hongxiu's foundation establishment failed. This undoubtedly bought him precious time. Yet it also heightened his vigilance. Elder Zhang Yuzhen would spare no expense to aid her second foundation establishment attempt. Should she succeed, the Zhang Hongxiu emerging from seclusion would likely prove even more formidable. I must establish my foundation realm as soon as possible. Li Qingshan's gaze hardened with resolve as he turned and headed toward the sect's marketplace. The marketplace remained bustling. With clear purpose, Li Qingshan first used spirit stones to purchase large quantities of high-quality fasting pills and water purification talismans enough to sustain several years of seclusion. Then, he began to wander among the various stalls, paying particular attention to those selling magical artifacts, especially those specializing in protective and concealment-type artifacts. He set his sights on a dark gray cloak that looked dull and grayish, with even some fraying at the edges. The vendor raved about it, claiming it was an ancient relic, slightly damaged but fully functional. Li Qingshan examined it closely and discovered the cloak did possess some peculiar properties. Its material was unusual, capable of faintly interfering with spiritual sense detection, though only marginally more effective than ordinary clothing. Its spiritual aura was dim, making it at best a low-grade, inferior magical artifact. The vendor was clearly pulling a fast one. How much for this cloak, boss? Li Qingshan asked, feigning interest. You have keen eyes, fellow cultivator.
This is an ancient treasure.
The vendor perked up immediately. Li Qingshan cut him off, pointing to the cape's frayed edges and dim aura.
Let's be straightforward, boss. This is just an old artifact with some years on it. Its defense is weak, its concealment limited, and the damaged parts don't even channel spiritual energy properly.
5 low-grade spirit stones, and I'll take it home to study the ancient runes on it.
The vendor's smile froze. He hadn't expected this old man to be so knowledgeable. He stammered awkwardly, 5 is far too little. 10.
Take it for 10 spirit stones. In the end, they settled on 7 low-grade spirit stones. Li Qingshan clutched the cloak, inwardly delighted.
Poor effects? Damaged? No problem. He'd have his repaired back home, it might just be as good as new.
Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard 2 cultivators haggling at a nearby stall over a piece of black, unremarkable iron.
50 spirit stones? Are you robbing me? This scrap of iron is nothing but hard, it doesn't even have a hint of spiritual energy. Fellow Daoist, this came from an ancient battlefield. Who knows what secrets it might hold?
50 spirit stones, no haggling. Li Qingshan instinctively swept his divine sense over the iron plate and his heart jolted. The material and patterns of the iron plate gave him an extremely faint yet profoundly ancient and obscure sensation.
Could it be connected in some distant way to the jade slip of the minor concealing heaven technique he had just acquired? He walked over without showing any emotion, pretending to look at other items on the stall. Only after the price-sensitive cultivator left did he casually pick up the iron plate and weigh it in his hand. This thing is quite heavy. How much for it?
The vendor, seeing another customer, quickly replied, 40.
40 spirit stones and it's yours. Li Qingshan set the iron plate back down and shook his head. 10 spirit stones.
I'll take it to weigh down my pickle jar.
Another familiar excuse.
The vendor's forehead creased with frustration.
20. 20 spirit stones is the absolute minimum.
In the end, Li Qingshan paid 20 low-grade spirit stones and tucked the mysterious iron plate into his bag. Though he had no idea what it was for, some inexplicable intuition told him it was worth the gamble. With his shopping done, Li Qingshan hurried back to his hut. First, he placed the tattered cloak into his wish-granting gourd. When he retrieved it the next day, the cloak had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its color had deepened to a rich, dark gray. The torn sections were perfectly mended, and a faint, rippling glow like water shimmered across its surface. When he scanned it with his divine sense, it felt as though he were probing empty air, virtually undetectable. It had become a top-tier concealment artifact.
Excellent.
From now on, you shall be known as the shadow-concealing cloak.
Li Qingshan was overjoyed.
Then, unable to contain his excitement, he carefully placed the 3 newly acquired spell Jade Slip's entanglement technique, Earth Escape technique, and the most crucial fragment of the minor concealment technique along with the mysterious iron plate, into the. Excitement filled his heart, especially for the small concealing heaven technique. The words of the scripture hall attendant still echoed in his ears, a tiny fragment of the true sky-shrouding secret art, a supreme technique capable of obscuring the heavenly Tao's perception. If he could truly complete it, even partially, it would be an immense boon to him. The night passed without incident, only anticipation flowing within his heart. The next morning, Li Qingshan drew a deep breath and slowly pulled the stopper from the gourd. 3 jade slips shot out on their own, hovering midair and radiating a spiritual light several times more dazzling than yesterday's. Particularly the black jade slip inscribed with the small concealing heaven technique. The thick layer of dust covering its surface had vanished entirely, leaving it smooth as polished jade. An inky sheen radiated from within, while intricate silver runes swirled ceaselessly across its surface. They emitted an indescribable aura, obscure, ancient, and seemingly impervious to any form of probing a profoundly mysterious Tao essence. Li Qingshan suppressed his excitement and plunged his divine sense into the black jade tablet first. Boom! A colossal, profound flood of information instantly surged into his mind. The minor concealing heaven secret art. No longer a fragment of the small concealing heaven technique, but the complete small concealing heaven secret art. This secret art had been completely restored. Its contents had become utterly complete, systematic, and profound. The opening declaration made its intent clear. This art was the supreme upper volume of techniques for peering into heavenly secrets and reversing the chaos of yin and yang. When cultivated to its ultimate realm, it could conceal all one's karmic causes and effects, blind the heavenly Tao's perception, evade calamities and tribulations, hide one's cultivation level, alter one's destiny, and to a certain extent, vanish beyond the rules of the heavenly Tao. Only those with a divine consciousness as vast as the sea and profound insights into the laws of heaven and earth could cultivate it. It details how to manipulate divine consciousness and magical power to construct the heaven-shrouding spirit domain around oneself, a supreme method to perfectly conceal cultivation, aura, and even one's very existence. If perfected, it could even interfere with divine calculations to some extent, evading the lock-on of thunder tribulations. Chapter 30, Black Wind Mountains. 3rd tier. This absolutely falls within the realm of 3rd tier spells. It might even be higher. Li Qingshan's heart pounded wildly, his excitement overwhelming him. He had truly restored this fragment to such a degree.
Suppressing his excitement, he turned his attention to the other two jade slips. The jade slip inscribed with entanglement technique now shimmered with spiritual light, transformed into entanglement technique of the wood element. Though still a top-tier first-tier spell, its power was now incomparable. When cast, it could instantly summon incredibly resilient spirit wood chains. These chains bore barbed talismanic patterns that not only bound an enemy's physical form but also entangled and drained their spiritual energy. It was an extremely troublesome technique, one that even Foundation establishment cultivators would struggle to resist. The Earth Escape technique Jade Slip had transformed into the 5 Elements Escape technique Earth Chapter. Similarly elevated to top-tier first rank, its essence far surpassed ordinary Earth Escape. Not only did it offer faster, deeper, and more concealed escape speeds, but it also contained a hint of the 5 Elements transformation subtlety. Within the Earth Escape, one could subtly adjust their aura to blend with the Earth itself, making them extremely difficult to track or detect. Excellent! 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 Li Qingshan clapped his hands and chuckled softly, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. With these 3 great techniques at his disposal, his survival capabilities and stealth would be elevated to an entirely new level. He immediately began studying the minor concealment heaven technique with single-minded devotion. This technique proved exceedingly difficult indeed, being a 3rd-tier spell involving the subtle manipulation of divine consciousness and a profound understanding of the mysteries of heavenly Tao. Yet his spiritual awareness far surpassed others at this tier. Having weathered a century of trials, his resolve was unshakable. Coupled with his foundation in the turtle breathing technique, he managed to grasp the basics within mere days. He could now tentatively construct the heaven-shrouding spiritual domain, perfectly concealing his cultivation fluctuations. To outsiders, he still appeared to be at the 7th layer of chi refining. Of course, to continue refining this technique, he would likely have to wait until after establishing his foundation before he could fully master the minor concealing heaven's secret art. With that, all preparations were complete. The next day, Li Qingshan returned to the outer sect task hall and walked straight to the familiar steward's window, none other than Steward Wang, the one who had assigned him to the Qingyang market years ago. Senior brother Wang, it's been a while. Li Qingshan bowed with a smile, his face still wearing that harmless, honest expression. Steward Wang looked up and smiled back. Oh, it's old Li. Heard you transferred to the pill hall? How's that? Any easier than burning trash? His tone was familiar, tinged with playful teasing. Thanks to your blessings, senior brother, I'm scraping by in the pill hall, learning the basics from Master Yin. Li Qingshan replied modestly, then shifted gears. Brother, I've recently developed an interest in alchemy. I'd like to try crafting a foundational tonic pill, but I need several key ingredients. The dark shadow flower is particularly hard to find. I hear it occasionally appears in the Black Wind Mountains to the north. I was thinking of taking a long-term assignment there to try my luck and gather some other herbs while I'm at it. His reasoning was perfectly plausible. It was perfectly normal for pill hall disciples to venture out to gather herbs. Elder Wang took Li Qingshan's jade identity token, glancing at the task list as he casually remarked, Black Wind Mountains? That's a bit remote. Further north lies that infamous ancient battlefield ruin. The spiritual energy there is chaotic and unprofitable. I've also heard of strange occurrences there. Hardly anyone ventures there normally. Dark flowers thrive in shade, so that area might indeed hold some. Alright, there's a collect dark flowers quest available. 1-year deadline, 30 spirit stones reward. No one else is claiming it, so I'll assign it to you. He efficiently processed the paperwork, handing the quest token to Li Qingshan. Old Li, he cautioned, you're not getting any younger. Be careful out there alone. Don't venture deep into those ruins. Once you find it, come back early. Thanks for your concern, Brother Wang. I know better, I'll just stay on the outskirts. Li Qingshan smiled as he accepted the token, bowing his hands in gratitude once more. After leaving the quest hall, Li Qingshan headed to the marketplace to stock up on talismans and daily necessities, ensuring everything was in order. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Li Qingshan changed into plain gray robes, draping the shadow-concealing cloak over them. He glanced back at the Spring-Autumn Sect, where he'd lived for years, his gaze calm yet resolute. Without alerting a soul, he slipped silently through the mountain gates. Summoning a low-grade flying sword, he assessed his direction before transforming into an inconspicuous streak of light. He sped northward toward the chaotic, spirit energy-filled Black Wind Mountains, a region seldom visited by humans, and deeper still, toward the ancient battlefield ruins. Deep within the Black Wind Mountains, near the edge of the ancient battlefield, lay a hidden valley. The spiritual energy here was inherently chaotic and impure, making it an ideal cultivation site for Li Qingshan, a place ordinary cultivators would never choose. After days of meticulous exploration, he finally discovered a naturally formed stone cave at the valley's deepest point. Its entrance was concealed by dense vines, making it exceptionally hidden. Upon entering, Li Qingshan wasted no time. He immediately retrieved the 5 elements traces array flags he had purchased for 500 spirit stones and carefully deployed them around the cave entrance and its surroundings. As the flags sank into the ground, an invisible ripple instantly spread out, enveloping the entire cave and the surrounding area for several zhang.
Light distorted slightly, making the cave indistinguishable from the surrounding rock walls when viewed from outside. Even its aura was perfectly concealed. With this array protecting us, safety should be assured. Li Qingshan nodded with satisfaction. He then set up several warning restrictions inside the cave before finally feeling completely at ease. The 5 elements concealment array's most crucial function was to mask a presence, while also withstanding a full power strike from a foundation establishment cultivator. For Li Qingshan, it was an exceptional formation, which was why he had spared no expense to acquire it. Once all preparations were complete, he sat cross-legged in the center of the cave, drew a deep breath, and adjusted his state to its absolute peak. Within his dantian, the vast and colossal life-sustaining energy of a fully cultivated chi-refining cultivator simmered like a dormant volcano, awaiting the moment to erupt. Without a moment's hesitation, he first placed a top-grade foundation establishment pill enhanced by the into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue, transforming into an indescribably colossal torrent. It was not mere spiritual energy, but contained a trace of a peculiar Tao essence like the first dawn light that split heaven and earth. It surged violently into every limb and bone, ultimately converging toward his dantian. Boom! Li Qingshan's entire body shook violently, feeling as though his dantian might burst from the terrifying force. But his resolve was unshakable. He immediately activated the Foundation Establishment chapter of the Eternal Life Secret Technique, guiding the torrent to compress and refine the already immense magical power within his dantian. 100 days of foundation building laid the groundwork for the Great Tao. This was the process of transforming gaseous magical energy into liquid true essence, building within the dantian a foundation of the Tao capable of bearing the Tao and connecting heaven and earth. Of course, 100 days was not an absolute requirement. It was merely the baseline. Some powerful cultivators required even longer to complete their ultimate transformation during foundation establishment. Day after day passed. Li Qingshan was enveloped in an intense aura of spiritual light, while a roaring sound like rushing rivers echoed continuously from within his body. His body underwent earth-shattering changes, impurities were expelled, bones cracked softly as they grew more crystalline and resilient, flesh and meridians were repeatedly torn apart and, becoming broader and stronger. Half a month later, he consumed the second Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill. Chapter 31, 100 Days of Foundation Establishment, a Perfect Tao Foundation. The combined potency of the pills greatly accelerated his foundation establishment process. Half of the spiritual energy within his dantian had already transformed into viscous liquid true essence. In the second month, the third foundation building pill was consumed. The liquid true essence grew increasingly abundant, gradually gathering at the bottom of the dantian. It began to coalesce into a faint, shadowy image of a foundation pedestal. The third month, the fourth month. Li Qingshan remained utterly focused, completely immersed in the profound process of foundation establishment. Whenever he felt his strength waning or the pace of foundation building slowing, he would swallow another top-grade foundation building pill without hesitation. If the outside world knew someone was squandering top-grade foundation establishment pills so extravagantly, it would likely cause countless jaws to drop. Each of these pills was enough to drive foundation establishment cultivators into a frenzy of competition. As the potency of the 9th Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill fully dissolved, a sudden transformation occurred. Within Li Qingshan's dantian, the previously indistinct shadow of his Tao Foundation suddenly erupted with dazzling, 9-colored radiance. It frantically absorbed all the liquid true essence and the immense foundation Li Qingshan had accumulated through a century of arduous cultivation, growing incredibly solid and towering. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. The Tao Foundation soared upward at a visible pace. Tao Foundations were classified by height into lower grade Tao Foundation under 3 inches, middle grade Tao Foundation 3 to 6 inches, upper grade Tao Foundation 6 to 9 inches. Li Qingshan's Tao Foundation surged past the 9-inch limit without hindrance, reaching the realm of a supreme Tao Foundation. Even peerless prodigies with heavenly spirit roots, even with immense opportunities, could only achieve a supreme Tao Foundation at best. Yet for Li Qingshan, this was not the end. 9 inches 1, 9 inches 2, 9 inches 8, 9 inches 9. Finally, the Tao Foundation stabilized at 9 inches and 9/10. The Tao Foundation was flawlessly round and flawless, radiating a perfect and harmonious Tao aura. It seemed as if profound and mysterious runes were naturally engraved upon it, resonating with the Tao of heaven and earth. A perfect Tao Foundation. The legendary Supreme Tao Foundation, 1 in 10,000. The possessor of such a foundation would surpass peers in every aspect, the quality and quantity of their true essence, its regeneration speed, affinity with celestial energies, and future potential, possessing the ultimate aptitude to ascend to the immortal path. At the very instant this perfect Tao Foundation was achieved. An indescribably terrifying suction force erupted violently from Li Qingshan's body. Instantly, within a 100-mile radius centered on him, the celestial and terrestrial spiritual energies erupted into complete chaos. Whether it was the gentle wood energy, the violent fire energy, the heavy earth energy, even the chaotic, murderous, and killing energies permeating this ancient battlefield ruin, all were forcibly plundered and devoured by that overwhelmingly domineering suction force. It formed a colossal vortex of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye.
At the vortex's core lay the very valley where Li Qingshan stood. Spiritual energy surged into his body like a tidal wave. Refined by the elixir of immortality technique, it transformed into supremely pure immortal essence, flowing into his flawless 9-inch foundation. This solidified his foundation establishment realm. Such immense commotion could not be entirely contained even by the 5 elements' mysterious array, instantly alerting cultivators and living beings throughout the Blackwind Mountains and beyond. What's happening? Why has the celestial spirit energy erupted like this? What a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy! Is some venerable elder breaking through here? Could it be a golden core cultivator? The direction points to the depths of the Blackwind Mountains. Isn't that the ancient battlefield ruins? With such chaotic spiritual energy, why would anyone choose to break through there? The speed and scale of that spiritual energy absorption, terrifying. A foundation establishment cultivator could never muster such power. 100 li away from the valley, a group of chi cultivation stage wandering cultivators hunting demonic beasts paled in horror. Staring at the towering vortex of spiritual energy piercing the heavens, their legs went weak. Further still, within a small cultivation marketplace, several early foundation establishment cultivators abruptly snapped from their meditation. Soaring into the sky, they gazed solemnly toward the Blackwind Mountains, their eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. Even within some ancient, deeply hidden cave dwellings, several powerful divine senses quietly stirred. They swept over the area, emitting faint murmurs of astonishment and doubt. Inside his cave dwelling, Li Qingshan remained utterly oblivious, completely immersed in the supreme bliss of his profound transformation. His body was undergoing a fundamental transformation. His lifespan surged dramatically. What had been mere decades left had instantly shattered its limits, reaching 400 years. For a senior over 100 years old, this was nothing short of a gift of rebirth. Consider that an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator typically possessed a lifespan of only 256 years. Li Qingshan, however, had attained 400 years due to his cultivation of the eternal life art. Though he was now nearly 107 years old, compared to his 4-century lifespan, he appeared almost like a young man. His appearance hadn't changed drastically, but the wrinkles on his face had visibly diminished, even disappearing entirely. His skin became taut and smooth, and his head of white hair began transforming from the roots at a visible pace into a deep, lustrous black. A vibrant energy radiated from his body, leaving no trace of old age. His entire appearance resembled that of a man in his 30s. Save for the traces of world weariness in his eyes, no one would ever guess he was over 100 years old. His divine sense surged wildly. Originally limited to a radius of 10 zhang, it now surged past 100 zhang, 200 zhang, 300 zhang, finally stabilizing at 1,000 zhang in all directions. Its intensity rivaled that of a late foundation establishment cultivator, or even a grand perfection cultivator utterly monstrous. His senses sharpened to their absolute peak, allowing him to hear the faintest sounds, the fluttering of distant insects, the rustling of growing plants. But the most crucial change occurred within his dantian. The perfect 9-inch Dao foundation stood majestically, like the cornerstone of a celestial palace. Above it lay a vast, emerald green sea of true essence, its surging waves containing terrifying energy and boundless vitality. This was the true essence of immortality. Its quality and quantity far surpassed that of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators by several, even dozens of times. Though currently at the early stage of foundation establishment, the sheer thickness of his true essence already rivaled that of a mid-stage cultivator. If he were to wield the divine abilities and supreme magical artifact bestowed by the eternal life art, he might even stand a chance against a late foundation establishment cultivator. After an unknown span of time, the immense vortex of spiritual energy slowly dissipated. Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes. A flash of emerald light danced in his eyes, as if containing boundless forests and vibrant vitality, before retreating inward, becoming as deep and mysterious as a starry sea. He clenched his fist lightly, feeling the terrifying power surging within him, power strong enough to split mountains and sever rivers along with his rejuvenated, vibrantly youthful body. An unprecedented sense of strength and control welled up within him. A century of wasted years, yet in a single day, he had laid the foundation for cultivation. Reborn and transformed, the path to immortality now lay within reach. Endless emotion filled Li Qingshan's heart. At last, can I too embark upon the path to immortality? Li Qingshan's heart trembled slightly, his eyes glistening with moisture. A century of mundane existence, he had thought he would soon turn to dust. Yet who could have imagined that at the age of 100, he would step onto the path of immortality? Now, in just 7 short years, he had become a foundation establishment cultivator. 400 years of lifespan stretched out before him, vast and boundless. It fueled his ambitions and aspirations, driving him to peer into the legendary, supreme realm of immortality. Immortality remained elusive, yet hope had finally taken root. Yet, his brow quickly furrowed. His powerful divine sense detected several auras cautiously approaching the secluded valley where he meditated. So I've stirred others after all. Li Qingshan murmured under his breath, his gaze instantly turning cold and sharp. Chapter 32, Enemies Meet. Boom! Outside the valley, the light barrier of the 5 elements confusion array flickered violently, flickering on and off erratically, clearly under sustained attack. Big brother. The array can't hold much longer. The treasures inside will be ours soon. A sharp-nosed, monkey-faced cultivator at the 8th layer of chi refining shouted excitedly, his flying fork repeatedly stabbing at the light barrier. Leading the group was a scarred, burly 9th tier chi cultivation cultivator. Greed flashed in his eyes as he wielded a massive axe-shaped artifact, hacking furiously while bellowing, push harder. This array has no master to sustain it, it won't hold out much longer. That celestial phenomenon earlier was no ordinary occurrence. Something extraordinary must have emerged. 2 other chi refining 7th layer cultivators attacked fiercely alongside him. The 4 of them were closest to the site and had rushed over immediately after sensing the celestial phenomenon. Convinced that either a heavenly treasure had emerged or the cave dwelling of some ancient cultivator lay hidden within, they were overcome with excitement. They relentlessly assaulted the grand formation within the valley, determined to break through and seize the opportunity. The simultaneous assault by 4 late-stage chi refining cultivators began to strain the 5 elements mysterious array to its limits. Just as the array's light barrier began to tremble precariously, a voice as cold as the winds of the netherworld suddenly echoed from within the valley. Who dares disturb my secluded cultivation? The voice was not loud, yet it carried a heart-stopping authority and a colossal spiritual pressure. Immediately, the array's light barrier rippled. A figure clad in gray robes and draped in a dark gray cloak stepped out slowly. The hood concealed most of his face, revealing only a sharply defined jawline and eyes as deep and cold as stars. What sent the scarred giant and his men into utter terror was the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from the figure as heavy as mountains, unmistakably the aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Foundation stage cultivator? Spare us, Senior. Spare us, we beg you. We had no idea you were secluded here, Senior. We thought some rare treasure had surfaced. Our minds were clouded by greed, and we offended you. Please spare our lives, Senior. We're mere ants. The 4 chi cultivation cultivators were terrified out of their wits. They instantly halted their attack, collapsing to their knees with a thud. They bowed their heads repeatedly, their bodies shaking like sieve flour. They were filled with bitter regret. They had thought some treasure had emerged, never dreaming this was the secluded cave dwelling of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Attacking the protective array of a Foundation establishment cultivator was like an old man eating arsenic. They were practically begging for death. Simultaneously, terror gripped their hearts. What kind of breakthrough seclusion could summon such terrifying celestial phenomena? Could it be a Foundation establishment peak cultivator attempting to break through to the Golden Core realm? This Foundation establishment cultivator's strength must far exceed all expectations. Li Qingshan cast a cold glance at them, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his mind before he suppressed it. Killing a few lowly chi cultivation cultivators would be pointless, and might even leave more traces behind. Get out. He uttered the single word flatly, his voice carrying an authority that made the 4 feel as if they'd been granted a reprieve. Thank you, Senior, for sparing our lives. Thank you. The 4 scrambled away, scrambling and crawling, not daring to look back as they fled in panic, terrified that a moment's delay might tempt the elder to change his mind. As he watched them vanish into the horizon, Li Qingshan finally exhaled in relief, preparing to pack up and leave this trouble spot. But suddenly, his brow furrowed sharply. His divine sense detected 2 more auras approaching at breakneck speed. One of them felt strangely familiar. Sure enough, moments later, 2 streaks of light descended, revealing a man and a woman. The woman, with her striking beauty and red robes, bore the habitual arrogance in her brows none other than Zhang Hongxiu. Beside her stood a middle-aged cultivator clad in black robes. His expression was stern, and his aura reached the peak of the early Foundation establishment stage. He was clearly her bodyguard. A cold gleam flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. He hadn't expected to encounter Zhang Hongxiu here. Truly, enemies meeting only intensifies the hatred. Unfortunately, Zhang Hongxiu had likely long forgotten that old man from the waist. This time, after failing to establish her foundation and recovering from her injuries, Zhang Hongxiu had come out to clear her mind. She never expected to encounter such a celestial phenomenon. Immediately assuming a treasure had emerged, she had come to investigate. The early Foundation establishment cultivator accompanying her was a bodyguard arranged by her great-grandmaster, Zhang Yuzhen. The moment Zhang Hongxiu landed, her greedy gaze swept across the valley, finally settling on Li Qingshan. Though she couldn't make out his features, she clearly sensed his Foundation establishment early-stage cultivation. She failed to connect the seemingly ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator with the old waste from the treasure hall. What was that celestial phenomenon earlier? Did some rare treasure emerge? Did you take it? Zhang Hongxiu tilted her chin slightly, demanding in her usual haughty tone, hand it over. That's not something you should possess. Even though she was only at the peak of chi cultivation, even though she faced a Foundation establishment cultivator, she remained supremely arrogant and haughty. After all, who stood behind her? A golden core cultivator. Li Qingshan sneered inwardly. Talk about running into the wrong person at the wrong time. He altered his voice, speaking in a hoarse tone. You misunderstand, my lady. There is no treasure. What you witnessed was merely my breakthrough here. Breakthrough? Zhang Hongxiu scoffed, her face brimming with disbelief. Breaking through Foundation establishment would cause such a commotion? Do you take me for a child? You refuse the wine offered, so you'll drink the punishment wine. Uncle Foam, seize him. Search his soul to reveal the truth. At her command, the Peak Foundation establishment guard beside her, the very Uncle Foam she mentioned, flashed a cold glint in his eyes and moved without hesitation. A blue flying sword radiating a bone-chilling aura shot forth, unleashing the formidable pressure of a low-grade spirit artifact. It transformed into a fierce beam of sword light, piercing straight toward Li Qingshan. It was a killing move from the start, leaving no room for mercy. Li Qingshan's eyes turned icy. He had intended to avoid conflict, but the other party pressed relentlessly, striking with lethal intent. He dared not delay. The Crimson Dragon's sword shot forth instantly, meeting the attack head-on. Clang! A crisp clang echoed. Though the Crimson Dragon's sword was a top-tier first-grade artifact, it ultimately fell short in quality against a genuine second-grade lower-tier spirit artifact. Compounded by Li Qingshan's recent entry into the Foundation establishment stage, his true essence still unfamiliar, the blue flying sword sliced through it, leaving a deep crack. Its spiritual blow dimmed by more than half in an instant. Oomph! A mere top-tier magical artifact dares to block my spirit sword? How presumptuous! Uncle Foam sneered coldly, intensifying his assault. Li Qingshan was forced into a retreat by the spirit sword's relentless assault. Its icy cold blade light wove into a net around him, creating a perilous situation. Having just broken through, he hadn't yet cultivated any Foundation establishment stage spells. Combined with his unfamiliarity with this level of combat, he found himself completely overwhelmed. He could only barely evade using the flying rainbow technique and his powerful divine sense. Zhang Hongxiu watched with growing smugness. Uncle Foam, finish him off quickly. She dismissed Li Qingshan as nothing more than a fortunate Foundation establishment cultivator from the ranks of independent practitioners, holding him in utter contempt. To disciples of major sects like theirs, a Foundation establishment cultivator from an independent lineage was utterly insignificant. Chapter 33, Clarity of Mind. Li Qingshan remained utterly composed, dodging while seeking an opening. He noticed Uncle Foam seemed to be underestimating him, not defending with full force. Perhaps this is my chance. A sharp gleam flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. Now! He abruptly activated the flying rainbow technique, his form twisting like a ghostly apparition. He narrowly evaded a deadly sword strike, instantly closing the distance between himself and Uncle Foam. Uncle Foam clearly hadn't anticipated such an eerily swift maneuver, his expression momentarily frozen in surprise. In that split second, Li Qingshan formed his fingers into a sword-like point as boundless immortal energy surged wildly within him. Flying arrow technique, 100 arrows. In an instant, hundreds of intensely condensed, blazing emerald green flame arrows materialized out of thin air. Like a raging storm, they rained down upon Uncle Foam. This rocket technique, enhanced by Di, was already a top-tier first-rank spell. Its power rivaled that of a Foundation establishment cultivator's spell. Now, driven by Foundation establishment true essence, its destructive force was truly terrifying. Uncle Feng's face paled. In haste, he raised a protective barrier of spiritual energy while simultaneously recalling his flying sword to block the onslaught. Boom! 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 The flaming arrows violently collided with the shield and flying sword, unleashing a continuous roar. The shield twisted violently, on the verge of shattering. Seizing this moment, Li Qingshan channeled the vast true essence he had just gained from his breakthrough, far surpassing that of an ordinary early Foundation establishment cultivator, into his right hand without reservation. His palm instantly turned jade green, radiating terrifying life energy and destructive power. This was the manifestation of true essence intensely condensed through the eternal life secret technique. Die! Li Qingshan roared, his form darting like lightning as he struck out with a palm. At that moment, Uncle Foam had just parried all the fire arrows. His old strength had faded before new energy could build, and his protective barrier lay shattered. He watched helplessly as that jade-like palm rapidly enlarged before his eyes, his gaze filled with terror and utter disbelief. No! Splat! The palm, imbued with colossal immortal energy, crushed his skull as easily as smashing a watermelon. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. A Foundation establishment cultivator, dead. It all happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that the smug smile on Zhang Hongxiu's face hadn't even faded before it froze solid. She stared blankly as the headless corpse slowly collapsed. Then she looked up at the cloaked figure, who slowly withdrew his palm. The icy gaze beneath the hood turned toward her, sending a chill through her very soul. She was terrified out of her wits. You killed Uncle Foam? Zhang Hongxiu's voice was shrill, filled with endless terror. She screamed, her words a hollow threat. My great-grandmaster is Zhang Yuzhen, the golden core elder of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Dare you touch a single hair on my head, and my great-grandmaster will strip your soul and refine your spirit, condemning you to eternal torment. Kneel now and beg for mercy. Surrender the treasure, and I might plead with my grandmaster to spare your life. As she spoke, she instinctively backed away, her fingers quietly closing around a jade talisman for summoning aid. Li Qingshan stared at this woman before him, still arrogant and oblivious to the situation. A century of pent-up frustration, the wasted years in Peach Blossom Village, the hardships endured in the Treasure Hall of Ruins, and the seething rage from the recent assassination attempt all coalesced in an instant, erupting into a torrent of murderous intent. He knew he could not let her escape. Doing so would invite endless trouble. Without a word, Li Qingshan moved again. "You dare!" Zhang Hongxiu screamed in terror, shattering the jade talisman while simultaneously summoning a small shield-shaped magical artifact. But all this proved futile in the face of overwhelming power and murderous intent. The Crimson Dragon Sword, though damaged, remained razor-sharp. A crimson streak flashed past, precisely evading the shield and instantly piercing Zhang Hongxiu's throat. Her shriek abruptly ceased. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief and refusal to accept her fate, as if utterly unprepared for the enemy to actually kill her. Her body went limp and collapsed, her life extinguished. Li Qingshan remained expressionless as he swiftly retrieved both storage pouches and the low-grade spirit artifact flying sword. He flicked out a fireball, reducing the two corpses to ashes, then meticulously covered all traces at the scene. With that done, he dared not linger a moment longer. His form dissolved into a faint gray shadow as he activated the Earth chapter of the 5 Elements escape technique, instantly vanishing underground. He raced away, heading far from the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Deep within the mist-shrouded immortal mountains of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, within a cave dwelling where spiritual energy was most concentrated, Golden Core Elder Zhang Yuzhen sat with eyes closed in deep meditation, a misty aura of spiritual energy swirling around her, her presence profound as the ocean. Suddenly, without warning, a blood-red jade pendant engraved with the character sleeve that she kept at her waist emitted a sharp crack. Instantly, it became covered in cracks, then completely dimmed and shattered. Ha! Zhang Yuzhen's eyes snapped open, her gaze blazing with intensity. An indescribable sense of dread and panic instantly gripped her. This bloodline soul jade was bound to the life of her only direct descendant, Zhang Hongxiu. Its shattering meant sure. A piercing scream erupted from the cave-dwelling, piercing, horrified, then transforming into a torrent of rage thundering like a bolt from the heavens, instantly reverberating across half of the Spring-Autumn Sect. Boom! The stone door of the cave residence was violently blown apart by a furious surge of spiritual energy. Zhang Yuzhen's figure shot skyward like a golden rainbow, unleashing the terrifying pressure of her golden core cultivation without restraint, enveloping the surrounding area. Gone was her usual grace and elegance. Her face was twisted by extreme fury and agony, her eyes burning with a flame that threatened to consume everything. Who dares to kill the descendant of Zhang Yuzhen? Her voice was like ice frozen for 10,000 years, brimming with boundless killing intent. Countless disciples below, feeling the weight of that pressure, turned deathly pale and trembled in fear, all staring up at the sky in terror. It's Senior Uncle Zhang. What happened? Why is Senior Master Zhang so enraged? It seems Senior Sister Zhang Hongxiu is in trouble? What? Who dares lay a finger on Senior Sister Zhang? Within the sect, several equally formidable divine senses swept over swiftly, carrying shock, doubt, and inquiry. Junior Sister Zhang, what has enraged you so? An aged voice echoed another golden core elder. My descendant's soul jade is shattered. He perished outside the sect. This is an unforgivable offense. Zhang Yuzhen's voice was bone-chillingly cold, filled with a frenzied killing intent. Whoever the murderer is, no matter where they flee to the ends of the earth, I will extract their soul, refine their spirit, crush their bones, and scatter their ashes. Before her words faded, she didn't wait for a response. Her hands flashed through intricate seals as she chanted incantations, seemingly casting some tracking secret art. Moments later, she snapped her head up, her gaze piercing like a sword toward the Blackwind Mountains in the north. Found you! You little thief, come and get it! Golden light erupted from her body, tearing through the sky as she shot toward the detected direction at a speed that seemed to rip through space itself. She left behind a sect filled with stunned disciples and elders, their whispers and murmurs filling the air. Whoa! Zhang Hongxiu actually fell? Who could be so audacious as to kill the direct descendant of a Golden Core elder? Judging by Senior Uncle Zhang's direction, she headed north toward the Blackwind Mountains? Has anything unusual been reported there recently? I heard there were astonishing celestial phenomena there a few days ago. Could it be related? Disaster! Disaster! With Senior Uncle Zhang in such a rage, a bloody storm is bound to erupt. The entire Spring-Autumn Sect trembled at Zhang Yuzhen's fury and Zhang Hongxiu's demise. News spread like wildfire, leaving everyone on edge yet consumed by curiosity and speculation. Chapter 34, The Pursuit of the Golden Core Immortal. All eyes turned involuntarily toward the north, each mind consumed by the same question: who could have killed Zhang Hongxiu and drawn the Golden Core Immortal's personal pursuit? Could he possibly escape the wrath of the enraged Golden Core Immortal? Li Qingshan activated his Earth escape technique, frantically darting through the underground passages without daring to pause for even a moment. He hadn't even had time to examine the damaged Crimson Dragon Sword, the captured low-grade spirit artifact Flying Sword, or even the storage bags of the two victims. His entire focus was on his escape. Yet, barely 100 miles into his escape, an indescribable, terrifying pressure like the wrath of heaven itself swept toward him from the horizon behind, tangible as a tidal wave. The sheer intensity of this pressure instantly plunged Li Qingshan into a frozen abyss. His blood nearly froze solid, and the circulation of his immortal true essence within his body grew sluggish and impeded. It felt as though an invisible giant eye glared down at him coldly from the heavens, leaving him nowhere to hide. Golden Core Immortal. Zhang Yuzhen. Li Qingshan's heart raced with dread as understanding dawned instantly. Zhang Hongxiu must have relayed the news back before her death. Moreover, the Spring-and-Autumn Sect possessed Zhang Hongxiu's life token. The moment the token shattered, Zhang Yuzhen had learned of Zhang Hongxiu's demise. But Li Qingshan hadn't anticipated Zhang Yuzhen arriving so swiftly. He could even sense a bone-chilling divine sense, brimming with boundless fury and murderous intent, locking onto him from afar. Her speed far surpassed his earth escape technique. He couldn't flee in a straight line. He'd be caught for sure. Li Qingshan made an instant decision, abruptly changing direction. Instead of fleeing away from the sect, he veered toward the core area of the ancient battlefield known as the Forbidden Zone of Living Beings. That area featured unstable space, chaotic and violent spiritual energy, and was even permeated with lingering ancient battlefield and fragmented laws, all of which exerted extreme interference and suppression on divine sense. This was his only chance. "You little thief! Come and die!" A shrill scream, brimming with overwhelming fury, exploded like thunder behind him, shaking Li Qingshan's blood and chi violently. He could even sense a devastating golden light rapidly closing in, warping space itself as it approached. Life and death hung by a thread. Gritting his teeth, Li Qingshan burned his true essence recklessly, pushing the earth chapter of the 5 elements escape technique to its absolute limit. Like a startled earth dragon, he frantically burrowed deeper into the ancient battlefield. Finally, he plunged into that region shrouded in murky gray mist, where the earth glowed a dark red, littered with shattered weapons, skeletal remains, and spatial fissures. The moment he entered, the terrifying divine sense that had locked onto him faltered slightly, growing hazier. Yet it still clung to him like a bone-gnawing maggot, relentlessly pursuing. Li Qingshan steeled his resolve and continued fleeing deeper into the chaos. Only when the pressure of that divine sense weakened to its absolute limit did he abruptly halt beneath the massive, unidentified bones of some beast. He immediately channeled the full power of the miner concealing heaven's secret art. His true essence circulated in a profound manner, weaving an extremely faint yet potent concealing heaven's spiritual domain upon his surface, a barrier capable of distorting perception and blocking all scrutiny. Simultaneously, the shadow-concealing cloak was pushed to its absolute limit. With the dual concealment effects, his aura instantly became faint and elusive, nearly merging with the surrounding earth and malevolent energy. He held his breath, his heartbeat nearly ceasing, reducing his state to the absolute minimum. Like a true, unyielding stone, he lay deep in hiding, buried dozens of feet beneath the earth. The next instant, that terrifying golden rainbow light descended upon the ancient battlefield. As the light dispersed, it revealed a middle-aged beauty dressed in luxurious court attire. Her face, normally exquisite, was now twisted by extreme fury, none other than the Golden Core Immortal, Zhang Yuzhen. Hovering mid-air, her powerful Golden Core stage divine sense swept downward like a storm, combing inch by inch across the desolate, lifeless land below. Rocks, skeletal remains, shattered weapons, warped space. Not a single anomaly escaped her notice. "Come out!" Zhang Yuzhen roared, her voice carrying the overwhelming pressure of a golden core cultivator that made the earth tremble. "You killed my descendants. No matter where you flee, to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down. I will extract your soul, refine your spirit, and condemn you to eternal torment beneath the heavenly lamp for 10,000 years. The formidable divine sense swept over the area where Li Qingshan was hiding, again and again. Li Qingshan's heart leapt into his throat. He could distinctly feel the terrifying divine sense sweeping over him like a searchlight. The concealment force field formed by the minor concealment heaven technique and the shadow cloak fluctuated violently, as if it might tear apart at any moment. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed every ounce of fear, straining every fiber to maintain his concealment. He dared not make the slightest movement. His immortal essence drained at an unprecedented rate. Time stretched into an unbearable eternity. Zhang Yuzhen's divine sense swept the area dozens of times, even descending personally in a flash of light. At several suspicious locations, he waved his hand, unleashing powerful spells that blasted deep craters into the earth, yet found nothing. Impossible. That figure vanished right within this area. Zhang Yuzhen's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with frustration and rage. They must have used some secret treasure or technique to conceal themselves. She searched relentlessly for a long time, even risking probing her divine sense near several spatial fissures, yet still found nothing. Finally, she let out a shrill, bitter shriek that made the ancient battlefield itself hum. "You little thief. Don't think you can hide forever. I've memorized your aura. The moment you show your face, I will find you." With that, she transformed into a golden streak of light and departed, her anger still palpable. As the terrifying pressure gradually receded until it vanished entirely, Li Qingshan dared not relax for a moment. Sure enough, just 2 days later, that powerful and stealthy divine sense returned. It swept over the area once more, silently, even more meticulously and patiently than before. Cold sweat poured down Li Qingshan's back as he silently thanked his luck. Experience truly trumps youth. Had he not been so cautious, he would have been caught red-handed by now. He remained frozen like a fossil, immovable as a mountain. Over the next month, Zhang Yuzhan's divine sense descended like a ghostly apparition 3 more times. Each time was utterly unpredictable, and the searches grew increasingly thorough, even carrying the faint vibrations of some sort of investigative magical artifact. Yet Li Qingshan, relying on the mystical power of the minor concealing heaven technique, the effectiveness of his shadow concealing cloak, and the cover provided by the chaotic environment of the ancient battlefield, managed to evade danger time and again. A month later, that golden core divine sense vanished completely, never to return. Presumably, Zhang Yuzhan could not afford to sustain such prolonged external searches, or perhaps she genuinely believed the culprit had fled far away. Yet Li Qingshan remained motionless. He knew full well the terrifying power and patience of the golden core immortal. He had lain in wait underground for a full 2 months. For these 3 months, he sustained himself solely on fasting pills and his internal true essence, his nerves perpetually on edge, daring not to relax even for a moment. Only after 3 months, when he was certain Zhang Yuzhan had truly departed, did he cautiously begin digging deeper underground at an extremely slow pace, carving out a narrow stone chamber barely large enough for one person. After setting up a few simple warning restrictions, Li Qingshan finally exhaled a long breath of relief, an indescribable wave of exhaustion washing over him. But he quickly suppressed it, his eyes flashing with determination. The danger was far from over. Zhang Yuzhan would never let this rest. He must strengthen himself as quickly as possible. He harbored no regrets about slaying Zhang Hongxiu. Though cautious by nature, he was clear-headed about debts and grievances. After her death, his thoughts became unclouded, and even the flow of his magical power felt smoother. For the coming year, Li Qingshan planned to seclude himself in this sunless underground chamber for intensive cultivation. Unaware of the golden core immortal's capabilities, he could only proceed with utmost caution. First, he placed the low-grade spirit artifact flying sword belonging to the cultivator surnamed Feng into the very next day, that low-grade flying sword, enhanced by the, had transformed into a top-grade spirit artifact. A top-grade spirit artifact, the cold ice sword? What a treasure! The truly hasn't disappointed me. Li Qingshan's heart surged with excitement. Once he refined this cold ice sword, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. Chapter 35, Strength Surges Again. He then used his divine sense to erase the storage bags of Zhang Hongxiu and the cultivator surnamed Foam, discovering numerous pills, talismans, and jade slips within. Among them, the 3 spirit artifacts held the greatest significance. From Zhang Hongxiu's storage pouch came a low-grade spirit artifact, the Mystic Yuan Shield, and another low-grade spirit artifact, the Soul Extinguishing Needle. These were likely gifts from Zhang Yuzhan, intended for her use after establishing her foundation. Now, they had fallen into Li Qingshan's hands. Within the cultivator's surnamed Feng's storage pouch lay a low-grade spirit artifact, an array platform capable of deploying an array known as the Mystic Yellow Dragon Vein Array. What thrilled Li Qingshan even more was discovering the complete Changchun Ju within Zhang Hongxiu's storage pouch. The Changchun True Energy Technique? A complete cultivation method that leads directly to the nascent soul stage, and it's also the Spring-Autumn Sect's foundational technique. I've truly struck gold. Li Qingshan's heart surged with excitement as he thought to himself. The Changchun True Energy Technique was the cultivation method he had longed for. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, the Changxing Ju became useless, lacking any follow-up cultivation methods. But the Changchun True Energy Technique was a supreme path leading directly to the nascent soul stage. More importantly, might this Changchun True Yuan Technique also enhance the? Li Qingshan's heart raced with excitement, his resolve firm. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed the Changchun True Energy Technique, the 4 spirit artifacts, and all his spirit pills and talismans into the. His heart brimmed with both anticipation and trepidation. He hoped they would remain as powerful as ever. In the subterranean stone chamber, Li Qingshan held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the seemingly plain Rui gourd resting on the table. This investment far exceeded anything before. It not only concerned his future cultivation techniques but directly impacted his upcoming combat power enhancement. He drew a deep breath, his heart brimming with immense anticipation and a hint of trepidation, before slowly pulling the stopper from the gourd. No earth-shattering roar erupted, but an indescribable, colossal aura, a potent blend of multiple supreme treasure lights instantly surged forth from the gourd's mouth. It instantly illuminated the dim stone chamber with dazzling radiance. The fragrance of medicinal herbs, the aura of artifacts, and the brilliance of Dao patterns intertwined, forming a dense, almost indissoluble glow. Li Qingshan's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Suppressing his excitement, he carefully tilted the gourd downward. First to tumble out was the jade slip inscribed with the Changchun True Yuan Technique. The jade slip had undergone a profound transformation, now radiating a warm, verdant gold hue. Its surface bore no characters, instead covered by countless naturally formed, ever-shifting, and evolving mystical Dao patterns. It emanated an ancient, eternal, and boundless Dao essence. He eagerly plunged his divine sense into it. The Eternal Life True Art. For ancient seal script characters, simple yet profound, as if containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, first appeared in his sea of consciousness. Beneath them lay an exceedingly detailed, supreme method pointing directly to the path of the nascent soul. Compared to the original Qingshan true energy technique, this method was not only more complete and profound, but the nature of its true energy had undergone a qualitative leap. It emphasized eternal life and enduring vision, true energy never extinguished. The cultivated eternal life true energy was not only vast and boundless but also possessed astonishing restorative power and resilience. Its effects on nourishing the physical body and extending longevity far surpassed the original version. This is already a top-tier nascent soul cultivation technique worthy of being a sect's treasured scripture. Its life-extending effects alone, if ever exposed, would likely spark a bloody storm. At the Qi cultivation stage, it adds 60 years to one's lifespan. Foundation establishment stage adds 2 60-year spans to lifespan. Golden core stage extends lifespan by 4 60-year cycles. At the nascent soul stage, it extends lifespan by 8 60-year cycles. Excellent. Truly remarkable, the eternal life true art. The wish-granting gourd is indeed beyond compare. Li Qingshan was overcome with excitement. With this technique, his path to cultivation was now bright and clear. Immediately after, 3 dazzling beams of spiritual light shot forth. The first, the supreme grade spirit artifact, the mystic origin shield. The once rustic shield now shimmered with radiant light. Illusory images of intertwined tortoises and snakes appeared on its surface, while thick, earth-colored runes moved like living creatures, emanating an aura of impenetrable defense, as solid as the earth itself. The second was the supreme spirit artifact, the soul-extinguishing needle. This artifact became nearly transparent, as fine as a cow's hair, appearing and vanishing like a ghost. It was shrouded in terrifying fluctuations targeting the soul, exceptionally vicious and impossible to guard against. The third was the mystic yellow array platform. The once rough platform now radiated an ancient grandeur, its engraved array patterns multiplied in complexity. Within them, a faint, miniature shadow of a mystical yellow earth vein flowed and shifted. The information flooded into Li Qingshan's mind. This formation was now named the Xianhuan Earth Vein Dragon Sealing Formation. Once deployed, it could not only draw immense amounts of earth vein spiritual energy to fortify defenses but also trap enemies. It could even temporarily condense earth vein power for counterattacks, its might far surpassing its previous form capable of withstanding attacks from golden core cultivators. It had reached the pinnacle of power. Combined with the previous ice sword, that makes 4 supreme grade spirit artifacts. Li Qingshan's breathing quickened. Such wealth was something even many foundation establishment grand perfection cultivators might not possess. With offense, defense, hidden weapons, and formations all accounted for, his overall combat strength received an unimaginable boost. Next came the pills and talismans. Bottle after bottle of pills was poured out. The pills, which had originally varied in grade, now all appeared plump and rounded, their halos swirling. They had all transformed into supreme grade spirit pills. Healing, true essence restoration, cultivation advancement, every type imaginable was present, enough to sustain him for a very long time. Stacks of talismans were also renewed, radiating intense spiritual energy. Their patterns were clear and profound, their power far surpassing before. Most had become second-tier supreme talismans, and among them were even a few that emitted fluctuations so intense they made Li Qingshan's heart race. These were clearly third-tier inferior, precious talisman treasures. Ha 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 ha. Heaven favors me. Truly, heaven favors me. Even with Li Qingshan's century-honed composure, he couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh aloud, his heart brimming with exhilaration. This haul was simply enormous. It was enough to transform his strength beyond recognition. After the initial excitement, Li Qingshan quickly regained his composure. He understood better than anyone the danger of possessing such treasures. The most crucial task now was to swiftly transform these gains into tangible combat power. He began by refining the 4 supreme grade spirit artifacts. The ice blade was razor-sharp beyond compare, the mystic yuan shield as thick and heavy as a mountain, the soul-destroying needle sinister and deadly, and the mystic yellow array platform possessed infinite uses. Refining each demanded immense mental focus and time, yet Li Qingshan found it utterly absorbing. With every fraction of refinement, his bond with the artifacts grew stronger, unlocking greater potential. Simultaneously, he began refining the eternal life true art. In truth, it wasn't truly a revision, for the eternal life formula was merely the Qi cultivation stage technique of the eternal life true art, both stemming from the same source. The eternal life true essence within his dantian began transforming toward greater purity, more colossal power, and heightened vitality. The efficiency of its circulation through the microcosmic orbit greatly increased. While his cultivation steadily advanced, his foundation grew increasingly solid. His cultivation of spells also progressed. When he cast the wood entanglement technique, it no longer summoned ordinary vines but rather colossal spirit wood serpents, seemingly cast from bronze and covered in mystical runes. These serpents could not only bind and restrain but also actively bite and attack, their power astonishing. His mastery of the earth chapter of the 5 elements escape technique grew ever more refined. He moved through the earth as effortlessly as a fish in water, silent, swift, and able to merge with the earth's pulse for extraordinary concealment. He poured immense effort into the most crucial technique, the minor concealing heaven's secret art. This profoundly mysterious art progressed slowly in cultivation, yet with every shred of understanding gained, his ability to mask his aura and conceal his presence grew stronger. Time slipped away unnoticed amidst this frenzied cultivation. A year passed in the blink of an eye. When Li Qingshan opened his eyes once more in the subterranean chamber, his aura had deepened to the vastness of the ocean. The 4 supreme spirit artifacts had undergone preliminary refinement, now responding to his will as readily as an extension of his own arm. He had mastered the basics of the eternal life true art, completed the transformation of his true essence, and solidified his cultivation firmly at the early stage of foundation establishment. His various spells had also reached new heights, especially the minor concealment secret technique. Though not yet perfected, he could now sustain it for extended periods, achieving excellent concealment. Now, he possessed top-tier cultivation techniques, wielded multiple supreme-grade spirit artifacts, mastered various spells, and held numerous hidden cards. Though his cultivation level had not increased significantly, his strength had undergone a fundamental transformation. If he were to face that phone cultivator again now, Li Qingshan could utterly annihilate him in an instant. It's time to leave this place. Li Qingshan rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He gathered his belongings, then silently merged his form into the earth and rocks, burrowing toward the ground. Chapter 36, The Mysterious Heavenly Realm. Li Qingshan slipped silently out from beneath the earth, breathing in the outside air once more, an air tinged with the faint scent of blood and decay. His first move was to channel the full power of the minor concealing heaven's secret art, suppressing his cultivation to disguise himself as a mere chi-refining 7th layer practitioner. His aura became utterly unremarkable, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Moreover, his appearance now suggested he was in his 30s, a stark contrast to his previous chi cultivation stage looks. Thus, even those who had known him before would likely fail to recognize him if he stood before them. First, I must find out about Zhang Yuzhen's whereabouts. Though the little concealing heaven's secret technique is incredibly powerful, and my identity should remain undiscovered, who knows what supernatural abilities a golden core cultivator possesses? Li Qingshan pondered silently. He hesitated about whether to return to the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. If his identity was exposed, returning would be like walking into a trap. Yet he truly did not wish to abandon the Spring-Autumn Sect as his refuge. Within its walls, he cultivated in peace and gained access to many precious resources. How could a wandering cultivator ever match the comfort of a sect disciple? Yet, upon arriving at the ancient battlefield, the scene before him sent a chill through his heart. The once desolate ancient battlefield now buzzed with a cacophony of voices. Colored streaks of light darted back and forth as countless cultivators gathered here, their cultivation levels ranging from chi refining to foundation establishment. Even faintly discernible, several heart-stopping, colossal spiritual pressures belonging to golden core cultivators flickered within the high clouds. The air thickened with a tense, exhilarating, yet dangerous atmosphere. Excuse me, fellow cultivator, Li Qingshan stopped a hurried chi condensation cultivator, feigning curiosity. What's happening here? Why have so many gathered? The cultivator glanced at him. Seeing they were both chi cultivation stage, he quickly replied, have you just emerged from seclusion? The Xiantian secret realm has opened early. It's a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Rumor has it the ancient sect's treasures lie within, along with spirit herb gardens, even opportunities for core formation and nascent soul breakthroughs. It took the combined efforts of the 8 great sects to barely open the entrance. Now, all qualified cultivators are permitted to enter. No time to chat, if you're late, you'll miss out on the good stuff. With that, he hurriedly pushed his way toward the crowd's center. The Xiantian secret realm? Li Qingshan's heart pounded violently. He had glimpsed scattered mentions in his sect's archives. Legends spoke of a colossal ancient sect called the Xiantian sect that had carved out this trial ground. After collapsing in a great war, it vanished, only reappearing roughly every 1,000 years. While it held countless opportunities, it was also fraught with danger, each opening sparking bloody turmoil. Thoughts raced through Li Qingshan's mind. He silently mused, this is a colossal opportunity. The resources within the secret realm far surpass anything found outside. Especially for someone at the foundation establishment stage like me, any gains here would make the path to core formation much smoother. Yet the risks were equally immense. With the 8 major factions gathering and deploying their elite forces, internal strife would inevitably be brutal. Not to mention the ancient prohibitions and unknown dangers within the secret realm itself. Forget it, I'm not going. I have MY. By following my cultivation path step by step, I lack nothing in resources. The Xiantian secret realm is simply too dangerous. I'll leave this place first. Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment before deciding to leave. Venturing into the secret realm for trials didn't align with his cautious nature. At his age, preserving his life was paramount. Just as he weighed the pros and cons, planning to distance himself from this trouble spot and find a safe corner to observe before making long-term plans, an unexpected change occurred. A bone-chilling aura descended abruptly. Three cultivators clad in black robes embroidered with grotesque demonic heads materialized like specters around Li Qingshan and the group of independent cultivators. The leader, pale-faced with a sinister glint in his eyes, was clearly at the mid-foundation establishment stage. The other two were at the early foundation establishment stage. Oomph. A bunch of chi cultivation stage nobodies daring to covet the secret realm's opportunities? The mid-foundation establishment demon cultivator sneered coldly. Well then, you'll serve as pathfinders for our Luo sect. Those wise enough will come with us willingly. Otherwise, we'll send you on your way right now. A powerful spiritual pressure descended, turning the faces of the mostly chi cultivation stage cultivators deathly pale. They trembled in fear, none daring to resist. It was common knowledge that demonic cultivators were ruthless. They killed without hesitation. Li Qingshan's eyes turned cold, murderous intent flaring within him. With his current strength, instantly killing these three foundation establishment demon cultivators would pose no difficulty. But just as he prepared to act, an even more terrifying, abyssal-like divine sense swept faintly overhead, sending chills down his spine. A golden core demonic cultivator. And not just one. He immediately suppressed all traces of his presence, lowering his head even further. Like the other wandering cultivators, he feigned fear and submission. Small impatience ruins great plans. Acting now would surely draw the golden core cultivator's attention. A dead end. Play along for now. Once inside the secret realm, we'll find a chance to escape. The Luo sect foundation establishment demon cultivator, satisfied by the lack of resistance, nodded and sneered. Good for you for knowing your place. Follow us. Once inside the secret realm, scout ahead obediently. If you find any treasures, report them promptly. Perhaps we'll spare your lives. Thus, Li Qingshan and several dozen other captured independent cultivators were herded like livestock toward the core region of the ancient battlefield. The closer they approached the center, the heavier the atmosphere grew. Cultivators from the 8 major factions occupied distinct positions, each side clearly separated and bristling with mutual suspicion. To the east stood a stunningly beautiful woman in her 30s, dressed in court attire, none other than Zhang Yuzhen, the golden core elder of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Behind her stood dozens of disciples radiating fierce energy, among whom Li Qingshan stood out. She remained as cold as frost, her aura seemingly more refined. Evidently, her cultivation had advanced significantly over the past year. Li Qingshan also spotted several familiar faces, such as Zhang Ming and others. To the south, practitioners of the beast-taming sect were flanked by various fierce and powerful spirit beasts lying at their feet. To the west, disciples of the Five Elements sect radiated swirling spiritual energy, harmonizing with the Five Elements. To the north, practitioners of the Alchemy Cauldron sect were enveloped in the scent of medicinal herbs. To the northeast, the moon-gazing pavilion was predominantly female practitioners, their movements light and graceful. The remaining 3 directions were occupied by the 3 demonic sects. The heavenly demon sect's practitioners radiated a chilling aura of demonic energy. The Kiba sect boasted numerous physical cultivators with robust vitality, and the Luo sect was shrouded in an unsettling ghostly mist. All 8 major factions of the eastern wastes had gathered. The auras of the golden core cultivators from each sect clashed faintly in the air, creating a delicate equilibrium. Li Qingshan blended in among the captive wandering cultivators, head bowed, yet quietly spreading his powerful divine sense to catch fragments of surrounding conversations. I heard there's been unusual activity in the core area of this secret realm this time. It seems something extraordinary might emerge. No matter how splendid the treasure, you need to stay alive to claim it. Every time the secret realm opens, less than 30% emerge alive. The 8 Great Sects Agreement forbids golden core cultivators from entering. Only disciples compete based on their own abilities. What a bold agreement. It's clearly the Xiantian secret realm restricting golden core cultivators from entering. Otherwise, those golden core cultivators would just charge right in. They say the prohibitions inside are incredibly powerful. Many areas demand human sacrifices to activate them. The Luo sect is recruiting cannon fodder again, utterly despicable. Which sect doesn't do this? They just aren't as blatant about it. A flood of information poured into Li Qingshan's mind, granting him a clearer grasp of the situation. Just then, a massive, warp light gate ahead suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance, causing violent spatial fluctuations. The secret realm entrance has stabilized, someone shouted. Disciples of all sects, prepare to enter. Zhang Yuzhen commanded in a deep voice that echoed far and wide. Cannon fodder, it's your turn. Charge in. The Luo sect's foundation establishment demon cultivator sneered savagely, channeling his magic to force Li Qingshan and the other independent cultivators to lead the charge toward the dazzling portal. Li Qingshan blended into the crowd, his gaze utterly composed. Opportunity and danger coexisted. Though he had no desire to enter the secret realm, now that he was here, he might as well seize whatever opportunities presented themselves. As he charged toward the light gate, he cast one final glance toward the Spring-Autumn Sect's direction. He saw Li Qingshan and the others transform into streaks of light, surging into the secret realm right behind him. The next instant, the world spun violently. As the sensation of shifting space washed over him, Li Qingshan found himself transported to an unfamiliar realm. Chapter 37, The Golden-Eyed Eagle. After the intense dizziness of spatial teleportation subsided, Li Qingshan's feet touched down on solid yet unfamiliar ground. A surge of celestial energy, several times denser and purer than anything he'd encountered outside, washed over him. It carried an ancient, desolate quality, tinged with a faint, lingering scent of blood. Before his eyes stretched an endless expanse of primeval forest, towering ancient trees, tangled vines, undulating mountain ridges shrouded in mist. Deeper within, the faint outline of a colossal palace seemed to emerge from the haze. Before this group of cannon fodder could even survey their surroundings, deafening beast roars erupted from every direction. Roar! Awooh! Hiss! Dozens of monstrous beasts, each with unique forms and eyes flashing with bloodthirsty red light, burst forth from the forest. These beasts were not of high rank, mostly equivalent to mid to late chi refining cultivators. Yet their sheer numbers, coupled with the spatial fluctuations at the secret realm's entrance that seemed to have agitated them, made them exceptionally frenzied. Useless fools! Charge! Slaughter these vermin! A mid-foundation establishment cultivator from Manhwa sect barked the order, stepping back with his two early foundation establishment companions. They watched coldly, showing no intention of joining the fray. The scattered cultivators being driven forward immediately descended into chaos. Most possessed meager cultivation and rudimentary equipment, instantly plunging into a desperate struggle against the ferocious beasts. Screams, roars, and the explosions of spells erupted into a deafening cacophony. One by one, lone cultivators were torn apart or bitten to death by the beasts, their blood staining the moss-covered ground and ancient tree roots crimson. Li Qingshan blended into the crowd, his gaze icy. Deliberately suppressing his power, he wielded a hastily retrieved low-grade magical sword, casting the E-wood entanglement technique at a barely 7th layer chi refining level and employing rudimentary swordplay. He appeared to struggle against several wolf-like demon beasts lunging at him. His spellcasting was masterful, always evading fatal strikes at the last moment or luckily piercing the beast's vital points. He appeared battered but remained unscathed. He even had enough energy left to observe the 3 foundation establishment cultivators of the Manhwa sect and his surroundings out of the corner of his eye. Hurry up! Stop dawdling. Once this area is cleared, we still have ground to cover. The Manhwa sect's mid-foundation establishment cultivator urged impatiently, casually sending a demon beast attempting to approach them flying with a Insha palm strike. After roughly the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, and at the cost of nearly 10 wandering cultivators' lives, the group of low-tier demon beasts was finally wiped out. The surviving independent cultivators were all wounded, their faces etched with fear and exhaustion. The air thick with the heavy stench of blood. Li Qingshan deliberately drew a shallow cut on his arm, feigning a slightly disordered aura. Oomph. A bunch of useless trash. So many of you die over a few demon beasts. The mid-foundation establishment cultivator spat contemptuously, then waved his hand. Follow me. If anyone falls behind, don't blame me for being ruthless. He drove the remaining 20-odd independent cultivators forward at a rapid pace toward a specific direction. Li Qingshan trailed within the group, cold light flickering in his lowered eyes. He calculated distance and timing, preparing to strike suddenly from a suitable spot, slay these 3, then flee far away. These 3 demon cultivators must be carrying valuable loot. However, just as he was about to act, the low murmurs of 2 early foundation establishment demon cultivators ahead drifted faintly on the wind into his ears. Li Qingshan's spiritual sense was formidable, rivaling that of a late foundation establishment cultivator. The demon cultivators never imagined such a powerful presence could be lurking among the cannon fodder, leaving them completely unprepared. Senior brother, is the information reliable? Is that spirit liquid immortal spring truly in this area? Of course. This is the vague location the elders painstakingly deduced at great cost. They say the spring only gathers a small pool once every 100 years. Not only does it instantly restore magical power, but it also refines meridians, solidifies foundations, and has miraculous effects on breaking through the foundation establishment realm. But I heard it's guarded by a late foundation establishment stage emerald-eyed golden eagle. That's no easy foe. What's there to fear? We've got plenty of cannon fodder ready. Let them distract that feathered bastard while we seize the spring. If we can obtain the spirit liquid, hand over most of it, and we'll get a small share. Who knows? We might just break through our bottleneck. Spiritual liquid spring? Late foundation establishment demon beast? Li Qingshan's heart stirred, and his mind changed instantly. A spirit liquid immortal spring that could instantly restore magical power, purify meridians, and solidify foundations? For him, this was an immense temptation. Especially the aspect of solidifying foundations. It was crucial for his cultivation of the eternal life true art. Killing these 3 foundation establishment demon cultivators would be easy, but afterward, finding such specific heavenly treasures in this vast secret realm would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Better to bide his time and let them show the way. Very well. I'll let you live a little longer, just find that immortal spring for me first. Li Qingshan suppressed his killing intent, maintaining his silence as he followed the group like a frightened quail.
After traversing this primeval mountain forest for roughly half an hour, enduring several more demon beast attacks that claimed the lives of more wandering cultivators, the group finally reached a relatively open valley. Deep within the valley, a faint silver cascade could be seen cascading down the cliff face, its spray rising in a misty haze above the pool below. Even before approaching, an intensely pure spiritual energy and a refreshingly fragrant scent wafted from the direction of the pool. Yet, perched atop a massive boulder by the pool, stood a majestic golden eagle, its presence commanding and proud. This golden eagle was enormous, its wingspan likely exceeding 15 feet. Its feathers gleamed like molten gold under the sunlight, yet its eyes alone were a piercing emerald green. Each blink radiated a sharp, intense light, emanating the terrifying aura of a demonic beast at the peak of the late Foundation establishment stage. Clearly aware of the uninvited guests, it let out a warning cry, a piercing shriek whose sound waves spread like tangible force, making everyone's eardrums ache. This is it. The emerald-eyed golden eagle. A flash of greed and apprehension flickered in the eyes of the Yinluo sect cultivator at the mid-Foundation establishment stage. He abruptly halted and barked at the dozen or so scattered cultivators behind him. Listen up, you useless trash. See that golden eagle? Its nest is right beside the spirit spring. Now, charge over there. Shout loudly. Find a way to provoke it and lure it away. Anyone who dares to retreat, I'll kill you right now. A chilling aura of murderous intent erupted from him, locking onto the group of chi-refining cultivators. Just distract it for a moment. Once we get the spirit spring, you'll get your share. If any of you lucky bastards survive, I'll reward you with 100 spirit stones and let you join the Yinluo sect as my disciples. Despair washed over the cultivators' faces. Luring a demon beast at the peak of late Foundation establishment? It was a suicide mission. But under the death threats of the 3 Foundation establishment demon cultivators, they could only let out desperate shouts, steel themselves, and scramble chaotically toward the emerald-eyed golden eagle, attempting to draw its attention. Li Qingshan blended into the crowd, his gaze unusually calm. His gaze darted swiftly over the water pool, the golden eagle, and the 3 Yinluo sect cultivators who had quietly spread out, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Chapter 38, The Third-Party Benefits. Desperate cries echoed through the valley. The dozen or so surviving cultivators charged toward the emerald-eyed golden eagle like moths to a flame, wildly waving their magical artifacts and unleashing feeble spells in a desperate attempt to draw the terrifying demon beast's attention. A flash of fury, like an insect daring an ant, flickered in the emerald eyes of the golden eagle. Yee! It let out a piercing shriek that could shatter stone, its massive golden wings beating violently. In an instant, a violent storm erupted, sand and stones flying wildly. Dozens of razor-sharp, visible green wind blades materialized out of thin air, descending like a rain of death upon the charging lone cultivators. No! Help! The screams abruptly ceased. Facing the furious strike of a late Foundation establishment peak demon beast, these chi cultivation stage cultivators offered no resistance. Where the wind blades passed, flesh and blood flew everywhere, severed limbs scattered in all directions. Within moments, 7 or 8 lone cultivators were utterly torn apart. The remaining few were terrified out of their wits and turned to flee. But the emerald-eyed golden eagle was faster. It transformed into a golden lightning bolt, its talons like hooks. With each dive, it snatched up a lone cultivator with pinpoint accuracy, effortlessly tearing them in half or crushing them into a cloud of blood mist. A slaughter. A slaughter with no suspense whatsoever. Li Qingshan blended into the crowd. The instant the wind blade struck, he feigned being grazed by one, let out a scream, and threw himself to the ground. He cleverly used a corpse to conceal most of his body. The little concealing heaven's secret art reached its peak, not only completely concealing his cultivation aura but also making his life force as faint as a candle flickering in the wind, barely perceptible. He blended perfectly with the pervasive death aura and blood-stained air around him. He even controlled his muscles to turn his face deathly pale, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, making him indistinguishable from the corpses around him. The golden-eyed eagle possessed keen spiritual perception, but it was currently consumed by fury, its attention fixated on the insects still moving and fleeing. Its divine sense swept across the ground, detecting only rapidly dissipating life force. It paid little attention to Li Qingshan's corpse. Within moments, save for Li Qingshan's corpse, nearly all the scattered cultivators who had been driven here had met their end. Yet several late chi refining cultivators, piloting flying swords, fled frantically in all directions. The emerald-eyed golden eagle stood proudly amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, uttering a triumphant cry. Its golden feathers, speckled with blood, only heightened its ferocious aura. A fierce glint flashed in its eyes as it soared skyward, poised to pursue those late chi refining cultivators. Now! Li Qingshan, who had been closely monitoring the battle and the movements of the 3 Yinluo sect demon cultivators with his divine sense, seized this fleeting opportunity. Seeing the emerald-eyed golden eagle soar skyward to continue hunting the cannon fodder, the 3 demon cultivators seized their chance and stealthily crept toward the watery pool. A cold smile touched Li Qingshan's lips. His fingers moved silently beneath the corpse's cover, flicking out a seemingly ordinary fire explosion talisman that emitted subtle fluctuations. It landed precisely ahead of the demon cultivator's path, closer to the emerald-eyed golden eagle's nest.
Explode! Li Qingshan silently commanded, instantly triggering the enhanced top-grade explosive talisman from afar. Boom! An explosion far more violent than any ordinary fire talisman erupted. Fierce fire attribute spiritual energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, its searing shockwave instantly spreading to obliterate all vegetation and rock in the area, even causing the entire valley to tremble slightly. The commotion was too loud. The emerald-eyed golden eagle, poised to pursue its prey, whipped its head around. Its jade-green pupils contracted sharply, filling with fury bordering on disbelief. What did it see? 3 sneaky black-clad vermin had dared to approach its nest. And they had the audacity to cause such a massive explosion? This was a direct challenge to its authority. A threat to its nest and its sacred spring. Wah! This cry was filled with overwhelming killing intent and the fury of being toyed with. It locked onto the 3 stunned Inluo sect cultivators. The 3 demonic cultivators, now deathly pale, were both terrified and furious. What the hell? Who did this? Damn it! Which bloody useless piece of trash isn't dead yet? This is bad. That feathered bastard has us in its sights. They never imagined a surviving cannon fodder would ambush them. They assumed it was either a comrade accidentally triggering a residual restriction or a half-dead rogue cultivator making a death throes counterattack. But explanations were meaningless now. The enraged emerald-eyed golden eagle had transformed into a devastating golden light, charging toward them with a terrifying momentum that seemed to tear through everything in its path. Form the array. Block it. The mid-foundation establishment's senior brother screamed in horror. The 3 hastily summoned their magical artifacts, channeled demonic energy, and prepared for a desperate defense. A fierce battle erupted instantly between a peak late foundation establishment demon beast and 3 foundation establishment demon cultivators. The emerald-eyed golden eagle moved with lightning speed, its talons and beak as sharp as spirit weapons. Each flap of its wings sent howling wind blades, unleashing boundless power. The 3 demon cultivators unleashed every technique at their disposal. The ghost banner rolled with black mist, the bone shield parried attacks, and a barrage of venomous spells pelted the golden eagle. The valley echoed with thunderous roars, explosions, the eagle's piercing screams, and the cultivators' furious shouts. Li Qingshan remained utterly still, playing dead, observing coldly from the sidelines. He noted their seamless coordination and ruthless tactics. They were indeed skilled. Yet, overwhelmed by the sheer disparity in power, they quickly found themselves on the defensive, barely holding their ground amidst perilous danger. The emerald-eyed golden eagle was ferocious beyond measure. Not only did it possess blinding speed and talons as sharp as spirit weapons, but its sapphire eyes could unleash thunderbolts. The 3 demon cultivators were struck senseless, screaming in agony, and soon suffered severe injuries. Damn feathered bastard! The mid-foundation establishment's senior brother gritted his teeth, his face contorted with pain as he abruptly summoned a black talisman engraved with a ferocious ghostly head. A talisman treasure. It's the 10,000 ghosts devouring soul talisman bestowed by the elders. Senior brother, the other 2 exclaimed, their voices tinged with surprise and a hint of relief. There's no other way. Kill this monster and use its essence blood and demonic soul to make up for our losses. The mid-foundation establishment demon cultivator was pained beyond words, but at this moment he had no other choice. Without the talisman treasure, they would all die. He frantically channeled his cultivation energy to activate the talisman. Instantly, a cacophony of ghostly wails erupted. The talisman transformed into a dense, ink-black cloud from which countless hideous specters burst forth. They savagely tore at the emerald-eyed golden eagle, seemingly able to bypass its physical defenses to some extent and directly corrode its demonic soul. The emerald-eyed golden eagle let out agonized screeches, its movements slowing considerably as its golden feathers lost much of their luster. Seizing this opportunity, the 3 demon cultivators unleashed a hail of attacks upon the golden eagle, leaving deep gashes across its body. Finally, after paying a heavy price, the golden eagle let out a mournful cry of resignation. Its massive form crashed to the ground, its golden blood staining the shore of the pond crimson. Cough, cough. Finally, we've taken down that bastard. The mid-foundation establishment cultivator gasped for breath, his face pale. Staring at the lifeless, dull remains of the talisman treasure, his heart ached so deeply it felt like it was twitching. Chapter 39, The 1000-Year Vermilion Fruit. Quickly fetch the spirit liquid immortal spring. He urged, greed reigniting in his eyes. The 3, dragging their wounded bodies, rushed eagerly toward the spot by the water pool where the misty vapor was thickest. There, a natural stone mortar held a large pool of crystal-clear spirit liquid, radiating a dreamlike glow and a refreshing fragrance. Obtaining the spirit liquid immortal spring would not only swiftly heal their wounds but potentially grant them even greater power. Greed and longing filled every pair of eyes. Just as their minds relaxed completely, utterly captivated by the divine spring, a sudden change occurred. A sword light, cold as the depths of hell, erupted without warning from the rear, like a frigid wind from the underworld. Its target was the back of the most severely injured early foundation establishment demon cultivator. Watch out! The mid-foundation establishment cultivator, whose senses were the sharpest, whipped his head around in horror, managing only a warning cry. But it was too late. Thud! The frost blade pierced precisely through the hastily erected protective demonic energy shield, passing clean through his heart. The frigid sword energy erupted instantly, freezing and tearing apart his internal organs and even his soul. Before he could even scream, the greed and delight in his eyes froze solid as his body fell straight to the ground. Who? The other early Foundation establishment cultivator, overcome with shock and fury, had just turned around. A faint, nearly transparent glow flashed by. Soul-extinguishing needle. A supreme spirit artifact designed to destroy souls. The demon cultivator felt a piercing pain between his eyebrows. His spiritual sea felt as though it had been violently stabbed and stirred by a billion needles. Darkness engulfed his vision, his consciousness instantly extinguished. He collapsed to the ground without a sound, his life force completely extinguished. In the blink of an eye, 2 early Foundation establishment demon cultivators were instantly slain. It's you? That bastard who was feigning death. The mid-Foundation establishment's senior disciple finally recognized the attacker. It was the Qi cultivation stage wandering cultivator they had captured, the one who should have been dead. Yet the spiritual pressure emanating from him was unmistakably that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. And those 2 terrifyingly powerful, brilliantly radiant supreme-grade spirit artifacts. Who the hell are you? Dare to kill a disciple of the Inluo sect? You'll find no refuge anywhere under heaven. Shouting with feigned ferocity, he was both shocked and enraged. Retreating rapidly, he frantically channeled his last reserves of magical power, summoning a small black shield to protect himself. Li Qingshan couldn't be bothered with empty words. Once the fight began, there would be no mercy. With a flick of his thoughts, the frost blade traced a graceful yet deadly arc through the air, carrying a biting chill as it slashed toward his opponent once more. Simultaneously, the invisible soul-destroying needle shot forth silently once more, aiming straight for the opponent's forehead. The mid-Foundation establishment cultivator's soul trembled in terror, pinning all hope on the black shield. Clang! The ice blade struck the small shield, erupting in a deafening clang. The shield's spiritual light flickered violently, barely managing to block the blow. But before he could celebrate, the soul-destroying needle arrived. No! He sensed the terrifying threat targeting his soul and let out a desperate scream. Thud! The soul-extinguishing needle ignored physical defenses, piercing straight through the shield's spiritual barrier and sinking into his forehead. His scream abruptly ended. His body convulsed violently once, his eyes rapidly dimming. With endless terror and unwillingness, he slowly collapsed to the ground. Li Qingshan remained expressionless as he waved his hand, retrieving the frostblade and soul-extinguishing needle. His movements were swift and composed, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. So even a mid-Foundation establishment demon cultivator is no match. A hint of profound seemed to flicker in Li Qingshan's eyes. Once, Foundation establishment cultivators had seemed unattainably lofty in his eyes. Now, they could be slain with a flick of his wrist. Unbeknownst to himself, he had grown this powerful. This place is no longer safe to linger in. Li Qingshan thought to himself. He swiftly gathered the storage pouches from the 3 demon cultivators' corpses and any valuable items from the emeraldite golden eagle before heading without hesitation to the spiritual liquid spring. Li Qingshan retrieved his, carefully scooping every last drop of the shimmering, dreamlike spiritual liquid from the stone mortar. So this is the spirit liquid immortal spring? Truly extraordinary. Li Qingshan's heart surged with excitement. As the spirit liquid entered his possession, an indescribably pure energy and vitality surged through the jade bottle, invigorating him. Having completed this, he dared not linger for a moment. His figure flickered as he activated the earth escape technique, instantly vanishing underground and distancing himself from this place of trouble. Having traveled a sufficient distance underground, Li Qingshan quietly emerged from the earth once he was far enough from the valley of the divine spring of spiritual essence. He maintained the small concealment heaven secret technique, but adjusted his displayed cultivation level to early Foundation establishment. He had observed that Qi cultivation cultivators mostly lingered in the outer regions, while the core area was dominated by Foundation establishment cultivators. Disguised as a Qi cultivation cultivator, he would stand out like a sore thumb. In this secret realm's core, teeming with Foundation establishment cultivators, a Qi cultivation stage 7 cultivation level was far too conspicuous. It was like a child carrying gold through the market. It would only invite unnecessary trouble. Foundation establishment early stage cultivation was just right, neither too weak to be easily manipulated nor too strong to draw excessive attention. Sure enough, when he suddenly emitted a Foundation establishment level spiritual pressure, the hostile, lurking divine senses that had been watching him retreated noticeably. He lifted his gaze toward the depths of the secret realm. In the distance, a majestic cluster of palace ruins stood towering between heaven and earth. Though mostly shattered and crumbling, with broken walls and debris scattered everywhere, one could still imagine its former glory and splendor. The spiritual energy there was denser, and colorful teleportation lights shuttled back and forth. Evidently, most of the cultivators who had entered the secret realm had gathered there. The ruins of the Qiantian sect. The once great Qiantian sect, said to have been the foremost sect in this realm 10,000 years ago. Who knows what befell them, leading to their complete eradication, leaving only these ruins behind. Li Qingshan murmured silently to himself as he guided his flying sword, moving at a leisurely pace toward the ruins. The closer he got to the ruins, the more cultivators he encountered. Clashes erupted frequently, often over a side hall that might hold hidden treasures, a single intact spirit pattern pillar, or even a storage pouch beside skeletal remains that had likely lain there for untold centuries. Li Qingshan adhered strictly to his principle: never initiate any conflict. Whenever he encountered fighting, he would circle around from a distance. His first destination was the relatively intact ruins of a medicinal garden. Most of the original spirit fields lay barren, the soil a lifeless grayish-white. Only a few resilient spirit herbs clung to existence, but their age and quality were wretched. Clearly, they had been picked clean countless times by earlier cultivators. As expected, the good stuff has long been picked clean. Li Qingshan felt little disappointment. This outcome had been expected. Just as he prepared to leave and try his luck elsewhere, his divine sense habitually swept over a corner at the very edge of the garden, obscured by a massive collapsed colonnade. There, it stirred slightly. There seemed to be an extremely faint, yet cleverly concealed, fluctuation of a protective barrier. He approached without drawing attention, parting the tangled vines and scattered stones. Sure enough, he uncovered a deeply concealed, small-scale protective barrier. Though long neglected and reduced to a fraction of its former power, its concealment was exceptional. Had his divine sense not far surpassed others at his level, he would never have detected it. What could be inside? A flicker of anticipation stirred within Li Qingshan. Scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was paying attention to this secluded corner, he summoned his frostblade. Controlling his strength with precision, he carefully thrust it toward the weakest point of the barrier. With a soft pop, the barrier shattered. Instantly, an enticing fruity fragrance mingled with pure fire attribute spiritual energy wafted out. Behind the barrier lay a small spirit niche, housing a miniature tree whose entire body glowed crimson, its branches and leaves resembling flames. Hanging prominently on the tree were 3 fruits, each the size of a longan, bright red, and plump enough to burst. Their surfaces bore natural cloud-like patterns, radiating astonishing spiritual energy. Millennial Crimson Fruit. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed with astonishment and delight. Chapter 40, The Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect. This is the primary ingredient for refining various third-tier elixirs. Consumed directly, it can dramatically boost cultivation and fortify the physical body. For Foundation Establishment cultivators, it's a treasure that's hard to come by, and even Golden Core cultivators would covet it. Judging by its appearance, it was already fully ripe. He immediately reached out, carefully plucking the 3 vermilion fruits along with some of the roots and soil, sealing them into a specially crafted jade box. Yet, the instant he gathered the vermilion fruits, a greedy and vicious voice erupted behind him. "Kid! Hand over the goods. Such heavenly treasures aren't meant for a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator like you to lay claim to." Li Qingshan's heart sank as he slowly turned around. Before him stood a towering, muscular cultivator clad in Kiba sect robes. His gaze burned with intensity as he stared at the jade box in Li Qingshan's hands, his face a mask of undisguised murderous intent and greed. Clearly, the disturbance from breaking the restriction and the fleeting scent of the fruit had drawn a lurking predator. "Esteemed fellow cultivator of the Cultivate sect," Li Qingshan said in a low voice, attempting to avoid conflict, "this item was discovered by yours truly first." "Cut the crap. What I see is mine. Hand it over quietly if you know what's good for you. Chop off one of your arms, and I might consider sparing your worthless life." The Kiba sect cultivator advanced with a savage grin, his chi surging violently, evidence of some formidable physical cultivation technique that made him a formidable opponent. Li Qingshan's eyes instantly turned cold. He knew this matter would not end peacefully. The instant the Kiba sect cultivator lunged to seize it by force, Li Qingshan moved. Without a moment's hesitation, the cold ice sword erupted with a dazzling ice-blue blade light. Moving at extreme speed, it stabbed straight for the opponent's heart. Simultaneously, his left hand flickered with an imperceptible flick. The Cultivate sect cultivator never expected a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator to dare strike first, let alone with such blinding speed. He hastily swung his fist to block, its surface shrouded in a thick, earth-yellow glow. Boom! Sword and fist collided, the frigid sword energy clashing violently with the earth elemental gale energy. The cultivator felt an unimaginable force and bitter cold surge from the sword tip, shaking his arm numb, causing his chi and blood to churn violently, and making his protective gang chi fluctuate wildly. How could an early Foundation Establishment cultivator be this strong? A top-grade spirit artifact. And you concealed your cultivation level? My friend, this is a misunderstanding. I'll leave immediately. Shall we call it even? He cried out in terror, his eyes filled with dread, realizing he'd hit a brick wall. He immediately turned to flee. But before his words faded, an invisible spike had already pierced silently into his forehead. Soul-extinguishing needle. Gah! The Cultivate sect cultivator's body stiffened abruptly. The terror and greed in his eyes froze instantly as his consciousness rapidly faded. His massive frame crashed to the ground, all signs of life extinguished. Li Qingshan remained expressionless as he waved his hand to retrieve the frostblade and soul-extinguishing needle. Swiftly snatching the opponent's storage pouch, he flicked a fireball that reduced the corpse to ashes. The entire process was clean and efficient, taking only a fraction of a second. He dared not linger, immediately turning to leave this place of trouble. Yet, the instant he turned, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of a figure standing by the broken wall near the entrance to the medicinal garden. Clothed in azure robes, her figure graceful and her features exquisite, it was Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan? What is she doing here? Never mind. Better to avoid contact and prevent exposing my identity. Li Qingshan thought to himself. Li Qingshan seemed to have just arrived after searching the area, witnessing precisely the moment Li Qingshan instantly counterattacked and killed the mid-foundation establishment cultivator from the Cultivate sect, as well as the scene of him collecting the corpse. Her gaze fixed on Li Qingshan's back in profile. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, a faint trace of confusion flickering in her eyes. This person, his figure and decisive combat style seemed vaguely familiar? But the thought vanished as quickly as it had appeared. She shook her head. Impossible. That man was merely at the chi cultivation stage and advanced in years. There's no way he could possess such formidable strength and such a youthful appearance. It must have been a mistake. She said nothing, only gave Li Qingshan one lingering, searching look before turning and transforming into a streak of green light, darting deeper into the medicinal garden. A chill gripped Li Qingshan's heart. He realized Li Qingshan had likely seen something earlier. Though she didn't seem to recognize him, lingering here was no longer an option. He immediately summoned his teleportation light and swiftly departed the abandoned herb garden. No sooner had he flown out than a black figure materialized before him like a ghostly apparition, blocking his path without a sound. The figure wore black robes, her face veiled by a sheer black gauze. Though her features remained hidden, the eyes peeking out were like autumn water and cold stars deep and icy. Her form was graceful, her aura transcendent and otherworldly, carrying an air of mystery and danger. What sent a chill down Li Qingshan's spine was the spiritual pressure emanating from this woman, unmistakably that of a foundation establishment grand perfection cultivator. What brings you here? Li Qingshan halted his teleportation light, watching the figure warily as he secretly circulated his cultivation energy. Judging by her attire, she was likely a member of the heavenly demon sect. The veiled woman did not respond immediately. Instead, she scrutinized Li Qingshan from head to toe with eyes that seemed to pierce through one's soul. Her voice was clear and melodious, it carried an air of absolute certainty. It was you who killed the disciple of the Cultivate sect and took the Zhu fruit from the medicinal garden earlier. She stated it as fact, not a question. Li Qingshan's heart sank, yet his expression remained impassive. What do you mean, fellow Taoist? I don't understand. There's no need to deny it. The black-veiled woman smiled lightly. Even through the veil, one could sense her graceful charm. I happened to pass by and witness the entire incident. With only early foundation establishment cultivation, you instantly killed a mid-stage foundation establishment physical cultivator. Your methods were decisive and ruthless, and your concealment skills were extraordinary. You are clearly no ordinary wandering cultivator. She paused, her tone tinged with allure. I have no interest in that Zhu fruit. I seek you out to propose a partnership. Cooperation? Li Qingshan frowned. Precisely. The veiled woman pointed toward a relatively well-preserved ancient black palace at the center of the distant ruins, shrouded in powerful restrictions. That ancestral hall of succession is believed to be where core disciples of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect received their inheritance. Inside, there may well be the sect's cultivation manuals, divine ability jade slips, or even ancient treasures. However, its outer restrictions are formidable and require special methods to activate. I cannot succeed alone. I've observed you for some time. You're meticulous, skilled, and seem to understand restrictions. Join me. Together, we'll break the seals. Whatever we find inside, I'll give you a third. Her tone was calm, yet the subtle aura of a foundation establishment grand perfection cultivator hung over Li Qingshan, carrying a faint hint of threat. Li Qingshan's mind raced with calculations. Refuse? Her cultivation far surpassed his own. She must be a true disciple of the heavenly demon sect, possessing methods as unpredictable as they were terrifying. Forcing a refusal would likely invite immediate retribution. Accept? It would be like bargaining with a tiger, extremely risky. This woman was deeply scheming. The so-called cooperation and profit-sharing were likely just a pretense. She would probably kill him to silence him after using him. But necessity dictated his course. A flicker of torn and tempted crossed Li Qingshan's face. Finally, as if making up his mind, he clasped his hands and said, "Honored by your esteem, I am willing to lend you my strength. I trust you will honor your promise." A flicker of satisfaction crossed the black-veiled woman's eyes as she nodded slightly. Very well. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Follow me. With that, she turned and flew ahead toward the pitch-black ancient hall. Li Qingshan followed behind, his gaze deepening as he silently resolved, "Very well. I'll play along for now and see what secrets this ancient hall holds. Should things go south, I'll immediately activate my Earth escape technique and use every last card to flee." Chapter 41, The Ancestral Hall. The pitch-black ancient hall stood desolately at the center of the ruins, constructed entirely from an unknown black stone. Its surface was covered in mottled traces of time and blurred ancient runes. A heavy, oppressive, and heart-stopping aura emanated from the hall's body, like a slumbering primordial beast. The palace doors remained tightly shut, shimmering with flowing light, clearly shrouded by an immensely powerful barrier. The woman in black veil's cold Wei, the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, halted her teleportation light 100 zhang away from the ancient hall, bringing Li Qingshan with her. Her expression grave, she produced a compass-like artifact. Its needle spun wildly, emitting a faint, eerie black glow. Stay close to me. One wrong step triggers the killing array, and even a golden core cultivator won't save you. Lan Weiyue's voice was cold and commanding, brooking no argument. Yes. Li Qingshan replied respectfully. She formed a magical seal with her hands. The compass's black light intensified, projecting a twisted path of light that wound its way toward the ancient hall's entrance. She stepped onto the path first, moving like a ghostly apparition, deftly avoiding countless invisible restriction nodes scattered throughout the void. Li Qingshan followed closely behind, his divine sense stretched to its limit, carefully placing each step precisely where Lan Weiyue had trodden. He could distinctly sense the terrifying energy fluctuations lurking within the surrounding space dormant, yet potent enough to tear him to shreds in an instant. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The complexity and potency of these outer restrictions far exceeded his imagination. The two arrived safely before the massive palace gates. Up close, the door's immense weight and ancient age became palpable. It bore intricate carvings of sun, moon, stars, flowers, birds, fish, and insects, though most patterns had faded into obscurity. Lan Weiyue stowed away her compass, her expression growing even more solemn. She extended her delicate jade-like hand, forcing a few drops of vital blood from her fingertip. She traced a complex crimson rune in the air and pressed it against the center of the temple door. Hum! The temple doors trembled violently. The surface light surged intensely, rippling outward like waves before coalescing into three distinct, clearly visible layers of interlocking light barriers. Each layer flowed with distinct runes, emanating auras that were fiery, icy, or heavy as mountains. Indeed, it's protected by 3 layers of the minor trinity barrier. Lan Weiyue's voice carried a hint of exhaustion, clearly drained from the secret technique she had just unleashed. She turned to Li Qingshan, pointing at the outermost layer, a shimmering, earth-yellow light barrier radiating the heaviest aura. This first layer, the thick earth barrier, focuses on defense. It requires immense force or specific earth elemental artifacts to break through. Leave it to me. She then pointed to the middle layer, a light barrier dancing with blue lightning arcs. The second layer, the Gui Watering Thunder barrier, is extremely venomous, adept at corroding spiritual power in physical bodies. I also possess a secret treasure to counter it. Finally, her gaze settled on the innermost layer, a seemingly plain yet faintly distorted transparent light barrier pulsing with warped spatial fluctuations. This third layer is the most troublesome. It is the minor void barrier. Though appearing fragile, it excels at repelling attacks and distorting spells, making it extremely difficult to breach. It requires exceptionally precise spiritual perception to locate its ever-shifting nodes and break it with subtle force. Fellow Daoist, this barrier is entrusted to you. Her tone remained calm, yet her gaze sharpened as it fixed on Li Qingshan, carrying an air of scrutiny and an unyielding demand. I know you've been holding back. There's no need to hide your true abilities now. If this barrier isn't broken, we both return empty-handed. Li Qingshan cursed her cunning under his breath. This woman clearly had a plan all along. She had prepared for the first 2 layers of restrictions, deliberately leaving the most difficult, skill-intensive, and dangerous third layer for him. It was both a test and an exploitation. But with matters having reached this point, he had no way out. Refusing outright would likely cause the veiled woman before him to turn hostile at once. Li Qingshan nodded solemnly. I shall do my utmost. He stepped forward, closed his eyes, and plunged his entire consciousness into his divine sense, cautiously probing the transparent, small void barrier. The barrier proved extraordinarily intricate. Its structure was not fixed but constantly twisted and shifted in subtle ways, its nodes drifting unpredictably, making them difficult to pinpoint. Even cultivators with formidable divine sense would struggle to swiftly detect and calculate its fleeting vulnerabilities. But Li Qingshan's divine sense, tempered repeatedly by the eternal life-true art in the, had long surpassed those of his peers. His ability to manipulate it with precision was truly astonishing. Time ticked by, sweat beading on Li Qingshan's forehead once more, yet his focus was sharper than ever. Finally, amidst the endless transformations, he detected a hint of pattern. Now! He snapped his eyes open, fingers drawn like a sword. A sliver of azure finger wind condensed to its absolute limit and infused with a thread of his eternal life-true essence silently struck a tiny, fleeting distortion point on the transparent light barrier. SSSSH. A soft pop, like a needle piercing a balloon. The seemingly resilient minor void barrier rippled violently in response, then melted away like ice and snow, vanishing without a trace. Immediately after, Lan Weiyue let out a sharp cry, summoning a large seal shimmering with earth and yellow light. She slammed it fiercely onto the thick earth barrier while simultaneously tossing a small silver net toward the Gui Watering Thunder barrier. Lightning flashed, but the net swiftly absorbed it. Boom! Crackle! Two explosive booms rang out almost simultaneously, shattering the first two layers of restrictions. The heavy, pitch-black palace doors creaked with a dull groan, slowly swinging inward to reveal a narrow gap barely wide enough for one person. An even more ancient, desolate scent wafted out, carrying the dusty aroma of ancient scrolls. Go! A flicker of joy crossed Long Weiyue's eyes as she darted inside without hesitation. Li Qingshan hesitated briefly before following closely behind into the hall. The interior proved far more spacious than its exterior appearance suggested, as if some form of spatial expansion technique had been employed. Yet the sight that met their eyes was somewhat disappointing. This was a massive circular hall. Shelves that should have been lined with jade slips containing cultivation techniques now stood mostly toppled and empty. Shattered fragments of jade slips and decayed wood chips littered the floor, creating a scene of utter chaos and decay. Clearly, this place had been visited before, perhaps more than once. Poof. As expected, the core inheritance has already been taken by those who came before. Long Weiyue gave a cold snort, as if she had anticipated this outcome, yet her disappointment was difficult to conceal. Without pausing her movements, she swiftly scanned the entire hall with her divine sense. With a wave of her hand, she gathered the few intact jade slips scattered on the floor, tucking them into her storage pouch without a second glance. Li Qingshan followed suit, carefully probing the hall and picking up several jade slips that appeared intact. His divine sense meticulously scanned every corner. Suddenly, in the crevice between a collapsed bookshelf and the wall, he sensed a dust-covered, dull-colored, utterly unremarkable black jade slip. This jade slip possessed a peculiar material. His divine sense encountered a slight resistance when scanning over it. Moreover, it was concealed extremely well. Had his divine sense not been exceptional, it would have been nearly impossible to discover. A thought struck him. Seizing the moment when Lang Weiyue was focused on collecting several jade tablets on the opposite side, he moved silently. With a slight flick of his sleeve, a deft flick of his wrist drew the black jade tablet into his sleeve. The entire process was soundless and lightning fast. Chapter 42, The Emergence of the Mystic Heaven Hall. Lang Weiyue seemed oblivious. She swiftly gathered every valuable remnant within the hall, her expression sour. Clearly, the hall fell far short of expectations. It seems our luck is poor. This place has been looted multiple times already. Lang Weiyue turned to face Li Qingshan, her tone devoid of emotion. As agreed, you shall receive 30% of these jade slips. She indeed produced over a dozen jade slips of varying quality and pushed them toward Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan accepted them without hesitation, stowing them away before bowing his hands in gratitude. My thanks, fellow Daoist. Yet a quiet wariness stirred within him. Her strict adherence to the agreement only deepened his unease. Lang Weiyue studied him, then suddenly asked, May I ask your name, fellow cultivator? Li Qingshan's mind raced, yet his expression remained impassive. I am Zhou Yun, a solitary cultivator. Zhou Yun. Lang Weiyue repeated the name, a hint of meaning curling the corners of her mouth beneath the black veil. Very well, fellow Daoist Zhou. Our cooperation today has been pleasant. I hope we may meet again in the future. With that, she made no further delay. Her form flickered, transforming into a shadowy figure that streaked out of the ancient hall. In an instant, she vanished into the horizon, showing no intention whatsoever of attacking. Li Qingshan stood rooted to the spot, momentarily stunned. She just left? So abruptly? All the backup plans he'd prepared went completely unused. This woman is deeply calculating, her actions unpredictable. She is no easy opponent. Either she deemed this meager gain unworthy, or she left some mark on me? Or perhaps that black jade slip holds some peculiarity? Doubt swirled in Li Qingshan's mind. He carefully examined himself but found nothing amiss. Regardless, this place was no longer safe to linger in. He immediately departed the ancient hall of inheritance and teleported toward the approximate direction of the secret realm's entrance. After this series of events, especially his encounter with a dangerous figure like Lang Weiyue, his desire to retreat grew ever stronger. The secret realm may be splendid, but it's fraught with peril. I've already obtained the spirit liquid immortal spring, the 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit, and these jade tablets enough to digest for quite some time. Better to quit while I'm ahead and leave now, lest I get entangled in even greater strife. However, just as he resolved to find an exit and escape this place of strife. Boom! From the very heart of the secret realm, atop the highest peak, a dazzling pillar of light erupted, piercing the heavens and shaking the earth. Within the pillar, countless runes swirled as ethereal celestial music wafted. A vision of a white jade palace more magnificent, more sacred, shrouded in endless rosy light slowly materialized. It radiated a breathtakingly majestic aura and a maddening Tao essence. An irresistible call instantly resonated within the hearts of every cultivator within the secret realm. The Xiantian Hall. The Xiantian Main Hall has emerged. Heavens! The legendary Xiantian Main Hall. It must hold the true core inheritance and supreme treasures of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Hurry! If we're late, we won't even get a taste. The entire secret realm erupted in chaos. Every cultivator, regardless of where they were or what they were doing, now seemed possessed. They transformed into streaks of light, rushing recklessly toward the mountain peak where the pillar of light stood. Li Qingshan rode his teleportation light, hovering mid-air. Gazing upon the awe-inspiring spectacle and feeling the call from the depths of his soul, his expression grew intensely complex. The pillar of light pierced heaven and earth, while ethereal music drifted faintly, bewitching all hearts. Hovering mid-air, Li Qingshan gazed upon the ethereal image of the Xiantian Hall, which seemed to descend like a celestial palace. He felt the tremors and call emanating from the depths of his soul, his expression shifting constantly. The Xiantian main hall was undoubtedly the greatest opportunity within the entire secret realm, yet it was also certain to be the place where the greatest dangers converged. The elites of the 8 major factions and all manner of demons and monsters would gather here. The bloody struggle for it was easy to imagine. If he were to withdraw, now seemed the perfect moment while everyone was captivated by the Xiantian Hall, it was the ideal time to slip away unnoticed. The spiritual elixir spring, the 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit, and that mysterious black jade slip in his embrace were already substantial gains. Enough! The battle for the Xiantian Hall will be incredibly dangerous. With MY in hand, I lack no resources. Staying here is too perilous, I should leave first. Just as he took a deep breath, suppressing his greed, and shifted his teleportation light toward the edge of the secret realm. Within his Dantian sea of qi, which had been quietly nurturing itself, suddenly and without warning, vibrated ever so slightly. Simultaneously, an extremely faint yet strangely ancient and familiar sensation drifted faintly from the depths of the distant Xiantian Hall, resonating with the gourd's tremor in an indescribable harmony. What? Li Qingshan's heart jolted violently, his eyes widening in disbelief. These origins were shrouded in mystery, serving as his greatest reliance and secret. How could it possibly react to the Xiantian Hall? What within that hall was drawing it? Or rather, what connection did it share with this ancient Xiantian sect? In that instant, all caution and retreating thoughts were shattered by this sudden turn of events. The Rui Gourd's disturbance is no ordinary matter. Though faint, that resonance carries a primal pull. Could this hall contain something sharing the Gourd's origin? Or perhaps clues to unravel its history? Li Qingshan's thoughts raced as his gaze returned to the hall bathed in radiant light, his eyes growing profoundly deep. The risk was immense, but when it came to the secrets of it was worth taking the chance. Enough! I shall venture in once more. But I must be exceedingly cautious. Should things prove impossible, I shall withdraw immediately, without a moment's hesitation. His teleportation light twisted once more. He suppressed all traces of his presence, blending into the torrent of streaking lights like a drop merging into the sea. He flew cautiously toward the direction of the mystic heaven hall. The closer he approached the main peak, the denser the crowd of cultivators became, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and grim. Multicolored streaks of light sliced through the sky, each maintaining a wary distance from the others. Reaching the summit, he beheld the majestic Xiantian Hall entirely constructed from some form of spirit jade firmly encased within a vast, translucent, multicolored light barrier. Runes swirled atop the light barrier, radiating an aura of despairingly solid fortitude. At this moment, hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators had gathered outside the light barrier, with disciples from the 8 major factions comprising nearly half of them. Setting aside their rivalries for the moment, they obeyed the commands of their respective sect leaders, summoning all manner of magical artifacts and treasures. They unleashed a barrage of spells, attacking the multicolored light barrier with frenzied intensity. Boom! Crackle! Countless flashes of spiritual light erupted, deafening roars filled the air, and powerful shockwaves of energy spread out ceaselessly, creating a scene of immense chaos. Yet the multicolored light barrier merely rippled with concentric waves, absorbing and neutralizing every attack with rock-solid stability. At this rate, it would likely take days to breach it by force. Li Qingshan mingled at the outer edge of the crowd, observing coldly without intervening. He was quite content to let others do the heavy lifting while conserving his own strength. At the same time, he observed that the leaders of the 8 major factions were all Foundation establishment grand perfection cultivators. Their formidable strength, coupled with their wielding of top-tier spirit artifacts, meant their offensive power was already not far behind that of Golden Core cultivators. It was precisely these Foundation establishment grand perfection cultivators who, leading the others in a grand formation, could fuse everyone's power to launch a fierce assault on the barrier. Just then, a faint fragrance wafted over, and that familiar figure appeared silently beside him once more. Chapter 43, The Back Door. Fellow Taoist Zhou, it's been a while. A hint of amusement flickered in Lang Weiyue's eyes beneath her black veil, as if she had anticipated his arrival all along. It seems you couldn't resist the allure of the Xiantian Hall after all. Li Qingshan remained vigilant inwardly, yet his expression remained calm. Such a grand occasion, I merely came to witness it. Fellow Taoists long sought me out. Could it be that we have another collaboration? Speaking with a clever man like you is always straightforward. Lang Weiyue chuckled softly, lowering her voice. Forcing our way through this 7-colored glass canopy is a poor strategy. Even if we break through, it would take days and drain everyone's magical power, not worth the cost. I've discovered an array node that might allow us to bypass the front and enter through a side gate. Her gaze swept over several cultivators nearby who, like her, had been observing coldly without fully engaging. I'm not the only one who noticed. Yin Kuei of the Yin Luo sect, Lu Wenyuan of the Beastmaster sect, and that wandering cultivator couple, Chen Gang and Zhang Wenxiu, they've all caught onto something. What do you say? Will you join forces once more? Entering through the side gate may not lead directly to the main hall, but it will allow us to gain an advantage and avoid this pointless drain on our energy. Li Qingshan followed her gaze. Yin Kuei of the Yin Luo sect was a pale-faced youth with a sinister gaze. When he looked at Li Qingshan, there seemed to be a barely perceptible chill in his eyes. Lu Wenyan of the Beastmaster sect appeared refined and courteous, with a snow-white beast lying at his side. The wandering cultivator couple appeared to be in their 30s, the man earnest, the woman sharp-witted, whispering quietly to each other. Each of these individuals radiated an extraordinary aura, clearly none of them easy to deal with. Most crucially, their cultivation levels were all at the late foundation establishment stage. Only he remained at the early foundation establishment stage. Li Qingshan paused in thought. Cooperating with these people would be like trying to skin a tiger. But Lang Weiyue was right, entering through the side gate was indeed the best option for now. More importantly, Li Qingshan was confident he could protect himself even against so many late foundation establishment cultivators. Agreed. He nodded. I am willing to cooperate with you once more, fellow cultivator. Lang Weiyue smiled with satisfaction before silently communicating with the others. Moments later, they seemed to reach an agreement. Silently retreating from the main group, they darted toward a secluded cliff behind the main hall. At the cliff's base, concealed by vines, lay an inconspicuous stone wall. The array patterns etched upon it were indeed far dimmer and sparser than the light barrier guarding the main entrance, yet they remained intricate nonetheless. This is the place. Lang Weiyue pointed at a dozen faintly glowing points on the stone wall. All 7 of us must strike simultaneously, precisely targeting these nodes. The force and timing must be absolutely perfect to briefly open a breach. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The others nodded in unison, each gathering their magical power. Li Qingshan understood, this was both a collaboration and an opportunity for mutual testing and establishing authority. He silently channeled his eternal life true energy, maintaining it at a mid-foundation establishment level, neither overly prominent nor appearing too weak. Now! At Lang Weiyue's low command, 7 beams of light, each distinct in color yet intensely concentrated, shot forth simultaneously, striking the nodes with pinpoint accuracy. The array patterns on the stone wall flickered violently, emitting an overburdened hum before quietly cracking open a blurred light gate just wide enough for one person to pass through. Advance! Lang Weiyue led the way, followed by the others in single file. Li Qingshan brought up the rear. The instant his foot crossed the threshold, he sensed Yin Kuei of the Yin Luo sect cast him a glance, deliberate or not, its chill piercing. After traversing a brief, dim passageway, the group emerged into a vast, open space, the interior of the Xiantian Hall. The hall was vast, adorned with ornate beams and pillars that seemed to reach the heavens. Though bearing the marks of time, it was far more intact and magnificent than the ancient inheritance hall outside. The dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth hung thick in the air, mingled with the fragrances of medicinal herbs and the resonant aura of artifacts, creating an atmosphere that was utterly refreshing. Yet, almost the instant they entered, the loosely formed temporary alliance dissolved. Everyone, now that we're inside, each must rely on their own fortune and destiny. Farewell. Lang Weiyue chuckled lightly, transforming into a shadowy figure first. She sped off toward a specific direction deep within, seemingly already having a target in mind. Oomph. Yin Kuei of the Yin Luo sect snorted coldly, swiftly choosing his own direction and departing. Lu Wenyan of the Beastmaster sect bowed to the others before leading his spirit beast down another corridor. The wandering cultivator couple, Chen Gang and Zhang Wenxiu, approached Li Qingshan. Chen Gang, with his honest, straightforward appearance, spoke up, fellow Daoist Zhou, the hall is fraught with danger. Why don't the 3 of us travel together? We can watch each other's backs. Li Qingshan could distinctly sense the shrewd gaze of the woman, Zhang Wenxiu, scrutinizing him with a mix of appraisal and calculation. He offered a faint smile and declined with a bow. Thank you both for your kindness, but I'm accustomed to traveling alone. I wouldn't want to hold you back. The couple exchanged a glance, seeming somewhat disappointed, but they did not press the matter. They turned and swiftly departed. After everyone had departed, Li Qingshan remained standing in place, showing no haste to move. He once again concentrated his senses. Within his dantian, the vibrations of the grew slightly clearer. That faint sense of summoning guided him toward the depths of a more secluded corridor on the right side of the main hall. Simultaneously, his keen perception detected that Yin Kuei of the Yin Luo sect, who had just departed, hadn't fled far. Instead, he seemed to be deliberately lingering nearby, concealed, a threat of extremely subtle killing intent seemingly locked onto him. So you couldn't resist after all? A cold gleam flashed briefly in Li Qingshan's eyes. Feigning ignorance, he followed the guard's guidance, strolling leisurely toward the right corridor. That path led directly to the side chambers of the Xiantian Hall. Compared to the main hall, the side chambers were more secluded and quiet, with winding corridors and dim lighting. Guided by the increasingly clear sensation from Li Qingshan cautiously ventured deeper. The deeper he went, the more a peculiar medicinal fragrance permeated the air. This scent was not singular but a rich, potent essence formed by the fusion and sedimentation of countless spiritual herbs. Inhaling it invigorated the spirit, seeming to stir the vital energy of immortality within one's body. Finally, he arrived before a slightly ajar stone door. The fragrance of elixirs wafted out from within. He cautiously probed with his divine sense, confirming no obvious restrictions or signs of life before slowly pushing the door open. Beyond the door lay a rather spacious alchemy chamber. At its center stood a three-legged alchemy furnace, half a man's height. The furnace bore an ancient design, its entire body a dark golden hue. The sides were carved with intricate, flowing runes and patterns of sun, moon, and stars. Though dust had settled on its surface, it could not conceal its extraordinary aura. An inner spiritual light shone, and a natural aura of the Tao emanated from it. It was clearly a top-grade alchemy furnace. Not a second-tier spirit artifact, but a third-tier treasure? And a top-tier third-tier treasure? Li Qingshan's entire body trembled violently, his eyes blazing with an intense, feverish light. What stirred Li Qingshan's heart even more was the tantalizing aroma of elixirs wafting in wispy strands from the furnace's ventilation holes. Clearly, an elixir was brewing within, nurtured through countless years of patient incubation. A supreme alchemy furnace. Containing a spirit pill. This venture was worth every risk. Li Qingshan's eyes blazed with astonished delight. Such a treasure was an opportunity beyond compare for any cultivator. Especially the spirit pill within, likely nurtured for thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of years. Even if it had started as a third-tier spirit pill, it had probably long since ascended to fourth tier. Fourth-tier elixirs were treasures reserved for nascent soul-stage-old monsters. What kind of elixir could possibly mature for so long? Suppressing his excitement, he stepped forward, preparing to study how to retrieve this pill furnace. But in the very instant his attention was drawn to the furnace, a sudden change occurred. A sinister, lightning-fast black beam shot out without warning from the shadow of a massive stone pillar behind him, striking directly at his temple. The timing of the ambush was masterfully executed, striking precisely when his guard was lowest. Simultaneously, a powerful restraining force descended, attempting to seal off the space around him. Chapter 44, Slaying In Kuei. I've been waiting for you. You little bastard, come die. In Kuei's cold, vicious voice rang out, brimming with the certainty of victory and raw greed. He not only sought Li Qingshan's life but also coveted that supreme alchemy furnace and the unknown elixir within. Yet, though Li Qingshan appeared relaxed, the little concealing heaven's secret art never ceased its operation, and his divine sense remained constantly vigilant of his surroundings. The moment the dark glow appeared, he had already sensed it. Xian Yuan Shield, manifest. With a single thought, the supreme great spirit artifact, the Xian Yuan Shield, which had been in a semi-activated state, instantly shot forth from his body. It transformed into a thick, luminous shield engraved with a tortoise snake pattern, precisely blocking the dark light. Clang! A piercing clang of metal rang out as the dark shadow was violently repelled, revealing a black bone spike emitting a foul, fishy stench. The spatial confinement force was effortlessly neutralized by the spiritual light emanating from the Xian Yuan Shield. Li Qingshan used the momentum to drift forward several zhang. He spun abruptly, his expression icy as he stared at In Kuei, who had emerged from the shadows, his face frozen in shock. In Daoyu, what is this? We have no grudge between us. Why the sudden attack? Li Qingshan asked in a deep voice, his immortal true essence surging like a raging river within him, the ice blade and soul-destroying needle poised for action. He needed to understand why the other man was so fixated on him. In Kuei's bewilderment swiftly transformed into an even more intense murderous intent and greed. No grudge? Oomph. Boy, you carry the aura of my In Luo Sect's unique In Sha energy on you. Though extremely faint, it cannot escape my perception. You killed my In Luo Sect's disciples. And you dare play dumb here? His eyes flashed with excitement and cruelty. Originally, I only intended to kill you to cleanse our sect. But now, an unexpected bonus. This alchemy furnace and the pills within it rightfully belong to me. A mere foundation establishment early-stage cultivator, relying on a decent shield to act so arrogantly? Shatter it! He roared fiercely, his hands forming seals as demonic energy surged around him. A ghastly white bone blade shot from the crown of his head, swelling in the wind. With a piercing ghostly howl, it slashed viciously toward the Xian Yuan Shield. This bone blade possessed immense power, proving itself a top-tier spirit artifact. Combined with In Kuei's late foundation establishment demonic cultivation, its destructive force was staggering. Boom! The Xian Yuan Shield trembled violently, its earthen-hued spiritual light rippling. Though unbroken, its radiance dimmed noticeably under the blow. Li Qingshan was shaken so violently that his blood surged violently. So you've got some tricks up your sleeve. Let's see how many hits you can block. In Kuei sneered savagely, intensifying his assault. The bone blade transformed into a swirling storm of blade shadows, descending like a raging tempest. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed with resolve. Since he'd asked for an explanation and the opponent's killing intent was now clear, there was no need to hold back any longer.
He deliberately feigned weakness, manipulating the Xian Yuan shield to block haphazardly, appearing rather flustered. Yet, in secret, he had long since prepared his counter. Just as Yin Kuwei believed victory was assured and his guard slipped for an instant, Li Qingshan struck. His left hand flipped, instantly activating two talismans radiating brilliant spiritual light. One transformed into dozens of monstrous golden trunks, crashing toward Yin Kuwei with devastating force. Second-tier Supreme Talisman, Golden Wood Talisman. The other unleashed a sky-filling hail of ice spikes, their bone-chilling cold sealing off all his escape routes. Second-tier Supreme Talisman, Ice Rain Talisman. These two second-tier talismans, elevated to supreme quality by thee, possessed power far surpassing ordinary ones. What? Supreme talismans? Damn it, how could you possibly possess such treasures? Yin Kuwei's face twisted in shock. He hastily recalled his bone blade to shield himself while simultaneously summoning a black ghost-headed shield, channeling demonic energy into it with frenzied intensity. Second-tier Supreme Talismans were exceedingly rare. Ordinary spirit talisman masters couldn't possibly craft them. Could this man have a golden core immortal backing him? Boom! 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 Crackle! Massive logs collided, ice spikes shattered. A powerful spiritual energy storm instantly engulfed the entire alchemy chamber. Yin Kuwei's defensive aura flickered violently. His ghost-headed shield let out a mournful wail before shattering completely. He himself was sent reeling backward, his chi and blood churning violently. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Internal injuries had already taken hold. Yet this was merely the beginning. Before the bursting light of the talisman had even faded. Whoosh! An icy blue, frigid swordlight, like a serpent lying in wait, silently pierced through the chaotic energy currents, striking straight for Yin Kuwei's heart. The frost blade. Simultaneously, a nearly transparent glimmer, though launched later, arrived first. Ignoring his remaining protective demonic aura, it aimed straight for his brow. Soul-extinguishing needle. A double fatal strike, catching him off guard. No! Yin Kuwei's soul nearly left his body as he let out a blood-curdling scream of terror. He twisted his body desperately, trying to dodge the vital points. Thud! The frost blade missed his heart but pierced his right chest. The frigid sword energy erupted instantly, freezing half his body stiff and purple. The soul-extinguishing needle, however, whizzed past his temple. Though it missed its mark, the terrifying fluctuations designed to ravage the spirit swept over him, making his consciousness churn as if stirred by steel needles. The excruciating pain made his vision blacken, and he let out a wretched scream as blood spurted from all 7 orifices. Critically wounded. In a single exchange, Yin Kuwei, a late Foundation establishment cultivator, was instantly crippled by Li Qingshan's thunderous assault. Ah! You little bastard! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Yin Kuwei was like a madman, utterly consumed by agony and humiliation. Madness flashed in his eyes as he slammed his chest, spewing a torrent of vital blood. The blood ignited, unleashing a terrifying aura far surpassing his previous strength. His skin turned blood red, veins bulging violently as his cultivation base forcibly surged from late Foundation establishment to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment in mere moments. Get out of my way, he roared, unleashing a storm of frenzied demonic energy. Boom! The ice blade, bearing the brunt of the force, was sent flying by the terrifying power, its spiritual light dimming. Li Qingshan and the Xian Yuan shield were both sent reeling backward, their internal chi and blood surging violently. Even with Li Qingshan's profound foundations, the gap in cultivation between them was simply too vast. Good. 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 Yin Kuwei gasped for breath. The sword wound on his chest, temporarily sealed by the burning of his essence blood, burned fiercely. He fixed his gaze on Li Qingshan, his eyes filled with savagery, greed, and a hint of bewilderment. A mere Foundation establishment early-stage cultivator, yet possessing so many supreme-grade spirit artifacts and supreme-grade talismans. Your combat prowess far surpasses your peers. You must harbor some colossal secret. Capture you, search your soul, seize your spirit, then everything will become clear. Step by step, he closed in, his Foundation establishment peak-level spiritual pressure tangible as it crushed down upon Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's expression grew grim, yet his mind remained eerily calm. Burning his essence blood to forcibly elevate his cultivation was unsustainable and fraught with dire consequences. But at this moment, Yin Kuwei truly possessed the power to crush him. There was no time for hesitation. Just as Yin Kuwei grinned savagely, preparing to unleash a thunderous strike and capture Li Qingshan alive. A fierce glint flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes as he unleashed his final trump card without hesitation. A crimson talisman, seemingly ancient yet pulsing with terrifying, destructive power, floated before him. Third-tier, low-grade talisman treasure, the True Yang Talisman. The moment this talisman appeared, the temperature within the alchemy chamber surged, transforming the space into a searing furnace. An aura of supreme yang energy, utterly unyielding and capable of subduing all demonic forces, spread throughout the chamber. The savage grin on Yin Kuwei's face froze instantly, replaced by boundless terror and horror. A talisman treasure? A third-tier talisman treasure? How could you possibly possess a third-tier talisman treasure? No! He screamed in terror, frantically channeling all his demonic energy for defense while lunging backward, desperate to flee the alchemy chamber. But it was too late. Li Qingshan's expression remained impassive as he poured his entire eternal life true energy into the talisman treasure without reservation. Hum! The true yang talisman flared to life, blazing like a miniature sun. In the next instant, 9 streams of true yang fire condensed to their absolute peak and radiating terrifying heat shot forth like 9 roaring fire dragons. This flame, supremely fierce and supremely yang, was the natural enemy of all demonic arts and ghostly energies. Yin Kuei's demonic energy shield crumbled like paper before the true yang flames, instantly pierced and vaporized. No! My master is the supreme golden core elder of Yin Luo. He won't let you get away with this. Yin Kuei uttered a curse of utter despair. His voice abruptly ceased. 9 streams of true yang fire instantly engulfed him. No screams. No struggle. Under the might of the talisman treasure, comparable to a golden core cultivator's strike, his foundation establishment cultivation was as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. After the flames subsided, only a small pile of human-shaped ashes remained where he had stood. Even the storage pouch and that bone knife were utterly obliterated. The might of a third-tier talisman treasure was thus revealed. Silence returned to the alchemy chamber, filled only with the lingering heat of the true yang talisman and a faint, acrid smell. Li Qingshan's face paled slightly as he swiftly retrieved the cold ice sword, mystic yuan shield, and soul-extinguishing needle. Simultaneously, he snatched the black bone spike that had been knocked from Yin Kuei's grasp. After all, it was a top-grade spirit artifact too valuable to waste. Unfortunately, the third-tier talisman treasure's power was too overwhelming. Yin Kuei's storage pouch had been incinerated into ashes, and any treasures within had been reduced to dust. Without glancing at the pile of ashes, his gaze swiftly returned to the dark gold alchemy furnace. Chapter 45, The Supreme Dan Furnace, the Purple Gold Gourd. Inside the alchemy chamber, Li Qingshan swiftly swallowed a healing spirit pill, calming the slight turbulence in his chi and blood caused by activating the talisman treasure. Soon, his vital energy returned to its peak state. His gaze burned intensely toward the dark gold, third-tier supreme alchemy furnace. Standing nearly half a man tall with 3 sturdy legs, its design was both ancient and majestic. The sun, moon, stars, and intricate dragon and phoenix talismanic inscriptions carved into its body were faintly visible beneath the dust. They seemed to resonate with the surrounding spiritual energy, forming a miniature universe of their own. The overwhelming spiritual pressure and profound Tao essence it emanated far surpassed that of ordinary spirit artifacts. It was a genuine magical treasure. Moreover, it was a supreme treasure coveted even by golden core cultivators. Li Qingshan stepped forward, attempting to communicate with it through his divine sense and retrieve it. Yet he discovered the alchemy furnace was heavy as a mountain. Within it seemed to linger some immensely powerful restriction, faintly connected to the earth veins and even the entire Xiantian Hall. With his foundation establishment cultivation and divine sense, he could not budge it even slightly. Indeed, such a precious treasure cannot be easily claimed. Li Qingshan frowned deeply, a sense of urgency rising within him. This was no place to linger. Though the alchemy chamber had somewhat muffled the earlier battle's commotion, it couldn't guarantee it hadn't drawn others. Just as he was grappling with this dilemma, a bold thought suddenly flashed through his mind: it can contain all things and enhance their quality. Could it, perhaps, absorb this furnace? With that thought, he mentally communicated with the within his dantian. The seemingly ordinary yellow-skinned gourd at his waist grew faintly warm, then detached from his body. It hovered in midair, spinning rapidly as it grew visibly larger at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, the gourd, once no larger than a fist, became a full circle larger than the alchemy furnace itself. Its mouth pointed toward the furnace, emitting a chaotic, hazy glow that seemed capable of devouring everything. Seize! Li Qingshan barked, channeling all his power into the wish-granting gourd. Hum! An irresistible suction erupted from the gourd's mouth, instantly enveloping the third-tier alchemy furnace. The furnace shook violently, its residual restraining light flickering wildly as if resisting. Yet against the Rui gourd's god-defying power of absorption, all resistance proved futile. Whoosh! The incredibly heavy, once anchored to the earth's veins, rose from the ground as if weightless. It rapidly shrank, transforming into a streak of light before being swallowed whole by the success. Ha 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 ha! It truly can be stored. Li Qingshan was overjoyed, his excitement overwhelming him. He had once again delivered an incredible surprise. Not only could it enhance quality, but it could even forcibly absorb such a difficult-to-collect treasure. He hastily retrieved the into his hand and probed its interior with his divine sense. There, suspended within the gourd's space, was the shrunken alchemy furnace, still emitting the fragrant mist of alchemical essence, utterly undamaged. What a treasure! Truly a marvelous treasure. Li Qingshan caressed the gourd fondly, utterly delighted. Having secured the furnace, he dared not linger. He immediately left the alchemy chamber and continued following the gourd deeper into the side hall. Along the way, he discovered several scattered jade slips in ruined meditation chambers and alchemy rooms.
Judging by their material and residual energy fluctuations, they seemed to contain records of extraordinary cultivation techniques rather than ordinary methods. Yet, he had no time to examine them closely and gathered them all. Finally, he reached the deepest part of the side hall. The atmosphere here was entirely different, solemn and reverent, permeated by an intertwined scent of sandalwood incense and the passage of time. This was an exceptionally spacious hall, its interior neatly arranged with rows upon rows of ancient spirit tablets. Crafted from the finest sacred wood or exquisite jade, each tablet bore an engraved name and honorific title. This place was none other than the ancestral hall of the Qingshan sect. At the very center of the innermost, highest point of the shrine, the largest purple gold spirit tablet was enshrined. Inscribed upon it were ancient and revered seal script characters, spirit tablet of the founder of Qingshan. Before the tablet stood not incense burners or offerings, but a purple gold gourd roughly a foot tall. This gourd was entirely purple gold in color, its surface smooth and warm to the touch. Naturally formed, it bore profound cloud-like patterns and Tao-like markings, emanating an indescribable aura of antiquity and depth, as if it contained the very source of the Tao. It within Li Qingshan's dantian now pulsed with unprecedented intensity. That powerful sense of summoning and resonance originated precisely from this purple gold gourd. It's this one. Li Qingshan's heart raced as his gaze locked onto the purple gold gourd. His instincts screamed that this gourd's value far surpassed that third tier, and might even be one of the most crucial treasures within the entire Qingshan hall. He suppressed his excitement and approached cautiously. Sure enough, when he was still 10 zhang away from the purple gold plaque in the gourd, a soft yet incredibly resilient light barrier materialized out of thin air, blocking his path. Though seemingly thin, the light screen was covered in runes of extreme complexity and profundity. The energy fluctuations it emitted were vast as the sea, unfathomably deep. Even after 10,000 years of erosion, its residual power was far beyond what a Foundation establishment cultivator could hope to challenge. At the very least, it was a restriction laid down by a golden core cultivator, and quite possibly even by an ancient nascent soul ancestor. Li Qingshan tentatively activated his frostblade and gave it a light jab. Clang! A faint clang echoed as the sword was instantly repelled. The light barrier remained utterly unmoved, yet the recoil sent a numbing shock through his arm. What a formidable barrier! His expression darkened, a mix of frustration and disappointment welling up inside him. The treasure mountain lay before him, yet he couldn't claim it? Unwilling to accept defeat, he tried several more methods, even deploying 2 offensive talismans. Yet the light barrier remained as solid as a mountain. Was he to return empty-handed? Li Qingshan's brows furrowed as his gaze shifted between the purple gold gourd and the ruby gourd. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he could absorb that alchemy furnace, might it also penetrate this barrier to claim the purple gold gourd? The notion was bold, even absurd. Yet he felt an inexplicable confidence in the ruby gourd. He summoned the ruby gourd once more, enlarging it and positioning its mouth toward the purple gold gourd behind the light barrier. He channeled all his energy into it. Absorb! This time, the response from the wish-granting gourd was entirely different. A hazy, primordial light blossomed across its entire surface. The faint glow at its mouth no longer emitted suction. Instead, it radiated a peculiar, almost penetrating traction Tao essence that seemed capable of piercing any obstruction. That impenetrable barrier, so formidable even a golden core cultivator might struggle to breach it, was rendered as though non-existent before this extraordinary Tao essence pierced through directly. The purple gold gourd, reverently placed before the spirit altar, seemed to respond to a supreme summons, trembling violently. Whoosh! In the next instant, before Li Qingshan's eyes filled with astonishment and delight, the purple gold gourd transformed into a streak of light. Effortlessly piercing through the nascent soul barrier, it instantly vanished into the... It worked! It actually worked! Li Qingshan was overcome with excitement, nearly shouting in joy. The mystical power of the once again surpassed his wildest expectations. He couldn't wait to see what kind of treasure the purple gold gourd truly was. However, the very instant the purple gold gourd was absorbed, a sudden, unexpected change occurred. The spirit tablet of the Qingshan patriarch, where the purple gold gourd had been enshrined, suddenly erupted with blinding light. Then, with a crack that sounded like it was straining beyond its limits, a fissure split open within it. Chapter 46, The Eruption of Demonic Energy. As if some pivotal force that had suppressed the ages for eternity had been abruptly torn away. Boom! The entire ancestral shrine, the entire Qingshan hall began to shake violently. Centered around the cracked ancestral altar, a terrifying demonic energy black as ink, dense and impenetrable, burst forth like a primordial tidal wave breaking through a dam. This demonic energy was pure and savage, brimming with the essence of destruction, slaughter, and madness. In an instant, it shattered the shrine's roof and spread like wildfire throughout the entire Qingshan hall. Wu arg! Within the demonic energy, countless hideous demonic shadows seemed to roar and howl. Even larger demonic claws, formed entirely from pure demonic energy, materialized out of thin air, wildly lashing out at everything around them. Boom! 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 The walls, pillars, and spirit tablets of the ancestral hall shattered like paper under the claws' blows.
Simultaneously, the multicolored crystal dome enveloping the entire Qiantian hall emitted a shrill cracking sound under the sudden, terrifying energy shock originating from within.
Its light flickered rapidly, growing dimmer and dimmer, until finally, with a loud boom, it shattered completely. The barrier is broken. Charge! The Qiantian hall is open.
Hundreds of cultivators who had been waiting anxiously outside were momentarily stunned by the scene, then erupted in deafening cheers. Like a tidal wave, they surged madly into the Qiantian hall through every entrance. Yet what met them head-on was not the celestial splendor and treasure strewn across the floor they had imagined, but an endless tide of demonic energy that swept everything away, devouring all light, and within that chaos, terrifying demonic claws raged and roared, shattering everything in their path.
Ah! What is this? Demon energy. Such pure demon energy. Help! No!
The cultivators charging at the forefront, caught utterly unprepared, were instantly engulfed by the demonic energy or crushed into pulp by the claws.
Screams of agony rose in waves, and chaos erupted in an instant. Li Qingshan, positioned near the epicenter of the demonic energy eruption, bore the brunt of the onslaught.
A colossal demonic claw descended toward him, bearing suffocating pressure. His face drained of color as terror gripped his heart. This purple gold gourd. Could it be the key to sealing some terrifying demonic beast? I've made a terrible mistake. There was no time for further thought. Survival was paramount. The Xianyuan shield instantly shielded his front as he unleashed the flying rainbow technique with all his might, his form darting backward like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The demonic claw slammed down, reducing the spot where he had stood to dust. Even with the Xianyuan shield absorbing the impact, the immense force sent his blood surging, a metallic taste filling his throat. He dared not linger. Without even checking his bearings, he used the momentum of the blow to flee frantically into the distance, desperate to escape this area that had suddenly become a demonic realm. Within the Hall of the Mystic Heavens, utter chaos now reigned supreme. Demonic energy raged unchecked, claws tore through flesh as cultivators fled in terror.
Some fought desperately for survival, others succumbed to corruption, their minds consumed.
The sacred treasure hunting site had transformed in an instant into a bloody battlefield of demons. Li Qingshan pushed his rainbow flight technique to its absolute limit, his form blurring into a faint green shadow as he darted frantically through the corridors. Yet the demonic energy behind him seemed alive, spreading at an unimaginable speed. The thick, pitch-black demonic mist churned and roared, extinguishing light, polluting spiritual energy, and causing structures to rot and collapse wherever it passed.
Even more terrifying, the entire space of the Qiantian secret realm began violently trembling.
A bone-chilling cracking sound echoed from the heavens, as if this miniature world might collapse completely at any moment.
We must leave the Qiantian hall immediately and find an exit.
Li Qingshan was frantic with anxiety, but the path to the main hall's exit had long been blocked by raging demonic energy and chaotic cultivators.
Occasionally, enormous demonic claws tore through walls, smashing down from above.
He could only rely on his extraordinary divine sense and the subtleties of the 5 elements escape technique, Earth Chapter, to dodge perilously among the crumbling ruins, narrowly escaping death at every turn. After narrowly dodging a claw strike, he crashed into the ruins of a side hall. Something beneath his feet seemed to click, emitting a faint mechanical sound. His heart stirred. Scanning the area with his divine sense, he discovered a hidden array node beneath a pile of broken bricks so faint it nearly blended into the very fabric of space. This node wasn't an exit, but it seemed to connect to an area cleverly concealed by a powerful spatial formation.
Something's amiss. In dire straits, any anomaly could be a glimmer of hope.
Without hesitation, Li Qingshan channeled all his power into the frostblade, thrusting it fiercely toward the node.
Rip!
Space tore open like fabric, revealing not a solid wall but a profound darkness beyond.
A long dormant yet still pristine spiritual energy drifted out from within.
Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched low and darted inside. The moment he entered, the spatial fissure behind him swiftly closed, blocking most of the raging demonic energy and terrifying howls outside. Li Qingshan stumbled to his feet and swiftly scanned his surroundings.
This seemed to be a vast, enclosed stone hall, though it lay utterly ruined. Where countless shelves and jade platforms should have stood, most now lay empty and toppled.
The floor was strewn with shattered vessels and decaying material remnants. The walls bore countless scars from sword strikes, axe blows, and magical bombardments, leaving everything in utter disarray. The air carried a faint dustiness and an indescribable desolation and deathly stillness. Could this be the former secret treasure vault of the Qiantian sect? Li Qingshan speculated inwardly. Judging by the scale of the place and the lingering traces of arrays, it must have once housed countless rare treasures. Alas, it had long been plundered clean during some ancient, forgotten war, leaving only this ruin behind. Though empty, the residual formations here proved exceptionally sturdy, blocking most of the terrifying demonic energy outside. Only the faintest wisps, like black smoke, seeped slowly through the weakest points in the spatial barrier.
Temporarily safe.
Just as he exhaled in relief, preparing to meditate, he suddenly sensed 2 powerful auras lurking deep within the ruins of the treasure vault. Instantly alert, he held the frostblade sword before him and focused his gaze. Behind a massive, broken stone pillar, 2 slender figures stared back at him with equal parts surprise and suspicion.
One, clad in water blue robes, possessed an ethereal beauty beyond compare, none other than Li Qingshan. The other, her face veiled in black gauze, possessed a graceful figure, none other than Lang Weiwei, the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect. They too seemed to have discovered this hidden node, slipping inside just ahead of him. Both were slightly out of breath, clearly having faced their own peril outside moments before. Their gazes met midair, brimming with surprise, wariness, and a hint of awkwardness. None had anticipated meeting again under such circumstances. Fellow Taoist Joe, how did you find this place? The demonic energy is raging outside. What on earth has happened? A sharp gleam flashed in Lang Weiwei's eyes as she approached Li Qingshan with feigned familiarity and asked. I don't know either. While exploring the hall, I sensed a demonic energy eruption. I tried to escape the Xiantian hall, but unexpectedly stumbled upon this array node and rushed inside. Li Qingshan replied with a bitter smile. His expression remained calm. Even Lang Weiwei couldn't have imagined that the demonic energy eruption in the Xiantian hall was connected to Li Qingshan. Chapter 47, Corrosion by Demonic Energy, 3-in-1. I see. I've long heard rumors that the Xiantian sect was once the foremost sect in this realm. Its downfall seemed connected to the legendary demonic tribes. Now it appears those tales may hold truth. Within the Xiantian hall, some dreadful demonic entity is likely sealed away. Lang Weiwei's expression grew grave as she spoke slowly. Demons? Li Qingshan's expression changed. The demonic tribes of legend fed on humans and had waged great wars against humanity in ancient times. Could the surging demonic energy within the Xiantian hall be connected to the demonic race? Li Qingshan immediately thought of the purple gold gourd. It now seemed possible that the gourd was a treasure meant to suppress the demonic creature. By taking it, he might have caused the demonic energy to erupt and the creature to emerge. Though the situation had been triggered by his actions, Li Qingshan felt not a shred of regret. Fairy Yi, shall we set aside our grievances for now? With the demonic energy erupting, we may not escape. Lang Weiwei offered Yi Lingshuang a calm smile. Agreed. Yi Lingshuang replied coolly. She shot Li Qingshan a wary and puzzled glance. The man before her felt strangely familiar. Yet she felt certain she had never met him before. After speaking, the three instinctively took up positions at opposite corners, forming a triangular defensive stance. While keeping each other under watch, they also jointly guarded against the slowly seeping demonic energy. At this moment, the overwhelming demonic threat outside was the greatest danger, and personal grudges were temporarily set aside. An eerie silence descended upon the treasure vault, broken only by the distant rumbling and demonic howls from outside, along with the faint hissing sound of the black demonic energy seeping in through the cracks. Yet the horror of this demonic energy far exceeded their wildest imaginings. Though thin, the seeping demonic energy was pure to an extreme degree, seemingly able to bypass physical defenses and directly corrode the cultivators' souls and minds. It carried a terrifying power that corrupted the mind and amplified every negative emotion. Almost simultaneously, the expressions of the three changed slightly. They immediately sat cross-legged, circulating their cultivation techniques to protect their spiritual clarity and resist the demonic energy's erosion. Li Qingshan felt illusions swirling within his mind, regrets of a century of wasted years, yearning for the immortal path, fear of possessing a precious treasure, the malevolence after slaughter. Every deeply buried inner demon was stirred and amplified, assaulting his Tao heart. He urgently activated the eternal life true art. Emerald green vital energy, pulsing with vibrant life force, coursed through his body, attempting to dispel the demonic energy. Simultaneously, he swallowed a supreme-grade spirit pill designed to clear the mind and focus the spirit. Yet his cultivation remained only at the early foundation establishment stage. Facing this terrifying demonic energy, seemingly a relic of ancient times, even with top-tier techniques and pills, he struggled immensely. His face quickly turned pale, veins bulged on his forehead, his body trembled slightly, and a trickle of blood once again spilled from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had suffered internal injuries from the dual effects of the heart demon's backlash and the demonic energy's corrosion. On the other side, Yi Lingshuang and Lang Weiwei fared slightly better. Their cultivation bases were profound and their foundations solid, yet they too faced a grueling ordeal. Yi Lingshuang was enveloped in a cold, swirling sword energy as she attempted to slay the heart demon. Yet her dark brows were tightly furrowed, and a look of struggle surfaced on her frost-like face, as if battling some intense emotion within. Her aura fluctuated erratically. Lang Weiwei's heavenly demon technique seemed to grant her some resistance to the demonic energy, yet this very adaptation triggered deeper-seated inner demons within her. Her body trembled slightly. An unnatural flush spread across her cheeks beneath the black veil, her breathing grew ragged. Her once icy eyes now shimmered with a complex mix of emotions, pain, struggle, and an uncontrollable stirring. The thin demonic energy felt like invisible tentacles, not only eroding her spiritual resolve but also eerily stirring the most primal instincts of life, amplifying the desires hidden deep within her heart. Gradually, the spiritual energy fluctuations around the three grew chaotic, filling the air with an eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, Lang Weiwei let out a tremulous moan she could no longer suppress. Her eyes snapped open, now veiled in a haze of mist, stripped of their usual icy detachment and rationality.
Almost instinctively, she turned her gaze toward Li Qingshan, the closest figure, who was also struggling to resist. On the other side, Yi Lingshuang opened her eyes almost simultaneously. The cool detachment vanished from her gaze, replaced by unprecedented panic and confusion. Her snow-white skin flushed crimson as she instinctively looked toward the only man present, her expression complex and inscrutable. Demon energy swirled around them, the heart demon raging unchecked. The dam of reason crumbled before primal instinct, revealing its fragile nature. In the next instant, fueled by the demonic energy and driven by their inner demons, two slender figures stumbled forward almost involuntarily, lunging toward Li Qingshan, who sat cross-legged in the center, his consciousness already blurring. The tearing of fabric echoed jarringly through the silent ruins. In his dazed state, Li Qingshan felt two scorching, supple bodies entwine around him. The interplay of icy cold and warm touch, the blend of rich, heady fragrance and faint bloodlust, assaulted his last shred of sanity. He tried to resist, but his severe injuries and the demonic energy's corruption left him utterly limp and powerless. Even more terrifying was the pure, colossaline essence within his opponent, along with a strange energy derived from the heavenly demon art and a unique sword physique. Through physical contact, this energy surged uncontrollably into his own body. This foreign energy abruptly collided with the supremely pure, supremely young eternal life true essence cultivated through his practice of the eternal life true art. Yin and yang converged, dragon and tiger intertwined. An unexpected transformation occurred. These three fundamentally different energies, which should have clashed violently, began to mysteriously merge and circulate under the bizarre catalyst of the demonic energy, forming a fleeting yet perfect equilibrium. This newly born, gentle yet powerful energy stream swiftly washed over the three men's limbs and bones. Wherever it passed, the rampant demonic energy melted like ice and snow, the restless inner demons were gradually soothed, and the injuries within their bodies healed at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, their vital energies surged dramatically. Li Qingshan reaped the greatest benefits of all. His cultivation base began ascending from the early foundation establishment stage toward the mid-stage. Amidst the ruins, energies intertwined, shrouded in hazy light and shadow. What began as a demonic tribulation, an accident born of instinct, had by some twist of fate evolved into an extraordinary dual cultivation practice, a rare union harmonizing with the Tao of yin and yang. Time seemed to lose all meaning. After an unknown duration, as the seeping demonic energy gradually weakened and the violent commotion outside seemed to fade into the distance, the three within the treasure vault awoke almost simultaneously. The energy cycle gradually subsided. Li Qingshan was the first to fully awaken, feeling not only his injuries completely healed but also his immortal essence refined and surging with unprecedented potency. His cultivation had even broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. His eyes brimmed with excitement and exhilaration. But the next moment, when he felt the two naked, soft, fragrant bodies nestled in his arms, he froze as if struck by lightning, his mind going completely blank. Immediately after, Yi Lingshuang and Lang Weiyue also snapped awake, instantly realizing their current predicament. Ah! Two short cries, filled with equal parts shock and embarrassment, rang out simultaneously. The next instant, a colossal surge of spiritual pressure erupted. Yi Lingshuang's face flushed crimson. Her eyes burned with unprecedented shame, fury, panic, and a hint of murderous intent. Lightning fast, she shoved Li Qingshan away. A green robe instantly wrapped around her exquisitely curved figure. The autumn water sword was already in her grasp, its tip trembling as it pointed at Li Qingshan. Yet, she was so enraged she couldn't speak. Lang Weiyue moved with equal swiftness, her black veil swiftly reclaiming her face. Yet the exposed earlobes and neck remained flushed crimson. Her eyes, now cold and clear once more, fixed intently on Li Qingshan. The fury, shame, and a complex mix of shock and uncertainty within them seemed almost tangible. Demonic energy surged around her, clearly on the verge of erupting. Ladies, it's all a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. Li Qingshan frantically pulled out spare clothes and threw them on. Facing two women whose power far surpassed his own, and who were clearly in a state of furious rage, he inwardly cursed his luck. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He opened his mouth to explain, only to realize that any justification now felt utterly futile. The atmosphere within the treasure vault plummeted from its earlier eerie, sensual tension to an icy freeze, thick with indescribable awkwardness and humiliating fury. Chapter 48, Departing the Secret Realm. Inside the treasure vault, the air seemed to solidify into ice before being abruptly ignited by flames of shame and fury. Lang Weiyue struck first, her voice icy and piercing, yet trembling with suppressed fury. A faint swirl of demonic energy rippled around her, betraying her inner turmoil. If a single word of today's events leaks out, no matter where you flee, across heaven and earth, I, Lang Weiyue, will hunt you down in the name of the heavenly demon sect's holy maiden and grind your bones to dust. Her words still carried threat, yet compared to her earlier ruthless decisiveness, they now held an inexplicable lack of conviction, replaced by an indescribable mix of anger and shame. Yi Lingshuang followed closely behind, her fair face frozen in icy resolve. The autumn water sword in her hand remained pointed at Li Qingshan, its tip trembling imperceptibly. She drew a deep breath, struggling to maintain her usual icy composure, yet the flush at her temples betrayed her. This was caused by demonic energy.
An accident. You'd best forget it immediately. If I hear any rumors about this outside, don't blame me for showing no mercy with my sword. Her voice was even calmer than Lang Weiyue's, yet beneath that calmness lay a volcano ready to erupt. Li Qingshan felt a chill run down his spine. He hastily clasped his hands in a deep bow, his posture utterly submissive, his tone sincere yet utterly innocent. Honorable immortal ladies, please understand. This was a pure accident. I had no control over the situation and harbored not a shred of disrespectful intent. Everything that happened today, once I step outside these doors, I swear to bury it deep within my heart. I shall never utter a word to a third person. Should I break this oath, may I be struck by lightning and my cultivation path utterly destroyed. He stole a glance at their expressions, thinking to himself, having gained immense benefits and even broken through in cultivation, playing the humble underdog was now the only wise choice. Yiling Shuang's beautiful eyes fixed on him, seemingly searching his face for any sign of deception. Her voice was cold as she demanded, "Who exactly are you? State your name." She felt a sense of familiarity toward this man, but her mind was too chaotic to think clearly at that moment. Li Qingshan's mind raced. His real name was absolutely off limits. He immediately bowed and replied, "Reporting to Immortality, this humble one is the wandering cultivator Zhou Yun." He chose the alias Zhou Yun once more. Zhou Yun. Yiling Shuang murmured the name to herself, half believing, half doubting. Yet she had no heart to press the matter further. With a cold snort, she sheathed her sword and turned away, no longer looking at him. Only the slight rise and fall of her shoulders betrayed the turmoil within. Lang Weiyue also fixed a long, lingering look on Li Qingshan, as if etching his features into her memory. She too turned away, adjusting her slightly disheveled robes. The atmosphere grew so thick with awkwardness it felt almost tangible. Just then, the earth-shattering roars and demonic howls from outside gradually subsided, and the seeping demonic energy nearly dissipated entirely. The three exchanged glances, each seeing wariness and lingering fear in the other's eyes. Yiling Shuang led the way toward the vault's exit, her voice cold. The demonic energy seems to have weakened. Let's go out and investigate, but be extremely cautious. Lang Weiyue said nothing but followed suit. Li Qingshan dared not lag behind, cautiously bringing up the rear. Suppressing their auras, the trio slipped silently out of the ruins. The sight before them made them gasp in horror. The already ruined Xiantian secret realm lay utterly devastated, the earth torn apart, mountains collapsed, and the air thick with lingering residual fluctuations from the collision of demonic energy and spiritual energy. But the most shocking sight was above the heavens. An immense, indescribably terrifying demonic shadow was slowly dissipating, yet its lingering aura still sent shivers down the spine. Clearly, it had just endured an earth-shattering battle. High in the distant skies, several figures flickered in and out of view, radiating an aura as deep as an abyss and vast as the ocean, stirring the very forces of heaven and earth, none other than the nascent soul elders of the various sects. Their spiritual auras were noticeably dimmed, clearly having expended immense energy to repel and even severely wound the demonic creature. Primordial infant elders? Li Qingshan's gaze sharpened. Sensing those peerlessly powerful figures within the void, his heart trembled with awe. These were the pinnacle combat forces of the great sects, their cornerstones of stability. Even a primordial demonic creature as formidable as that was no match for these primordial spirit elders, forced into retreat. The nascent soul elders have personally intervened. Yiling Shuang murmured, her eyes brimming with reverence. That demonic creature seems to have fled after suffering heavy injuries, Lang Weiyue said solemnly. As a cultivator of the demonic path, she possessed a profoundly acute perception of the creature's terrifying nature. Seriously wounded and fled? Li Qingshan grew inwardly wary. After all, it was he who had taken the purple gold gourd and released that demonic creature. Was there a connection between that demonic creature and the purple gold gourd? He must be more cautious from now on. Just then, violent spatial fluctuations erupted from the secret realm's entrance. A colossal light gate was forcibly stabilized and forced open. Several powerful divine senses swept across the secret realm like searchlights. The secret realm's entrance has been forcibly opened. Elders from various sects are entering to assist and investigate. Li Qingshan whispered, his heart tightening instantly. Sure enough, several streaks of light swiftly flew in. Leading the group were several golden core cultivators, among whom one particularly intense and furious divine sense stood out. It belonged to Zhang Yuzhen of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Li Qingshan immediately pushed the Shaozhetian secret technique to its absolute limit, perfectly concealing his aura, cultivation fluctuations, and even the faint traces of peculiar energy he'd inadvertently picked up from the accident. He blended into the remaining group of independent cultivators, keeping his head bowed and eyes lowered, his heart filled with unease. Zhang Yuzhen's divine sense combed through the survivors like a comb, lingering longer on male cultivators. She was clearly searching for the murderer of Zhang Hongxiu and any other suspicious individuals. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, carrying an unmasked intent to kill. When her divine sense swept over Li Qingshan, it paused ever so slightly. Li Qingshan's heart instantly leapt to his throat. Yet the small concealing heaven secret technique proved extraordinary, and combined with his cultivation reaching mid-foundation establishment, its concealment was exceptionally potent.
Zhang Yuzhen detected no anomaly, merely noting the unusually tranquil aura of this early Foundation establishment cultivator. She gave it no further thought and swiftly withdrew her divine sense.
At the same time, Li Qingshan and Lang Weiwei also sensed Zhang Yuzhen's probing. The two women instinctively, and with the utmost subtlety, shifted their positions.
Their movements coincidentally blocked the direction Li Qingshan was in. Though they themselves might not have been aware of this minute adjustment, it undoubtedly interfered with Zhang Yuzhen's perception to some degree.
A close call.
Cold sweat broke out on Li Qingshan's back as he quietly exhaled in relief.
Under the organization of the elders from various sects, the surviving cultivators began an orderly evacuation from the Xintian secret realm.
Blending into the crowd, Li Qingshan kept his head down as he followed the flow of people. Finally, he stepped through the light gate and returned to the ancient battlefield ruins. Breathing in the familiar air outside, Li Qingshan felt as though he had been transported to another world. This journey through the secret realm had been nothing short of tumultuous. Not only had his cultivation unexpectedly breakthrough to the mid-foundation establishment stage and obtained the spirit liquid immortal spring, but he had also endured that unspeakable accident. Now that he had escaped danger, a pressing question loomed before him: should he return to the Spring-and-Autumn Sect? Returning meant the protection of the sect, a relatively stable cultivation environment and resources, and perhaps even the opportunity to access more profound cultivation techniques.
Yet the risks were equally immense.
Zhang Yuzhen hung over him like a sword of Damocles. Though he'd managed to conceal the truth this time, the truth could surface at any moment.
And how could he face Yi Lingshuang?
Though they had agreed to forget, and Yi Lingshuang didn't know he was Li Qingshan, their reunion would inevitably be awkward.
Not returning meant boundless skies and seas.
With Li in his cultivation base, he could live quite well as a free-roaming cultivator. Yet the path of a solitary cultivator was arduous. Resources were hard to come by, and one was easily targeted for murder and treasure hunting. Li Qingshan gazed toward the distant Spring-and-Autumn Sect, his eyes flickering as he sank into deep contemplation.
Chapter 49, That Brat Li Yun.
Whether to return to the Spring-and-Autumn Sect requires careful consideration. But it's been 8 years since I left Peach Blossom Village. I might as well take this chance to go back and see how that kid Li Yun is doing. Li Qingshan mused silently, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Leaving the ancient battlefield, the sole lingering attachment to the mortal world grew clearer in Li Qingshan's heart. The distance to Peach Blossom Village was but 1,000 miles, stirring his longing and concern. He activated the minor concealing heaven technique, maintaining the appearance of a 30-year-old itinerant physician, concealing his cultivation entirely. Only then did he mount an inconspicuous streak of light, flying toward Qingzhou's Peach Blossom Village in the direction etched in his memory. Several years passed a mere blink for cultivators, yet enough time for mortal realms to change beyond recognition. Peach Blossom Village seemed more prosperous, with a few more houses, while the ancient peach tree at the village entrance remained as lush as ever. Li Qingshan moved through the village paths like a true passerby, disturbing no one. With a slight stir of his divine sense, the villagers' everyday chatter became crystal clear. Talk about our Peach Blossom Village, it's like our ancestors' graves are smoking.
Who would have thought that girl Arya would become a female immortal?
You bet. I heard that when Arya came back a couple years ago, she gave Widow Wang all sorts of magical elixirs.
After taking them, Widow Wang looked years younger and more vibrant.
But we can't envy her after all, our children were born without spiritual roots. Not only Arya, but also centenarians like old Master Qingshan. Now his grandson, Magistrate Li Yun, is truly remarkable.
Oh yes. I hear he's become a high official in the capital.
Passed the imperial examinations and was personally appointed by the emperor.
And that's not all.
He married the daughter of the chancellor. In just a few short years, he's already become vice minister of justice.
Truly a literary genius incarnate. The Li family must have accumulated immense virtue. Listening to these murmurs brimming with envy and pride, a faint smile of satisfaction flickered in Li Qingshan's weathered eyes.
Doggy has truly made something of himself.
He didn't enter the village.
With a flick of his body, he vanished from where he stood and headed toward the capital. The capital's splendor far surpassed that of the provincial city. Cars and horses thronged the streets, crowds pressed shoulder to shoulder, the air thick with the bustle of the mortal world.
Li Qingshan easily located the imposing residence of the Deputy Minister of Justice.
Rather than barging in, he settled into a nearby tea house. His perception spread like mercury across the entire compound, focusing intently on the young vice minister. During the day, Li Yun was occupied with official duties, receiving visitors, handling documents, his every movement exuding authority. He was a stark contrast to the studious youth Li Qingshan remembered. Yet as Li Qingshan's perception probed deeper, his brow furrowed. He sensed an extremely faint yet unnaturally cold demonic energy within Li Yun. This demonic energy lurked within the sea of consciousness at his brow. Though it hadn't completely corrupted his mind, it was subtly influencing his disposition, causing him to occasionally reveal imperceptible flashes of restlessness and malevolence.
Li Yun is merely immortal. How could he be tainted by demonic energy? What on earth is going on here?
Li Qingshan's heart sank.
As night deepened and silence fell, Li Yun remained in his study reviewing official documents by the flickering candlelight. The demonic energy seemed to grow more active when his mind was weary.
Li Qingshan hesitated no longer. His form dissolved into the night like green smoke, silently materializing within the study. With a wave of his hand, he cast a simple sound-blocking barrier.
Li Yun, who had been massaging his temples in weariness, startled awake. He looked up to find someone had appeared in the room without his noticing. He was about to bark a sharp rebuke when he recognized the vaguely familiar yet far too youthful face. Struck as if by lightning, he leapt to his feet, oblivious to the teacup he knocked over. You are. Li Yun's voice trembled with disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. Li Qingshan looked at him, his eyes brimming with tenderness and emotion. He spoke slowly, his voice still bearing that aged tone etched deep into Li Yun's memory. Doggy, don't you recognize Grandpa? Grandfather? Is it really you? Li Yun abruptly circled the desk, rushing forward in a few strides to scrutinize Li Qingshan's face. Though he looked far younger, those eyes, that tone, there was no mistaking it. His voice cracked with emotion. How did you become so young? Have you truly ascended to immortality? Surprise, excitement, and disbelief flooded his heart. 8 years ago, when Li Yun heard his grandfather had joined the Spring-and-Autumn Sect to pursue the immortal path, his heart had been filled with endless worry and reluctance. He had even thought it unlikely he would ever see his grandfather again. Yet here he was, 8 years later, reunited with Li Qingshan and looking so remarkably youthful. Li Qingshan smiled faintly, patting his shoulder. The path to immortality is vast and uncertain. Grandfather merely stumbled upon its threshold, gaining the ability to prolong life and preserve youth. Returning to see you this time, I discovered you are tainted by impure energies. This hinders your lifespan and may corrupt your nature. Speaking, he formed his fingers into a sword-like point and gently tapped Li Yun's brow. Pure, colossal immortal energy surged in, carrying vibrant vitality and the power to suppress evil. The coiled, cold demonic energy, like ice meeting sunlight, emitted a faint hiss before being completely purified and dispelled. Li Yun felt his mind suddenly clear. Years of pent-up frustration and anxiety vanished, leaving him refreshed and invigorated, his thoughts sharpened. Only then did he belatedly grasp the immense power of that fleeting warmth, his reverence for his grandfather soaring to godlike heights. Thank you, grandfather. Li Yun was about to bow in gratitude. Li Qingshan caught him, his tone turning serious. There's no need for such formality between us, grandfather and grandson. Tell me, have you encountered any unusual individuals recently? Or visited any extraordinary places? This impure energy is not caused by ordinary illness. Li Yun's expression darkened as he thought carefully. As an official, I meet many people. If you mean special. Over the past half year, I've interacted more frequently with several disciples of the Imperial Preceptor. His Majesty has placed great trust in the Preceptor in recent years, so it's inevitable that we court officials would cross paths with them. The National Preceptor? Li Qingshan frowned deeply. The State Preceptor of Yen should be an envoy stationed outside the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, cultivating the orthodox path of the Xianmen. How could his disciples carry such an aura? He deliberately avoided using the words demonic aura. Li Yun lowered his voice. Grandfather, you may not know this, but the current Grand Preceptor was personally invited by His Majesty 3 years ago. He was not sent by the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Rumor has it he possesses extraordinary powers summoning storms, refining immortal elixirs and enjoys the Emperor's profound trust. His disciples are no ordinary mortals either. Yet your grandson occasionally feels a growing sense of unease when spending time with them. I once thought it stemmed from the pressures of office, but now I wonder. Alarm bells rang loudly in Li Qingshan's heart. Yen Kingdom had traditionally been within the Spring-and-Autumn Sect sphere of influence. The position of Imperial Preceptor in mortal dynasties was always filled by a disciple appointed by the sect, serving as both protection and oversight. Now it was controlled by a state master of unknown origin, whose disciples carried demonic energy. Chapter 50, 9 Transformations Golden Body Decision. What is this Grand Preceptor's background? What is his name? Li Qingshan asked in a grave tone. His Taoist name is Xuanming, and he is extremely mysterious. As for his origins, no one knows. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. His Majesty follows his every word. Now, even matters of state often require consulting the Grand Preceptor's residence for guidance. Li Yun's words carried a hint of worry. Xuanming? Demonic energy? Li Qingshan's eyes sharpened. The waters of Yen Kingdom's capital city seemed far deeper than imagined. This suddenly emerged Grand Preceptor and his connection to demonic energy must conceal a vast conspiracy. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved several jade vials, 2 jade tablets, and a small pouch of spirit stones from his storage pouch, handing them to Li Yun. Doggy, keep these safe. The jade vials contain fundamental cultivation pills that strengthen the body and prolong life. One of the jade tablets contains a rudimentary health cultivation technique for self-practice. While it won't grant immortality, it will keep you free from illness and calamity. The other holds an immortal cultivation technique. Should any descendant of the Li family ever embark on the path to immortality, they may practice it. As for the spirit stones, store them carefully. They may prove useful someday. Remember, what happened today must never be mentioned to a second person, not even your wife. Regarding the Imperial Preceptor, play along for now. Do not probe deeper. I will handle everything. Li Qingshan sighed inwardly. The moment he touched Li Yun, he had already sensed that Li Yun possessed no spiritual roots. Otherwise, as his only grandson, he would naturally have pulled him along, helping Li Yun embark on the path to immortality. Li Yun solemnly accepted the gift, sensing the extraordinary energy within. His heart swelled with both excitement and solemnity. I understand, grandfather. Please be careful. I know my limits. Li Qingshan cut him off, his gaze turning deep as he looked toward the direction of the Imperial Preceptor's residence. You need only focus on your duties as minister. The rest is not your concern. After leaving his instructions and provisions, Li Qingshan lingered no longer. His form flickered, and like a ghostly apparition, he vanished from the study. Li Yun remained alone, clutching the divine opportunity in his hand. Staring at the direction his grandfather had disappeared, his heart was filled with complex and bitter emotions. Outside the Grand Preceptor's residence, Li Qingshan walked slowly, appearing as an ordinary elderly man, devoid of any trace of magical energy. He made no hasty moves, instead lurking patiently around the perimeter of the Grand Preceptor's residence like the most stealthy hunter. For days, he silently observed using the minor concealing heaven technique and his formidable divine sense. Originally, even if the Grand Sage had issues, he would not have interfered. But daring to lay a hand on his only grandson struck a nerve deep within Li Qingshan, stirring a thread of murderous intent within his heart. No matter what, this threat must be eliminated completely. The array formations within the residence shimmered with light, yet they were not particularly profound or intricate. At least to his eyes as a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, they revealed numerous flaws. After days of observation, he finally uncovered the true identities of the estate's key figures. The reclusive Xianying Imperial Preceptor exuded a cold, obscure aura, yet his true cultivation level was shockingly only at the peak of Qi refining. His three disciples were even weaker, hovering between early and mid-stage Qi cultivation. Grand perfection of Qi cultivation? And they dare usurp the title of Grand Preceptor, deceive the human emperor, and meddle in the affairs of state? Doubt swirled in Li Qingshan's mind. Moreover, what of the disciples of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect who were stationed here before? Were they transferred, or met with misfortune? This bizarre situation reeked of conspiracy. How could a mere Qi cultivation cultivator possess the audacity and power to replace the Spring-Autumn Sect's garrison? And where did the demonic energy emanating from him originate? It was well known that while numerous mortal dynasties existed within the Spring-and-Autumn Sect's domain, becoming a dynasty's guardian required at least late Qi cultivation, or even foundation establishment cultivation. The guardian disciple of Yin Kingdom was undoubtedly formidable, likely possessing foundation establishment cultivation. Yet now, the bizarre reality was that the foundation establishment disciple had vanished, replaced instead by a Qi cultivation grand perfection demon cultivator occupying the position of state preceptor? This development made Li Qingshan grow exceedingly cautious. During a break in surveillance, he finally found time to tally the gains from this expedition into the Xiantian secret realm. Various spiritual herbs, ores, and demon beast materials formed a small pile, radiating vibrant spiritual energy. He merely sorted them roughly before stowing them away. The supreme treasure alchemy furnace obtained from the ancient inheritance hall radiated an inner spiritual light and bore intricate Tao patterns. Unfortunately, with his current cultivation and spiritual sense, even preliminary refinement was beyond his reach, let alone opening the furnace to inspect the pills within. He could only sigh with regret and carefully stow it away once more. What he valued most were the dozens of jade slips inscribed with cultivation techniques and secret arts. As his divine sense swept over them, powerful techniques requiring foundation establishment cultivation flooded his mind: sword light division technique, mind capture technique, earth dragon technique, wind escape technique. All were at least foundation establishment level spells, with several even reaching the golden core stage. The Xiantian sect truly is formidable. Even these discarded jade slips are so powerful. Li Qingshan marveled inwardly. Finally, his gaze settled upon the mysterious jade slip obtained from the core of the ancient inheritance hall. The jade slip was sealed with restrictions. For days, he had been relentlessly wearing down its ancient restrictions with divine sense far surpassing that of his own tier. Snap! A faint, barely perceptible sound emanated from within the jade tablet, one only he could detect. The stubborn barrier finally shattered and dissipated like ice. Li Qingshan drew a deep breath, then with anticipation and solemnity, plunged his divine sense into its depths. Boom! A torrent of information flooded his mind, transforming into countless golden ancient seal runes that coalesced into 5 characters radiating supreme power: 9 transformations body tempering technique. As he studied them carefully, Li Qingshan's heartbeat suddenly quickened. This was the body tempering chapter of the ancient Xiantian sect's supreme scripture, the Xiantian True Classic. The technique was complete, spanning from the Qi cultivation stage all the way to the spirit transformation stage.
It laid out a supreme path to temper the physical body with boundless resources and unlock the treasures within the human form. The text declared that upon mastering the 9 transformations, one's body could withstand attacks from spirit transformation cultivators, tear through void with bare hands, rebirth from a single drop of blood, and become impervious to all attacks. A supreme physical cultivation secret technique that directly targets the spirit transformation stage. The Qingshan sect truly lives up to its reputation as an ancient powerhouse. Li Qingshan was overcome with excitement, his breathing growing heavy. Cultivating both body and spirit, this is the true path to eternal life. The greatest gain from this secret realm expedition might not be the elixirs or treasures, but this very cultivation technique. A wild thought surfaced: could the Rui gourd be taken to the next level? Without hesitation, he slipped the priceless jade slip into the yellow skin gourd at his waist. With a mix of trepidation and immense anticipation, he waited through the night. The next day, when he retrieved the jade slip, it felt smooth and warm to the touch, its weight seemingly slightly heavier. The jade tablet's material had transformed into something neither metal nor jade. All cracks had vanished, replaced by a deep golden hue. Subtle, mysteriously intricate patterns, as if naturally formed, flowed slowly across its surface. He probed it once more with his divine sense. The 9 transformations golden body technique. The name had changed. Its contents had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Not only had it become profoundly more intricate and vast, but the methods for tempering the physical body, condensing vital energy and blood, and unlocking the body's divine treasures had grown several times more exquisite. Moreover, it now carried a hint of supreme essence, immortal, indestructible, eternal, and self-existent. Its potential seemed to have far surpassed the realm of the nascent soul stage. Chapter 51, Soul Searching Technique. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. What a splendid 9 transformations golden body technique. The truly defies heaven. Li Qingshan couldn't help but feel exhilarated within. This sensation of opening a blind box and discovering a peerless treasure was utterly intoxicating. He resolved immediately that, alongside the eternal life true art, the 9 transformations golden body technique must also become a core cultivation practice. Cultivating both body and spirit would build foundations of unimaginable strength. Simultaneously, he found time to cultivate the soul-searching technique recorded within the jade slip. This technique was rather sinister and violated the harmony of heaven, but it proved an unparalleled tool for gathering intelligence against demonic cults and heretical sects. Just as he mastered the basics of the soul-searching technique and began planning how to infiltrate the Grand Preceptor's residence for reconnaissance. At dusk that day, the side gate of the Grand Preceptor's residence opened. A mid-stage chi cultivation disciple led several carriages shrouded in black cloth, which entered the compound furtively. The moment the black cloth was lifted, Li Qingshan's divine sense clearly perceived that the carriages contained dozens of young boys and girls, their clothes in tatters, drugged into unconsciousness. There were dozens of them. Tear stains still marred the children's innocent faces. Witnessing this, an inexplicable rage surged within Li Qingshan's chest, instantly filling his heart with murderous intent. Young boys and girls? Only demonic cultivators and heretical practitioners would use children for their cultivation. What kind of wicked arts is that Grand Preceptor of Xianming practicing? He forced himself to suppress the urge to storm in and slay the demon, maintaining his composure. It wasn't until midnight that the disciple responsible for receiving the children emerged alone through a side door. He seemed to have completed the handover and was preparing to return to his quarters. Li Qingshan shadowed him like a specter, following him into a secluded alleyway. The next moment, darkness engulfed the disciple's vision. An overwhelming, terrifying force instantly bound his entire magical power and even his soul. Before he could utter a cry of alarm, he was dragged into endless darkness. Outside the city walls, on a barren mountain, Li Qingshan stood expressionless, one hand pressed firmly against the man's crown. The soul-searching technique activated. A piercing, silent scream echoed within the disciple's soul. His memories were torn open like pages being forcibly flipped through, and countless images and fragments of information flooded into Li Qingshan's mind. The fragments of information brought by the soul-searching technique flooded into Li Qingshan's mind, causing his brows to furrow deeply. Corpse refining sect? I've never heard of such a demonic sect in the eastern wastes. So Xianming is an outsider? To evade his enemies, he infiltrated our Spring-and-Autumn Sect's territory, dared to usurp the position of imperial preceptor, and cultivated using such vile methods, attempting to build his foundation with the essence, blood and souls of young boys and girls? He truly deserves death. The information revealed that 3 years prior, when Xianming first arrived, he had treacherously ambushed the Spring-Autumn Sect's peak chi refining disciple stationed there. He had extracted the disciple's soul and essence, turning him into nourishment for his demonic cultivation, resulting in a most gruesome death. For the past 3 years, the Grandmaster Xianming had scoured the land for young boys and girls to fuel his demonic cultivation. Those 3 disciples were his accomplices. On the night of the full moon, when yin energy peaks, he performs his demonic rituals in the secret chamber to refine the children. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed with an even colder light. Today is the night of the full moon. Learning that his opponent was merely at the peak of chi cultivation and was currently in the critical phase of his ritual, Li Qingshan felt certain.
At the peak of Qi cultivation, I possess several supreme spiritual artifacts like the Cold Ice Sword, plus hidden talisman treasures. Even if he has some last resort, self-defense should be no problem. If I don't strike now, when will I? If he succeeds, these children. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. His resolve set, hesitation vanished. Li Qingshan's figure shot forward like lightning, abandoning all pretense as he charged directly toward the State Master's residence. The pitiful protective array outside the compound crumbled like paper before his mid-foundation establishment cultivation. A flash of the Cold Ice Sword's light shattered it completely. Who dares invade the residence? Two mid-stage Qi cultivation disciples burst out, their faces twisted with shock and fury. Li Qingshan didn't even glance at them. His fingers formed a sword-like gesture, and two condensed jade-green eternal sword energies shot through the air, faster than their reactions could follow. Thud! Thud! Two soft thuds echoed as the demonic cultivators' foreheads were instantly pierced. Their faces frozen in disbelief, they collapsed stiffly, their life force extinguished. Instant kill. Li Qingshan swept his divine sense, instantly locking onto a secret chamber deep within the manor wherein energy and demonic energy were most concentrated. However, as soon as he approached the courtyard of that chamber, four shadowy figures burst forth from the darkness, carrying a thick stench of decay and a chilling, sinister wind. They were four corpses, blackened by ritual refinement, with elongated fingernails and bloodshot eyes zombies. The malevolent aura they emitted had clearly reached the peak of the Qi refining stage. Black zombies? Disciples of the Corpse Refining Sect, masters of zombie cultivation. It seems this Grand Master of the Xianming Kingdom truly is a disciple of the Corpse Refining Sect. Li Qingshan snorted coldly, showing no fear. At the Qi refining stage, facing four zombies of the same tier would have required considerable effort. But now, he was at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, wielding the Supreme Spirit artifact, the Cold Ice Sword. A flash of sword light erupted, sweeping through the courtyard like an icy blizzard. The frigid sword energy specifically countered evil entities. The four black zombies' resilient bodies crumbled like rotten wood beneath the icy blade. Where the sword light passed, limbs froze and shattered. The foul-smelling black blood hadn't even splattered before it froze into ice shards. Within mere breaths, the four black zombies at the peak of Qi refining were reduced to scattered fragments of ice across the ground. Yet the chamber's door remained sealed shut, protected by a thick crimson light barrier. Runes swirled upon the barrier, emitting fluctuations far surpassing the Qi cultivation stage. A second-tier formation? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. This Xianming had some hidden depth. Without hesitation, he unleashed his supreme-grade spirit artifact, the Frostblade, which shot forth like a dazzling rainbow and struck the crimson light barrier with devastating force. Boom! The barrier trembled violently, bloodlight flickering wildly, yet it did not shatter immediately. Simultaneously, Li Qingshan flicked his wrist, sending several top-grade attack spirit talismans, golden blade talismans, into the air. They transformed into a sky-filling storm of blade light, descending in a relentless assault. Boom! 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 Under the relentless barrage, the second-tier formation finally groaned under the strain. The crimson light barrier shattered like a bubble. The chamber's doors were shattered by the residual sword energy. Instantly, a thick, nauseating stench of blood and decay assaulted his senses. Li Qingshan stared in horror. Even with a century of composure, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. The chamber was shockingly spacious, its center dominated by a vast pool of blood. The viscous liquid churned, carrying countless white bones that rose and fell within it. Dozens of trembling, deathly pale children, boys and girls alike, were caged within iron confines lining the walls. And right in the center of the blood pool, a pale-faced middle-aged man clad in black robes sat cross-legged. A surging aura of demonic energy swirled around him, clearly indicating he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation. Yet what captured Li Qingshan's attention even more was the silver figure guarding the edge of the blood pool. It was a zombie, its entire body a silvery white hue, its muscles shriveled yet gleaming with a metallic sheen. The murderous aura it emitted had reached the late Foundation establishment stage. Roar! The silver zombie let out an inhuman roar, transforming into a silver lightning bolt as it lunged toward Li Qingshan. Its claws tore through the air, trailing a trail of foul wind. Late Foundation establishment silver zombie? No wonder it's so brazen. Li Qingshan's heart sank. He wasted no time, immediately swinging his frostblade to engage it in combat. Sword and claw clashed, producing a deafening clang of metal. The silver zombie's body was incredibly hard, possessed immense strength, and felt no pain, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Though Li Qingshan could hold his own with his cultivation techniques and spirit artifact, he found himself unable to subdue it quickly. Instead, he was locked in a relentless struggle. Chapter 52, The Grand Master of Xianming. The silver zombie fought with reckless abandon, its body somehow able to withstand attacks from top-tier spirit artifacts. Its claws, laced with deadly venom, lashed out in a frenzied assault, forcing Li Qingshan to constantly dodge. Defeating it seemed unlikely in the near future. Meanwhile, Xianming within the blood pool seemed disturbed. His brows furrowed, and the demonic energy fluctuations around him grew unstable. Yet, he did not awaken immediately. We can't delay. If he completes his cultivation or becomes more skilled at controlling the silver zombies, we'll be in trouble. Li Qingshan's thoughts raced like lightning, a flash of resolve darting across his eyes. He abruptly forced the silver zombie back a step and slapped his storage pouch. Roar! A clear, piercing dragon's roar echoed through the secret chamber. A golden light, radiating boundless majesty and demon-slaying power, shot skyward. Instantly, it transformed into a vivid golden dragon, scales and claws vividly rendered, carrying the supreme yang energy that incinerates all evil. It lunged directly at the silver zombie. Golden Dragon Talisman. This was one of his trump cards, obtained from the secret realm and enhanced by the supreme yang overcomes in evil. The golden dragon was the absolute nemesis of this type of zombie. The silver zombie seemed to sense the deadly threat, letting out a terrified roar as it tried to retreat only to be instantly coiled by the golden dragon. Boom! Golden dragon flames erupted, completely engulfing the silver zombie. The supreme yang energy violently purified the corpse chi within its body. The silver zombie let out a piercing, agonized howl as its body began to melt and char like wax, turning black. Within mere breaths, it was incinerated into a pile of charcoal, utterly still and lifeless. As the golden dragon talisman unleashed its fury, Li Qingshan's movements remained unceasing. His frost blade transformed into a streak of lightning, plunging straight toward the Xianming Grand Preceptor cultivating within the blood pool. At that moment, Xianming was jolted awake by the violent energy fluctuations from outside and the silver zombie's agonized screams. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, forcibly snapping out of his cultivation state and violently opening his eyes. Those eyes were filled with fury, venom, and terror. He saw the late Foundation establishment's silver zombie he had painstakingly refined reduced to charcoal, and he saw the cold ice sword, radiating the fluctuations of a supreme spirit artifact, already before his eyes. No! He roared in fury and frustration, a bone shield as black as ink suddenly rising from his body in an attempt to block the attack. But how could he possibly block Li Qingshan's long-prepared, full-force strike in such a rush? Crack! The bone shield was instantly pierced and shattered by the icy blade. Though the sword's brilliance was greatly diminished, it still plunged viciously into Xianming's chest. Wah! Xianming coughed up another torrent of blood, his body flying backward and crashing heavily against the edge of the blood pool. His vital energy instantly waned. A massive, gaping hole in his chest seeped black blood continuously, gradually coating itself in a layer of frost. Li Qingshan stood sword in hand, coldly surveying him. Heretic demon, slaughterer of living beings, today is your day of reckoning. Xianming struggled to lift his head, his face twisted with venomous hatred and a trace of disbelief. You, who are you? I know every Foundation establishment cultivator of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, you're not one of them. Why ruin my plans? Damn it! I'm a Foundation establishment grand perfection cultivator. If not for those old fools from the Danding sect, I wouldn't tolerate your insolence. Xianming's heart was filled with shock and regret. He had intended to search the mortal world for young boys and girls to cultivate demonic arts, never imagining he would encounter a Foundation establishment cultivator. He assumed Li Qingshan was a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Spring-and-Autumn Sect seeking revenge. But he had handled everything flawlessly. The Spring-and-Autumn Sect shouldn't have discovered him. Where exactly had the flaw been? Li Qingshan's heart also lurched in shock. Foundation establishment grand perfection? The soul searching had yielded false information. Or rather, this Xianming had concealed himself too deeply. He wasn't a chi cultivation practitioner at all. He was a great perfection Foundation establishment demon cultivator who had suffered severe injuries and fallen from his realm. His seclusion here wasn't merely for cultivating his Foundation establishment, he was healing his wounds and rebuilding his strength. No wonder he has a late Foundation establishment silver zombie guardian and can deploy second-tier arrays. Danding sect? Li Qingshan's thoughts raced. The Pill Cauldron sect, a major sect of the Eastern Wastes renowned for alchemy, why would they pursue a demon cultivator from the corpse refining sect? But now was not the time for digging into the details. Strike while the iron is hot. Killing intent flared in Li Qingshan's eyes. He gave his opponent no chance to breathe or stall. The ice blade erupted once more with dazzling blue light, poised to deliver the fatal blow. Seeing this, Xianming's eyes flashed with despair and madness. He slammed his palm onto the blood pool beneath him and roared, "You forced my hand. We'll die together." The blood pool instantly boiled, erupting with an unstable, destructive energy. Seeing Xianming seemingly driven mad, the blood pool beneath him boiling, and a destructive energy surge rapidly escalating, it appeared he truly intended to detonate the formation and take everyone down with him. A warning bell rang loudly in Li Qingshan's heart. He instinctively leapt backward, simultaneously summoning the Xian Yuan shield to guard his front, preparing to withstand the impending shockwave. Yet, in the very instant he retreated, a look of triumphant malice flashed in Xianming's eyes. "I remember you, boy. Once I regain my power, you will die without a doubt." He roared, and instead of erupting outward, the boiling blood pool energy was violently sucked into his body by some bizarre demonic technique. His flagging aura surged explosively, forcibly shattering the bottleneck and temporarily restoring him to the peak Foundation establishment realm. Though this state was clearly unsustainable and fraught with dire consequences, it granted him a sliver of hope in this moment. Seizing the moment when Li Qingshan, intimidated by the illusion of a self-detonation, briefly retreated, Xianming abruptly slapped his waist. An ancient talisman inscribed with intricate spatial patterns instantly activated the space-breaking talisman. Hum. A silver spatial ripple instantly enveloped him, poised to transport him away. Trying to escape? Li Qingshan remained composed despite the shock. While his experience in magical combat might not be the most extensive, a century of life had granted him keen insight and a cautious mindset. He had long anticipated the enemy's desperate gambit and prepared a countermeasure. Just as Xuanming's form began to blur, his face lighting up with the wild joy of narrowly escaping death, a nearly transparent glimmer faster than the limits of divine perception could grasp ignored the spatial disturbance. Striking first despite coming later, it instantly pierced Xuanming's brow. Soul Extinguishing Needle. A supreme spirit artifact designed to strike at the soul. Ah! A shrill scream, inhuman in its intensity, erupted from Xuanming's mouth just as he was about to teleport away. The silver light of the space-breaking talisman flickered violently, becoming extremely unstable. His soul felt as though pierced and twisted by a million steel needles. His condensed magical power instantly dissipated, forcibly interrupting the teleportation process. The silver light dissipated, and Xuanming's form solidified once more. Yet his eyes were unfocused, blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and he clutched his head, howling in agony as his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. Now! A cold glint flared in Li Qingshan's eyes. How could he miss this golden opportunity? With a flicker of intent, the cold ice sword emitted a crisp ringing sound, transforming into a cold, blue streak of light that swept past with lightning speed. Put! A head, contorted with endless terror and agony, shot skyward. Black blood spurted forth, freezing into ice shards mid-air from the sword's extreme cold before it could hit the ground. Xuanming's headless corpse swayed, crashing heavily to the ground. It twitched twice before falling utterly silent. This remnant of the corpse cult, once a Foundation establishment grand perfection cultivator who had gone into hiding under a false name in Yanjing, attempting to restore his cultivation through heretical arts, had finally paid for his evil deeds with his life. Li Qingshan exhaled a long breath, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on his back. A cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment was indeed formidable. Had the opponent not been gravely wounded and restrained by his thunderous techniques and soul-destroying needles, the outcome would have been uncertain. He wasted no time, stepping forward to gather the spoils of victory. A storage ring? What a treasure! Li Qing's eyes lit up. He removed an ancient-looking black ring from Xuanming's finger. It was indeed the legendary storage ring, far superior to any storage pouch. Evidently, Xianming possessed immense wealth. He swiftly cleared out everything of value from the secret chamber, including the storage pouches from the disciples' corpses and any potential corpse refining materials left among the silver zombie remains. After finishing, he waved his hand to shatter all the cages. Turning to the terrified children, he spoke gently, "Children, don't be afraid. The bad man is dead. Quickly leave through the back door and go home." The children snapped out of their daze, crying and stumbling as they fled toward the exit. Li Qingshan lingered no longer. With a flick of his fingers, he shot several fireballs that instantly ignited the chamber's curtains, corpses, and blood pool. He deliberately controlled the flames to make it appear as though the fire had been caused by backfired black magic or an internal struggle. Before leaving the Grand Preceptor's residence, he formed his fingers like a sword and carved a line of sharp, bold characters onto the most conspicuous charred wall. Xianning, the heretic cultivator, slaughtered innocent children and practiced demonic arts, a crime against heaven. Now he has been brought to justice, a warning to all who would follow his path. With that, his figure flickered and vanished completely into the night, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 53, 10 Years of Seclusion. He did not return to the minister's residence to see Li Yun. With the Grand Preceptor's residence destroyed, chaos would surely erupt in the capital. The Spring-and-Autumn Sect would undoubtedly dispatch elite investigators. Any contact with Li Yun at this moment could spell utter ruin for him. After leaving the capital, Li Qingshan raced southward without pause. He knew full well the gravity of the situation. A former Great Perfection Foundation establishment demon cultivator had died by his hand, and behind that lay potential grudges involving the corpse refining sect and even the Dan Ding sect. This was no trivial matter. Returning to the Spring-Autumn Sect was absolutely out of the question for now. After flying thousands of miles non-stop, he finally reached the border region between the Spring-Autumn Sect and the Dan Ding sect's territories. Here, mountains stretched endlessly, human habitation was sparse, and the sect's jurisdiction was relatively weak. He selected a barren mountain devoid of spiritual energy, carved out a simple cave dwelling within it, and without hesitation, activated the Mystic Yellow Array platform, deploying the Mystic Yellow Earth Vein Spirit Sealing Array. This second-tier supreme formation not only concealed his aura but also drew upon the Earth's veins to create a self-contained space. It was both offensive and defensive, making it difficult even for a golden core cultivator to breach. As the array flags were deployed, they instantly enveloped the cave entrance and surrounding area. Light and shadow warped slightly, completely sealing off any aura.
From the outside, this spot appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding mountain walls.
Phew. Finally safe for now.
Only now did Li Qingshan truly relax. He sat cross-legged, his gaze first settling on the storage ring he had obtained from Xianming. The collection of a Foundation Establishment Grand Perfection Demon Cultivator.
I hope it won't disappoint me.
A hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes as he began erasing the lingering divine sense imprints from the ring.
Meanwhile, the towering flames engulfing the Imperial Preceptor's residence in Yanjing and the graffiti on its walls had already sent shockwaves through the entire city. News was spreading at an astonishing pace in all directions.
A storm was brewing, perhaps imminent. But for now, none of this concerned Li Qingshan. Within his cave dwelling, Li Qingshan held his breath and concentrated, carefully probing the storage ring obtained from Xianming with his divine sense. He had expected a former Foundation Establishment Grand Perfection cultivator to possess considerable wealth, but the result left him deeply disappointed. The ring's storage space was modest, containing only a handful of items.
3 spirit artifacts, all of mediocre quality.
A black banner with dim, malevolent energy, a bone shield covered in cracks, and a pair of speed-enhancing cloud-treading boots all appeared to be discarded or spare items from Xuanming's collection, of little value. There were about 400 or 500 low-grade spirit stones and only 20 or 30 mid-grade spirit stones, a pitifully meager amount for a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Several bottles of pills emanated either a cold, aura or a bloody scent, clearly demonic arts pills. Li Qingshan dared not touch them. Only one bottle of Yunshan Dan appeared somewhat normal, but its quality was merely mid-grade, offering him limited benefit. Beyond that, there were only a few corpse refining materials, several sets of spare clothing, and a small amount of mundane gold and silver. Seems this guy spent his entire fortune healing his injuries and crafting that silver corpse. He's as broke as a church mouse. Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly, sorting and stowing away the miscellaneous items.
He set aside the demonic artifacts separately, intending to destroy or dispose of them later.
The true treasures were the 3 jade slips and a jade box heavily protected by layers of seals.
He examined the jade slips first.
The Corpse Refining Manual, the core technique of the Corpse Refining Sect, enabling cultivation up to the Golden Core stage. Its content was sinister and vicious, requiring the sacrifice of living souls, vital blood, and in haunted lands to refine zombies, intertwining the practitioner's life with the undead. Li Qingshan scanned it briefly, his brow furrowing deeply.
He immediately filed it under absolutely off-limits.
Blood sacrifice of 10,000 spirits, the very technique Xianming used to slaughter young boys and girls. It rapidly boosts cultivation or heals injuries by devouring the essence, blood, and souls of living beings, carrying immense side effects and provoking divine wrath and human resentment. Disgust flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes as he immediately added it to his list of items to be destroyed.
The insect control technique of 10,000 spirits incomplete.
This seemed to be a supplementary secret art of the Corpse Refining Sect, but it was severely incomplete. It only recorded rudimentary methods for controlling and cultivating insects, with the highest level apparently only capable of cultivating second-tier Foundation Establishment stage spirit insects. It held little value, but he decided to keep it for now. With enhancements from it might prove useful. Finally, his gaze settled upon the jade box imbued with the most formidable restrictions. That it commanded such importance from Xianming, even potentially drawing the pursuit of the Dan Ding sect, made it undeniably extraordinary. It took him several days of painstaking effort, combining his powerful divine sense with the essence of immortality, to carefully erode the seals on the jade box. The lid opened, revealing no dazzling radiance, only a white jade slip, smooth as jade and emitting a faint medicinal scent, resting quietly within.
His divine sense plunged in.
The Dan Ding True Classic, the lower volume. The opening 6 characters in ancient seal script made Li Qingshan's heart leap. Its contents were not cultivation techniques, but rather detailed records of over 100 precious pill formulas, complete with precise methods, tricks, and precise heat control for their refinement. From the commonly used True Essence pill and Purple Palace pill for Foundation Establishment cultivators, to the coveted Golden Core pill and Infant Condensation pill for Golden Core cultivators, including alternative primary and auxiliary ingredients to various spirit pills for nascent soul cultivation, and even several long-lost ancient spirit pills. This was nothing short of the supreme scripture every alchemist dreamed of possessing. Its value is beyond measure in spirit stones.
No wonder the Dan Ding sect hunted him down relentlessly. He actually stole another sect's treasured alchemy manual. Li Qingshan suddenly understood, his heart surging with excitement. This lower volume of the Dan Ding True Classic held immense significance for him. He possessed ensuring no shortage of high-quality elixirs, but he desperately lacked advanced alchemy formulas and systematic knowledge of the art. With this scripture, coupled with that supreme treasure alchemy furnace he couldn't yet use, his future achievements in the path of alchemy would be limitless. After the initial elation came deep contemplation. Xianming is dead, but the Dan Ding sect's kill order might not be revoked. Carrying this artifact, if it were to be exposed, would spell utter disaster. Returning to the Spring-and-Autumn Sect is out of the question for now. Zhang Yuzhen poses a problem, and even the sect might not withstand the Dan Ding sect's pressure to protect me. Perhaps, the very territory of the Danding sect could become my refuge? A bold thought emerged: the most dangerous place is often the safest. The Danding sect would never imagine that the lost alchemy scripture would be in the hands of a lone cultivator and that I would dare to venture into their territory. Most crucially, as long as Li Qingshan committed the Danding true scripture to memory and then destroyed it completely, the Danding sect would never discover that their treasured scripture had fallen into his hands. Returning it was still impossible. Such a precious treasure, if heaven offers it and one refuses, one will surely suffer the consequences. But this requires careful consideration. For now, the most crucial task is to enhance my strength. Having made up his mind, Li Qingshan fully immersed himself in a prolonged period of seclusion. With vast resources at his disposal, including diverse spiritual pills and divine elixirs to aid cultivation, he simultaneously practiced the eternal life true art and the 9 transformations golden body technique, cultivating both his physical and spiritual bodies. The supreme grade elixirs cultivated by the flowed like candy beans, consumed without end. Chapter 54, Purple Mist Immortal City. The first 3 transformations of the 9 transformations golden body technique were not difficult to cultivate. With sufficient spiritual energy and elixirs, one could continuously temper the physical body, making it increasingly powerful. Upon reaching the 3rd transformation, one's physical body could rival that of a late Foundation establishment cultivator, capable of withstanding attacks from spiritual artifacts and possessing extraordinary resilience. However, beyond the 3rd transformation, one must supplement their practice with various rare treasures and even the malevolent energies of heaven and earth to achieve success. Within the cave dwelling, the aura grew increasingly profound. His cultivation progressed steadily, his physical strength increasing day by day. His vital energy surged like a dragon, and a faint golden glow began to emanate from his bones. Seasons shifted from spring to autumn, and the cycle of cold and heat repeated. Outside the barren mountains, the world might be in turmoil, but within the cave dwelling, Li Qingshan remained utterly focused. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp and piercing, and the aura surrounding him was profound and deep as the ocean. He was now many times stronger than before his seclusion. Late Foundation Establishment Stage. After consuming nearly all his elixirs and most of his spiritual elixirs and immortal springs, he had finally broken through to Late Foundation Establishment. The 9 transformations golden body technique had also advanced to the 3rd transformation, granting his physical body strength comparable to a high-grade spirit artifact. 10 years of arduous cultivation have finally borne fruit. He felt the surging power within his body and nodded with satisfaction. However, upon inspecting his storage ring and gourd, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. His pills were completely depleted, spirit stones were nearly gone, and the spiritual liquid and immortal spring were reduced to a mere trickle at the bottom. Cultivation brings temporary bliss, but resources burn like a funeral pyre. Over these 10 years, Li Qingshan hadn't been idle beyond cultivation. He had committed the lower volume of the Alchemy Cauldron Sutra to memory before completely destroying the scriptures. Simultaneously, he had been studying the purple gold gourd and the supreme grade. Perhaps due to his current insufficient cultivation, Li Qingshan was still unable to activate these 2 treasures. He could only store them within waiting until his cultivation advanced before slowly refining them. Li Qingshan's heart brimmed with anticipation. He believed these treasures were extraordinary, destined to bring him unimaginable rewards. The 9 transformations golden body technique has reached the 3rd transformation. To break through to the 4th, I'll need some rare treasures. Once I reach the 4th transformation, my physical body will become immensely powerful, granting combat strength comparable to the golden core stage. Li Qingshan murmured softly to himself. The 9 transformations golden body technique was immensely powerful. If all 9 transformations were fully mastered, one could traverse the void and tear apart the heavens and earth with sheer physical strength alone. Crushing a spirit transformation cultivator with a single punch would be effortless. However, while the first 3 transformations were relatively easy to cultivate, the 4th transformation presented immense difficulty. Not only did it demand tenfold or even hundredfold cultivation resources, but it also required top-tier celestial treasures and rare herbs to aid the cultivation process. For instance, to break through the 4th transformation, one must gather 2 types of heavenly and earthly Shachi, one yin, one yang. Only when yin and yang converge, and dragon and tiger unite, can the physical body undergo further metamorphosis, forging the 4 transformation golden body. A 4th transformation golden body rivals the early stages of the golden core realm. With such a body, even at the foundation establishment stage, Li Qingshan would possess the confidence to confront a golden core cultivator. It's time to emerge from seclusion and seek new cultivation resources. He dispelled the array guarding the cave entrance. With a flash, his figure appeared outside the barren mountain. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, yet he found it exceptionally refreshing. After orienting himself, he summoned his teleportation light and flew toward the outskirts of the Danding sect's territory. His goal was clear: find a marketplace or immortal city where wandering cultivators gathered, settle in first, assess the situation, and then plan his next steps. Li Qingshan rode his teleportation light for roughly half a month before finally reaching his destination, Zixia Immortal City.
From afar, a majestic immortal city stood upon a vast plain encircled by towering mountains.
Its towering walls shimmered with a faint purple glow, clearly protected by an immensely powerful defensive formation.
Above the immortal city, multicolored streaks of light crisscrossed the sky like an endless meteor shower, its bustling activity far surpassing the marketplace at the foot of Spring-Autumn Gate Mountain. At the city gates, cultivators at the late Qi refining stage maintained orderly checkpoints, meticulously verifying the identities of those entering. Li Qingshan paid the 10 low-grade spirit stones entrance fee and received a temporary identity jade token before stepping into the city.
The city interior was even more bustling.
Broad streets paved with a type of green jade were lined with shops on both sides: pill pharmacies, artifact stores, talisman shops, taverns, inns, and more.
Cultivators jostled shoulder to shoulder, their cultivation levels ranging from Qi refining to foundation establishment.
Occasionally, one could even sense the fleeting presence of unfathomable auras belonging to golden core cultivators. Truly befitting a sanctuary for independent cultivators, the celestial city under the tutelage of immortal Zixia is magnificent indeed.
Li Qingshan silently marveled, simultaneously taking greater care to conceal his aura.
He maintained his cultivation at the first layer of foundation establishment, disguising himself as a weary, slightly awkward wandering cultivator. His primary goal here was to find a stable place to settle. After inquiring, he headed straight for the Immortal Residence Pavilion, the place responsible for leasing cave dwellings in the Immortal City. The interior was quite spacious. A shrewd-looking middle-aged steward sat behind the counter, clicking an abacus. His cultivation level was at the peak of Qi refining. Noticing Li Qingshan enter and sensing the foundation establishment level spiritual pressure emanating from him, the steward immediately set aside his abacus. A warm yet professionally measured smile spread across his face as he bowed his hands in greeting.
"Esteemed senior, might you be seeking to rent a cave dwelling?
I am Qian, the steward here.
How might I assist you?"
Li Qingshan returned the bow, his voice calm.
"Greetings, Steward Qian.
I am Zhou Yun, an independent cultivator newly arrived in this blessed land. I do indeed seek to rent a quieter cave dwelling for cultivation and the study of alchemy." He deliberately emphasized his alchemy skills, as this would appropriately elevate his status and facilitate future dealings.
"Eh?"
Manager Qian's eyes lit up instantly, his demeanor growing even more enthusiastic.
"So you are Master Zhou the? My apologies.
Our Purple Mist Immortal City is most suitable for to settle. Not only do we have earthfire houses for rent, but many cave dwellings also draw high-quality earth vein fire at very reasonable prices." As he spoke, he deftly produced a jade slip. Activating it with spiritual energy, he projected a miniature map of the city's surroundings into the air. Glowing points marked the locations and brief descriptions of available cave dwellings for rent. "Master Zhou, please take a look," Manager Qian enthusiastically continued. "The caves in the southern district, marked with the character Jia, boast the most concentrated spiritual energy. They're close to the city lord's residence, ensuring safety, though naturally a bit pricier, 800 low-grade spirit stones per year. Those in the western district, marked Bing, have slightly less potent spiritual energy but are secluded and come with a small medicinal garden for 500 spirit stones annually. Then there are the northern district."
Li Qingshan listened attentively, yet his gaze lingered on a marked spot labeled Ding 7 at the map's edge.
Its location was relatively remote, with spiritual energy marked as low-grade, but it carried a note: includes a stable low-grade earthfire vent.
"Manager Qian, what is the price for cave dwelling Ding 7?
Li Qingshan asked, feigning hesitation and appearing strapped for cash.
Chapter 55, Purple Mist Pavilion.
A flicker of understanding passed through Manager Qian's eyes, though his smile remained unchanged. Master Zhou has keen insight. While Dingxi number 7 is somewhat remote and its spiritual energy is ordinary, that earthfire vent is exceptionally stable, perfect for a master alchemist's daily needs. The price is also reasonable, just 280 low-grade spirit stones per year. For a long-term lease, we could even discuss a discount." This price posed no burden for Li Qingshan, yet he paused thoughtfully before nodding.
"Very well. As a newcomer, I'll take this one. Rent for 1 year."
He then counted out the 280 spirit stones.
"Right away."
Manager Qian promptly accepted the stones, retrieved a control token for the cave dwellings formation, and handed it to Li Qingshan with continued warmth. "Alchemist Zhou, this token grants you free access to the cave dwellings formation.
The cave dwelling comes fully equipped with basic amenities. Should any items be damaged, compensation at market value will be required. Oh, and since you're new here, are you familiar with the city's major trading hubs?"
Li Qingshan accepted the token and asked, "I was just about to ask Manager Qian."
Qian, clearly eager to curry favor with a potential alchemist, lowered his voice slightly.
"The largest trading hub in the city is the Purple Mist Pavilion in the center. Run by the city lord's mansion, it has the most comprehensive selection of goods, but it's also the most expensive and requires identity verification.
Next is the 100 Treasures Street in the East Market.
It's a mixed bag, you'll find everything there, but you'll have to judge authenticity yourself.
Occasionally, you might snag a bargain.
The West Market has the Wandering Cultivators Square, mostly street vendors. Prices are cheap, but quality items are scarce.
He paused before continuing, if Master Joe needs to sell pills or buy herbs, head to Pill Cauldron Alley in the southern city. It's a gathering place for alchemists, with many herb shops and pill buying stores offering relatively fair prices. However, Danxiang Pavilion, run by the Danding sect, holds the most sway. They keep prices low but have ample supply. The shops jointly operated by several independent alchemists might be a better fit for someone like you, Master Zhou. Thank you for your guidance, Manager Qian. You've saved me considerable effort. Li Qingshan bowed his hands in sincere gratitude. This information was invaluable to him. Master Zhou, you're too kind. Should you ever need to purchase a better cave dwelling or have any other requirements, feel free to come find Qian. Qian the steward said with a cheerful smile. Leaving the Immortal Abode Pavilion, Li Qingshan followed the token's guidance to the T-shaped district in the northwest corner of the Immortal City. Here, the density of cave dwellings noticeably decreased and the spiritual energy was relatively sparse, but it was indeed quiet. Using the token to unlock the restrictions of cave dwelling number 7 in the T-shaped district, a modest yet fully functional small cave dwelling appeared before him. The cave dwelling wasn't large, divided into 3 rooms, a quiet meditation chamber for cultivation, containing only a small spirit gathering array, a living room furnished with a stone bed and table, and the room that pleased Li Qingshan most, the alchemy workshop. At the center of the alchemy room was a hole about a foot square, connected to the earth vein below. A pale yellow earth fire burned quietly beneath it, its heat stable and steady. Though only a low-grade earth fire, it was more than sufficient for refining second-tier low-grade pills and those of lower grades. Li Qingshan's alchemy skills were still rudimentary. To truly master the craft, he would need to study it diligently. Beside it lay a simple fire control formation and a stone platform. Though rudimentary and lacking in spiritual energy, at least it's a stable place to settle. The steady earth fire will be perfect for disguising my alchemy success rate. Surveying this cave dwelling where he might reside for some time, Li Qingshan felt a rare sense of peace wash over him. After a century of wandering from Peach Blossom Village to the Spring-Autumn Sect, through secret realm battles and demon slaying in the capital, he finally had a temporary, safe home of his own in this unfamiliar immortal city. He meticulously inspected the cave dwelling's protective array. Finding it merely a basic first-tier formation, he quietly layered several additional restrictions he mastered. Using the mystic yellow array platform, he reinforced the core area, significantly enhancing its security. With that done, he sat cross-legged in the quiet chamber, beginning to plan his next steps. My spirit stones are nearly depleted. The urgent task is to sell some unused materials to raise capital. Then I'll purchase large quantities of low-grade spirit herbs and begin practicing the alchemy techniques from the Dan Ding True Classic. As he inventoried the storage ring filled with demon beast materials, ores, and several low-grade magical and spirit artifacts obtained from the secret realm that he had no use for, his gaze grew steadily more resolute. Tomorrow, I'll visit the Purple Mist Pavilion, 100 Treasures Street, and Dan Ding Alley. Li Qingshan silently resolved. He took stock of the treasures currently in his possession. The most precious was undoubtedly the very foundation of his existence. Beyond that were the purple gold gourd and the supreme grade, though his cultivation was currently insufficient to wield them. Li Qingshan estimated that only after breaking through to the golden core stage might he have a chance to unlock these 2 treasures. Beyond these, he possessed 4 top-tier spirit artifacts he used regularly: the Frostblade, the Soul-Extinguishing Needle, the Mystic Yuan Shield, and the Mystic Yellow Array Platform. These 4 supreme-grade spirit artifacts gave Li Qingshan the confidence to face even a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Beyond these, he still possessed 5 supreme-grade spirit talismans and 1 third-tier inferior-grade talisman treasure, the Teleportation Talisman. Li Qingshan sensed his combat tactics were too one-dimensional and required more powerful trump cards. I need to stockpile more top-tier spirit talismans. Scatter hundreds of them simultaneously, and even a golden core cultivator would retreat. Especially treasures like talisman treasures, the more, the better. Li Qingshan thought to himself. Top-grade spirit talismans were relatively easy to obtain. By purchasing some second-tier inferior spirit talismans and placing them within his Rui gourd, he could enhance them into second-tier top-grade spirit talismans. But talisman treasures were another matter. These were artifacts sealed by golden core immortals to protect their successors, making them exceedingly difficult to obtain. The next day, as dawn broke, Li Qingshan departed from cave residence Dingxi No. 7. His first destination was the Purple Mist Pavilion in the city center. Just as Manager Qian had described, the Purple Mist Pavilion was imposing and grand, heavily guarded, with only the wealthy or noble permitted to enter. Li Qingshan presented his temporary identity jade token and was permitted entry after a brief verification. The pavilion was divided into several levels. He immediately stated his intention to sell a large quantity of materials and was led to a side hall. Receiving him was an expressionless elder with mid-foundation establishment cultivation. His piercing gaze marked him as an expert appraiser. "What goods do you wish to offer?" the elder inquired in a strictly businesslike manner. Li Qingshan wasted no words, placing several pre-prepared storage pouches on the table. They were filled with various demon beast materials, ores, and several low-grade magical and spirit artifacts obtained from the secret realm and from Xianming items he had no use for.
This included Xian Ming's 3 medium to low-grade spirit artifacts. The old man inspected each item in turn, his expression remaining impassive throughout. These items had complex origins, some even carried distinct traces of demonic cultivation or unique markings from the secret realm. Yet he seemed utterly unfazed. After a long moment, the old man quoted a price, all materials valued at 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Per Purple Mist Pavilion's policy, items of unknown origin are discounted by 30%. If you have no objections, the transaction is complete. This price was significantly below market value, but as Manager Qian had mentioned, the advantage lay in the guaranteed safety and peace of mind. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement, agreed. After the transaction was completed and he received the 8,000 low-grade spirit stones, Li Qingshan immediately transferred them all into his. Leaving the Purple Mist Pavilion, he did not rush to purchase other items but returned to his cave residence instead. Chapter 56, The Blazing Sunblade Talisman Treasure and the Stone Egg. The next day, within the 8,000 low-grade spirit stones had transformed into 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones equate to 800,000 low-grade spirit stones, a fortune rivaling that of a golden core cultivator. With these resources, I won't have to worry about supplies anytime soon. Li Qingshan's eyes burned brightly as he murmured to himself, his heart surging with excitement. Leaving his cave dwelling, he headed toward the 100 Treasures Street in the Eastern Market. This place stood in stark contrast to the orderly Purple Mist Pavilion. Shops lined both sides of the street, while numerous wandering cultivators set up makeshift stalls in the center. The air buzzed with the constant clamor of hawkers' cries and the back and forth of bargaining, creating a chaotic yet vibrant atmosphere. A dazzling array of goods filled the stalls, their authenticity difficult to discern. Li Qingshan had a clear goal: first, find a spirit talisman shop. He visited 4 or 5 sizable shops, purchasing dozens of second-tier, low-grade spirit talismans from each in batches. The assortment covered attack, defense, teleportation, and support functions. In total, he acquired 300 talismans, spending 300 mid-grade spirit stones. This expenditure would be considered extravagant for an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, but it was insignificant compared to the vast fortune he had just acquired. In the corner of the last talisman shop, he stumbled upon a talisman treasure carelessly tossed into a junk box. The talisman treasure was a pale gold, shaped like a small knife, but its surface was covered in cracks, its spiritual light dimmed to the extreme. Shopkeeper, how much for this? Li Qingshan's interest piqued, and he picked up the talisman treasure. The shopkeeper's shrewd eyes lit up, and he responded warmly, "This is a third-tier, low-grade blazing sunblade talisman treasure, our shop's prized possession. If you're interested, take it for 300 mid-grade spirit stones. Consider it a gesture of friendship." Shopkeeper, do you take me for a fool? While it is a talisman treasure, its spiritual energy is nearly depleted. It can be used at most one more time before becoming completely useless. If you're serious about selling 30 mid-grade spirit stones. Li Qingshan sneered coldly. 30 mid-grade spirit stones? Impossible. At least 200 mid-grade spirit stones. 40 mid-grade spirit stones, and that's final. After a round of haggling, Li Qingshan finally bought it for 50 mid-grade spirit stones. 50 mid-grade spirit stones for a single attack at the golden core level? For Li Qingshan, who desperately needed a trump card, it was practically a steal. He suppressed his inner excitement, feigned reluctance, and only then nodded to make the purchase. To others, it might be considered useless, but for Li Qingshan, who possessed this blazing sunblade talisman treasure, was nothing short of a priceless gem. Afterward, he spent roughly 200 mid-grade spirit stones at various herbal shops, stocking up on common spirit herbs needed to refine first and second-tier low-grade elixirs enough to sustain his practice for a considerable time. After completing his purchases, just as he was about to leave 100 Treasures Street, his peripheral vision caught sight of an inconspicuous street stall at the corner. The vendor was a gloomy-faced old cultivator at the chi condensation stage, his stall scattered with odds and ends, or fragments, beast bones, and several rust-stained ancient artifacts. What caught Li Qingshan's attention was a fist-sized, dusty stone egg, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, buried among the clutter. His interest piqued, he crouched down, pretending to examine a mineral while secretly extending a thread of his immortal essence toward the stone. Strangely, upon contact, his energy vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. Yet faintly, he sensed an almost imperceptible, peculiar vitality at the core of the stone egg, an ancient and obscure life force. "Hey, boss, what's the stone egg?" Li Qingshan casually picked up the stone egg and weighed it in his hand. The old cultivator, seeing a customer, hurriedly replied, "Oh my. Fellow Taoist, you have keen eyes. This is a treasured heirloom, said to have been brought back from some ancient ruins. It's the egg of some primordial strange insect. If you want it, take it for 100 mid-grade spirit stones." Li Qingshan snorted derisively. "An ancient marvelous insect? Boss, your story's not very convincing. This is clearly just a peculiar stone, not a shred of spiritual energy. 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and I'll take it home as a decorative piece." "1? Impossible. This is an ancient treasure, at least 50 mid-grade spirit stones." The old cultivator protested urgently. After some haggling, they finally settled on 10 mid-grade spirit stones.
The old cultivator wore a look of deep regret, while Li Qingshan collected the stone egg expressionlessly. Yet, a glimmer of hope flickered within him. He planned to try nurturing it with his upon returning. However, Li Qingshan remained unaware that his series of extravagant purchases, especially spending dozens of mid-grade spirit stones on that discarded talisman treasure, had already caught the attention of 3 observant individuals. These were 3 foundation establishment cultivators, 1 mid-stage, 2 early-stage, blending into the crowd, exchanging greedy glances. "Brother, look at that kid splurging spirit stones like water at the talisman and herb shops. Just a foundation establishment early-stage cultivator? He's a sitting duck." A scrawny cultivator whispered telepathically. The leader, a dark-faced man, glared with a sinister glint in his eyes. Especially that 50 mid-grade spirit stones for a worthless talisman, utterly foolish. Follow him and find out where he's staying. We can't make our move inside Xisha Immortal City. Wait until he leaves the city. They prided themselves on their stealthy tracking skills, unaware that Li Qingshan's powerful divine sense had already taken in every one of their movements. 3 fools who don't know when to quit, Li Qingshan sneered inwardly. Outwardly, however, he remained impassive, as if oblivious, strolling leisurely toward the cave dwelling in the T-shaped district. Returning to cave residence number 7 in the T-shaped district, he activated the restrictions and immediately set the Xianhuang array platform in motion, enhancing it with the Xianhuang Earth Vein Spirit Sealing Array. Instantly, the cave dwelling became isolated from the outside world. The 3 cultivators who had followed him instantly lost all perception of what lay within. "Damn it! This kid's cave dwelling has some serious tricks. It completely blocked our scans." The dark-faced man cursed after sensing around for a moment. "What do we do, boss?" "Wait. He'll have to come out eventually. He'll have to leave the city. Keep a tight watch here," the dark-faced man growled viciously. Inside the cave, Li Qingshan had completely forgotten about the pests outside. He placed the 300 newly purchased second-tier low-grade spirit talismans and the Sunblaze Blade talisman treasure into his for nurturing and enhancement. Next, he retrieved the peculiar stone egg and examined it closely. Had his divine sense not been exceptionally powerful, he would never have detected the stone's peculiarity. Suddenly, a bold thought struck Li Qingshan. If I place this stone egg into the, might it gain enhancement? After all, it was only 10 mid-grade spirit stones. He wasn't stingy about it. He promptly placed the stone egg into the as well. He would see what changes occurred the next day. After completing these tasks, Li Qingshan took a deep breath and stepped into the alchemy chamber. The earth fire burned quietly, casting light upon his calm and focused face. He retrieved the herbs needed for the most basic qi-gathering pill, meticulously preparing them according to the Dan Ding True Classic while carefully regulating the temperature and preheating the alchemy furnace. His alchemy skills were not particularly advanced. One might even say they were rusty. But having studied alchemy under Master Yen before, he possessed the foundational knowledge. Moreover, with the supreme scripture, the true classic of the alchemy cauldron, in his possession, he had ample confidence and time to hone this skill. The earth fire flickered as the essence of the elixir began to condense. Li Qingshan fully immersed himself in the art of alchemy. Chapter 57, Cultivating Alchemy. His first attempt at crafting qi-gathering pills yielded an unsurprising result. The slightest miscalculation in controlling the earth fire instantly charred the spiritual herbs within the furnace, reducing them to a pile of useless slag. Li Qingshan's expression remained calm, showing no trace of discouragement. He meticulously recalled each step, sensing the subtle shifts in the earth fire's temperature, and reflecting on the clumsiness in his technique. The essence of the Alchemy Cauldron Sutra flowed through his mind, cross-referencing with the lessons of this failure. He cleaned the furnace, reignited the fire, and added the second batch of ingredients. Failure, reflection, and another attempt. An entire day passed. He exhausted the materials for 10 qi-gathering pills, yet not a single one succeeded. But instead of despair, his eyes grew brighter. Each failure deepened his understanding of fire control and the fusion of medicinal properties. As night fell, he did not continue alchemy. Instead, he sat cross-legged in meditation, repeatedly simulating the alchemy process in his mind, transforming experience into instinct. At dawn the next day, he immediately checked the changes within the 300 second-tier inferior spirit talismans radiated an inner glow. The patterns on the talismans had become incredibly intricate and profound, and the spiritual pressure emanating from them had all surged to second-tier supreme. The Sunblade talisman treasure had undergone a profound transformation. The once faded golden knife, riddled with cracks, now shone brilliantly, as if forged from pure gold. Scorching flame patterns flowed along its blade, radiating a powerful aura that sent shivers down the spine. Not only was it fully restored, but its quality had leaped to a top-tier third-grade artifact. The immense power contained within it was sufficient to be fully activated 3 times, each activation capable of severely wounding or even slaying an early-stage golden core cultivator. Excellent! With this talismanic treasure in hand, I can now stand my ground against early gold core cultivators. Li Qingshan's heart swelled with joy. But what surprised him even more was the stone egg. Yesterday it had been dull and lifeless, but now it glowed with a jade-like warmth, radiating a faint golden luster. Its surface was covered in intricate, naturally formed golden patterns. A powerful, vibrant vitality emanated from it, as if a mighty life force was incubating within. Li Qingshan carefully retrieved the stone egg, its surface warm to the touch. A thought struck him, and he tapped his. A flash of green light flickered across its surface, and a brand new, radiant jade slit flew back into his hand. The secret canon of 10,000 spirits and celestial insects. Originally obtained from the Grand Master of Xianming, the rudimentary 10,000 spirits insect control technique had been perfected and elevated by the into and profound, supreme secret text reaching the pinnacle of insect cultivation. It contained not only methods for cultivating, controlling, and coordinating attacks with various exotic insects, but also detailed illustrations and descriptions of numerous ancient, wondrous creatures. Li Qingshan immediately immersed his divine sense into the secret canon of the 10,000 spirits celestial insects, carefully flipping through its pages while comparing the appearance and aura of the stone egg in his hand. Moments later, he snapped his eyes open, his gaze blazing with disbelieving ecstasy. Golden Wind Cicada. It's the Golden Wind Cicada, an ancient strange insect ranked 32nd on the strange insects list. According to the secret text, the mature form of the Golden Wind Cicada could attack a cultivator's soul directly with its chirping, rendering defense futile. The vibration of its wings could unleash a golden gale containing potent venom, capable of corroding bones and dissolving souls with limitless power. Its flight speed was lightning fast, easily piercing through a cultivator's protective aura or even artifact barriers. It was a terrifying strange insect that struck fear into the hearts of countless cultivators. I never imagined 10 mid-grade spirit stones could buy me such an opportunity. Li Qingshan was overcome with excitement, cradling the cicada egg as if it were a priceless treasure. Without hesitation, he immediately followed the highest-grade blood-refining secret technique from the secret canon of the 10,000 spirit celestial insects. He forced out 3 drops of his heart's essence blood and let them fall onto the Golden Wind Cicada egg. The essence blood was swiftly absorbed by the egg. The pale golden patterns flickered with a trace of bloodlight, and Li Qingshan instantly felt a profound, mystical connection forming between his mind and the life within the egg. Next, he retrieved a jade bowl and poured the last remaining drops of the divine spring elixir into it, carefully submerging the Golden Wind Cicada egg within. The golden patterns on the egg glowed faintly, breathing in the pure energy from the elixir with slow, steady intensity. Only after completing all this did Li Qingshan exhale deeply, his face glowing with a satisfied smile. Yet he did not linger in this state of contentment. He quickly refocused his mind, redirecting his attention back to the alchemy furnace. External aids may be beneficial, but one's own path remains the foundation. Day after day, year after year. Within the cave dwelling, the earth fire never ceased to burn. Li Qingshan was utterly immersed in the world of alchemy. He possessed advantages unmatched by others. The systematic guidance of the alchemy cauldron scripture, the high-grade spiritual herbs provided by thee, and his own powerful divine sense and immortal true essence at the late foundation establishment stage allowed for precise control over the heat. More crucially, he possessed a heart devoted to the Tao One, resilient enough to endure solitude and steadfast enough to maintain unwavering focus. Failure is a common occurrence. Batch after batch of failed pills were discarded without a second thought, each failure meticulously documented, analyzed, and refined. He pursued not speed, but perfection in every step and a thorough grasp of the process. A month later, his first successful batch of chi-gathering pills emerged from the furnace. Though only low-grade, yielding just 3 pills, it marked his official entry into the ranks of a first-tier pill master. 3 years passed. He could now stably refine multiple types of first-tier pills with high success rates, even achieving a batch of top-grade first-tier restoration pills. By the 5th year, his mastery of first-tier alchemy had reached perfection. With flawless technique, he effortlessly produced his first batch of top-tier first-tier decoalescing pills. As the pill was completed, the room filled with its fragrance. The pill was perfectly round and flawless, brimming with potent medicinal energy. At this point, his first-tier alchemy had reached its pinnacle. Next came the challenge of second-tier spiritual pills. This step proved vastly more difficult than before. Second-tier elixirs demanded stronger spiritual herbs, more complex fusion techniques, and exponentially greater demands on spiritual awareness, true essence, and fire control. He selected a relatively basic second-tier inferior spirit pill documented in the alchemy cauldron scripture, the condensing essence pill, a common elixir used by foundation establishment cultivators to enhance their cultivation. Countless failures followed. Exploding furnaces, charred ingredients, conflicting potencies, problems arose relentlessly. Li Qingshan remained unhurried and unflustered, like the most patient hunter, gradually overcoming each challenge. When materials ran out, he simply bought more. Spirit stones were no object to him. When his divine sense was depleted, he meditated to restore it while reflecting on the process. Seasons passed, and 5 more years slipped by. On this particular day, within the alchemy chamber, Li Qingshan was utterly focused. His movements flowed like clouds in water as he precisely added each prepared spirit herb. The earth fire surged and subsided under his command, as obedient as an extension of his own arm. The alchemy furnace trembled faintly as an increasingly potent fragrance of elixir wafted out uncontrollably. Li Qingshan's gaze grew intense. His hand seals shifted as he uttered a low command, "Condense." A flash of light erupted within the furnace before swiftly retreating. He drew a deep breath and slowly lifted the lid. Resting quietly at the bottom lay 3 pills, each about the size of a longan, gleaming with a translucent white luster and faintly visible alchemical patterns. They radiated pure medicinal energy fluctuations. Second tier, low-grade spirit pills condensing truth pills. 3 pills had been successfully refined, all of medium-grade quality. Chapter 58, Foundation Establishment Grand Completion. Though only mid-grade and with a low success rate, this marked the culmination of 10 years of arduous effort and countless spiritual herbs. Li Qingshan had finally crossed the threshold into becoming a second tier. Gazing at the warm pills in his palm, a satisfied smile spread across Li Qingshan's face. Over these 10 years, not only had his pill refinement skills reached perfection, but his cultivation base, bolstered by daily practice and pill supplements, had steadily advanced to the peak of the late foundation establishment stage, just one step away from grand perfection. The third transformation of the 9 transformations golden body technique had been perfected, rendering his physical body incredibly formidable. As for the golden wind cicada, nourished by vast quantities of spiritual essence, its vitality surged ever more powerfully. The golden glow on its egg grew increasingly intense, suggesting the day of its emergence was drawing near. Outside the cave dwelling, the 3 tribulation cultivators had long since lost patience. After years of waiting, they departed in frustration. Li Qingshan placed the 3 condensing truth pills into his calm gaze carrying a hint of sharpness. The next day, the 3 second-tier inferior condensing truth pills transformed into second-tier supreme condensing truth pills. It's time. Time to break through to the great perfection of foundation establishment. Li Qingshan thought silently to himself. Gazing at the 3 flawless pills in his hand, their patterns swirling, radiating astonishing potency, Li Qingshan hesitated no longer. He returned to his meditation chamber, regulated his breathing, and elevated his state to its peak before taking one of the supreme condensing truth pills. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth. Its immense, river-like surge of pure medicinal power flooded his limbs and bones. Without needing much refinement, it swiftly transformed into supremely pure, immortal true essence, flowing into his already overflowing Dantian sea of qi. The transition from late foundation establishment to foundation establishment great perfection was not merely an accumulation of spiritual energy. It was an extreme compression and sublimation of the Dantian sea, expanding its capacity and thickening the true essence to lay a solid foundation for condensing the golden core. The potency of the supreme grade condensing truth pill far exceeded expectations, propelling this process forward with both swiftness and stability. A month later, the first pill was fully assimilated. Li Qingshan's Dantian Qihai now pulsed with energy as dense as fog, his true essence surging and roaring. Without hesitation, he swallowed the second pill. Another 2 months passed. The true essence within his Dantian was no longer mist but had transformed into a steady drizzle of spiritual rain, ceaselessly falling and gathering. When the potency of the third supreme condensing essence pill was fully absorbed and refined, a faint yet distinct rumble suddenly erupted from within Li Qingshan's body. Within his Dantian, the vast true essence had completely transformed into a surging liquid ocean, its waves crashing and rolling. The pure and mighty magical power was several times greater than that of an ordinary foundation establishment P cultivator. Foundation establishment grand perfection achieved. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiant with divine light. The aura surrounding him flowed seamlessly, surpassing his previous state. Finally, I've reached this point. Li Qingshan felt the surging power within his body and sighed inwardly. The next step was the path to the golden core. No sooner had he stabilized his cultivation realm and emerged from seclusion than he sensed a faint disturbance in the protective barriers surrounding his cave dwelling, as if someone had come to visit. Li Qingshan swept his divine sense across the area and discovered it was his neighbors from the caves on either side. To the left stood a middle-aged cultivator clad in azure robes, his face gaunt and his aura profoundly deep. He possessed the cultivation of a foundation establishment grand perfection, with an exquisitely embroidered talisman pattern adorning his sleeve. To the right stood a couple in their 30s, both at the late foundation establishment stage. The man was stocky, while the woman possessed delicate, beautiful features. Li Qingshan paused briefly before activating his cave dwelling's protective barriers. As a newcomer, it was only proper to greet his neighbors and perhaps gather some information. However, he swiftly activated the minor concealment heaven secret art, disguising his cultivation level as mid-foundation establishment. Congratulations, fellow Daoist, on emerging from seclusion with such remarkable cultivation progress. The man from the couple bowed first, his smile warm and sincere. I am Zhang Pang, and this is my wife, Wan Xiaoqian. We reside in the cave dwelling to your right. This gentleman to the left is Master Lin Xian, a renowned talisman master in Zixia Immortal City. Lin Xian, a foundation establishment grand perfection cultivator, gave a slight nod. His demeanor was neither overly warm nor haughty as he remarked indifferently, I sensed intense fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from your cave dwelling, suggesting a breakthrough. We came to offer our congratulations. You appear unfamiliar. Are you a recent arrival?
Li Qingshan returned the bow with a perfectly measured smile, keeping his cultivation level at the newly attained foundation establishment peak. I am Zhou Yun, a solitary cultivator.
Indeed, I have only recently moved here. I've been occupied with cultivation and studying rudimentary alchemy techniques, rarely venturing out.
I haven't had the chance to greet my neighbors yet, please forgive my rudeness. This minor breakthrough is hardly worth mentioning. Thank you for your concern, fellow cultivators.
Eh?
Zhang Peng's eyes lit up, his tone growing warmer.
Fellow Daoist Zhou is actually A? My apologies. For us solitary cultivators, it's a great honor to meet A.
Wan Xiaoqian added softly, Daoist Zhou, no need for formalities. As neighbors, we should look out for one another. Having just achieved a breakthrough, if you need any assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. Lin Xian perked up slightly at this, glancing at Li Qingshan.
Oh? Fellow Daoist Zhou is also A? May I ask what tier?
Li Qingshan humbly replied, I wouldn't dare call myself a master. I'm merely self-taught, barely able to refine some low-grade second-tier elixirs.
My success rate is abysmal, truly embarrassing.
Even so, it was enough to make Zhang Peng and his wife envious.
Lin Xian nodded.
While second-tier low-grade alchemists weren't rare in Zixia Immortal City, they were still worth cultivating connections with.
The group exchanged pleasantries at the cave entrance.
The Zhang Peng couple were quite talkative, expressing warm enthusiasm toward their new neighbor and alchemist, Li Qingshan. Lin Xian spoke little, but his occasional remarks revealed his worldly knowledge.
As the conversation flowed, Zhang Peng seemed to recall something and lowered his voice.
Fellow Daoist Zhou, during your seclusion these past days, have you heard that the Purple Mist Pavilion is hosting a major auction next month?
Li Qingshan's interest piqued, curiosity flitting across his face. Oh? An auction at the Purple Mist Pavilion? I'm new here and hadn't heard. I imagine there will be many fine items?
More than just treasures.
Wan Xiaoqian chimed in, her voice tinged with excitement. I hear the grand finale is a golden core.
Word has spread like wildfire. Many late foundation establishment cultivators, even clan heads from minor families, are itching to compete, ready to bet everything they own.
Golden core pill.
Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat, though his expression remained composed.
The golden core pill.
Indeed, it's something that could stir up quite a storm. The golden core pill aiding in forming the golden core and breaking through to the golden core stage was precisely what he needed most right now. Lin Xian added casually, besides the golden core pill, the Purple Mist auction always features rare treasures seldom seen elsewhere, cultivation techniques, magical artifacts, spiritual materials, and marvelous items.
If you're interested, fellow Daoist Zhou, you might want to take a look. Even if you can't afford the golden core pill, you might find something useful.
His words were straightforward. Golden core pills were far beyond the reach of ordinary solitary cultivators.
Thank you for the information, Master Lin.
Such a grand gathering certainly merits my attendance to broaden my horizons. Li Qingshan bowed in gratitude.
Chapter 59, Neighbors.
Just then, Zhang Peng rubbed his hands together, looking somewhat embarrassed as he addressed Li Qingshan.
Fellow Daoist Zhou, I hope you won't mind my boldness, but might we request your assistance in refining a batch of purple cloud pills? This is a mid-tier second-grade pill, capable of advancing our late foundation establishment cultivation. We've prepared 3 sets of ingredients.
We understand the rules. Regardless of the yield, we'll only take 1 batch.
A separate reward will be offered.
Li Qingshan's face clouded over as he pondered, fellow Daoist Zhang, fellow Daoist Wan, it's not that I'm refusing. The truth is, I've only just broken through, and my cultivation base isn't fully stabilized yet.
Moreover, my alchemy skills are rudimentary, and my success rate is low.
I fear I might waste the precious herbs you two worked so hard to gather.
Why not wait until my cultivation is more stable? If you still trust me, then I'll refine it for you.
His words were reasonable and polite, gracefully declining the current request while leaving the door open for the future, thus avoiding any offense. After all, his current persona was that of a newly advanced, mediocre skilled solitary alchemist.
Though slightly disappointed, the Zhang Peng couple understood and quickly replied, no problem, no problem. We were too abrupt. We'll wait until Daoist Zhou is more convenient.
After a few more moments of casual conversation, the 3 took their leave. After seeing off his neighbors, Li Qingshan returned to his cave residence, his mind racing.
Forming the golden core. I must find a way to obtain it.
Even if I can't bid for it, I must uncover the whereabouts of those key ingredients listed in the formula.
Li Qingshan thought to himself. He didn't hold out much hope for acquiring the golden core pill at auction.
After all, golden core pills were exceedingly rare and precious. Their appearance this time would surely draw countless bidders. Among them were inevitably disciples from major factions like the Spring-and-Autumn Sect.
Competing with them was far too dangerous.
Li Qingshan's greatest hope was to obtain the herbs for the golden core pill and then figure out how to refine it himself. After all, his current alchemy skills were quite solid. With a few more years of dedicated study, refining the golden core pill would not be an insurmountable challenge. Though the golden elixir formula was recorded in the true scripture of the alchemy cauldron, its 3 primary ingredients, pure yang golden vine, soul settling flower, and mystic een herb, were all exceedingly rare.
He resolved to immediately try his luck at the Purple Mist Pavilion and the 100 Treasures Street. His first stop was the Purple Mist Pavilion. He stated directly that he wished to purchase high-grade spiritual herbs. The same indifferent elder greeted him. Pure Yang Golden Vine? Soul-stabilizing flower? Mystic Een herb? The old man lifted his eyelids to glance at Li Qingshan.
Seeing that Li Qingshan was only at the mid-foundation establishment cultivation level, his expression grew even more indifferent.
You dare to dream, fellow Taoist.
These 3 spiritual herbs are all primary ingredients for forging the golden elixir. They are no ordinary things.
Our pavilion currently has no stock.
Even if we did, each would cost tens of thousands of spirit stones and typically only appears at auctions.
Just as expected.
Li Qingshan was unsurprised. After thanking the old man, he turned and headed toward the more chaotic and diverse 100 Treasure Street. Treasure Street remained bustling as ever. Li Qingshan patiently searched and inquired at each shop and stall.
Most shopkeepers shook their heads flatly upon hearing what he sought.
Occasionally, a few claimed to have it, but upon inspection, they turned out to be substitutes lacking sufficient age or outright fakes. Just as he was about to give up and wait for the auction, he paused at an inconspicuous stall tucked away in a secluded corner.
The vendor was an old woman wrapped in a tattered black robe, emanating a cold aura. She possessed early foundation establishment cultivation.
Scattered across the stall were mud-stained minerals, animal bones, and several spiritual herbs emitting fainting energy. Among them, a spirit herb with a deep blue body, narrow leaves, and silver-like veins caught Li Qingshan's attention. Its unique cold aura and form closely resembled the xianin grass described in the Dan Ding True Classic. However, it appeared to be less than a century old. Li Qingshan crouched down, pretending to casually examine the minerals before finally picking up the dark blue herb.
He asked nonchalantly, "Hey, how much for the scene condensing grass?" He deliberately used a common misnomer.
The old crone lifted her cloudy eyes and rasped, "Boy, don't speak without knowing.
This isn't een coagulating grass, it's xianin grass.
I risked my life to bring it out from a een vein wasteland. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, no haggling." Li Qingshan's heart jolted.
It was indeed the mystic een herb. Though its age was shallow, the ruby gourd excelled at enhancing age.
Yet his face twisted into a sneer.
Mystic een grass? Don't try to fool me, vendor. I've studied the texts. True mystic een grass requires at least 300 years to mature for medicinal use. Its entire body glows azure, with veins like gold.
Yours has an off-color hue, with merely silvery white veins.
At best, it's decades old. Its medicinal potency falls far short. How dare you call this xianin grass? It's barely a mutated een ning grass. 500 spirit stones, I'll take it.
Exposed, the old crone's face darkened.
She snorted, "Humph. You ignorant brat. Even if it's underaged, it's still xianin grass. 2,000 spirit stones. 800. 1,500. 1,000. 1,000 tops. Otherwise, you can keep it as your treasure."
Li Qingshan made a move to leave.
Fine, fine.
Consider it a bargain from this old crone to kick off business today.
1,000 spirit stones. Take it.
The old woman waved her hand, looking pained. Li Qingshan felt a surge of secret delight. He promptly paid 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and tucked the imperfect xianin grass into his bag. To others, its potency might be insufficient, but for Li Qingshan, possessing the meant enhancing this xianin grass to 300 years' worth of cultivation was no great challenge. With this, one of the 3 essential herbs for forming the golden core was secured. As for the pure yang golden vine and the soul-stabilizing flower, he scoured 100 Treasure Street to no avail.
It seems my only hope now rests on the upcoming Purple Mist auction.
Li Qingshan thought to himself, his gaze shifting toward the towering Purple Mist Pavilion in the city center. As Li Qingshan weaved through the bustling crowds of 100 Treasure Street, his mind preoccupied with the auction, his senses suddenly jolted. A faint yet unmistakably clear vibration traveled through the mental link forged by the blood-refining secret art, emanating from the at his waist.
It was the golden wind cicada egg.
It was no longer merely absorbing the spiritual liquid slowly. Instead, it conveyed an urgent, desperate intent to break free from its shell as if a long-slumbering life force was struggling to awaken. A surge of immense joy flooded Li Qingshan's heart, instantly dispelling any desire to linger. He turned on his heel and, moving even faster than on his way there, slipped unnoticed through the crowd, heading straight back to his cave dwelling in the T-shaped district. The moment he entered the cave dwelling, he activated the Mystic Yellow Array platform at full power, unleashing the maximum might of the Mystic Yellow Earth Vein Spirit Sealing Array. Layers of earth yellow light spread out, enveloping the entire cave dwelling tightly, ensuring complete isolation of internal and external energies, sounds, and light.
This matter concerned ancient strange insects. Not a single trace could be leaked.
Only after completing these preparations did he carefully retrieve the jade bowl containing the golden wind cicada egg from his. The spiritual elixir within had long been drained, leaving the stone egg now radiating a brilliant yet non-glaring golden glow that illuminated the entire alchemy chamber. The intricate, mystical golden patterns on the eggshell seemed to come alive, flowing like liquid and emanating an ancient, powerful rhythm of life.
Chapter 60, The Golden Wind Cicada Emerges. Thump, thump. A faint yet powerful vibration emanated from within the egg, like the vigorous beating of a miniature heart. Each beat sent subtle ripples through the surrounding spiritual energy. Li Qingshan held his breath, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the golden wind cicada egg, his heart filled with anticipation and a hint of tension. He could distinctly sense the tiny life within gathering its final reserves of strength. Snap! An extremely faint yet crystal clear crackling sound rang out. At the tip of the eggshell, where the radiance was most intense, a hairline crack appeared. Almost as if alive, the crack swiftly spread downward, branching out until it covered more than half the shell in an instant. Crack, crack! The cracking sounds grew increasingly rapid. Suddenly, all the golden radiance abruptly retracted inward, completely withdrawing back into the egg. The next moment. Buzz. An invisible yet piercingly sharp hum erupted violently from within the egg. This sound did not affect the eardrums but pierced directly through the flesh, violently striking Li Qingshan's soul. Even though he was prepared and bound to the cicada egg through a blood-forged connection, his soul still wavered slightly, and his vision blurred for an instant. How formidable! Barely hatched, yet its chirping already shakes the soul of a Foundation Establishment cultivator at peak perfection. Li Qingshan's heart raced with terror, followed by wild elation. With that first cry, the golden eggshell, now covered in cracks, finally shattered completely. A dazzling golden light shot forth from within, hovering midair. The golden light slowly retracted, revealing its true form. It was a cicada roughly the size of an infant's fist. Its body was not flesh and blood, but rather seemed carved from the purest fusion of gold and white jade, radiating a warm and mysterious glow. Its compound eyes resembled two perfect rubies, flickering with a lively yet icy light. Most extraordinary were its wings. Thin as gauze, nearly transparent, they radiated a noble pale gold hue. Naturally grown across their surfaces were golden patterns infinitely finer than hair strands, intricate and profound to the extreme, as if containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. As the wings quivered faintly, they emitted a low hum that stirred the soul, while tiny, dust-like flakes of golden light drifted down beautiful yet deadly. Hovering there, it radiated an aura of antiquity, nobility, and ferocity. This was the ancient marvelous insect, the golden wind cicada. As if sensing the familiar essence of vital blood within Li Qingshan, the golden wind cicada fluttered its delicate wings. It transformed into a golden thread, almost invisible to the naked eye, instantly appearing on Li Qingshan's fingertip. Its speed rivaled teleportation. Li Qingshan didn't even have time to react. He felt only a faint chill at his fingertip. Looking down, he saw the exquisitely crafted golden cicada nuzzling his finger affectionately with its tiny head, transmitting a complex thought, one of childlike devotion and dependence, yet tinged with an innate ferocity. Through the blood-forged bond, Li Qingshan could clearly sense the terrifying power contained within this tiny creature. When those delicate wings flapped at full force, they could unleash a bone-corroding, soul-melting golden poison wind. Its chirping, as it matured, would become a terrifying killing sound capable of tearing apart divine souls. And its speed was an innate talent, piercing through spiritual barriers as if they were nothing. Good. 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 Li Qingshan exclaimed 3 times, his joy beyond words. He cradled the golden wind cicada carefully in his palm, scrutinizing this marvelous creature born of heaven and earth. According to the secret canon of 10,000 spirit insects, the golden wind cicada possesses the strength of a low-tier second-stage cultivator at birth, equivalent to a Foundation Establishment early-stage practitioner. Yet its true combat prowess, especially its soul-attacking abilities and uncanny speed, can threaten even mid-stage or late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators. Moreover, its potential is limitless. By continuously feeding its spiritual treasures and absorbing the golden wind's malevolent energy, it can grow endlessly. Li Qingshan grew more and more fond of it the longer he looked. This little creature would surely become a formidable trump card in his hands. He pondered for a moment, then drew a strand of pure spiritual essence from his. The golden wind cicada immediately emitted a cheerful chirp, diving onto the spiritual liquid and greedily absorbing it. The golden light on its body seemed to brighten a notch. From now on, I'll call you Little Gold, Li Qingshan murmured with a smile, gently touching its cool, smooth carapace with his fingertip. Little Gold fluttered its wings, emitting a soft humming sound, as if in response. Satisfied, Li Qingshan returned the little golden creature to the ruby gourd for proper nurturing. He gazed at the shattered golden eggshells scattered on the ground, still radiating traces of spiritual energy. They say the eggshells of newly hatched rare insects are also rare treasures. He carefully gathered every fragment, knowing they might prove useful someday in alchemy or artifact forging. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the Purple Mist auction finally arrived. That day, the area outside the Purple Mist Pavilion was teeming with people. Cultivators from all directions poured in, among them many powerful Foundation Establishment cultivators, and occasionally, the heart-stopping aura of a golden core cultivator would sweep past. Li Qingshan had long since prepared himself. He donned an inconspicuous gray robe and a black hood that blocked spiritual sense detection. He activated the minor concealment technique, skillfully maintaining his cultivation fluctuations at the mid-Foundation Establishment level. Thus, even acquaintances standing before him would struggle to see through his disguise. After paying the 100-piece low-grade spirit stone entrance fee, he followed the crowd into the vast circular hall specially constructed by the Purple Mist Pavilion for the auction. The venue was divided into 2 levels. The lower tier held ordinary seating, already occupied by hundreds of cultivators whose murmurs hummed like a swarm. The upper level comprised individual private boxes, clearly reserved for prominent figures or golden core cultivators. Li Qingshan found a secluded corner in the back of the lower level, sat down, and discreetly suppressed his aura. His gaze swept casually across the venue. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Not far ahead, diagonally across the room, he spotted several familiar figures. A figure in a black dress, graceful and slender, with a face of unparalleled beauty yet tinged with a hint of mischief. It was none other than the holy maiden of the demon cult, Lung Weiwe. She sat alone, surrounded by an invisible vacuum zone. Many cultivators cast glances at her, some filled with apprehension, others with greed, yet none dared approach lightly. On the other side, 2 female cultivators clad in Spring-Autumn Sect robes also caught his eye. One stood tall and slender, her aura as cold as frost. The fluctuations of spiritual energy around her clearly indicated she had reached the late foundation establishment stage, none other than Li Qingshan. Beside her stood a charming young woman with lively eyes, Zhou Taoyao, who had already successfully established her foundation. The 2 women were engaged in low conversation, their eyes brimming with anticipation for the auction. "They're here too." Li Qingshan's heart sank. He immediately lowered his head further, concealing his presence even more thoroughly. The minor concealment technique surged to its peak. Chapter 61, The Auction. Fortunately, his disguise was effective, and Li Qingshan and the others were clearly focused on the auction itself, paying no attention to this ordinary cultivator tucked away in the corner. Area has grown up. Li Qingshan's gaze fell upon Zhou Taoyao, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Now, Zhou Taoyao stood tall and slender, her beauty breathtaking. Clad in a pink gown, her cultivation had reached the early stages of foundation establishment. The little girl from over 20 years ago had fully blossomed into a young woman. Li Qingshan felt genuinely happy for her. However, Li Qingshan's current status was too sensitive. He could not meet with Zhou Taoyao. Just then, the lights at the front of the hall suddenly illuminated. An elder dressed in the robes of the Purple Mist Pavilion, his complexion rosy and his cultivation at the peak of foundation establishment, strode slowly onto the auction platform. He smiled broadly as he surveyed the crowd, his voice booming like a bell, instantly silencing the entire hall. "Welcome, fellow cultivators, to the Purple Mist Auction. I am Zhao Cohen of the Purple Mist Pavilion, humbly serving as the auctioneer for this event. The rules are well known, the highest bidder wins. Should spirit stones be insufficient, equivalent treasures may be offered as collateral. Those who deliberately disrupt the proceedings will find the Purple Mist Pavilion shows no mercy. Without further ado, I declare the auction officially open." The simple opening words carried the weight of a foundation establishment cultivator at peak power, causing the assembled cultivators to perk up. Now, the first item up for auction. A maid of exquisite beauty, clad in sheer robes, glided onto the stage carrying a jade tray draped in crimson silk. The moment the crimson silk was lifted, a burst of rainbow light erupted, its piercing sharpness stinging the skin of the front row cultivators. "Whoa! What powerful sword energy!" A chorus of gasps erupted from the audience below. Resting upon the jade tray was a 3-foot-long sword. Its blade shimmered with radiant colors, resembling a solidified rainbow glow. The sword emitted a clear, resonant hum, its spiritual pressure overwhelming. Elder Zhao Kuan declared with a resonant laugh, a supreme spirit artifact, the flying rainbow sword. Forged from a century-old rainbow crystal as its core material, supplemented by 13 rare spirit metals including secret silver and stardust, this blade was painstakingly crafted over 49 days by our Purple Mist Pavilion's foremost master smith. Not only is its edge peerlessly sharp, capable of slicing through hair, but it also carries the rainbow transformation minor teleportation technique, allowing instant travel of 100 zheng. Whether for attack or retreat, it is the ultimate choice. Foundation establishment cultivators wielding this divine weapon will gain wings like a tiger. Starting bid, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 100. Bidding begins now. 5,005. A middle-aged man roared the moment the words left his mouth. 6,000. A female cultivator beside him countered without hesitation. 6,005. 7,000. This flying rainbow sword is mine. 8,000. Penniless beggars, don't come here to embarrass yourselves. 9,000. The price shot up like a lit rocket, bids rising in rapid succession as the scene instantly reached a fever pitch. Many foundation establishment cultivators flushed crimson with excitement. The allure of a top-tier offensive spirit artifact was simply too great. 12,000. A detached voice drifted from a private box, instantly raising the bid by several thousand. The crowd fell silent for a moment, but soon another bidder gritted their teeth and followed. 12,005. 13,000. After a fierce bidding war, the flying rainbow sword was finally claimed by a late foundation establishment cultivator, his face flushed crimson with excitement. He secured it for a staggering 15,000 low-grade spirit stones, drawing countless envious and jealous glances. Several more treasures were auctioned off in succession. A 300-year-old dragon vein grass sparked a small-scale bidding war among alchemists. A set of high-grade spirit array flags, rumored to be capable of trapping late Foundation establishment cultivators, was happily purchased by the head of a minor clan. A tattered ancient talisman, though its power unknown, fetched a respectable price and was claimed by Li Qingshan. The atmosphere remained fervent, filled with constant gasps, sighs, and bidding calls. Li Qingshan sat unmoving in the corner, immovable as a rock, seemingly oblivious to the frenzy. As the auction reached its midpoint, Elder Zhao Kuan's smile broadened. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice sharply, infusing it with a touch of magical power to ensure every corner heard him clearly. Fellow Taoists, silence, please. The next item is the first major highlight of this auction. For those devoted to the path of alchemy, or those with disciples in their clans or sects urgently needing to form their core, this item is not to be missed. The entire hall fell instantly silent. All eyes focused on the stage, particularly those of the alchemists and cultivators at the late Foundation establishment stage and above, whose breathing instinctively grew heavier. A maid carefully presented a jade box shrouded in layers of protective light. Elder Zhao Kuan personally cast several hand seals, causing the restrictions to slowly dissipate. The instant the lid lifted, a searing, pure yang energy bursting with life force swept through the hall like a miniature storm. Whoa! Such pure yang energy! What kind of spirit treasure is this? Within the jade box lay a vine segment, roughly a foot long. It gleamed like flawless gold, translucent and radiant, its surface naturally adorned with crimson flame patterns. It shone brilliantly, its spiritual energy overwhelming. Elder Zhao Kuan's voice soared with fervor, one of the 3 primary herbs for forming the golden core. 300 years old, of supreme quality pure yang golden vine. Its rarity needs no elaboration from this old man. Obtaining a single vine marks the most crucial step on the path to forming the core. Starting bid, 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Bids must increase by no less than 500. Begin. 10,000. An elderly man in the front row, clad in the robes of the Disdain sect with its alchemy cauldron emblem embroidered on his chest, spoke up immediately. His voice boomed like a bell, instantly raising the bid by 2,000, revealing his determined intent to secure the item. 11,000. A portly middle-aged cultivator beside him matched the bid without hesitation. 13,000. A cold voice echoed from a private box on the second floor. 15,000. The Disdain sect elder didn't even flinch. The bidding soared at a staggering pace, with offers coming almost exclusively from VIPs in private boxes, renowned alchemists, or representatives of major sections. The allure of the golden core was enough to drive anyone mad. Li Qingshan knew he couldn't wait any longer. Taking a deep breath, he altered his voice, calmly bidding in a low, hoarse tone, 20,000. This bid felt like cold water splashed into hot oil, instantly freezing the frenzied bidding for a moment. Countless gazes shot toward the dim corner where Li Qingshan sat, attempting to pierce through the cloak and see the audacious bidder's face, but were firmly blocked. Whispering murmurs filled the air. After a brief silence, an aged voice carrying undeniable authority and a hint of displeasure echoed from a private box on the second floor, 21,000 spirit stones. After a pause, the voice continued, as if imparting wisdom to a junior, esteemed Taoist friend, I am Deng Yalan. This item is urgently needed for my purposes. I humbly request you grant me this small favor. Deng owes you a debt of gratitude. Master Deng? It's Master Deng Yalan. He's the foremost third-tier lower-grade alchemist in our Purple Mist Immortal City, second only to the Purple Mist Immortal himself. He personally made the request. If that person knows what's good for him, he should give up immediately. Offend Master Deng, and you'll never buy in Purple Mist Immortal City again? A buzz of murmurs instantly filled the crowd below the stage. Nearly everyone believed the cloaked figure should know when to quit. Yet, under everyone's gaze, Li Qingshan seemed utterly oblivious to the veiled threat in that kind suggestion. With his usual calm, gravelly voice, he spoke again, 25,000. Whoosh! The entire hall erupted in shock. Who dared to so bluntly snub Master Deng's face? And raise the bid by 4,000 spirit stones in one go? What kind of upstart dared to challenge him like this? Inside the private box, Deng Yalan's face darkened instantly, his eyes flashing with fury. As the undisputed master of alchemy in Purple Mist Immortal City, when had he ever been publicly humiliated like this by some shadowy figure? Chapter 62, The Purple Mist Elixir. 28,000. Deng Yalan's voice grew noticeably colder, tinged with a hint of irritation. Li Qingshan remained utterly unfazed, as if the other's emotions were none of his concern. He raised the bid again, his voice still steady yet carrying an unyielding resolve, 35,000 spirit stones. Boom! The auction hall erupted in chaos. 35,000 spirit stones. For just one main ingredient? He's mad. Absolutely mad. This guy must be here just to antagonize Master Deng. What a lavish bid. How deep must his pockets be? Deng Yalan's face darkened like a sooty pot bottom, his chest rising and falling slightly. This price far exceeded the actual value of this piece of pure yang golden vine. It was pure price gouging. Though he was wealthy, he wasn't one to squander like this. More importantly, in front of everyone, he'd been silenced by a nobody throwing spirit stones. He glared fixedly at Li Qingshan's direction. After a long moment, he finally ground out a cold snort through clenched teeth. Humph. Fine. Very well. Fellow Daoist, your wealth is indeed formidable. This old man withdraws. The underlying fury and impending trouble in that snort were clear to everyone present. Seeing this, Elder Zhaokuan quickly stepped in with a smile, smoothing things over. 35,000 spirit stones. Any higher bids? 35,000 going once. 35,000 going twice. 35,000 going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations, fellow Daoist. This pure yang golden vine is yours. Li Qingshan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Success. Though the cost was steep and he defended a local powerhouse, it was all worth it for the sake of forming his golden core. He could distinctly feel the icy glare emanating from the private box, locking onto him like a venomous snake. Yet, his heart remained unruffled. Senior sister, the competition for the golden core is too fierce. I fear our prepared spirit stones won't be enough. In a corner of the auction hall, Zhou Taoyao's voice carried a hint of worry and resignation. Yiling Shuang had brought Zhou Taoyao to Purple Mist Immortal City to broaden her horizons, and the auction was the most crucial part of this journey. Especially that golden core pill. Yiling Shuang had now reached the late foundation establishment stage, standing but a step away from the grand completion of foundation establishment. She must now seriously consider the matter of forming her golden core. Although the Spring-and-Autumn Sect had quotas for golden core formation pills, they were exceedingly scarce, making them difficult for ordinary disciples to obtain. Originally, given Yiling Shuang's status, obtaining a golden core pill wouldn't have been difficult. But now, her situation within the sect was too precarious, constantly targeted by others. She had no choice but to acquire the golden core pill herself. Yiling Shuang's cool voice replied, "It doesn't matter. The sect's support this time is limited, and the chances were slim to begin with. Our main target is the Purple Mist Spirit Pill. Though inferior to the golden core pill, it still boosts the chance of forming a core by 20%, making it crucial for me. If we can secure one, our journey will not have been in vain. Let's hope the competition for the Purple Mist Spirit Pill isn't too fierce." Zhou Taoyao nodded vigorously, hope reigniting in her eyes. The Purple Mist Spirit Pill was a unique elixir created by the Purple Mist Immortal. Its effects were exactly as Yiling Shuang described it, could increase the chance of forming a golden core by 20%. It was precisely through the Purple Mist Spirit Pill that the Purple Mist Immortal had secured his position as the ruler of Purple Mist Immortal City. Though it couldn't match the golden core pill's 40% boost to the chance of forming a core, for cultivators without the golden core pill, it was a treasure beyond their wildest dreams. The auction continued. The next few treasures, though valuable, failed to capture Li Qingshan's interest. That changed when a peculiar item was brought forth. It was a fist-sized stone, entirely pitch black, with a rough surface. It emitted no spiritual energy fluctuations and appeared somewhat unsightly. Elder Zhaokuan stroked his beard as he introduced it. This object's origins are quite mysterious. It was obtained by one of our sect's elders from the depths of an ancient battlefield ruin. Its hardness is beyond comprehension. We have attempted to burn it with true fire, cleave it with flying swords, and even enlisted the aid of a golden core cultivator, yet not a single scratch has been made. Yet beyond this, its specific function remains unknown to this day. Perhaps it is a long-forgotten treasure, or perhaps merely an exceptionally hard stone. We present it today to find its destined owner. Starting bid, 3,000 spirit stones. Minimum increment, 500 spirit stones. A murmur rippled through the crowd below the stage. That black lump? 3,000 spirit stones? Has the Purple Mist Pavilion gone mad for spirit stones? From an ancient battlefield? Sounds somewhat significant, but it's unusable. Buy it just for decoration? TSK, way too risky. Not worth it, not worth it. The overwhelming majority wore expressions of disinterest. Just as Elder Zhaokuan, visibly disappointed, prepared to declare the item unsold, a cool, melodious voice laced with an air of absolute certainty rose from the front row. 3,000 spirit stones. The speaker was none other than Lang Weiyue, the holy maiden of the demon cult. Her expression remained impassive, as if she were purchasing something utterly insignificant. All eyes turned toward her in astonishment. How could the demon sect's holy maiden take interest in a worthless stone? Could she recognize this item? It's possible. The demon cult has a long history, perhaps some ancient texts mention it. Just as the crowd was abuzz with speculation and Elder Zhaokuan was about to bring down the gavel, Deng Yalan, the Three Realms alchemist, spoke up. 3,500 spirit stones. Deng Yalan sensed that this peculiar stone held some extraordinary quality, prompting his desire to purchase it for study. Cold Weiyue's exquisite profile instantly turned icy. Her eyes, like blades of frost, swept toward Deng Yalan. Her crimson lips parted, her voice growing colder still. 5,000 spirit stones. 5,500 spirit stones. Deng Yalan followed without haste. 10,000 spirit stones. Without hesitation, Long Weiyue doubled the bid, revealing her unwavering determination and immense wealth. The price sent shockwaves through the crowd. 10,000 spirit stones for a broken stone?
Now, no one doubted this item was extraordinary.
Yet, seeing Long Weiyue's unwavering determination and the soaring price, no one dared to bid against her. Deng Yalan's brow furrowed slightly. Seeing Lang Weiyue's unwavering determination, he weighed his options and ultimately withdrew, making no further bids.
As Lang Weiyue handed over the spirit stones, she shot a cold glance toward Deng Yalan's corner. The icy chill in her gaze sent a shiver down the spines of several nearby cultivators. That holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect sure holds a grudge. But why hasn't she formed her core after 20 years? A hint of puzzlement flickered in Li Qingshan's eyes. Though he too was quite interested in that peculiar stone, Long Weiyue's relentless determination made him refrain from bidding.
Yet Deng Yalan had only bid a few times before earning Lang Weiyue's resentment. The holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect truly held grudges. Still, Li Qingshan recalled that 20 years ago, within the Xiantian secret realm, Long Weiyue had already reached the peak of foundation establishment cultivation. Yet now, she remained at the same level. Could it be she's concealing her cultivation level? A chill ran through Li Qingshan's heart. If Lang Weiyue had concealed her cultivation, she might very well be a golden core immortal by now. This woman was petty and held grudges. Best not to provoke her. After this minor incident, the atmosphere in the venue grew even more charged. Finally, the auction reached its grand finale, the three crowning treasures. Elder Zhaokuan stood tall, his voice resonating with infused magical power as he addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen. Silence, please. We now approach the grand finale of this auction. Presenting the first of our final treasures. A maid solemnly presented a rosewood tray draped in bright yellow brocade. As the cloth was lifted, a piercing aura that shook the soul erupted instantly. Resting quietly on the tray was an ancient-looking blue talisman. Upon it, a miniature, nearly transparent arrow phantom slowly swirled, emanating a sharpness that seemed capable of tearing through the void. A third-tier, high-grade talisman treasured the piercing void arrow talisman. Elder Zhaokuan's voice trembled with excitement. This talisman treasure was painstakingly forged by a late-stage golden core cultivator who mastered the art of archery. Once activated, it transforms into a piercing arrow that ignores ordinary defenses, possessing peerless power and lightning-like speed. I can state unequivocally, any early-stage golden core cultivator without a powerful protective artifact will either die or be gravely wounded by this arrow. It is the ultimate trump card for turning the tide in dire straits and safeguarding one's cultivation path. Starting bid, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000. Bidding begins now. Boom! The auction hall erupted. A talisman treasure. And a high-grade third-tier one at that. This was equivalent to a full power strike from a golden core cultivator. 15,000 spirit stones. A foundation establishment peak cultivator roared, eyes bloodshot. 20,000 spirit stones. This talisman treasure is mine. You? 23,000 spirit stones. 30,000 spirit stones. No one else is bidding. Chapter 63, Cultivator Raid. The price skyrocketed at a terrifying pace, sending nearly all late foundation establishment and great perfection cultivators into a frenzy. Even some mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators with substantial wealth joined the bidding, clinging to a sliver of hope. The cacophony of bids rose and fell, nearly drowning out the entire venue. 40,000. A cold voice echoed from a second-floor box, carrying the faint aura of a golden core cultivator. The hall instantly quieted. Many foundation establishment cultivators flashed looks of reluctance but had no choice but to back down. 45,000. Another unemotional voice came from a different box, clearly another gold core cultivator. 50,000. The golden core cultivator from the first box spoke again, his tone leaving no room for argument. This price utterly crushed the foundation establishment cultivator's hopes. Ultimately, this treasure-piercing void arrow talisman worthy of being a clan's most prized possession was secured by the golden core cultivator for 50,000 spirit stones, drawing countless envious and reverent gazes from the crowd below. Next, the second and final treasure made its appearance, the purple mist spirit pill that Yiling Shuang and Zhou Taoyao had long anticipated. Elder Zhaokuan held aloft a crystal-clear jade bottle. Inside, 3 pills the size of Lungdan fruits were clearly visible, shrouded in dreamlike purple radiance and adorned with intricate alchemical patterns. The potent medicinal fragrance wafted faintly even through the jade, invigorating the senses. Third-tier inferior spirit pill, the purple mist spirit pill. This exclusive concoction of City Lord Purple Mist Immortal solidifies foundations and nurtures primordial essence, greatly nourishing nascent golden core formations. It increases the chance of forming a golden core by 20% for cultivators nearing foundation establishment completion. Though not as potent as golden core forming elixirs, it remains a rare spirit medicine for core formation. 3 pills total, auctioned separately. Starting bid for the first, 10,000 spirit stones. 15,000. 20,000. 28,000.
Yi Lingshuang's icy voice carried a hint of resolve as she immediately joined the bidding war. Zhou Taoyao nervously clutched the hem of her dress, her small face taut with tension. The bidding soared rapidly, soon surpassing 40,000.
45,000, a representative from a prominent family shouted. 50,000.
Yi Lingshuang held her ground without flinching. The bidding stalled momentarily. 50,000 spirit stones was already a hefty price for the purple mist spirit pill.
50,000 going once. 50,000 going twice.
50,000, 3,000, another voice called hesitantly.
60,000.
Yi Lingshuang declared without hesitation, stating her bottom line with unwavering resolve. This price caused the last bidder to shake his head.
After 3 calls, Elder Zhao Kuan finally brought down the gavel. Sold.
Congratulations to this fellow cultivator from the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao exchanged glances, both letting out long sighs of relief as uncontrollable smiles of joy spread across their faces.
Zhou Taoyao was so thrilled she nearly jumped up.
The bidding for the second purple mist spirit pill grew fiercer, ultimately going to a foundation establishment grand perfection cultivator with a steady aura for 70,200 spirit stones. When the third pill came up, Li Qingshan made his move. Intrigued by this unique elixir from the purple mist immortal, he intended to purchase it for study. Perhaps it could offer insights for his future cultivation of the golden core.
80,000 spirit stones.
He immediately bid a high price, instantly silencing most of the bidding.
This bid drew many surprised glances. Even Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao looked at the cloaked figure with curiosity, wondering of his origins, though they failed to recognize Li Qingshan. Elder Zhao Kuan brought down the gavel, and Li Qingshan successfully secured the final purple mist elixir.
Finally, all the lights in the hall focused on one spot, and every heart in the room was in their throats. 2 foundation establishment guards escorted a golden jade box onto the stage.
The box was densely covered with protective talismans.
Elder Zhao Kuan, his expression solemn, carefully unlocked the seals. The instant the lid lifted, a dazzling golden pillar of light shot skyward. An indescribably profound aura of the Tao spread out, accompanied by a refreshingly strange pill fragrance that made the spiritual energy within every foundation establishment cultivator's body leap and boil. Resting quietly at the center of the jade box lay a pill the size of a longan, perfectly round and golden, its surface naturally formed with a dragon-like pattern.
It appeared as if the essence of the golden core Tao had solidified into physical form. The golden core.
Elder Zhao Kuan shouted the name with deliberate emphasis, straining every ounce of strength, his voice trembling with excitement. Its efficacy needs no elaboration from this old man. Ascend to heaven in one step. The golden core Tao lies before you. A 40% chance of forming the golden core. Defy heaven and rewrite fate, right here, right now. Starting bid, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones.
Each increment must be no less than 5,000. Bidding begins. 100,000. The first bid came directly from a second-floor private box, instantly doubling the price.
It was the voice of a golden core cultivator, calm yet carrying an unmatched aura of authority.
110,000. Another box followed immediately. 130,000. 150,000.
Nearly all bids originated from golden core cultivators or their representatives in the second-floor boxes.
The price escalated at a breathless pace, each increment drawing gasps from the crowd below.
Foundation establishment cultivators could only crane their necks, watching this feast of wealth reserved for golden core cultivators and top-tier factions in stunned silence, lacking even the qualification to participate. Li Qingshan had clung to a sliver of hope, but witnessing this spectacle, especially the calm yet resolute tone of the golden core cultivators, immediately shattered his last shred of ambition.
To antagonize several golden core cultivators in plain sight over a single golden core pill ingredient was far from wise.
He possessed the formula and had already obtained 2 of the primary ingredients.
Refining it himself was the only way to go.
In the end, after a seemingly calm yet intensely dramatic bidding war, the golden core pill was snapped up by a golden core cultivator whose aura was the most profound and deep, for the staggering price of 200,000 spirit stones. Though many foundation establishment cultivators felt resentful, none dared to offend a golden core immortal. Moreover, 200,000 spirit stones was indeed an astronomical sum, leaving many foundation establishment cultivators to sigh in envy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this auction has now concluded. Thank you all for your participation. With Zhao Kuan's smiling announcement, the auction drew to a close.
Purple Mist Pavilion had made a fortune from this auction. As the crowd dispersed, Li Qingshan completed the transaction for the massive haul of spirit stones, carefully stowing away the tattered ancient talisman, the pure yang golden vine, and the Zixia spirit pill. He noticed Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao had also completed their transactions. With expressions of relieved joy, they hurriedly departed the Zixia Pavilion. However, Li Qingshan's powerful divine sense keenly detected several veiled, malevolent gazes silently locking onto the departing Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao. They were 3 foundation establishment cultivators, 2 late stage and 1 great perfection, their eyes greedy and cruel. Clearly, they were plunderers drawn by the sight of wealth.
To possess a treasure is to invite trouble. Li Qingshan sighed inwardly. Li Qingshan and Zhou Taoyao weren't top-tier cultivators, yet they'd acquired the precious Zixia spirit pill. It was only natural they'd attract attention. He had no desire to meddle, but thoughts of Zhou Taoyao surfaced. The little girl who once called him Grandpa Qingshan, the debt of gratitude he owed her. This karmic bond he could not ignore. After all, without Zhou Taoyao, he would never have entered the Spring-and-Autumn Sect or embarked on the path of cultivation. Not to mention, he had been picked up by Zhou Taoyao and given to Li Qingshan. Very well. I shall escort you for a while. Li Qingshan sighed softly. If it were Li Qingshan, he might not have cared, but Zhou Taoyao, he couldn't ignore her. He had to save her. He rose silently, blending into the dispersing crowd like a ghostly apparition. He followed them without a sound, trailing far behind the band of robbers as they left the seemingly safe, yet treacherous purple mist immortal city. Chapter 64, Rescue. 100 miles outside Zixia Immortal City, in a desolate valley. Senior sister, be careful. Zhou Taoyao cried out, summoning a high-grade defensive spirit artifact shaped like an embroidered handkerchief. It barely deflected a venomous flying shuttle striking from the side. Li Qingshan's face was as cold as frost. Her ice crystal long sword danced in a flurry of sword blossoms, its fierce sword sheath forcing a late Foundation establishment cultivator attacking head-on to retreat repeatedly. The blade even sliced a deep gash into the man's arm, exposing bone and spilling blood. Oomph. This little wench has some skill. Big brother, enough playing around. The wounded cultivator cried out in pain, his voice sharp. The leader, a Foundation establishment P cultivator, was a vicious-looking man with a scar across his face. He sneered savagely, truly worthy of being a high disciple of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Pity, for today you are destined to meet your end. This high-grade spirit artifact flying sword and the purple mist spirit pill, this old man will gladly accept them. He held nothing back. A ghost-headed broadsword suddenly materialized in his hand, its blade coiled with thick blood slaughter aura, clearly having drunk countless bloods. He swung with brutal force, unleashing a blood-red blade aura over 10 feet long that tore through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtling toward Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's face paled as she channeled all her strength into her ice crystal sword to block the attack. Clang! A deafening clash of metal echoed through the air. Li Qingshan was struck as if by a heavy blow. Her slender body shook violently. A sweet taste filled her throat as she spat out a mouthful of blood. She was sent flying, sword and all, crashing heavily into the mountain wall. Her vital energy instantly waned. The radiance of the ice crystal long sword in her hand dimmed noticeably. Senior sister. Zhou Taoyao's face drained of color. She tried to rush over but was fiercely entangled by the other two tribulation cultivators, facing imminent danger. First, we'll deal with this nuisance. The scarred man's eyes blazed with savagery. He took a step forward, raising his ghost-headed broadsword once more, poised to deliver the final blow to the gravely wounded Li Qingshan. Simultaneously, a late Foundation establishment cultivator lunged at Zhou Taoyao with a savage grin. Zhou Taoyao's eyes widened in fury, yet she was powerless to intervene. At that critical moment, a faint, imperceptible black light appeared out of nowhere, faster than lightning and utterly silent. It instantly streaked past the back of the late Foundation establishment cultivator who was lunging at Zhou Taoyao. The cultivator's body stiffened abruptly. The savage grin froze on his face, the light in his eyes fading as swiftly as a candle extinguished by wind. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his life force completely extinguished. A tiny crimson dot slowly oozed blood from the center of his brow. Soul-destroying needle. Designed to strike at the soul. Late Foundation establishment cultivator, killed in one strike. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Who? The scarred man paled in terror, snapping his blade back in defense as he scanned the surroundings with panic-stricken eyes. The other late Foundation establishment cultivator, terrified out of his wits, scrambled backward to stand back-to-back with the scarred man, nervously scanning the dark forest. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows, ghostly and elusive. Still cloaked, his face remained hidden. His aura was not particularly powerful, as if he had blended into the surroundings. Who are you? Why interfere with our affairs? We are the Black Slaughter Trio. We ask you to show us some face. The scarred man barked, his voice harsh but trembling with fear, attempting to intimidate the stranger with his reputation. The Black Slaughter Trio were notorious bandits preying on cultivators near Purple Mist Immortal City. Powerful and ruthless, countless cultivators had fallen to their blades. Yet, his words were met with a bone-chilling sword beam. Li Qingshan wasted no words. His frost blade shot from its scabbard, transforming into an ice-blue streak of light that struck straight for the scarred man. Before the blade even reached him, its biting chill nearly froze the blood in his veins. Looking for death. The scarred man roared, channeling all his strength into his demonic blade to meet the attack. He was confident that his Foundation establishment cultivation, combined with this blood-soaked demonic blade, would be enough to hold his own. Clang snap. A bone-chilling crack echoed through the air. Before the scarred man's disbelieving eyes, his prized demonic blade, a high-grade spirit artifact he relied upon, was severed as easily as rotten wood the instant it touched the ice-blue sword light. The icy blade continued its descent unabated. A supreme-grade spirit artifact. The scarred man's soul nearly fled his body. With a blood-curdling scream, he rolled aside in a desperate dodge, disregarding his dignity. Yet he was still a fraction too slow. His left arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder, blood spurting wildly. Brother! The other hijacker was terrified out of his wits. Seeing Li Qingshan's gaze turn his way, he shrieked and violently slapped his storage pouch. Hundreds of poison-coated black needles rained down like a storm toward Li Qingshan, while he spun around and attempted to flee. Li Qingshan's expression remained unchanged. A top-grade golden shield talisman, already clutched in his hand, activated instantly. A massive, solid, golden shield materialized out of thin air. With a series of sharp, clanging sounds, it deflected every single poison needle. Simultaneously, that deadly black light, the soul-extinguishing needle, shot forth again, silently and silently. Though fired later, it arrived first, instantly catching up to the calamity cultivator who had fled barely 10 zhang. The cultivator's body stiffened, crashing to the ground to meet the same fate as his comrade. Almost simultaneously with the soul-extinguishing needle's launch, Li Qingshan, sword in hand, moved with the blade's momentum, closing in on the one-armed scarred man. The scarred man's face twisted with despair and madness as he clutched a short blade in his lone arm, desperate to fight back. Li Qingshan's gaze was icy cold. A flash of sword light. A massive head flew off, frozen in terror and resentment, while the headless corpse crashed heavily to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all three of the notoriously vicious Foundation establishment cultivators, the Black Fiend trio, lay slain. The valley fell into deathly silence, filled only with the thick, suffocating stench of blood. Yi Lingshuang struggled to her feet, and Zhou Taoyao hurried over to support her. The two women stared at the sudden scene before them, witnessing the mysterious cloaked figure effortlessly slaying three men. Especially the leader, a Foundation establishment Grand Perfection cultivator, who hadn't even lasted a single exchange. Their hearts were filled with shock and lingering fear. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Yi Lingshuang forced herself to bow respectfully despite her injuries, her voice weak yet overflowing with gratitude. In her estimation, one capable of so effortlessly slaying a Foundation establishment peak cultivator must undoubtedly be a golden core cultivator. Yet a lingering doubt nagged at her: why would this stranger save them out of nowhere? Zhou Taoyao hurriedly followed suit, her large eyes darting curiously yet fearfully at Li Qingshan. Thank you, senior, for saving us. Li Qingshan deliberately altered his voice, speaking in a hoarse, deep tone. No need for formalities. This is no place to linger. The commotion from our battle was considerable and may have drawn prying eyes. You two should tend to your injuries immediately and return to the Spring-and-Autumn Sect without delay. His words carried an air of absolute authority. Yes, we will heed your guidance, senior. Yi Lingshuang nodded hastily, pulling out healing pills to swallow. Zhou Taoyao nodded obediently too, but her gaze lingered on Li Qingshan, particularly the faint outline of his cloak and the ice-blue longsword beneath it. Just as Li Qingshan turned to depart as silently as he had arrived, Zhou Taoyao suddenly seemed struck by a realization. Her eyes widened abruptly as she blurted out, "Wait. Your Grandpa Qingshan?" Her voice carried 7 parts uncertainty and 3 parts sudden excitement and intuition. Chapter 65, News of the Soul Stabilizing Flower. Li Qingshan's footsteps halted abruptly, his heart racing in alarm. How sharp is this girl's intuition? He had believed his disguise was flawless, altering his aura, voice, and physique, yet he hadn't expected to be recognized. Perhaps it was his habitual fighting style, or the icy sword in his hand, or maybe it was simply Zhou Taoyao's inexplicably profound intuition. But he absolutely could not reveal himself now. Suppressing the turmoil within, he didn't even turn his head. In a voice even more hoarse and icy than before, he said, "Little girl, you've mistaken me for someone else." With that, he lingered not a moment longer. His form flickered, transforming into a faint blue shadow that vanished swiftly into the depths of the dense forest at astonishing speed. Zhou Taoyao stared at the direction he vanished, her small mouth slightly agape. Her eyes brimmed with confusion and a hint of stubbornness as she murmured, "Really, it wasn't him? But that feeling." Yi Lingshuang tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Taoyao, don't speak recklessly. That elder possesses profound cultivation. How could he be Li Qingshan? Li Qingshan vanished over 20 years ago. He likely exhausted his lifespan and perished out there. We must tend to our injuries quickly and return to the sect immediately." Though she too sensed a faint, elusive familiarity in that retreating figure, she placed greater faith in the gulf of power between them. The strength that elder had displayed far surpassed the realm of Foundation establishment. As for Li Qingshan, he had left the Spring-and-Autumn Sect over 20 years ago and never returned. Zhou Taoyao had inquired about him several times and searched for him on multiple occasions, but to no avail. Yi Lingshuang believed Li Qingshan must have exhausted his lifespan and perished. After all, it was utterly impossible for a Qi cultivation cultivator over 100 years old to establish a foundation. Zhou Taoyao pursed her lips, saying nothing more, yet her lively eyes flickered with contemplation. In the distance, Li Qingshan stood atop an ancient tree. Only when he saw the two women begin healing their wounds and cautiously depart toward the Spring-Autumn Sect did he truly relax. "Take care, little one," he murmured softly to himself before turning and fading completely into the vast mountain forest. After this incident, he felt even more strongly that the area surrounding Zixia Immortal City was fraught with danger. He needed to grow stronger to handle everything with ease. Finding the soul-stabilizing flower and refining the golden core pill had become urgent priorities. Li Qingshan returned silently to his cave residence in the T-shaped district of Zixia Immortal City. He activated layer upon layer of the protective formations once more, ensuring absolute security. He sat cross-legged and first brought out the items he had acquired at the auction. The ancient talisman lay broken, its patterns blurred and its material unusual, yet it emitted little spiritual energy fluctuation. The segment of pure yang golden vine, gleaming with golden light and swirling flame patterns, radiated a scorching pure yang aura. And the purple mist spirit pill, shrouded in a haze of violet radiance, filled the air with a potent medicinal fragrance. Without hesitation, he carefully placed these 3 items into the one by one. After completing these tasks, he patiently regulated his breath and meditated, awaiting the arrival of the next day. The next morning, Li Qingshan immediately probed his divine sense into the. Sure enough, the contents within had been completely renewed. First to catch his perception was the ancient talisman. It was no longer the tattered, dull form it had been, but now radiated an inner brilliance. The talisman body possessed a jade-like smoothness, and the once faint patterns were now crystal clear, complex and profound. It subtly stirred the surrounding spatial energy, emanating an aura far surpassing that of a third-tier talisman treasure. This is a fourth-tier spirit talisman? Li Qingshan's heart pounded with shock and delight. Fourth tier that corresponded to treasures of the nascent soul stage. He sensed it carefully and discovered that the power contained within this talisman was neither offensive nor defensive, but rather an extremely mysterious spatial displacement power. Ancient teleportation talisman. The name surfaced naturally in his mind. Though he couldn't determine its exact range, there was no doubt this was an ultimate trump card among life-saving treasures. Its value was beyond measure. Though I don't know the exact range, it's said that a fourth-tier teleportation talisman can cover at least 1,000 li, maybe even several thousand. If I encounter an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, this ancient teleportation talisman will be my ultimate life-saving trump card. Li Qingshan thought to himself. He suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze to the pure yang golden vine. Its age, originally 300 years, now stood at 600 years. Its body gleamed with crystalline brilliance, crimson flame patterns pulsing like living creatures. The pure yang energy it contained had grown several times purer. As the primary ingredient for forming the golden core, its efficacy far exceeded expectations. A 600-year-old pure yang golden vine should significantly enhance the effectiveness of forming the golden core. Li Qingshan was also incredibly excited. The previous xianin grass he obtained, which had only been cultivated for several decades, had been placed into his and transformed into a 300-year-old specimen. Now, only the soul-anchoring flower remained. Finally, the purple mist spirit pill. Originally a low-grade spirit pill with only a faint pill pattern, its body was now perfectly round and flawless, shrouded in purple mist. For distinct pill patterns were clearly imprinted upon it, its medicinal power condensed and immense, its fragrance refreshing and invigorating. 4 patterns. A supreme purple mist spirit pill. Li Qingshan's eyes burned with intensity. According to the records of the true scripture of the alchemy cauldron and his own perception, this supreme purple mist spirit pill, enhanced by the, likely possessed medicinal effects approaching or even rivaling those of a standard golden core pill. It could boost the chance of forming a golden core by 30 to 40%, perhaps even higher. I never imagined the purple mist spirit pill would yield such astonishing results after refinement. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. With this pill in hand, his confidence in breaking through to the golden core realm had grown significantly. Even the purple mist immortal himself likely couldn't refine a supreme purple mist spirit pill. But he quickly regained his composure. A 40% increase in golden core formation success rate is a verified figure based on countless trials. While this supreme purple mist spirit pill is remarkably effective, it remains an unexpected windfall. One cannot pin all hopes on it. 40% is still too low. To ensure absolute certainty, it would be best to refine a genuine golden core pill. Thus, locating the final key ingredient, the soul-settling flower, remained crucial. Over the next few days, Li Qingshan changed his identity and appearance multiple times, visiting the Purple Mist Pavilion and major herbal shops and merchant guilds throughout the city to inquire about the soul-calming flower. He even went so far as to spend spirit stones placing bounties among the wandering cultivators. Yet the results proved disappointing. The soul-calming flower was exceedingly rare, a miraculous blossom that nourished the spirit's soul and stabilized the embryonic form of the golden core. It typically grew in exceptionally dominated locations imbued with soul energy, making it a treasure of chance, not of seeking. Everyone claimed they hadn't seen one in years, suggesting it might only be found in certain secret realms. Just as Li Qingshan was growing troubled by this matter, the protective barriers outside his cave dwelling were triggered. A quick scan of his divine sense revealed it was the neighboring couple of independent cultivators, Zheng Peng and Wan Xiaoqian. Li Qingshan paused briefly before activating the cave dwelling's protective barriers. "Fellow Daoist Zhou, we apologize for the intrusion. Zhang Peng bowed his hands, his face bearing a warm smile, while Wan Xiaoqian followed behind, her expression seeming hesitant, as if she had something to say but held back. Friends Zhang and Wan, please come in. Li Qingshan ushered them into the cave dwelling. After a few pleasantries, Zhang Peng rubbed his hands together, looking somewhat embarrassed. Fellow Daoist Zhou, to be perfectly honest, my wife and I have come to discuss a matter. Years ago, while exploring, we stumbled upon a hidden valley. It was filled with heavy yin energy, yet strangely enough, it produced some spiritual herbs that nourish the soul. At the time, our cultivation was insufficient, and we dared not venture deep. Yet near the valley's edge, we seemed to glimpse a spiritual plant resembling the soul-anchoring flower. But powerful demonic beasts guarded it, forcing us to retreat. Li Qingshan's heart jolted, yet his expression remained impassive as he listened quietly. Chapter 66, 130 years old. Zhang Peng continued, recently, my wife and I have made some progress in our cultivation, so we wish to revisit that valley. But the journey is perilous. That guardian beast may now be at the peak of foundation establishment or even the false core stage. We wish to invite fellow Daoist Zhou to join us. Any treasures found will be divided equally among the three of us. What do you think? Having witnessed Li Qingshan's mid-foundation establishment cultivation, they saw him as a significant asset. Li Qingshan listened, paused for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Thank you both for the invitation. However, I am currently at a critical juncture in my cultivation and must enter seclusion for quiet practice. I truly cannot spare myself for an expedition. My apologies. Disappointment flashed across Zhang Peng and his wife's faces. However, Li Qingshan shifted his tone, regarding that soul-stabilizing flower, it is indeed quite important to me. Though I cannot join you personally, I can collaborate with you both in another way. Oh? Please elaborate, fellow Daoist Zhou, Zhang Peng hastened to say. I am an alchemist, not skilled in combat. Even if I joined you, I fear I would only become a burden, Li Qingshan stated calmly. If you two could bring back that soul-stabilizing flower for me during this expedition, I would not only purchase it at market price, but also freely refine a batch of second-tier spirit pills for you both, using ingredients I provide. Furthermore, should you require alchemical services in the future, I shall prioritize your requests, charging only a nominal fee. This offer was exceptionally generous. A complimentary batch of second-tier spirit pills alone was invaluable, let alone the spirit stone reward in future priority access to alchemy services. For independent cultivators, befriending a held immense significance. Zhang Peng and Wan Xiaoqian exchanged glances, each seeing delight and temptation in the other's eyes. Their original intention in inviting Li Qingshan along was to gain an extra layer of security and share the risks. Now, not only did they avoid the peril of splitting treasures with a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, but they also secured such a promise it was an unexpected stroke of luck. Is this truly your offer, fellow Daoist Zhou? Wan Xiaoqian couldn't help but confirm. Absolutely, Li Qingshan nodded. You may formalize this agreement. Agreed. Since that's the case, my wife and I will undertake this journey for you, fellow Daoist Zhou. Zhang Peng slapped his thigh in agreement. We'll make preparations and depart in 3 days. Both parties immediately drew up a simple contract. After seeing off the delighted Zhang Peng couple, Li Qingshan's gaze grew profound. He didn't fully trust them, but this was a glimmer of hope. Sending them on the perilous mission while he paid only the cost of refining the elixir was undoubtedly the safest and most reliable choice. May they bring good news, he murmured to himself before turning back to his meditation chamber. There, he continued refining his cultivation, delving deeper into the alchemical arts, preparing meticulously for the imminent Dan formation stage. Time passed swiftly, and the days within the cave dwelling were peaceful and fulfilling. Li Qingshan remained utterly focused, immersing himself completely in the vast ocean of alchemy. Guided by the Alchemy Cauldron Sutra and with nearly limitless materials for practice, his alchemy skills advanced at an astonishing pace. Shortly after successfully crafting the condensing truth pill, he refused to settle for a second-tier inferior-grade elixir. Instead, he began attempting the more complex second-tier middle-grade spiritual elixirs. Failure remained the constant theme. Batch after batch of ruined pills were discarded, yet his resolve remained unshakable. Each setback crystallized into invaluable experience. Finally, after a session where his mind was clear and his movements fluid as flowing clouds, he opened the furnace. 3 pills, each shrouded in a greenish halo and bearing distinct patterns, lay quietly at the bottom. Second-tier mid-grade spirit pills, emerald essence pills. 3 pills formed, all of inferior quality. Though the quality was low and the success rate meager, this marked his official entry into the realm of second-tier mid-grade alchemy. It was a qualitative leap. Just 1 month after his alchemical skills had taken root, movement stirred outside his cave dwelling. It was Zhang Peng and Wan Xiaoqian, the couple, returning. Their robes were torn, their aura slightly unstable, and they bore fresh wounds, evidence of a fierce battle. Yet their faces radiated uncontrollable joy and excitement. Fellow Daoist Zhou, we have fulfilled our mission. The moment Zhang Peng saw Li Qingshan, he eagerly produced an object sealed within a special jade box. As the box opened, a wave of coolness instantly filled the air, revealing a peculiar spirit plant. Standing about half a foot tall, it possessed a translucent grayish-white hue. Its slender leaves resembled condensed mist, while atop the plant bloomed a similarly translucent flower shaped like a lily of the valley. Without any breeze, the flower swayed gently, emitting soft, gentle halos that soothed the soul and brought tranquility. This was the final primary ingredient for forging the golden core, the soul-calming flower. Judging by its age and quality, it was at least 300 years old. Li Qingshan's heart surged with joy, and a smile spread across his face. This is wonderful. Thank you both, fellow Taoists. You've gone to great trouble for me. One Xiaoqian spoke with lingering fear. Taoist Zhou, you don't know that Guardian Beast was a ghost soul leopard on the verge of breaking through to the third stage. It was extremely troublesome, skilled in soul attacks. My husband and I nearly didn't make it back. Her words carried both lingering fear and pride in their ultimate success. Li Qingshan solemnly accepted the jade box. After verifying its contents, he said earnestly, you two Dao friends kept your promise, and I shall not break mine. The batch of spirit pills I agreed to refine for you can begin at any time. Additionally, I am willing to purchase this soul-stabilizing flower at the market price of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. With that, he directly counted out 200 mid-grade spirit stones and handed them to Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng and his wife were both shocked and delighted. They had expected Li Qingshan to pay only the promised fee, never imagining he would also purchase the soul-stabilizing flower at market price. This was pure windfall. After some hesitation, seeing Li Qingshan insist, they gratefully accepted the offer. They provided the required herbs for the elixir. Li Qingshan immediately fired up his furnace and refined a batch of second-tier, mid-grade nurturing essence pills for them. 5 pills were successfully produced, all of mid-grade quality. Zhang Peng and his wife were overjoyed and filled with boundless gratitude toward Li Qingshan. Simultaneously, their regard for Li Qingshan deepened. A second-tier mid-grade alchemist was someone worth cultivating a relationship with. After seeing off his jubilant neighbors, Li Qingshan gazed at the soul-stabilizing flower in his hand, his heart surging with emotion. The 3 primary ingredients, pure yang golden vine, mystic yin herb, and soul-calming flower, were finally all gathered. Yet he did not let joy cloud his judgment. The golden core pill was a third-tier spiritual elixir, its refinement difficulty far surpassing that of second-tier pills. Even with the finest ingredients, failure rates remained staggering without sufficient alchemical mastery and peak composure. He suppressed the urge to fire up the furnace immediately and made a calm decision to continue refining his skills. The next 3 years unfolded in a monotonous, regimented rhythm for Li Qingshan. He no longer deliberately pursued cultivation advancement, instead channeling all his energy into 2 pursuits. First, obsessively dissecting every detail of the golden core pill and other third-tier formulas within the true scripture of the alchemy cauldron, repeatedly simulating and refining them. Second, honing his magical power, spiritual awareness, and physical body to the absolute limit, refining his foundation establishment stage to its true peak, seamless and flawless, as responsive as an extension of his own limbs. His alchemy skills steadily advanced under this intense focus. Finally, through a stroke of luck, he successfully refined a batch of second-tier, high-grade jade liquid pills. Though only 2 pills were formed, both of inferior quality, this marked his ascension to a true second-tier, high-grade alchemist. At this point, he had reached the age of 130. Chapter 67, Golden Elixir Condensed. On this day, he sensed that his spirit, magical power, physical body, and alchemical insights had all reached the absolute peak achievable at this stage. The time has come. He did not immediately begin refining the golden core pill, but instead made final preparations. He retrieved 10 sets of ingredients for refining the third-tier inferior elixir, the empty void pill. He had prepared these long ago. To forge the golden core pill, he must first successfully refine a third-tier lower-grade spirit pill before proceeding. The empty void pill was a common elixir used to aid golden core cultivators in their cultivation. Its difficulty was far lower than that of the golden core pill, yet it was still a third-tier elixir. He intended to use this pill to definitively test his mastery of third-tier alchemy and fully familiarize himself with the sensations of refining third-tier elixirs. Out of 10 sets of ingredients, only 1 batch succeeded, yielding 2 pills both of inferior quality. This dismal success rate, however, brought Li Qingshan not alarm but delight. It proved he had truly touched the threshold of a third-tier alchemist. With this invaluable experience under his belt, he felt more confident about refining the golden core pill. After 3 days of recuperation, he restored his vitality and spirit to peak condition. This day marked his 130th birthday. Within his cave dwelling, Li Qingshan bathed, changed his clothes, and burned incense to calm his mind. Before him stood not his usual alchemy furnace, but an ancient, dark gold vessel with 3 legs and 2 handles. Its body was engraved with intricate patterns of birds, beasts, insects, and fish. Though its lid remained tightly sealed, an ethereal radiance emanated from within, radiating an aura far surpassing that of a top-grade spirit artifact. This was the once merely decent high-grade spirit artifact alchemy furnace he had purchased long ago. After being enhanced by it had transformed into a supreme-grade spirit artifact alchemy furnace. It was now robust enough to withstand the violent spiritual energy surges during the refinement of the golden core.
All prepared auxiliary herbs lay neatly arranged nearby, while the 3 primary ingredients rested within a jade box, radiating vibrant spiritual energy. Li Qingshan drew a deep breath, his gaze growing profoundly calm and focused.
Igniting the earth fire, regulating the temperature for preheating, adding the herbs, refining, fusing. Refining the golden core pill proved far more arduous than imagined.
The properties of the 3 primary herbs were exceptionally potent, pure yang, extreme yin, and soul-stabilizing. The conflict generated when fusing them was earth-shattering, demanding an extraordinary level of control over divine sense, true essence, and fire manipulation. The 3 primary herbs were sufficient for Li Qingshan to perform the refinement 3 times. In other words, he must refine the golden core pill within 3 attempts. During his first attempt, at the critical moment of merging the primary ingredients, a slight fluctuation in the earth fire disrupted the yin-yang balance. With a dull thud, all the herbs inside the furnace instantly turned to charred ashes, leaving not even a scrap of waste pill behind. Li Qingshan remained composed. He cleaned the furnace, meditated to recover, and reflected on his mistakes.
Half a month later, he attempted the second refinement.
This time, he exercised even greater caution. The fusion process passed without incident, yet during the final pill condensing stage, his spiritual awareness became slightly scattered due to excessive depletion. This caused the elixir to fail to condense perfectly, resulting in another complete failure and utter destruction. 2 consecutive failures had consumed 2 of the 3 primary herbs, leaving only the final ingredient. Li Qingshan sat cross-legged for 3 full days without sleep or rest, mentally replaying every detail of the previous failures thousands upon thousands of times. When he opened his eyes again, they held no trace of disturbance, only absolute calm and unwavering confidence.
The third and final attempt. Earthfire surged as the herbs were added one by one, refined and purified.
Each step was flawless, as if honed through countless trials. His divine sense was intensely focused, his immortal essence flowing ceaselessly, precisely controlling every nuance of the medicinal power within the furnace. Day after day passed. Within the furnace, a faint glow flickered, an exotic fragrance filled the air, yet it trembled intermittently, emitting a humming sound, as if containing earth-shattering power, ready to explode at any moment. Beads of sweat formed on Li Qingshan's forehead, his complexion slightly pale, yet his gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's. His hands steady as rock, he executed the alchemical control techniques with precise, deliberate movements. 77 days later. The furnace's tremors reached their peak. The lid rattled violently as dazzling golden light burst through the cracks, bathing the entire cave dwelling in brilliant radiance. Li Qingshan abruptly executed the final pill sealing technique, uttering a low command, "The pill is complete." The lid burst open with a thunderous roar. A dazzling golden beam shot skyward, only to be firmly blocked by the cave's protective array. Li Qingshan stared intently into the furnace. 4 pills lay at the bottom. 3 were dull gray, irregularly shaped, and radiated scattered spiritual energy, clearly failed pills. Yet among them, 1 pill stood out the size of a lychee, perfectly round and golden, its surface adorned with a vivid, lifelike dragon-shaped pattern. It radiated a gentle yet majestic golden glow imbued with Tao essence. Golden core pill. 1 pill had succeeded. Though only 1, and accompanied by 3 failures, success had finally been achieved. Li Qingshan gazed at the golden pill within the furnace, a beacon of hope for the golden core Tao. Even with his iron-willed resolve, he couldn't help but exhale a long breath of relief, his face betraying an uncontrollable surge of excitement and profound satisfaction. 130 years of arduous cultivation, enduring life and death trials, and lying low in the alchemical path at this moment, he finally glimpsed the dawn of the golden core. Success at last. With this golden core pill, plus the supreme purple mist spirit pill, my chances of successfully forming the golden core exceed 80%. It's time to break through to the golden core realm. Li Qingshan's eyes brimmed with overwhelming excitement. However, he did not rush. Instead, he placed the golden core pill and the 3 failed pills into the. After this refinement, by the next day, they would transform into 4 golden core pills. With 4 golden core pills and 1 top-grade purple mist spirit pill, his breakthrough to the golden core realm would be absolutely guaranteed. I've heard that the golden core formed at the golden core realm undergoes 9 transformations. The first transformation is the lowest, while the 9th is the highest, representing potential and innate talent. I wonder how many transformations my golden core will achieve. Li Qingshan pondered silently, his eyes brimming with anticipation. 3 years of arduous cultivation, it's time to venture out and see the world. Li Qingshan opened the cave dwelling and emerged from seclusion. He did not rush to immediately retreat and attempt the golden core breakthrough. Instead, he decided to first emerge and adjust slightly, allowing his spirit, strained for 49 days, to relax. He wanted to greet the final breakthrough in the most perfect state. Yet the moment he stepped outside, he sensed something amiss. The once bustling T-shaped district now felt eerily quiet. Cultivators hurried along the streets, most wearing solemn and worried expressions. An invisible tension hung heavy in the air. Even the market vendors' cries seemed sparse. What's happened? Li Qingshan felt a slight sense of surprise and strolled out. Not far along, he happened upon his neighbors, the couple Zhang Peng and Wan Xiaoqian, along with the talisman master Lin Xian.
The three stood huddled together, speaking in hushed tones, their expressions grave. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you've emerged from seclusion? Zhang Pang spotted Li Qingshan first and hurriedly greeted him, though his smile seemed somewhat forced. Fellow Taoist Zhang, fellow Taoist Wan, Master Lin, Li Qingshan returned the bow with a clasped hands gesture, then inquired, the atmosphere in the city seems off. Has something happened? Chapter 68, The Northern Plains Attack. Lin Xian sighed, his expression grave. While you were secluded in cultivation, a major crisis erupted in the outside world. For reasons unknown, the demonic tribes of Beiyuan suddenly launched a massive southern invasion. A beast tide has erupted, their assault ferociously relentless. The northernmost city, Hanhai Immortal City, fell to them just 2 days ago. Reports say the casualties among the cultivators within were devastating, with only a handful escaping. What? The immortal city of Hanhai has fallen? Li Qingshan was startled upon hearing this. Hanhai Immortal City was a major stronghold in the northern eastern wastes, renowned for its formidable strength. How could it have fallen so swiftly? Wan Shaoqian continued, her voice still trembling with fear, yes. The 8 major powers of the eastern wastes have now jointly issued a call to arms, forming a defensive line to resist the demonic tribes together. Our Purple Mist Immortal City, situated in the north, is also within the scope of this defensive line. Recently, small waves of beasts have been spotted outside the city. Though repelled by the protective array and patrols, the site has spread panic. Many low-tier cultivators and wandering practitioners have already fled south with their families. Li Qingshan looked up and indeed saw the purple-hued protective barrier enveloping the entire immortal city was denser and more substantial than ever before, clearly indicating the city's defensive array was operating at full capacity. Zhang Pang lowered his voice. Fellow Taoist Zhou, it's best not to venture outside the city lightly these days. It's extremely unsafe out there now, with beasts running rampant. Moreover, I've heard, the city lord's mansion, in an effort to bolster defenses, may soon begin forcibly conscripting Foundation establishment cultivators within the city. They'll be assigned to patrol teams or dispatched to guard dangerous areas and slay beasts. This news sent a chill through Li Qingshan's heart. Forced conscription? Under normal circumstances, it might be tolerable. But now, he was in the most critical phase of his breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. He absolutely could not be disturbed, let alone sent on dangerous missions. A powerful sense of crisis surged within him. He must form his Golden Core as soon as possible. Only with a Golden Core could he possess some means of self-preservation in these chaotic times. He immediately took his leave from Zhang Pang and the others, hurrying back to his cave dwelling. But what he feared most came to pass. Not long after he returned to his cave dwelling, its protective barriers were triggered. A sweep of his divine sense sent Li Qingshan's heart sinking. 3 cultivators stood outside his cave dwelling. The leader wore the robes of an elder steward from Purple Mist Immortal City, his cultivation at the late Foundation establishment stage. Behind him stood 2 guards from the city lord's mansion, both at the early Foundation establishment stage, their expressions solemn. What was bound to happen had finally arrived. Li Qingshan took a deep breath, composed his expression, and activated the cave's protective barrier. Greetings, fellow cultivator, the leading elder said expressionlessly, presenting a token. By order of the city lord's mansion, demonic forces have invaded our borders, and the immortal city faces grave peril. All Foundation establishment cultivators within the city are hereby summoned to unite against the enemy. Please report to the city lord's mansion immediately to await further instructions. Li Qingshan's thoughts raced, yet his face showed genuine distress. Bowing respectfully, he replied, esteemed elder, I am Zhou Yun. It's not that I refuse to serve the immortal city. The truth is, I am merely an alchemist. My days are spent solely immersed in refining elixirs. The ways of combat and warfare are utterly foreign to me. I fear that on the battlefield, I would not only be of no help but might even hinder my fellow practitioners. A alchemist? The elder's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. Specialized talents like alchemists, artifact craftsmen, and talisman masters were treated with privilege everywhere, rarely assigned to the front lines of combat. Precisely. Li Qingshan nodded promptly, simultaneously slipping a small jade vial across the table. This contains my credentials and a token of my sincerity. I humbly request the elder's indulgence. The steward elder swept his divine sense over the bottle and discovered it contained 3 perfectly round, translucent second-tier superior-grade emerald essence pills, a valuable find. A flicker of delight crossed his eyes, and his demeanor instantly softened. He accepted the bottle, feigning examination of the second-tier pill Li Qingshan had casually produced as proof, then mused, Alchemist Zhou has a point. Sending a distinguished alchemist to the front lines is indeed a waste of talent. However, in these times of war, the city lord's mansion has an immense need for pills. Li Qingshan promptly interjected, I understand. Though I'm not skilled in combat, I have some expertise in alchemy. I'm willing to refine spiritual pills for the city lord's mansion, just to contribute my modest efforts. What do you think? The elder steward pondered for a moment before replying, very well. Since Master Zhou is a second-tier alchemist, you shall prepare 3 batches of second-tier healing or restorative elixirs for the city lord's mansion each month, free of charge. The materials will be provided by the mansion. What do you say? No problem. Zhou Yun agreed immediately. 3 batches of second-tier elixirs if the success rate was decent would be worth far more than sending a foundation establishment cultivator to the front lines. The elder steward himself stood to gain from this arrangement. A smile finally graced the elder steward's face. He tucked the jade bottle into his sleeve and nodded. Master Alchemist Zhou demonstrates profound understanding. This is most excellent. So be it. At the start of each month, someone will deliver the materials to your cave residence. You may focus on alchemy within the city to bolster our defenses. I shall arrange for your conscription to be revoked. Thank you, Elder. Li Qingshan bowed his hands in gratitude. After seeing off the satisfied elder, Li Qingshan closed his cave residence, his expression turning grave once more. The immediate crisis had been averted, but the external situation had deteriorated. Time was of the essence. He returned to his meditation chamber and gazed at the. After tonight, 4 golden cores will be formed. That will be the moment I break through to the golden core stage. He sat cross-legged, banishing all distractions, and adjusted his state toward the pinnacle of perfection. The next day, Li Qingshan, filled with both excitement and trepidation, plunged his divine sense into the. Sure enough, within the gourd space, 4 golden cores each the size of a longdan, perfectly round and flawless, floated silently. Each radiated a golden aura of Tao essence even more dazzling and brilliant than yesterday's single golden core. The dragon-shaped patterns on their surfaces grew increasingly vivid and dynamic, as if poised to burst forth from the pills and soar through the heavens at any moment. The immense, pure medicinal power nearly burst through the gourd space, causing the immortal essence within Li Qingshan's body to resonate and surge with excitement. For supreme golden core pills. Excellent. 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 With these 4 supreme golden core pills, my breakthrough to the golden core stage is assured. Perhaps I could even condense a golden core beyond the 7th transformation. Li Qingshan's heart surged with excitement. Golden core pills beyond the 7th transformation each possess the potential to cultivate a nascent soul, and some might even break through to the spirit transformation realm, true prodigies of the golden core realm. He carefully extracted these 4 supreme elixirs, symbols of the golden core Tao, placing them into a specially crafted jade bottle and sealing it with multiple layers of restrictions. Just then, commotion arose outside the cave dwelling. Messengers from the city lord's mansion had arrived, delivering the materials required for this month's 3 batches of second-tier spirit pills. Li Qingshan gathered his focus, accepted the materials, and began a 10-day period of alchemy. He did not take it lightly, but approached the task with utmost diligence. First, it was unwise to invite complications at this juncture. Second, it was his modest contribution to the defense against the demonic tribes. 10 days later, all 3 batches of pills were complete. Though not top tier, both the success rate and quality were exceptional. When the elder steward arrived to collect the pills, his smile broadened at the sight of these fine quality elixirs. Li Qingshan seized the moment to hand over a storage pouch containing 300 mid-grade spirit stones, murmuring, "Elder, I've recently sensed a need to enter seclusion to break through my cultivation bottleneck. This may take anywhere from several months to a year. Might I repay the elixirs owed during this period upon my return? These spirit stones are a token of my apology. I humbly request your indulgence." Chapter 69, Breaking Through to Core Formation. The elder's divine sense swept over the storage pouch, filling him with delight. Yet his expression remained deliberately pensive. After a moment, he chuckled, "Since Master Zhou intends to seclude himself for breakthrough, this is a matter of utmost importance. Naturally, cultivation takes precedence. The matter of the pills can be settled later. There's no rush to repay them until after your seclusion. I wish you every success in your endeavor." Having received such a generous gift and seeing how accommodating Li Qingshan was, the elder was more than happy to grant him this favor. After all, there were plenty of alchemists in Purple Mist Immortal City. Losing one like Li Qingshan wouldn't matter. 30,000 spirit stones, that was a hefty gift indeed. How could he possibly refuse? With the elder dismissed and all lingering concerns resolved, Li Qingshan felt no further burdens. Returning to his meditation chamber, he activated all protective arrays and adjusted his state to its most perfect peak. All preparations complete. Today, I begin my assault on the core formation stage. A gleam of determination flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes, brimming with anticipation. In truth, as a heavenly spirit root cultivator, breaking through to the golden core stage posed no great difficulty for him. Even without forming a golden core, he could still advance to that realm. However, to forge the strongest golden core and establish the most robust foundation for his Tao cultivation, he needed the golden core formation as an aid. He understood better than anyone that the more solid his foundation, the farther he could journey in the future. With the supreme grade spirit pills enhanced by his, he had no need to risk a forced breakthrough. That simply wasn't Li Qingshan's style. For him, steadiness was paramount in all things. When he began his push toward forming the golden core, Li Qingshan showed no haste. First, he took out a third-tier, low-grade vitality elixir and swallowed it. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, releasing a warm yet vast sea of medicinal power that instantly flooded his entire body. Rather than directly assaulting the bottleneck, it nourished his physical body, meridians, dantian sea of qi, and even his soul like the most delicate spring rain. It made him more resilient, transparent, and vibrant, laying the most solid foundation for the upcoming golden core formation. He did not rush to condense his golden core, instead using the vitality spirit pill to meticulously adjust his state to perfection. Several days later, as the essence of the purple mist spirit pill fully dissolved, Li Qingshan felt as though he had been reborn, his condition reaching an unprecedented state of perfection. He hesitated no longer, retrieving a supreme golden core pill and placing it in his mouth. Boom! The moment the pill dissolved, it was like cold water splashed into boiling oil or a mountain hurled into a tranquil sea. An unimaginably terrifying potency erupted violently, like billions of raging golden torrents surging into his meridians and flooding his dantian sea of qi. Li Qingshan grunted, his face flushing crimson as searing pain tore through his meridians. His dantian qi felt as though it would explode. The potency of the golden core pill far surpassed that of the purple mist spirit pill, utterly overwhelming. He dared not delay for even a moment, immediately channeling all his strength into the eternal life true art. The advantage of his heavenly spiritual root manifested in full splendor at this moment. Spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged into the cave as if summoned, flowing through the array formations and into his body to help guide and refine the violent potency. The eternal life true energy, already renowned for its purity, endurance, and vibrant vitality, now underwent a qualitative transformation under the catalyst of the golden core. Within his dantian, the vast ocean of liquid eternal life true essence began spinning wildly, forming a massive vortex at its center. At the vortex's core, pressure intensified and temperatures soared. The pure liquid essence was compressed to its limits, gradually emanating a faint golden glow. The first step, condensing the embryonic form of the golden core. This was an excruciatingly painful and protracted process. Li Qingshan focused his mind intently. Using his powerful spiritual awareness to precisely control the flow of every ounce of medicinal power and spiritual energy, enduring the searing pain and swelling sensation in his meridians and dantian. Day after day passed. Outside the cave dwelling, the situation in Purple Mist Immortal City deteriorated by the hour. The roars of demonic beasts echoed ceaselessly day and night, while the protective city shield flickered violently, clearly under immense assault. Panic gripped the city's inhabitants. Evacuation lines grew longer, yet countless low-tier cultivators and those with nowhere to go were forced to remain, waiting in despair for fate's decree. 3 months later, demonic energy surged skyward outside the city walls. Amidst the dark, oppressive horde of beasts, 4 figures suddenly emerged, radiating terrifying demonic power. They were 4 demon cultivators at the core formation stage, their transformations incomplete, still retaining traces of their original forms. They struck simultaneously, unleashing frenzied attacks that shook the heavens and earth, crashing violently against the protective array of Xixia Immortal City. Boom! The entire Immortal City shook violently. The purple light barrier flickered erratically, its radiance fading by more than half. A purple rainbow light shot skyward from the city lord's mansion. The powerful aura of Xixia Immortal appeared atop the city walls, his face pale and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth clearly, his old wounds had not yet healed. She forcibly channeled her magical power to stabilize the array. Simultaneously, several golden core cultivators soared into the sky, confronting the 4 core formation demon cultivators. Even so, the protective array teetered on the brink of collapse. With Xixia Jinren's old wounds still fresh, even with several gold core cultivators joining forces against the demonic forces, how much longer could it hold? Ha 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 ha. Xixia Jinren, open the protective array. I can spare your life and make you my concubine. How does that sound? The leader was a demon cultivator at the peak of the golden core stage. With 2 horns protruding from his head, he possessed the body of a tiger and the head of a man. His eyes glowed a blood-red hue as he greedily scanned Xixia Jinren's slender form, his gaze brimming with lecherous lust. Don't even think about it. Xixia Jinren gritted her teeth. It was this very tiger-headed demon cultivator who had ambushed and gravely wounded her earlier. Otherwise, with her late golden core cultivation, she could have held out much longer. But the 4 demon cultivators before her were far too powerful. The few scattered golden core cultivators within Xixia Immortal City were no match for them. She inwardly lamented her misfortune. She had long since sent out the rescue talisman. Both the Spring-and-Autumn Sect and the Dan-Ding Sect had promised to send reinforcements. Why hadn't anyone arrived yet? Could it be they intended to abandon Purple Mist Immortal City? Stubborn fools, you're courting death. The tiger-headed demon cultivator's gaze turned icy. A flash of light erupted from his hand, revealing a massive mountain-splitting blade artifact. He swung it down with brutal force, sending 100 Zhang blade light crashing into the city's protective array. The barrier trembled violently under the impact. Within the city walls, terror gripped every face. Even the few golden core cultivators present stared in terror, already preparing to flee the moment the city fell. The city's fall seemed imminent. Despair spread through the city. Has heaven forsaken our purple mist immortal city? Wailed a cultivator. Prepare to break out, every soul that can escape must go. Just as all hope seemed lost. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth abruptly stalled. Then, like 100 rivers rushing to the sea, it surged madly toward an inconspicuous corner of the city. Its speed and intensity were so great that it formed a massive vortex of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye in the sky. At the vortex's center lay none other than the T-shaped district. Someone is forming their core? Purple mist immortal on the city wall whipped her head around, her pale face etched with shock. She could sense that the scale of this core formation far exceeded the ordinary. The 4 core formation demon cultivators outside the city walls halted their attacks, gazing toward the city with astonishment and uncertainty. What a tremendous commotion! Another human has attained the golden core stage? Judging by the concentration of spiritual energy gathering, their cultivation level must be quite high, declared a demon cultivator with a single horn on his forehead in a deep voice. The vortex of spiritual energy grew ever larger, nearly enveloping half the immortal city. From its center, faint sounds of wind and thunder echoed out. Inside the cave dwelling, Li Qingshan had reached the most critical moment. Within his dantian, the embryonic golden core had stabilized, though it remained only an ordinary third-stage golden core. Without hesitation, he swallowed the second supreme golden core pill. Even more violent medicinal power surged in, propelling the golden core into frenzied rotation. With each rotation, the golden core solidified further, shrank slightly, its golden hue deepened, and the Tao essence it emitted grew more profound. Chapter 70, 9 Transformation Golden Core. 4th Transformation. 5th Transformation. 6th Transformation. The golden core spun faster and faster, absorbing the potency with frenzied intensity. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth, his divine sense straining to restrain the golden pill and guide the potency. The eternal life true art reached its peak, his heavenly spirit root frantically absorbing external spiritual energy. At this stage, each subsequent transformation demanded energy and pressure several times greater than before. Li Qingshan felt his divine sense begin to sting, his dantian threatening to be torn apart by the wildly spinning golden pill. Without hesitation, he swallowed the 3rd golden core pill. He even swallowed the final supreme purple mist spirit pill at the same time. Condense now! He roared inwardly. The essence of the eternal life true art was pushed to its absolute limit. Overwhelming life force repaired the damaged meridians in dantian, while pure, unadulterated true essence poured ceaselessly into the golden core. 7th Transformation. 8th Transformation. The golden core had shrunk to the size of a pigeon's egg, its entire form resembling pure gold cast in a single piece, radiant with golden light. 9 faint, indistinct patterns began to emerge. At this stage, it had reached the legendary 8th Transformation Golden Core. A rarity among 10,000. Yet Li Qingshan sensed this was far from his limit. His foundations were too profound: the heavenly spiritual root, the eternal life true art, several supreme-grade spiritual pills. His potential extended beyond this. A resolute gleam flashed in his eyes as he swallowed the final, 4th supreme golden dan pill. Boom! A thunderous explosion, like the primordial roar of creation, erupted within his dantian. The 8th Transformation Golden Core trembled violently, its rotational speed surging once more. The final blurred pill pattern instantly sharpened into perfect clarity. 9 perfect patterns emerged, encircling the golden pill like 9 miniature golden dragons coiling around it. 9 Transformation Golden Core. Complete. At the very moment the golden core completed its 9th transformation. An indescribably dazzling golden pillar of light instantly shattered the restrictions of Li Qingshan's cave residence, pierced through the protective light barrier of Zixia Immortal City, and shot straight into the heavens. Within the pillar, faint dragon roars and phoenix cries echoed. Mysterious golden runes formed and dissolved around it, while boundless Tao essence filled the heavens and earth, bathing the entire battlefield in resplendent golden splendor. Above, the clouds were dyed gold, streaks of rosy light cascading down, and a strange fragrance wafted for 100 miles. Such a powerful celestial phenomenon, could it be the legendary 9-turn golden elixir emerging? How is this possible? Purple Mist Immortal cried out in shock from the city walls, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and awe. Such terrifying celestial phenomena indicate at least an 8 transformation golden core, or even a 9 transformation golden core. The human race has produced a monster capable of condensing a 9 transformation golden core? Outside the city walls, 4 core formation demon cultivators paled in horror simultaneously, their eyes blazing with intense murderous intent. The 9 transformation golden, a legendary feat, signified invincibility among peers and held immense potential to reach the nascent soul or even the transcendent spirit realm. Such a being, once fully developed, would become a formidable enemy to the demon race. Break the city at any cost. We absolutely cannot let him consolidate his cultivation. The tiger-headed demon cultivator let out a ferocious roar, revealing part of his true form first. A massive black tiger apparition materialized, violently ramming the protective city's shield. The other 3 demon cultivators reacted swiftly, unleashing their full power to command the endless tide of beasts below, launching an unprecedented, frenzied assault. Purple Mist Immortal City instantly plunged into an even greater crisis. Within the cave dwelling, Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was serene, yet within its depths, it seemed as if the birth and death of cosmic stars unfolded. He sensed the flawlessly rounded 9-transformation golden core within his dantian, a vast power contained within. An unprecedented sense of strength filled his entire body. The golden core Tao was complete. The 9-transformation golden core? At last, I've broken through the golden core realm. Li Qingshan murmured softly, his eyes brimming with emotion. A century of cultivation. 30 long years on the path of cultivation. Today, with this golden pill swallowed, my fate shall be in my own hands, no longer at the mercy of heaven. At this moment, Li Qingshan's skin was as smooth and delicate as a newborn's. His entire being radiated vibrant vitality, his appearance restored to that of a 17 or 18-year-old youth. His long black hair flowed freely, and his entire body brimmed with boundless power. Golden core grants 500 years of life. Li Qingshan's eternal life true art could extend his lifespan by 460-year cycles during the golden core stage. This meant he now possessed a lifespan of 740 years. Compared to such an immense lifespan, a mere 130 years was but a fleeting youth, scarcely worth mentioning. Now, even if Yiling Shuang, Lang Weiwei, and Zhou Taoyao stood before Li Qingshan, they would not recognize his appearance. Outside the Purple Mist Immortal City. Boom! The great formation rumbled as its barrier dimmed, fissures appearing across its surface. Clearly, it had reached its limit. Just as the protective array's light dimmed to its faintest, the tiger-headed demon cultivator raised his cleaver with a savage grin, poised to deliver the final blow. Countless cultivators within the city wore expressions of utter despair. A clear, resonant sword cry suddenly pierced the heavens and earth. At first, the sound seemed to drift faintly from beyond the heavens, barely audible. Yet in an instant, it filled the entire world, drowning out every battle cry, beast roar, and treasure clang on the battlefield. Immediately after, a sword light of indescribable brilliance and splendor seemed to be born from the void itself, slicing across the sky and illuminating hundreds of miles around. This beam of sword light was not particularly thick, yet it was condensed to the utmost, containing the supreme sword intent capable of severing causality and shattering all laws. Wherever it passed, space itself seemed to be silently sliced apart, leaving behind faint black trails. What? The tiger-headed demon cultivator, poised to strike, felt every hair on his body stand on end. A terrifying sense of impending doom emanating from the depths of his soul sent shivers down his spine. He snapped his head up, staring at the sword light that seemed to defy spatial distance, already slashing toward his face. A horrified roar erupted from his throat. A nascent soul sword cultivator? No! How dare a human nascent soul meddle in our battle? You've broken the pact. He frantically burned demonic energy, attempting to summon every defensive artifact to block the strike. Yet the sword light passed through as if nothing stood in its way, slicing lightly through the air. The tiger-headed demon cultivator's voice cut off abruptly, his hideous expression frozen on his face. In the next instant, his massive demonic body along with the mountain-cleaving blade in his grasp and the protective demonic aura swirling around him split apart silently, like a sand sculpture scattered by the wind. It instantly disintegrated into the finest dust, its demonic soul unable to escape, utterly annihilated. One strike, a golden core stage demon, body and soul utterly annihilated. Silence. A deathly silence descended upon the entire battlefield. Both the cultivators within the city walls and the demonic beasts outside were utterly stunned by this sudden, miraculous strike. The savage grins and murderous intent on the faces of the remaining 3 core formation demon cultivators instantly transformed into boundless terror and utter disbelief. Big brother? Run! Run now! A human nascent soul old monster has intervened. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 demon cultivators instantly transformed into streaks of demonic light, fleeing for their lives in 3 separate directions. Facing a nascent soul cultivator, especially a sword cultivator with the most formidable offensive power, they couldn't even muster a single thought of resistance. Yet the dazzling sword light bent in midair with a gentle curve, as if possessed of sentience, splitting into 3 streams that surged forward even faster. Chapter 71, The Wine Sword Immortal. No! Ancestor, save me! Accompanied by 3 short, piercing screams, 3 enormous bursts of demonic energy exploded in the distant sky. The 3 core formation demon cultivators followed the tiger-headed demon cultivator's fate, unable even to struggle before they were utterly annihilated. The sword light showed no sign of stopping, descending like divine retribution upon the dense tide of beasts below. No earth-shattering explosions, no dazzling magical radiance, only countless slender yet razor-sharp sword energies, as if possessed of life, darted through the air, slaughtering all in their path. Wherever it passed, whether first-tier minor demons or second- and third-tier elite demon beasts, they fell in droves like wheat being cut, their bodies intact yet utterly devoid of life. In the blink of an eye, a vast swath of the oppressive, despair-inducing tide of beasts outside the city walls was cleared away. The surviving beasts let out terrified howls, utterly losing control as they scattered in a mad dash for escape. From the moment that sword light appeared to the fall of the 4 core formation demon cultivators and the collapse of the beast tide, it all happened in mere breaths.
On the city walls, the surviving Zixia immortal and several gold core cultivators stared in stunned disbelief, as if witnessing a dream. One sword, just one sword, is this the power of a nascent soul-stage demonic cultivator? A gold core cultivator murmured to himself, his body trembling slightly from both excitement and lingering fear. Purple Mist Immortal was the first to snap back to her senses. She abruptly looked up at the sky. Above the clouds, an elderly man clad in simple blue robes, his hair and beard entirely white, descended lazily through the air, a massive vermilion wine gourd hanging from his waist. His face was gaunt, his eyes seemingly cloudy, yet occasionally, as they opened and closed, flashes of sword light seemed to gleam within. The flying sword that had slain the 4 great demon cultivators and shattered the beast tide now transformed into a streak of light, obediently sinking back into the scabbard on his back. Upon recognizing the old man's face and his signature wine gourd, Zixia Zhenren's body trembled violently. Her face lit up with profound reverence and excitement. She hastily adjusted her robes, knelt midair, and spoke with a tremor in her voice. Junior disciple Zixia humbly welcomes the arrival of the wine sword immortal ancestor. Thank you, ancestor, for saving my life. Hearing this, the few golden core cultivators behind her were utterly terrified, immediately kneeling with a thud, not daring to lift their heads. The wine sword immortal. The supreme elder of the 5 Elements sect, a late nascent soul cultivator whose might had reverberated across the eastern wastes for centuries. His mastery of the sword path bordered on divine, and his passion for wine was legendary. A figure truly standing at the pinnacle of the eastern wastes cultivation world. The wine sword immortal belched, casually waving his hand as a gentle force lifted the kneeling figures. Rise. Spare me the formalities. I was merely passing by when the scent of wine, the overwhelming demonic energy drew me. I thought I'd stretch my legs and dispatch a few blindly insolent little demons. His gaze swept over the devastated city outskirts, finally settling upon the golden pillar of light still connecting heaven and earth, along with the vast aura of the Tao permeating the air. His cloudy eyes brightened slightly, flashing with surprise and curiosity. That cultivation breakthrough just now. 9-turn golden core? Who'd have thought such a remote place could produce someone of this caliber? Little girl, take me to see it. The wine sword immortal addressed Zixia Zhenren in a casual tone that nonetheless carried an air of unquestionable authority. Purple Mist Immortal's heart trembled. He promptly responded with utmost respect, yes. Ancestor, please follow this junior. Only now did she realize that the ancestral wine sword immortal's arrival wasn't solely to rescue Purple Mist Immortal City. More importantly, it was likely for that mysterious cultivator who had condensed a 9-transformation golden core. Suppressing her shock and curiosity, she personally led the way, guiding the wine sword immortal toward the T-shaped district where Li Qingshan's cave residence lay. Upon reaching the entrance to Li Qingshan's cave residence, they saw that the protective barriers had been shattered during the earlier breakthrough. Yet the lingering fluctuations of the formation and the overwhelming aura of the newly ascended golden core remained distinctly palpable. The wine sword immortal did not force entry. Instead, he stood casually at the cave entrance, lifted the wine gourd from his waist, took a long swig, and murmured in admiration, Such a pure and refined golden core aura. The foundation is terrifyingly solid. Indeed, it is undoubtedly a 9-transformation golden core. The youngster has remarkable luck and even more formidable potential. Purple Mist Immortal stood respectfully by, her mind churning like a stormy sea. She had assumed some prodigy disciple from a major sect was secluded here, breaking through. Yet now it seemed even the wine sword immortal didn't recognize this person? Could it be a solitary cultivator? But for an independent cultivator to condense a 9-transformation golden core? This utterly defied her understanding. Inside the cave dwelling, Li Qingshan, who had just completed his breakthrough and was carefully experiencing the profound mysteries of the golden core Tao, had long sensed everything happening outside through his powerful divine sense. From the wine sword immortal's earth-shattering sword strike that slew the horde of demons, to the very moment the opponent now stood outside his cave dwelling, he had witnessed it all with crystal clarity. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and a sword cultivator at that. Demanding to see him by name? Countless thoughts flashed through Li Qingshan's mind. Was this a blessing or a curse? What did this opponent intend? But he quickly regained his composure. Given the other party's strength, if they truly harbored ill intent, there would be no need to wait. Since the other party treated him with courtesy, he must not lose his composure. He drew a deep breath, straightened his slightly disheveled robes from the breakthrough, and a serene smile graced his boyishly handsome face as he walked slowly toward the cave entrance. The stone door of the cave dwelling slowly opened, and Li Qingshan stepped out. Having broken through to the golden core stage, combined with the properties of the eternal life true art, his appearance had reverted to that of a 17 or 18-year-old youth. His skin glowed with a healthy radiance, his eyes shone like stars. Though clad in simple blue robes, they could not conceal the vast, oceanic aura emanating from within him, the formidable presence of a newly formed golden core. Even more striking was the aura's unparalleled purity and flawless harmony, carrying a faint, heart-stopping aura of Taoist majesty that far surpassed that of ordinary golden core cultivators. The wine sword immortal's gaze, which had been slightly languid, sharpened the instant Li Qingshan appeared.
He scrutinized Li Qingshan from head to toe, lingering slightly on the area of his dantian Qihai. The admiration in his eyes deepened. Esteemed Taoist, this is the supreme elder of the Five Elements Sect, the Wine Sword Immortal. Purple Mist Immortal spoke first to Li Qingshan, as if offering a warning. A bone age of merely 130, yet you've managed to condense a 9-transformation golden core. Such profound foundations and such pure magical power, I've rarely seen such talent in my lifetime. Young man, what is your name? Which sect did you study under? Zhou Jianxian took a swig of wine and inquired with keen interest, his tone casual as if merely engaging in small talk. Li Qingshan had already prepared his response. He bowed respectfully, his voice clear and steady. This junior is Zhou Yun, paying respects to the esteemed Wine Sword Immortal. Thank you for lifting the siege of Xisha Immortal City earlier. I am merely a solitary cultivator without formal lineage, having only stumbled upon the legacy of predecessors to fortuitously form my golden core. A solitary cultivator? The Wine Sword Immortal raised an eyebrow, surprise deepening in his eyes before erupting into hearty laughter. Well said, accidentally stumbling upon the legacy of a predecessor. The legacy capable of nurturing a 9-turn golden core cultivator like you must be truly extraordinary. However, the path of an independent cultivator is fraught with hardship and peril, especially in these chaotic times of demonic invasion. Every step is fraught with difficulty. He shifted his tone abruptly and asked directly, Young man, I find you agreeable. Your aptitude and character are both top tier. Would you be willing to join my Five Elements Sect as a guest elder? Chapter 72, Guest Elder. Guest Elder? Li Qingshan feigned a hint of surprise. Xisha Zhenren and the others nearby held their breath, their eyes brimming with envy. A guest elder of the Five Elements Sect. That was an honorary elder position within one of the 8 great top-tier sects of the Eastern Wastes, a position of immense prestige and boundless resources, the ultimate destination coveted by countless wandering cultivators at the Golden Core stage. The Wine Sword Immortal shook his gourd flask and explained, Rest assured, it won't restrict your freedom. As a guest elder, you won't be required to reside at the sect year-round. You'll retain complete liberty in your daily activities. All that's asked is that you complete certain tasks assigned by the sect each year or intervene to resolve troubles when needed. In return, the sect will provide you with protection, cultivation resources, and access to our sect's archives. What do you say? Li Qingshan weighed the offer swiftly in his mind. As the Wine Sword Immortal had said, in turbulent times, it was wise to lean on a mighty tree for shade. The Five Elements Sect was a top-tier sect, its protection was crucial. Moreover, his future cultivation, particularly advancing the Yuanling stage technique, eternal life, true art, and acquiring the rare treasures needed for body refinement, demanded vast resources and intelligence. Joining the Five Elements Sect was undoubtedly the best choice. The position of guest elder offered both convenience and freedom perfectly suited to his needs. Without prolonged hesitation, he solemnly clasped his hands and declared, I am profoundly grateful for your esteem, senior. I accept the position of guest elder within the Five Elements Sect and pledge to fulfill my duties with utmost dedication. Excellent. Straightforward. The Wine Sword Immortal nodded with satisfaction, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. With a casual flick of his wrist, a palm-sized token, neither metal nor wood, engraved with profound Five Elements patterns, flew toward Li Qingshan. This is the Five Elements Sect's Guest Elder token, the Five Elements token. With this token, you may freely access most areas of the sect and verify your identity. The specific rules and benefits of the sect will be explained to you by the elders once you arrive. Li Qingshan took the token. Its surface felt smooth and warm to the touch, and he could sense the peculiar energy contained within, along with a faint, elusive connection to an array formation. This old man must hurry to the northern frontier. Those ancient fiends there aren't behaving themselves, and I have no time to escort you back. The Wine Sword Immortal took another swig of liquor before saying, You may proceed to the Five Elements Sect's mountain gates to report on your own. As for the location, it lies within the Five Elements Mountains of Central Plains territory. Ask around, and anyone will know. Without waiting for Li Qingshan's response, his form flickered and dissolved into the air like mist, vanishing without a trace. Only his alcohol-tinged words lingered, slowly dissipating into the air. Youngster, cultivate diligently. Don't waste your 9-turn golden core. I'll be waiting for you at the Five Elements Sect. He came swiftly and departed just as swiftly, his actions free and unconstrained, radiating the aura of a true master. With the Wine Sword Immortal gone, the tension in the air instantly eased. Only then did Xisha Zhenren and the other golden core cultivators dare approach, offering Li Qingshan their congratulations with tones far more respectful and warm than before. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Zhou. No, we should now address you as Elder Zhou. Congratulations on condensing your 9-turn golden core, and even more so on gaining the favor of the Wine Sword Immortal ancestor to join the Five Elements Sect. Truly, double joy has descended upon you, most heartening indeed. Xisha Zhenren's smile blossomed like a flower, her tone tinged with flattery. A future nascent soul cultivator and a guest cultivator of the Five Elements Sect, that she was determined to cultivate this relationship wholeheartedly. Congratulations, Elder Zhou. Should Elder Joe find leisure in the days ahead, we humbly request your continued guidance and support. Several golden core cultivators hastily bowed, presenting gifts, mostly rare spiritual herbs and minerals to cultivate goodwill. Li Qingshan reciprocated each gesture with humble courtesy, maintaining appropriate distance without letting his new status go to his head. He accepted the gifts and exchanged pleasantries with them for a short while. After attending to everyone, Li Qingshan did not linger long in Zixia Immortal City. He knew full well that news of the 9-turn Golden Core's emergence would likely spread quickly. Staying here any longer would inevitably draw attention, potentially inviting unnecessary trouble. Returning to his cave residence, he packed lightly. Most valuables were already stored in his storage ring and then, he quietly departed Purple Mist Immortal City. After exiting the city, Li Qingshan did not fly conspicuously. Instead, he activated the minor concealment technique, suppressing his cultivation fluctuations to the level of a late Foundation establishment cultivator. He also slightly altered his appearance, making himself look more ordinary. Only then did he mount his teleportation light, flying at a leisurely pace toward the 5 Elements Sect in Central Continent. With my current cultivation, if I encounter Zhang Yuzhen again, even if I can't defeat her, I'll at least have the strength to protect myself. Still, once my power grows stronger, I must eliminate this threat once and for all. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed with sharp determination as he silently resolved within himself. Thoughts swirled through his mind as he traveled. From a youth in Peach Blossom Village, to a menial laborer at the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, and now having formed the 9-turn Golden Core to become a guest elder of the 5 Elements Sect. His journey had been fraught with hardship and twists, yet also filled with unexpected opportunities. Now that he had broken through to the Golden Core stage, the 5 Elements Sect would be his next crucial stop on his cultivation journey. His ambitions reached far beyond this. Beyond the Golden Core lay the nascent soul stage, then the spirit transformation stage. The path to immortality stretched endlessly before him. A streak of azure light sliced across the sky, carrying a newly ascended Golden Core cultivator as he sped toward the distant 5 Elements Sect. The journey to the 5 Elements Sect was far from peaceful. The closer he approached Central Plains, the fewer the large-scale beast swarms became, yet sporadic demon beast attacks grew noticeably more frequent. Many desolate villages and wilderness areas were permeated with faint demonic energy and the scent of blood. Li Qingshan used his powerful divine sense to evade several larger demonic hordes in advance. Those smaller groups he couldn't avoid became his testing ground to familiarize himself with the power of the Golden Core stage. The cold ice sword hummed softly, the soul-extinguishing needles moved silently. Often, within a single encounter, several low-tiered demon beasts would fall dead. He scarcely needed to exert his full strength. The vast, refined spiritual power granted by the 9 transformations Golden Core far surpassed that of ordinary early-stage Golden Core cultivators. Even so, he gained a clearer understanding of the chaos and peril brought by the demonic invasion, making his desire to strengthen himself all the more urgent. One day, a vast mountain range finally came into view, majestic and continuous, shrouded in misty spiritual energy. The mountain range's contours held a profound mystery, subtly echoing the cyclical essence of the 5 elements. 5 towering peaks, like colossal pillars supporting the heavens, radiated golden, azure, blue, crimson, and yellow light respectively, piercing straight through the clouds. At the mountain gate, a massive jade archway stood tall, inscribed with 3 ancient, majestic characters imbued with Taoist essence 5 Elements Sect. Beneath the archway, disciples stood guard, their auras sharp and formidable, each possessing cultivation at the Foundation establishment stage or higher. Li Qingshan suppressed his teleportation light, masking his aura to reveal only early Gold Core cultivation, and stepped forward. Halt! This is the mountain gate of the 5 Elements Sect. What brings you here? A guarding disciple stepped forward, inquiring with neither humility nor arrogance. Li Qingshan produced the 5 Elements token and handed it over. I am Zhou Yun. Invited by the esteemed Wine Sword Immortal, I have come to report to the sect to assume the position of guest elder. The disciple took the token, scrutinizing it carefully. Upon sensing its unique 5 Elements aura and the markings of a guest elder, his expression shifted to one of deep respect. He returned the token with both hands. Honored Elder Zhou has arrived. This disciple has been disrespectful. Please follow me, I shall announce your arrival to the elders immediately. Chapter 73, The 5 Elements Sect. The guard disciple activated a communication talisman. Soon, a cultivator dressed in elder robes, at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, arrived by teleportation light. After verifying Li Qingshan's identity and token, the elder surnamed Lu adopted a most courteous demeanor. Elder Zhou, the Grand Master has instructed that should you arrive, you may be escorted directly to the main hall on the central peak. Following Elder Lu into the 5 Elements Sect, Li Qingshan truly grasped the majestic grandeur of a top-tier sect. The concentration of spiritual energy within the sect far surpassed that of the outside world. Picturesque peaks towered overhead, cascading waterfalls and gurgling springs flowed freely, pavilions and towers dotted the landscape, and spirit cranes soared through the skies. Disciples either flew atop magical artifacts or sparred in magical arts, a scene of celestial splendor that felt like another world compared to the war-torn chaos outside. The main peak hall was majestic and imposing. The current leader of the Five Elements Sect, true immortal blazing fire, was a middle-aged Taoist with an elegant countenance and profound aura, his cultivation having reached the late golden core stage. He had evidently learned of Li Qingshan's existence through the Wine Sword Immortal's message, particularly the mention of the 9 transformation golden core. Senior Zhou, welcome to the Five Elements Sect. True Master Blazing Fire smiled warmly, his tone cordial. Wine Sword Immortal, our venerable ancestor, has already informed me of your extraordinary talent, Elder Zhou. Meeting you today, I see you are truly exceptional. To have successfully formed your golden core at such a young age is indeed a blessing for our Five Elements Sect. Li Qingshan hastily responded with humility, the sect leader flatters me. It was mere luck. I shall need your guidance in the future. After exchanging a few pleasantries, true immortal blazing fire personally processed Li Qingshan's registration as a guest elder. He handed him a jade slip inscribed with the sect's rules, maps, and access permissions. Per sect tradition, guest elders reside on Tianquan Peak. The environment there is serene and tranquil, abundant with spiritual energy. Moreover, all elders live in close proximity, allowing for mutual support. Master Blazing Fire continued, handing over a set of array flags and a token for controlling formations. This is the cave-dwelling token for Section Bing on Tianquan Peak. Elder Zhou may proceed to establish your cave dwelling there. Guest elders receive 1,000 spirit stones and 1,000 contribution points monthly from the sect. Junior brother may earn additional resources by completing sect tasks. The first 3 levels of the scripture hall are also open to you. You may exchange contribution points for cultivation techniques and spells. The formalities proceeded smoothly, as true Master Blazing Fire clearly intended to cultivate a relationship with this guest elder of boundless potential. Senior brother Zhou, having just broken through to the golden core realm, you likely don't possess a treasure yet. If you don't mind, this Tai Chang sword of 3rd tier, lower grade treasure is yours as a gift. Master Liehua smiled as he produced a pale blue long sword, its surface shimmering with an extraordinary radiance. Thank you, sect leader. Li Qingshan responded respectfully, though inwardly he was overjoyed. He had been troubled by the lack of a magical artifact to use, and never expected the sect leader to be so generous. He accepted the Taichang sword. After expressing his gratitude, Li Qingshan was guided by a disciple toward Tianquan Peak. Tianquan Peak lay on the outskirts of the Five Elements Sect, yet its spiritual energy remained thick. The Bing character region contained over a dozen isolated peaks, each several miles apart and shrouded in protective arrays that prevented interference between them. Li Qingshan located the peak assigned to him and used his token to activate its guardian array. The peak wasn't exceptionally tall, but the scenery was beautiful. A small spirit vein ran through it, brimming with spiritual energy. A ready-made cave entrance lay halfway up the slope. Its interior was quite spacious, complete with a pill refinement room, a weapon forging chamber, a spirit beast enclosure, and medicinal gardens, all requiring only personal arrangement. Li Qingshan was thoroughly satisfied. He immediately set to work, placing the Xianhuang array platform he had obtained from Xianming at the core of the cave dwelling. He activated the Xianhuang Earth Vein Spirit Sealing Array to its fullest potential, then layered upon it the numerous prohibitions he had mastered. The moment all arrays activated, the entire cave dwelling seemed to be isolated from the world. The flow of energy between inside and outside was completely severed, and a profound sense of security welled up within him. Finally, a truly secure place to call home. Li Qingshan exhaled deeply, a weight lifting from his heart. With the Five Elements Sect as his powerful backing and such a hidden cave dwelling at his disposal, he could finally relax his constant vigilance and focus on planning his future cultivation path. Cross-legged in his meditation chamber, Li Qingshan began meticulously assessing his current state and future plans. I have now formed the 9 transformation golden core, and the eternal life true art has smoothly progressed into the golden core chapter. My subsequent cultivation techniques are secure, I need only proceed step by step. However, my combat prowess is beginning to lag behind. His few supreme-grade spirit artifacts, the Frostblade, Soul-Extinguishing Needle, and Mystic Shield, were formidable weapons during his foundation establishment stage. Yet against golden core cultivators, especially those in the mid to late stages, they proved inadequate. 3rd-tier talisman treasures were powerful, yet they were consumables. Though I now possess the Grand Master Sword, it remains insufficient. The urgent task is to cultivate several powerful 3rd-tier spells and refine a few 3rd-tier treasures suited to me. He immersed his divine sense into the jade slip, examining the list of 3rd-tier spells available for exchange at the scripture hall. The Five Elements Sect possessed profound foundations, offering a dazzling array of 3rd-tier spells across all elements. Offensive, defensive, teleportation, and support spells were all available, leaving him overwhelmed by the choices. Careful selection was needed, spells that harmonized with his innate spiritual roots and cultivation techniques. As for magical artifacts, Li Qingshan pondered. The best choice, naturally, was to forge a life-bound artifact. A life-bound artifact was connected to the cultivator's mind and spirit, nurtured within the Dantian. It grew stronger alongside the cultivator's cultivation base, far surpassing artifacts of the same tier in power and responding to the user's commands with the precision of an extension of their own arm. A lifebound artifact could even be used into the nascent soul stage, and beyond into the transformation of the spirit stage. The Golden Core chapter of the Eternal Life True Art documented a method for forging a lifebound treasure called the Eternal Life Sword Array. It does not involve forging a single sword, but rather a complete set of 36 Sword of Eternal Judgment. Once forged, this sword array possesses boundless power, seamlessly integrating offense and defense. It embodies the true essence of immortality, its sword energy endlessly regenerating. However, the forging requirements are exceptionally stringent. The primary materials demand the heartwood of an immortal spirit tree over 10,000 years old and the essence of thunder tribulation spirit liquid. Secondary materials require dozens of rare celestial treasures like the essence of gunmetal and the breath of soil. The forging process itself is incredibly complex, demanding profound mastery of the art of artifact forging. 10,000-year-old immortal wood, thunder tribulation essence. Li Qingshan couldn't help but smile bitterly as he read the names of these materials. Each of these items was an unparalleled rarity, elusive and impossible to predict when one might obtain them. Gathering them all together was a task whose completion date lay beyond the horizon. Though a lifebound artifact is desirable, it cannot be rushed. For now, I should exchange or purchase a few ready-made third-tier treasures for self-defense, then slowly gather the materials to forge the Eternal Judgment Sword. He made up his mind. Once settled, he would visit the sect's marketplace and scripture hall. He would first select a few practical third-tier spells, then seek out one or two suitable third-tier lower-grade or middle-grade magical treasures. With a plan in place, Li Qingshan's heart settled completely. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy within his cave dwelling and the surging, colossal magical power coursing through his body, Li Qingshan was thoroughly satisfied. First, I'll head to the scripture hall. Li Qingshan thought to himself. Chapter 74, Acquiring Treasures. After settling into his cave dwelling, Li Qingshan set off for the Five Elements Sect's scripture hall. Located near the main peak, the scripture hall was a magnificent 9-story pagoda, radiating a brilliant aura and guarded by formidable restrictions. Guarding the hall was a late-stage golden core elder clad in black robes, his expression stern. After inspecting Li Qingshan's guest elder token, his expression softened slightly as he said indifferently, Taoist Joe, you may enter the first 3 floors of the scripture hall. As a newly appointed guest elder, you may select one cultivation technique or spell free of charge. Any additional items will require contribution points for exchange. Thank you. Li Qingshan nodded in acknowledgement. He stepped inside the scripture hall. The interior was vast, filled with rows upon rows of jade tablet shelves. Countless cultivation techniques, spells, secret arts, and miscellaneous texts were neatly categorized and stored, dazzling the eye. He bypassed the cultivation techniques section entirely. The true art of longevity pointed directly to the Tao, far surpassing anything found here. His target was the spell section, particularly teleportation and offensive spells. Third-tier spells were far fewer than second-tier ones, but each possessed profound mysteries and astonishing power. Li Qingshan carefully examined the introduction jade slips. Scorching Prairie Fire Technique, third-tier inferior grade manipulates blazing flames to incinerate mountains and boil seas. Frozen Prison, third-tier mid-grade, harnessing frigid power to imprison foes and extinguish souls. Earth Barrier, third-tier high-grade, impenetrable defense, unbreakable by peers. Golden Light Split Shadow Sword, third-tier, high-grade. Splits sword light into illusions, blurring the line between reality and illusion. The array of spells stirred his heart, yet the exchange prices listed afterward made him inwardly gasp. They routinely demanded tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of sect contribution points, and he was a mere novice with only 1,000 points to his name. Fortunately, newly appointed guest elders were granted one free selection of a cultivation technique or spell. He searched patiently, finally pausing before a slightly rustic jade slip. Sixfold Thunder Body, a high-tier third-grade spell. It harnessed the power of heaven and earth's thunder to temper the practitioner's body. Upon mastery, the practitioner transformed into thunder itself, achieving unmatched speed. Furthermore, it allowed the manifestation of 6 Thunder Shadow clones, each possessing half the combat strength of the original body. These clones combined offense and defense, their movements unpredictable and elusive. Note, this technique is extremely difficult to cultivate, requiring endurance of the torment of thunder forging the body and demanding exceptionally high physical strength. However, once mastered, its power rivals that of a common 4th-tier inferior spell. This is it. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed with determination. This technique combined teleportation, attack, and clone generation. Its immense power perfectly suited his needs. The high physical demands were especially favorable. His 9 transformations golden body technique had reached the 3rd transformation's perfection, granting him a formidable physique that fully met the requirements. As for the agony of tempering the body with thunder and lightning, what was that compared to the path of immortality? Without hesitation, he chose the 6-fold thunder body, using up that free opportunity. As for the other coveted techniques, they would have to wait until he accumulated enough contribution points in the future. He retrieved the jade slip containing the 6-fold thunder body technique, had the gatekeeper elder make a duplicate copy, and then departed the scripture hall. With this spell in hand, the 6-fold thunder body will sustain my cultivation for a long time. Now, off to the marketplace to see if I can acquire some magical treasures. Li Qingshan thought to himself as he made his way to the Five Elements Sect's internal marketplace. The marketplace was quite large, lined with shops and bustling with disciples. At the market's center stood two most imposing structures, the Five Elements Treasure Pavilion and the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The Five Elements Treasure Pavilion belonged to the Five Elements Sect. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, however, had an equally extraordinary origin. It was said to have branches scattered throughout the eastern wastes, numbering dozens or even hundreds, and possessed immense power. After a moment's hesitation, he walked straight into the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The proprietor of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was an affable, early-stage golden core elder surnamed Qian. Esteemed Taoist friend, may I ask your name? What might you be seeking? Our 10,000 Treasures Pavilion offers a complete assortment magical artifacts, spirit pills, talismans, and array formations all under one roof. Shopkeeper Qian introduced with a smile. Shopkeeper, I am Zhou Yun. I wish to purchase a third-tier magical artifact. Does the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion have any? Li Qingshan inquired. Third-tier magical artifact? Certainly. Esteemed guest, please follow me. Upon hearing Li Qingshan's desire to purchase a third-tier magical artifact, Manager Qian immediately welcomed him warmly into the inner chamber and served tea. Soon, he returned carrying several treasure boxes. Please take a look, fellow Taoist Zhou. Qian opened the boxes and took out 3 items radiating brilliant treasure light. This scarlet flame blade is a low-grade third-tier artifact with a scorching effect and formidable power. This greenwood shield is a mid-grade third-tier artifact with strong defense and the ability to absorb wood spirit energy for self-repair. And these wind-chasing boots are low-grade third-tier, greatly enhancing flight speed. Li Qingshan examined them but shook his head slightly. Manager Qian, do you have any flying swords? I'm not skilled with blades and wish to purchase one. As for teleportation techniques, I've already cultivated those. Flying swords? Of course we have them. Shopkeeper Qian's eyes lit up as he smiled. What perfect timing, Elder. We just acquired a Heavenly Thunder Sword, a third-tier, low-grade artifact. Forged from celestial meteorite iron infused with a thread of heavenly thunder energy, it's swift, fierce, and capable of vanquishing demons and evil. Thunder attribute artifacts are rare treasures, boasting the most formidable offensive power. As for defensive artifacts, this Mystic Turtle Shield, though only a third-tier lower-grade item, is crafted from the shell of a 1,000-year-old Mystic Turtle. Its defensive power is formidable, capable of withstanding multiple full-force attacks from a late-stage golden core cultivator. Had it not been for some mishaps during its forging, it would have been at least a high-grade third-tier artifact. These 2 treasures are among the finest in our 10,000 Treasures Pavilion's collection. I wouldn't part with them for just anyone. He produced another sword and shield. The Thunderbolt sword glowed a deep purple, its blade wrapped in thunder patterns that trembled slightly, sparking tiny lightning arcs. The Mystic Tortoise shield was thick and ancient-looking, a dark yellow color, radiating an aura as steady as a mountain. Li Qingshan examined them for a moment, satisfied, and inquired, what is the price for these 2 treasures? The Thunderbolt sword is 15,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the Mystic Tortoise shield is 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Manager Qian quoted the prices. Li Qingshan inwardly sighed at the steep cost of third-tier magical treasures. After a moment's thought, he produced the Cold Ice Sword and the Mystic Yuan Shield. Shopkeeper Qian, take a look at these 2 supreme-grade spirit artifacts. What would you price them at? Top-grade spirit artifacts? Those are quite rare indeed. Qian's eyes lit up. After a thorough inspection, he declared, these artifacts are of exceptional quality, though they remain second-tier. This shop is willing to offer 20,000 low-grade spirit stones for them. Top-grade spirit artifacts were formidable weapons for Foundation establishment cultivators. In a sense, their value often rivals that of third-tier low-grade magical treasures. This is because Foundation establishment cultivators can wield supreme spirit artifacts, yet they cannot utilize third-tier magical treasures. The difficulty of refining supreme-grade spirit artifacts is no less than that of third-tier magical treasures. They are extremely rare on the market, hence their exorbitant cost. Li Qingshan nodded. The price seemed fair enough. He paid another 150,000 spirit stones to complete the transaction. He stowed away his 2 newly acquired treasures and casually inquired, Shopkeeper Qian, does your establishment carry any flying needles or similar treasures specifically designed to damage the soul? Manager Qian shook his head with a wry smile. Elder Zhou, you jest. Such sinister artifacts, crafted to specifically target the soul, are exceedingly difficult to refine. The materials are rare, and when they do appear, they command astronomical prices. Moreover, they often violate the harmony of heaven and earth, so they are seldom sold openly. Our shop truly does not carry any at present. Li Qingshan felt a hint of disappointment, though it was hardly unexpected. At that moment, Manager Qian lowered his voice further. Elder Zhou, in 1 month's time, our establishment will host a small gathering for golden core cultivators. Many fellow practitioners will bring rare items for trade or barter. There might just be something that meets your needs. Would you be interested? With that, he handed over an invitation card embossed with gold lettering. Li Qingshan's interest was piqued. A treasure exchange gathering? This could be a prime opportunity. Chapter 75, The Sky-Piercing Sword, the Earth Shield, and the Ninefold Thunder Body. He accepted the invitation. Thank you, Manager Qian. Zhou will certainly attend. Leaving the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, he returned to his cave residence on Tianquan Peak. Li Qingshan couldn't wait to stow the newly acquired 3rd Tier Inferior Heavenly Thunder Sword, 3rd Tier Inferior Mystic Turtle Shield, and the Jade Slip inscribed with the 6-fold Thunder Body technique into his. He spent the night filled with anticipation. The next morning, he immediately checked the changes within the gourd. The originally purple glowing Thunder Sword had undergone a dramatic transformation. Its blade had grown longer and more streamlined, radiating a profound purple-gold hue. The once dancing lightning arcs had solidified into terrifying purple lightning serpents that slithered along the blade, emanating an aura of power that had surged to the peak of the 3rd tier. At the hilt, 2 ancient seal script characters naturally formed, Tian Xiao. As for the Xian turtle shield, its size had shrunk by a full circle, yet it felt heavier and more solid. Its color had deepened to a dark gold, and a clear Xian turtle totem emerged on its surface. The patterns of the turtle shell shimmered with a metallic luster, and its defensive power had clearly also risen to the top-tier 3rd grade level. On the shield's reverse, 2 ancient characters similarly appeared: Wu Tu, the Tianxiao sword, and the Wudo shield. What treasures! Li Qingshan was overjoyed. Finally, his gaze settled upon the jade slip. The jade tablet glowed with an inner radiance. The spell recorded within, 6-fold Thunder Body, had been completely upgraded to 9-fold Thunder Body. 9-fold Thunder Body? So powerful! Li Qingshan's eyes lit up, and he was instantly overcome with excitement. The 9-fold Thunder Body not only retained the lightning summoning body tempering, the lightning speed agility, and the ability to condense Thunder Shadow clones, but it also increased the number of clones from 6 to 9. Each clone's combat power surged from half that of the main body to 70%. Even more terrifying, the 9 clones could join the main body to deploy the 9 Heavens Thunder Prison Sword formation, unleashing boundless power. Moreover, this 9-fold Thunder Body could be cultivated all the way to the nascent soul stage, making it a divine technique truly comparable to a top-tier 4th-tier spell. Excellent! Absolutely brilliant! Li Qingshan couldn't help but burst into loud laughter, overcome with excitement. They had never disappointed him. 2 top-tier 3rd-tier treasures and a supreme divine technique reaching the 4th tier, his combat strength would undergo a qualitative leap. As for the Grand Master Sword gifted by the sect leader, Li Qingshan did not place it within thee for enhancement. Having this ordinary treasure on display served as perfect camouflage for his true strength. Suppressing his urge to cultivate immediately, Li Qingshan first began refining the 2 newly acquired supreme artifacts. He drew forth his essence blood and patiently refined the sky-piercing sword and earth shield with the true fire of his golden core. Having been enhanced by thee, they were already deeply attuned to his essence, making the refinement process remarkably smooth. In less than a month, both treasures became as responsive as an extension of his arm. He stored them in his dantian to nurture their power. The month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Li Qingshan arrived at the training ground outside his cave dwelling. With a flicker of intent, he uttered a light command: speed. A streak of purple-gold lightning shot forth from his dantian, swelling as it met the wind. It transformed into a long sword coiled with terrifying purple lightning serpents. With a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, it crashed down like divine punishment from the heavens, striking an uninhabited mountain several miles away. Boom! An earth-shattering roar echoed across the land. The entire barren mountain trembled violently within the dazzling lightning glow, then split cleanly in 2 from its center. Countless fragments of rock were reduced to dust by the thunderous force. Dust swirled, lightning arcs spattered everywhere. The sheer power was terrifying. Recall! Li Qingshan snapped his fingers, and the Tianxiao sword transformed into a streak of lightning, flying back and sinking into his body. He nodded with satisfaction. With another thought, the Wu-Earth shield materialized before him, instantly expanding into a massive, dark gold shield the size of a door panel. The mystical turtle totem on its surface appeared vividly lifelike, emanating an aura as steady as a mountain and as unbreakable as steel. With this sword and shield, I possess both offense and defense. My strength now rivals that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Even against a late-stage golden core cultivator, I stand a fighting chance. Li Qingshan felt the power of these 2 supreme treasures, and a surge of boldness filled his heart. Calculating the time, he knew the Wanbao Pavilion's treasure exchange event was about to begin. He once again cast the minor concealment technique, masking his cultivation fluctuations to appear at the early gold core stage. Changing into plain black robes and donning a cloak that blocked divine sense detection, he departed Tianquan Peak and returned to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion in the marketplace. Manager Qian had been waiting. Unsurprised by his disguise, he smiled and led him to a concealed teleportation array in the rear courtyard. A flash of light later, Li Qingshan materialized within a magnificent underground palace. Soft light filled the elegantly appointed chambers, where 2 or 3 dozen cultivators had already gathered. Like Li Qingshan, they all wore cloaks, magical masks, or shrouded themselves in mist, clearly unwilling to reveal their true identities. They maintained cautious distances between one another, with only a few whispering quietly. The atmosphere felt oppressively tense and mysterious. The spiritual pressure emanating from these cultivators revealed that even the weakest were at the early gold core stage, while several heart-stopping auras signaled late gold core or even great perfection cultivation levels. Li Qingshan silently sought out an inconspicuous corner to sit, suppressing his aura as he waited quietly. Soon, an elder dressed in 10,000 treasures pavilion robes, his face obscured by a halo of light, stepped forward to the central display platform of the palace hall. He announced in a resonant voice, "Welcome, fellow cultivators, to this gathering of the 10,000 treasures pavilion's golden core exchange. The rules remain unchanged, our pavilion provides the platform. Fellow cultivators may freely display their treasures, state their desired items be it spirit stones or barter and conduct transactions at their discretion. The highest bidder wins, or perhaps it is meant for those destined to possess it. I shall preside over this gathering, hoping all may find what they seek and depart with gains. Now, the exchange commences." After a brief silence, a cultivator with a hoarse voice stepped forward onto the stage. He produced a spirit ginseng, entirely crimson, as if ablaze with flame. A 500-year-old earthfire heartracer, a fire attribute treasure for alchemy, or to be consumed directly to temper the true fire of the golden core. Exchange for equivalent value in third-tier metal attribute alchemy materials, or 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Several below the stage showed interest, and it was ultimately exchanged by a cultivator for a fist-sized piece of secret silver. The trading commenced, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. One by one, rare treasures seldom seen in daily life were presented on the display platform. Among them was the third-tier mid-grade demonic artifact, the 100 Souls banner, radiating a terrifying aura of malevolence, a third-tier, high-grade confinement array disc, the 9 Palaces heaven-confounding array, capable of instantly trapping a mid-golden core cultivator, a jade slip inscribed with the rare third-tier, high-grade teleportation technique, blood shadow escape, and even one of the primary ingredients for the infant condensing pill, a 1,000-year-old infant condensing herb, said to increase the chances of forming a nascent soul by half. Each treasure's appearance stirred subtle commotion and waves of spiritual sense probing. Bids and haggling echoed in rapid succession. Li Qingshan was dazzled by the spectacle, inwardly marveling at the wealth of these golden core cultivators and the 5-element sect marketplace's ability to gather such resources. Both the blood shadow escape technique and the infant condensing herb deeply tempted him. Yet the former was a demonic escape art incompatible with his cultivation method, while the latter's price had skyrocketed to astronomical heights. He could only sigh in frustration. During the auction, he also spotted several formidable soul-targeting artifacts, such as a set of soul-capturing bells capable of attacking spiritual essence. However, their quality was only low-tier third grade, and their single-function design fell short of his expectations. Then, a short, stout cultivator cloaked in a hooded robe stepped forward. He produced an ancient bronze mirror. The mirror's surface was blurred, seemingly veiled in a layer of dusty mist. Its back was engraved with intricate runes, and at its center was set a dark, mysterious gemstone. Chapter 76, Refining the Treasure. This artifact is called the Soul-Binding Mirror, a third-tier inferior magical treasure, the stout cultivator said in a deep voice. When activated, it can reflect and bind a cultivator's soul, causing their spirit to tremble. For a short time, their consciousness becomes blurred, and their movements slow. It excels particularly at suppressing ghostly entities and soul-like beings. It can be exchanged for a high-grade third-tier attack talisman or a pill that advances one to the early stage of the golden core cultivation. A soul-binding artifact. Li Qingshan's heart stirred. This was precisely what he needed. Though only a third-tier inferior artifact, its soul-binding effect sounded remarkably potent, a weapon that could compensate for his lack of soul-attacking techniques. Several others below the platform also showed signs of interest. Pills to advance early golden core cultivation were passable, but a high-grade third-tier talisman was exceedingly rare. A high-grade third-tier talisman treasure required sacrificing the primordial essence of a high-grade third-tier artifact, sealing part of its power within the talisman. Ordinary golden core cultivators would never lightly attempt such a thing. They speculated that the old man had likely traded for this talismanic treasure for one of his juniors. One cultivator spoke up, "I offer 3 bottles of jade liquid pills, 5 pills per bottle, all of medium quality." The short, stout cultivator shook his head. "Not enough." Another suggested, "How about a third-tier low-grade defensive inner armor?" The stocky cultivator seemed somewhat tempted, but still replied, "Fellow Taoist, third-tier low-grade, that's a bit too low." Li Qingshan knew he couldn't wait any longer. His voice, altered by magical power to sound aged, spoke solemnly, "This old man possesses a third-tier, high-grade blazing sunblade talisman treasure, imbued with the full force of 3 strikes from a late-stage golden core cultivator. Plus, a bottle of third-tier, low-grade empty void pills, 5 pills in total. Though low-grade, they prove exceptionally effective for early-stage golden core cultivators. How about trading for your soul-stabilizing mirror? A third-tier high-grade talisman treasure. And an offensive one at that. This meant 3 extra trump cards for survival or killing. Its value far surpassed that of a typical third-tier, low-grade artifact. Combined with a bottle of third-tier pills, this offer instantly silenced the crowd. The short, stout cultivator visibly trembled, clearly deeply tempted. Talisman treasures could save lives in critical moments or be passed down to successors, while elixirs steadily enhanced cultivation both were practical treasures. He hesitated no longer and immediately declared, "Agreed. As you say, fellow cultivator." The two ascended the platform and completed the transaction under the witness of the auctioneer. Li Qingshan handed over the talisman treasure and elixir, carefully accepting the heavy soul-stabilizing mirror in return. Its surface felt slightly cool to the touch, and he could sense the peculiar fluctuations of soul energy within it. With the transaction complete, Li Qingshan felt satisfied. Though the blazing sun blade talisman was immensely powerful, it had served him well during his foundation establishment stage. For the Li Qingshan of today, however, it held little use. His full power strike was no less formidable than that of the sunblade talisman. Exchanging it caused him no regret. Several other covetable treasures appeared later, such as a high-grade third-tier flying sword and a set of immensely powerful combined magical artifacts. Yet, his pockets were empty. What he had left was either insufficient for trade or too precious to part with, leaving him only to watch from the sidelines. The exchange session lasted roughly 2 hours before finally concluding. The crowd began to disperse. As Li Qingshan rose to leave, the host approached him quietly, handing over a new gold-embossed invitation card and whispering telepathically, "Fellow Taoist, our pavilion will host another such exchange gathering in a year's time. More treasures may appear then. You are most welcome to return." Li Qingshan's heart stirred slightly as he accepted and tucked away the invitation. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion truly possessed considerable influence, capable of regularly organizing trade events of this caliber. Leaving the underground palace, he returned to the surface. Li Qingshan made no detours, heading straight back to his cave residence on Tianquan Peak. After activating all protective seals, he eagerly retrieved the soul-settling mirror and carefully placed it into his. "I wonder what surprises this mirror will bring after a night of nurturing," he murmured to himself, filled with anticipation. To others, the soul-stabilizing mirror was merely a third-tier inferior magical artifact. But to Li Qingshan, enhanced by it had become a third-tier supreme magical artifact. Its value had skyrocketed tenfold, even 100-fold. Li Qingshan spent the night in eager anticipation. The next day, upon inspection, it was exactly as he had anticipated. The third-tier inferior soul-stabilizing mirror had been completely transformed. Its body had transformed from ancient bronze into a deep, mysterious black, a material neither gold nor jade, cool to the touch. The surface had become smooth as obsidian, clearly reflecting human figures. Yet upon closer inspection, it seemed capable of sucking one's very soul into its depths. The runes on the mirror's back had grown more intricate and profound. The gem at its center had transformed into a point of faint, swirling light, emitting heart-stopping fluctuations of soul energy. A third-tier supreme artifact, the soul-capturing mirror. Its power far surpassed the previous soul-binding mirror. Not only could it bind a person's soul, but it could also directly assault and even damage an opponent's divine soul. Its power against soul entities and ghostly beings reached terrifying levels. Li Qingshan was overjoyed and immediately began the ritual refinement of this third supreme artifact. Simultaneously, he formally commenced cultivation of the ninefold thunder body technique and the deep nurturing of the other two treasures. The process of cultivating the ninefold thunder body proved far more painful and arduous than refining artifacts. He chose a thunderstorm night to summon lightning atop the mountain peak outside his cave dwelling. Initially, he could only channel faint threads of the wandering thunder energy from the heavens and earth into his body. Even so, the violent, destructive power made his entire body tremble violently. His meridians felt as if they were being torn apart, and the smell of scorched flesh filled the air. He steadied his mind, circulating the ninefold thunder body incantation to envelop and refine each thread of thunder with his immortal essence, integrating it into his flesh, golden core, and magical power. Each thunderous tempering felt like enduring torture. Yet his physical body, tempered by both the nine transformations golden body technique and the thunder's power, grew increasingly resilient. His speed and reaction time improved at a visible rate. His magical power gradually took on the domineering attributes of thunder, multiplying the potency of his lightning-based spells. 3 months slipped away in this monotonous, agonizing, yet profoundly rewarding ascetic training. That day, within the quiet chamber, Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of purple lightning flickering within. He let out a low growl as thunderous light erupted around him. Crackle! A figure identical to his physical form, entirely composed of dazzling silver lightning, abruptly stepped forth from within him. This thunder shadow possessed distinct features and piercing eyes, its body pulsing with violent lightning arcs. The spiritual energy fluctuations it emitted were a staggering 70% of his original body's power. The first layer of the ninefold thunder body thunder shadow clone completed. With a thought from Li Qingshan, the thunder shadow instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting through the cave dwelling at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye. Its punches and kicks carried the roar of wind and thunder, demonstrating formidable power. Excellent! With this thunder shadow's aid, whether entangling foes or exploring perilous terrain, I now possess an additional layer of formidable protection. Li Qingshan withdrew the thunder shadow into his body with satisfaction. After 3 months of arduous cultivation, his early golden core realm had solidified completely. He wielded his 3 supreme magical treasures with effortless mastery, as if they were extensions of his own limbs. Moreover, he had cultivated the first layer of the thunder body, causing his strength to surge exponentially beyond what it was when he first formed his golden core. Chapter 77, The Heaven Repairing Pill. While delighted by his enhanced power, Li Qingshan also faced a pressing issue: poverty. Cultivating the ninefold thunder body and nurturing his treasures consumed vast amounts of spiritual energy and resources. The monthly stipend from the sect was merely a drop in the bucket. The advanced spells in the scripture hall that made his eyes burn with desire, the rare treasures needed to forge a life-bound artifact, all demanded vast quantities of sect contribution points. With these at his disposal, Li Qingshan had no shortage of spirit stones. However, contribution points were difficult to come by. They could only be earned by completing sect tasks and making tangible contributions to the sect. I must find a way to earn contribution points. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qingshan resolved to leverage his greatest strength, alchemy. After emerging from seclusion, he headed straight for the 5 Elements Sect's task hall. The hall bustled with disciples and elders reviewing or exchanging quests. Li Qingshan walked straight to the quest-issuing counter. Attending was a mid-gold core elder surnamed Yang, his face kind and approachable. Li Qingshan presented his guest elder token. Elder Yang, I am Zhou Yun. I wish to take on some alchemy tasks. Elder Yang, who had evidently heard of this new guest elder, smiled. Ah, Elder Zhou. Alchemy tasks are certainly available. What grade of elixirs might Elder Zhou be capable of refining? As he spoke, he retrieved a jade slip listing various alchemy tasks. Li Qingshan scanned it with his divine sense. After a moment's thought, he replied, I should be capable of handling 3rd-grade inferior pills like the Empty Void Pill and the True Yang Pill. A hint of surprise flashed in Elder Yang's eyes. 3rd-tier alchemists were rare indeed, especially those who had started as independent cultivators. He confirmed, Are you certain, Elder Zhou? These tasks come with specific success rates and quality requirements. Failure to complete them will require compensation for the loss of materials. I'm willing to give it a try, Li Qingshan nodded. Excellent. Elder Yang's smile broadened, his tone growing warmer. We happen to have 3 batches of empty void pills to refine. The sect will provide all materials. The success rate must not fall below 30%, and 5 finished pills must be returned. Completing the task earns 3,000 contribution points. For each additional pill successfully refined, an extra 1,000 contribution points are awarded. Elder Zhou, would you like to accept this task? Accepted. Li Qingshan agreed readily. A 30% success rate was not demanding at all a breeze for him. After accepting the task and collecting the materials, Li Qingshan returned to his cave residence to begin the alchemy process. He refrained from using the to enhance the ingredients, instead relying solely on his genuine alchemy skills. With meticulous care, he manipulated the earth fire and processed the medicinal herbs. 10 days later, all 3 batches of empty void pills were successfully refined. He deliberately controlled the success rate and quality, ultimately obtaining 8 low-grade empty void pills exceeding the mission requirements. When he returned the pills to the quest hall, Elder Yang inspected them and wore a look of delighted surprise. 8 pills. A success rate nearing 40%. Elder Zhou truly is a hidden master. Here are your contribution points. Please take them. He transferred 6,000 contribution points to Li Qingshan's identity token, his tone growing even more courteous. Should any alchemy tasks arise in the future, this old man will notify Elder Zhou first. Thank you, Elder Yang. Li Qingshan bowed his hands in gratitude. Over the next 3 months, Li Qingshan accepted and completed 2 more 3rd-tier low-grade alchemy tasks, earning another 5,000 contribution points. Li Qingshan now possessed a total of 11,000 contribution points. Though still far from redeeming those top-tier treasures, he now had a steady income and had begun establishing himself in the task hall as a 3rd-tier alchemist with commendable skill. 11,000 contribution points were sufficient to exchange for a decent 3rd-tier spell. However, Li Qingshan remained unhurried. After all, he had yet to refine the ninefold thunder body. When it came to spells, quality mattered more than quantity. Amidst his cultivation and alchemy pursuits, Li Qingshan never forgot the 2 treasures he had obtained from the core region of the Shen-Tian secret realm: the unopenable 3rd-tier supreme alchemy furnace and the mysterious purple gold flask. On this particular day, he sensed his condition had reached its peak. His early golden core cultivation had solidified, and his divine sense had grown significantly stronger through the tempering of the ninefold thunder body technique and his own realm advancement. He resolved to attempt opening that alchemy furnace once more. Within the quiet chamber, Li Qingshan held his breath and focused his mind, placing the 3-legged, 2-handled alchemy furnace with its ancient design and aura of profound weight before him. His palms pressed against the furnace walls as vast streams of golden core cultivation surged like rushing rivers, pouring endlessly into its depths. Simultaneously, his divine sense far surpassing that of cultivators at his level transformed into invisible tentacles, meticulously probing every restriction within the furnace, searching for the key to unlocking it. The furnace hummed, its ancient runes glowing one by one, radiating a force of resistance. The lid remained tightly sealed, seemingly fused with the body of the furnace, impossible to budge. Li Qingshan remained unhurried and unflustered, his immortal true essence flowing ceaselessly, his divine sense meticulously detailed. Like the most patient craftsman, he gradually wore away the lingering imprints of the furnace's former master and its formidable restrictions. This process was intensely taxing on both mind and magical energy. It consumed a full 2 months, during which Li Qingshan scarcely slept, immersing himself wholly in the task. Finally, at midnight on this day, when his magical power and divine sense reached a delicate equilibrium, a faint clicking sound of a mechanism echoed from within the furnace. A sliver of space appeared between the lid and the body of the furnace. An indescribably fresh medicinal fragrance, tangible as substance, wafted out from the opening, instantly filling the entire quiet chamber. Li Qingshan took just one breath of it and felt his spirit surge, every pore in his body opening wide. Even the circulation of his golden core seemed to accelerate slightly. Success! His heart surged with joy as he carefully lifted the lid completely. Inside, there was no blazing furnace fire as he'd imagined, nor any residue. Only 3 pills, each about the size of a longan, perfectly round and flawless, lying quietly at the bottom of the furnace. They glowed with a warm, milky white luster. Their surfaces bore no engravings, yet they naturally emitted a soft, radiant glow and a boundless vitality as vast as the sea. Their fragrance was so soothing it seemed capable of cleansing the soul. What kind of elixir is this? Li Qingshan's breathing quickened. Though he was already a third-tier alchemist, the energy level and Tao essence emanating from these pills far exceeded his understanding. He carefully retrieved the 3 pills, placing them into his finest jade bottle and sealing it with multiple layers of protective enchantments. He immediately retrieved the jade slip containing the lower volume of the true scripture of the alchemy cauldron, meticulously comparing its records of ancient divine pills. After a long search, his gaze finally settled on a particular description, and his heart began to pound wildly. The heaven-repairing pill, a supreme 4th-tier elixir. It seizes the essence of heaven and earth, penetrates the mysteries of sun and moon. Crafted primarily from chaotic primordial energy and the transformative blue lotus, supplemented by over 110,000-year-old spiritual herbs, it requires 1,000 years of refinement in supreme alchemical fire to complete. On the day of its completion, celestial omens descended, startling gods and spirits alike. Its sole efficacy defying heaven to alter fate, extending human lifespan. A single pill grants 300 additional years of life. Yet bound by the laws of heaven and earth, this pill may only be consumed once in a lifetime, taking more yields no effect. 300 years of added life. Li Qingshan's hand trembled slightly as he held the jade bottle. It was the legendary 4th-tier supreme elixir, the heaven-repairing pill. Chapter 78, the heaven-burning furnace. This was the ultimate treasure coveted by countless cultivators, especially those ancient monsters nearing the end of their lifespans. Its value was beyond measure in spirit stones. No wonder Xin Ming was hunted down by the Danding sect. The Danding scripture is too precious. Possessing such an ancient elixir as the heaven-repairing pill, that must be the real reason the Danding sect refuses to let him go. Li Qingshan suddenly understood, his heart trembling with shock. The Xiantian sect's ability to refine the heaven-repairing pill back then suggests they must have been an extremely powerful cultivation sanctuary even in ancient times. Li Qingshan speculated inwardly. Calming his excitement, Li Qingshan turned his gaze back to the now activated alchemy furnace. A 3rd-tier supreme alchemy furnace. With this alchemy furnace, the quality of his future refinement would undoubtedly improve significantly. But why hasn't the grade of this 3rd-tier supreme alchemy furnace increased after I stored it in MY? Could it be because someone else's soul imprint remains on it, or perhaps due to some restriction? A trace of confusion flickered in Li Qingshan's eyes. Now that I've unlocked the furnace, perhaps I can use thee to further elevate its grade? A thought stirred in Li Qingshan's mind. After pondering for a moment, he promptly stored the alchemy furnace before him back into the. He pondered for a moment, then retrieved another heaven-repairing pill. Perhaps the heaven-repairing pill could also be further refined. The night passed without incident. The next day, when he checked the again, even though he was mentally prepared, he was still profoundly shocked. The alchemy furnace, originally a top-tier 3rd-grade artifact, had undergone a profound transformation. Its body had grown thicker and more ancient, its color shifting to a deep crimson as if it had weathered eons of time, or as if eternal flames burned within its depths. The furnace walls were adorned with vivid reliefs of sun, moon, stars, flowers, birds, fish, insects, and all things under heaven, each form lifelike and imbued with innate Taoist grace. Upon the furnace lid, a majestic Qilin beast coiled, its mouth spewing flames. The overwhelming aura emanating from the entire alchemy furnace far surpassed that of the celestial sword and earth shield before, reaching an entirely new level. On one side of the furnace, 2 ancient flame runes formed naturally Fenshin. A 4th-tier supreme alchemy furnace, the burning heaven furnace. According to the information flooding into his mind, this furnace could not only be used to refine 4th-tier and even higher-tier elixirs with greatly increased success rates and superior quality. It could also function as a formidable offensive artifact.
When activated, it summoned the scorching flames of heaven, unleashing limitless power capable of burning mountains and boiling seas. It was a treasure coveted even by great cultivators at the nascent soul stage. The burning heaven furnace. What a burning heaven furnace! Li Qingshan was overcome with excitement, caressing the furnace body with unwavering affection. With this furnace, he now possessed a formidable trump card for both future alchemy and combat. He suppressed the urge to immediately begin refining the furnace and instead retrieved the heaven mending pill. The once milky white pill of heavenly restoration had undergone a profound transformation, now glowing a pale gold and adorned with intricate, mystical patterns. Moreover, the pill hummed and vibrated intensely, as if possessed of extraordinary sentience. It trembled violently in Li Qingshan's hand, seemingly striving to break free and fly away. Could this possibly be a fifth-tier spirit pill? Li Qingshan's heart pounded violently, his eyes filled with disbelief. Legend held that when a spirit pill reached the fifth tier, it would develop sentience and could even break through the air to fly away. Gazing at the repair heaven pill before him, Li Qingshan was utterly stunned. Could the Rui gourd have directly elevated the repair heaven pill to the fifth tier? A fifth-tier heaven repairing pill is said to extend one's lifespan by 500 years, an unimaginably precious treasure. Li Qingshan's heart raced with excitement. He forced himself to resist the urge to consume it immediately and carefully stored the pill away. As for the other two heaven repairing pills, he did not use them to enhance them. Since they were not needed for the moment, he stored them away for now. After calming his emotions, he finally retrieved the last and most mysterious treasure, the purple gold gourd from the core of the secret realm. The gourd still appeared utterly ordinary. Its purple gold surface held no shimmering radiance, and it felt light as a feather, as if hollow inside. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and attempted to refine it once more. He forced out his essence blood, letting it drip onto the gourd. Yet it slid off like water on a lotus leaf, instantly rolling away without penetrating the surface at all. He ignited the true fire of his golden core to scorch it, yet the gourd showed no reaction whatsoever. He attempted to probe it with his divine sense, only to find it blocked by a gentle yet irresistible force, preventing any penetration. No matter what method he employed, the purple gold gourd remained utterly unmoved, showing no reaction whatsoever. Li Qingshan ceased his futile attempts, gazing at the purple gold gourd in his hand with an expression growing profoundly intense and fervent. With my cultivation at the 9-turn golden core stage and my spiritual awareness, combined with the unique nature of the eternal life true essence, I can't even refine it. I can't even get it to show the slightest reaction. What level of treasure is this gourd? 4th tier? Or even, the legendary 5th tier heaven-piercing divine treasure? Recalling the terrifying guardian array and the scale of the altar within the secret realm, he grew increasingly convinced that this purple gold gourd possessed origins that shook the heavens. It seems at least nascent soul cultivation is required to even begin refining this treasure. Li Qingshan murmured to himself, not discouraged but filled with boundless anticipation. He carefully stored the purple gold gourd deep within me for nurturing. He had a premonition that this treasure might become one of his greatest pillars of support on the path ahead. Within his cave dwelling, Li Qingshan took stock of his recent acquisitions, his heart racing with excitement. A top-grade 4th-tier heaven repairing pill, a 5th-tier heaven repairing pill, a top-grade 4th-tier heaven burning furnace, and a mysterious purple gold gourd of at least 5th-tier power. Any one of these treasures, if leaked, would be enough to unleash a storm of bloodshed across the entire eastern wastes. Power. I need even greater power. Otherwise, possessing such treasures invites disaster. He drew a deep breath, his eyes burning with resolve. The heaven burning furnace was a 4th-tier artifact, requiring a nascent soul cultivator to refine it. Li Qingshan's current cultivation was still too weak. Refining 3 top-tier 3rd-tier artifacts had already pushed him to his limit. Even with his abundant magical power, he could only continue refining the burning heaven furnace after his strength had grown. The heaven mending pill one can only consume it once in a lifetime. Perhaps I could attempt to take this 4th-tier heaven mending pill? Li Qingshan pondered silently. The pill cauldron scripture stated that although the heaven mending pill was a 4th-tier spiritual pill, its effects were mild. Its primary function was to extend lifespan, making it safe for consumption even at the golden core stage without risk of being blown apart. The 5th-tier heaven repairing pill was beyond Li Qingshan's daring to consume. The 4th tier might be manageable, but the 5th tier was too great a leap. It could potentially explode him outright. He stared intently at the 2 milky white elixirs within the jade bottle, each pulsing with immense vitality, his thoughts racing. Though I still possess nearly 600 years of lifespan, the path to immortality stretches endlessly. Who would ever complain about having too much time? Moreover, this heaven repairing pill is gentle in nature, safe for consumption even at the golden core stage, and can further accelerate cultivation. Such an opportunity, how could I possibly let it slip away? With that thought, his hesitation vanished. After preparing himself, he took one of the heaven repairing pills and placed it in his mouth. Chapter 79, 1,000 Years of Longevity. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue. Far from the violent potency he had imagined, a warm, mellow, yet boundless current surged through his entire body. This energy did not assault his meridians or dantian. Instead, like spring rain nourishing the earth silently, it permeated his flesh, bones, organs, and even the deepest recesses of his soul. He could distinctly feel his life essence swelling and swelling at an astonishing rate. An unprecedented sense of youth and vitality flooded his entire being, as if his body had returned to its peak condition, a state that would now be vastly prolonged. Simultaneously, a fraction of that colossal medicinal power transformed into supremely pure energy, slowly infusing into his golden core. His golden core visibly solidified and shone brighter, his cultivation level steadily climbing toward the peak of the early stage of the golden core realm. He was but a step away from entering the mid-stage. The entire process unfolded with remarkable ease, devoid of any pain, only the supreme bliss of witnessing his very essence being elevated to a higher plane of existence. Months later, the medicinal power was finally fully absorbed. Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiant with divine light. His skin glowed like polished jade, and his entire being seemed transformed. As he carefully sensed the changes, an excited smile spread across his lips. His lifespan had surged by 300 years. It must be noted that when he first broke through to the golden core stage, his lifespan was already 740 years. Now he possessed a full 1,000 years of lifespan. Among golden core cultivators, this was an utterly staggering figure. It rivaled the lifespan of a nascent soul elder. His cultivation base also surged to the peak of the early gold core stage in one fell swoop, saving him countless hours of tedious cultivation. What a remarkable heaven-repairing pill! Truly, it steals the very essence of heaven and earth, he exclaimed with genuine admiration. He carefully stowed the remaining 2 pills away, placing them in the deepest recesses of his storage ring. These 2 pills might one day be exchanged for unimaginable resources, or gifted to his closest kin. Li Qingshan resumed his secluded cultivation. Whether refining the 3 magical treasures or cultivating the 9-fold thunder body, both demanded immense time and effort. Not to mention, he also had to carve out time for alchemy commissions. Thus, Li Qingshan's days at the 5 Elements sect were busy, very busy. Yet as his strength grew, he felt an immense sense of fulfillment. One day, while Li Qingshan was studying alchemical formulas in his cave dwelling, the protective barriers outside were triggered. A sweep of his divine sense revealed 2 neighbors residing nearby, both guest elders of the 5 Elements sect. One was a female cultivator clad in crimson robes, a long sword strapped to her back, radiating a heroic and spirited aura. Her cultivation level was mid-golden core stage, none other than Elder Li Qingshan, who resided to the left. The other was a middle-aged man dressed in an array master's robe, with a slightly scholarly demeanor. His cultivation was at the early stage of the golden core realm. He was Elder Su Liang, the array master residing to the right. Li Qingshan activated the barrier and welcomed them into his cave residence. Elder Zhou, forgive us for the sudden intrusion, said Li Qingshan with a cheerful smile and a respectful bow. We heard our neighbor is a pill master, so Elder Su and I came to pay our respects and make acquaintance. Su Liang also smiled warmly. Indeed, a good neighbor is better than a distant relative. We shall look out for one another in the days ahead. Li Qingshan returned the courtesy with a smile. Elder Li, Elder Su, you're too kind. It's my great honor to have you both here. Please, take a seat. The 3 took their seats according to host and guest etiquette. Li Qingshan brought out some spirit tea to serve them. During their conversation, they learned that Li Qingshan was a sword cultivator with formidable combat prowess, while Su Liang was a 3rd-tier lower-grade array master who commanded considerable respect within his sect. Both were quite curious about their new neighbor, Li Qingshan. Senior Zhou has attained the golden core stage at such a young age, and what's more remarkable is his mastery of alchemy. Your future potential is truly boundless, Su Liang praised. Senior Su flatters me. These are mere trifles, just a means to earn my keep, Li Qingshan replied modestly. It is your status as an array master that I truly envy. The ways of arrays are profound and vast. I have long yearned to study them but have never found a way in. At the mention of arrays, Su Liang perked up, eagerly sharing insights with Li Qingshan. Though not an expert himself, Li Qingshan's experience with the Xianhuang array platform occasionally yielded insights that caught Su Liang's attention, revealing Zhou's innate aptitude for array techniques. Li Qingshan, however, was more concerned with alchemy. Elder Zhou, should we require assistance with alchemy in the future, we may well need to trouble you. Elder Li, you flatter me. Neighbors helping each other is only natural. As long as the materials are prepared, I shall do my utmost. Li Qingshan agreed readily. He also intended to cultivate good relations with these 2 neighbors, as they might prove useful in the future. As their conversation flowed, Li Qingshan had an idea. He retrieved the Xianhuang array platform he had obtained from the secret realm, originally a top-tier 2nd-grade artifact. Senior Su, as a master of arrays, would you be willing to examine this array platform for me? It has served me well for years, offering decent defense. But now that my cultivation has advanced, it feels inadequate. Might someone enhance it to 3rd tier? Su Liang took the Xianhuang array platform and examined it closely. His expression grew increasingly astonished. This array platform. Its crafting techniques are remarkably ancient and profound, with an exceptionally solid foundation. Though only a top-tier second-tier item, the earth elemental laws and embryonic spatial patterns it contains are far from ordinary, far surpassing typical second-tier array platforms.
Elder Zhou, this is no ordinary item.
He pondered for a moment before continuing. Elevating it to tier 3 isn't impossible, but it would require integrating numerous precious tier 3 earth attribute spirit materials. Additionally, we'd need at least a mid-tier 3 artifact forger and an array master to collaborate and reforge the core runes. The cost would likely be substantial. Li Qingshan, inwardly delighted by the Xian Huang array platform's potential, wore a perfectly measured expression of hesitation and anticipation.
So complex? Might Elder Su be willing to make an introduction?
Or perhaps,
Elder Su yourself. Su Liang smiled.
I've only scratched the surface of artifact forging. My true expertise lies in arrays. However, I'm acquainted with several elders of the artifact hall and could certainly inquire on your behalf. As for enhancing the array component, if Elder Zhou trusts me, I'd be willing to attempt it myself.
Li Qingshan was overjoyed and immediately bowed his hands in gratitude. I am truly grateful, Elder Su. As for the materials, I will do my utmost to procure them. No need for formalities, Elder Zhou.
It's the least I can do for a neighbor, Su Liang replied, stroking his beard with a smile. He also wished to cultivate a relationship with a young alchemist. After all, among the 4 arts of cultivation, alchemy, artifacts, talismans, and formations, the alchemy path held the foremost position. After chatting idly for a while longer and savoring several cups of spirit tea, Li Qingshan and Su Liang rose to take their leave. This conversation had significantly strengthened the bonds between the 3 neighbors. After seeing them off, Li Qingshan returned to his cave residence in high spirits. Not only had he begun integrating into the circle of guest elders, but he had also found a path to upgrade the Xianhuang array platform. Contribution points must be earned, cultivation must be advanced, magical treasures must be forged, connections must be cultivated.
This path of cultivation truly leaves no moment for idleness.
He shook his head and chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. In the days that followed, he immersed himself in a fulfilling routine, cultivating, refining elixirs to earn contribution points, and occasionally exchanging insights with neighbors.
Steadily and resolutely, he strengthened his abilities and deepened his foundations. Chapter 80, Critical Situation. 1 year later. Li Qingshan's cultivation had solidified at the peak of the early golden core stage. His mastery of the 3 supreme magical treasures grew ever more refined. The first layer of the ninefold thunder body, the thunder shadow, had solidified into tangible form. With a mere thought, it could split off, moving with lightning speed. Through continuously accepting alchemy commissions, he had accumulated 50,000 sect contribution points. While seemingly substantial, this sum remained far from his ultimate goal. Yet the external situation offered him no respite for steady accumulation. Bad news about the northern border war began pouring into the 5 Elements sect. Initially, it was merely scattered rumors, but later, heart-stopping battle reports arrived almost every few days. I heard Blackwater Lily City fell. Not even 1 in 10 cultivators survived. Even the city lord, Blackwater Immortal, a late-stage golden core cultivator, couldn't escape. He was killed. Worse still. Those demonic bastards, they slaughtered the entire city. Rivers of blood flowed. The front lines are desperate. They say even nascent soul stage elders have clashed. The earth shook and the heavens split. The sect has dispatched another contingent of elite inner door disciples and 3 golden core elders to reinforce the front lines. Alas, who knows how many will return? Whispers circulated among disciples and elders alike, the sect's atmosphere growing increasingly heavy. The serene beauty of this once celestial sanctuary had been replaced by a palpable, silent anxiety and a grim, foreboding tension. Li Qingshan could even sense that the protective mountain array enveloping the entire 5 Elements sect seemed to be operating with brighter and more urgent spiritual light than ever before. That day, when he gathered with Li Qingshan and Su Liang, he clearly saw worry etched between their brows. The situation is growing increasingly dire. Li Qingshan wiped her long sword, her voice heavy. I hear the demon clans mean business this time. Several ancient demons who've slumbered for millennia have awakened. We guest elders, who've been supported by the sect all this time. I fear the time has come for us to contribute. She didn't finish her sentence, but the implication was clear: compulsory conscription was likely imminent. Su Liang sighed as well. When the nest is destroyed, how can the eggs remain intact? If the front lines collapse completely, the 5 Elements sect won't be able to remain unscathed either. But, it seems our days of peace are numbered. Listening to their words, Li Qingshan remained silent, though turmoil churned within his heart. A sense of crisis washed over him like a cold tide. His original plan had been to accumulate resources steadily, gather materials cautiously, and then forge his life-bound artifact. But the current situation clearly wouldn't grant him that luxury. Once drafted to the front lines, he might face enemies at the late golden core stage or even the nascent soul stage. Without formidable strength, finding materials would be impossible. Even self-preservation would be a struggle. I must forge the eternal judgment sword as soon as possible. This thought became more urgent than ever. Once his lifebound treasure was complete, his combat power would undergo a qualitative leap, granting him a foothold in the impending chaos. The next day, Li Qingshan headed straight for the sect's most sacred place, the Heavenly Treasure Hall. This hall housed the 5 elements sect's most precious cultivation techniques, magical treasures, and spiritual materials, accessible only through contribution points. The vast chamber displayed an overwhelming array of treasures. Light screens scrolled through countless covetable item names, each followed by intimidatingly long strings of numbers. Li Qingshan walked directly to the spiritual materials section, sank his divine sense into the inquiry jade slip, and entered Thunder Tribulation Spirit Liquid and Gung Metal Essence. The light screen flickered, displaying the results. Thunder Tribulation Spirit Liquid, 88,000 contribution points. Drop note, contains the transformative power of Celestial Thunder Supreme for artifact forging and body tempering, coveted even by nascent soul cultivators. Stock, 3 drops. Gung Metal Essence, 480,000 contribution points per piece. Note, condensed primordial sharp metal chi, indestructible. An exceptional primary material for forging flying swords and magical treasures. Stock, 1 piece. Seeing the string of zeros trailing behind, Li Qingshan's mouth twitched involuntarily, his heart turning icy cold. 88,000. 48,000. After a year of painstaking alchemy, he had only managed to save up 50,000 contribution points, not even enough to buy a single drop of Thunder Tribulation Spirit Essence. The price of Gung Metal Essence was an astronomical figure. Indeed, materials for forging top-tier life-bound treasures are simply beyond the reach of ordinary gold core cultivators. He took a deep breath, forcing down the disappointment and anxiety welling up inside him. Settling for the next best option, he researched several other auxiliary materials needed for forging the Eternal Judgment Sword. Spending 20,000 contribution points, he exchanged for 2 pieces of Sunken Sea Secret Silver and a small vial of stellar sand. This nearly depleted his savings accumulated over half a year. As he left the Heavenly Treasure Hall clutching the exchanged materials, Li Qingshan's mood grew even heavier. If the primary materials were this hard to come by, would he truly have to wait another decade or even decades? He refused to accept it. After leaving the Tianbao Hall, Li Qingshan did not return to his cave residence. Instead, he headed straight to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion in the marketplace and sought out the familiar manager Qian. After dismissing their attendants, Li Qingshan got straight to the point, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible urgency. Manager Qian, I wish to inquire about several alchemy materials. Might your establishment have any leads? Manager Qian smiled warmly. Elder Zhou, please speak freely. Our pavilion has branches throughout the eastern wastes and maintains fairly reliable intelligence. Lowering his voice, Li Qingshan listed Thunder Tribulation Spirit Essence, Gung Metal Essence, and the heartwood of an immortal spirit tree over 10,000 years old. With each name uttered, the smile on Manager Qian's face grew stiffer. By the time the third name was uttered, his smile had vanished entirely, replaced by utter shock and a bitter, forced smile. Elder Zhou. Manager Qian sucked in a sharp breath, nearly leaping from his chair. He hastily waved his hand to cast a soundproofing barrier, his voice cracking. What are these things you seek? Each one is a peerless treasure capable of tempting even nascent soul ancestors and sparking sect wars. He wiped imaginary cold sweat from his brow and continued, Thunder Tribulation Essence, that's a treasure born only after a heavenly tribulation, with an extremely low chance of appearing. A single drop is worth a fortune. Gengjin Essence born only at the core of supreme metal attributed spirit veins. Countless sword cultivators dream of it, yet it's priceless and impossible to find. The heartwood of 10,000-year-old immortal wood? That's a spirit wood with near immortal properties. Growing for 10,000 years is incredibly difficult, and it's heartwood. I've only seen records of it in ancient texts. It's said to have long since gone extinct. Shopkeeper Qian regarded Li Qingshan with a complex gaze, tentatively asking, Senior Zhou, inquiring about these. Could it be you intend to forge a life-bound artifact? He couldn't fathom why a cultivator at the early gold core stage would need materials so rare even for nascent soul cultivators. Li Qingshan remained impassive, replying calmly, I'm merely fulfilling a request from an elder to keep an eye out. Manager Qian, simply let me know if your establishment has any leads. As for the price, we can discuss it. Shopkeeper Qian remained skeptical but dared not press further. He forced a wry smile. Elder Zhou, forgive my bluntness. Our main branch might have a tiny stockpile of such items, but they're absolute treasures, not something you could trade for ordinary goods. And they'd only be exchanged for other treasures, never for spirit stones. As for our branch stores, absolutely impossible. However, he shifted his tone. Since Elder Zhou has made this request, I shall report it to the main branch immediately. I will ask them to keep an eye out. Should any news surface of such treasures appearing in the cultivation world, you shall be the first to know. But be prepared, this will likely demand immense fortune and a significant price. In that case, I'll leave it to you, Manager Qian. Li Qingshan bowed his hands in gratitude. Though he had known the odds were slim, receiving confirmation still left him with a pang of disappointment. Chapter 81, Mid-Golden Core Stage. Leaving the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Li Qingshan walked back toward Tianquan Peak. Glancing up at the overcast sky, he felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. His sect contribution points were woefully insufficient, and the external markets offered little hope. Was venturing into those perilous secret realms where death was almost certain truly the only path left? I must find a solution quickly. Time waits for no one. Li Qingshan sighed inwardly. Even as a heavenly spirit root cultivator, he discovered after reaching the golden core stage that cultivation progress slowed considerably. Take his current state, peak early gold core stage. Breaking through to mid-stage gold core would likely take a decade, perhaps even longer. As for advancing to the late stage of the golden core realm? Who knew how long that would take? But would the demonic tribes of Beiyuan grant him that much time? No wonder most cultivators only forge their life-bound treasures upon reaching the nascent soul stage. The cost of such treasures is simply beyond what ordinary people can bear. Li Qingshan mused silently to himself. Upon returning to his cave residence, an unexpected delight awaited him. His neighbor, Su Liang, had come to visit. His face bore a hint of weariness, yet it was also lit up with the satisfied smile of someone who had completed a masterpiece. Senior brother Zhou, I've fulfilled your request. Su Liang smiled as he handed an object to Li Qingshan. It was none other than the mystic yellow array platform. But now, the array platform had undergone a profound transformation. Its volume had slightly increased, its entire body now radiating a deeper, richer earthen hue. The already profound runes had grown even more intricate and precise, subtly intertwining with the Earth's vital energy. A luminous radiance emanated from its surface, its spiritual energy fluctuations now reaching the level of a third-tier inferior array. More importantly, its foundational essence remained unchanged despite the enhancement, its ancient, weighty aura growing even more profound. Elder Su, this. Li Qingshan, both astonished and delighted, took the array platform. He could clearly sense its enhanced defensive power and more stable spatial isolation force. Thank you, Elder Su. I shall remember this kindness forever. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude and handed over a jade bottle he had prepared earlier. Inside were 5 pills of the finest quality, third-tier lower grade, personally refined by him, offered as a token of appreciation. Su Liang accepted without hesitation, smiling as he took it. Elder Zhou, you're too kind. This array platform had excellent foundations to begin with. I merely added the finishing touches. Should you ever need anything array related in the future, don't hesitate to seek me out. After seeing Su Liang off, Li Qingshan fondled the newly refined third-tier lower-grade Xianhuang array platform with delight. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. Wait! This array platform has been reforged by Elder Su with new materials, essentially making it a new magical artifact. Could it still be enhanced by thee? The thought made his heart leap. Previously, whether it was magical treasures or spells, once enhanced by thee, they could not be enhanced again. But this Xianhuang array platform was different. It had been altered by external forces. No time to waste. He immediately placed the newly acquired, still warm third-tier inferior Xianhuang array platform into thee with utmost care. He spent the night in a mix of anxiety and anticipation. At dawn the next day, Li Qingshan checked the gourd's contents first thing. There, the Xianhuang array platform floated silently, its form having changed once more. Its volume had shrunk back to its original size, yet its color had transformed into the purest form of mystical yellow divine stone. The entire artifact was now perfectly spherical and seamless, its runes vanished as if embodying the principle that the greatest simplicity is the ultimate truth. However, the spiritual energy fluctuations and Tao essence it emitted had reached an astonishing height, a top-tier third-grade artifact. Moreover, the earth vein power it contained and its spatial stability far surpassed those of ordinary third-tier supreme array discs. It truly worked. Li Qingshan couldn't help but pump his fist, his heart bursting with joy. He had discerned a pattern: items enhanced by thee could not be enhanced again. However, if the item underwent external modifications such as being reforged by an artifact master or having new materials added to fundamentally enhance and alter it, it could be regarded as a new item and thus be enhanced again by thee. This discovery was profoundly significant. This means that in the future, he might be able to use similar methods to unlock further potential in treasures that have already been refined to their absolute limit. After the initial excitement, Li Qingshan quickly regained his composure. While this discovery was certainly welcome, the most pressing task at hand remained enhancing his own strength to confront the looming crisis. The materials for his life-bound artifact remained out of reach for now, something that couldn't be forced. Therefore, the urgent task at hand was to break through his cultivation realm. The threshold from peak early gold core stage to mid-gold core stage was no small feat. Ordinary cultivators might spend decades, even centuries, of arduous effort to cross it. But Li Qingshan was different. He possessed an unlimited supply of supreme-grade elixirs. Even a nascent soul stage elder could never be as extravagant as Li Qingshan, possessing an endless supply of top-grade elixirs for cultivation. He immediately fired up his furnace and spent a month meticulously refining 2 batches of third-tier, mid-grade Qinghua Lingdan. This pill proved remarkably effective for breaking through the minor bottleneck of the mid-stage golden core realm. He deliberately controlled the process, yielding 10 pills from each furnace. Though all were of inferior quality, this signified that Li Qingshan had made significant strides on the path to becoming a third-tier alchemist. He then placed all 10 mid-grade Qinghua Lingdan into his. The next day, 10 dragon eye-sized pills appeared in his hand, each bearing distinct pill patterns, radiating immense medicinal power and vibrant vitality. This is my decisive moment to break through. Li Qingshan adjusted his state, activating all the restrictions within his cave dwelling. He especially focused on fully energizing the enhanced Shen Huang Earth Vein Spirit Sealing Array, completely isolating the interior from the outside world. He took one supreme Qinghua Spirit Pill and swallowed it. The pill dissolved, its pure, immense yet gentle potency surging like a tidal wave through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging into the golden pill within his dantian. The 9-turn golden core spun wildly, greedily absorbing this pure energy. Visibly, it grew more brilliant, denser, and larger. The bottleneck, which had been just a hair's breadth away from being broken through, began to loosen under the powerful impact of this potent energy. Day after day passed. The cave dwelling was filled with swirling spiritual energy, and Li Qingshan's aura steadily rose. Half a year later. Boom! A silent thunderclap seemed to reverberate through the quiet chamber. Li Qingshan's aura suddenly surged to an entirely new level. The golden core within his dantian had grown significantly larger, radiating dazzling light. As it spun, the magical power it absorbed and expelled far surpassed its previous quantity and quality. Mid-stage golden core achieved. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiant with divine light. Feeling the surging, roaring, thick, and pure eternal life true essence within him, as vast as great rivers and seas, a powerful confidence welled up within him. The advantages bestowed by the 9 transformations golden core were now fully evident. Ordinary mid-stage golden core cultivators possessed far less profound magical power than his, and its purity was utterly unattainable. He sensed the sheer might of his own energy, already rivaling that of an ordinary late-stage golden core cultivator. Add to that the fully refined third-tier supreme attack artifact, the heaven-piercing sword the defensive artifact, the earth shield the enigmatic and unpredictable soul-capturing mirror, and the cultivation of the first level of the ninefold thunder body and the thunder shadow clone. Li Qingshan possessed absolute confidence. Even facing a late-stage golden core cultivator now, he believed he could hold his own in battle. Even if confronted by a peak golden core cultivator, he was confident he could escape using his various techniques. Below the nascent soul stage, I finally needn't worry excessively about my own safety anymore. He exhaled a long breath, the heavy weight pressing on his chest for over a year finally lifted. This surge in power brought him greater confidence and composure. Though the materials for forging his life-bound treasure remained elusive, at least he now possessed more time and greater capability to seek them out. Mid-golden core stage. Even with an unlimited supply of top-grade spirit pills, breaking through to late golden core would take at least another decade. No need to rush cultivation progress. In the coming days, focus on accepting as many sect tasks as possible to earn contribution points. Aim to acquire the Thunder Tribulation Elixir and Genjin Essence as soon as possible. Li Qingshan silently resolved within himself. Chapter 82, The Summons. After breaking through to mid-golden core stage, Li Qingshan did not rush to advance his cultivation further. Just as he had anticipated, each minor breakthrough within the golden core stage proved far more arduous than those in the foundation establishment stage. Even with an endless supply of top-grade elixirs, advancing from mid-stage to late-stage golden core required painstaking, time-consuming effort. It simply couldn't be rushed. He refocused his efforts on earning contribution points and gathering materials. For the next several months, he practically lived in the quest hall and the alchemy workshop. Leveraging his mid-golden core cultivation and increasingly refined alchemy skills, he completed alchemy quests with greater efficiency. His success rate and the quality of his pills steadily improved, occasionally even allowing him to take on higher-tier quests for mid-grade third-tier elixirs. Over the course of several months, he accumulated nearly 20,000 contribution points. Simultaneously, through the connections of Manager Qian at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, he spent spirit stones and some of his pills to successfully purchase most of the auxiliary materials needed to forge the immortal judgment sword. Now, only the 3 most crucial and elusive primary ingredients remained: the core of 10,000-year-old immortal wood, Thunder Tribulation Spirit Essence, and Gung Metal Essence. However, the battle reports from the northern frontier grew increasingly dire. The demonic hordes seemed to have launched a full-scale assault. Human defenses were retreating steadily, suffering heavy losses. Even reports of golden core cultivators falling in battle were reaching them. Tension within the 5 Elements sect reached unprecedented levels. The protective sect array remained fully activated around the clock, and the number of patrolling disciples increased several-fold. That day, a fiery communication talisman suddenly flew into Li Qingshan's cave residence. The imposing aura emanating from it made him stiffen. It was a direct summons from the sect master, True Fire Immortal. The message was concise: order guest elders Zhou Yun, Su Liang, and Li Hongchan to report immediately to the main peak's Grand Hall. What was bound to happen has finally come. Li Qingshan's heart sank, knowing the summons was inevitable. He smoothed his robes and stepped out of his cave dwelling with a calm expression, only to encounter Su Liang and Li Hongchan, both wearing equally grave expressions. The three exchanged glances, each seeing the same gravity in the other's eyes. Without a word, they silently mounted their teleportation light and flew toward the main peak in unison. Inside the main peak's grand hall, the atmosphere was solemn. The sect master, true immortal blazing fire, sat enthroned, his expression stern and his aura radiating an oppressive pressure befitting a late-stage golden core cultivator. Below him stood over a dozen cultivators, all at the golden core stage, some sect elders, others guest cultivators. Li Qingshan and his companions silently joined the ranks. True Master Blazing Fire's gaze swept over them like lightning. His voice was low yet clear, reaching every ear. Elders, the northern border is in peril. The demonic tribes are rampant and now besiege the Eagle's Beak Pass stronghold. This gorge is the final crucial pass in our eastern wastes defense line and the northern gateway of our Five Elements sect. Should it fall, the demonic hordes will sweep through unimpeded. The consequences would be unimaginable. A deathly silence fell over the hall, so thick one could hear a pin drop. Every soul present grasped the gravity of the situation. True immortal blazing flame continued, the fortress's defensive formations are damaged, and medicinal pills are in short supply. You are hereby summoned to immediately proceed to Eagle's Beak Gorge to provide support. Elder Su Liang, you are proficient in formations. You must assist in reinforcing and repairing the fortress's grand formation within the shortest possible time. Elder Zhou Yun, you oversee the alchemy chamber. Exhaust every effort to refine healing and restorative elixirs to ensure frontline supply. Elder Li Qingshan, you and several other elders will defend a section of the city wall, slaying the invading foes. His gaze swept over Li Qingshan and Su Liang, his tone growing stern. Your tasks are critical to the fortress's survival. Failure is not an option. We obey the Grandmaster's command, the assembly responded in unison, none daring to dissent. Then, Master Blazing Fire shifted his tone abruptly, his voice rising sharply with an unquestionable resolve. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. I hereby pledge this, any who answer the call and hold Eagle's Beak Pass for 100 days without surrender. Upon victorious return, each shall receive priority selection of any treasure from the sect's celestial treasure hall. These words struck like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake. Every golden core cultivator in the hall instantly drew in sharp breaths, their eyes blazing with disbelieving intensity. Any treasure from the heavenly treasure hall. That chamber held treasures capable of stirring the hearts of even nascent soul cultivators. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat, his blood seeming to surge through his veins. He forced down his excitement, but a thought took root like wild grass, growing wildly. Dungjin essence. That Gingjin essence in the sect treasury. That exorbitantly priced material requiring 48,000 contribution points, the primary ingredient for his lifebound treasure that had left him in awe. If he could hold out for 100 days, he could claim it outright. The risks were immense. Eagle's Beak Gorge would surely become a sea of corpses and blood. But the rewards? Unfathomably rich. In that moment, all hesitation and worry vanished from his mind. The gravity in his eyes sharpened into resolute determination. We must hold the line. No matter what, we must hold it for 100 days, he vowed silently. But do not worry too much. No nascent soul cultivators will intervene in this battle. You face only golden core demonic beasts. Therefore, holding out for 100 days is not difficult. Liu Jinrun spoke slowly. His words caused the expressions of the crowd to relax slightly. Without nascent soul cultivators interfering, holding the line was indeed feasible. After all, those below the nascent soul stage were mere ants, and even golden core cultivators dared not challenge nascent soul cultivators. Liu Jinrun took in their reactions and declared in a solemn voice, return immediately to prepare. In 1 incense stick's time, the teleportation array will activate, taking us straight to Eagle's Beak Gorge. Yes. The group responded with a resounding chorus before quickly dispersing. Li Qingshan exchanged glances with Su Liang and Li Hongchan, seeing determination and a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. Fellow Taoist Zhou, fellow Taoist Su, it seems we shall fight side by side. Li Hongchan gripped her sword hilt, her eyes blazing with battle intent. Su Liang's expression turned solemn. Repairing the formation won't be easy, but we'll do our utmost. Elder Zhou, I'm counting on you for the elixir supplies. Li Qingshan nodded emphatically, rest assured, the elixirs will never run short. With our combined efforts, we shall defend Eagle's Beak Gorge. In 100 days' time, we shall claim the treasures together. Without further words, the three transformed into streaks of light and returned to their respective cave dwellings. They swiftly gathered battle supplies, elixirs, array discs, and talismans. Li Qingshan stored every precious item within his cave residence, including the remaining 2 heaven-mending pills, the heaven-burning furnace, and the purple gold gourd into his rui gourd. He then secured the gourd close to his body. Heading to the front lines, even the sect's heartland might not be entirely safe. He had to keep his belongings close at hand. After a stick of incense had burned, a massive flying vessel soared into the sky above the main peak plaza. Led by Li Qingshan, Su Liang, Li Hongchan, and over a dozen other golden core cultivators, accompanied by hundreds of elite Foundation establishment disciples, all figures materialized aboard the vessel, hurtling toward Eagle's Beak Gorge at breakneck speed. All knew the battle at Eagle's Beak Gorge would be extraordinarily arduous otherwise. True immortal blazing fire would never have promised such a precious treasure. Yet none felt fear. Cultivators defied heaven itself, striving against fate. If they shrank from danger, how could they ever hope to seize the Tao? Chapter 83, Eagle's Beak Gorge. The massive sect flying vessel tore through the clouds, streaking northward at breakneck speed. The atmosphere aboard was heavy and tense. No one spoke, only the howling wind and the hum of the flying vessel's array mechanisms filled the air. All seized the moment to regulate their breath, honing their states to peak condition for the impending fierce battle. Days later, a range of towering, rugged mountains came into view. Like the beak of a giant eagle, it jutted into the desolate northern plains. Nestled between the peaks stood a magnificent fortress, its towering walls adorned with flickering runes. Yet, numerous cracks and scorched marks were visible, clear evidence of a brutal battle. A faint scent of blood and the lingering stench of gunpowder hung in the air, sending a chill down the spine. This was Eagle's Beak Pass, a crucial stronghold of the Eastern Wast's defense line. The flying vessel descended slowly onto a platform behind the fortress. Several cultivators were already waiting there. The three leading figures radiated overwhelming energy, all possessing cultivation at the late gold core stage or higher. One, clad in Spring-Autumn Sect robes, possessed an alluring figure and a stunning yet icy countenance. She carried an ancient-looking long sword on her back, none other than Li Qingshan's old acquaintance, Zhang Yuzhen. Her cultivation had reached the late golden core stage, her aura even more profound than in years past. Another was a plump middle-aged man clad in the distinctive spirit beast robes of the beast-taming sect. His face perpetually wore a cheerful smile, yet the occasional flash of sharpness in his eyes revealed he was far from as benign as he appeared. Beside him crouched a crimson-furred, lion-tiger hybrid spirit beast with a single horn, a third-tier creature. This was Lu Sanbao, an elder of the beast-taming sect, also at the late golden core stage. The final figure was a tall, solemn-faced middle-aged cultivator clad in the Five Elements sect's battle armor. His aura was the most profound of all, having reached the peak of the golden core stage. He was Chen Xianlong, the highest-ranking representative of the Five Elements sect faction in this region. My fellow cultivators, you have worked hard. Chen Xianlong stepped forward, his voice booming with a reassuring, grounded strength. I am Chen Xianlong, the administrator of this stronghold. These two are fellow Taoist Zhang Yuzhen of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect and fellow Taoist Lu Sanbao of the Beastmaster Sect. The situation is urgent, let us spare the pleasantries. Please follow me to assign your defensive duties. The group followed Chen Xianlong into the main fortress. A massive military map floated in the air, marking enemy and friendly positions. The red markers indicating the demonic forces' offensive were startlingly alarming. Chen Xianlong swiftly outlined the current situation. This time, the demonic tribes have united 5 major clans, led by 5 late-stage golden core demonic cultivators launching relentless waves of assault. Not only are they individually formidable, but they excel at deploying low-tier demonic beasts as cannon fodder to wear down our formations in combat strength. They even employ crude yet surprisingly potent battle formations, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Lu Sanbao chimed in, still wearing that cheerful grin, though his words were anything but amusing. Haha, those feathered bastards and scaly creatures have really gone all out this time. A few days ago, one wave of their attack nearly breached the Iron Wall formation on the western flank. Thankfully, Old Chen rushed reinforcements to shore it up just in time. Zhang Yuzhen's voice turned cold. Though the demonic forces attack fiercely, they are not invincible. There are still vulnerabilities to exploit in the operation of their battle formations. The key lies in our holding every formation pivot point to ensure the grand array remains intact. Once the formations are breached, the fall of the stronghold is only a matter of time. Chen Xianlong nodded and began assigning tasks. Newcomers, reinforce the defensive lines. Elder Su Liang, you're to lead men immediately to the array control chamber to assist in repairing the most severely damaged eastern rock-solid formation base. That sector falls under Elder Zhang Yuzhen's command. Coordinate with him. Senior Li Qingshan, your combat prowess is formidable. You will be assigned to the eastern sector's first assault team under Senior Zhang Yuzhen's command. Your mission is to eliminate any demonic cultivators who breach our defenses. Elder Zhou Yun, Chen Xianlong turned to Li Qingshan, as an alchemist, the Eastern District's alchemy chamber is entrusted to you. Ensure uninterrupted supply of elixirs, especially healing and mana-restoring potions. Produce as many as possible. Materials will be supplied in full. Understood. Li Qingshan, Su Liang, and Li Hongchan responded in unison. Li Qingshan's expression remained calm, though his heart stirred slightly. He hadn't expected to be assigned directly under Zhang Yuzhen's command. His gaze swept over Zhang Yuzhen, who seemed unaware of his altered appearance and drastically changed aura. She merely nodded in a strictly professional manner. Li Qingshan suppressed the surge of murderous intent welling up inside him. Now was not the time. Holding the fort was the primary objective. With assignments settled, the group sprang into action. Guided by a Foundation establishment disciple from the eastern sector, Li Qingshan arrived at the pill room located relatively far to the rear. Though called a pill room, it was essentially a massive stone cavern reinforced with arrays. Inside, dozens of pill refiners bustled about, their furnaces roaring as they worked. The air was thick with the pungent scent of medicinal herbs, the floor piled high with various spiritual plant materials. Yet mingled with this was the lingering stench of blood brought in with the wounded. The moment he entered, he spotted two familiar figures busily processing herbs. Li Qingshan and Zhou Taoyao. They're here too? A hint of surprise flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. Li Qingshan retained her usual cool demeanor, yet her brow bore traces of exhaustion and resolve. Her cultivation had reached the peak of foundation establishment. Zhou Taoyao had matured considerably, her cultivation reaching the late foundation establishment stage. She was diligently assisting nearby, her movements swift and precise. They too spotted Li Qingshan, a flicker of curiosity crossing their eyes. Yet they failed to recognize him, merely offering a polite nod before returning to their tasks. With the battle raging, no one had time for pleasantries. Li Qingshan swiftly threw himself into his duties. He inspected the alchemy chamber and found its efficiency lacking. Many alchemists were limited in skill, resulting in low pill success rates. Moreover, most of the pills being refined were low-grade, offering limited efficacy for golden core cultivators. He immediately took command, demonstrating his profound mastery of alchemy and exceptional organizational skills. He grouped the alchemists, streamlined the processes, and personally oversaw the production of the most critical third-tier healing pills and vitality-restoring elixirs. Under his precise control, the earth-fire roared as batch after batch of high-quality pills were rapidly produced. His efficiency far surpassed others, drawing the astonished gazes of fellow alchemists. Even Li Qingshan and Zhou Taoyao couldn't hide the flashes of surprise and admiration in their eyes. This alchemist from the Five Elements sect was truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, outside the fortress, deafening battle cries and the roars of demonic beasts erupted once more. Another wave of demonic forces had launched their assault. Li Qingshan had already scaled the eastern ramparts. In the distance, a dark, surging tide of demonic beasts advanced like a tidal wave, while the sky was obscured by a multitude of demonic birds. Within the demonic horde's ranks, 5 powerful demonic auras shot skyward, none other than the 5 late-stage golden core demonic cultivators. Form the array. Defend! Zhang Yuzhen's icy command echoed across the eastern ramparts. Cultivators channeled their magical power, causing the array on the city wall to glow intensely, coalescing into a massive shield of light. Boom! 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 Countless demonic beasts and spells slammed into the light shield, producing deafening explosions. The shield shook violently, its talismanic inscriptions flickering erratically. Attack! At Zhang Yuzhen's command, countless flying swords, magical artifacts, and spells poured forth from behind the shield, striking the demon beast horde and inflicting heavy casualties. But the beasts were simply too numerous, seemingly endless. Some powerful third-tier beasts even charged the shield, ramming it relentlessly despite the onslaught. Trouble! The array's energy is unstable. A cultivator cried out in alarm. Chapter 84, The situation grows dire. Su Liang was currently in the underground array control chamber, drenched in sweat as he urgently directed the array masters to repair and reinforce the array foundation. His fingers flew rapidly, casting countless spell seals to stabilize the precariously swaying rock-solid array. Li Qingshan let out a fierce cry, transforming into a sword beam that shot straight through the light shield and plunged into the demon beast horde. Wherever her sword light passed, flesh and blood flew everywhere. She focused on slaying those beasts attempting to destroy the array's core or posing the greatest threat to the light shield, displaying unparalleled ferocity. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Every moment saw injured cultivators carried down from the city walls to the rear alchemy rooms and medical clinics. Li Qingshan remained expressionless, his hands moving faster as bottle after bottle of elixirs was refined. Waiting disciples immediately retrieved them and carried them back to the city walls. He knew well that every pill he refined could mean the difference between life and death for a fellow cultivator, and whether the defensive line held. He must hold this position for 100 days to obtain that essence of. Until then, Li Qingshan would devote himself entirely to alchemy, even setting aside his grudge against Zhang Yuzhen. The siege raged on, brutal and relentless. A palpable sense of crisis enveloped the entire Eagle's Beak Gorge, with every nerve stretched taut. The bloody, brutal offensive and defense dragged on like a meat grinder for a full month. When the demonic tribe's retreating bugle finally sounded on the horizon, the surviving cultivators at Eagle's Beak Pass Fortress collapsed to the ground, many too exhausted to tend to their wounds before falling into a deep, unbroken sleep. This month had been unbearably grueling. Casualties among the lower-tier cultivators were devastating. Dozens of Foundation Establishment disciples had fallen, and even 3 Golden Core elders had perished in battle. The eastern wall had nearly been breached, only held back by Qin Shenlong personally leading a desperate defense. Li Qingshan dragged her exhausted body back to the rear. Her left arm was severed at the shoulder, the wound festering with an incurable demonic poison. Her face was as pale as paper. She had been wounded by a sneak attack from a Golden Core demon cultivator while covering the retreat of several Foundation Establishment disciples. Li Qingshan, seeing her in such a state, silently handed her a bottle of freshly refined third-tier, mid-grade flesh-regenerating bone-mending pills. The pill glowed with a lustrous sheen, its fragrance filling the air, clearly a high-grade quality. Elderly, take it quickly. Don't risk damaging your foundation.
Li Qingshan's tone remained calm.
Li Qingshan accepted the pill, sensing its immense life-restoring potency.
Gratitude flashed in her eyes.
Elder Zhou, thank you. This favor, Li Qingshan remembers.
Without further words, she swallowed the pill and immediately began channeling her energy to heal. The pill proved remarkably effective. Granulation tissue began to wriggle at the stump of her severed arm, rapidly expelling the demonic poison. Though immediate limb regeneration was impossible, her condition stabilized, and her foundational cultivation remained intact. Several days later, as the injured began to recover, the tense atmosphere had yet to fully dissipate when a cold order reached the Eastern District Alchemy Chamber. Zhang Yuzhen had specifically ordered Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao to join the Eastern District Patrol Squad, heading to the outer city walls for dangerous surveillance and cleanup duties.
The order came abruptly and seemed unreasonable.
Yi Lingshuang was only at the peak of Foundation establishment, while Zhou Taoyao was merely in the late stages of Foundation establishment.
Both possessed considerable talent in alchemy and could be far more useful within the alchemy workshop. The front lines had just endured a major battle, and the outer perimeter was littered with demon beast carcasses and chaotic demonic energy, extremely dangerous territory. Sending 2 female cultivators specializing in alchemy there was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Li Qingshan's brow instantly furrowed.
He sensed this was no ordinary tactical assignment. Zhang Yuzhen seemed deliberately targeting the 2 of them. Though he didn't know the exact reason, he couldn't stand idly by. Yi Lingshuang had brought him into the immortal sect, not to mention the intimate bond they'd shared within this secret realm.
Zhou Taoyao had been immensely helpful to him.
Just as Yi Lingshuang and the others turned pale and prepared to leave the alchemy chamber, Li Qingshan approached with a cold expression.
Wait.
He blocked their path. Under their astonished gazes, he produced 2 talismans shimmering with spiritual light and thrust them into their hands without explanation.
These are third-tier talisman treasures? Yi Lingshuang gasped in shock, sensing the astonishing power contained within the talismans. Zhou Taoyao's eyes widened in disbelief.
Third-tier talisman treasures were priceless, treasured life-saving items even by golden core cultivators.
Master Zhou, these are far too precious. We can't accept them.
Yi Lingshuang hastily declined. Li Qingshan cut her off, his tone still cold, even tinged with impatience. Take it. You've handled the herbs diligently this past month.
These 2 talisman treasures are your reward.
The front lines are dangerous.
Come back alive. The alchemy workshop still needs more hands.
His words sounded harsh, even a bit sharp, but Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao couldn't miss the underlying protection in his tone.
Zhou Taoyao's eyes reddened slightly as she nodded firmly.
Thank you, Master Zhou.
We will return alive to assist you in alchemy.
Yi Lingshuang cast a deep look at Li Qingshan, burying her gratitude within, then bowed solemnly. Thank you, Elder Zhou. This debt of gratitude shall be repaid. Watching their retreating figures, Li Qingshan's gaze darkened.
Zhang Yuzhen, what exactly are you trying to do? Another month passed amid sporadic clashes.
That day, Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao were carried back, covered in blood. Their squad had been ambushed by a late-stage third-tier demon beast, suffering heavy casualties. Had Yi Lingshuang not decisively activated her third-tier defensive talisman at the critical moment to block a fatal strike, and had Zhou Taoyao not severely wounded the beast with her offensive talisman coupled with Li Qingshan's timely intervention as she happened to pass by, neither woman would have survived. Li Qingshan silently tended to their wounds and administered the finest healing pills.
Thank you, Master Zhou. Zhou Taoyao murmured weakly, her small face still pale with lingering fear. If not for your talisman, we would have died long ago. Yi Lingshuang, more severely injured, endured the excruciating pain and whispered, that demon beast, its appearance was suspicious.
It seemed, it was targeting us.
Li Qingshan paused in his movements, asking casually, was Elder Zhang Yuzhen nearby at the time? With her late-stage golden core cultivation, if she had intervened, you wouldn't have been so badly beaten.
Zhou Taoyao, with her simple mind, answered instinctively, Senior Zhang, she might have been patrolling elsewhere and didn't see it. But Yi Lingshuang's eyes instantly turned cold. She recalled glimpsing a distant figure observing the chaos with a cold gaze. She pressed her lips tightly together, saying nothing more. Li Qingshan understood everything. Zhang Yuzhen was indeed targeting them. She might even have tacitly approved or even encouraged that attack. He sneered inwardly, though his expression betrayed nothing. After treating their wounds, he did not fully activate the elixir to heal them completely. Instead, he used a secret technique to make their external injuries appear as severe as before, and their vital energy seemed extremely weak. Just then, Zhang Yuzhen conducted her routine inspection of the alchemy chamber. Seeing Yi Lingshuang and the other lying there, their breaths faint and bodies covered in wounds, she frowned imperceptibly.
Chapter 85, The Final 10 Days. Li Qingshan immediately stepped forward, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction and complaint. Senior Zhang, might you consider assigning different personnel next time?
Nieces Yi and Zhou are exceptionally skilled at processing medicinal ingredients. With their assistance, our alchemy efficiency increases by 30%.
Now that they're injured like this old man's alchemy supply is barely keeping up. With the front line strained, if there's a shortage of pills, the responsibility. Zhang Yuzhen glanced at Li Qingshan and the other's pitiful state. Hearing the potential impact on pill supply, her eyes flickered. Her actions against Li Qingshan and the others were meticulously concealed and couldn't be openly acknowledged. Yet if this jeopardized the overall defense, she'd have no explanation for Chen Xianlong and Lu Sanbao. Her voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Since their injuries haven't healed and they're useful to the alchemy workshop, let them stay and assist for now. I'll make other arrangements for the front lines. That is best. Li Qingshan bowed respectfully before turning to resume his duties. Zhang Yuzhen shot Yi Lingshuang a cold glance before turning away. After she departed, Yi Lingshuang gazed at Li Qingshan's retreating figure with a complex expression, her eyes brimming with gratitude. She understood that it was this elder Zhou who had shielded them in this manner. Yet a deep confusion lingered within her heart. Why would elder Zhou protect them? After all, they were complete strangers, with no ties whatsoever. His back seems familiar. Yi Lingshuang watched Li Qingshan's retreating figure, a trace of uncertainty flickering in her eyes. It felt as though she had seen him somewhere before, yet she couldn't quite place it. Zhou Taoyao also breathed a sigh of relief, murmuring softly, "Thank goodness we don't have to go to the front lines anymore. Focus on healing. Elder Zhou saved us, we must never forget that." Yi Lingshuang said earnestly. "MHM." Zhou Taoyao nodded firmly. The cold-faced yet warm-hearted protection from Elder Zhou deeply moved her heart, evoking the same feeling she had as a child when facing Grandpa Qingshan. If only Grandpa Qingshan were still alive. Zhou Taoyao's mood grew somber. In the days that followed, Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao stayed in the alchemy chamber to recuperate and lend a hand. Li Qingshan occasionally imparted alchemy techniques to them, greatly enriching their knowledge and deepening their gratitude toward this outwardly stern yet warm-hearted Elder Zhou. The fierce battles on the city walls continued, though their intensity seemed to wane slightly. The 100-day deadline drew closer day by day amidst the agony of blood and fire. Li Qingshan counted the days, his gaze growing sharper as he watched the dwindling alchemy materials in his storage ring. The essence of gung metal, he was determined to obtain it. As for Zhang Yuzhen, he would settle that score later. After the 100 days, he would settle it slowly. With only 10 days left until the 100-day deadline, tension within the fortress reached its peak. Everyone gritted their teeth and persevered, longing for the darkness before dawn to pass swiftly. Yet, at this critical juncture, a secondary formation along the eastern front, already severely damaged from previous battles, crumbled with a thunderous crash under the demonic force's relentless assault. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening beastly roar, demonic beasts surged through the breach like a flood bursting through a dam. In an instant, the air filled with a cacophony of screams, clashing weapons, and the thunderous roar of spells. The defensive line was instantly torn open, chaos spreading rapidly. Hold the line. Everyone, hold the line. Retreat means death. Zhang Yuzhen's cold, sharp voice rang out, tinged with a barely perceptible edge of panic. She ordered every cultivator still able to move, including support personnel, to rush forward and plug the breach. The order reached the alchemy chamber. Elder Zhou. Elder Zhang orders all cultivators to immediately reinforce the eastern breach. Disobedience will be punished by military law. A Foundation establishment cultivator, covered in blood, burst in shouting. Li Qingshan's brows knitted tightly. He knew this was no time for hesitation. Once the defenses collapsed completely, we're all dead. Follow me. Stay close, don't fall behind. He barked at the pale-faced Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao beside him, then flashed forward, charging out of the alchemy chamber first. The two women dared not delay, immediately following close behind. The breach had become a battlefield of demons. Human cultivators and the surging demonic beasts fought frantically, with casualties mounting by the minute. Li Qingshan summoned the Tai Chang sword. Its blade danced through the air, seemingly ordinary yet always striking low-tier demon beasts with deadly precision. He did not immediately reveal his full strength, instead focusing most of his energy on protecting Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao. Left! Yi Lingshuang cried out in alarm as an ice wall instantly materialized, blocking a demon wolf's sneak attack. Watch out above! Zhou Taoyao activated her embroidered handkerchief artifact, deflecting several poisoned feathers. The trio moved with difficulty through the chaotic battlefield. Li Qingshan kept his eyes and ears alert in all directions, wielding the Tai Chang sword like a butterfly flitting through flowers. His movements appeared effortless, yet he consistently defused crises. He even covertly released several faint bursts of chi to eliminate unseen threats for them. Yet the flood of demonic beasts grew relentless, their ranks swollen with third-tier creatures. After a violent impact, the three were swept apart from the other cultivators by the beast tide, stranded in a relatively isolated area. A dozen ferocious second-tier peak demon beasts, their eyes glowing crimson, closed in upon the scent of living flesh. Among them were two whose auras reached early third tier, and one that had reached mid-third tier. Mid-tier third stage that was a demon beast comparable in power to a mid-tier golden core cultivator, now radiating an utterly terrifying aura. This is bad. Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao stood back to back, their faces ashen with despair. Master Zhou Yun was a pill refiner, and merely at the early gold core stage. Could he possibly withstand so many demon beasts? Stay put. Li Qingshan snorted coldly, knowing concealment was no longer an option. With a flick of his wrist, the Grand Master's sword vanished, replaced by a long blade shrouded in purple lightning and radiating terrifying pressure, the sky-piercing sword. Hum. The blade trembled, its dragon-like roar echoing through the mountains and forests. Li Qingshan's figure shot forward like lightning, charging headlong into the demon beast horde. Boom! A dazzling purple thunderbolt of sword light, like lightning from the heavens, instantly reduced the mid-stage third-tier demon beast charging at the forefront to charcoal. The speed and power far exceeded Yi Lingshuang and the others' expectations. Next, his figure moved like a phantom, leaving trails of afterimages across the battlefield. With each swing of the Tianxiao sword, a burst of lightning followed, inevitably bringing down another second-tier demon beast with a wail. Whether it was the thick-skinned rhinoceros demon or the agile and cunning leopard demon, under that terrifying thunderous swordlight, they were as fragile as paper. In mere moments, all dozen or so demon beasts lay slain. Only charred corpses and lingering lightning arcs remained on the ground. Li Qingshan stood sword in hand as the lightning glow on the Tianxiao sword gradually faded. His breath was steady, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Behind him, Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the scene before them as if turned to stone. What had they just witnessed? More than a dozen ferocious demon beasts, including a mid-stage third-tier beast, had been instantly slaughtered by this elder Zhou Yun as effortlessly as slicing through melons and vegetables? Was this truly the caliber of power one would expect from an early-stage golden core alchemist? That thunder sword, its power was utterly terrifying. Chapter 86, Traitor. Yi Lingshuang's mind instantly flashed back to the awe-inspiring ice-blue sword light that had cut down the Black Slaughter Trio outside Zixia Immortal City. Though the attributes differed, the effortless dominance over powerful foes was strikingly similar. She snapped her head up, her eyes burning as she stared at Li Qingshan's back. Her voice trembled with excitement. "Senior brother Zhou. Are you the one who saved me and junior sister Zhou outside Zixia Immortal City all those years ago?" Li Qingshan sheathed his sword and turned, cutting her off. His face hidden in the cloak's shadow, his voice remained flat and cold. "You've mistaken me for someone else. This is no place to linger. We should return as soon as possible." Before his words had fully faded. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the distant sky. A terrifying demonic aura, far surpassing that of a late golden core cultivator, swept out like a storm. The three looked up in horror. High above the clouds, an earth-shattering golden core battle was unfolding. Chen Xianlong of the Five Elements Sect, Lu Sanbao of the Beastmaster Sect along with his Spirit Beast, and Zhang Yuzhen of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect were being besieged by 5 late-stage golden core demon cultivators, already at a disadvantage. Now, an even larger, more monstrous figure abruptly joined the fray. It was a colossal demonic ape cultivator, its entire body covered in pitch-black bone armor and crowned with a single horn. The demonic energy fluctuations it emitted were shockingly at the peak of the golden core stage. Black-armored demon ape. How did it appear here? Lu Sanbao's voice, filled with utter terror, faintly echoed. The black-armored demon ape's appearance was utterly abrupt, its target clear. With a single punch, terrifying demonic energy condensed into a black pillar of light, instantly tearing through the fiery blast unleashed by Lu Sanbao's Spirit Beast and crashing heavily into the protective treasure hastily conjured by Chen Xianlong. Put! Chen Xianlong was struck with tremendous force, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood. The spiritual light surrounding him dimmed instantly as his entire body plummeted from the sky like a falling star. "Senior brother Chen." Lu Sanbao was overcome with shock and fury. Zhang Yuzhen's face drained of color as her sword light danced wildly, attempting to break free from her opponents to come to his aid, only to be held fast by 2 demonic beings. The situation took a sudden turn for the worse, becoming perilous in an instant. With their strongest fighter, Chen Xianlong, instantly crippled, the remaining 2 had no chance against 5 demon cultivators plus a golden core grand perfection demon ape. Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao watched the scene unfold, their faces turning as pale as paper. If Chen Xianlong fell, Eagle Beak Gorge would undoubtedly be breached. Li Qingshan's gaze fixed intently on the aerial battlefield, his expression shifting rapidly. Zhang Yuzhen's death was no great loss, but if both Chen Xianlong and Lu Sanbao fell in battle, the fortress would be doomed. His 100-day pact and the essence of Gengjin would vanish into thin air. More crucially, the appearance of that golden core grand perfection demonic being was far too sinister. Could there be a hidden conspiracy behind it? In an instant, he made his decision. He whipped his head around and barked at Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao, "Run back immediately. Find cover. The fortress should still have backup formations to hold out for a while." "Senior Zhou, what about you?" Zhou Taoyao asked urgently. "I'll go check." Li Qingshan's tone brooked no argument. Before they could ask further, his form flickered and transformed into a faint, barely visible streak of lightning. He shot toward the direction Chen Xianlong had fallen and the battlefield below, his speed far surpassing that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. Yi Lingshuang watched his vanishing silhouette, recalling that earth-shattering thunder sword technique. The light in her beautiful eyes grew brighter and brighter. She was almost certain. It's him. The man outside Zixia Immortal City must be him. But why has he saved me and Junior sister Zhou time and again? She murmured to herself, her heart churning with turbulent emotions, yet overwhelmed by an indescribable complexity. She tugged at Zhou Taoyao, who was still in a daze. Taoyao, let's go. We mustn't let Elder Zhou down. He's given us this chance. The two women swiftly vanished into the mountains and forests, fleeing toward the direction of the fortress. Li Qingshan moved like a wisp of green smoke, silently slipping to the edge of the battlefield. He concealed his aura with the small concealing heaven technique, blending into the rocks and foliage like a part of the landscape. Not a single ripple of energy escaped him. Even a cultivator at the peak of the golden core stage would detect nothing. Ahead, deep within the dense forest, Chen Xianlong, Zhang Yuzhen, and Lu Sanbao stood back to back, fending off the encircling attack of several golden core stage demonic cultivators. They appeared on the verge of collapse. However, Chen Xianlong seemed to have taken a healing spirit pill, stabilizing his injuries somewhat. And this quickly. If the human reinforcements arrive, we're in trouble. The peak third-tier black-armored demon ape frowned at the scene. Understood. The attacks from the 5 demonic golden core cultivators grew increasingly fierce. At that very moment, Lu Sanbao's eyes flashed with a strange light. A faint glow erupted from his palm, silently striking toward Chen Xuanlong's back. This strike was devious and isolated, swift and vicious. Even Chen Xianlong never imagined that someone beside him would ambush him. Though Chen Xuanlong's face was deathly pale and his aura weak, he forcibly stabilized his stance. A simple, ancient battle armor shimmered with a faint yet resilient glow, stubbornly withstanding Lu Sanbao's sudden, treacherous strike. Put! Chen Xianlong spat out another mouthful of blood, yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade, fixed intently on the stunned Lu Sanbao. His voice was filled with anguish and disbelief. Junior brother Lu. Why? The foolish grin had vanished from Lu Sanbao's face, replaced by a look of savage fury and surprise. He hadn't expected Chen Xianlong to possess such defensive power even in his gravely wounded state. He abruptly retreated, joining the demonic tribe, and roared with maniacal laughter. Why? Chen Xianlong, can't you see it now? I am a member of the great celestial wolf demon clan. I've infiltrated the beast-taming sect for over a century, all for this day. Greed flashed in his eyes. Once we breach Eagle Beak Gorge, the demon army will sweep through unhindered. The prince promised me a nascent soul pill. With the path to nascent soul within reach, who would still choose to toil like beasts of burden for your human race? You're a demonic spy. Don't you fear the wrath of our human Yuan infant powerhouses? Chen Xianlong trembled with rage, his eyes filled with despair and fury. Zhang Yuzhen's face drained of color as she gripped her sword tightly, never imagining that the comrade fighting side by side with her was a mole. Kill you both, who would ever know? Lu Sanbao said with a sly grin. Junior brother Lu, you have truly disappointed me. Ever since the Huangyo Ridge defense was breached, I suspected a traitor was among us, but I never imagined it would be you. Chen Xuanlong's expression suddenly grew calm, his eyes filled with profound disappointment. What do you mean? You knew about a traitor all along? Lu Sanbao froze slightly, a sense of foreboding rising in his eyes. What else? How else would we lure out the black-armored demon ape and expose you, the traitor? Today is the day we clean house. Chen Xianlong sneered coldly. By yourself? Playing tricks. Lu Sanbao swallowed hard, his sense of impending doom growing stronger by the second. Enough talk. Move. Kill them. The black-armored demon ape roared impatiently. The 5 demon cultivators and Lu Sanbao unleashed their most powerful attacks simultaneously, aiming to completely overwhelm Chen Xianlong and Zhang Yuzhen. At that critical moment, murderous intent flared in Chen Xuanlong's eyes as he abruptly crushed an ancient jade talisman he'd prepared long ago. Chapter 87, Revenge and Departure. A colossal, ocean-like pressure of the nascent soul descended abruptly. A blurred yet razor-sharp figure stepped forth from the jade talisman, white hair flowing, a gourd swaying at his waist. It was none other than the wine sword immortal's Yuan infant Dharma body. Die. The voice was icy cold. Fingers formed like swords, and a brilliant sword light instantly sliced across the heavens and earth. No! It's a nascent soul avatar. Damn it, Chen Xianlong, you were prepared all along? Get out of the way. The black-armored demon ape and Lu Sanbao both paled, their eyes filled with a mix of shock and fury. The nascent soul Dharma body was a formidable manifestation condensed by a late nascent soul stage cultivator, possessing the immense combat power of the nascent soul stage. Similar to a talismanic treasure, its might was even more terrifying. Seeing this Yuan infant Dharma body, they finally realized Chen Xianlong had been prepared all along. This was a trap. The black-armored demon ape and Lu Sanbao, being the fastest, instantly teleported away. But the 5 demon cultivators were not so fortunate. The 5 demon cultivators were overcome with terror, yet they could not evade this terrifying strike imbued with the sword intent of the nascent soul. The sword light swept through them like a scythe through grass, sending 5 hideous demonic heads flying skyward. Before they could even utter a scream, the souls and bodies of the 5 late-stage golden core demon cultivators were instantly annihilated. Terrified out of his wits, Lu Sanbao spun and fled, screaming as he ran, "Ancestor, spare me! I..." Another flash of sword-light silenced Lu Sanbao's voice abruptly. His body froze mid-air before splitting cleanly in two, his golden core shattered along with his body by the sword chi. The traitor met his deserved end. Yet the black-armored demon ape roared furiously, madness flashing in its eyes, violently spitting forth a bone talisman covered in crimson patterns. "So what if you have a nascent soul avatar? Our clan's ancestor also bestowed treasures. Explode!" The bone talisman exploded with a thunderous roar, unleashing demonic power no less terrifying than the wine sword immortal's dharma body. It coalesced into the shadowy form of a roaring crimson giant wolf, colliding violently with the wine sword immortal's dharma body. The bone talisman was a fourth-tier talisman treasure, sealing a portion of the demonic ancestor's power equally terrifying. The black-armored demon ape had intended to use it at a critical moment to breach Eagle Beak Gorge. Now, facing the nascent soul body, it had no choice but to deploy it to save its own life. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the heavens, unleashing a terrifying energy storm that swept across the land. As the light faded, both the wine sword immortal's dharma body and the blood-red wolf specter vanished simultaneously in mutual annihilation. At the epicenter of the blast, the black-armored demon ape lay covered in shattered bone armor, blood streaming from its wounds. Its vital energy plummeted, revealing unimaginable injuries that left it barely clinging to life. Already gravely wounded, Chen Xianlong could no longer withstand the shockwave. His eyes rolled back and he fell into a deep unconsciousness, plummeting from the sky. The battlefield was now left with only the gravely wounded, dying black-armored demon ape and Zhang Yuzhen, who had also been shaken by the explosion's aftershock, her vital energy unstable. Zhang Yuzhen glanced at the black-armored demon ape, still snarling despite its death throes, then looked at the unconscious Chen Xianlong falling to the ground. A flash of greed and ruthlessness flickered in her eyes. If she could personally slay this golden core great perfection demon cultivator and seize Chen Xuanlong's storage ring, she could later pin his death squarely on the demon race. That would be an immense merit and opportunity. Summoning her remaining magical power, she gritted her teeth and activated her flying sword. It shot forth like a streak of light, piercing toward the nearly immobile black-armored demon ape. "You despicable human!" The black-armored demon ape roared furiously, mustering its last ounce of strength to block the strike with a claw swipe while simultaneously unleashing a golden core beam from its mouth. Clang! The flying sword was knocked aside, and Zhang Yuzhen was struck in the chest by the golden core beam, coughing up blood and turning even paler. But seeing the demon ape seemingly at its last gasp, the ferocity in her eyes intensified as she prepared to launch another fierce assault. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, she glimpsed a figure soaring up from the forest below. It was Li Qingshan. Zhang Yuzhen froze for a moment, then her face lit up with joy, as if she'd grasped a lifeline. She cried out urgently, "Elder Zhou! You've arrived just in time. Quick! This demon is already at its last gasp. Join forces with me to slay it. This will be a tremendous merit." With no guard up, she channeled all her strength into her flying sword, attempting to pin down the demon ape. Li Qingshan flew closer, observing the scene with a calm expression. His gaze lingered on the black-armored demon ape, barely clinging to life yet still brimming with savagery, and on Zhang Yuzhen, struggling to hold her ground. He sneered inwardly. These golden core cultivators, with their endless hidden cards and constant scheming, were still vying for glory and profit even now. It was truly chilling and intimidating. He feigned agreement, his voice deepening. "Elder Zhang, hold on. I'm here to help." With that, he flew toward Zhang Yuzhen, seemingly to fight alongside her. The black-armored demon ape, witnessing this, revealed despair and an even more frenzied killing intent in its single eye. Zhang Yuzhen felt a surge of secret delight. She channeled all her strength into her flying sword and urged, "Quick! Elder Zhou, strike its left flank." Before her words had even finished, a sudden twist occurred. Li Qingshan, who had flown behind Zhang Yuzhen, flashed a cold glint in his eyes as the aura he had been suppressing erupted instantly. The sword in his hand was no longer the ordinary Taichang sword, but had transformed into the thunder-wrapped Tianqiao sword. Without a moment's hesitation, not even a flicker of doubt. Whoosh! A dazzling, violent purple thunderbolt of sword light shot forth with lightning speed. It did not strike the black-armored demon ape, but pierced straight through Zhang Yuzhen's Dantian Sea of Qi from behind. "You!" The joy and urgency frozen on Zhang Yuzhen's face instantly transformed into utter shock, bewilderment, and disbelief. She struggled to lower her head, staring at the purple sword tip piercing through her abdomen. She felt the excruciating pain as the terrifying thunderous force instantly tore apart her golden core, and her cultivation base rapidly drained away. She whipped her head around to meet a pair of eyes cold as ice, utterly devoid of emotion. Why? She opened her mouth, blood gushing forth, yet no coherent words emerged. Even in death, she never understood why Zhou Yun had killed her. Did he not fear the Spring-and-Autumn Sect's retaliation? Li Qingshan flickered his wrist, unleashing a thunderous sword chi that instantly extinguished all traces of life within her. Zhang Yuzhen, the golden core elder who had once hunted him down with relentless fury, her eyes finally dimmed. Her life extinguished, her body plummeted downward. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Even the black-armored demon ape, who had been waiting in despair for death, was stunned. Its single eye filled with astonishment and delight. Panting heavily, it cackled hoarsely, "Ha! Ha ha ha! Good! Well done! Are you a brother of our kind lying in wait? Or a traitor to the human race? Whoever you are, you've done well. Quick, save me. I'll report this to the Demon Emperor and secure you a reward beyond measure. Infant transformation pills, infant forming holy water, even better treasures, all will be yours." It assumed Li Qingshan was either one of their own or a traitorous human who'd sold out for riches. Li Qingshan slowly turned around, his expression blank as he stared at the black-armored demon ape, clinging to its last breath. Step by step, he walked forward. The black-armored demon ape continued its excited promises. "Yes, save me, then wealth and glory await." Just as Li Qingshan approached within 10 feet, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. The soul-capturing mirror, concealed within his sleeve all along, suddenly activated. An intangible, shadowy light one that targeted the soul itself instantly locked onto the black-armored demon ape. Already mortally wounded and near death, the demon ape's soul was fragile. Now struck directly by a third-tier supreme artifact specifically designed to suppress souls, it let out a piercing, agonized scream. Its single eye instantly lost its luster as its consciousness plunged into chaos and searing, tearing pain. Its body stiffened, utterly immobilized. Die! How could Li Qingshan let such an opportunity slip? The sky-piercing sword erupted once more with thunderous lightning. Boom! The thunderous strike, like divine retribution descending from the heavens, sliced with pinpoint precision through the black-armored demon ape's thick neck. A massive ape head, frozen in shock and confusion, flew through the air. In its fading consciousness, it might still have been thinking of the reward and the infant transformation pill. A golden core great perfection demon cultivator fallen. Chapter 88, Tallying the Spoils. Li Qingshan moved without pause, waving his hand to gather Zhang Yuzhen and the black-armored demon ape's storage artifacts, along with all the demon cores and beast corpses, all prime materials for forging artifacts. Simultaneously, he scooped up the unconscious, falling Chen Xianlong. He swiftly cleared the scene, erasing all traces of his intervention, especially the distinctive auras of the soul-capturing mirror and the sky-piercing sword, crafting the illusion that three had perished together or that an unknown master had seized the opportunity. After completing these tasks, he glanced at the ravaged battlefield. Without hesitation, he carried Chen Xianlong and transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the Eagle's Beak Pass fortress. His expression remained as calm as still water, as if he had just finished a trivial task. Li Qingshan, carrying the unconscious Chen Xianlong, sped along the path and soon encountered a search and rescue squad. He immediately administered a potent healing elixir he had personally refined to Chen Xianlong. As the pill entered his stomach, its pure medicinal power dissolved, nourishing Chen Xianlong's severely damaged meridians and internal organs. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Chen Xianlong groaned softly and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Li Qingshan's concerned gaze and the familiar faces of the fortress cultivators surrounding him. "Senior brother Chen, you're awake," exclaimed a disciple of the Five Elements sect beside him, his voice filled with relief and joy. Chen Xianlong struggled to sit up, but the movement immediately aggravated his injuries, causing him to suck in a sharp breath of pain. He scanned his surroundings and urgently asked, "What's the situation? Is that demon ape dead? What about Elder Zhang?" Li Qingshan's face bore a look of profound sorrow and lingering dread. Following the carefully prepared narrative, he spoke slowly, "Senior brother Chen, after you lost consciousness, I happened to search the vicinity. I saw that black-armored demon ape, though already at its last gasp, suddenly lashed out violently. Senior sister Zhang, she met an unfortunate end." He paused before continuing, overcome with grief and fury. "Seeing the demon ape was barely clinging to life, I mustered every ounce of strength and managed to slay it. Only then did I have time to rescue you, Elder." Chen Xuanlong's face clouded with a complex mix of emotions: silent grief for Zhang Yuzhen's death, anguish over Lu Sanbao's betrayal, and lingering terror at having narrowly escaped death. He sighed deeply, his gaze toward Li Qingshan brimming with gratitude. "So that's how it was. Elder Zhou, I owe you my life this time. Had you not arrived in time, I too would likely have fallen victim to that beast, and Eagle Beak Gorge would have been lost. This is a debt of life-saving grace I shall never forget." Li Qingshan hastily demurred, "Elder Chen, you flatter me. As fellow humans, mutual aid is our duty. I merely happened to be present and offered what little help I could." Chen Xianlong shook his head solemnly. "No need for false modesty. Merit is merit." He paused thoughtfully before instructing his attendants, "You may withdraw for now. Elder Zhou and I need to speak privately." Once everyone had withdrawn, Chen Xianlong looked at Li Qingshan and said earnestly, "Elder Zhou, on that battlefield, all the spoils of war including the belongings of Elder Zhang, Lu Sanbao, and that black-armored demon ape were collected by you, correct?" Li Qingshan's heart stirred. He immediately produced a storage pouch and said, "That's correct. All the spoils are here. I collected them in advance, intending to hand them over to you once you awoke, Elder." He made to hand the storage pouch to Chen Xianlong. Chen Xianlong waved him off, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "No need for formalities. That is rightfully yours. Without you, those items would have either been destroyed in the battle, fallen into unknown hands, or even aided the enemy. You taking them is the best outcome. This matter is known only to you and me, no third party will ever question it. It is also my way of expressing gratitude for the life you saved. To Chen Qianlong, the spoils were certainly valuable, but compared to repaying Li Qingshan for saving his life, they were insignificant. Moreover, having already reached the peak of the Golden Core stage, defending Eagle's Beak Gorge would earn him a nascent soul pill. With that, he could break through to the nascent soul stage. If he could break through to the nascent soul stage, the sky would be the limit. A few treasures would be nothing at all. Li Qingshan had been waiting for precisely those words. His heart surged with wild joy, knowing he had gambled correctly. Had he succumbed to greed earlier and fled with everything, should Chen Qianlong have perished, the ensuing investigation by the nascent soul cultivator would have left him with no plausible explanation, a risk too great to bear. Now, by rescuing Chen Qianlong and securing his personal promise, taking these spoils would be entirely justified and free of future complications. He immediately bowed his hands in gratitude. In that case, I shall take the liberty of accepting them. My deepest thanks, Elder Chen. However, please deliver Elder Zhang Yuzhan's storage ring to the Spring-and-Autumn Sect for me. After all, it belongs to them. Li Qingshan handed Zhang Yuzhan's storage ring to Chen Qianlong. After all, Zhang Yuzhan was a Spring-Autumn Sect elder. Her demise here would inevitably trigger an investigation, potentially drawing in nascent soul stage elders. Handing over Zhang Yuzhan's storage ring would significantly reduce the risk for Li Qingshan. Very well. Chen Qianlong gave Li Qingshan an approving look. Talking with a smart person was refreshing. Though Li Qingshan was only a guest elder, he knew when to advance and retreat, showing no greed. Perhaps he was worth cultivating properly. Chen Qianlong's face remained pale, but his spirit had lifted slightly. Help me up. The battle isn't over yet. I must return immediately to take charge. Li Qingshan complied, helping Chen Qianlong to his feet. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Chen Qianlong returned to his command post. Sure enough, with the fall of the 5 Golden Core demon cultivators and Lu Sanbao, coupled with the slaying of the black armor demon ape, the demonic army lost its commanding core. Their offensive fell into chaos and morale plummeted. Though gravely wounded, Chen Qianlong's authority remained intact. He swiftly issued a series of commands, organizing the cultivators to launch a counterattack. Seeing this, the human cultivators' morale soared. Their battle cries shook the heavens as they charged out of the fortress to mop up the fleeing demon beasts. After a day and night of fierce combat, the demonic army was utterly routed. Abandoning countless corpses, they fled in disarray deep into the northern plains. Eagle's Beak Pass fortress held. The setting sun, blood red, cast its glow upon the fortress, now scarred and ravaged. Survivors collapsed along the ramparts, their faces a mix of exhaustion, sorrow, and ultimate relief. Yiling Shuang and Zhou Taoyao spotted Li Qingshan safe and sound in the crowd, both sighing in relief as genuine joy shone in their eyes. They approached him and whispered, "Senior Zhou, we're so glad you're safe." Li Qingshan nodded to them without further words, turning back to his busy tasks. He needed to assist in treating the wounded and fire up the furnaces to refine large quantities of healing pills. Chen Qianlong also honored his promise, granting him unlimited access to the warehouse's spiritual materials. Night finally brought a temporary calm. Li Qingshan layered protective barriers around his temporary quarters and quietly activated the mystic yellow earth vein spirit sealing array. Only after ensuring absolute security did he begin, with a surge of excitement, to tally the spoils of this earth-shaking battle. First, he brought out all his acquisitions. In an instant, the entire room was filled with a dazzling glow of jewels and treasures, along with a colossal surge of spiritual energy. First were the demon cores of the 5 late-stage Golden Core demon cultivators and the black-armored demon ape. 6 demon cores in total, each containing terrifying energy. Particularly the black-armored demon ape's core as large as a fist, jet black as ink, yet adorned with dark golden patterns. It pulsed with heart-stopping fluctuations of fully perfected demonic power. These demon cores were priceless treasures, invaluable for both alchemy and artifact forging. Next came the materials from their corpses. The black-armored demon ape's shattered bone armor, though broken, its material was exceptional, along with its horn and essence blood, the other demon cultivators' sharp claws, fur, special organs, and more. All were top-tier materials for artifact forging, talisman crafting, and alchemy, their value beyond estimation. Then came 2 storage rings and several storage pouches. The 2 storage rings belonged to Lu Sanbao and the black-armored demon ape respectively. Li Qingshan first picked up Lu Sanbao's storage ring. After erasing the residual imprint, he probed inside with his divine sense. Whoa! Even with prior mental preparation, Li Qingshan couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Chapter 89, The 100-Day Deadline. The storage ring contained an immense space, spanning 100 zhang in diameter. Mountains of low-grade spirit stones piled up inside, likely numbering in the millions. Hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones lay scattered about, and nearly 100 high-grade spirit stones were also present. This was practically the entire fortune of a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. Over a dozen jade slips contained mostly sword cultivation techniques and secret arts from the beast taming sect. Though useless to Li Qingshan, they were priceless treasures. Dozens of pill bottles contained mostly high-grade third-tier healing, recovery, and cultivation-enhancing elixirs, all of exceptional quality. Secret technique jade slips for controlling spirit beasts, medicinal pills, and a large pile of rare spirit materials and beast feed specifically for nurturing spirit beasts. As for magical artifacts, besides the long blade he personally wielded, there were several control-type artifacts clearly kept as backups. However, they were all low-grade third-tier items, so Li Qingshan paid them little mind and simply stowed them away. What delighted Li Qingshan most was discovering a small vial of millennial stone milk, a treasure for tempering the physical body and enhancing its strength. This 1,000-year stone milk would prove invaluable for his cultivation of the 9 transformations golden body. This loose sandbow really had deep pockets. Li Qingshan nodded with satisfaction. Lastly was the storage artifact of the black armor demon ape, a strangely shaped bone ring. Its contents were comparatively primitive. Spirit stones were scarce, but it held an abundance of rare minerals and spiritual materials unique to the northern plains. Numerous demon beast cores and materials radiating potent vital energy were also present, clearly gathered from its daily hunts. Several lightning flashed for fragments and a bead radiating extreme cold caught Li Qingshan's particular attention. After Xia examined the lightning flashed ores, Li Qingshan discovered they were 4th-tier alchemy materials, celestial thunder meteorite iron. As for the frigid orb, it too was a 4th-tier alchemy material, bearing a striking resemblance to the legendary ice spirit pearl. Ice spirit pearls are said to be treasures for nurturing artifact spirits. This bead is definitely extraordinary, but whether it truly is an ice spirit pearl will require careful reference to ancient texts once we return. Li Qingshan mused silently. Finally, there were the storage pouches from those 5 unfortunate golden core demon cultivators. While they contained few spirit stones and pills, they held numerous bloodstained jade slips, various rare forging materials, and precious medicinal herbs, all looted by the demons. Their value was immense. After completing the inventory, Li Qingshan gazed at the mountain of treasures before him. Even with his steadfast resolve, he couldn't help but feel his heart surge with excitement. He'd struck it rich. A true windfall from heaven. These resources far exceeded the total of all his past gains. It was more than enough to sustain his cultivation all the way to the late golden core stage. Moreover, it provided an unimaginable material foundation for his future forging of the immortal judgment sword and the enhancement of other magical treasures. Risk and opportunity coexist. The ancients truly did not deceive me. He murmured to himself, carefully sorting and storing all the items, paying special attention to the exceptionally precious materials and the 3 late golden core demon cores along with 1 at the great perfection stage. He did not let the treasures cloud his judgment. These items have sensitive origins and must not be revealed in the slightest for the time being. They must be assimilated and utilized gradually, in batches. Outside the window, moonlight like water bathed the fortress, now slightly tranquil after its baptism of blood and fire. Li Qingshan sat cross-legged, his mind filled with tranquility and contentment. The journey to Eagle's Beak Gorge had been perilous, yet the bounty reaped far exceeded expectations. With the 100-day deadline approaching, the essence of dung metal was within reach, and now he possessed such vast resources. It was even sufficient for Li Qingshan to cultivate all the way to the peak of the golden core stage, and perhaps even attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage. All I need is time. I hope that after this battle, I'll be granted more peaceful days for cultivation. Li Qingshan thought to himself. The defensive battle at Eagle's Beak Gorge Fortress gradually subsided over the following days. Having lost 5 late-stage Golden Core demonic leaders, and even the peak Golden Core powerhouse Black Armor Demon Ape, the demonic hordes found themselves unable to breach the human fortress despite prolonged siege. With their elite forces suffering successive casualties, morale had plummeted to its lowest ebb. Their assault on Eagle's Beak Gorge had failed. On other battlefields, the demonic forces were also blocked at every turn, facing fierce resistance from human cultivators. Meanwhile, a secret counteroffensive launched by several human cultivators, including the Winesword Immortal and other core formation powerhouses, had penetrated deep into the heart of the northern plains. 2 of the 3 core formation demon kings were slain, and the 3rd was gravely wounded. The northern plains trembled. The demonic race finally realized that the human race was not to be trifled with. This invasion had ended in failure. The vast tide of beasts finally began to retreat, surging back into the depths of the northern plains like a receding tide. A deafening roar of celebration erupted throughout the Eagle's Beak Pass stronghold. The joy of surviving the ordeal radiated from every face of the defending cultivators. Months of bloody combat and constant tension could finally be temporarily eased. The surviving cultivators, whether sect disciples or independent practitioners, would all receive generous rewards for their battle merits. Li Qingshan stood atop the city walls, watching the demonic clouds recede like a retreating tide. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. These 100 days of defending the city had been truly harrowing, yielding immense gains yet exacting a tremendous toll on both mind and body. Junior brotherly. Chen Xuanlong's voice carried a hint of weariness, but more so a sense of relief. The beast tide has receded. Our mission is complete, and we shall return to the sect soon. The defense of Eagle's Beak Gorge owes its success primarily to you, junior brother. I have already submitted a detailed battle report to the sect master. The sect will surely bestow generous rewards. Senior brother Chen, you flatter me. Defending our territory and upholding our principles is our duty. This victory is owed entirely to the united efforts of our fellow disciples and the decisive actions of our elders. Li Qingshan bowed his hands, his tone as humble as ever. Chen Xianlong patted his shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. No further words were needed, everything was understood without saying. On the eve of their departure, Li Qingshan summoned Yiling Shuang and Zhou Taoyao. He waved his hand to cast a sound-blocking barrier, then retrieved 2 jade boxes from his storage ring, handing one to each woman. Yiling Shuang, Zhou Taoyao, you've been invaluable during these 100 days guarding Eagle's Beak Gorge. As we part ways, unsure when we'll meet again, these 2 pills may prove beneficial to your future cultivation. Li Qingshan spoke slowly. Yiling Shuang and Zhou Taoyao opened the jade boxes with puzzled expressions. Instantly, 2 surges of immense, pure potency filled the air. They radiated a peculiar aura of the golden core cultivation stage, bathing the entire cave dwelling in a brilliant, spiritual glow. This is golden core pills? Zhou Taoyao covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief and delight. A look of immense shock also flashed across Yiling Shuang's coldly beautiful face. She abruptly looked up at Li Qingshan, golden core pill? And, judging by the quality of the pill's patterns, it's definitely not a low-grade one. Elder Zhou, this item is far too precious. We can't accept it. Yes, Master Zhou, it's far too precious for us to accept. Zhou Taoyao hurriedly chimed in. The golden core pill was an unparalleled treasure pill that assisted cultivators at the peak of foundation establishment in condensing their golden core. Its value was beyond measure, often priceless and impossible to find on the market. A single high-grade golden core pill could incite countless foundation establishment cultivators to fight tooth and nail for it, even sparking sect wars. Neither of them could have imagined that Master Zhou Yun before them would offer it to them so readily. Chapter 90, Parting Gift of the Pill. Li Qingshan smiled faintly, his tone calm. There's no need to refuse. Accept it. This was obtained by chance, and for now, it serves no great purpose for me. You two share a karmic connection with me, and this item is precisely suited for your use. May you both swiftly form your golden cores and achieve great success on the Tao. He spoke casually, but both women knew the preciousness of a golden core pill. Even a golden core immortal would not part with one lightly. Perhaps only a master alchemist like Zhou Yun could offer such a pill so readily. Master Zhou, I must ask why? Yiling Shuang asked earnestly. Why what? Li Qingshan feigned confusion. Why have you been so kind to me and my junior sister? You saved our lives before, shielded us from Zhang Yuzhen's harassment, and now you're giving us golden core pills. Could it be? Could it be? Yiling Shuang murmured softly. Glancing at Zhou Yunjuan's handsome features, a wave of shyness washed over her, instantly coloring her cheeks crimson. A peculiar glint flickered in Li Qingshan's eyes. How could he not understand the implication in Yiling Shuang's words? Was Yiling Shuang thinking he had taken a liking to both her and Zhou Taoyao? Ahem. Ladies, please don't overthink it. Truly, you've been of immense help to me these past days. This is simply a matter of fate between us. Take the golden core without hesitation, no need for any burden of conscience. Li Qingshan said awkwardly. Zhou Taoyao's face flushed crimson as she stole a glance at Zhou Yun, her heart fluttering wildly. She understood Yiling Shuang's meaning perfectly well. If Zhou Yun hadn't taken a liking to them, why would he go out of his way to help them time and again? Very well. Thank you, Elder Zhou. Yiling Shuang suppressed the strange emotions stirring within her and offered a sincere thank you. Li Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief before hastily turning and leaving. Several days later, the 5 Elements Sect's flying vessel arrived at Eagle's Beak Gorge to escort the surviving disciples back in triumph. The journey back to the sect headquarters proceeded smoothly. At the 5 Elements Sect's mountain gates, mist swirled amidst the clouds as cranes cried in unison. Upon learning of the expedition's safe return, the sect leader, true immortal Blazing Fire, personally led several golden core elders to greet them at the mountain gates, extending the highest honors. Welcome home, esteemed elders and disciples. Master Blazing Fire's voice boomed like a temple bell, his face beaming with a smile. You have fought valiantly in bloodshed, defended our human territories, and upheld the prestige of the 5 Elements Sect. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. After the customary greetings, Chen Xianlong stepped forward. Once again, in the presence of the sect master and the elders, he detailed Li Qingshan's astonishing feats at Eagle's Beak Gorge and his pivotal role in turning the tide of battle. Hearing this, every elder's face betrayed astonishment. Their gazes toward Li Qingshan brimmed with both awe and scrutiny. Not only did this youth possess extraordinary talent in alchemy, but he had also slain a demonic cultivator at the peak of the golden core stage? Truly extraordinary. No wonder the Supreme Elder held him in such high regard. True immortal Blazing Fire clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Senior Brotherly is truly a blessing for our 5 Elements Sect. Our sect rewards merit without hesitation. Senior Brotherly, since Junior Brother Chen states you were the foremost contributor in this battle, the sect will not be stingy. As previously discussed, you may select any 2 treasures from the sect's heavenly treasure hall and receive a reward of 200,000 contribution points. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples all wore expressions of extreme envy. Even Li Qingshan and Su Liang felt a pang of envy. After all, the sect master had promised them only 1 treasure each. Yet here, Li Qingshan received 2. It must be understood that every single treasure within the heavenly treasure hall was priceless, coveted treasures that countless gold core cultivators looked up to. Being granted the privilege of selecting 2 treasures from the sect's heavenly treasure hall was an immense honor. Not to mention the additional 200,000 contribution points. Li Qingshan's heart stirred. The moment he had long awaited had finally arrived. 2 treasures? This truly is an unexpected windfall. It seems I'll be able to obtain both the Gang Gene Essence and the Thunder Tribulation Elixir. Li Qingshan's heart surged with excitement. After the welcoming ceremony, Li Qingshan headed straight for the heavenly treasure hall without hesitation, ready to select his 2 treasures. 5 Elements Sect, Tianbao Hall. Nestled deep within the heart of the main peak, this hall was a sacred sanctuary of the sect, shrouded in formidable restrictions. Ordinary disciples could scarcely hope to set foot within it even in a lifetime. Only those who had rendered great service to the sect, received special permission from the sect master, or possessed sufficient contribution points were permitted to enter and select treasures. Led by an expressionless late golden core elder steward, Li Qingshan passed through layer upon layer of shimmering spiritual light barriers and stepped into the hall. The moment he entered, a vast, ocean-like surge of spiritual energy washed over him. Mixed within were the unique Tao essences emanating from various rare materials, magical treasures, and spiritual pills, creating an exhilarating, dizzying sensation. The interior space of the hall proved vastly more expansive than its exterior appearance suggested, clearly utilizing a spatial expansion formation. Rows of shelves crafted from warm jade, cold iron, or unknown spiritual wood stood in orderly formation. Upon them, all manner of rare treasures were arranged by category. There were magical flying swords shimmering with auroral light, bronze alchemical cauldrons exuding an ancient aura, spiritual herbs sealed within jade boxes yet still radiating immense medicinal power, and or crystals and spiritual materials flickering with multicolored halos, each containing different elemental energies. Even Li Qingshan, a man of immense wealth who had witnessed the collections of Lu Sanbao and the black-armored demon ape, couldn't help but be secretly astonished by the 5 Elements Sect's depth of resources. While individual treasures might not surpass the value of his own 4th-tier materials, the sheer variety and vast quantity were sufficient to sustain a major sect for millennia. Elder Zhou, proceed at your leisure. You have 1 stick of incense. Simply inform me of your selections. The steward elder's voice remained level. With that, he closed his eyes and stood by the hall's entrance, saying no more. Li Qingshan focused his mind, his powerful divine sense spreading like mercury across the floor as it swiftly scanned row after row of shelves. His objective was clear: the essence of gunmetal, the spirit liquid of thunder tribulation, and any treasures that might prove invaluable for forging his life-bound artifact or advancing his cultivation. Soon, his gaze settled upon a solitary jade platform in the northwest corner. There, suspended in midair, lay a mineral roughly the size of an infant's head. It radiated a pure, platinum-white hue and emitted an unmistakable aura of razor-sharp energy. Merely meeting its gaze caused a faint stinging in his eyes, as if invisible sword chi were slicing through his vision. The essence of gunmetal. It truly is here. Li Qingshan's heart surged with excitement as he hurried forward. Feeling the supremely pure, razor-sharp energy, he confirmed this was indeed one of the most crucial primary materials needed to forge the immortal judgment sword. Its quality surpassed even his wildest expectations. He suppressed the urge to take it immediately and continued searching. Moments later, atop a cold jade shelf holding various spiritual elixirs and springs, he discovered a small purple jade vial sealed with multiple layers of restrictions. The label beside it read, Thunder Tribulation Elixir, 3 drops. Extracted from the core of a 1,000-year-old lightning struck tree, it contains a trace of the life and death transformative power of heavenly thunder. Can temper the spiritual essence of magical treasures or aid in cultivating thunder attribute techniques. Use with caution. Thunder Tribulation Elixir. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed with excitement. This substance was also one of the materials needed to forge the eternal judgment sword. Though not essential, infusing it into his life-bound flying sword would surely imbue it with a hint of the majestic might of heavenly thunder, greatly enhancing its power. Moreover, it might offer unexpected benefits when he faced the heavenly tribulation in the future. Chapter 91, Dragon Tiger Golden Core. These are the ones. Li Qingshan hesitated no longer. Turning to the elder steward, he declared, Elder, I've made my choice. I take the gunmetal essence and the Thunder Tribulation Elixir. The elder opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flickering within them. He seemed taken aback that Li Qingshan had made his decision so swiftly, especially since both treasures were notoriously difficult to handle and had relatively specialized uses. He nodded, then flicked his fingers in a swift gesture. The restraining light halos surrounding the 2 treasures dissipated, and they floated lightly toward Li Qingshan. The gunmetal is razor-sharp, touch it with caution. The Thunder Tribulation Elixir is violent, use it with care. The elder offered a rare word of warning. Thank you for the warning, elder.
Li Qingshan accepted them calmly, though his heart raced with excitement. He carefully placed both treasures into a specially crafted jade box he had prepared long ago, affixed a sealing talisman, and only then stored them in his storage ring. A heavy weight lifted from his chest. 2 of the core materials were now secured, only the final piece, the 10,000-year spirit wood tree heart, remained. After leaving the heavenly treasure hall, Li Qingshan did not return directly to Dansha Peak. Instead, he altered his appearance and aura, quietly making his way to the 5 Elements market at the mountain's base. Inside the largest shop, 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, a steward watched as Li Qingshan produced one magical artifact after another, along with piles of spirit materials and ore. His eyes grew wider and wider, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. To avoid suspicion, Li Qingshan did not seek out the Wanbao Pavilion elder he had dealt with before. He concealed his aura and altered his appearance, making his origins unrecognizable. The treasures were diverse and of exceptional quality. Many bore clear traces of beast-taming sect cultivation techniques, while others emitted faint demonic energy, evidence of complex origins. But the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion had deep connections and specialized in precisely this kind of trade. As long as the goods were good, they never probed into their origins. Elder. Your treasures are of such immense value. Allow me to carefully tally them. The steward's tone grew increasingly deferential as he meticulously counted the items. Very well. Li Qingshan replied in a hoarse voice, sipping his tea as he waited calmly. After several hours of calculation, the steward finally announced a figure. Senior, these treasures are valued at 2,300,000 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Or, converted to 23,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Li Qingshan felt satisfied. The price was fair enough. He nodded expressionlessly. Agreed. Convert it all to mid-grade spirit stones. Right away. Please wait a moment. The steward beamed with delight and promptly ordered someone to fetch the spirit stones. Moments later, Li Qingshan left the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, his arms cradling 23,000 mid-grade spirit stones radiating a misty aura of spiritual energy. He then visited several large herbal shops, purchasing some third-tier spiritual herbs. He planned to use the demon cores he had obtained to refine the Dragon Tiger Golden Core. The Dragon Tiger Golden Pill was a high-grade third-tier spiritual pill, an ancient elixir recorded in the true classic of the alchemy cauldron as one of the most difficult pills to refine. Yet it was the finest elixir for cultivators at the Golden Core stage, capable of dramatically enhancing both their cultivation level and cultivation speed. Soon, he gathered all the third-grade spiritual herbs required for refining the Dragon Tiger Golden Elixir before quietly returning to his cave dwelling. Tianquan P Cave Dwelling, Earth Fire Chamber. Li Qingshan held his breath, his mind focused. Before him floated the burning heaven furnace, its base engulfed in raging earth fire. Within the chamber, the fragrance of herbs intertwined with a violent demonic energy, gradually merging under an invisible force. The Dragon Tiger Golden, a high-grade third-tier spiritual, used demon from the Golden Stage as its primary ingredient, supplemented by dozens of precious third-tier spiritual herbs. Its refinement was extremely difficult, with an extremely low success rate. Yet its potency was immense, greatly accelerating the growth of a Golden Core cultivator's magical power. A single top-grade Dragon Tiger Golden Core pill held value far surpassing that of an ordinary 4th-tier inferior-grade elixir. Li Qingshan's movements flowed like clouds in water, his divine sense intensely focused as he precisely controlled the fusion of the Earthfire's heat with the spirit herbs and demon cores. He possessed 5 late-stage Golden Core demon cores and 1 Grand Fulfillment demon core, sufficient materials to withstand the losses of failure. Day after day passed. First furnace, failure. All ingredients turned to ash, not even a single defective pill remained. The second batch failed, but yielded 5 defective pills. The second batch barely produced a, yielding only 1 low-grade and 3 failed. The third furnace showed improvement, yielding 4 successful cores, 2 medium-grade and 2 low-grade along with 2 failed cores. Li Qingshan remained undeterred, analyzing his mistakes and adjusting both the heat and his spiritual sense control. Fifth furnace, when he plunged that golden demon core of supreme perfection into the medicinal liquid, the entire Crimson Dawn treasure cauldron trembled faintly. The violent demonic energy nearly shattered the cauldron's walls. Li Qingshan let out a low growl, unleashing a torrent of his eternal life true essence to suppress the force with all his might. His divine sense meticulously guided the fusion of the medicinal properties. After an unknown duration, a deep, thunderous roar like the combined cries of a dragon and a tiger suddenly erupted from within the cauldron. The cauldron lid flew open, and 5 dragon eye-sized pills, each radiant with golden light and adorned with dragon tiger patterns, shot out. Li Qingshan, prepared in advance, swiftly sealed them within a jade bottle. 5 pills. All top grade. A satisfied smile spread across Li Qingshan's face. The final batch had finally succeeded. Of the 5 demon cores, he obtained 3 low-grade Dragon Tiger Golden pills, 2 medium-grade, 5 high-grade, and 10 failed pills. As for the most potent demon pill, the one at the peak of perfection, he had not refined it. He kept it aside for now, thinking it might prove useful later.
In total, he obtained 10 Dragon Tiger Golden Pills and 10 failed pills. But with the at his disposal, the defective cores were no different from genuine Dragon Tiger Golden cores to Li Qingshan. Without pause, he poured all 20 Dragon Tiger Golden Dan into the at his waist. The night passed without incident. The next morning, when Li Qingshan opened the gourd again, an indescribably colossal medicinal power mixed with a strange Dao aura surged skyward, nearly shattering the cave dwelling's restrictions. 21 Dragon Tiger Golden Pills, each perfectly round and flawless, radiated an inner golden glow. The dragon tiger patterns on their surfaces seemed to come alive, slowly undulating. For distinct purple gold patterns shone brilliantly across the pill bodies. Top-grade Dragon Tiger Golden Pills. And there were a full 20 of them. Li Qingshan gazed at the 20 supreme elixirs in his palm enough to drive any golden core cultivator mad, his eyes brimming with confidence. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that these 20 Dragon Tiger Golden Pills were not entirely identical. Clearly, the Supreme Dragon Tiger Golden Pills transformed from defective pills possessed weaker potency and were smaller in size. The lower grade ones were larger, while the 5 superior grade Dragon Tiger Golden Pills were the largest, as big as a baby's fist. Their pill patterns were clear, their potency immense, truly extraordinary. So that's it. It seems I must strive to improve my alchemy skills as much as possible to avoid wasting the full potential of thee. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes as he murmured to himself. With these 20 Dragon Tiger Golden Pills to aid me, reaching the late golden core stage is within reach. Without further hesitation, he activated every restriction within his cave dwelling, layered multiple protective arrays, then took a deep breath before placing a Supreme Dragon Tiger Golden Pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue, transforming into a torrent of violent yet supremely pure energy. Like a dragon soaring and a tiger roaring, it surged through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging upon the golden core in his dantian. Li Qingshan immediately activated the eternal life true art, channeling this immense medicinal power into his golden core. His aura steadily intensified as his cultivation surged toward the late stage of the golden core realm. The seclusion period officially began. Within the cave dwelling, spiritual energy surged violently. Golden light flickered intermittently, punctuated by the occasional deep roar of dragons and tigers. Chapter 92, Late Golden Core Stage. 8 years an eternity for mortals, yet fleeting as a white horse passing through a crack for a golden core cultivator in seclusion. Li Qingshan had been in seclusion for cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. Within the cave, the surging spiritual energy had long since settled, and the dragon roars and tiger howls had vanished without a trace. Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his gaze, thunder seemed to be born and extinguished. The aura surrounding him was profound as the ocean, yet in the next instant, a mysterious force completely restrained it, revealing only the cultivation fluctuations of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. The miner concealing heaven's secret art mastered. He turned his gaze inward to his dantian. The golden core, now the size of a pigeon's egg, had grown even more solid and brilliant. Its surface was densely covered with Dao patterns, containing a colossal amount of magical power far surpassing that of other cultivators at the same stage. His cultivation had officially reached the late golden core stage. The Dragon Tiger Golden Core was indeed a treasure. It had enabled him to break through to the late Golden Core stage in a mere 8 years. At the Golden Core realm, advancing even a minor stage often demanded decades or centuries of cultivation. Even with Li Qingshan's innate talent, following the conventional path of cultivation would likely require at least 30 years to break through to the late Golden Core stage. The Dragon Tiger Golden Core significantly shortened this process. 140 years old, late Golden Core stage, with the nascent soul within reach. Li Qingshan murmured softly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. 40 years ago, he had felt life was nothing special, nearing its end, soon to turn to dust. Now, he possessed a long lifespan. While immortality wasn't guaranteed, a glimmer of possibility had emerged. It was a joy that sprang from the depths of his being. Not only that, but above his dantian sea of qi, 3 indistinct purple lightning shadows coiled, radiating a frenzied yet majestic aura. These were the 3 lightning shadows cultivated through the ninefold thunder body technique. With a single thought, he could split off these 3 thunder shadows. They appeared indistinguishable from his true form, possessing not only blinding speed but also the ability to attack enemies simultaneously, wielding 70% of his true combat power. 8 years of arduous cultivation have finally borne fruit. Li Qingshan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, its force as sharp as a blade, leaving a shallow mark on the floor of the quiet chamber. With a flicker of his thoughts, the 3 supreme treasures, the sky-piercing sword, the earth shield, and the soul-capturing mirror darted about him like docile fish, dancing and weaving with joyous agility, responding to his commands as if extensions of his own limbs, brimming with sentient vitality. Propelled by his current late-stage golden core cultivation, their power far surpassed what it had been before. He was confident that even without a sneak attack, he could now slay a golden core grand perfection, being like the black armor demon ape in a direct confrontation. Yet amidst his joy, a lingering concern remained. The forging of his life-bound treasure, the eternal judgment sword, remained stalled at the final requirement, the core of a 10,000-year-old spirit tree.
Furthermore, the next stage of cultivating the 9 transformations golden body technique required finding 2 opposing yin-yang sha qi to temper his physical body, a task equally dependent on immense fortune. My lifebound treasure must be forged to completion, only the 10,000-year spirit wood tree core remains. And the 9 transformations golden body technique, such a physical cultivation method, could greatly enhance my means of self-preservation. Li Qingshan mused silently. While secluded cultivation can elevate one's magical power, the true opportunities on the path to immortality must ultimately be sought beyond these walls, Li Qingshan murmured to himself. He carefully suppressed his cultivation to the mid-golden core stage. After thoroughly inspecting himself for any flaws, he waved his hand to unlock the cave's protective barriers. 8 years had passed without stepping outside, leaving a thin layer of dust covering the cave entrance. Sunlight spilled down, slightly dazzling. He had just taken a breath of the crisp mountain air when a communication talisman, as if sensing his presence, transformed into a streak of light and flew into his hand. It was a message from senior brother Chen Xianlong. Junior brother Zhou, if you emerge from seclusion, hasten to Tianshu Peak to discuss matters with me. Li Qingshan's heart stirred slightly, wondering what urgent matter senior brother Chen might have. He smoothed his robes, then flickered into a streak of azure light, streaking toward the main peak, Tianshu Peak. Tianshu Peak, Chen Xuanlong's cave residence. As soon as Li Qingshan descended and announced his name, the cave entrance opened. Chen Xianlong appeared at the doorway. He scrutinized Li Qingshan from head to toe, his eyes suddenly bursting with astonished delight. Mid-golden core stage. Excellent. Excellent. Junior brother Zhou, you truly are a prodigy. In just 8 short years, you've advanced from early to mid-golden core stage. Such astonishing progress is truly remarkable. You truly live up to the name 9 transformations golden core. Chen Xianlong slapped Li Qingshan's shoulder heartily, his face radiating satisfaction and admiration. He harbored not a shred of doubt that Li Qingshan had concealed his cultivation level, attributing it solely to his extraordinary talent and relentless cultivation. Li Qingshan's heart stirred slightly. The little concealing heaven's secret art had indeed not been seen through, easing his mind considerably. He smiled modestly. Senior brother flatters me. It was merely a stroke of luck that I gained some insight, combined with my substantial prior cultivation, that allowed me to break through. Compared to your perfect golden core cultivation, I still have a long way to go. Ha, no need for false modesty. Given your relatively short cultivation period, achieving this much is already a blessing for our sect. Chen Xianlong laughed heartily as he ushered Li Qingshan into the cave residence, where they took their seats as host and guest. After a few pleasantries, Chen Xuanlong's expression turned serious. Junior brother, your emergence from seclusion comes at just the right time. Had you delayed another year or two, you might have missed a tremendous opportunity. Oh? What opportunity might that be? Li Qingshan's interest peaked, and he inquired. In 3 months, the treasure city at the edge of the central continent will host the once-in-a-century 10,000 treasures assembly. Chen Xuanlong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This is a rare grand event for the entire cultivation world. Not only will major sects and merchant guilds gather, but countless independent cultivators will also bring their treasured artifacts for trade. Rare treasures, cultivation techniques, elixirs, exotic materials. You name it, it'll be there. Occasionally, even treasures that would tempt a nascent soul cultivator might appear. The 10,000 treasures assembly. Li Qingshan's heartbeat quickened at the mention. This might be his best chance to find the 10,000-year spirit wood tree core and the yin-yang evil qi. Chen Xianlong continued, to be honest, little brother, I've been stuck at the peak of the golden core stage for years now. I'm desperately gathering auxiliary materials for refining the infant transformation pill. I absolutely cannot miss this 10,000 treasures assembly. I wish to invite you to accompany me, so we may watch each other's backs. Your alchemy skills are peerless, and your discernment must be extraordinary. Perhaps you too can find what you seek at the gathering. Li Qingshan hesitated not a moment, immediately clasping his hands in response. Thank you for your invitation, senior brother. Such a grand gathering has long been my aspiration. I shall gladly accompany you. He had been troubled by where to find those 2 crucial items, and Chen Xuanlong's invitation was a godsend. With this experienced golden core perfection senior brother by his side, not only would he avoid much trouble, but his safety would also be better assured. Excellent. It's settled then. Chen Xianlong was delighted by Li Qingshan's agreement. Let us each make our preparations. In 2 months' time, we shall set out for the 10,000 treasures immortal city. May this journey fulfill the aspirations of us both. I shall not disappoint you, senior brother. Li Qingshan responded solemnly, his heart already brimming with anticipation for the 10,000 treasures assembly. Perhaps the opportunity to forge his lifebound artifact and break through his physical cultivation bottleneck lay within that once-in-a-century gathering at the Immortal City. Chapter 93, The 10,000 Treasures Immortal City. Over the next 2 months, Li Qingshan did not seclude himself in meditation. He knew full well that the 10,000 Treasures Assembly was a melting pot of all manner of people, where opportunity and danger coexisted. He had to be thoroughly prepared.
Above all, he needed sufficient spirit stones and treasures to exchange for the items he desired. First, he placed several decent third-tier magical treasures obtained from the black armored demon ape and several demonic tribes into his in batches. After a night of nurturing within the gourd, every single one of these artifacts underwent a transformation. They all became third-grade supreme artifacts, radiating brilliant spiritual light and vastly increased in power. Though these artifacts were no match for his life-bound treasures like the sky-piercing sword in terms of familiarity, they served as excellent bargaining chips whether for exchanging treasures or detonating them to harm enemies when necessary. More crucially, there were spirit stones. He carefully removed the last 100 or so high-grade spirit stones from his possession and solemnly placed them into the next day, when 100 supreme spirit stones appeared before him steaming with spiritual energy, nearly liquid, their surfaces shimmering with a halo of Tao-like runes, even Li Qingshan, who had prepared himself mentally, couldn't help but catch his breath. Top-grade spirit stones. These were strategic resources reserved by nascent soul elders for cultivation, powering top-tier arrays, or even ultra-long-distance teleportation. Their value far surpassed that of high-grade spirit stones, often commanding prices beyond market value. These 100 supreme spirit stones would be his greatest confidence in bidding for coveted treasures at this grand treasure fair. Additionally, he revisited the 5 Elements marketplace, spending a fortune to procure over 100 third-tier spirit talismans of various types. From offensive talismans like the Fiery Dragon Roar Talisman and Genjin Sword Chi Talisman, to defensive ones like the Mystic Turtle Protection Talisman and 5 Elements Escape Talisman, to support-type talismans like the Breath Concealment Talisman and Barrier Breaker Talisman, the variety was vast. After being infused by all these talismans transformed into top-tier third-grade artifacts, their power surging dramatically. Li Qingshan was confident that unleashing all these top-tier talismans simultaneously would unleash a torrent of destruction powerful enough to force even a nascent soul ancestor to retreat or suffer severe injury. All preparations complete, the 2-month deadline had arrived. Li Qingshan and Chen Xianlong reunited, then rode their teleportation light away from the 5 Elements sect, racing toward the distant edge of Central Plains. The journey passed without incident. Both were elite gold core cultivators, moving at incredible speeds. Occasionally, they encountered some unlucky petty thugs, but upon sensing Chen Xuanlong's unmasked, full-stage gold core pressure, they fled without hesitation. Half a month later, the outline of a colossal city majestic and far beyond imagination appeared on the horizon. 10,000 Treasures Immortal City. This city wasn't built on flat ground but clung to several massive mountain ranges. Pavilions and towers nestled against the hills and rivers, layered upon each other, soaring straight into the clouds. The city walls shimmered with multicolored spiritual light, clearly protected by powerful anti-flight and defensive arrays. Countless streaks of teleportation light converged from all directions, pouring into the city like rivers flowing to the sea. Among them were beings whose formidable auras rivaled or even surpassed Chen Xuanlong's. At the city gates, the 4 gilded characters 10,000 Treasures Immortal City shone brilliantly, radiating a colossal spiritual pressure. Legend held they were personally inscribed by the venerable ancestor of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The 10,000 Treasures Immortal City served as the headquarters of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, possessing an exalted status and formidable strength. Rumors claimed several nascent soul ancestors resided within its walls, its power rivaling the 8 great sects of the Eastern Wastes. Some even dubbed it the 9th Great Sect. Another rumor suggested that a transcendent ancestor might even reside within the city, though no one had ever witnessed this. Chen Xianlong led Li Qingshan through the city with practiced ease, heading straight for a secluded courtyard bearing the mark of the 5 Elements sect in the western part of the city. This was the 5 Elements sect space in 10,000 Treasures Immortal City, where disciples maintained a permanent presence. After settling in, Chen Xianlong hurriedly departed, likely to visit old friends or inquire about materials for the infant transformation pill. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Qingshan strolled out of the compound and blended into the surging crowds of the Immortal City. The streets were wide enough for 10 carriages to pass side by side, lined on both sides with shops sporting dazzling signs. Nearly all were guilds, auction houses, forging workshops, or pill pavilions. The air was thick with the peculiar mingled scents of spiritual herbs, magical artifacts, and talismans, while the concentration of spiritual energy was several times denser than even at the 5 Elements sect's mountain gates. He browsed several large shops, their displays dazzling with treasures. Many 4th-tier materials, rarely seen elsewhere, were openly priced here, though the cost alone would deter most ordinary gold core cultivators. Li Qingshan inwardly marveled at the sight but refrained from making any hasty purchases. His objective was clear. Ordinary treasures scarcely caught his eye. As he walked on, he arrived at a relatively bustling area on the outskirts of the Immortal City. This was a designated free market zone where countless cultivators spread cloths on the ground to set up makeshift stalls. The air buzzed with constant cries of vendors and the clamor of haggling. The place was a melting pot of genuine and counterfeit goods, testing both discernment and luck. Li Qingshan slowed his pace, his divine sense sweeping over each stall like a fine net. Most offered ordinary goods, with only the occasional decent material failing to pique his interest. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a stall tucked away in a corner.
The vendor was a late Foundation establishment elder with a troubled expression. His stall held mostly broken magical artifacts and low-grade medicinal herbs, ignored by passers-by. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze inadvertently swept over a stall tucked away in a corner. The vendor was an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, yet his eyes gleamed with sharp intelligence. His cultivation level was late Foundation establishment. Unlike the others, his stall wasn't cluttered. A few items were arranged methodically, each polished to a shine, giving the place a somewhat respectable appearance. Li Qingshan's divine sense paused momentarily as it swept over one corner of the stall. There lay an unremarkable piece of jet black ore and an ancient jade talisman, palm-sized with chipped edges and a dull luster. Beneath the damaged runes of the jade talisman, he keenly sensed an extremely faint yet intensely condensed, cryptic fluctuation far surpassing the third-tier level. A fragment of a fourth-tier spirit talisman? Though its spiritual essence had nearly dissipated, its intrinsic tier was undeniable. Li Qingshan's heart raced, yet his expression remained impassive as he walked over slowly. He first picked up a common third-tier spirit herb nearby, glanced at it, casually asked the price, then set it down. His gaze seemed to be drawn only by the ore and jade talisman. Fellow Taoist, these two items seem rather ancient. How much for them? He casually picked up the jet black ore, weighing it in his hand, as if the jade talisman were merely an afterthought. The white-haired elder narrowed his eyes, stroked his beard, and chuckled. You have keen eyes, fellow Taoist. To be honest, these treasures were painstakingly unearthed from a collapsed ancient cave during my last expedition to the Black Wind Ruins. Look at this, or it glows with an inner black radiance and feels exceptionally heavy in the hand. It's no ordinary black iron. Now consider this jade talisman. Though somewhat damaged, its inscriptions are ancient and profound. I've studied it for a long time and concluded it's no common object. It's just that the right opportunity hasn't come yet for me to fully decipher its mysteries. Were it not for my urgent need for spirit stones to purchase elixirs and break through my cultivation bottleneck, I would never have parted with it. Chapter 94, The Nine Heavens Thunder Control True Talisman. His words were flawlessly crafted. He hinted at the ancient cave dwelling to inflate the price, yet reserved room with unfathomable mysteries to avoid being labeled a fraud. Finally, he hinted at being open to negotiation but not too aggressively with his urgent need for spirit stones, revealing himself to be a seasoned veteran. Li Qingshan sneered inwardly, yet his expression betrayed a mix of interest and hesitation. Oh? From an ancient cave dwelling? Sounds intriguing. But this ore, its spiritual energy is faint, impurities abound at best, it's an aged piece of obsidian. And this jade talisman is badly damaged, the runes are worn away. What use could it possibly have? Name your price, fellow Taoist. If it's reasonable, I might take it home as a decorative piece to admire. A sharp gleam flashed in the old man's eyes as he held up 3 fingers. You're a connoisseur, fellow Taoist. I won't haggle. Take both these ancient treasures for 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones? For a broken talisman of unknown purpose and an ordinary piece of ore, this was an astronomical price. It could buy several decent second-tier spirit artifacts. Li Qingshan promptly returned the ore and jade talisman to their original spots, shaking his head with a wry smile. Are you joking, fellow Taoist? 30,000 spirit stones? For this? Never mind, never mind. You'd best keep them and wait for someone more deserving. With that, he made to leave. Hey, wait a moment, fellow cultivator. The old man hurriedly called him back, his face breaking into a smile. The price is negotiable. Fellow Taoist, you see, this ancient artifact is rare. Who knows what treasures it might hold? How about 25,000? Let's consider it a gesture of friendship. Li Qingshan halted, turning with a frown. Fellow Taoist, I genuinely desire these items, but your price is utterly unrealistic. Let's be clear, these 2 pieces are worth no more than 1,000 spirit stones at most. 1,000 spirit stones? The old man protested instantly. That's cutting too deep. These are ancient artifacts. 10,000. At least 10,000 spirit stones. 2,000 spirit stones, 2,000 tops. Otherwise, I'm walking away. Li Qingshan's tone was firm, yet a hint of curiosity about the ancient artifacts lingered in his eyes. The old man scrutinized Li Qingshan's expression, pondered for a moment, then finally slapped his thigh as if suffering a great loss. All right. Fine. Since you seem destined for these items, 3,000 spirit stones. That's my absolute bottom line. I'd rather let them rot than go any lower. Li Qingshan knew this was close to the shrewd old man's psychological price point. Pressing further might truly make him refuse to sell. He feigned hesitation before sighing. All right then. 3,000 it is. What can I say? I just have a soft spot for these old things. He promptly counted out 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, stuffed them into a cloth bag, and handed it to the old man. The old man's face lit up with a broad smile as he took the stones, swiftly wrapped up the ore and jade talisman, and handed them to Li Qingshan. He muttered, rest assured, fellow Taoist, you won't regret this. Who knows? One day you might discover this is a real treasure. Li Qingshan took the items, inwardly chuckling, a treasure indeed, one far beyond your wildest dreams.
He tucked both items into his sleeves and turned to leave, though his heartbeat quickened slightly.
Spending 3,000 spirit stones and a bit of persuasion to acquire a fragment of a 4th tier supreme grade spirit talisman with limitless potential, this bargain was absolutely worth it. Li Qingshan tucked both items into his sleeves and turned to leave, his heart beating slightly faster.
He was almost certain that Jade Talisman was no ordinary thing.
Returning to his room at the 5 Elements Sect headquarters, Li Qingshan immediately set up multiple layers of protective barriers. He carefully retrieved the Jade Talisman, rinsed it with clear water, and then examined it meticulously with his divine sense. The Jade Talisman was made of a material neither metal nor jade, cool to the touch. Its blurred inscriptions seemed to contain profound truths of thunder magic, though their severely damaged state made discerning the full picture difficult. The faint yet pure fluctuations of a 4th tier artifact were discernible. It really is a fragment of a 4th tier spirit talisman. Too bad it's so badly damaged it's practically unusable, and I can't even tell what kind of talisman it was. If someone else bought this, they'd be getting ripped off big time.
Li Qingshan murmured, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. But I have my wish-granting gourd.
Without further hesitation, he solemnly placed the tattered jade talisman into the yellow-skinned gourd at his waist.
A night of anticipation.
The next morning, Li Qingshan retrieved the jade talisman first thing.
The once tattered, dull jade talisman had undergone a remarkable transformation.
Its entire body radiated a deep, purplish gold hue, smooth and lustrous like jade, its brilliance subdued yet profound. The once faint, indistinct runes on its surface had become crystal clear. Mysterious silver patterns flowed across the surface like living creatures, while tiny purple sparks of lightning danced and flickered within them, emanating a heart-stopping, resplendent divine might. A colossal, majestic, supremely potent and young dominant aura spread outward. Were it not for restraining measures, it would likely have instantly alarmed the entire encampment. From one corner of the Jade Talisman, 4 ancient thunder-inscribed characters surged into Li Qingshan's mind as divine consciousness information.
The 9 Heavens Thunder Control True Talisman. Detailed information about the talisman instantly became clear. Forged from the primordial essence of the purple sky divine thunder, its power was supremely yang and unyielding.
It specialized in shattering demonic arts, evil spirits, protective divine light, and cultivators' nascent souls. It held a devastatingly potent effect against ghostly souls and specters, containing a trace of the might of the heavenly tribulation. It exerted an extremely powerful deterrent effect on the nascent souls of nascent soul cultivators.
It's actually a top-tier 4th grade spirit talisman?
Li Qingshan clutched the jade talisman, which seemed to hold thunder roaring within his palm, his face radiating unbridled joy. Only talismans of 4th tier or higher could be called true talismans. True talismans harbored a thread of heaven and earth's might, possessing the power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth.
It was said that only 5th tier true talismans were truly unfathomable, unstoppable by any mortal.
Li Qingshan never imagined he'd accidentally acquire a true talisman. This was a super trump card tailor-made for him.
Even a nascent soul cultivator would likely covet this true talisman.
Yet, it could become Li Qingshan's life-saving treasure.
With this talisman in hand, even when facing a nascent soul cultivator, he now possessed the means to genuinely threaten his opponent and even turn the tide of battle.
He carefully tucked the 9 Heavens Thunder Control True Talisman close to his body, feeling the destructive power it contained and experiencing a profound sense of security. Several days later, the 10,000 Treasures Assembly officially commenced. The first event was the most bustling treasure exchange, held within the core structure of 10,000 Treasures Immortal City, the magnificent 10,000 Treasures Tower. The entire tower was fully open today, teeming with thousands of cultivators moving through its halls. The air buzzed with voices and shimmered with the glow of treasures. Chen Xianlong and Li Qingshan arrived together.
Upon entering the tower, they were immediately dazzled.
Major sects, cultivator clans, renowned merchant guilds, and even highly accomplished independent cultivators had set up temporary exhibition stands within the tower. They displayed treasures they wished to trade or showcase, surrounded by crowds of cultivators inquiring about prices and discussing the items.
Junior brother, let's split up and look around. If we find anything, send me a message.
Chen Xianlong headed straight for the sections likely to sell high-grade spiritual herbs, his goal clear: to gather the ingredients and rare treasures needed to refine the infant transformation pill.
Chapter 95, Yin Yang Evil Qi.
Li Qingshan nodded in agreement before blending into the crowd.
His divine sense swept over each display like a precise weather vane. His primary target was the 10,000-year spirit wood tree core, followed by Yin Yang Evil Qi. An hour passed.
He encountered countless rare materials, finished magical artifacts, cultivation technique jade slips, and even several ancient treasure fragments emitting faint spiritual light, sparking fierce bidding wars and creating a heated atmosphere. Yet the 10,000-year spiritwood tree core remained elusive. Such a core material for forging top-tier would attribute magical treasures was indeed exceedingly rare. Just as he felt a twinge of disappointment and prepared to explore elsewhere, a cold, pure aura yet strangely alluring emanated from a nearby display stand.
Li Qingshan's heart stirred, and he followed the aura.
The display was arranged in an eerie manner, shrouded in a faint layer of black gauze.
Flags embroidered with a ferocious celestial demon totem marked the booth belonging to the Heavenly Demon Sect, one of the major powers of the Eastern Wast's demonic path.
Behind the display, a slender figure in a black dress stood gracefully, her face veiled in sheer fabric. An icy aura swirled around her, her eyes like cold stars in a deep pool. Though her full features remained obscured, her aloof, solitary demeanor and the fluctuations of a mid-golden core cultivation base instantly revealed her identity to Li Qingshan,
the holy maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect Manhwa.
Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat involuntarily. Memories instantly flooded his mind that absurd yet unavoidable moment years ago in the Xiantian secret realm, when demonic energy erupted, causing his body to become entangled with both Lang Weiyue and Yi Lingshuang. An indescribable wave of awkwardness and guilt washed over him. He instinctively activated the minor concealment technique, refining his aura to perfection while maintaining the ordinary features of Zhou Yun, ensuring not a single flaw was visible.
Thankfully, she didn't recognize me.
Li Qingshan breathed a silent sigh of relief, forcing himself to calm down as he shifted his gaze toward the display table before Lang Weiyue.
The display held few items, yet each radiated a profound, otherworldly aura. What drew him in was a small bottle of ink-black jade placed at the center. A sealing talisman adhered to its mouth, yet wisps of pure, pitch-black energy still seeped out, emanating a bone-chilling aura that seemed to freeze souls and corrode all things. Beside the bottle stood a wooden plaque inscribed, "One strand of Xianin malevolent energy. Exchanges only for a third-tier supreme offensive artifact or a third-tier supreme cultivation refinement spirit pill." Spirit stones need not apply. Indeed, it was the Xianin evil qi, one of the two supreme types of evil qi required for the next step of the 9 transformations golden body decision. Li Qingshan's heart surged with joy. Truly, it was like searching high and low only to find it when least expected.
Yet, just as he prepared to approach and inquire about the price, a voice chilling yet tinged with flattery beat him to it.
"Fairy Weiyue, it's been ages. Your radiance surpasses even your former glory."
A young cultivator clad in black robes, his face cold and haughty, strode forward swiftly, his eyes brimming with amusement.
He was Yin Luo Sect Elderine Tiancho, possessing late golden core cultivation. He strode to the demon cult's display stand, his face plastered with what he considered a dashing smile, his gaze burning as he looked at Lang Weiyue, her face veiled in gauze. This strand of profounding aura aligns remarkably well with this elder's cultivation techniques.
I had been troubled by its elusiveness, yet here it lies before the fairy.
Lang Weiyue gave him a faint glance, her tone as cool as ever. "Elderine, the terms are on the card."
Yin Tiancho seemed long accustomed to her aloofness, smiling unconcernedly.
Of course. I understand the fairy's rules." With a flick of his wrist, an exquisite cold jade box appeared in his palm.
The lid opened slightly, releasing a potent medicinal fragrance. Inside lay a pill the size of a lychee, its surface shimmering with a dam-like glow and bearing 3 distinct cloud-like patterns.
"This is our Yin Luo Sect's secret elixir, the underworld barrier-breaking pill, a top-tier third-grade pill.
It greatly advances the cultivation of golden core cultivators, particularly suited to our demonic arts.
How about exchanging this pill for a strand of your aura, fairy?" Yin Tiancho's tone carried a hint of smug satisfaction.
Even to him, this pill was an invaluable treasure. Presenting it not only met the conditions but also showcased his strength, aiming to win the maiden's favor. A ripple of low gasps rippled through the crowd. A third-tier supreme-grade spirit pill was a rare treasure, coveted by both righteous and demonic paths alike. Everyone felt the deal was likely to be sealed.
Lang Weiyue's gaze lingered on the pill for a moment, as if she were genuinely considering it. Yin Tiancho's smile broadened.
Just then, Li Qingshan stepped forward, his voice calm and unruffled. "Fairy, I too am interested in this demonic energy." Yin Tiancho frowned, casting a displeased glance at this unfamiliar cultivator who had interrupted him. Noticing the man possessed only mid-golden core cultivation, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes.
"Esteemed Taoist friend, did you not see this elder negotiating with Fairy Lang?
There is such a thing as first come, first served.
Besides, with your shabby appearance, could you possibly offer a third-grade supreme treasure and a spirit pill?"
Li Qingshan didn't look at him, instead bowing respectfully to Lang Weiyue. "I am willing to offer this item in exchange."
As he spoke, a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a pair of boots. The boots featured an ancient yet sleek design, radiating a deep blue hue. Their surface seemed to carry an invisible wind, swirling into intricate, mystical runes. A light, ethereal aura emanated from them, swift as the wind. It was the third-grade supreme treasure, the wind-chasing boots.
Though both artifacts and elixirs were top-tier third-grade items, artifacts typically demanded greater refinement, difficulty and superior materials, often commanding higher value. Support-type artifacts like these, which dramatically enhanced survival and mobility, were especially rare. In terms of value, these windchase boots were worth at least 10 times more than that netherworld barrier-breaking pill.
Lang Weiyue's eyes lit up, instantly captivated by the windchase boots. Compared to the netherworld barrier-breaking pill, a top-tier magical artifact was clearly more valuable.
Not to mention, these boots were a treasure that granted extreme speed, a lifesaver in critical moments. A distinct gleam flashed in her cool, clear eyes.
Yin Tiancho's expression darkened instantly. He hadn't expected a third party to suddenly intervene, offering a treasure far more alluring than his own pill. Suppressing his rage, he addressed Long Weiwei. "Very Weiwei, I'm willing to add another 50,000 low-grade spirit stones." Yet Long Weiwei seemed oblivious to his words. She raised her delicate jade-like hand, lightly brushing the swirling wind patterns on the surface of the windchase boots, feeling the pure power contained within. Then she lifted her eyes to look at Li Qingshan. In those beautiful eyes peeking out from beneath her veil, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared for the first time, and her voice softened slightly compared to before. "My fellow cultivator is indeed straightforward. These windchase boots possess remarkable spiritual essence and are crafted with exquisite skill. I am quite fond of them." That hint of gentleness in her words and the single word like ignited a spark like a fuse to a powder keg, instantly setting Yin Tianqiu's heart ablaze with jealousy. He had pursued Ling Weiwei for years. Had he ever seen her show him even the slightest bit of favor? And now she was being so pleasant to some nobody who'd appeared out of nowhere, someone whose cultivation was even weaker than his own? Chapter 96, The 10,000 Treasures Auction. As if that weren't enough, Long Weiwei gave Li Qingshan a slight nod, her tone carrying a rare hint of negotiation. "Very well, fellow Taoist. This strand of Xianin evil qi is yours. However, these wind-chasing boots are clearly of far greater value. I wouldn't dream of taking advantage of you. This glowing hairpin is a personal keepsake of mine. How about I give it to you?" She extended her slender jade-like hand and drew a silver hairpin from the towering bun atop her head. Witnessing this, many cultivators nearby exchanged envious glances. That was Cold Fairy's personal possession. After all, the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect held an exalted status, ranking among the 4 great fairies of the Eastern Wastes. Countless suitors had pursued her in vain. Who could have imagined she would bestow such a personal item upon a stranger? Lang Weiyue's gesture stemmed partly from genuine recognition of the artifact's value, but it also served as a clever ploy, using Li Qingshan as a shield to make the troublesome Yin Tianqiu back down. Witnessing this scene, Yin Tianqiu gritted his teeth, consumed by seething jealousy. Li Qingshan was caught off guard by Lang Weiyue's sudden ambiguous attitude, feeling even more awkward inside. He wasn't stupid. He could clearly see the delicate relationship between Lang Weiwei and Yin Tianqiu. His expression remained calm as he said, "Thank you, fairy, but I need not take the glowing hairpin. I only seek the Yin evil qi." With that, he took the jet-black jade vial and simultaneously handed over the wind-chasing boots. The transaction was complete. "My friend, you truly are clueless about romance." Lang Weiwei shot Li Qingshan a reproachful glance, her voice ethereal and enchanting, as if it could steal one's soul. "You, very well." Yin Tianqiu blared at Li Qingshan, his face ashen, grinding out the words through clenched teeth. His chest heaved violently, his eyes nearly blazing with fury. His treasure had been snatched away. And right before the eyes of the woman he desired. Not only did she refuse to aid him, but she was laughing and chatting with that brat. And now she was offering him her most intimate possession? The humiliation and jealousy from this double blow instantly transformed into a searing hatred for Li Qingshan. Unable to take it out on Lang Weiwei, all his fury naturally poured onto this unfamiliar Zhou Yun. Li Qingshan could feel the murderous intent and hostility thick enough to cut with a knife. He sighed inwardly, knowing this feud was now set in stone. But the yin-yang evil qi was crucial to him. He had to obtain it. As for Yin Tianqiu's hatred, he didn't care. After all, Yin Tianqiu was merely a late-stage golden core cultivator. His expression remained impassive as he gave Lang Weiwei a slight bow. Then, as if he hadn't witnessed Yin Tianqiu's murderous gaze, he swiftly turned and vanished into the crowd. Behind him, he could almost hear Yin Tianqiu's suppressed gasps, choked with fury. The first day of the exchange gathering had yielded no results in finding the 10,000-year-old spirit wood tree core, but it did bring him a crucial strand of yin-yang evil qi. The cost, however, was inexplicably and completely alienating a powerful elder of the Yin Luo sect. This left Li Qingshan feeling rather disheartened. The tree may wish to stand still, but the wind will not cease. I hope you don't come looking for trouble. Li Qingshan thought silently to himself. He pinned his hopes on the next day's 10,000 treasures auction. Organized by the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, this grand auction was bound to feature countless precious artifacts, perhaps even the core of the 10,000-year-old spirit wood. After the first day's exchange concluded, Li Qingshan reunited with Chen Xuanlong at their lodgings. Chen Xuanlong's face bore traces of exhaustion and regret as he shook his head inside. The primary and auxiliary ingredients for the infant transformation pill remained completely untraceable. I did come across several 2,000-year-old spirit herbs, but they hold little use for me. It seems our only hope now rests on tomorrow's auction. Li Qingshan nodded and briefly recounted how he had acquired the Xianin evil qi and consequently incurred Yin Tianqiu's enmity, omitting the details involving Lang Weiwei and simply stating it was normal competition. Chen Xuanlong's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Yin Tianqiu of the Yin Luo sect? I've heard of him. He's petty, unforgiving, and notoriously lecherous. You must be cautious, junior brother. He may not dare cause trouble within the 10,000 treasures immortal city, but once outside, you'll likely face trouble. Thank you for the warning, senior brother. I'll handle it with caution, Li Qingshan replied solemnly. Rest assured, you are after all one of our wishing sect. He won't dare to act recklessly. Chen Xianlong offered reassurance. Both men pinned their greatest hopes on the formal auction hosted by the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion the following day. The following day, at the 10,000 Treasures auction house. This was a colossal circular hall, its interior vast enough to accommodate thousands. The lower level held general seating, while the upper tier featured private boxes equipped with anti-spying restrictions, reserved exclusively for major sects and esteemed cultivators. Chen Xianlong, leveraging his status as a golden core elder of the Five Elements sect, secured a mid-tier private box. The two entered the box and took their seats, waiting quietly for the auction to begin. Soon after, the dazzling light array at the center of the grand hall illuminated, revealing an elderly man on the stage. He wore the distinctive golden ingot-patterned robes of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, his face plump and his smile warm and welcoming. His aura was immense, clearly a cultivator at the peak of the golden core stage. Welcome, fellow cultivators, to this Wanbao auction. I am Zhang Yud, humbly serving as the auctioneer for this event. Zhang Yud surveyed the crowd with a faint smile. As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. The strength of a sword cultivator depends not only on their own cultivation but also on a divine weapon that resonates with their spirit. He paused, then swept his hand dramatically. Therefore, the first item up for auction is a supreme flying sword capable of doubling the power of any golden core sword cultivator. Two Foundation Establishment female cultivators, dressed in crimson robes and possessing exquisite features, solemnly carried a long purple sandalwood sword case as they walked slowly onto the display platform. The case was draped in bright yellow brocade, adding an air of mystery and prestige. Zhang Yud personally lifted the brocade and opened the case. Clang! A clear, resonant, wind-like sword cry suddenly rang out, instantly piercing the entire auction hall and clearly reaching every ear. Simultaneously, a sword light, a blend of azure and white, shot skyward from the case. Though suppressed by the auction hall's restraints, its unparalleled, piercing sharpness spread out, causing a slight stinging sensation on the skin of the cultivators in the front rows near the display platform. Within the sword case lay a 3-foot-long blade, its edge gleaming with a cold, blue-green hue. Its blade was slender and elongated, its lines flowing with perfect elegance. The entire sword emanated a profound, deep grayish-blue hue, as if forged from the drifting clouds and crimson clouds of the heavens. Natural, intricate patterns resembling wind-blown clouds and floating cotton blossoms adorned the blade, now shimmering with a vibrant, living glow. A pale blue gemstone was inlaid at the pommel, faintly surrounded by a swirling aura of wind spirit energy. Even resting quietly within its scabbard, the sword radiated a heart-stopping aura of spiritual pressure and beauty. This sword is named Wind and Cloud. Zhang Yud's voice brimmed with fervor. He traced the blade with a finger sword, and the wind cloud sword seemed to respond, emitting another joyful chirp. The cloud patterns on its surface flared brilliantly, and faint whirlwinds began to form around the sword. This blade is the crowning achievement of our Eastern Wast's greatest weaponsmith master Huayan. A century ago, he forged it by gathering 9 heavens mystic iron, blending it with millennia-old mica essence gold, and channeling the earth's core fire. After 49 arduous days of labor, it finally emerged. Its birth stirred extraordinary wind and cloud phenomena, hence the name Wind and Cloud. Chapter 97, 9-Leaf Resurrection Herb. The mere mention of Master Huayan sent a collective gasp rippling through the crowd below the stage, followed by a sudden, buzzing explosion of whispers. Master Huayan? Could it be the same Master Hua who forged the 4th-tier artifact, the sky-splitting spear? It's actually his work. And his crowning achievement. This. The Wind and Cloud Sword. I've heard its name. They say it's incredibly swift, capable of summoning the power of wind and thunder when wielded, with limitless might. Zhang Yud was pleased with the crowd's reaction and continued his introduction with measured cadence. This sword is ranked as a high-grade 3rd-tier artifact. Yet its materials, forging techniques, and the spiritual essence master who imbued within it bring it infinitely close to a supreme 3rd-tier artifact. It possesses 2 defining traits. First, its extreme speed. Wielding this sword grants velocity far surpassing other flying swords of its tier, rivaling the swiftest gale. Second, its wind-piercing power. Wherever its edge cuts, it effortlessly shreds opponents' protective spiritual light and defensive spells, leaving no defense intact. Truly, it is the divine weapon every golden core sword cultivator dreams of possessing. His gaze swept across the entire venue, lingering briefly on the upper-tier private boxes. He knew the true buyers were mostly there. Such divine weapons are rare, and opportunities like this are fleeting. Zhang Yud suddenly raised his voice. A 3rd-tier, high-grade magical treasure, the Wind Cloud Sword. Starting bid 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Now, the bidding begins. 81,000. Before his words had fully faded, a middle-aged sword cultivator clad in sturdy robes and carrying a sword case on his back eagerly shouted from the main hall below, his eyes burning with fervor. 83,000. A representative from another major clan immediately followed suit. 88,000. A hoarse voice echoed from the hall's corner. The price soared rapidly, breaking the 100,000 mark in the blink of an eye. The competition centered mainly among a few gold core cultivators and representatives of smaller clans within the hall. 110,000. A cool, feminine voice echoed from an upper-level box, instantly raising the stakes to a new level. The bidding in the main hall suddenly grew sparse. This price had already stretched many to their limits. 13,000. An elderly man's voice called from another box. 15,000. The cool female voice held firm. 200,000. The old man seemed determined to win. The bidding fell into a brief lull. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones for a top-tier third-grade flying sword, though inflated by its origin from Master Huayan, was nearly the psychological limit. Zhang Yid smiled as he began the countdown. 200,000 spirit stones. Going once. Any further bids? This is the Wind Cloud Divine Sword, personally forged by Master Huayan. If you miss it today, finding another like it will be difficult. 210,000. At that moment, another voice rang out from the VIP box area, tinged with a hint of arrogant confidence. The bidder was a youth in splendid robes, seemingly a core disciple of some major sect. The elderly man who had previously bid 80,000 remained silent for a moment before sighing and withdrawing his offer. Zhang Yud's smile broadened. Excellent. Box says 7 bids 21,000 spirit stones. Any higher offers? The hall fell quiet. Just as Zhang Yud prepared to begin the second countdown. 2,500. A calm yet distinct voice rang out from a box seat not far from Li Qingshan. The bid jumped to full 40,000 spirit stones. It revealed the bidder's immense wealth and unwavering determination to secure the item. The price sent shockwaves through the entire hall. Even the young man in the fancy robes froze for a moment, muttered a curse under his breath, and reluctantly withdrew. 25,000 low-grade spirit stones. This far exceeded the actual value of the Wind Cloud Sword itself, purely a payment for the prestige of Master Huayan and the prestige of being the first item up for auction. Zhang Yid paused briefly before breaking into a broad smile. He called out 3 times, 25,000 spirit stones. Going once. 25,000 spirit stones. Going twice. 25,000 spirit stones. Going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the cultivator in Boxgung 3 for claiming the top bid and securing this divine Wind Cloud Sword. May you wield this legendary blade to conquer the world. The hammer fell, and the first item, the Wind Cloud Sword, sold at a staggering price, setting an auspicious tone for the Wanbao auction. The atmosphere in the hall ignited completely, everyone's emotions stirred, and anticipation for the upcoming item's sword. Every item that followed was a masterpiece: ancient alchemical formulas, fragmented relics, potent talismans, rare spirit beast eggs. Prices soared relentlessly, with gasps and bidding cries rising and falling in waves. Chen Xianlong remained utterly focused, while Li Qingshan also scrutinized each item meticulously. Soon, a spirit herb sealed within a cold jade box was brought forth. The herb bore 9 leaves, each curled yet displaying a peculiar translucency, as if imbued with some soul-like force. Zhang Yid announced loudly, next item, one of the 3 primary ingredients for refining the infant transformation pill, a 1,000-year-old 9-leaf resurrection herb. Perfect condition, with its medicinal properties exceptionally well preserved. This item accepts only mid-grade spirit stones for bidding. Starting bid, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 100. The 9-leaf resurrection herb? Whoa, this is a primary ingredient for the infant transformation pill. The 10,000 treasures pavilion actually has such a treasure? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Many alchemists couldn't help but light up, their eyes burning with fervor as they rubbed their hands together, eager to bid. It's finally here. Chen Xianlong sat bolt upright, his eyes blazing with unprecedented intensity, his breathing quickening. This was one of the essential ingredients for the infant transformation pill he needed. He was determined to get it at any cost. 1,001. 1,003. 1,800. Bids erupted in rapid succession, not only from cultivators in the main hall but also frequently from the upper-level private boxes. The allure of the infant transformation pill was simply too great. No golden core cultivator with a chance to lay claim to it would easily let it slip away. Chen Xianlong joined the fray without hesitation. 2005. The price skyrocketed rapidly, soon breaking through the 5,000 and 8,000 mid-grade spirit stone thresholds. The competition gradually narrowed to a few major sects and wealthy cultivators. For these major sects, the infant transformation pill was a strategic treasure. After all, it directly impacted the combat power of nascent soul cultivators no one wanted to miss out. Otherwise, Chen Xianlong wouldn't have ventured out to seek the primary ingredient for the infant transformation pill. Chen Xuanlong's expression grew grave. Each bid he placed was decisive, revealing his unwavering determination to secure the pill. Li Qingshan could sense Chen Xuanlong's tension from the sidelines. 10,000. Chen Xianlong declared a new high bid. The room fell silent for a moment. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones equaled 1 million low-grade spirit stones. This price alone was enough to make many competitors wince and back down. 10,100. A soft, feminine voice echoed from one of the private boxes. Chen Xianlong gritted his teeth. 12,000. He raised the bid by nearly 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones, demonstrating his resolute determination. This bid equaled 1,200,000 low-grade spirit stones, nearly half the fortune of an ordinary late-stage golden core cultivator. In the end, no one else bid. The 9-leaf resurrection herb was delivered to Chen Xuanlong's private room. As he took the jade box, Chen Xuanlong's hands trembled slightly, his face radiating excitement and joy. Excellent! Absolutely perfect! With this primary ingredient, the infant transformation pill is within reach. Chapter 98, Heavenly Thunderwood Root and Thunderseed. Li Qingshan was also delighted for his senior brother. The auction continued, presenting several more coveted treasures, yet the 10,000-year-old spiritwood tree core remained nowhere to be seen. Li Qingshan couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. As the auction reached its latter stages, 2 porters carried in a massive jade platter. Upon it lay an object roughly as thick as an arm and about 3 feet long. The object was jet black throughout, yet its surface was far from smooth, covered in natural scorch marks and cracks. Even more astonishing, within those cracks, faint silver lightning flickered like tiny serpents, accompanied by a subtle crackling sound. A pure yet violent thunderous energy radiated outward. Zhang Yud introduced, the next item is quite unique. It is a 5,000-year-old root of the heavenly thunderwood tree. This wood grows atop the highest peaks, enduring the forging of heavenly thunder year-round. It contains pure thunder energy and is the finest material for crafting 4th-tier thunder attribute magical treasures. It can also be used to cultivate thunder-based divine abilities or to set up special arrays. Starting bid, 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 500. A 5,000-year-old thunderwood root. Li Qingshan's heart surged with excitement. Though not the 10,000-year spiritwood core he most needed, this item was equally invaluable. The immense vitality and thunderous energy it contained might undergo unexpected transformations after being enhanced by the. Then, it might just replace or even surpass the 10,000-year spiritwood tree core, becoming one of the core materials for forging the immortal judgment sword. Just as his heart stirred, a cold, menacing voice tinged with blatant provocation echoed from a private booth diagonally across the hall. 5,500 mid-grade spirit stones. This elder takes a certain interest in this item. It was Yin Luosek's Yin Tianqiu. He had clearly recognized Li Qingshan's box and was deliberately driving up the price both as revenge and to provoke Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, 6,000. 7,000. Yin Tianqiu immediately followed, raising the bid sharply. 8,000. Li Qingshan's tone remained unruffled. 9,500. Yin Tianqiu sneered, seemingly certain Li Qingshan would fold. 10,000. Li Qingshan offered without hesitation. This price far exceeded the normal value of this piece of tree root after all, it was merely a dead root, not a living thing. A low murmur rippled through the auction hall. Yin Tianqiu hesitated. He didn't truly need the item, he'd recognized Li Qingshan's voice and merely sought to annoy him. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones were no small sum. If he ended up stuck with it, that would be trouble. But he gritted his teeth, unwilling to lose face before everyone, especially not retreating before his rival. 12,000. 18,000. Li Qingshan blurted out a price that instantly silenced the entire hall. He had just raised the price by 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As if they weren't spirit stones at all, but ordinary rocks. This price equaled 1,800,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was enough to purchase a decent 4th-tier low-grade artifact. All for a piece of 5,000-year-old forging material? Countless stunned, puzzled, and envious gazes turned toward Li Qingshan's private box. Even Zhang Yud, the auctioneer, saw the professional smile on his face stiffen slightly as he glanced over in astonishment. Yin Tianqiu was rendered speechless by this unreasonable bid, his face turning ashen. Finally, he snorted coldly and fell silent. He knew that if he persisted, even if he managed to outmaneuver the buyer, he himself would suffer heavy losses. Moreover, the buyer's determined aura made it impossible for him to gauge their true capabilities. 18,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Sold. Zhang Yud brought down his gavel decisively. Soon, the segment of thunderwood root, crackling with lightning, was delivered to the private box. Li Qingshan traced the dancing lightning patterns on the root, sensing the immense thunderous power and hidden vitality within. His heart swelled with anticipation. Though the cost was immense, if it truly enabled him to forge the immortal judgment sword, it would all be worth it. However, after this bidding war, his feud with Yin Tianqiu had been laid bare for all to see. Throughout the auction hall, countless pairs of eyes began to discreetly observe this wealthy yet unfamiliar figure, Zhou Yun. The auction continued. The next few items up for auction were all rare treasures, their final prices repeatedly setting new records. Exclamations of surprise and admiration rose and fell in waves. Elder Zhang Yud's face glowed with satisfaction, clearly delighted by the fervor of the bidding. He tapped his hand lightly, and another item was presented. It was a jet-black wooden tray bearing 3 pearls, each the size of a longan, perfectly spherical, yet faintly emitting a heart-stoppingly sinister glow and faint black arcs of electricity. Despite the restraining seals, a chilling, violent, and utterly destructive aura seeped through, sending an involuntary shiver down the spines of many cultivators present. The next treasure, is truly, not that it's an exceptional tool for self-defense and preserving life. Zhang Yud's face broke into a meaningful smile. This is a top-tier, single-use third-grade artifact, the Yin Thunderseed. The moment the words Yin Thunderseed were uttered, a low murmur rippled through the crowd below the stage. Many demonic cultivators and those frequently traveling in the outer realms instantly lit up with excitement. Crafting this artifact is exceedingly difficult. It requires gathering Yin killing chi from the earth steps, blending it with Yin thunder from the Gui water, then sealing and compressing it through a special technique. Once activated, its power is terrifying, capable of severely wounding or even slaying a golden core grand perfection cultivator. If timed correctly, it could even cause significant trouble for a nascent soul patriarch. Zhang Yud's voice carried a seductive quality. More crucially, its activation is lightning fast, making it utterly unpredictable. It's the ultimate choice for defying higher-tier opponents, turning desperate situations around, or eliminating enemies. He paused deliberately, allowing anticipation to build to its peak before announcing loudly, 3 stones as a set, auctioned together. Starting bid 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 200. 2,500. Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, an impatient voice roared from the private box where Yin Tianqiu sat. The voice brimmed with excitement and the fierce determination of one who knew victory was his. Yin Tianqiu's breathing grew heavy as his eyes burned with intensity, fixed on the 3 Yin Thunder Seeds. Such a vicious, overbearing, and immensely powerful item was exactly to his liking. With these 3 Yin Thunder Seeds, his strength would surge dramatically. Many people he had previously dared not provoke and places he had hesitated to go would no longer be obstacles. He was already fantasizing about the thrill of using them to ambush his enemies. 2,800. 3,000. 3,005. Bids rang out one after another. The Yin Thunder Seeds held immense allure, drawing not only demonic cultivators but also righteous cultivators who bid with intentions of self-defense or research. But Yin Tianqiu was clearly determined to win. Each time someone raised the bid, he immediately countered with a higher price, his tone growing fiercer with every offer, as if anyone daring to compete was his mortal enemy. 4,000. 4,005. 5,000. The price swiftly surpassed the 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones threshold, and the bidding voices gradually grew sparse. Paying this price for 3 single-use consumables was already causing many buyers considerable pain. 5,500. Yin Tianqiu roared again, his gaze sweeping the crowd with a menacing glare. A moment of silence fell over the crowd. Many weighed their spirit stone pouches against Yin Tianqiu's desperate stance and chose to withdraw. Zhang Yud began the countdown, 5,500 mid-grade spirit stones, going once. 3 Yin lays this incredibly powerful. It'd be a shame to miss out. A confident smile spread across Yin Tianqiu's face. However, just as Zhang Yud was about to call out the second bid, a calm voice drifted leisurely from the private box where Li Qingshan sat. 6,000. The bid wasn't exceptionally aggressive, yet it felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the triumphant smile from Yin Tianqiu's face. Chapter 99, 3 Yin Thunder Seeds. Him? The one who snatched the Yin Sha Qi, humiliating him in front of Leng Weiyue. Yin Tianqiu's face twisted instantly, a surge of rage shooting straight to his temples. Without a moment's thought, he roared, 6,005. 7,000. Li Qingshan's voice remained as flat and emotionless as ever, as if he were merely stating an insignificant figure. You're asking for it. 7,005. Yin Tianqiu completely lost his composure. He lunged forward, half his body protruding from the private room, his gaze fixed intently on Li Qingshan's booth. His voice, twisted by extreme fury, became shrill and piercing. Are you deliberately trying to screw me over? This uncharacteristic outburst of rage and threats instantly drew the attention of the entire crowd, sparking murmurs of discussion. Elder Zhang Yud frowned and said in a deep voice, esteemed fellow cultivator, please observe the auction house rules. Threatening other bidders is prohibited. Failure to comply will result in your removal from the premises. Yin Tianqiu's chest heaved violently as he shot Zhang Yud a furious glare. Suppressing his rage, he reluctantly sat back down, though the murderous glint in his eyes remained undimmed. Li Qingshan seemed utterly oblivious to the insults and threats, speaking calmly once more, 8,000. 8,005. Yin Tianqiu practically snarled the bid through gritted teeth, the price already making his heart bleed. 10,000. Li Qingshan's bid sent a wave of stunned silence rippling through the entire room. The price shot straight up from 8,500 to 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That's equivalent to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. All for 3 single-use Yin Thunder Seeds? This price had surpassed the psychological threshold of nearly every golden core cultivator present. Even Zhang Yud gaped in astonishment. You. Yin Tianqiu trembled with rage, his finger pointing toward Li Qingshan's private box. His lips quivered, yet not a single curse word escaped his mouth. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones? That price was outrageous. No matter how much he wanted it, he couldn't possibly fork over that many spirit stones just to prove a point. Finally, he slammed his fist onto the jade table in the private room with a dull thud, then fell completely silent, only heavy breathing echoing within the space. The boundless venom and murderous intent nearly solidified into tangible form. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, going once. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, going once. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, going once. The gavel fell. Congratulations, fellow cultivator, on securing these 3 immensely powerful thunder seeds. Zhang Yid said with a smile, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Li Qingshan's private room. Soon, an ebony tray holding the 3 thunder pearls was delivered to Li Qingshan's private box. Staring at the 3 black beads radiating a dangerous aura on the tray, Li Qingshan calmly stowed them away. Having already incurred Yin Tianqiu's enmity, Li Qingshan naturally refused to let these Yin thunder pearls fall into Yin Tianqiu's hands. With thee at his disposal, spirit stones were the last thing he lacked. When it came to hoarding spirit stones, not only Yin Tianqiu, but even nascent soul cultivators couldn't compare to him. However, after this near-humiliating bidding war, the situation between him and Yin Tianqiu had become one of mutual destruction. The atmosphere in the auction hall grew even more tense and charged. Seated in his private box, Yin Tianqiu's face was dark and sullen, almost dripping with venom. Having been repeatedly outmaneuvered by Li Qingshan, especially having those 3 Yin thunder seeds he had been determined to obtain snatched away, the venom in his heart reached its peak. Go! He barked at a trusted disciple behind him, his voice low and sharp. Investigate! Find out immediately who that kid in the gun character box is. I want his full name, his sect affiliation, and his cultivation level. Yes, Elder. The disciple dared not delay and immediately set off to carry out the order. Though Wanbao Immortal City was neutral territory, the Yin Luo sect had long established operations here, complete with its own intelligence network. Within moments, the disciple returned, reporting in a hushed voice. Elder, we've confirmed it. That box is leased long-term by the 5 Elements sect. Participating in today's auction inside were not only senior brother Chen Xianlong, a late-stage golden core cultivator from the 5 Elements sect, but also another individual, a guest elder who joined the sect only recently. His name is Zhou Yun. Rumor has it he possesses exceptional alchemy skills, and his cultivation level should be mid-stage golden core. The one bidding several times earlier was likely him. Zhou Yun? A guest elder of the 5 Elements sect? Mid-stage golden core? A cold gleam flashed in Yin Tianqiu's eyes as he etched the name firmly into his mind. Very well. Very well indeed, Zhou Yun. A mere guest elder dares to oppose me? I remember you. When you're alone, we'll see who can protect you then. That Xianin evil Qianin thunder seed, you'll pay back every last bit of it, with interest. He had already marked Li Qingshan as a target for elimination, secretly plotting how to ambush and kill him after leaving the 10,000 treasures immortal city. The auction continued, the atmosphere growing increasingly fervent. Rare treasures seldom seen in daily life were presented on the auction platform, drawing fierce bidding wars among the powerful factions. Prices soared to jaw-dropping heights. Li Qingshan made no further bids afterward, content to observe quietly. Partly, he hadn't encountered anything he urgently needed, and partly, he wished to avoid drawing excessive attention. Yet his earlier acquisitions, the Heavenly Thunderwood Root and Yin Thunder Seed, had already caught the eyes of countless watchful observers. A golden core cultivator of such immense wealth yet unfamiliar face naturally sparked speculation and scrutiny from multiple factions. Some shadow-dwelling cultivators, specialists in murder and robbery, were like sharks sensing blood. They secretly locked their divine sense onto his private box, watching his every move. As time passed and the auction items dwindled, the event finally reached its climax, the 3 grand finale treasures. The entire hall's lights seemed to converge upon the display platform, and Elder Zhang Yud's expression grew profoundly solemn. Esteemed fellow cultivators, we now present the final 3 crown jewels of this auction. Each is a peerless treasure, worthy of being passed down as heirlooms within nascent soul sects. Present the first item. A beautiful female cultivator stepped forward, holding a jade tray bearing a seemingly ancient yellow talisman. Inscribed upon the talisman paper were intricate silver runes pulsing with spatial fluctuations. Though radiating a subtle spiritual glow, they exuded an aura of profound mystery. 4th tier inferior spirit talisman, the minor teleportation true talisman. Zhang Yud's voice carried immense solemnity. This talisman is the pinnacle among spatial talismans. When activated, it can instantly teleport the user randomly to a location 1,000 miles away. In critical moments, it is equivalent to gaining an extra life. Its value needs no further explanation from this old man. Starting bid, 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000. A life-saving talisman capable of instantaneous escape across 1,000 li. The entire hall erupted in an instant. Bidding became fiercely competitive almost from the start, with prices skyrocketing rapidly, soon surpassing 20,000, even 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ultimately, it was claimed by a mysterious guest in an upper-level private box for the astronomical price of 35,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Li Qingshan gazed at the teleportation talisman that had sparked such frenzied bidding, a faint stir stirring within his heart. Chapter 100 Mystic Yang Golden Light Marrow Infant Transformation Pill. He keenly sensed that while the spatial fluctuations emanating from this talisman were powerful, they seemed slightly inferior to those of the genuine teleportation talisman he had always treasured. It appears, the one in my possession is likely not merely a 4th-tier low-grade talisman. It could very well be a 4th-tier mid-grade, or even high-grade. At this realization, Li Qingshan's heart surged with excitement. He now possessed another formidable trump card. Present the second grand finale treasure. Zhang Yud's voice rang out once more. This time, a peculiar transparent crystal vial was presented. The contents within were not liquid, but a viscous substance resembling molten solar gold. It flowed slowly of its own accord, emanating a pure, vast, and intensely fiery masculine energy. The dazzling golden light was blinding. Wherever its radiance touched, the gloomy aura in the air seemed instantly purified. Mystic Yang Golden Light Marrow. Zhang Yud's voice carried a hint of awe. This substance is born deep within the Earth's magma core, nurtured by millennia of solar essence fire and gunmetal energy. It is an exceptionally rare, supremely yang and supremely potent substance. Not only does it contain the purest mystic yang killing chi, but it is also the ultimate treasure material for refining 4th-tier fire attribute and metal attribute magical treasures. For cultivators of pure yang techniques or those refining supremely yang-aligned physical bodies, it is an unparalleled sacred treasure. Starting bid, 15,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000. Upon hearing the words mystic yang malign energy, Li Qingshan's entire body trembled violently, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented intensity. Yang attributed Sha Qi. This was precisely the other supreme Sha Qi needed to advance his cultivation of the 9 transformations golden body decision, the counterpart to the mystic Yin Sha Qi. Unite Yin and Yang, temper the supreme golden body. The opportunity was right before him. Without a moment's hesitation, as the first bid fell silent, Li Qingshan's calm yet resolute voice echoed through the auction hall. 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This direct increase of 5,000 immediately captured the attention of the entire hall. It was him again. The mysterious cultivator who had previously secured the heavenly thunderwood and Yin thunder seed. The bidding war intensified once more. The Xian Yang Golden Light Marrow had broader applications. Neither master artifact craftsmen nor high-tier cultivators who needed it for cultivation were willing to miss out. The price quickly surpassed 30,000. 35,000. Li Qingshan placed another bid, his tone as steady as ever, yet his unwavering determination was palpable to all. Yin Tianqiu gritted his teeth in the private box. Having already spent heavily, he simply lacked the resources to compete for such an exorbitant item now. He could only glare with venomous hatred, his resentment only deepening. Finally, after several rounds of fierce bidding, Li Qingshan declared a price that silenced all competitors. 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The entire hall fell silent. 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones equaled 4 million low-grade spirit stones. This price far exceeded the entire savings of many minor sects. Zhang Yud brought down his gavel decisively, sold. Congratulations to this fellow cultivator on securing the mystic Yang Golden Light Marrow. Another prized treasure had fallen into his hands. Li Qingshan's heart surged with excitement. The Yin-Yang twin fiends were finally complete. The breakthrough to the 9 transformations golden body decision was within reach. However, his successive extravagant bids for these treasures had consumed an ocean of spirit stones, making him the most conspicuous figure in the entire auction hall. Countless gazes curious, greedy, wary, or ill-intentioned wove around his private box like a spider's web. Junior brother Zhou, your repeated bids have likely drawn the attention of many scheming individuals. Chen Xianlong, equally astonished by Zhou Yun's extravagance, offered a well-meaning warning. Thank you, senior brother. I don't seek the limelight either, but these treasures are crucial to my cultivation. Li Qingshan replied with a wry smile. No need to worry. Those from our 5 elements sect aren't something they can covet. With me here, there's no cause for concern. Chen Xianlong replied with a calm smile. Thank you, senior brother. Li Qingshan expressed his gratitude. The fervor sparked by the mystic Yang Golden Marrow had yet to fully subside, and the atmosphere within the auction hall remained intensely heated. The crowd was still reeling from the staggering price of 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones, eagerly anticipating what earth-shattering treasure would be the grand finale. On the display platform, Elder Zhang Yud drew a deep breath. The smile faded from his face, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and gravity. He even gently adjusted his robes. This subtle gesture sent a chill through everyone's hearts, making them realize that the item to come was likely no ordinary thing. The auction hall fell deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Every pair of eyes was fixed intently on the entrance to the display platform. For Wanbao Pavilion stewards, each at the golden core stage, solemnly escorted a purple gold pill bottle as they slowly ascended the platform. The bottle was neither gold nor jade, its surface engraved with countless arcane runes. It emitted a rich aura of spiritual energy, forming a thin, misty light barrier that enveloped it, clearly a treasure of immense value in its own right. The bottle was carefully placed upon a specially crafted jade pedestal at the center of the display platform. Zhang Yud's gaze swept across the entire hall. Each word he spoke rang out with crystal clarity, striking everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Fellow cultivators, next shall be the final item of this 10,000 treasures auction and its most precious, crowning jewel. He paused briefly, building anticipation to its peak, before declaring in a solemn tone. This pill can defy heaven and alter fate. This pill can forge a nascent soul. This pill is the infant transformation pill, a treasure so rare in our eastern wilderness cultivation realm that one might not appear for decades. The three words infant transformation pill thundered through the vast auction hall like a bolt from the blue. Boom! The entire venue instantly fell into a deathly silence. Then, like a volcanic eruption, a deafening roar of astonishment and gasps of shock nearly shook the roof off. Every golden core cultivator present, whether seated in the main hall or private boxes, whether of the righteous or demonic paths, regardless of status, instinctively leapt to their feet. An indescribable, almost frenzied fervor blazed in every pair of eyes. Yuan Infant. That was the Yuan Infant Tao. 1,000-year lifespan, boundless divine abilities, the true mark of entering the pinnacle ranks of the cultivation world. Countless brilliant gold core cultivators spent their entire lives stuck at the peak of gold core, desperately seeking a single opportunity to condense a nascent soul, yet never finding it. A single infant transformation pill meant at least a 30% chance of success. What an immense temptation. A nascent soul pill? It's actually a nascent soul pill? Chen Xianlong beside Li Qingshan trembled violently, leaping to his feet and gripping the private room's railing so tightly his knuckles turned white. His breath came in ragged gasps as his eyes locked onto the purple gold pill bottle, filled with boundless longing, excitement, and a tremor of disbelief. Hadn't he endured countless hardships gathering the ingredients for the infant transformation pill precisely for a single finished pill? Now it was right before his eyes. Chapter 101, The Heavenly Concealment, True Symbol. Zhang Yud was thoroughly pleased with the effect. He waited for the commotion in the hall to subside slightly before continuing in his highly inflammatory tone. This pill is flawless in appearance, its potency perfectly preserved. It was crafted by a reclusive grandmaster of pill artistry. After joint appraisal by the 3 pill appraisers of our 10,000 treasures pavilion, its authenticity is beyond doubt. Its value, well, that goes without saying. 1 infant transformation pill. Starting bid 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Bidding begins now. 35,000. The first bid was practically a roar, coming from a white-haired, full-stage golden core cultivator nearing the end of his lifespan in the hall. His eyes burned with madness, as if he had staked everything he possessed. 40,000. A voice rang out from a private box, belonging to a representative of a major sect. 45,000. 50,000. 58,000. The price skyrocketed at a staggering pace, surging relentlessly without pause, instantly breaking through the 60,000 mark. All bidders were red-eyed, each increment made without hesitation. This was no longer an auction, it had become a battle for the fate of their Taoist paths. Chen Xuanlong's lips trembled as he tried to speak several times. But watching the price soar like a flying sword, he finally let out a helpless sigh. Slowly releasing his grip on the railing, he slumped back into his chair, his face etched with bitter resentment. His entire fortune, combined with his sect's backing, might scrape together 50 or 60,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Yet the current price had long since surpassed his limits. Moreover, he knew the real battle had only just begun. Sure enough, when the bid surpassed 70,000, the hall fell almost completely silent. The competition had narrowed to a fierce battle between the major sects with deep foundations and the cultivators possessing terrifying wealth. 73,000. 75,000. 78,000. Just as the bidding stalled at the 80,000 mark, the crowd's call slowed, offering a moment to catch their breath. A voice calm, aged, yet carrying an intangible authority that seemed to resonate directly within the depths of every soul echoed from the highest point of the auction hall, emanating from the most consistently quiet, mysterious private box. 80,000. The voice was not loud, yet it instantly drowned out all the clamor in the hall. A faint yet boundless spiritual pressure, vast as the ocean and commanding awe, spread through the air, barely perceptible yet undeniably present. A nascent soul cultivator. Finally, a nascent soul cultivator had made a bid. The entire auction hall fell silent, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. The golden core cultivators who had been arguing fiercely moments before were as if doused with a bucket of ice water, instantly cooling down. The fervor in their eyes gave way to awe and resignation. No one dared bid again. It wasn't merely a matter of insufficient spirit stones, it was because no one dared or was willing to offend a Yuanling ancestor. Competing with a nascent soul cultivator for a nascent soul pill? Even if one somehow managed to obtain it, they likely wouldn't live to enjoy it. Zhang Yud seemed to have anticipated this outcome, showing no surprise. He bowed respectfully toward the private box before swiftly bringing down his gavel. 80,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Going once. Second bid. Third time. Sold. Congratulations, Senior, on securing the infant transformation pill. May your path to enlightenment be swift and successful. With the final hammer strike, the infant transformation pill, a relic capable of igniting bloody turmoil, was ultimately claimed by a mysterious nascent soul elder. Chen Xianlong let out a long sigh, his gaze complex, a mix of disappointment at missing out and a sense of relief that the matter was finally settled. He turned to Li Qingshan, offering a wry smile. An old ancestor of the nascent soul level made the bid. Well, it is what it is. At least it puts an end to my hopes. I suppose I'll just go back and diligently refine my own. Li Qingshan nodded silently. He understood senior brother Chen's feelings. At the same time, he felt a deeper appreciation for the transcendent status and formidable presence of nascent soul cultivators in this cultivation world. The nascent soul stage? I'm not far from it myself. Li Qingshan thought to himself, his eyes brimming with intense anticipation. The auction officially concluded, and the crowd began to stir. Yet many eyes, whether intentionally or not, swept toward the private box where Li Qingshan sat. With vast quantities of spirit stones in his possession and a precious treasure in his grasp, Zhou Yun's name had become the focal point of countless gazes, stirring up turbulent undercurrents. Many began investigating Zhou Yun's background. Li Qingshan, however, departed the auction hall alongside Chen Xianlong, utterly indifferent to the greedy and cold stares directed his way. Back at the Five Elements Sect's headquarters, the look of regret on Chen Xuanlong's face hadn't fully faded. Yet he quickly composed himself and said to Li Qingshan, "Junior brother Zhou, though we didn't get what we wanted at this auction, it wasn't entirely fruitless. I've heard that in 3 days, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion will hold a small private trading session within the inner city." Oh? A private trading session? Li Qingshan's interest was piqued. Indeed. Chen Xianlong nodded, his expression growing more solemn. This gathering is of the highest caliber. It said only the powerful elders of the 8 great immortal sects, a handful of wealthy merchant guild leaders, and some nascent soul stage elders have been invited. The items traded will be nothing but rare treasures of the highest caliber like infant transformation pills or 4th-tier magical artifact materials, and there might even be something more astonishing. As he spoke, he produced a purple gold invitation card. A faint spiritual glow emanated from it, adorned with intricate cloud patterns and images of sacred cauldrons, exuding an aura of nobility and mystery. "This is an invitation I secured for you." Chen Xianlong handed the invitation to Li Qingshan. "Though our cultivation might not yet qualify us for the highest level competitions, attending to broaden your horizons is still worthwhile. At that tier of trade fairs, transactions rarely involve spirit stones anymore, most are bartered goods. You'll witness treasures unimaginable to those outside this realm." Li Qingshan accepted the weighty invitation, his heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother. This was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity." Chen Xianlong waved his hand dismissively. "We're brothers in the same sect, no need for formalities. Who knows? With your luck, you might just find what you need there." That was precisely what Li Qingshan was thinking. At a trade fair of that caliber, the chances of encountering the core of a 10,000-year-old spirit tree were extremely high. This might be his last and best chance to forge his lifebound artifact. Yet amidst his excitement, a grave concern surfaced. Yuan cultivators. Such an occasion would inevitably draw the presence of nascent soul elders. Though his minor concealing heaven technique was profound, his cultivation in it remained relatively recent. He could not be entirely certain that he could completely conceal his aura and true cultivation level under the close scrutiny of genuine nascent soul cultivators. If his deception were exposed, a gold core cultivator possessing such precious treasures and wielding what appeared to be a 4th-tier concealment technique, the consequences would be unimaginable. "I must have a backup plan," Li Qingshan thought to himself. After seeing off Chen Xianlong, he immediately altered his appearance once more and slipped away from the camp, heading straight for the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Chapter 102, Private Trading Fair. This time, he went straight to an elder of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, expressing his desire to purchase the highest-grade magical artifacts or talismans capable of concealing one's aura and cultivation level, especially those effective against the probing of nascent soul cultivators. Impressed by Li Qingshan's extraordinary bearing, the elder treated him with utmost respect, ushering him into a private chamber where he retrieved a jade talisman sealed with multiple layers of restrictions. The jade talisman was a pale gray, unremarkable in appearance, yet its surface rippled with an almost ethereal fluctuation, as if it could blend completely with its surroundings. "Fellow Daoist, this is one of our Wanbao Pavilion's most treasured artifacts, the Heavenly Concealment True Talisman." The elder introduced it with pride in his voice. A 4th-tier, low-grade spirit talisman. Once activated, it can perfectly conceal the user's aura, cultivation fluctuations, and even most traces of life for 12 hours. Unless a Huatian stage elder personally scans every inch with their divine sense, cultivators below late nascent soul stage will find it nearly impossible to detect. It is an unparalleled tool for exploring secret realms, evading pursuit, and even attending certain special occasions. Li Qingshan's heart surged with delight. This was precisely what he needed. "How much for this talisman?" he asked, suppressing his excitement. "Only 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones." The elder smiled faintly. "Agreed." Li Qingshan nodded without hesitation, immediately paying the required amount of mid-grade spirit stones. Compared to his own safety and the impending opportunity, spirit stones were mere external possessions. With the in hand, he had transformed all his low-grade spirit stones into mid-grade ones, now holding a full 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones were the last thing he lacked. After obtaining the heavenly concealment true symbol, Li Qingshan immediately returned to his base and activated all the protective barriers. He did not use the talisman immediately. Instead, filled with anticipation, he carefully placed it into the at his waist. At the same time, he thought for a moment and placed the roots of the heavenly thunderwood into the as well. 4th tier low grade, if it could be elevated to supreme quality, what kind of effect would that be? And this thunderwood root, 5,000 years old, I wonder if it could be elevated to 10,000 years? He murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Li Qingshan eagerly opened the gourd. There, resting quietly at the bottom, lay a jade talisman nearly transparent, thin as a cicada's wing, its surface rippling with countless microscopic spatial patterns. The fluctuations it emitted were no longer concealed, instead, they radiated a near non-existent aura of the Tao. 4th tier supreme grade, the heavenly concealment true talisman. Information about its effects flooded Li Qingshan's mind. Not only did its concealment far surpass previous talismans, with a duration extended to 36 hours, but it could also evade the causal detection techniques of nascent soul cultivators to a certain extent. It could even simulate the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. Simulate the aura of a nascent soul cultivator? Excellent. Absolutely brilliant. Li Qingshan couldn't help but clap his hands and chuckle softly. With this talisman in hand, coupled with the small concealing heaven secret technique, this double insurance gave him sufficient confidence to attend the high-tier trading fair even when facing a nascent soul patriarch. He tucked this priceless supreme grade talisman close to his body, his heart brimming with unprecedented anticipation for the trade fair 3 days hence. Then, his gaze fell upon the roots of the heavenly thunderwood. The roots remained as pitch black as ink, yet the flickering lightning within them had grown markedly more intense, thicker, and more mysterious. Upon closer inspection, the growth rings on the thunderwood root revealed an astonishing age of 8,000 years. From 5,000 to 8,000 years? Truly remarkable, but alas, it still falls short for forging a life-bound artifact. While it could be used with difficulty, the heartwood of 10,000-year spirit wood is the finest primary material. Li Qingshan murmured with a hint of regret. He stowed away the thunderwood root, pinning his hopes instead on the small trade fair scheduled for a few days hence. The core of 10,000-year-old spirit wood might truly be found there. 2 days later, at midnight. Beneath an unassuming mansion in the western district of Panlong City lay a hidden realm. A vast stone hall had been carved out here, its dome inlaid with night pearls. Soft light cascaded down, yet it failed to dispel the heavy, secretive atmosphere permeating the air. Attendees arrived one after another through designated teleportation arrays or secret passages, numbering around 100. Just as Li Qingshan had sensed, over half of them radiated Yuan infant stage spiritual pressure varying in intensity but all profoundly unfathomable. The rest were mostly late-stage golden core cultivators or even those at the peak of perfection, their auras solemn and concentrated, clearly no easy opponents. Almost everyone mirrored Li Qingshan's approach, either wearing masks or conical hats to block spiritual sense detection, or employing secret techniques to conceal their presence. They silently took seats, shrouded in mist. Exchanges between them were scarce, their gazes occasionally locking with the sharpness of hawks. Li Qingshan activated his heavenly concealment true symbol, now enhanced to a top-tier 4th grade artifact. A near-imperceptible aura enveloped him, simulating the cultivation level of an early nascent soul cultivator, steady and obscure. Simultaneously, he pushed the Shao Zhitian secret technique to its absolute limit. With this dual safeguard, he was confident that even a late nascent soul cultivator present would struggle to discern his true cultivation level. His gaze swept casually across the hall, finding no trace of Chen Xianlong. Yet he knew with near certainty that the other was concealed somewhere nearby. This heightened his vigilance. His mind retreated inward, immovable as a mountain. Moments later, an elderly man dressed in the robes of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, his face gaunt and his gaze piercing, strode slowly onto the jade platform at the front of the stone hall. The immense spiritual pressure radiating from him revealed him to be a mid-stage nascent soul expert, none other than the host of this trading fair and one of the Treasure Pavilion's masters. "Welcome, fellow cultivators, to this gathering." The old man's voice was calm yet carried clearly to every ear. "I trust you all understand the rules. This old man shall not repeat them. As always, proceed in turn to present your treasures or state your needs. Bartering is the primary method, though negotiation for spirit stone prices is permitted. The highest bidder shall prevail, but no coercion or forced sales are allowed. Furthermore, no violence shall be tolerated here. Should any such incident occur, do not blame this old man or the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion for showing no mercy." His words carried an air of unquestionable authority, and the hall fell silent. No one objected. "Very well, let the trading commence. We shall begin with the first Taoist friend on the left." The elder gestured invitingly before retreating to the side of the platform to close his eyes and meditate. Yet his formidable divine sense subtly enveloped the entire venue, maintaining order. The first to step forward was a hoarse-voiced nascent soul cultivator cloaked in a wide black robe. He produced a jade box radiating icy coldness, opening it to reveal a ginseng root entirely purple, entwined with golden patterns. 3 4th-tier inferior purple marrow spirit pills in exchange for a 10,000-year-old purple gold mystic ginseng, or information on its precise whereabouts will suffice. A stir rippled through the crowd below the stage. 4th-tier low-grade purple marrow spirit pills were already rare treasures capable of enhancing nascent soul cultivation. Yet for nascent soul cultivators, 10,000-year purple gold mystic ginseng was an even more elusive treasure capable of refining 4th-tier high-grade, or even 4th-tier supreme-grade spirit pills. Chapter 103, Void Spirit Wood and Moonlight Spirit Dew. After a long silence with no takers, the black-robed cultivator seemed to have anticipated this outcome. He sighed, disappointed, and withdrew the jade box before stepping down from the platform. Subsequent transactions proceeded efficiently. Some secured coveted forging materials, others traded ancient artifact fragments for formidable 4th-tier array diagrams. Soon, it was Li Qingshan's turn. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the platform. The stable, mountain-like aura of the nascent soul simulated by the heaven concealment true symbol instantly drew the attention of the entire crowd. Deliberately altering his voice to sound aged and detached, he declared, "This old man seeks 3 items. First, the heartwood of a 10,000-year-old spirit tree, the higher the quality the better. Second, infant transformation pills any grade will do. Third, if no finished pills are available, the 3 primary ingredients for infant transformation pills may be traded separately." The moment these words were spoken, a ripple of murmurs rippled through the crowd below the stage. Whether it was the 10,000-year-old tree core, the infant transformation pill, or its primary ingredients, each was a top-tier resource capable of tempting nascent soul cultivators and driving golden core cultivators to madness. After a brief silence, a cultivator below the stage, his face concealed in aura at the early nascent soul stage, spoke in a deep voice, "A piece of 10,000-year-old tree heart? I happen to have one." Stepping onto the stage, he flipped his palm, revealing a piece of wood roughly as thick as an arm and about a foot long. The wood possessed an unusual silver-gray hue, its surface smooth as jade. Tiny silver specks, like flickering stars, danced across it, faintly emanating subtle spatial fluctuations. This is the heartwood of the Void Spirit Wood. Though it falls short of the legendary Jianmu and Fusong, it contains a thread of spatial law. Used to forge 4th-tier flying treasures or spatial artifacts, it possesses the extraordinary effect of traversing the void and amplifying spatial abilities. Its age absolutely exceeds 10,000 years. The cultivator's tone carried a hint of satisfaction. "If you desire it, old man will only trade for top-grade spirit stones 100 of them." Whoosh! A collective gasp echoed from the crowd below the platform. 100 top-grade spirit stones, that was nearly half the fortune of many early nascent soul cultivators. Though the Void Spirit Wood tree core was precious, this price was nothing short of astronomical. After all, most nascent soul cultivators relied on merely high-grade spirit stones for their cultivation. Top-grade spirit stones were an extremely rare luxury even for them. Li Qingshan, however, was ecstatic inside. Void Spirit Wood. This was one of the finest primary materials for forging a life-bound treasure, far surpassing ordinary 10,000-year spirit wood. Yet his expression remained impassive as he shook his head hoarsely. "My friend, this item is indeed extraordinary, but 100 supreme spirit stones is simply too much. Though valuable, its forging is arduous and demands exceptionally high cultivation. 50 supreme spirit stones." The nascent soul cultivator fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. While Void Spirit Wood was indeed valuable, its versatility couldn't match some universal top-tier spirit materials. Buyers willing to pay a high price and actually capable of utilizing it were indeed few and far between. 70. Not a single more. 55. That is the highest price this old man can offer. Li Qingshan's tone was flat, yet carried an air of finality. After a silent battle of wits, the nascent soul cultivator, seemingly eager to close the deal, sighed. "Very well. 55 top-grade spirit stones. It's yours." The transaction concluded, Li Qingshan suppressed his excitement as he carefully stowed away the segment of Void Spirit Wood, its core shimmering with silver light, paying with 55 dazzling supreme spirit stones. This scene caused many cultivators below the platform to exchange glances. The ease with which this nascent soul cultivator produced such a large quantity of top-grade spirit stones revealed a wealth that was truly eye-opening. No sooner had the transaction concluded than another mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, seated in a corner with a cold aura, spoke up. "Regarding the primary ingredient for the nascent soul pill, I happen to possess one of the required components, Moonlight Spirit Dew. Gathered from the essence of the moon pool in the land of extreme Een, it is perfectly suitable as one part of the nascent soul pill's main ingredient. However, I have no shortage of spirit stones." Li Qingshan's heart tightened as he looked at the man. "What does the Taoist friend require?" The cold-eyed cultivator fixed his piercing gaze upon Li Qingshan. "Though supreme spirit stones are valuable, they are not what this old man urgently requires. Having witnessed you so readily produce dozens of supreme spirit stones just now, I gather your wealth is considerable." This old man seeks to advance his cultivation, and ordinary elixirs hold little value now. However, my juniors require some spiritual pills. Should you possess any third-tier supreme spiritual pills such as the Golden Core Pill or the Purple Palace Nurturing Essence Pill, perhaps we could discuss a trade. Li Qingshan's heart stirred. While he lacked many things, he possessed an abundance of top-grade elixirs. When refining the Golden Core Pill earlier, his had produced several top-grade pills, far more than he could ever use himself. He feigned deep thought. Moments later, with a flick of his sleeve, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Its opening slightly ajar, a fragrance instantly wafted out, refreshing to the soul and invigorating to magical power. Inside the bottle, a golden pill the size of a longan, perfectly round and flawless, with 4 distinct Dao markings etched upon it, floated serenely. A top-grade Golden Core Pill? A gasp erupted from the crowd below the stage. Golden Core Pills were already coveted breakthrough elixirs for Foundation Establishment cultivators. A supreme-grade Golden Core Pill could increase the chance of forming a Golden Core by over 40%. Moreover, it was pure and free of any side effects. Its value to cultivators stuck at the peak of Foundation Establishment was simply immeasurable. More crucially, a supreme Golden Core Pill could at least forge a Golden Core of the 4th transformation or higher, laying the foundation for the Tao. Such a pill was rare and precious. A terrifying gleam suddenly flared in the cold-eyed nascent soul cultivator's eyes, his breathing quickening noticeably. Though he was already at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, what power didn't have a few promising juniors they valued or needed to cultivate? A single supreme Golden Core Pill could either forge a future prodigy or secure immense favors. This pill. How does the Tao friend propose to exchange it? His tone grew urgent. Li Qingshan replied indifferently, how about a bottle of Moonlight Spirit Dew? The cold-eyed nascent soul cultivator frowned slightly. While a top-grade Golden Core Pill is indeed valuable, it still pales in comparison to Moonlight Spirit Dew, doesn't it? How about 3? If you have 3 top-grade Golden Core Pills, I'll trade. Li Qingshan remained calm. Moonlight Spirit Dew is merely one of the primary ingredients for refining infant transformation pills. Demanding 3 top-grade Golden Core Pills in exchange seems rather excessive, don't you think? How about this, 2 top-grade Golden Core Pills for 1 bottle of Moonlight Spirit Dew, plus 3 pieces of Netherworld Iron. He recalled the other party displaying several pieces of Netherworld Iron earlier. Netherworld Iron was also one of the auxiliary materials he needed to refine his lifebound treasure. The nascent soul cultivator hesitated only briefly before nodding immediately. Agreed. The trade is on. He seemed afraid Li Qingshan might change his mind. The transaction was swiftly completed. Li Qingshan had secured another batch of primary ingredients for the infant transformation pill and more Netherworld Iron, his heart settling with relief. Now, all the materials for forging the Eternal Judgment Sword are complete. Once I return this time, I can finally begin crafting my lifebound treasure. Li Qingshan thought to himself, filled with anticipation. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed several cultivators who had obtained their desired items did not linger. Instead, they decisively turned and departed. A chill ran through Li Qingshan's heart. He understood that those cultivators feared being targeted, and he too resolved to rise and depart. Seems I should be going too. This place is fraught with danger, best not linger. Li Qingshan thought to himself. But just then, a stooped figure cloaked in dark green robes, hands concealed within the sleeves, slowly ascended the platform. His aura was concealed, yet the faint, weighty pressure emanating from him indicated at least early nascent soul cultivation. He did not speak immediately. Instead, he slowly scanned the crowd below the stage with eyes hidden in shadow yet sharp as a falcon's, as if assessing something. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a voice dry as the friction of dead branches. This old man possesses a set of ancient array flags, the small Sumeru Vajra array. Before his words faded, he flicked his sleeves, and 7 dark gold banners, each a foot long, floated before him. Chapter 104, The Small Sumeru Vajra Array. These small flags bore an ancient design. Their poles, neither metal nor wood, were engraved with intricate Buddhist Sanskrit scriptures and images of Vajrasattva. The flag surfaces were made of an unknown dark gold silk fabric. Though their spiritual glow was faint, and 2 flags bore slight tears, one could still sense the profound, solid defensive intent radiating from them. A faint echo of Buddhist demon subduing chants lingered within. At its peak, this formation was said to be a mid-tier 4th-grade defensive array. When fully activated, it could briefly contain or even withstand the fierce assault of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, and it was especially potent against demonic and impure energies. Alas, the passage of time has caused damage, and the loss of the main flag, the array's focal point, has greatly diminished its power. The green-cloaked cultivator spoke in a level tone, yet a barely perceptible note of regret lingered. Now, it can only muster the strength of a top-tier 3rd-tier defensive formation, and its duration is greatly reduced. Still, it can handle ordinary attacks from early nascent soul cultivators without issue for a short time. Whispers of discussion rippled through the crowd below the platform. A flawed 4th-tier formation indeed held diminished value. Yet if partially restored, or used merely as temporary defense, it remained a valuable treasure for nascent soul cultivators.
Its Buddhist attributes made it particularly appealing to those practicing demonic arts or navigating perilous realms. This old man seeks to exchange this array for a soul-stabilizing pearl, or alternatively, a fourth-tier soul-nurturing wood capable of nourishing the spirit and repairing soul damage. Its age must not be less than 3,000 years. The green-cloaked cultivator stated his terms.
The crowd below the platform fell noticeably quieter. The soul-stabilizing pearl was a rare treasure that steadied the spirit and warded off inner demons.
A 3,000-year-old soul-nurturing wood, likewise a sacred artifact for nurturing the divine spirit and healing soul wounds, was priceless.
Exchanging either item for an incomplete array seemed rather unreasonable.
Sure enough, after a moment's wait, no one responded. The green-cloaked cultivator, seemingly anticipating this outcome, sighed softly and began to gather the array flags. Just then, Li Qingshan's heart stirred.
The soul-stabilizing pearl?
He suddenly recalled that when he had slain those demonic cultivators at the Golden Core stage earlier, he had found something in their storage pouches. It was a bead about the size of a pigeon's egg, dark in color, and possessed the ability to calm the mind and soothe the spirit. He hadn't paid it much mind at the time, dismissing it as a common item used by demonic cultivators to aid their cultivation or resist the backlash of vengeful spirits.
Could this be the very thing?
He immediately sent a thread of divine sense into the storage pouch to search carefully and indeed found the bead. Upon sensing it, he confirmed it contained a pure, soul-stabilizing power exactly matching the description of a soul-settling pearl. Though its exact grade remained unknown, trading it for this incomplete set of defensive array flags still possessing third-grade supreme potency seemed a rather profitable deal. This array would be perfect for his future seclusion in a hidden place to cultivate his nascent soul. As the green-cloaked cultivator prepared to retrieve the array flags, Li Qingshan hesitated no longer. Altering his voice to sound slightly aged, he called out, "Hold on."
All eyes instantly focused on him.
The mysterious nascent soul cultivator who had just made a lavish purchase of voidwood and supreme-grade spirit pills slowly raised his hand. In his palm rested a black bead, the size of a longan, its color deep and mysterious, emitting a faint yet soothing aura.
"Fellow Taoist, please look. Is this not the soul-stabilizing bead you seek?" The green-cloaked cultivator's movements froze abruptly.
Eyes hidden beneath the hood flashed with sudden intensity, fixated on the bead in Li Qingshan's hand. He reached out with a gentle force, drawing the soul-settling pearl toward him.
After a moment of careful inspection, his voice betrayed uncontrollable excitement. "Indeed. This is the very pearl. Though only a high-grade third-tier quality, it is undoubtedly a soul-settling pearl. Are you willing to exchange?" Li Qingshan nodded indifferently.
"This set of array flags, though incomplete, is quite useful. I'll trade them with you."
"Excellent. Excellent. My deepest gratitude, fellow Taoist."
Fearing Li Qingshan might change his mind, the green-cloaked cultivator immediately pushed the 7 dark gold array flags toward him. Simultaneously, he carefully tucked the soul-stabilizing pearl into his robe, as if clutching a priceless treasure. Forgetting all propriety, he merely gave a perfunctory bow toward both the pavilion master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion and Li Qingshan on the platform before hastily descending. His figure swiftly vanished into the shadows of a corner, seemingly eager to depart. Li Qingshan waved his hand, stowing the 7 array flags into his storage pouch. He returned to his seat with a calm expression, as if he had merely completed an insignificant transaction. Yet inwardly, he felt quite satisfied. Exchanging a useless demonic cultivator's trophy for a set of practical, albeit incomplete, ancient array flags was undoubtedly a highly profitable deal.
The small Sumeru Vajra array would perfectly compensate for the current shortcomings in his defensive capabilities.
Its Buddhist attributes, in particular, might prove remarkably effective at a critical moment.
Yet, when he sensed several faint, lingering gazes resting upon him, a chill ran down his spine.
He knew he had made too many moves today and had likely drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives. With that realization, Li Qingshan wasted no time. He rose decisively and strode swiftly toward the exit.
Li Qingshan left the underground trading venue without a second glance.
He could distinctly sense at least 2 cold, powerful divine senses clinging to his back like flesh-eating maggots. These were the probing senses of nascent soul cultivators, brimming with greed and malice.
So I'd been marked after all.
Li Qingshan sneered inwardly, his expression remaining impassive.
He chose neither to linger within the 10,000 treasures immortal city nor to seek out an inn for concealment.
Though combat was forbidden within the city walls, for nascent soul cultivators, there were countless methods to conduct covert surveillance and set traps. Moreover, he relied on the heavenly concealment true symbol to mimic the aura of a nascent soul cultivator.
While potent, this symbol had a time limit.
Once its power faded and his true golden core cultivation was exposed, he would become easy prey in this den of dragons and tigers.
He must leave.
He must distance himself from this place of strife before the talisman failed, finding a place of absolute safety.
Thoughts raced through his mind like lightning.
Li Qingshan didn't slow his pace. Instead, he quickened his stride, heading straight for the exit of Wanbao Immortal City. His sudden movement seemed to catch his pursuers off guard. Their divine senses faltered momentarily before intensifying their relentless pursuit.
The moment he stepped outside the protective array of 10,000 treasures immortal city, the sensation of being locked onto intensified sharply. The open wilderness beyond the city walls was the perfect place for murder and treasure hunting. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan immediately summoned his teleportation light, racing toward the desolate mountain ranges far from the official road. He did not fly at full speed, neither too fast to arouse suspicion, nor too slow to appear guilty. Yet, after covering less than 100 li, the space ahead rippled. Two figures materialized like ghostly apparitions, one on each side, precisely blocking his path. The overwhelming aura of the two nascent souls unleashed without restraint, like two towering mountains crashing down upon Li Qingshan, freezing the very space around him. Chapter 105, The Twin Fiends of Impermanence. One wore a pallid white robe, his face ashen and bloodless, clutching a morning staff. The other was clad entirely in black, his face dark as charcoal, wielding a black chain. Their auras were intertwined, both possessing mid-yuan cultivation. "Where might you be headed in such a hurry, sir?" The white-robed figure spoke in a sinister, shrill voice, like the wail of a night owl. The black-robed figure snorted coldly, his voice rough and harsh. "Enough chatter. Boy, if you know what's good for you, hand over everything you acquired at the trading fair, along with every storage ring on your person. Perhaps then, we might show mercy and leave you a whole corpse." Li Qingshan halted his teleportation light. The Yuan infant aura simulated by the heaven concealment true symbol rippled with apparent shock and anger. "Who are you? How dare you ambush and rob me? Ha ha ha." The white-robed man emitted a spine-chilling, eerie laugh. "You don't even recognize the Wu Chang duo? Looks like you're a newly advanced nascent soul cultivator? Fine. Today, you'll die knowing who you faced. We are the Black Wu Chang and White Wu Chang, famed throughout the eastern wastes. We specialize in escorting plump lambs like you to their final journey. The Twin Reapers." Li Qingshan's heart sank. He had encountered this name in miscellaneous jade slips, a pair of Yuan infant cultivators notorious throughout the eastern wastes for their ruthless practices. The brothers shared a telepathic bond and fought with seamless coordination, mastering devastating combined techniques. Countless nascent soul cultivators had fallen to their ruthless methods. Facing the encirclement of two mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, a head-on confrontation was certain death. The moment Black Wu Chang finished speaking, a cold gleam flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. Without warning, he struck. He did not summon his flying sword nor cast any spells. Instead, he swung his arm with tremendous force. In an instant, hundreds of talismans glowing with brilliant spiritual light and intricate runes pelted the Wu Chang duo like a violent storm, raining down upon them from all directions. Each talisman possessed distinct properties. Fire serpents whipped through the air, ice spears thrust forward, golden blades cleaved the void, massive trees crushed down, earth and stone shattered. They were all third-tier supreme great attack talismans. Each one equaled the full power strike of a peak gold core cultivator. The simultaneous detonation of such a vast number of high-grade talismans amplified their power exponentially. The resulting torrent of spiritual energy was enough to make even a nascent soul cultivator pale with fear. "What? You're asking for death?" The twin fiends of impermanence never anticipated such decisive action from their opponent nor such extravagant, wasteful tactics unleashed from the very start. Over 100 top-tier third-grade spirit talismans, their combined value surpassed even an ordinary fourth-grade magical artifact. Overwhelmed by shock and fury, they instinctively activated their protective spiritual auras. Black Wu Chang's chains and White Wu Chang's morning staff instantly whirled into action, forming layer upon layer of defensive barriers in a desperate attempt to withstand the torrent of talismans. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions echoed continuously. Multicolored spiritual light illuminated half the sky as bright as day, while violent spiritual energy shockwaves rampaged wildly, devastating the forests below into utter chaos. Yet, this was merely the beginning. At the very instant when the talisman explosions reached their most blinding brilliance and chaotic energy fluctuations peaked, three inconspicuous, thumb-sized, jet-black spheres slipped silently through the talismanic light, shooting toward the defense perimeter of the impermanence duo. The next moment. Thud! 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 Three booms, deep as thunderous drums yet piercingly sharp, erupted. These were no ordinary explosions, but a particularly vicious form of thunder seed spell specifically designed to corrode the physical bodies and spiritual essences of nascent soul cultivators. The very same Li Qingshan had acquired at the auction earlier. Vast swaths of pitch-black lightning energy spread like viscous ink, carrying a terrifying force that devoured all vitality and froze divine souls. In an instant, it engulfed the twin fiends of impermanence. Thunder seeds? And three of them. Damn it! Black Wu Chang and White Wu Chang roared in equal parts shock and fury. The protective spiritual light surrounding their bodies flickered violently, rapidly fading under the corrosive assault of the thunder. Their vital energy surged violently, piercing their divine souls with stabbing pain. Though their profound cultivation prevented serious injury, the sudden, overwhelming assault sent them reeling backward, their formation thrown into chaos. They never imagined this seemingly newly ascended nascent soul cultivator would not only wield talismans as freely as scattered beans, but also possess such an extremely rare and vicious thunderbolt. Such ruthless decisiveness and unsparing use of resources made him seem more like a true tribulation cultivator than they, the seasoned veterans. In that split second, as the twin fiends of impermanence were thrown into chaos by over 100 supreme-grade talismans and 3 thunder bombs, their breath disordered, their spiritual sense detection severely disrupted by the violent energy, Li Qingshan unleashed his final trump card without hesitation. A jade talisman, gleaming silver and covered in profound spatial runes, was instantly pressed against his body. The true symbol of teleportation. Spatial forces surged violently. Li Qingshan's figure instantly blurred into an ethereal haze, leaving only a faint afterimage in his original spot. No! It's a teleportation talisman. Stop him. The twin fiends of impermanence realized their mistake, their eyes bulging with rage. They frantically channeled their magical power to seal off the space, but Lazy's interference and the lingering shockwaves from the talisman explosion delayed them just a split second too long. Swish! A flash of silver light, and Li Qingshan vanished completely. Only the gradually subsiding energy turbulence remained at the spot, along with 2 furious nascent soul cultivators seething with rage. Damn it! We let him escape. Black Wuchang smashed a nearby hilltop with a single punch, roaring in fury. White Wuchang's face darkened to the point of dripping water. Carefully sensing the lingering spatial fluctuations in the air, he gritted his teeth. At least a 4th-tier teleportation true talisman. And not a low-grade one, likely mid-grade or even high-grade. The direction is uncertain, and the distance is immense. We can't catch him. Damn it! What a loss! Not only did we get nothing, but we wasted our magical power for nothing. Black Wuchang was utterly dejected. The Wuchang duo had terrorized the eastern wastes for years, yet this was the first time they'd suffered such a crushing defeat at the hands of a mere early nascent soul cultivator and lost face in the process. This man's immense resources and ruthless methods show he's no ordinary nascent soul cultivator. This isn't over. We'll uncover his origins sooner or later. White Wuchang spoke coldly, committing Li Qingshan's simulated aura to memory. The two exchanged frustrated glances, ultimately helpless. They could only transform into 2 streaks of light and depart grudgingly. Deep within a desolate mountain range roughly 5,000 li from Wanbao Immortal City, space twisted violently as Li Qingshan's figure staggered into existence. Having consecutively expended vast quantities of spirit talismans and thunder seeds, then finally triggered a 4th-tier teleportation talisman, even with his foundation of eternal life true essence, he felt his chi and blood churning violently, his divine sense severely depleted. Forcing himself to mimic the aura of a nascent soul to wield these techniques placed a considerable burden on his body. He swiftly scanned his body, confirming no tracking marks remained. He then slapped several 3rd-tier supreme talismans designed to erase traces onto himself, thoroughly cleansing his entire being before finally letting out a slight sigh of relief. The Impermanence Duo. A cold gleam flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes as he etched these 2 names firmly into the little notebook in his mind. Today's ordeal, he had noted. Had he not possessed numerous hidden cards and reacted swiftly, he might well have fallen here. This debt, once he successfully cultivated his nascent soul, he would repay with interest. The most urgent matter now was to return to the 5 Elements Sect as quickly as possible. Only there could he find refuge and safety. He drew a deep breath and once again activated his teleportation technique, slipping deeper into the remote, uninhabited mountains and ancient forests. His figure soon vanished into the vast expanse of the mountain range. Chapter 106, Crisis. Even after escaping the Wuchang duo with his teleportation talisman, Li Qingshan dared not relax for a moment. Using the minor concealment heaven technique to disguise his cultivation at mid-foundation establishment level, he traveled dusty roads with extreme caution, keeping a low profile as he headed toward the 5 Elements Sect. The journey remained remarkably peaceful, without even encountering a single tribulation cultivator. Half a month later, the gates of the 5 Elements Sect came into view in the distance. Only upon entering the range of the sect's protective mountain array, sensing the familiar fluctuations of spiritual energy, did the tension that had gripped his heart for so long finally begin to ease slightly. Here, on the 5 Elements Sect's territory, the unpredictable duo would never dare to follow him. Only now was he truly safe. The feeling of being hunted down by a nascent soul cultivator, that sense of life and death slipping beyond his control, was unbearably agonizing. It drove home the brutal truth of the saying, all beneath the nascent soul stage are mere ants. To escape the unfathomable duo, he had expended over 100 top-tier 3rd-grade spirit talismans and 3 precious thunder seeds, a significant loss. Yet, to have salvaged his life was nothing short of a miracle. I must forge my life-bound artifact without delay, then retreat into seclusion for arduous cultivation. Without forming the nascent soul, I shall remain but dust. Li Qingshan's resolve hardened. He could think of nothing but returning to his cave residence immediately to tally his spoils and begin preparations. Tian Quan Peak. Li Qingshan transformed into a streak of rainbow light, landing before his cave dwelling. Before he could catch his breath, however, he spotted a Foundation Establishment stage attendant disciple standing before the cave entrance. The attendant disciple, upon seeing Li Qingshan, spoke with respectful yet unquestioning authority. Senior Uncle Zhou, the sect master commands your immediate presence at the sect leader's hall. The Grandmaster, true fire immortal, summoned him? Li Qingshan's heart sank. How did the sect master know he had just returned? And with such urgency?
He kept his composure, casually producing 10 mid-grade spirit stones brimming with energy and slipping them into the disciple's hand. He then asked in a deliberately casual tone, "Thank you for running this errand, nephew.
Might I ask why the sect master has summoned me so suddenly?"
The disciple's face lit up with delight upon feeling the quality and quantity of the spirit stones in his hand. He glanced warily around before lowering his voice again.
"Thank you for your generous gift, senior uncle. I don't know the exact reason myself, but I heard that an honored guest arrived at the sect today, the Grand Elder of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, a nascent soul cultivator. Shortly after the Elder's arrival, the sect master ordered me to come find you immediately. Spring-Autumn Sect. Grand Elder of the primordial infant realm."
Li Qingshan's heart sank violently, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. The very thing he feared most had come to pass. He had no prior connection with the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. The only reason the primordial infant patriarch would personally come looking for him was the matter involving Zhang Yuzhen.
Could it be that Zhang Yuzhen's death had ultimately been traced back to him? Changchun Zhenjuan.
He had vaguely heard the name before. This was an extremely senior Yuan infant cultivator of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, whose power was unfathomable. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Li Qingshan's mind.
He even considered activating his teleportation talisman to flee once more.
But he swiftly suppressed that impulse. Escaping within the sect, right under the Yuan infant patriarch's nose, would be tantamount to courting death and only solidify his guilt. He drew a deep breath, pushing the Xiao Zhetian's secret art within him to unprecedented extremes. He locked down every trace of aura, spiritual energy fluctuation, and even the slightest emotional ripple, concealing himself flawlessly.
Could he deceive the Yuanling patriarch's perception? He didn't know.
This was the greatest test he had faced since beginning his cultivation.
Understood.
I shall proceed at once. Li Qingshan's tone was calm, even tinged with a perfectly measured hint of puzzlement, as if merely perplexed by the sudden summons from the sect master. He smoothed his robes and followed the disciple at a measured pace toward the sect master's hall atop the main peak. Each step appeared steady, yet his inner turmoil raged, his vigilance heightened to its peak. He pondered, what if the truth was exposed? With the treasures in his possession, escaping the pursuit of a nascent soul cultivator would be exceedingly difficult. His only hope lay with the Five Elements sect, that they would grant him sanctuary. Arriving before the imposing grand hall of the sect leader, Li Qingshan entered after announcing his presence. The atmosphere within the hall was heavy. The sect master, true immortal blazing fire, sat below the main seat, his expression respectful yet tinged with restraint. Upon the main seat sat a young man clad in a blue Taoist robe, his features strikingly handsome, appearing to be barely over 20. He appeared languid, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. Though no powerful spiritual pressure emanated from him, he seemed to merge with the entire universe, giving off an unfathomable aura as deep as an ocean. This was none other than the Supreme Elder of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, the Eternal Spring True Lord. The instant Li Qingshan entered the hall, Changchun Zhenjuan's seemingly indifferent gaze settled upon him. It felt like two streams of warm, gentle light, yet it seemed capable of piercing through any disguise, reaching straight to the core.
Li Qingshan's heart tightened.
He immediately bowed his head and paid his respects with utmost reverence. Zhou Yun, guest cultivator of the Five Elements sect, pays his respects to the sect leader, pays his respects to the senior. He dared not meet Changchun Zhenjuan's gaze, fearing his eyes might betray the slightest emotion. Yet, as he bowed, the corner of his eye caught sight of two familiar figures standing behind and to the side of Changchun Zhenjuan. One wore a water blue gown, her delicate features framed by an unshakable look of worry and urgency. It was Zhou Taoyao. She had already reached the early stage of the golden core cultivation. The other, clad in white robes, was as cold as frost, her aura even more commanding than before. She too had reached the early stage of the golden core cultivation realm. At this moment, her icy eyes were fixed intently on him, filled with an unmistakable urgency and warning. Yilingxuang. They had come too. And both were signaling to him. Seeing the expressions on both women's faces, the last shred of hope in Li Qingshan's heart shattered completely. It's over. The matter concerning Zhang Yuzhen had indeed come to light. And judging by the situation, the Spring-and-Autumn Sect had gone straight to the sect headquarters. Even Yilingxuang and Zhou Taoyao couldn't stay out of it. They might even be implicated. With the nascent soul patriarch personally demanding answers, today would likely end badly. Li Qingshan's heart sank to the depths, yet the more perilous the situation grew, the harder he forced himself to remain calm. His mind raced, searching for any glimmer of hope. Could the effects of the minor concealing heaven's secret art withstand the scrutiny of a nascent soul cultivator? Could he feign ignorance? Or was it a desperate fight to the death? Silence hung thick in the hall, so profound one could hear a pin drop. Only the faint tapping of Changchun Zhenjuan's fingers against the armrest echoed like a steady drumbeat against Li Qingshan's heart. The air in the hall seemed to freeze solid, heavy enough to suffocate. The sect leader, true immortal blazing fire, cleared his throat, breaking the unbearable silence.
His tone carried a hint of resignation as he said, Senior Zhou, this is the Supreme Elder of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, the Venerable Qingshan True Lord. The Venerable Elder has some matters he wishes to inquire about. You must answer truthfully, without the slightest concealment. As he spoke, his gaze swept imperceptibly over Li Qingshan, carrying a subtle hint of warning and resignation. Chapter 107, True Lord Qingshan. Li Qingshan drew a deep breath, forcing down his drum-like heartbeat. He plastered a perfectly measured expression of puzzlement and reverence onto his face before bowing deeply once more. This junior, Zhou Yun, pays his respects to the True Lord. What might the True Lord wish to inquire about? This junior shall speak without reservation, leaving nothing unsaid. His voice remained remarkably steady, even carrying a hint of the nervousness and trepidation befitting a golden core cultivator before a nascent soul powerhouse. Seated upon the main throne, Changchun Jinjuan's peerlessly handsome face betrayed not a flicker of emotion. His gaze remained fixed on Li Qingshan. Though gentle in appearance, it was more unsettling than any sharp scrutiny, as if it could peel away the skin and pierce straight into the depths of one's soul. Zhou Yun. Changchun Jinjuan spoke, his voice calm yet carrying an intangible authority that echoed slowly through the hall. I have come today concerning the matter of our sect's elder, Zhang Yuzhen. She encountered an ambush by demonic tribes in the Blackwind Mountains and met an unfortunate demise. Are you aware of this? Here it comes. Li Qingshan felt a slight tingle at his scalp, then his face darkened with sorrow. This junior is indeed aware of the matter. Elder Zhang Yuzhen's death was truly an accident, a tragic loss. He conveyed just the right amount of shock and regret. The light tapping of Changchun Jinjuan's fingertips on the armrest ceased. The entire hall seemed to plunge into an even deeper, deathly silence as the sound stopped. An indescribably vast divine consciousness, like an invisible tide, silently enveloped Li Qingshan entirely. In that moment, Li Qingshan felt like a tiny boat adrift in a raging storm. The divine sense of a late nascent soul cultivator was as vast and unfathomable as an abyss. He felt every inch of his skin, every thread of his spiritual energy, and even every thought exposed beneath this terrifying divine sense. The immense pressure nearly suffocated him, his bones creaking with every breath. He channeled the Shaozhetian secret art with all his might, suppressing every trace of his aura and emotional fluctuation, daring not to falter in the slightest. The Shaozhetian secret art was pushed to its absolute limit, striving to conceal its most core secrets beneath that vast divine consciousness. Oh? You know? Changchun Jinjuan's tone remained impassive, yet carried an all-seeing coldness. Zhang Yuzhen was my sole direct disciple. Her death demands thorough investigation. Survivors of Eagle Beak Gorge claim you were present that day. Relate everything you saw and heard in meticulous detail, leave nothing out. Li Qingshan felt the divine consciousness locking onto him intensify further, like a mountain range crushing down upon him, threatening to shatter all his disguises. Gritting his teeth against the soul-level discomfort, he wore an expression of mingled recollection and lingering dread as he stammered, during the battle at Eagle's Beak Gorge, the 5 great demon clans besieged senior brother Chen Xianlong, elder Lu Sanbao of the Beastmaster sect, and elder Zhang Yuzhen. But the black-armored demon ape suddenly attacked, gravely wounding senior brother Chen. Lu Sanbao betrayed us. Senior brother Chen summoned his nascent soul avatar and severely wounded the black-armored demon ape. Elder Zhang Yuzhen attempted to kill the black-armored demon ape but was instead slain by it. This junior happened to pass by, killed the black-armored demon ape, and saved senior brother Chen Xianlong. That is the sequence of events. His tone was steady, his details vivid, even tinged with the lingering terror of narrow escape. His account seemed flawless. After he finished, the grand hall fell silent once more. Changchun Jinjuan's gaze remained fixed upon him, seemingly weighing the truth of his words. After a long pause, Changchun Jinjuan gave a slight nod. What you say broadly aligns with the accounts of Yi and Zhou, my disciples, as well as the battlefield traces I myself investigated. Just as a flicker of hope rose in Li Qingshan's heart, Changchun Jinjuan shifted his tone. However, though the demonic forces were numerous that day, there were no 4th-tier demon kings among them. In the fierce battle, the demonic forces suffered heavy casualties. Zhang Yuzhen perished in combat. Yet you alone, a mere early-stage golden core cultivator, managed to survive and return. This coincidence is too remarkable, leaving this one with unavoidable doubts. Li Qingshan's heart instantly leapt back into his throat. He watched as Changchun Jinjuan slowly raised his hand. In his palm appeared a palm-sized bronze mirror, primitive in design, its edges inlaid with bagua runes, its surface hazy and mist-like. The moment the mirror appeared, it emitted an eerie, profoundly mysterious fluctuation, as if it could peer into the threads of fate. This is the 4th-tier magical artifact, the Mirror of Causality. Changchun Jinjuan's voice was flat and emotionless, yet it carried the weight of a final judgment. It reveals the karmic connections between living beings. Whether you are involved in Zhang Yuzhen's death, a single glance will tell. The Mirror of Causality. Li Qingshan's pupils contracted sharply, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. He never imagined the opponent would possess such a heaven-defying artifact. Just then, the urgent telepathic voice of the sect master, true immortal blazing fire, echoed in his mind, Senior brother Zhou. Endure at all costs.
True immortal Qingshan is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, on par with our sect's great ancestor, immortal Winesword.
He is far beyond our ability to defy. If you truly did not kill senior brother Zhang, the sect will protect you. Do not resist. Late nascent soul stage. The same tier as the Winesword immortal. These words struck Li Qingshan's heart like a heavy hammer. Resistance? Before such an existence, any resistance was futile, destined only to bring about instant annihilation of both body and soul. Overwhelming terror and an unprecedented sense of humiliation intertwined, threatening to consume him entirely. He felt like a prisoner awaiting final judgment, his fate entirely in another's hands. His only hope now rested entirely upon the little concealing heaven's secret art. His hopes rested on this formidable secret art, perfected and enhanced by thee, capable of obscuring heavenly secrets and blocking karmic probing. Li Qingshan bowed his head, concealing the raging tempest and icy fury churning within his eyes. His voice even carried a hint of perfectly measured grievance and resignation. This junior has nothing to hide. I beg the true Lord to discern the truth. He stood motionless, seemingly accepting the scrutiny with composure. In truth, the cultivation technique within him was pushed to its absolute limit, every nerve stretched taut to the breaking point. The true Lord of Qingshan spoke no further. With a flick of his fingertip, the mirror of causality rose slowly, hovering above Li Qingshan's head. A faint, icy glow emanated from the hazy surface, enveloping Li Qingshan's entire body like moonlight. In an instant, Li Qingshan felt an even more bizarre, more profound force attempting to penetrate his body, reaching for the very source of his soul, seeking to reveal every causal thread connecting him to the outside world. Especially the thread connecting him to Zhang Yuzhen. Time seemed to stretch endlessly in that moment. Li Qingshan could distinctly feel that probing force circling and penetrating his body. Each fluctuation sent shivers down his spine. He strained every ounce of energy to sustain the minor concealing heaven's secret art. Within his mind the profound sutra raced frantically, weaving layer upon layer of invisible barriers that twisted and blocked all prying eyes. He had already cultivated the minor concealing heaven's secret art to perfection. It was said that when mastered to its ultimate limit, this technique could obscure the secrets of heaven and shield one from karmic retribution. Now, Li Qingshan could only pin his hopes on the Shaozhetian secret art. Cold sweat silently trickled down his temples. 1 second, 2 seconds. Chapter 108, Humiliation. Finally, upon the hazy surface of the mirror of causality, no crimson or ashen threads of causality related to Zhang Yuzhen appeared, only Li Qingshan's own blurred reflection remained. The light remained clear and pure, as if he were merely an ordinary passerby in the world, utterly unconnected to Zhang Yuzhen's death. The handsome brows of Qingshan Jinjuan furrowed almost imperceptibly, a flicker of surprise and disappointment crossing his eyes. He had placed immense faith in his causality mirror, yet this outcome had not been anticipated. With a flick of his wrist, the mirror of causality flew back into his hand, and the terrifying divine consciousness enveloping Li Qingshan receded like a tide. The mountain-crushing Li Qingshan vanished instantly. He nearly collapsed from exhaustion, relying solely on sheer willpower to steady himself, his back already drenched in sweat. It seems Zhang Yuzhen's death truly had nothing to do with you. Qingshan Jinjuan's voice returned to its usual monotone, tinged with a hint of boredom. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Take this pill as compensation. With a flick of his finger, a third-grade mid-tier Qinghua pill, the size of a longan and emitting a faint fragrance, flew toward Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan reached out to catch the pill. Its surface felt smooth and warm to the touch, yet he sensed it was scorching hot, as if it were charity paid for with his dignity and profound terror. He bowed his head, suppressing the overwhelming humiliation and icy killing intent welling up within. With a voice as steady as possible, even tinged with a hint of gratitude, he said, "Thank you, true Lord, for your discernment. Thank you for bestowing this pill." Qingshan Jinjuan no longer looked at him, as if he had merely handled an insignificant matter. He gave a slight nod to Li Qingshan. "Since that is the case, I shall take my leave." With that, his form flickered slightly, dissolving like a reflection in water. Along with Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao behind him, he vanished instantly from the Grand Hall, as if he had never been there at all. Only when that suffocating pressure of the nascent soul realm had completely dissipated did Li Qingshan slowly straighten his back. He clenched the third-grade Qinghua pill in his hand so tightly his knuckles turned white. The hall stood empty, leaving only him and true immortal blazing fire. Li Qingshan seemed to exhale in relief, about to ask, "Senior Zhou, are you all right?" "Master, I was quite shaken today and feel rather exhausted. I wish to return to my quarters to rest." Li Qingshan spoke slowly, his voice eerily calm. Without waiting for a response, he bowed deeply, then turned and walked step by step, with unnerving stability, out of the sect leader's hall. Sunlight bathed his form, yet failed to dispel the bone-chilling cold radiating from him. With each step he took, the helplessness and humiliation he had felt moments before like a lamb awaiting slaughter, his life hanging entirely on another's whim, deepened further. The Yuan infant cultivator's dismissive tone, his gaze as cold as crushing an ant, even the so-called compensation pills felt like red-hot branding irons searing his heart. He, Li Qingshan, had wasted a century only to finally encounter this divine opportunity. He had treaded carefully and struggled fiercely all this time not to grovel before cultivators of higher realms, waiting for judgment. Today's humiliation he would remember. Changchun True Lord. Spring-and-Autumn Sect. One day. The icy glint in Li Qingshan's eyes vanished completely, replaced by a bottomless abyss of darkness. He walked toward his cave dwelling with an expressionless face, only his tightly clenched fists betraying that his inner turmoil was far from the calm exterior. Just now, he had truly walked the edge of death. Had it not been for the peerless marvel of the little concealing heaven's secret art, he would have perished utterly. Grow stronger. He must grow stronger at any cost. Refine his life-bound artifact, break through to the great perfection of the golden core stage, and form the infant. Only by attaining the nascent soul stage, or even higher realms, could he truly grasp his destiny in his own hands and wash away today's humiliation. His Tao heart, baptized in profound terror and humiliation, not only remained unbroken but grew harder, colder, and more resolutely focused. Above the cloud sea, outside the Five Elements Sect's mountain gates, a flash of azure light appeared as Changchun Jinjuan materialized, accompanied by Li Qingshan and Zhou Taoyao. Zhou Taoyao's face was still slightly pale, clearly still shaken by the oppressive atmosphere within the Grand Hall and the Yuanling True Lord's imposing presence. She cast a worried glance at Yi Lingshuang before obediently stepping aside, daring not to speak. Yi Lingshuang took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within her heart. She looked toward Changchun Jinjuan, who stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing out over the sea of clouds. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Great uncle, that Zhou Yun, is he truly unrelated to Uncle Zhang's death?" Her voice carried a barely perceptible urgency. Though she had her suspicions, she still sought confirmation from this venerable patriarch of the sect. Changchun Jinjuan did not turn around. His handsome profile appeared somewhat indistinct against the hazy clouds. He replied indifferently, "If the mirror of causality shows no issues, then naturally he is not involved. Though this treasure is only a low-grade 4th-tier artifact, it has never erred in detecting causal connections below the nascent soul stage." Hearing this, Yi Lingshuang felt the heavy weight in her heart finally lift, and she couldn't help but breathe a silent sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't Zhou Yun. For some reason, she found herself deeply concerned about Zhou Yun's predicament. However, Changchun Jinjuan's next words sent her heart racing once more. "But, this boy, he is rather interesting." "What do you mean, Grandmaster?" Yi Lingshuang's heart tightened. A mere golden core cultivator, yet he remained unervingly composed under this one's divine sense and the causality mirror's scrutiny. Changchun Jinjuan's tone was calm, yet tinged with amusement. His fear and surprise were portrayed flawlessly, almost perfectly. But sometimes, perfection itself can appear contrived. Had he not been a member of the Five Elements Sect, I would have simply performed a soul search. Why go through all this trouble? Soul search. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Yi Lingshuang's back. If his soul were truly searched, even if Li Qingshan survived, his cultivation foundation would be utterly destroyed, leaving him a complete idiot. She hurriedly defended Li Qingshan, "Great uncle, please understand. Zhou Yun, perhaps he's just more composed than most. Besides, his cultivation is too low. There's no way he could be a match for Uncle Zhang, let alone under the demon clan's assault. This matter surely has nothing to do with him." Her tone remained calm as she attempted to dispel the last shred of doubt from Changchun Jinjuan. Changchun Jinjuan hummed non-committally, seemingly losing interest in the matter. To him, while Zhang Yuzhan's death warranted investigation, the primary suspect had been cleared. Whether a golden core cultivator was overly composed was hardly worth dwelling on. The cultivation world teemed with extraordinary individuals. Perhaps that young man truly possessed innate audacity. He suddenly turned, his gaze settling on Yi Lingshuang's exquisitely beautiful yet stubbornly defiant face. His tone shifted abruptly. "Lingshuang, your talent is extraordinary, and you have now attained the golden core stage. You know my good-for-nothing junior, Zhang Tianji. He is now at the mid-golden core stage, with boundless potential. Would you be willing to become his Tao companion? To support each other and pursue the Tao together?" At these words, Yi Lingshuang's face instantly drained of color. She snapped her head up. "Great uncle. This disciple is wholly devoted to the Tao, seeking only to pursue the pinnacle of the immortal path. I have no interest in dual cultivation at this time. I beg your understanding, great uncle." Chapter 109, Yi Lingshuang's Dilemma. Changchun Jinjuan regarded her, his gaze serene yet carrying an authority that brooked no argument. The path of the Tao is a solitary journey, how arduous it is. Having a companion is not a bad thing. Tianji possesses both exceptional talent and character. He is a perfect match for you. He paused, his tone softening slightly yet retaining its underlying strength. "I grant you 100 years. Within that time, if you demonstrate the qualifications and potential to break through to the nascent soul stage, this matter shall be dropped. The sect will spare no effort to aid your cultivation. But if after 100 years, you remain merely at the golden core stage with no hope of reaching the nascent soul, then you shall follow the sect's arrangement and become Tianji's Tao companion. This is for your own good, and for the good of the Yi family." For the good of the Yi family. Those words pierced Yi Lingshuang's heart like ice shards. Her slender fingers clenched tightly within her sleeves, her nails digging into her palms. A wave of overwhelming humiliation and helplessness washed over her. She understood this wasn't a discussion at all, it was a notification, an order. It was Chang Chunjinjuan, representing the Zhang family, making an arrangement and annexation of the now weakened Yi family. If only their venerable ancestor, True Lord Autumn Moon, were still alive, things wouldn't have come to this. She recalled how, over a decade ago, the Yi family's pillar True Lord Autumn Moon, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, had suffered severe injuries during a brutal battle against the demonic tribes. His primordial essence damaged, he had ultimately exhausted his lifespan and passed away. Meanwhile, Chang Chunjinjuan of the Zhang family, by sheer coincidence, had broken through to the late nascent soul stage. From that moment on, the delicate balance of power between the Yi and Zhang clans within the Spring-and-Autumn Sect was irrevocably tilted. The Zhangs grew dominant, pressing their advantage relentlessly. Back then, Zhang Yuzhen had repeatedly targeted her, the most outstanding young member of the Yi family. Now, though Zhang Yuzhen was dead, the Zhang family's oppression descended in a different form, more direct, more inescapable. 100 years to qualify for the nascent soul stage? Easier said than done. This seemed to offer hope, but in reality, it was almost a dead end. The Yuanling realm, was it something one could simply peer into? But could she refuse? No. Before a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, before the now powerful Zhang family, her personal will was insignificant and utterly insignificant. The consequences of defiance would likely not only shatter her own cultivation path but also drag down the already declining Yi family. Yi Lingshuang slowly lowered her head, concealing all emotion in her eyes. Her voice was strained, yet she had no choice but to submit. This disciple humbly obeys the command of the senior grandmaster. Her voice betrayed no ripple of emotion, yet it held endless bitterness and coldness. Chang Chunjinjuan nodded with satisfaction, as if he had merely settled a trivial matter. Very well. Let us depart and return to the sect. With that, he swept his sleeves, enveloping Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao in a streak of azure light. In an instant, they tore through the clouds, vanishing into the horizon as they headed toward the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Deep within the cave dwelling on Tianquan Peak, Li Qingshan flicked his fingers, casting several magical seals. Layers of protective barriers flared with light, completely sealing the cave entrance. He retrieved the newly acquired set of flags for the small Sumeru Vajra array. Now, the small Sumeru Vajra array had truly become a top-tier 4th-grade formation, possessing unmatched power and formidable defensive capabilities. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to breach. Though the main banner had been missing, after Li Qingshan placed it within his, it had been completely restored and elevated to a top-tier 4th-tier formation. Its mysteries were unfathomable, its power boundless. Li Qingshan deployed this array of flags deep within the cave dwelling. They emitted beams of Buddhist golden light, merging with the cave's original restrictions to form an impenetrable barrier. Only after completing all this did he truly exhale in relief, settling cross-legged upon the meditation cushion in the center of the quiet chamber. All external disturbances, the pressure from the nascent soul, the relentless pursuit of the impermanence duo, and even the undercurrents within the sect were now temporarily sealed away. The paramount task now was to enhance his strength. Only strength was the foundation for survival and existence. He first retrieved the numerous spiritual herbs and materials purchased in 10,000 Treasures Immortal City. The primary goal of this seclusion was to break through to the late Golden Core stage, and elixirs were indispensable for that. He selected a high-grade 3rd-tier spiritual pill suitable for cultivators at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm to refine their cultivation, the Return to Origin pill. The earth-fire vein stirred, and a high-quality 3rd-tier alchemy furnace hovered above it. Li Qingshan held his breath and concentrated, skillfully tossing one spiritual herb after another into the furnace. His alchemy skills had long reached the 3rd-tier level. Though refining the Return to Origin pill was no easy task, his success rate remained remarkably high. Time seemed to stand still in seclusion, and months passed in the blink of an eye. After 10 furnace cycles, 20 perfectly round, plump, and radiant high-grade Return to Origin pills emerged successfully. Alongside them, 25 dull-colored, chaotic-spirited failures were produced. Observing the results, a hint of satisfaction flickered in Li Qingshan's eyes. Without hesitation, he placed all 20 high-grade pills and 25 defective ones into the Rui gourd at his waist. After one night, the gourd yielded a full 45 supreme Return to Origin pills, each the size of a longan, perfectly spherical, radiating astonishing spiritual energy and pure medicinal fragrance, with 4 distinct Tao patterns etched upon their surfaces. Their potent medicinal energy nearly burst through the bottle. With these pills to aid me, reaching the great perfection of the Golden Core realm should be no problem. Li Qingshan's heart surged with excitement. Without hesitation, he took one of the supreme Return to Origin pills and swallowed it, formally beginning his secluded cultivation. The pill dissolved instantly within his stomach, transforming into a torrent of pure, gentle medicinal energy that surged through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging at his Dantianqihai. Li Qingshan immediately activated the eternal life true art, guiding this immense medicinal power along the intricate meridian pathways to circulate through the entire body. He continuously refined it, transforming it into supremely pure, vibrant eternal life true essence.
Ultimately, all of it converged into the golden, now the size of a pigeon's egg, radiant with golden light and adorned with intricate, swirling talismanic patterns. The golden pill spun rapidly, like a bottomless pit greedily absorbing the ceaseless flow of pure essence. Its radiance grew visibly more solid and brilliant with each passing moment. During his cultivation, Li Qingshan remained utterly focused, losing all sense of self and surroundings. The potency of the supreme Gu Yuan Dan far exceeded expectations. Refining impurities required almost no effort, merely guiding and absorbing sufficed, making the process extremely efficient. One supreme elixir after another was consumed, and his cultivation level rose steadily and rapidly. Time slipped by. Within the seclusion chamber, only the hum of circulating true essence and Li Qingshan's steady, deep breathing echoed. 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Li Qingshan's body suddenly trembled violently as he sat in meditation. Within his dantian, the golden pill's rotation accelerated to its absolute limit, while its volume began to contract inward. The boundless sea of immortal true essence was violently compressed, surging into the golden pill. The golden pill's radiance grew blindingly bright, like a miniature sun illuminating the entire dantian with piercing light. The once faint natural Dao patterns on its surface now became crystal clear, growing more intricate and profound, resonating faintly with the cosmic Dao. Chapter 110, 20 Years of Arduous Cultivation. An aura several times more colossal than before erupted uncontrollably from his body, causing the surrounding barrier light screens to ripple with layer upon layer of disturbances. But swiftly, Li Qingshan forcibly restrained and suppressed this energy. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing like stars in the night sky, profound and unfathomable. Golden core perfection achieved. Feeling the boundless true essence surging within him, vastly surpassing anything before, and the terrifying power contained within the golden core, a satisfied smile spread across Li Qingshan's face. 8 years of arduous cultivation, consuming nearly all his supreme-grade Giroan pills, had finally brought him to the peak of the golden core realm. His power had surged dramatically. It must be understood that for other late-stage golden core cultivators, breaking through to the great perfection stage would require at least 60 years, or even a century, to achieve. Moreover, since Li Qingshan had cultivated a 9-transformation golden core, the resources required for his breakthrough were several times greater than those needed by other golden core cultivators. Only Li Qingshan could afford the luxury of cultivating with top-grade spiritual pills, enabling him to break through to the great perfection stage within 8 years. Within his dantian, he sensed the dazzling golden, radiant as the sun itself. The magical power it contained was several times denser than that of other golden grand perfection cultivators. With my current strength, I should be able to easily slay a golden core great perfection cultivator. Even against an early nascent soul cultivator, even if I couldn't defeat them, I could still retreat unscathed. Li Qingshan thought to himself. Yet he did not emerge from seclusion. The breakthrough was merely the first step. Next, it's time to cultivate the 9 transformations golden body technique. Li Qingshan's gaze hardened with resolve. His frail physical body had always been his weakness. Now that his cultivation was stable, it was the perfect time to forge his flesh. He flipped his palm, revealing 2 jade bottles. One was crimson red, scorching to the touch, containing a strand of Xianyang Shachi that flowed like molten lava, radiating in extreme heat. The other bottle was a deep, eerie blue, bone-chillingly cold. Inside lay a strand of Xianyang Shachi, as ancient as 10,000 years of ice, capable of freezing the soul. Both were crucial yin-yang energies required for the 4th and 5th transformations of the 9 transformations golden body technique. Only through the harmonious interplay of yin and yang could an immortal golden body be forged. Li Qingshan drew a deep breath, his gaze growing intensely solemn. Channeling the malevolent energies into his body for refinement was an excruciatingly painful process fraught with immense risk. Should he lose control, the energies would turn against him, shattering his physical form. This was precisely why he had chosen to first break through to the great perfection of the golden core stage before cultivating the 9 transformations golden body technique. First, he shielded his heart meridian and vital organs with true essence. Then, with utmost caution, he drew forth a wisp of Xianyang Shachi. Sizzle! The crimson wick of evil energy touched his body like a red-hot branding iron, searing his meridians and flesh. An excruciating burning pain shot through him. Even with Li Qingshan's iron will, he couldn't suppress a muffled groan, the veins on his forehead bulging. He wasted no time, immediately activating the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations golden body technique. He guided the violent strand of Xianyang Shachi along a specific path within his body, burning and tempering every inch of tendon, bone, and skin it passed through. The process was slow and agonizing. His skin turned crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp, with wisps of steam rising from his pores. Once his body gradually adapted to the burning of the Xianyang Shachi, he drew forth a strand of Xianyang Shachi. Extreme frigidity surged in an instant, clashing violently with the lingering scorching heat. The dual torment of ice and fire nearly shattered Li Qingshan's very soul. His meridians felt as though they were perpetually cycling between tearing apart and freezing solid. He clenched his teeth, steadying his mind, using his powerful spiritual awareness to precisely guide the 2 diametrically opposed energies.
He forced them into a delicate equilibrium, allowing them to jointly temper his physical form. Amidst this excruciating torment, his physical form underwent a profound metamorphosis. Impurities were continuously scorched, frozen, and expelled, while his bones grew more crystalline and resilient. Muscle fibers grew as resilient as golden threads, while meridians expanded several-fold, better able to withstand immense force. 5 years. Another 5 years slipped away amidst the most excruciating agony and relentless tempering. When the last trace of yin and yang qi was completely refined and absorbed, Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes. His body trembled slightly. Beneath his skin, a faint, dark golden glow began to emanate, reminiscent of a Buddha statue in an ancient temple, honed by centuries of incense smoke. A colossal force of vital energy began to circulate autonomously within him, as if his body now contained boundless power. As his fingers curled slightly, the air itself cracked with a sonic boom. The 9 transformations golden body technique, 5th transformation. Complete. At this moment, relying solely on his physical prowess, he could now withstand the artifact attacks of late-stage golden core cultivators. His physical strength had reached an entirely new level. Merely with physical strength, I can withstand attacks from late-stage golden core cultivators. My body rivals a 3rd-tier magical artifact. This 9 transformations golden body technique is truly formidable. Li Qingshan murmured to himself with satisfaction. The body refinement is complete. Next comes the weapon forging. After a brief moment of recuperation, Li Qingshan plunged into the next phase of his cultivation. To forge his life-bound artifact, he must master the art of artifact forging. Li Qingshan refused to rely on others, so he resolved to study the craft himself. With his current cultivation at the peak of the golden core stage, mastering the art of artifact forging was not difficult. He had dabbled in the art before, having already attained the rank of a 2nd-tier artifact forger. However, he had been preoccupied with advancing his cultivation and refining elixirs, leaving little time for in-depth study. Now, to forge his own life-bound treasure, he must elevate his forging skills to the required level. He retrieved various alchemy materials obtained from the Wuchang Duo, Zhang Yuzhen, and the trade fair. He also copied numerous alchemy manuals and insights from predecessors from the sect's scripture repository. He studied and absorbed the knowledge while practicing with the earth fire vein and his forging furnace. Starting with the simplest artifact blanks, he progressed to crafting low-grade, medium-grade, and high-grade spirit artifacts. Mountains of failed debris piled up, while successful artifacts were dismantled back into materials. He repeatedly refined his techniques, grasping the mysteries of engraving artifact patterns and infusing spiritual essence. Another 6 years passed. After consuming vast quantities of materials, Li Qingshan finally succeeded in forging a 3rd-tier, high-grade flying sword artifact imbued with 27 restrictions. Though its quality was not exceptional, this marked his official entry into the ranks of 3rd-tier artifact refiners. 20 years of secluded, arduous cultivation. A 3rd-tier artifact forger. Finally, I can begin crafting my life-bound artifact. Li Qingshan murmured softly to himself. Thus concluded nearly 2 decades of seclusion. His cultivation had reached the peak of the golden core stage, his golden body attained the 5th transformation, and his forging skills had breached the threshold of the 3rd tier. Li Qingshan rose to his feet, his gaze burning as he fixed it upon the suspended core of the void spirit wood tree before him, its surface shimmering with star-like silver-gray points of light. All preparations complete, he could finally begin forging that artifact intertwined with his very life, the vessel for his path to the Tao, his life-bound treasure. For this, he had prepared for nearly 30 years. The life-saving true art documented that once the life-saving judgment sword, the life-bound treasure, was forged, it would undoubtedly cause Li Qingshan's combat prowess to surge dramatically. First, enhance all the forging materials using thee before beginning the refinement. Li Qingshan silently resolved as he placed the void spirit wood tree core, thunder tribulation spirit essence, gung metal essence, and over 100 other rare treasures into thee. Chapter 111, Forging the Life-Bound Treasure. The next day, as the first light of dawn broke. With immense anticipation, Li Qingshan cautiously opened thee. In an instant, a dazzling radiance shot skyward, bathing the entire cave dwelling in a kaleidoscope of colors. The dense, multicolored spiritual energy, intertwined with strange Tao-like vibrations, seemed almost tangible. The first thing that caught his eye was the core of the void spirit wood. No longer as thick as an arm, it had shrunk to just half a foot in length. Its entire surface now bore a profound, silver-black hue that seemed to absorb all light. The star-like points on its surface had grown denser and brighter, as if sealing a miniature starry sky within. The spatial fluctuations it emitted grew increasingly obscure and powerful. Its age was astonishingly revealed to be a staggering 20,000 years. The small vial of thunder tribulation spirit liquid beside it, originally silver-white, had now transformed into a pure, pale gold, as if golden lightning arcs danced within. The aura within, a potent blend of destruction and vitality, had intensified exponentially. Merely sensing it sent shivers down one's spine. The gung metal essence had grown by a full circumference, its edges sharpened to a piercing edge. Its quality had reached the pinnacle, making it one of the finest materials for forging flying sword-type magical treasures. The hundreds of other auxiliary materials, be it the dragon blood vine for enhancing toughness or the starlight silver sand for channeling magical energy and engraving inscriptions, all radiated an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. Their quality had surged beyond a single tier, with many reaching supreme levels even unknown to Li Qingshan. "This is fantastic!" Li Qingshan exclaimed 3 times in succession, his excitement overwhelming him. After the enhancement from the quality of these primary and auxiliary materials far exceeds expectations. Forging my life-bound artifact with these will elevate its foundational potential to unimaginable heights. It might even hold the promise of directly forging a 4th-tier artifact. According to the records of the Eternal Life True Art, for a cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core stage, forging a 3rd-tier supreme life-bound treasure was already the absolute limit. But now, with the materials undergoing a qualitative leap in quality, Li Qingshan saw the possibility of transcending tiers in forging. He suppressed his excitement, knowing the most critical and mentally taxing steps lay ahead. He drew a deep breath and summoned the only 4th-tier supreme treasure in his possession, the heaven-burning furnace. This furnace, with its 3 legs and 2 handles, boasted an ancient design. Its body was engraved with the vermilion bird burning heaven pattern. The moment it appeared, it emitted a terrifying aura, stirring the earth's fire veins into a boiling frenzy. With this furnace's aid, not only would the success rate of forging be greatly enhanced, but it would also imbue the artifact with a thread of pure young fire essence, further amplifying its power. First step, melt the primary materials and shape the core form. Li Qingshan's expression grew solemn as he executed a series of fire-controlling incantations. The lid of the burning heaven furnace opened, and he first cast the core of the 20,000-year-old void spirit wood into its depths. Earthfire intertwined with the furnace's own flames, transforming into terrifying pure white blazes that enveloped it. Ordinary flames would struggle to damage this supreme spirit wood even after 10 years of refinement. Yet, under the dual power of the 4th-tier supreme artifact forge and the earthfire, the tree core slowly softened. Impurities were gradually refined out, dissipating into wisps of blue smoke. This process was excruciatingly slow, demanding supreme mastery of fire control and immense patience. Li Qingshan remained utterly focused, his divine sense keenly tracking every fluctuation in the furnace's temperature as he continuously adjusted his incantations. After a full 3 months, the core of the void spirit would finally transformed into a fist-sized mass of silver-black liquid substance. It twisted and shifted constantly, its interior resembling a swirling starry river. It was utterly pure, devoid of any impurities. Immediately afterward, he poured the refined essence of gunmetal, now elevated to supreme quality, into the liquid. The gunmetal essence possessed unparalleled sharpness and was exceedingly difficult to refine. Yet, enveloped by the void spirit wood liquid and subjected to intense heat, it gradually melted and slowly fused with it. This caused the liquid mass to take on a faint platinum sheen, its sharpness now contained within. Next, various auxiliary materials, each of enhanced quality, were added one by one in a specific sequence and proportion, melted, and fused. Another half-year passed before all materials finally fused perfectly into a basin-sized mass of strange metallic liquid. It bore a dark gold base color, with tiny silver stars flickering within, and faint golden thunder patterns flowing across its surface. Even with Li Qingshan's peak golden core cultivation, he appeared utterly exhausted, his magical power depleted. However, he clutched a top-grade spirit stone and swallowed a supreme recovery pill to replenish his depleted energy. His attention remained fixed on the burning heaven furnace, daring not to relax for even a moment. Step 2. Split light and project shadow, condense the core. Li Qingshan's hand seals abruptly shifted as his divine sense surged forth like countless invisible hands probing into the molten metal. According to the records of the Eternal Life True Art, the Eternal Life Judgment Sword was not a single flying sword, but an array treasure comprising 36 subsidiary blades. It could separate and unite, shifting endlessly with immense power, yet demanded near impossible standards of divine sense and artifact forging skill. He must use his supreme divine sense to simultaneously divide and mold this mass of liquid metal into 36 identical sword blanks. This was an extraordinarily arduous process, demanding that all 36 sword blanks be identical in size, shape, and internal structure down to the smallest detail. The slightest deviation in any single blade would disrupt the ultimate power and harmony of the sword formation. Beads of sweat formed on Li Qingshan's forehead as his divine sense operated at an unprecedented intensity. Thanks to his divine sense far surpassing others at his level and the exquisite control over divine sense granted by the little concealing heaven's secret art, though fraught with setbacks, the process was ultimately completed without incident. Within the burning heaven furnace, 36 tiny sword blanks each 3 inches long, dark golden hue, and shimmering with silver stars and thunder patterns rotated slowly, emanating a sharp and profound aura. Step 3. Forging the essence, quenching with thunder essence. Li Qingshan dared not pause. He immediately seized the pale golden bottle of thunder tribulation spirit liquid, channeling his true essence to guide it as it dripped evenly onto each sword embryo. Crackle! Like cold water splashing into boiling oil, the violent thunder energy erupted instantly. Golden lightning serpents wildly coiled around each sword blank, erupting in deafening crackling sounds. This was not destruction, but the ultimate refinement and finishing touch. The destructive force within the Thunder Tribulation elixir further purged the last trace of insignificant impurities. Meanwhile, the life force within fused perfectly with the sword blanks, as if imbuing them with a living spirit. The pale golden thunder patterns on the surface solidified completely, intertwining with the silver stars and dark gold base to create an even more divine and mysterious appearance. The quenching was complete. The sword embryo solidified entirely, its radiance now subdued. Yet the latent, razor-sharp aura capable of tearing through the void and judging all things already sent a chill through Li Qingshan's heart. The final step, and the most crucial one, merging mind and spirit to engrave the restrictions. Li Qingshan bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of vital blood containing the essence of his golden core. It split into 36 blood arrows, each piercing precisely into one of the sword blanks. Simultaneously, his formidable divine sense, carrying his profound understanding of the eternal life true art and his grasp of the laws of heaven and earth, began to sketch and condense intricate, profoundly mystical artifact restrictions within each of the 36 sword blanks. Chapter 112, The Eternal Judgment Sword, was complete. This is the fundamental difference between a life-bound treasure and an ordinary treasure. It requires the cultivator to use their own essence blood as the catalyst, their spirit as the brush, and the Tao as the foundation, engraving within it unique imprints and restrictions that belong solely to them. This forges an indivisible bond between the artifact and the cultivator's very life, creating a symbiotic connection where the artifact grows stronger alongside its master's cultivation. Each successfully engraved restriction enhances the artifact's power. Third-tier low-grade artifacts typically contain 1-9 restrictions, mid-grade 10-18, high-grade 19-27, while third-tier supreme artifacts require over 27. Fourth-tier artifacts signify that their core restrictions have touched upon the level of heaven and earth's laws, far surpassing third-tier in power and requiring at least 36 restrictions. Li Qingshan's goal was to engrave at least 36 restrictions, elevating it to the Tier 3 lower-grade artifact level. This was painstaking work, an extreme drain on his mind, magical power, and spiritual awareness. Li Qingshan had completely entered a state of self-forgetfulness, his entire consciousness immersed within those 36 sword blanks. He meticulously constructed the rune structures for each restriction, seamlessly integrating them with the spatial properties of the void spirit wood, the sharpness of the gung metal essence, the demon-slaying properties of the thunder tribulation spirit liquid, and numerous other characteristics. Day after day passed. A year passed in the blink of an eye. When Li Qingshan successfully inscribed the final composite restriction embodying the essence of immortality and judgment onto the last sword blank, all 36 sword blanks simultaneously emitted a piercingly clear, resonant hum. Hum. A dazzling dark gold light, interwoven with silver sparks and thunder patterns, surged skyward from the burning heaven furnace, illuminating the entire cave dwelling as bright as day. A formidable spiritual pressure, sharp yet pulsing with the ceaseless rhythm of the Tao, spread out. 36 restrictions. Fourth-tier inferior magical artifact, the Eternal Judgment Sword forged. Li Qingshan's face was deathly pale, his divine sense and magical power nearly depleted, yet his eyes brimmed with boundless joy and excitement. Success! He had actually transcended his cultivation tier at the peak of the golden core stage to forge a fourth-tier lifebound treasure. Though merely a low-grade fourth-tier artifact, its power far surpassed any third-tier treasure. Yet, gazing upon the 36 small swords suspended before him, radiant with spiritual light, a bolder, more audacious thought suddenly surged through his mind. Gee, could it enhance an already formed lifebound treasure? Li Qingshan's heart stirred slightly. After all, when forging the Eternal Life Judgment Sword, all the materials had already been enhanced once by the wish-granting gourd. But now that the Eternal Life Judgment Sword was successfully forged, if it could undergo another enhancement through the wish-granting gourd, its value would likely be incalculable. After all, his lifebound treasure held the key to Li Qingshan's future. If it could be enhanced, its power would undoubtedly surge once more. Let's try it. Li Qingshan's heart pounded wildly. Without hesitation, he carefully placed the 36 newly formed Eternal Judgment Swords, each just awakening to their spiritual essence, one by one into the. After completing this task, he felt nearly drained, yet he forced himself to wait. The night stretched on interminably. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn filtered through the protective barriers into the cave dwelling, Li Qingshan trembled as he pulled the stopper from the gourd. No earth-shattering spectacle unfolded. Instead, 36 miniature streams of dark golden light, each seemingly containing the vastness of the cosmos, silently flew out of the gourd. Like docile fish, they circled around him, emitting an intimate hum. Their size remained unchanged, yet their entire bodies had grown deeper and more subdued. Upon the dark gold blades, the silver specks seemed to transform into swirling nebulae, while the pale gold thunder patterns flowed like living entities. At the blade's edge, space itself warped slightly, as if a single glance could cut. A spiritual pressure far more potent, refined, and terrifying than yesterday's emanated naturally. Yet this spiritual pressure caused him no harm whatsoever, only a profound sense of seamless harmony, as if they were one, as if he commanded them effortlessly. The original 36 restrictions had now transformed into 72. A fourth-tier supreme artifact. A top-tier fourth-tier magical artifact? Li Qingshan's heart pounded violently, and he was instantly overcome with wild elation. New information about it flooded into Li Qingshan's mind. These 36 eternal life judgment swords not only saw their power skyrocket, but the number of restrictions they contained reached a staggering 72, far surpassing the scope of a 4th-tier supreme artifact. Their sentience had also greatly increased, forming an unbreakable bond with his mind. They could even autonomously absorb celestial energy to slowly grow, and their mastery of spatial power had reached an entirely new level. Ha 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 ha! Heaven favors me! He truly defies the heavens! Li Qingshan could no longer contain his ecstatic joy, bursting into loud laughter. His laughter brimmed with exhilaration and excitement. After all, even a nascent soul stage elder would find it difficult to forge a top-tier 4th-tier artifact. To use it as one's life-bound artifact was an extravagance beyond measure. Much less a set of 36 flying swords, each reaching the pinnacle of 4th-tier quality. Li Qingshan estimated that if the full power of these 36 eternal life judgment swords were unleashed, the eternal life sword formation erupting would likely rival the might of legendary 5th-tier spirit treasures. Such treasures were only wielded by venerable old monsters at the nascent soul stage, each possessing the power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. The eternal judgment swords are my life-bound treasure, my ultimate trump card. But I must never reveal them until facing life or death peril. Li Qingshan thought to himself. With a flick of his thoughts, the 36 4th-tier supreme eternal judgment swords transformed into streaks of light, instantly sinking into his dantian. They circled the 9 transformation golden core, slowly rotating as they absorbed the nourishment and refinement of the eternal life true essence. Though his golden core grand perfection cultivation could not yet activate this top-tier 4th-tier sword formation, even wielding a single eternal judgment sword proved difficult for Li Qingshan in his current state. Yet this would undoubtedly become his greatest trump card and most formidable weapon. It would grant him a sliver of hope for survival, even counterattack against nascent soul cultivators. Nearly 30 years of preparation, nearly 20 years of secluded cultivation today, his life-bound treasure was finally complete. It's time to emerge from seclusion. A smile spread across Li Qingshan's weary face. With a flick of his sleeve, he retrieved the array flags of the small Sumeru Vajra array. Then, he unlocked the long-sealed restrictions and stepped out of his cave dwelling. As the barrier lifted, Li Qingshan stepped out of the cave dwelling. The bright sunlight and fresh air of the outside world washed over him. After 20 years of seclusion, the familiar scenery of Tianquan Peak remained unchanged outside the cave dwelling. Only the plants and trees in the mountains had grown more lush, and the spiritual energy seemed to have thickened. He stirred his divine sense and immediately detected dozens of flickering messages accumulated on the communication jade talisman hanging at the cave entrance. With a wave of his hand, he drew the jade talisman into his palm. As his divine sense sank into it, wave after wave of information flooded his mind. Most were routine greetings or sect announcements. Several messages from neighbors Li Hongrao and Su Liang warmly invited him to gather after emerging from seclusion to exchange cultivation insights. The sect leader, true immortal Blazing Fire, had also sent several messages. Initially inquiring about his seclusion, he later, seeing no response for a long time, had merely offered routine encouragement, urging him to focus on his cultivation. One message from several years ago caused Li Qingshan's gaze to narrow slightly. Chapter 113, Failure to Form the Infant. Sent by senior brother Chen Xianlong, it carried an unmistakable thrill and anticipation. He informed Li Qingshan that he had gathered all the materials and enlisted the help of a friendly alchemy master to successfully refine the infant transformation pill. Its qualities seemed quite promising. At the end of the message, Chen Xianlong mentioned he was about to enter seclusion to break through to the nascent soul realm, hoping to celebrate their shared joy over wine once he emerged. Reading this, a faint smile touched Li Qingshan's lips as he felt genuine joy for Chen Xianlong. Successfully forming the infant meant leaping through the Dragon Gate, granting a lifespan of 1,000 years and truly entering the ranks of high-level cultivators. However, the next 2 messages caused Li Qingshan's smile to slowly fade, his brows furrowing slightly. These messages came from Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taiyao, dated roughly 10 years prior. Both messages shared similar content, first, expressing gratitude for the pills Li Qingshan had gifted them years ago. Without the golden core pills bestowed by Li Qingshan of Eagle Beak Gorge, their own core formation would have been unlikely to succeed. They stated that their visit to the 5 Elements sect served 2 purposes, to express their gratitude in person and to discuss a matter of great importance. They had waited within the sect for several months, but seeing that Li Qingshan remained in seclusion without emerging, they had no choice but to depart regretfully. At the end of the message, Yi Lingshuang deliberately emphasized, this visit concerns a crucial opportunity related to forming the infant. It is a matter of great importance that cannot be detailed in this message. We earnestly request that after Elder Zhou emerges from seclusion, he must come to the Spring and Autumn Gate to meet with us both. An opportunity to form the infant? Li Qingshan murmured to himself, his heart stirring. He had already reached the peak of the golden core stage, standing but a step away from the nascent soul realm. His next task was to prepare for the nascent soul formation. Of the 3 primary ingredients for the infant transformation pill, he had only obtained the Moonlight Spirit Dew. He still lacked the most crucial components, the 9-leaf soul restoring herb and the 1,000-year infant nurturing fruit. Additionally, he needed to prepare the spiritual terrain required for the formation, as well as treasures to ward off the heart demon. Any opportunity related to forming the infant was significant enough to warrant his utmost attention. But why had this opportunity fallen upon him? Was it because of the favor of gifting the pill back then? Or had Li Qingshan encountered trouble within the Spring-and-Autumn Sect requiring his assistance? Li Qingshan's thoughts raced. He sensed something peculiar about this matter, but the allure of the phrase opportunity to form the infant was simply too great to ignore. It seems another trip to the Spring-and-Autumn Sect is indeed necessary. He silently resolved that once he had settled the affairs within his sect, he would find a pretext to investigate the Spring-Autumn Sect. Just as he was deep in thought. Boom! A deep, rumbling explosion seemed to echo from the earth's depths. Instantly, the spiritual energy throughout the entire Wuxing sect surged violently, gathering like 1,000 rivers rushing to the sea, madly converging toward a certain cave dwelling on the rear mountain of the main peak. In the sky, winds whipped and clouds churned as multicolored radiance coalesced into a colossal vortex of spiritual energy. From its center, faint thunderous roars echoed, and an immense, majestic pressure descended, enveloping the entire sect. The celestial phenomenon of nascent soul formation. Someone is breaking through to the nascent soul stage. It's coming from Senior Brother Chen Xuanlong's cave dwelling. Senior Brother Chen is forming his nascent soul. The sect erupted in an instant. Countless disciples and elders were roused, flying out of their dwellings to gaze toward the rear mountains of the main peak with excitement and envy. The celestial phenomenon of infant formation was something most cultivators might never witness in their entire lives. Li Qingshan also soared into the air, hovering above Tianquan Peak. His gaze grew solemn as he stared at the immense vortex of spiritual energy. He could sense the vastness and terror of that colossal cosmic power, while simultaneously feeling joy and anticipation for Chen Xianlong. Elder Zhou. You've emerged from seclusion? A familiar voice rang out. It was neighbor Su Liang, who had also flown over, his face brimming with excitement and envy. It's Elder Chen Xianlong. After 10 years of seclusion, he's finally triggered the nascent soul celestial phenomenon. If he succeeds, our 5 Elements sect will gain another nascent soul patriarch. Li Qingshan nodded. Indeed, a fortunate event for the sect. He understood Su Liang's excitement. A nascent soul patriarch was the backbone of any sect. Standing side by side, they watched the celestial phenomenon grow ever more vast. The vortex of spiritual energy nearly covered half the sky, filled with thunder and lightning, carrying both the essence of creation and destruction. All disciples of the 5 Elements sect held their breath, their hearts filled with silent prayers. However, after the celestial display lasted for about half an hour, a sudden change occurred. The immense vortex of spiritual energy began to violently fluctuate, growing wildly unstable. The radiant glow at its center abruptly dimmed, giving way to a pervasive aura of gray decay and deathly stillness. This is bad. A knowledgeable golden core elder cried out in alarm. In the next instant, the vast gathering of spiritual energy exploded outward like a runaway force. A terrifying shockwave of spiritual energy swept across the land. The colossal vortex in the sky instantly collapsed, its radiance extinguished. Only chaotic spiritual energy filled the sky, accompanied by a palpable sense of failure and decay that spread like a suffocating mist. All the strange phenomena swiftly dissipated, and the sky cleared once more, as if the immense spectacle had been nothing but an illusion. But every disciple of the 5 Elements sect knew it was no illusion. The core formation had failed. And judging by that final, decaying aura, Senior Brother Chen Xianlong was likely in grave danger. A deathly silence fell over the sect. All the earlier excitement and anticipation had dissolved into endless regret, sorrow, and dread. The abyss of the nascent soul stage was truly terrifying. Even Brother Chen Xianlong, a prodigy of extraordinary talent who had prepared the infant transformation pill, had failed and might even have perished. The excitement had long vanished from Su Liang's face, replaced only by pallor and lingering dread. He murmured, he actually failed. The nascent soul realm truly lies beyond our comprehension. Li Qingshan stood silently, his heart churning with a chill akin to the fox mourning the rabbit's death. Chen Xianlong possessed top-tier talent, temperament, and resources, aided by the infant transformation pill, yet he still fell at the abyss of the nascent soul stage. His death and the loss of his cultivation path meant centuries of arduous practice had been wasted. This served as a stark warning to him. A heavenly spirit root merely offered a 30% higher chance than others. It was far from a guarantee. The difficulty of forming the infant far exceeded his imagination. Without thorough preparation, he feared he might one day follow the same path. The infant transformation pill. I must gather the ingredients as soon as possible. And one pill might not even be enough. Li Qingshan felt an urgency unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Even with his heavenly spirit root, he preferred to plan meticulously before acting, ensuring thorough preparation. Just as when he built his foundation and formed his golden core earlier, though his heavenly spirit root allowed him to break through these stages with almost no bottlenecks, Li Qingshan still prepared ample foundation building pills and golden core formation pills. First, he was simply too cautious by nature. He would only attempt a breakthrough when absolutely certain of success. Second, he sought to build the strongest foundation and forge the most potent golden core, hence his meticulous preparations. For the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, the nascent soul pill remained indispensable. He cast a silent glance at the area behind the main peak's rear mountain, now restored to calm yet permeated with a sorrowful aura, before turning and flying back to his cave residence. Chen Xuanlong's failure had cast a gloomy shadow over the entire Five Elements sect. Chapter 114, The Secret Record of Deceiving Heaven. Li Qingshan did not head straight to the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. He first went to the sect's task hall, accepting numerous assignments to refine third-tier elixirs. Having been in seclusion for 20 years, he owed the sect numerous tasks that now needed to be made up. This also served as a convenient opportunity to hone his skills, solidify his foundation as a third-tier alchemist, and earn substantial sect contribution points. With his current cultivation at the peak of the Golden Core stage and his divine sense far surpassing that of ordinary peak Golden Core cultivators, his success rate in refining third-tier pills was extremely high, and the quality far exceeded that of ordinary practitioners. Within a few months, he completed the backlog of tasks, earning tens of thousands of contribution points, enough to exchange for most of the cultivation techniques and secret arts stored in the sect's scripture library. On this particular day, Li Qingshan once again made his way to the scripture library. After the incident with Changchun Jinjuan's mirror of causality, a lingering vigilance remained in his heart. Though the minor concealing heaven's secret art was formidable, there was no guarantee that more powerful artifacts or secret arts couldn't pierce its disguise. He needed to find a more powerful secret technique that could truly conceal his true nature, preparing for his future nascent soul cultivation and even for greater crises that might arise. As a major sect, the Five Elements sect possessed a vast and boundless collection within its scripture hall. Li Qingshan immediately presented his credentials as a Golden Core guest elder and his substantial contribution points. Coupled with the great merit he had earned at Eagle Beak Gorge, he qualified for one entry into the most restricted area of the scripture hall. There, he could select one cultivation technique or secret art from among the sect's most profound treasures. This opportunity was invaluable, and Li Qingshan had no intention of letting it slip away. His divine sense swept over jade slips protected by seals, carefully reading their descriptions. The Five Elements Heaven Escape Technique, the record of illusory sea mind confusion, the void breath concealing method. A dazzling array of concealment and escape arts lay before him, including masterpieces capable of evading the detection of nascent soul cultivators. Yet none met Li Qingshan's exacting requirement to obscure the heavenly secrets. Finally, in an extremely remote, dust-covered corner, a black jade slip caught her attention. Its material was neither gold nor jade, its color dull and dark, and its edges even slightly chipped. The brief inscription beside it contained only a few words. Secret Record of Deceiving Heaven Fragment, suspected to be a remnant of ancient arcane arts. Extremely difficult to master, requiring profound insight into the laws of heaven. It is said that upon achieving perfection, one can obscure the secrets of heaven, confuse yin and yang, evade calamities, and even deceive heaven itself. However, it is severely incomplete. Choose with caution. Secret Record of Deceiving Heaven. Obfuscate heaven's will. Deceive the way of heaven. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. This is it. Though it was yet another fragment, with the in his possession, he felt no fear whatsoever. If this technique could be completed, its value would be beyond measure. Without hesitation, he paid 30,000 contribution points to claim this seemingly neglected, broken jade slip. Holding the jade tablet, Li Qingshan's eyes shone with anticipation. Next, he would return to his cave dwelling and, with the help of the, uncover the true nature of this. Then, he would plot his journey to the Spring-and-Autumn Sect to seek out that so-called opportunity to form a spirit embryo. Back at his Tianquan Peak cave residence, Li Qingshan eagerly activated the restrictions once more. He carefully placed the black jade tablet, inscribed with the fragment of the deceiving heaven secret record, into the at his waist. Though he had witnessed the transform the mundane into the miraculous countless times, each instant still filled him with anticipation and excitement, especially when confronted with a secret art that sounded utterly defiant of the heavens. The night passed without incident, filled only with anticipation flowing through his heart. The next morning, Li Qingshan slowly pulled the stopper from the gourd with a touch of nervousness. No dazzling rays of light, no spectacular phenomena, only a jade tablet, its hue now deeper and darker, as if it could absorb all light, lay quietly at the bottom of the gourd. The original cracks had vanished, leaving the jade tablet smooth and whole. Its surface pulsed with an indescribable, obscure Tao essence that seemed to warp perception. Li Qingshan drew a deep breath and plunged his divine sense into it. Boom! A colossal, overwhelming flood of profoundly obscure information instantly surged into his mind's sea. Its complexity and mystique far surpassed both the minor concealing heaven's secret art and the eternal life true art. The complete secret record of deceiving heaven. Its opening lines carried an air of defiance against the heavens and a domineering, ethereal aura of disrupting the cosmic order. The way of heaven diminishes the surplus to supplement the deficiency. Thus, the birth and death of the void, the cycle of cause and effect, all follow predetermined laws. Yet, of heaven's 50 principles, heaven manifests 49, while man seizes the one. This secret record reveals the method to seize that sliver of vitality, obscure heaven's designs, and defy fate itself. The entire secret text is divided into 3 realms. First realm, great concealment of heaven and earth.
Upon mastery, one can perfectly conceal all traces of their presence, cultivation, and origins, merging into the fabric of all creation like a drop of water into the sea, utterly untraceable.
Ordinary divination and calculation techniques cannot detect it. Even a great perfection nascent soul cultivator sweeping the area inch by inch with their divine sense would struggle to uncover any trace. Cultivation requires harnessing void energy to temper divine sense and construct heaven-deceiving spirit patterns. Second layer, severing causality. This realm is even more profound, enabling one to sever unnecessary karmic ties with the outside world. Enemies cannot track you through karmic threads, and you can even partially evade the karmic entanglements arising from acts like killing or treasure stealing. Cultivation requires profound insight into the laws of causality to condense karmic patterns. Third layer, shielding heavenly secrets. This represents the pinnacle, a feat that defies the heavens. When mastered, it allows one to partially shield against the heavenly Tao's perception, evade lightning tribulation lock-ons, and obscure celestial calculations. One can even temporarily vanish beyond the heavenly Tao's rules, securing a sliver of survival or executing defiant acts against the heavens. The cultivation method is profoundly mysterious, requiring the fusion of the true essence of multiple laws, spatial, temporal, and karmic, to condense the heaven-deceiving seal. Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes, filled with utter shock and wild elation. The depth of this deceiving heaven's secret record far surpassed his wildest expectations. Its profound mystery and immense power were utterly beyond comprehension. What rank of cultivation technique is this deceiving heaven's secret record? That the 5 Elements sect possesses such a technique is utterly inconceivable. Li Qingshan's heart trembled with awe. He couldn't even gauge the exact tier of this complete secret record, but it absolutely surpassed ordinary nascent soul-level cultivation techniques. It might even touch upon the realm of spirit transformation or beyond. To have even a secret text of this caliber restored. Rudy Gord, what kind of heaven-defying treasure are you? Could you be the legendary immortal treasure from the immortal realm? Li Qingshan stroked the smooth gourd, his heart filled with countless emotions as he speculated silently. Without it, he doubted he could even grasp the basics of this secret text, let alone cultivate. Suppressing his excitement, Li Qingshan knew that the most urgent task was to begin cultivation as soon as possible. Especially the first layer, great concealment of heaven and earth. If mastered, it would greatly enhance his safety when traveling to the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. He immediately began to comprehend the methods of the great concealment of heaven and earth. This technique required channeling the elusive void power to temper one's divine consciousness, a painful and perilous process. Yet for Li Qingshan, who had cultivated the 9 transformations golden body art and endured the agony of tempering his body with malevolent energy, it remained within his limits. Chapter 115, Encountering a Cultivator in Peril. Following the incantation's guidance, he cautiously sensed the omnipresent yet elusive void power permeating the surrounding space. Using the void energy as a hammer, he relentlessly forged and refined his divine consciousness. Within his sea of consciousness, he painstakingly sketched and condensed the profoundly mysterious heaven-deceiving spirit pattern with the power of his divine awareness. This process consumed immense mental energy and time, yet it offered tremendous benefits for the growth and mastery of his divine sense. Time seemed to stand still within the cave, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, within Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness, the deceived heaven spirit pattern, a complex formation woven from countless minute runes, finally solidified into complete form. The instant the pattern materialized, the aura surrounding him abruptly shifted. It did not vanish, but rather seemed to merge completely with the surrounding environment. He became one with the rocks beneath his feet, the flowing spiritual energy, and even the gentle breeze that swept past indistinguishable from them all. Though he sat there, he gave off a strange sensation of nothingness. The first layer of the deceived heaven's secret record, great concealment of heaven and earth, had been mastered. Li Qingshan's thoughts flickered as he attempted to simultaneously activate the minor concealment heaven's secret art. To his delight, not only did the two techniques not clash, but they produced a wondrous resonance and synergistic effect. The minor concealing heaven's secret technique excelled at concealing one's aura and mimicking fluctuations, while the deceiving heaven's secret record specialized in blending into the environment and obscuring the heaven's secrets. Combined, their effect was far more than the simple sum of their parts. Now, he was confident that even if he faced Changchun Jinjuan again, the other would detect absolutely no flaws. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. Li Qingshan could not conceal his inner joy, feeling even more assured about his journey to the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. He wasted no time, departing his cave dwelling. Without informing his sect, he quietly slipped past the 5 Elements Sect's mountain gates. Mounting an ordinary teleportation light, he flew leisurely toward the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. After leaving the 5 Elements Sect, Li Qingshan activated the minor concealment heaven's secret technique and the deceived heaven's secret record. A faint crackling sound emanated from his bones and frame as his features shifted. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a youthful appearance into that of an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, his face gaunt and austere. Simultaneously, he suppressed and disguised his exposed cultivation to the early stage of the Golden Core realm. This cultivation level would neither draw undue attention nor compromise his standing, making it ideal for traveling incognito. His journey to the Spring-and-Autumn Sect served two purposes: to seek out the elusive yet profoundly alluring opportunity for infant formation, and to gather intelligence on the 9-leaf resurrection herb and the 1,000-year pregnant infant fruit. Li Qingshan steered his teleportation light steadily, heading toward Qingzhou. The journey from Central Plains to Qingzhou was arduous. Even at the flight speed of a golden core cultivator, it would take half a month. One day, as he flew over a barren mountain range, violent fluctuations of spiritual energy and sounds of combat suddenly erupted below. Amidst the clamor, a woman's startled cries mingled with a man's furious shouts. Li Qingshan swept his divine sense over the scene below. In the valley, 5 cultivators clad in black robes, their faces concealed beneath hoods, were surrounding and attacking a man and a woman. The man wore the robes of the Danding sect, his cultivation at the early gold core stage. He wielded a cauldron-shaped magical artifact, struggling to fend off the fierce attacks of 3 mid-gold core stage demonic cultivators. He was already overwhelmed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The woman, possessing only late Foundation establishment cultivation, clung desperately to life under the assault of 2 other early gold core demon cultivators, relying solely on a ribbon-like magical artifact and several talismans. Demon cultivators hijacking the path. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed upon the weak. Such incidents were commonplace. He had no desire to meddle in others' affairs and was about to detour around them. But at that moment, a mid-golden core demon cultivator below, seemingly the leader, let out a vicious laugh. Li Qingshan. If you know what's good for you, hand over the 9-leaf resurrection herb now. Otherwise, this very spot will be where you and your sister meet your end. 9-leaf resurrection herb? Li Qingshan's body froze abruptly, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. One of the 3 primary ingredients for the infant transformation pill. The treasure he'd searched for so long without success, how could it appear here? Truly, it was lost when sought most earnestly, yet found when least expected. His mind changed instantly. This item was crucial to his infant formation breakthrough. He absolutely could not let it slip away. As he watched, Li Qingshan's alchemical cauldron treasure dimmed under the strike of a demonic blade, while his sister Lu Jiruo was grazed by a ghostly claw on her shoulder, blood streaming down. The situation was dire. Li Qingshan hesitated no longer. His form flickered, and like a ghostly apparition, he silently landed at the edge of the battlefield. Simultaneously, he deliberately released the spiritual pressure of an early golden core cultivator, his voice hoarse as he bellowed, "What demonic fiend dares commit such violence and robbery in broad daylight?" His sudden appearance startled both sides of the battle. The demon cultivator leader scanned Li Qingshan, noting he was merely an old man at the early golden core stage whose aura seemed unremarkable. He relaxed immediately, snarling, "What old fossil dares meddle in black sex affairs? Get lost if you don't want to die." A glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of the siblings Li Qingshan and Li Qingshan. They cried out urgently, "Elder, save us. These demon cultivators are trying to steal our family's precious treasure." Li Qingshan feigned deep thought before adopting a righteous demeanor. "Humph. Demonic cultivators are scourges of the world, deserving of annihilation. This old man shall intervene today." With that, he summoned a flying sword radiating brilliant light and an extraordinary aura, none other than the 3rd-tier supreme treasure, the Heavenly Expanse sword. He launched it at one of the early gold core demon cultivators attacking Lu Jiruo. Simultaneously, he flicked his sleeve, sending 2 gleaming 3rd-grade supreme golden blade talismans shooting forth. They transformed into 2 razor-sharp golden blade beams, slashing toward the other 2 early gold core demon cultivators. The 3 early gold core cultivators hadn't anticipated the old man's talismans being so formidable. In their haste, they each summoned defensive artifacts to block the attack. Boom! Boom! Though blocked, the immense power of the golden blade talismans sent shockwaves through the 3, causing their chi and blood to surge violently. They stumbled backward repeatedly, granting Lu Jiruo a moment to catch her breath. "Old fool, you're asking for death." The demonic cultivator leader, enraged by this, signaled a mid-stage gold core subordinate to engage Li Qingshan while he and another mid-stage demonic cultivator simultaneously lunged at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's expression turned solemn as he wielded the Tianxiao sword to clash head-on with the demonic cultivator leader's demonic blade. Clang! A crisp clang echoed. Li Qingshan feigned a muffled groan, his body swaying slightly as he staggered backward several steps, appearing to have suffered a minor setback. In truth, his physical constitution was formidable. Such an attack barely scratched the surface. However, he instinctively sought to conceal his true strength, unwilling to reveal too much of his power. Another mid-stage demon cultivator seized the opportunity, summoning a ghostly banner. Countless fierce souls howled as they charged toward Li Qingshan. A barely perceptible cold gleam flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. Feigning panic, he slapped his storage pouch, and a small, ancient-looking black mirror with a deep, mirrored surface flew out, none other than the 3rd-tier supreme treasure, the soul-capturing mirror. He fumbled as he aimed it at the banner. The soul-capturing mirror specialized in subduing ghostly spirits and specters, possessing unmatched power and immense strength. A grayish-white beam shot forth. The charging vengeful spirits, encountering their nemesis, let out piercing screams and instantly dissipated by more than half. The banner's spiritual glow dimmed. Chapter 116, The Lu Family of Alchemy. Damn it! You possess a third-tier supreme artifact?
The mid-golden core demon cultivator was both shocked and furious, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the artifact in Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan seized the moment, flinging 2 more top-tier third-tier fire dragon talismans. 2 ferocious fire dragons roared as they charged toward the 2 early-stage golden core demon cultivators who had been forced back by the golden blade talismans. The 2 had barely regained their footing when they were caught off guard, instantly engulfed by the fire dragons. Their protective spiritual light shattered instantly, and they let out piercing screams before turning to charcoal in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 5 demon cultivators were gone. The remaining 3 mid-golden core demon cultivators were both shocked and enraged. They never expected this seemingly ordinary old man to be so formidable, possessing numerous talismans of immense power, not to mention artifacts that countered ghost cultivation. This guy's tough. Close ranks. The demonic cultivator leader roared fiercely, and the 3 intensified their assault. Li Qingshan appeared stretched thin, struggling to hold his ground. He narrowly averted danger by deploying talismans or the soul-capturing mirror, occasionally coordinating with Li Qingshan. The battle raged on for another stick of incense. Seizing an opening, Li Qingshan feigned exhaustion, deliberately leaving himself vulnerable. A mid-stage demon cultivator seized the chance, closing in with a slashing strike. Li Qingshan hastily parried with the Tianxiao sword, but the force of the blow sent him flying backward, a trickle of blood escaping his mouth. Yet in that instant of flight, a third-tier supreme-grade wind-splitting talisman silently ignited from his sleeve. Countless invisible wind blades instantly enveloped the pursuing mid-stage demon cultivator. The demon cultivator never anticipated such a treacherous follow-up. His protective demonic aura was instantly torn apart. With a blood-curdling scream, he spewed blood from every orifice and plummeted from the sky. With that, only 2 of the 5 demon cultivators remained. The demonic cultivator leader and the other finally felt fear. This old man was utterly bizarre. He clearly didn't look strong, yet his tricks kept coming, and he used talismans like they were worthless. Retreat! The demonic cultivator leader acted decisively, feigning a move before turning to flee. The other, already trembling with fear, immediately followed suit. Where do you think you're going? Li Qingshan roared, summoning his true essence with a mighty surge. He activated the soul-capturing mirror once more, a streak of gray light freezing the mid-stage demon cultivator who had lagged behind. His body froze in place. Simultaneously, Li Qingshan seized the opportunity, channeling all his strength into the cauldron as he slammed it into the demon cultivator's back. Thud! The demon cultivator spat out a mouthful of black blood, gravely wounded. Li Qingshan seized the moment, wielding the sky-piercing sword to pursue. With a flash of blade light, he severed the demon cultivator's head, ending his life. The demon cultivator leader, however, had already transformed into a wisp of black smoke, fleeing far away and vanishing into the horizon. Li Qingshan did not pursue. Instead, he landed back on the ground, panting heavily, his face pale as if he had expended tremendous energy. Li Qingshan and Lu Jiruo, still shaken, hurried forward and bowed respectfully. Thank you, senior, for saving our lives. Had you not intervened, my brother and I would surely have fallen victim to their cruelty today. Li Qingshan waved his hand dismissively, his voice hoarse. No need for formalities. I am Zhou Yun, guest elder of the 5 Elements sect. I merely witnessed injustice. Are you disciples of the Danding sect? Why were you targeted by these demon cultivators? Li Qingshan gave a bitter smile. So it was you, Elder Zhou. I am Li Qingshan of the Danding sect, and this is my younger sister, Lu Jiruo. To be honest, we managed to bid on a 9-leaf resurrection herb at the auction in Baichao Immortal City ahead. Somehow word got out, and these demon cultivators from the Black Slaughter sect targeted us, chasing us all the way here. So it was the 9-leaf resurrection herb. Li Qingshan felt a surge of secret delight, though his expression remained impassive. 9-leaf resurrection grass? That's one of the 3 primary ingredients for refining the infant transformation pill. No wonder it attracted such covetous attention. Li Qingshan nodded, a trace of sorrow crossing his face. Precisely. My father has been stuck at the peak of the golden core stage for 100 years. We spent our entire fortune to acquire this herb, hoping to commission a sect elder to refine the infant transformation pill and help him break through to the nascent soul stage. But unexpectedly. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment before speaking. I see. Young friend Lu, if I may be so bold as to ask, might you be willing to part with this 9-leaf resurrection herb? I too have been searching for this item and am prepared to offer a generous price. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan's face immediately clouded with distress. This. Elder Zhou, it's not that I'm unwilling. It's simply that this herb is crucial to my father's cultivation path. I'm afraid I cannot comply. Li Qingshan felt a twinge of disappointment but understood the other's predicament. Li Qingshan seemed reluctant to refuse outright, especially since the man had just saved their lives. He added, Senior Zhou, you saved both our lives. By all rights, this 9-leaf resurrection herb should be yours. But since it concerns my father's cultivation path, I truly cannot part with it. However, crafting the infant transformation pill requires not just the 9-leaf resurrection herb as one of its 3 primary ingredients, but also the moon dew essence and the 1000-year pregnant infant fruit. A successful batch yields at least 3 pills. Should the elder ever locate one of the other 2 primary herbs, he may seek out my Lu family at the Danding Sect. We can then jointly request a master alchemist to conduct the furnace. Upon successful refinement, we shall certainly share 1 pill with the elder to repay today's life-saving favor. What do you think? Collaborative alchemy? This proposal stirred Li Qingshan's heart. It was indeed a sound option. Not only would he avoid forcibly seizing the other party's spiritual herbs after all, the Danding sect was immensely powerful and best not to antagonize, but it would also secure him a chance at obtaining a Huatian pill. Moreover, the Danding sect was renowned for its alchemy, and their success rate would undoubtedly be higher than if he tried to figure it out on his own. He feigned deep thought before nodding after a moment. Very well. I too have been searching for the other 2 key ingredients. Should I find them, I shall certainly visit the Danding sect to trouble you. Seeing Li Qingshan agree, Lu Chengyin breathed a sigh of relief and promptly produced a jade token engraved with a cauldron and the character Lu. He handed it to Li Qingshan. This is the guest token of my Lu family. Elder, with this token, you may seek me directly at the Danding sect. Very well, I shall accept it. Li Qingshan took the token and tucked it away. This place is no longer safe. Those demonic cultivators may summon reinforcements. You must leave immediately. Thank you, Elder Zhou. We take our leave now. We await your good news. Brother and sister Lu Chengyin offered their earnest thanks once more. After swallowing their pills and briefly regulating their breath, they mounted their teleportation light and hurriedly departed. Li Qingshan watched them vanish into the horizon, then glanced at the demon cultivator's corpse on the ground. He waved his hand to retrieve the storage pouch from the body, then flicked out several fireballs to reduce it to ashes, erasing all traces of the battle. The storage pouch's imprint vanished effortlessly under his touch. Upon closer inspection, these demon cultivators were penniless, only a few hundred mid-grade spirit stones, some elixirs, and miscellaneous trinkets. Li Qingshan couldn't care less. No wonder they resorted to robbing cultivators, they were simply too poor. Li Qingshan shook his head, stowing the items into his own storage ring before destroying the pouches. He didn't know what sect the Black Slaughter sect belonged to, but it probably wasn't a major one. He'd look into it later. The Lu family of the Danding sect? Now that's an unexpected find. He murmured to himself, his form flickering as he transformed into a streak of light once more, continuing his flight toward the Spring-Autumn Sect. Chapter 117, The 5 Element Spirits. Qingzhou, Spring-Autumn Sect. Mighty mountains towered amidst swirling mists, their ethereal grandeur unchanged. Li Qingshan, or rather, the man now presenting himself as Zhou Yun, suppressed most of his aura, maintaining his cultivation at the mid-golden core stage. He descended on teleportation light outside the mountain gates of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Gazing upon the gate before him, a hint of emotion flickered in Li Qingshan's eyes. 60 years ago, it was here that he and Area Zhou Taoyao had followed Yi Lingshuang into the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, embarking on their immortal journey. He had once believed that embarking on cultivation at 100 years old was far too late, expecting to soon turn to dust. Yet here he stood, having journeyed this far. Now, at 160 years old, he possessed a 1000-year lifespan, had reached the peak of the golden core stage, and the path to the nascent soul realm lay within his grasp. Compared to 60 years ago, it was a world apart. Regardless of any grievances he might hold against the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, it remained the starting point of his immortal path. Returning here stirred a flood of thoughts and profound emotions within Li Qingshan. The mountain guarding disciple, sensing the visitor's extraordinary bearing and the palpable, though restrained, pressure of his golden core cultivation, dared not be disrespectful. He stepped forward respectfully and inquired, "Honored predecessor, what brings you to the Spring-Autumn Sect?" Suppressing the complex emotions churning within him, Li Qingshan stroked his beard and replied in a calm voice, "I am Zhou Yun. I have an old acquaintance with your sect's elder Yi Lingshuang. I have come today specifically to pay my respects. Please announce my arrival." Upon hearing the name of Elder Yi, the disciple grew even more respectful. "Honored Elder Zhou. Please wait a moment while I make the announcement." Before long, an icy blue streak of light shot out from within the sect, landing before the mountain gate. As the glow dissipated, a figure of striking beauty and icy grace emerged, none other than Yi Lingshuang. Spotting the familiar elderly figure outside the mountain gate, her face lit up with a mix of surprise and delight. "Master Zhou. Is it truly you?" Yi Lingshuang hurried forward and bowed solemnly. Yi Lingshuang pays her respects to Master Zhou. "It has been many years, but your grace remains as radiant as ever." Li Qingshan chuckled softly, offering a light hand gesture. "Senior Yi, no need for such formalities. Old friends meeting again, why all the ceremony? After emerging from seclusion, I saw your communication talisman and came specifically to keep our appointment. I hope I'm not intruding?" "Master Alchemist, you speak too humbly. I am overjoyed by your visit, how could it be an intrusion?" Yi Lingshuang's voice brimmed with genuine joy and gratitude.
Had it not been for your generous gift of the golden core pill back then, I doubt I'd be standing here today. This kindness remains forever etched in my heart. Please, follow me into the sect for a chat. Yi Lingshuang personally guided Li Qingshan into the Spring-Autumn Sect, flying all the way to her cave residence atop Purple Bamboo Peak. The cave residence was elegantly furnished, brimming with spiritual energy, a setting that perfectly matched her refined demeanor. No sooner had they seated themselves and been served spiritual tea than a voice, slightly urgent yet tinged with delight, sounded outside the cave. "Senior Sister Yi. I heard that Master Zhou, the Venerable Zhou, has arrived?" Before the words had fully faded, a female cultivator dressed in pale yellow robes, with a lovely face and lively eyes, hurriedly entered. It was Zhou Taoyao. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Li Qingshan seated before her. She immediately bowed deeply with utmost respect. "Taoyao greets Senior Alchemist Zhou. Thank you for bestowing the elixir upon me all those years ago." Li Qingshan gazed at Zhou Taoyao before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The little girl area from back then had now become a cultivator at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. She stood tall and graceful, her cultivation solid, her eyes brimming with vitality and spirit. His gaze then fell upon Yi Lingshuang, standing nearby with her cool demeanor yet warm eyes. Time seemed to flow backward, transporting him back to the day they had brought him into the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Good, good. Rise, please." Li Qingshan's voice carried a barely perceptible note of satisfaction and emotion. "After so many years apart, you've both made breakthroughs. Excellent, truly excellent. Taoyao has formed her golden core as well. How delightful and congratulatory." Yi Lingshuang smiled faintly. The girl has proven herself worthy. She hasn't disappointed the expectations of her or the golden cultivated. Zhou Taoyao gave an embarrassed smile beside her, yet her eyes continued to observe Li Qingshan with a mix of curiosity and respect. After exchanging pleasantries about recent events, Yi Lingshuang's expression turned solemn. She rose once more and bowed deeply to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan feigned surprise. "Senior Yi, what is the reason for this?" Yi Lingshuang replied earnestly, "This bow serves two purposes. First, to once again express my gratitude for the golden core you bestowed upon me all those years ago. Second, Lingshuang has stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity one wish to share with the alchemist, one that requires your assistance." "Oh? A tremendous opportunity? Could it be the nascent soul opportunity mentioned in your message talisman?" A sharp gleam flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes as he slowly replied, "Elder Yi, please speak freely." Yi Lingshuang did not respond directly but instead asked, "Master Zhou, with your vast knowledge, have you ever heard of the five element spirits?" Li Qingshan's heart stirred, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face as he slowly nodded. "Five element spirits? This old man has certainly heard of them. The spirit of Yi Wood, the spirit of Gung Metal, the spirit of Bing Fire, the spirit of Kuei Water, and the spirit of Wu Earth. These are the five element spirits born from the womb of heaven and earth. They contain the purest and most refined primordial five element source power, making them exceedingly rare and impossible to seek out. It is said that using such spirits as the essence for condensing the nascent soul far surpasses ordinary spiritual treasures. They can increase the success rate of nascent soul formation by as much as 30%, making them one of the world's most supreme nascent soul formation essences, in no way inferior to the nascent soul transformation pill." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingshuang's eyes flashed with excitement. Clapping her hands, she exclaimed, "Master Alchemist, your knowledge is truly vast. That is precisely the item I seek." She drew a deep breath, lowered her voice, and cast a sound-blocking barrier before continuing, "I won't hide this from you, Alchemist. About 20 years ago, while traveling, I stumbled upon an ancient secret realm. Deep within that realm, I discovered a peculiar five-element spirit spring. Within that spring, mature five-element spirits were being nurtured. And it seemed there was more than one." Li Qingshan feigned appropriate astonishment. "Such a thing exists? Five-element spirits nurtured simultaneously, requiring the very sight of a five-element spirit spring. This is nothing short of defying the laws of heaven and earth. Elder Yi truly possesses profound blessings." Yi Lingshuang gave a bitter smile. "Blessings are blessings, but they also bring immense trials. Beyond that five-element spirit spring lies an ancient, immensely powerful formation. With my strength alone, I cannot break through it. Even approaching it is exceedingly difficult. Over these past 20 years, as my cultivation has grown, I have attempted it several times, but each attempt ended in failure. This matter is of immense importance, and I have never mentioned it to anyone. Even Taoyao only vaguely knows I gained an opportunity, without understanding the specifics." Her gaze fixed intently on Li Qingshan, her tone utterly sincere. "Alchemist, you have done me a great favor. Your cultivation is profound, and you are a master of hidden depths. After much deliberation, Lingshuang believes only you, Master Alchemist, can assist me. You are someone I trust, and you possess the ability to lend me a hand. Therefore, I wish to invite you, Master Alchemist, to journey with me to that secret realm and seek the five-element spirit together. Should we succeed, we shall divide the spirit equally enough to aid us both in forming our nascent souls." Li Qingshan pondered, his fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop as if weighing his options. Zhou Taoyao listened intently, her heart racing. She couldn't help but interject, "Senior sister, isn't it too dangerous? The 5 element spirits aren't that easy to capture.
Her primary concern was for Li Qingshan, but she also worried about this benefactor.
Chapter 118, Li Yun's Grand Birthday Celebration.
Li Qingshan glanced at Zhou Taoyao, her gaze unwavering.
Opportunity lies in peril. How many prodigies have been trapped at the nascent soul stage? Hope is before us now, how can we abandon it out of fear?
Besides, with Master Zhou's assistance, our chances of success will greatly increase. Though she saw that the Li Qingshan before her was only at the mid-golden core stage, for some inexplicable reason, Yi Lingshuang felt an inexplicable trust in him. Li Qingshan lifted his head, meeting Yi Lingshuang's eyes filled with expectation and trust. Slowly, he nodded.
Very well. The 5 elements spirit is indeed worth this gamble. Since Elder Yi trusts me, I shall accompany you on this journey.
Yi Lingshuang beamed with delight.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Master Zhou. Li Qingshan waved his hand dismissively.
No need for thanks.
This is a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Where is this secret realm? When shall we depart?
Yi Lingshuang replied, the secret realm lies deep within the Black Wind Mountains at the border between Central State and Qing State.
Its location is extremely hidden.
Opening it requires specific timing and preparations to navigate the ancient formations. By my calculations, the optimal time for entry will be roughly 2 years from now.
Black Wind Mountains, 2 years.
Li Qingshan pondered briefly before nodding in agreement.
Agreed. Let's set it for 2 years hence. We'll rendezvous at the Black Wind Mountains at that time.
Agreed.
It's settled. Yi Lingshuang nodded solemnly.
I'll draw up a detailed map of the exact rendezvous point for you shortly. With the crucial matter settled, the atmosphere within the cave dwelling grew even more harmonious. After chatting idly for a while longer, Li Qingshan rose to take his leave, explaining he still needed to travel and attend to matters before they could meet again in 2 years. Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao personally escorted Li Qingshan to the gates of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, watching until his teleportation light vanished into the horizon. Senior Sister Yi, although Senior Zhou is trustworthy, I fear the 3 of us alone may struggle to break through the array protecting that secret realm.
Zhou Taoyao spoke slowly. It is indeed difficult.
But you should know how precious a nascent soul opportunity is. This matter must not be revealed to anyone, not even the sect. Yi Lingshuang replied deliberately. A resolute gleam flickered in her eyes. She recalled what Chang Chunjinjuan had told her 20 years ago, if she failed to cultivate her nascent soul within 100 years, she would have to marry.
But achieving infant formation was no simple feat.
The infant transformation pill was exceedingly rare, and the myriad heavenly treasures and rare herbs were mere legends.
Finding the 5 elements spirit was already a tremendous stroke of luck.
She had to seize this opportunity. Only by breaking through to the nascent soul stage can I truly control my own destiny.
Yi Lingshuang thought to herself. Senior sister, I will definitely help you. Zhou Taoyao declared earnestly.
Yi Lingshuang smiled as she ruffled Zhou Taoyao's hair. Watching Li Qingshan's departing figure, a trace of confusion flickered in her eyes. This Master Zhou has been exceptionally kind to us, but why? There's no such thing as unconditional kindness in this world.
Perhaps there's something hidden behind it. And I can't shake the feeling that his back looks strangely familiar. Senior sister, you feel it too? I've long sensed something familiar about Master Zhou. That feeling, it's just like Grandfather Qingshan back then. Zhou Taoyao's eyes lit up as she hurriedly chimed in. Li Qingshan? Yi Lingshuang shook her head.
Li Qingshan vanished over 50 years ago. Though he possessed a heavenly spirit root, his lifespan likely exhausted, and he perished.
How could it be him? Yes, how could it be Grandpa Qingshan?
Master Zhou is the kindest person to me after Grandpa Qingshan.
Zhou Taoyao said, her voice tinged with sadness.
Despite her years on the path of cultivation, she still possessed a childlike innocence, the very reason her cultivation progressed so rapidly. Yet she had long witnessed the treacherous schemes and fickle loyalties of the cultivation world. Precisely because of this, the warmth of her youth and Master Zhou's special affection held such profound meaning to her.
Enough, stop dwelling on it. Over the next 2 years, let's gather more treasures for breaking formations and strive to obtain the 5 element spirits. Yi Lingshuang offered a faint smile.
All right. Though Grandfather Qingshan is gone, his descendants should still be alive. Now that I have the strength, I can protect his descendants.
Senior Sister Yi, I want to go out and explore. Zhou Taoyao spoke slowly. All right. Traveling is fine.
Your mind is pure, and your cultivation progresses rapidly. But in the path of cultivation, there must be both tension and relaxation.
Appropriate travel is very important. Yi Lingshuang agreed.
After traveling some distance from the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, Li Qingshan glanced back at the sect shrouded in mist, his thoughts churning.
The 5 element spirit, truly an unexpected blessing.
With the infant transformation pill already within reach, now I have another opportunity to obtain the 5 element spirit. Combining the 5 element spirit with the infant transformation pill could raise my chances of forming an infant to over 90%. Li Qingshan thought to himself, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. He had already reached the peak of the golden core stage. The next step was to consider forming his infant. Celestial Spirit Root increases infant formation success rate by 30%. The infant transformation pill increases the infant formation success rate by 30%. If he could obtain a 5-element spirit, that would add another 30% to his chances. A 90% chance of forming the infant was more than enough to take the plunge. After all, most cultivators attempting the nascent soul stage rely solely on nascent soul pills. Take Qingshan, for instance. Despite his extraordinary talent and success in refining the infant transformation pill, he ultimately failed to form his infant and perished, his cultivation path extinguished. 2 years remain. First, I must visit my grandson Li Yun, wonder how he fares now? Then I'll journey to the Dan-Ding sect to see if we can collaborate with the Lu family on refining the infant transformation pill. Li Qingshan thought to himself. He transformed into a streak of light, streaking toward the capital city of Yin Kingdom. In the capital, the Li residence was adorned with festive lanterns and bustling with guests. Today marked the 80th birthday of former Chancellor Li Yun. Yanjing's dignitaries, aristocratic disciples, and prominent merchants all flocked to the Li residence to celebrate. Outside the gates, carriages and horses formed an unbroken stream. Inside, the air was filled with the clamor of music and revelry, servants bustling about like a swarm. It was indeed the spectacle befitting a family of noble lineage, steeped in poetry and ritual, a household where bells rang and bronze cauldrons sizzled. Li Qingshan, disguised as a scholar in a blue robe, blended into the crowd with his unremarkable appearance and restrained demeanor as he entered the mansion with the celebrants. His gaze swept calmly over the lavish scene, finally settling upon an elderly man dressed in splendid robes within the courtyard. 80-year-old Li Yun, his hair and beard entirely white, remained remarkably vigorous and alert, his complexion rosy. Cradling a delicate, porcelain-skinned infant, he greeted the guests with a warm smile. The frail figure of the young scholar who had buried himself in books 60 years ago in Peach Blossom Village gradually overlapped with, then gradually separated from, the dignified, silver-haired old chancellor before him. 60 years passed, like a dream. 100 banquet tables were set, with Li Yun seated at the head. Though 80 years old, he was still vigorous and robust, his complexion rosy, and the faint traces of his former handsome features still visible in his eyes and brows. In his arms sat a child of 2 or 3, a little angel with large, dark eyes peering curiously at the bustling scene around him. This was his newest grandson, Li Qingshan. Li Yun gazed at his grandson, his face radiating a contented and gentle smile as he savored the joy of family life with his children and grandchildren gathered around him. Li Qingshan quietly took a seat in a corner, pouring himself a drink and sipping it alone. His gaze lingered on Li Yun and the child in his arms, unmoving for a long while. He saw clearly that the infant possessed an extraordinary bone structure, with a faint inner radiance hinting at a spiritual root. Though not exceptional, it had already crossed the first threshold between mortal and immortal realms. Watching the contented smile on Li Yun's aged face as he gently played with his grandson, Li Qingshan raised his cup and slowly drained it. The wine was sweet and mellow, yet he tasted a hint of the bitterness of time. Chapter 119, The Paths of Mortals and Immortals Diverge. Recognize him? Tell him your grandfather is alive and has ascended to the path of immortality as a golden core cultivator? Awaken his yearning? To make him realize that all this wealth and glory, this house full of children and grandchildren, is nothing but fleeting clouds? To stir up turmoil in his peaceful old age? Moreover, this place remains within the Spring-and-Autumn Sect sphere of influence. Unresolved ties bind me to Zhang Yuzhen and even that enigmatic Changchun true lord. A single thread of attachment could become a death warrant. The paths of mortals and immortals diverge. This is no empty saying. Better to cherish memories than meet again. Li Qingshan set down his wine cup, smoothed his robes, and walked slowly toward the seat of honor. The surrounding guests, sensing his calm demeanor, instinctively made way for him, though they did not recognize his face. Reaching Li Yun, Li Qingshan bowed with clasped hands, his voice even. Hearing of the minister's 80th birthday, I came to offer my congratulations. May the minister enjoy longevity, health, and prosperity, as enduring as the evergreen pines and cypresses. Li Yun looked up. Though unfamiliar, the man possessed an extraordinary presence. He smiled and returned the bow. Your kindness, sir, is more than I deserve. Forgive my poor eyesight, but may I ask your name? A humble hermit of the mountains, my name is of little consequence, Li Qingshan replied with a faint smile, his gaze settling on Li Qingshan. What a bright and spirited child. Minister Li is truly blessed. At the mention of his beloved grandson, Li Yun's smile broadened. He lifted the child slightly higher. To receive this young grandson in my twilight years brings me profound comfort. Li Qingshan extended his hand, his fingertips lightly brushing Li Yun's arm as if by accident. A thread of pure, gentle Changchun magical power silently flowed into his body. Though subtle, this energy contained the essence of vitality sufficient to purge hidden ailments, nourish his body, and ensure he lived 100 years free of illness and disaster, passing away peacefully in his old age. Then, his fingers touched Xiao Li Xingwen's forehead with the utmost naturalness. An even more subtle thread of Changchun energy slipped quietly into the child's body. This energy would unblock his meridians, nurture his nascent spiritual root, and enhance his bone and tendon constitution. It would quietly lay a stepping stone for any future divine connection he might encounter. As a descendant of the Li family and an heir to Li Qingshan's lineage, Li Qingshan possessed the qualifications to embark upon the path to immortality. Li Qingshan would naturally not be stingy in bestowing such blessings. All this occurred in the blink of an eye. How could mortal eyes perceive it? Li Yun merely felt a faint warmth on his arm, as if a spring breeze had brushed past. His entire body felt inexplicably lighter, which he attributed to his pleasant mood. The little grandson in his arms merely blinked, showing no unusual reaction. This child possesses clear and bright features. He will surely be a prodigy in learning. Perhaps fate will grant him the opportunity to glimpse another realm entirely. Li Qingshan spoke with profound meaning, then bowed once more. The birthday banquet is lively. I must not linger. Farewell for now. Though Li Yun found the man's words and actions somewhat abrupt, the festive atmosphere of the birthday celebration kept him from dwelling on it. He merely smiled and nodded. Thank you for your kind words, sir. Li Qingshan turned and swiftly blended into the stream of guests, vanishing from sight. Stepping outside the Li residence gates, the sunlight was warm and bright, and the bustling clamor of the marketplace washed over him. Li Qingshan glanced back at the gilded plaque and the imposing mansion gates, then turned without a second thought. With a single stride, he was already several paces away. A few more steps later, he vanished into the bustling crowd. Inside the mansion, the birthday banquet was in full swing, filled with constant laughter and cheer. None knew that a fleeting divine connection had just quietly descended and silently departed. Li Yun cradled his grandson, basking in the well wishes of the crowd and savoring the wealth and family reunion before him. He felt unusually light on his feet today, his spirits soaring. On the long street, Li Qingshan walked alone. Behind him lay the vast expanse of mortal life, a world of smoke and fire. Before him stretched the endless path to immortality, shrouded in misty clouds. Between mortal and immortal realms lay not only differences in cultivation, but also vast spans of time and utterly divergent destinies. This covert assistance had fulfilled a worldly connection, leaving a sliver of immortal opportunity. For him, for Li Yun, and for that young child, perhaps this was the best possible outcome. A gentle breeze swept past, lifting the hem of his robe. His figure gradually faded, as if he had never appeared in this bustling imperial capital. Li Mansion. The birthday banquet was in full swing. Melodious music filled the air as guests clinked cups and exchanged toasts amid laughter and lively chatter. Suddenly, a pure and ethereal aura descended upon the Li residence without warning, like moonlight spilling down, instantly drowning out all the clamor. The room brightened as if illuminated, and a woman had appeared in the hall, her presence unknown to anyone until that moment. She wore a sky-blue gown adorned with cloud patterns, her figure graceful and her beauty peerless. A faint halo seemed to flow around her, her ethereal and otherworldly aura making her appear like a celestial maiden who had strayed into the mortal realm. Merely standing there, she made the hall's brocades and jeweled splendor pale in comparison. After a brief, deathly silence, someone cried out in awe, "An immortal!" The assembled guests snapped out of their daze, rising from their seats in a flurry of panic and awe. They knelt on the floor, voices trembling with reverence. "We pay homage to the divine being." Even Li Yun's three sons, prominent ministers of the court, scrambled to rise, preparing to perform the full ceremonial bow. Li Yun's heart pounded violently. Supported by his sons and grandsons, he rose to approach her. But then, the ethereal woman's gaze settled on him, and she smiled radiantly. Her voice, like clear spring water striking jade, carried a long-lost hint of her hometown accent. "Brother Li Yun, after all these years, could it be you no longer recognize Area from Peach Blossom Village?" Struck as if by lightning, Li Yun snapped his head up, staring in disbelief at the face before him, a face of unparalleled beauty, eternally youthful. The memory of the little girl with braided pigtails and bright, dark eyes, the one who always followed him and his grandfather around listening to stories, struggled to merge with the image of this peerlessly elegant, naturally dignified goddess before him. Area? Is it really you?" Li Yun's voice trembled, his cloudy old eyes brimming with immense astonishment and an indescribably complex emotion. He gazed at her flawless face, radiant as an 18-year-old maiden, then instinctively touched his own wrinkled, aged, and sagging cheek. A flood of emotions washed over him. He stood frozen in place, utterly speechless. The divide between mortal and immortal, the blade of time, felt so cruel and starkly evident in that moment. A fleeting, almost imperceptible sigh passed through Zhou Taoyao's eyes as she spoke softly. "It's me, Brother Li Yun. This place is noisy. Might we step aside to talk?" Li Yun snapped back to reality, nodding hastily. Under the envious and astonished gazes of the entire hall, he led Zhou Taoyao toward the inner chambers. Wherever they passed, the crowd bowed their heads in reverence, none daring to gaze upon the divine countenance. Simultaneously, countless guests felt overwhelming envy. None had imagined Li Yun could be connected to the legendary celestial being. Could it be that the Li family's divine destiny had finally arrived? In the exquisitely quiet inner hall, only the two of them remained. Zhou Taoyao cast a simple sound-blocking barrier, shielding them from the outside commotion. "I never imagined I would see an old friend again in this lifetime." Li Yun gazed at Zhou Taoyao, still finding it hard to believe. With deep emotion, he said, You've truly become an immortal now." Zhou Taoyao smiled faintly, yet her expression held a hint of wistfulness. "It was mere coincidence.
Brother Li Yun, how have you fared all these years? I've been quite well. A life of wealth and honor, though without immortal fortune, it's been peaceful and free from want. Li Yun laughed with open-hearted ease. That truly is wonderful. Zhou Taoyao nodded, then asked, all these years, have you seen Grandfather Qingshan?
Her tone grew somber at the mention of Li Qingshan.
Li Yun's expression darkened as he sighed, 50 years. I've almost forgotten what grandfather looks like. 60 years ago, when I heard you and grandfather had entered the immortal realm, I was filled with excitement. Yet I never imagined I'd go all these years without seeing him again. Perhaps he passed away long ago. Zhou Taoyao nodded. Grandfather Qingshan possessed a heavenly spirit-rooted genius for cultivating immortality. But alas, he didn't embark on the immortal path until he was 100. It was too late. Otherwise, his cultivation level today might even surpass mine.
Mentioning Li Qingshan filled both Li Yun and Zhou Taoyao with deep sorrow. For both of them, Li Qingshan was the most important person in their lives. Even after all these years apart, he remained deeply etched in their hearts.
Chapter 120, A Startling Conjecture. Area, I remember now.
About 50 years ago, shortly after I became the top scholar, I met grandfather at the mansion. He was vigorous and alert then, with a youthful face and snow-white hair, looking much like a legendary immortal.
He left me some elixirs before departing.
Li Yun suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Zhou Taoyao's previously melancholy expression abruptly sharpened, her delicate brows furrowing slightly.
50-odd years ago? Resembling an immortal? Over 50 years ago? That was precisely when Grandfather Qingshan left the Spring-and-Autumn Sect to undertake a mission. Did he come to Yanjing City to see Li Yun back then? Could Li Yun know Grandfather Qingshan's whereabouts? Zhou Taoyao pondered silently. Then, as if recalling events from half a century ago, she asked earnestly, Li Yun, what exactly did Grandfather Qingshan tell you when he met you over 50 years ago? Tell me everything, every detail. Li Yun pondered for a moment before replying. Grandfather said I carried demonic energy and asked who I'd been in contact with. I told him about the state preceptor. A few days later, the Grand Preceptor's residence burned down, and he was killed. Later, immortals from the Spring-and-Autumn Sect came to investigate. They claimed the Grand Preceptor was a spy for the demon cult, but they never discovered who killed him. The matter was left unsolved. Zhou Taoyao's heart jolted violently, as if recalling something. She nodded and said, I know about this. Because the one who came to investigate was my senior sister, Yi Lingshuang. She said the attacker must have been a Foundation establishment cultivator. Could it be? Area, are you saying my grandfather killed the Grand Preceptor? Li Yun's heart pounded violently as he spoke in disbelief. Zhou Taoyao spoke slowly, not necessarily. But, it's possible. After all, Grandfather Qingshan learned from you that you'd been tainted by demonic energy. Given his protective nature, it'd be strange if he didn't seek revenge on the Grand Preceptor. Plus, the Grand Preceptor's death was too convenient. There's no such thing as that kind of coincidence in this world. Area, I've learned a bit about the immortal way. Foundation establishment cultivators are said to live over 200 years. If Grandpa really is at that stage and killed the Grand Preceptor, doesn't that mean he could still be alive? Li Yun's eyes flashed with excitement and a glimmer of hope. It's possible. But, over 50 years ago, Grandpa Qingshan had only been practicing for a few years. How could he have broken through to Foundation establishment? It couldn't be him. Zhou Taoyao's mind was in turmoil. Instinctively, she felt it couldn't be true, yet a sliver of hope lingered. What if? What if it really was Li Qingshan? Hearing Zhou Taoyao's words, Li Yun's bright eyes dimmed. He shook his head with a bitter smile. It was indeed wishful thinking. At his age, how could grandfather have possibly killed the state master, let alone live to see this day? He was overthinking it after all. Yeah. Just then, the chubby little hands of the infant in Li Yun's arms reached out toward Zhou Taoyao, accompanied by a babyish coo. The child showed no fear of strangers, gazing curiously at Zhou Taoyao. Zhou Taoyao temporarily suppressed her inner shock and suspicion. Her gaze fell upon the child, and she let out a soft "oh." A flicker of delight passed through her beautiful eyes. She extended her delicate jade-like fingers, gently resting them on Li Xingwen's wrist as a thread of gentle spiritual energy probed inward. Moments later, a genuine smile blossomed on her face. Brother Li Yun, congratulations. Xingwen possesses a spiritual root, a mid-grade one at that. This is truly rare talent for cultivating immortality. What? A mid-grade, spiritual root? Li Yun was both shocked and delighted. Having risen to the position of chancellor, he knew quite a bit about cultivation. He understood that possessing a spiritual root was essential for cultivating immortality. A mid-grade spiritual root was already considered excellent potential, qualifying one to become an outer disciple of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. That's correct. Zhou Taoyao nodded firmly, her tone earnest. Ensure the child cultivates diligently and does not neglect his foundational cultivation. In 10 years, once his foundation is solid, I shall come personally to guide him into cultivation at my Danxia peak. Li Yun was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his aged face. He was about to kneel. Area, no, divine being. Thank you for your kindness. My Li family. Zhou Taoyao quickly steadied him. Brother Li Yun, there's no need for such formalities. We are old acquaintances, this is simply fate. The moment she grasped Li Yun's arm and earlier, when she had probed Li Qingshan's body, that lingering sensation of an extraordinarily pure, vibrant, and familiar yet overwhelmingly powerful magical energy surged back into her awareness. This was far beyond what an ordinary cultivator could possess. Such purity and depth, brimming with vibrant life force, it belonged to at least a late Foundation establishment cultivator, or even a golden core cultivator. How could a mundane family repeatedly receive covert assistance from cultivators? And it bore the distinct aura of Changchun. It was well known that only cultivators of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect could wield such eternal spring energy. Recalling her earlier suspicions, a thought flashed through her mind like lightning, making her heart race. Besides Li Qingshan, who else would be so devoted to Li Yun and Li Xingwen, sparing no expense of pure cultivation essence to extend their lifespans and refine their marrow? Could it really be grandfather Qingshan? Zhou Taoyao's heart was filled with shock and speculation. What if he hadn't died all those years ago? What if he had successfully built his foundation, or even formed his core? Then this magical power. Zhou Taoyao forced down the storm raging within her heart, her expression unreadable as she casually inquired, Brother Li Yun, did anyone unusual approach you and Xingwen earlier? I sense a gentle energy within your bodies, likely left by a cultivator, which greatly benefits the body. Li Yun froze, struggling to recall. He shook his head. Special person? There were so many guests today. Oh, at the birthday banquet earlier, there was an unfamiliar scholar in green robes who came to offer congratulations. He praised Xingwen a few times and seemed to touch Xingwen and me, but nothing particularly unusual. He hadn't thought much of it at the time. A tidal wave of shock surged through Zhou Taoyao's heart. It was him. It had to be him. Grandfather Li Qingshan was likely still alive. And his cultivation had reached an astonishing realm. He had returned, secretly visited his descendants, and left behind protection. Overwhelming joy and excitement filled her heart, yet she knew this matter was of immense importance. Since grandfather Li Qingshan had chosen to conceal his identity, there must be profound reasons behind it. She must not reveal it now and bring him unnecessary trouble. So she forced herself to remain calm, offering a faint smile. Perhaps some benevolent elder passing by casually created this karmic connection. It's a blessing. She pressed no further. From her storage pouch, she retrieved several bottles of pills suitable for mortals to nourish their bodies, some low-grade spirit stones, and a few protective talismans, handing them to Li Yun. These pills will strengthen your body. Wearing the spirit stones close to your skin will also be beneficial. The talismans will protect you in times of danger. Keep them well and use them wisely. She instructed him carefully, I shall never forget our 10-year pact. I must take my leave now. Li Yun was overcome with gratitude, bowing repeatedly in thanks. Zhou Taoyao gazed deeply at Li Xingwen in Li Yun's arms, then scanned the deep courtyards of the Li residence. It seemed as though she was trying to peer through the layers of roof tiles, searching for the faint, mist-shrouded silhouette of an old acquaintance. Finally, she transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring skyward until she vanished into the clouds. Only after traveling far from the Li residence did Zhou Taoyao slowly halt her flight. Gazing toward the direction of the Spring and Autumn Gate, her heart still surged with unquenchable emotion. Grandfather Qingshan. Is it truly you? You're still alive. How wonderful. How utterly wonderful. She murmured to herself, her eyes flickering with a mix of joy and complexity. Since you've returned, why not reveal yourself to me? She resolved that upon returning to the sect, she would discreetly inquire. If Li Qingshan was indeed alive, he must have left some trace behind. Chapter 121, The Black Slaughter Sect. Li Yun's grandson possesses a spiritual root. But I cannot reveal my identity now, this is still the Spring-Autumn Sect's territory. Changchun True Lord remains a threat. Above the void, Li Qingshan transformed into a streak of light, streaking toward the direction of the Danding sect, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. The nascent soul stage. Only when I condense my nascent soul and enter that realm will I truly possess the power to protect myself. Then, I can guide the child onto the path of immortality. Since a descendant of the Li family possesses a spiritual root, perhaps we have a chance to establish a cultivator clan. Li Qingshan thought to himself. The desire to break through to the nascent soul stage grew ever more intense. The eastern waste stretched boundlessly, encompassing 9 great regions. Qingzhou was dominated by the Spring and Autumn Sect, while Zhangzhou was ruled by the Five Elements Sect. The Danding Sect held sway over Jingzhou, reigning supreme there. Li Qingshan rode his teleportation light, soaring through the sea of clouds en route to Jingzhou. Below, majestic mountains and rivers stretched out, with clouds churning beneath his feet. Yet his mind was too preoccupied to appreciate the view, focused solely on reaching the Danding sect swiftly to attempt refining the infant transformation pill together with the Lu family. However, as he soared over a barren mountain range, spatial ripples erupted simultaneously ahead and behind him. 2 overwhelming auras abruptly materialized, ghostly figures blocking his path and sealing off his retreat. Both arrivals wore loose black robes embroidered with fierce demonic patterns on their sleeves. Their faces were concealed beneath hoods, revealing only cold, bloodthirsty eyes. One blocked his path ahead, emanating an aura vast as the sea of smoke, clearly a grand perfection golden core cultivator. The other blocked the rear, his malevolent aura piercing the heavens, a late-stage golden core cultivator as well. Oomph. Boy, you dare kill our Black Slaughter Sect disciples and still strut about in broad daylight? Your audacity knows no bounds. The voice of the golden core grand perfection cultivator ahead was harsh and grating, like metal scraping, thick with murderous intent. Today, I shall annihilate both your body and soul to serve as a warning to others. Li Qingshan's heart sank, yet his expression remained impassive. Black Slaughter Sect? I seem to have no connection with your sect. What slaughter are you speaking of? Have you two mistaken me for someone else? He was filled with confusion. When he had rescued the Lu siblings earlier, he had killed those 5 Black Slaughter cult members. Could they have been summoned so quickly? He had assumed those 5 were mere bandits preying on cultivators. But now it seemed the Black Slaughter Sect possessed formidable strength? But where in the eastern wastes did the Black Slaughter Sect come from? Mistaken? The late-stage golden core cultivator behind him sneered coldly. The Black Slaughter soul imprint planted on your body by our sect's dying disciple is clear as day even from 100 li away. You dare to argue? Hand over your life. Before the words had even faded, the late-stage golden core cultivator had already struck. He clearly had no desire for further words, unleashing a killing move from the start. A colossal black ghostly claw, condensed from pure malevolent energy, materialized out of thin air. It obscured the sky and blocked out the sun, carrying terrifying power capable of corroding souls and tearing apart space. It descended toward Li Qingshan with a crushing blow. Its overwhelming might far surpassed that of an ordinary late-stage golden core cultivator. Simultaneously, the late-stage golden core cultivator behind him summoned a white bone banner. Its surface fluttered, unleashing countless shrieking specters that coalesced into a barrier of ghostly shadows. This completely sealed off Li Qingshan's retreat while emitting incessant, soul-disturbing wails. Their seamless coordination revealed a clear intent to strike with lethal precision. Facing such peril, a cold gleam flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. Since peaceful resolution was impossible, he would carve a bloody path through them. He shed all pretense. With a thought, an ancient-looking long sword abruptly materialized in his hand. The blade appeared ordinary, yet it held a hidden, chaotic energy. Where the guard met the hilt, thunder seemed to be born and die, causing the surrounding space to warp and tremble slightly. This was his long-cherished life-bound treasure, the Eternal Judgment Sword. Sword of Eternal Judgment, go! Li Qingshan roared, channeling his boundless eternal true energy into the sword without reserve. Hum! The Eternal Life Judgment Sword emitted a clear, resonant ring. Upon its blade, silver spatial runes and purple thunder patterns ignited simultaneously, their radiance intertwining. Without earth-shattering fanfare, a single, supremely condensed chaos sword chi seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens and earth flashed by in an instant. Where the sword aura passed, space was silently sliced open like thin paper, revealing a slender black fissure. The colossal ghost claw, seemingly imbued with boundless power, melted and disintegrated instantly upon contact with the sword aura, like ice under the scorching sun. Even its primordial malevolent energy was utterly purified and annihilated by the threads of thunder clinging to it. What? Impossible. The golden core grand perfection cultivator's pupils abruptly contracted, his face betraying utter horror for the first time. From that seemingly insignificant sword aura, he sensed a deadly threat, a terrifying attack capable of endangering even a nascent soul cultivator. Damn it! The fellow before him was merely at the mid-golden core stage. How could he possibly wield such a terrifying treasure? He roared wildly, spitting out a mouthful of his lifeblood essence at any cost to activate his last-ditch life-saving trump card, a black bone shield engraved with 9 ghostly heads. A third-tier supreme treasure, the 9 Ghosts Slaughter Shield. The bone shield swelled in the wind. The 9 ghost heads seemed to come alive, emitting shrill howls as they spewed forth a thick, ink-like aura of evil energy, forming a protective barrier that shielded him completely. This 9 Ghost Slaughter Shield was a rare find, possessing formidable defensive power. He had once used it to directly block a casual strike from an early nascent soul cultivator, sustaining only minor injuries. Yet, against the Eternal Life Judgment Sword, a fatal strike infused with spatial disintegration and chaotic divine thunder, all defenses proved utterly futile. Swoosh! The Eternal Sword Chi sliced through the seemingly impenetrable aura shield without resistance, cutting through the high-grade 9 Ghosts' evil shield as easily as a hot knife through butter. A perfectly smooth gash appeared at the shield's center. Its spiritual blow dimmed completely, and with a mournful wail, it was cleaved cleanly in two. The sword aura continued its relentless charge, streaking past the body of the golden core grand perfection cultivator in an instant, under his despairing and unwilling gaze. His movements froze abruptly. His protective aura, formidable physique, and even the golden core within his body were utterly destroyed and obliterated in that single instant by the sword intent, imbued with spatial power and the thunder of annihilation. A powerful late-stage golden core cultivator vanished without even a scream, his spirit and form obliterated, reduced to ashes that scattered into the void. All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye. The man behind him, a late-stage golden core cultivator, saw the savage grin freeze on his face, replaced by boundless terror and utter disbelief. He watched helplessly as his far more powerful companion was instantly slain by a single sword strike, his soul shattered and scattered. Dare to kill an elder of the Black Slaughter Sect? The sect leader won't let you off. You're dead. Terrified out of his wits, he spun to flee by burning his essence blood, his voice trembling with feigned bravado. But once Li Qingshan had struck, would he leave any survivors? The Eternal Judgment Sword emitted another faint hum. A slender spatial blade, dancing with purple lightning, shot forward with astonishing speed, instantly catching up to the late-stage golden core cultivator who had fled less than 100 zhang away. No! The piercing scream abruptly ended. Both his body and soul were cleaved clean in two by the Eternal Judgment Sword, his life extinguished and his cultivation destroyed. Chapter 122, Black Slaughter Soul Imprint. Above the cloud sea, tranquility instantly returned, as if the brief yet breathtaking battle had never occurred. Li Qingshan's face was slightly pale. Continuously channeling the Eternal Judgment Sword to unleash its fatal strike had taken a tremendous toll on him. After all, this was a top-tier 4th-tier artifact. Yet its effect was utterly astonishing. Even a cultivator at the peak of the golden core stage could not withstand a single strike from it, falling slain by a single sword blow. The power of this Eternal Judgment Sword is truly terrifying. Li Qingshan thought to himself, his eyes brimming with delight. A single Eternal Judgment Sword could instantly slay a cultivator at the peak of the golden core stage. If one day he were to simultaneously wield all 36 Eternal Judgment Swords, how terrifying would that power be? He swiftly waved his hand, retrieving the storage pouches left behind by the two men and the shattered remains of the 9 Ghosts shield that had been cleaved apart. Simultaneously, his powerful divine sense swept over the surroundings like mercury spilling across the ground. After confirming no further ambushes remained, he immediately activated his teleportation technique. Transforming into a faint, flickering streak of light, he sped away from the location at maximum speed. While fleeing at breakneck speed, he inspected the 2 storage pouches. Sure enough, within one of the bags, he discovered a black iron token carved with a ferocious demonic head. Engraved on its reverse were 5 ancient characters: Enforcement Elder of the Black Fiend Sect. Enforcement Elder? Li Qingshan's heart sank. A peak gold core cultivator, yet merely an Enforcement Elder? Then the leader of this black sect must be a nascent soul true lord? Among the 8 great powers of the Eastern Wastes, no one had ever heard of any black sect. This sect operated with sinister cruelty, wielding perverse techniques and brimming with elite practitioners, yet remained obscure. It was highly likely they hailed from another great domain beyond the Eastern Wastes. What alarmed him even more was how precisely they had located him. He was certain he had handled the rescue of Lu Changyin and his sister with utmost thoroughness. He searched meticulously and finally found the answer in another bone slip inscribed with the Black Sutra cultivation technique. It turned out that the core disciples of the Black Cult practiced a unique cultivation technique. When one was slain, a faint wisp of black chi would silently cling to the killer's body in their final moments, forming a black soul imprint. This mark was nearly impossible to detect by ordinary means. Only those who practiced the Black Slaughter Sutra themselves, and possessed profound cultivation, could sense this Black Slaughter soul mark from a certain distance. So that's how it is. Li Qingshan realized that those two hadn't specifically ambushed him. They were likely just nearby by chance, sensed the mark on him, and impulsively decided to intercept him. This brought him slight relief, but the danger remained. Unless this soul mark was removed, it would likely attract even stronger masters from the Black Sect in the future. According to the appendix of the Black Sutra, this soul mark was exceptionally stubborn and deeply concealed. Ordinary purification and detoxification spells were utterly ineffective. Only the most pure and intense Yang True Fire, continuously applied through intense burning, could completely refine and expel it. Supreme Yang True Fire. Li Qingshan's gaze shifted toward Jingzhou, his eyes sharpening. The Danding sect dominates the Eastern Wastes through alchemy and artifact forging. They must have collected and cultivated all manner of powerful celestial flames within their sect, perhaps even possessing the legendary True Yang Fire. It seems this journey has gained another reason I absolutely must go. He drew a deep breath, channeling his immortal essence to accelerate by another third. Transforming into a streak of light tearing through the sky, he swiftly teleported toward the Danding sect. He must reach the Danding sect swiftly and eliminate this Black Slaughter soul imprint, this festering sore clinging to his bones. Half a month later. Jingzhou, at the mountain gates of the Danding sect. Li Qingshan gazed into the distance, where towering immortal peaks pierced the clouds ahead, a sight far beyond the grandeur of ordinary sects. Among the peaks, pavilions, towers, palaces, and pagodas clung to the slopes in dense rows, shimmering with radiant light. Most peculiar of all, fire attribute spiritual energy pulsed with extraordinary intensity throughout the entire sect's domain. The air itself warped slightly from the intense heat. Countless veins of subterranean fire, some bright, some dim, seeped from the mountain's depths, coalescing into a faint crimson mist visible to the naked eye. This mist swirled and billowed, casting a soft, rosy glow upon the sky. What a formidable Danding sect! Truly worthy of its reputation as the foremost authority in alchemy and artifact forging in the Eastern Wastes. Its profound foundations and majestic grandeur far surpass those of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, and it holds its own against even the Five Elements Sect. Li Qingshan silently praised them, then suppressed his aura, maintaining his cultivation at the mid-golden core stage. He transformed into an ordinary streak of light, landing on the vast plaza before the mountain gates. The plaza was paved with crimson flame jade, radiating warmth like fire. At its center stood a colossal cauldron sculpture, 100 zhang tall. Within it, an eternal spirit flame seemed to burn, emanating an immense, oppressive aura. Cultivators of all kinds came in an unending stream to pay respects, seek elixirs, and trade, moving in orderly fashion. Li Qingshan presented the Lu family's token of recognition to the Mountain Gate disciple and stated, "Please announce my arrival. I am Zhou Yun, guest elder of the Five Elements Sect, here to visit fellow Taoist Lu Qingshan." The disciple, recognizing the token's significance and noting Li Qingshan's golden core cultivation, treated him with utmost respect. He respectfully accepted the token and swiftly activated a communication talisman. Within moments, 2 streaks of hasty teleportation light shot out from the mountain gates. Upon landing, they revealed the figures of siblings Lu Qingshan and Lu Jiruo. Upon seeing Li Qingshan, their faces lit up with a mix of surprise and delight. "Senior Zhou, is it truly you?" Lu Qingshan hurried forward, bowing deeply with evident emotion. "The life-saving grace you bestowed that day, Qingshan and my sister shall never forget. We had assumed you were wandering the world, unsure when we might meet again. Never did we expect you to personally visit the Danding sect." Lu Jiao followed closely behind, bowing respectfully, her face radiant with gratitude. "Senior Zhou, words cannot express our gratitude. Since you have come today, we must offer you the hospitality of hosts." Li Qingshan smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities, fellow cultivators. That day was merely a small gesture. I have come today with a request of my own. Senior, you speak too highly of us. Your matter is our matter. Please, come inside." Lu Qingshan promptly stepped aside to usher him in, his attitude brimming with warmth. Guided by the Lu siblings, Li Qingshan passed through the imposing mountain gates and formally entered the inner sanctum of the Danding sect. Upon entering the sect, the intense and pure essence of fire spirit energy washed over him. Everywhere, geothermal vents channeled earthfire, atop which various alchemy furnaces and forging hearths were set. Disciples either controlled flames to refine elixirs or hammered materials into shape, creating a scene of bustling prosperity. The air carried faint medicinal scents and the distinctive aroma of molten metal. Occasionally, vast illusory alchemy furnaces materialized among the mountains, spewing multicolored alchemical clouds. From the forging halls came the clanging of hammers, stirring the earth's fires into thunderous roars. In the sky, diverse flying artifacts and cauldron-shaped airships crisscrossed the heavens. Disciples wore varied robes, most adorned with patterns of alchemical flames or forging cauldrons. Each bore an air of confidence and composure befitting the sacred land of alchemy and weaponry. Along the way, disciples of the Alchemy Cauldron sect bowed respectfully upon seeing the Lu siblings, a clear indication of their high standing within the sect. As they walked, Lu Qingshan proudly introduced Li Qingshan to the various important halls of the Danding sect. Upon reaching a guest courtyard area with a serene atmosphere and more exquisite furnishings, Lu Qingshan arranged for Li Qingshan to rest briefly. Chapter 123, Lu Kuan. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment before turning to Lu Qingshan. "Fellow Taoist Lu," he said, "you once mentioned that if I could locate one of the 3 primary ingredients for the infant transformation pill, the Lu family could collaborate with your sect. You suggested enlisting your alchemy masters to jointly refine the pill. Does that offer still stand?" At these words, Lu Qingshan's eyes suddenly brightened and his breathing quickened slightly. "Senior, are you implying that you have found one of the primary ingredients?" She knew full well how scarce and precious those 3 primary ingredients were. Any one of them could drive golden core cultivators mad. Li Qingshan nodded, flipping his palm to reveal a smooth jade bottle in his hand. The bottle's mouth opened slightly, releasing a cool, water-like essence that carried the vast, luminous energy of the moon. The scent instantly filled the air, causing the active fire chi around them to fall silent. "This is Moonlight Spirit Dew," Li Qingshan stated calmly. "Moonlight Spirit Dew. It really is Moonlight Spirit Dew." Lu Qingshan nearly leapt with excitement, his face aglow with fervor. "Wonderful. To be honest, Senior, our Lu family has poured every effort into gathering the other 2 primary ingredients, 9-leaf resurrection grass and 1000-year pregnant infant fruit over the years. Only this most elusive Moonlight Spirit Dew remained. You are truly a benefactor to our Lu family." He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "Please follow me, Senior. This is of utmost importance and must be reported to my father immediately." Lu Qingshan led Li Qingshan through several layers of protective barriers, arriving at a grand hall. Surrounded by powerful earth fire veins, the temperature was scorching, yet the hall itself was adorned with an ancient and dignified grandeur. This was the very heart of the Danding sect's forging hall. Inside, a middle-aged man bearing a faint resemblance to Lu Qingshan clad in crimson robes, his aura as solid as mountains examined a nearly completed magical artifact array disc.
Surrounded by surging magical power, he was unmistakably a grand cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core stage, none other than the current head of the Lu family and grand elder of the Danding Sect's artifact forging hall, Lu Kuan. Father! Lu Changyin hurried forward and swiftly explained the situation in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Kuan's eyes flashed with sharp brilliance. Setting aside the array disc, he shot a lightning-like glance at Li Qingshan before bowing solemnly with clasped hands. Fellow Taoist Zhou, my son and daughter owe you a debt of gratitude for your rescue. This kindness is deeply etched in my heart. His tone was sincere, brimming with gratitude. The siblings, Lu Chengyin and Lu Zhirua, had gone searching for the 9-leaf resurrection herb for him. Had Li Qingshan not intervened, not only would the herb have been stolen, but both children would have lost their lives. As the future hopes of the Lu family, Lu Chengyin and Lu Zhirua were truly precious to Lu Kuan. His gratitude was therefore entirely genuine. Li Qingshan returned the courtesy, saying, "Senior brother Lu, you're too kind. It was merely a matter of being in the right place at the right time. Our 5-element sect and the Danding sect are like branches of the same tree naturally, we couldn't stand idly by." Well said. Yet regardless, this life-saving debt must be repaid by our Lu family. Elder Zhou, please stay at the Danding sect with peace of mind, so our Lu family may fulfill our duties as hosts. Lu Kuan said earnestly. Having saved Lu Changyin and Lu Zhirua, Li Qingshan did not immediately exploit his debt of gratitude by seizing the 9-leaf resurrection herb. This demonstrated his integrity. Lu Kuan could never forget this kindness. Elder Lu, you're too kind. My visit to the Danding sect is primarily to discuss a matter requiring your assistance. Li Qingshan smiled indifferently as a jade bottle appeared in his palm. Lu Kuan straightened up, his gaze fixed intently on the jade bottle in Li Qingshan's hand. My son mentioned that you wish to collaborate with me in refining the infant nurturing pill. Is this the moonlight spirit dew? Indeed. Li Qingshan nodded and handed over the jade bottle. Lu Kuan accepted it cautiously, scrutinizing it for a moment before his face finally broke into an uncontrollable smile. Excellent. Such pure moonlight spirit dew. And the quantity is sufficient. With this, the 3 primary ingredients for the infant transformation pill are complete. He looked at Li Qingshan, his expression solemn. Taoist Zhou, I, Lu Kuan, stand by my word. Since you have presented the moonlight spirit dew, the Lu family will honor our promise. I shall personally invite the Hall Master of the Alchemy Hall, my close friend and a Golden Core Grand Perfection Master of the Alchemy Arts, to personally oversee the refinement. Regardless of how many pills are ultimately produced, one shall belong to you, Taoist friend. Li Qingshan felt reassured and bowed his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Elder Lu. I have one more request. Might I observe the alchemy process? I too have long been fascinated by the art of alchemy. Lu Kuan pondered briefly before readily agreeing. Since you have such refined interests, it is certainly permissible. When the Hall Master is refining, I shall arrange a quiet chamber nearby for you to observe. Just remember the process is critical, do not disturb it. Of course, I understand. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. Additionally, I have another request to make. Li Qingshan spoke up. Lu Kuan replied, please proceed, fellow Taoist. It's like this. When I rescued fellow Taoist Lu Chengyin, I killed several cultivators from the Black Sect. On my way to the Danding Sect, I was ambushed by a Golden Core cultivator from the Black Sect. It took great effort to turn the tables and kill him. Later I learned that those who slay black cult members bear a black soul mark upon their bodies. This mark requires supreme yang true fire to purify. I wonder if the Danding Sect possesses such fire to aid me in cleansing this black soul mark. Li Qingshan recounted the ambush by the black cult when he arrived at the 5 Elements sect. He deliberately omitted the cultivation levels of those 2 black sect elders and concealed the matter of his life-bound artifact. Black sect? Lu Kuan's brow furrowed, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Elder Zhou may not be aware, but the black cult is a mysterious force that has been lurking in the eastern wastes these past few years. It's a demonic sect, seemingly connected to the Heavenly Demon sect and the Yin Luo sect. Their leader is a nascent soul cultivator. Over the years, they've targeted disciples from our 5 major sects repeatedly. Recently, we've been formulating a plan to wipe them out completely. I see. Li Qingshan nodded. This black sect truly had an extraordinary background. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Zhou. You bore the black slaughter soul mark to save my children. My Lu family bears full responsibility for this matter. The Danding sect possesses the supreme yang true fire. Once I make the necessary arrangements, I shall take you to refine the black slaughter soul mark. What do you say? Lu Kuan said. Then I'll leave it to you, Elder Lu. Li Qingshan nodded his thanks. With the matter settled, Lu Kuan acted with lightning speed, immediately heading to the alchemy hall to discuss the arrangements. Li Qingshan, meanwhile, was temporarily lodged in the VIP guest quarters of the refining hall by the Lu siblings, awaiting further news. Standing at the guest room window, gazing out at the swirling earth fires and bustling activity within the Danding sect, Li Qingshan's gaze grew profound. The matter of the infant transformation pill was finally settled. Once Lu Kuan completed his arrangements and used the Dan Ding sect's supreme young true fire to refine the Black Sao imprint, Li Qingshan would finally be free of all lingering concerns. Obtaining the infant transformation pill and meeting Yiling Xuan's deadline should be about the same time. Once I find the 5 elements spirit, that will be the moment I break through to the infant core stage. Li Qingshan thought to himself, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Chapter 124, Pure Yang Glass Fire. 3 days later, Lu Kuan personally arrived at the guest quarters, smiling as he addressed Li Qingshan. Daoist Zhou, everything has been arranged. The hall master of the pill hall, Crimson Flame True Lord, has agreed. Today, he will guide you to the location of the pure Yang Glass Fire to purge that Black Sao imprint. Li Qingshan perked up, rising to his feet. Thank you for your efforts, Elder Lu. The two departed the artifact forging hall, boarding the sect's exclusive flying artifact. They soared toward a colossal peak deep within the Dan Ding sect, a towering massif seemingly carved from crimson crystal. The closer they drew, the purer and more intense the fiery essence in the air became, carrying an aura of radiant righteousness that seemed to purify all things and incinerate all evil. At the peak of the mountain stood a magnificent crimson palace, its plaque bearing 3 ancient characters in bold calligraphy. Alchemy Hall. Mist swirled around the palace, yet these were not mere vapors, they were dense clouds of fire spirit essence, thick enough to take tangible form, pulsing with an energy so potent it made one's heart race. Stepping inside the hall, the temperature felt pleasantly comfortable, yet an invisible, oppressive aura of authority permeated the space, weighing heavily on the spirit. The disciples inside bowed respectfully upon seeing Lu Kuan, their eyes darting curiously toward Li Qingshan following behind. Lu Kuan led Li Qingshan straight to a tranquil alchemy chamber at the rear of the main hall, where 2 attendants already waited at the entrance. Senior brother Lu, the Grandmaster awaits inside, the attendants said respectfully. Lu Kuan nodded to Li Qingshan, and the two pushed open the door. The alchemy chamber was spacious and unadorned. Instead of a central alchemy furnace, a flame the size of a human head, translucent and pure as crystal, yet radiating boundless light and heat, floated in midair, pulsing gently. The space around the flame warped slightly, yet its radiance was not blinding. Instead, it conveyed a sense of warmth, majesty, and sacredness. Beside the flame stood an elderly man clad in crimson Taoist robes. His hair and beard were snow white, yet his complexion was rosy and healthy, like that of an infant. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His aura was profound as the ocean, perfectly fused with the fiery essence permeating the surrounding heavens and earth, as if he were an integral part of the flame itself. He was none other than the hall master of the alchemy hall at the Dan Ding sect, the Crimson Flame True Lord. Sensing his cultivation at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, Li Qingshan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Lu Kuan greets the hall master. Lu Kuan stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Though he himself was the head of the artifact forging hall, his cultivation had only reached the peak of the golden core stage. Thus, he too had to perform the disciples' salute before the Crimson Flame True Lord. Li Qingshan followed suit, offering a junior's greeting. Zhou Yun, guest elder of the 5 Elements sect, pays his respects to True Lord Crimson Flame. True Lord Crimson Flame's gaze rested gently upon Li Qingshan. He gave a slight nod, his voice aged yet resonant. Young friend Zhou, no need for such formalities. You saved a disciple of this sect and aided the Lu family in gathering the primary ingredient for the infant transformation pill. Both in reason and in gratitude, this old man owes you thanks. Lu Kuan must have informed you already. This pure Yang Glass Fire is one of the foundational pillars of our Dan Ding sect, ranked 273rd on the Celestial True Fires list. It is never casually revealed to outsiders, let alone lent for use. He paused briefly before continuing. However, the Black Slaughter soul imprint upon you resulted from saving our sect's disciple. How could our Dan Ding sect stand idly by? Today, we shall make an exception. You may draw a wisp of this fire seed here to refine the soul imprint. Remember, draw only one strand. Do not covet more, and never attempt to touch the flame's source itself. Otherwise, even as a golden core cultivator, you will be reduced to ashes in an instant, your soul and spirit utterly annihilated. Li Qingshan felt the solemn gravity in True Lord Crimson Flame's words and the terrifying power emanating from the pure Yang Glass Fire, a force that made even his golden core tremble. His heart grew cold with dread. He immediately bowed deeply. This junior understands. Thank you, True Lord, for your kindness. This favor shall be forever engraved in my heart. He raised his gaze toward the flame, pure as crystal glass, and his heart trembled with awe beyond measure. This was the heavenly true fire. Its power was boundless, containing the supreme yang and ultimate force of the laws of nature. It could burn mountains and boil seas, refine all things truly worthy of being the Dan Ding sect's treasured artifact. He could even sense that if this flame unleashed its full might, even a nascent soul cultivator might struggle to withstand it. Simultaneously, a thought involuntarily surfaced. The lower volume of the Dan Ding True Scripture in his mind seemed to contain records of supreme methods for communicating with, drawing in, and even preliminarily refining the heaven and earth true fire. What if? The thought barely formed before he forcibly suppressed it. The man before him was a genuine nascent soul True Lord. To covet the sect's supreme treasure in front of such a figure was tantamount to courting death.
Moreover, the Danding sect had treated him with sincerity, and Li Qingshan was no ungrateful soul. True Lord Crimson Flame seemed oblivious to Li Qingshan's fleeting inner turmoil, merely nodding indifferently. Very well then. Step forward and sit cross-legged upon the mat 3 zhang before the flames. Proceed with your method to draw the fire and refine the seal. Old man and Lu Kuan shall stand guard here for you. Yes. Li Qingshan stepped forward as instructed, sat cross-legged on the designated cushion, and gathered his mind. Following the secret techniques recorded in the Black Slaughter Sutra, he began circulating his magical power, cautiously communicating with the vast, sun-like pure young crystal fire before him. His mind focused, his spirit guarded, he sought only to draw a single thread of its power, daring not to overstep in the slightest. As if sensing his intent in that faint trace of black energy, the pure yang glass fire flickered slightly. A flame as fine as a hair, yet crystalline and translucent like a glass thread, separated from the mass and drifted slowly toward Li Qingshan. Though slender, the flame contained such supreme yang energy and power to incinerate evil that Li Qingshan felt a searing pain on his skin. He wasted no time, immediately guiding the strand of pure yang glass fire to encircle his body. Sizzle. A faint sound, like cold water dripping into hot oil, echoed. Li Qingshan instantly sensed that the deeply concealed, cold, and stubborn black aura clinging to the depths of his soul met its nemesis in this supreme yang flame. In an instant, it melted and evaporated like ice and snow, transforming into a wisp of faint black smoke. It was then completely purified by the pure yang fire, vanishing without a trace. The entire process took but a few breaths. With the complete vanishing of the black soul imprint, Li Qingshan felt an immense lightness wash over him, as if an invisible shackle had been cast off. His soul felt clear and unburdened, and the circulation of his magical power seemed smoother and more fluid. He slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply as a flicker of delight crossed his gaze. The hidden threat that had troubled him for days was finally resolved. He carefully controlled the nearly depleted pure yang flame, reverently returning it to its source. Rising to his feet, Li Qingshan bowed deeply once more to Crimson Flame True Lord and Lu Kuan. The soul mark is gone. Thank you, True Lord. Thank you, Elder Lu. True Lord Crimson Flame stroked his beard with a smile. Very well. With the hidden threat gone, young friend, you may now wait with peace of mind for the infant transformation pill to be forged. Lu Kuan also smiled. Taoist Zhou, please return to the guest quarters to rest first. Once preparations for the alchemy are complete, I shall notify you immediately. Li Qingshan nodded his thanks, casting one last glance at the quietly burning mass of pure yang glass fire seemingly imbued with the ultimate truths of heaven and earth before suppressing the last ripple of emotion within his heart. He turned and followed Lu Kuan out of the alchemy hall. Months later, deep within the alchemy hall, a core alchemy chamber had been established. It tapped into the most potent earth-fire spirit vein and was layered with intricate restrictions, its atmosphere solemn and reverent. The Crimson Flame True Lord's beard and hair stirred without wind, his entire body enveloped in a faint crimson aura. This aura resonated with the ancient energy emanating from the central 8 Desolations Gathering Flame Cauldron, a towering vessel over 10 feet high, engraved with countless profound runes and radiating an ancient aura. The 8 Desolations Gathering Flame Cauldron before him was the Alchemy Hall's most treasured artifact, a top-tier 4th-grade magical treasure. The True Lord of Crimson Flame's formidable nascent soul stage divine sense meticulously controlled every minute change within the cauldron. Li Qingshan sat quietly in a specially designated observation chamber beside the alchemy room. Through a massive crystal wall, he watched every movement of the Crimson Flame True Lord with rapt attention. Though he himself was a 3rd-tier superior alchemist, he had mostly relied on the alchemy cauldron scripture to learn through trial and error. When had he ever had the chance to witness a 4th-tier alchemy master personally crafting a top-tier pill like the infant transformation pill? Chapter 125, The Infant Transformation Pill is Ours. True Lord Crimson Flame's techniques flowed like clouds drifting and water flowing, at times as swift as a sudden storm. He channeled wave after wave of fire-controlling spirit incantations, stirring the earth's fire and the pure yang crystal fire into intricate, shifting patterns. At other times, he moved with the gentle grace of spring rain, meticulously adding rare primary and auxiliary ingredients: 9-leaf resurrection grass, 1000-year infant nurturing fruit, and the moonlight spirit dew provided by Li Qingshan, each with perfect timing, precise measurements, and masterful technique. Li Qingshan watched in rapt fascination. Many obscure and difficult-to-grasp points he had encountered during his own alchemy practice suddenly became crystal clear. The 4th-tier Grandmaster's alchemical philosophy, mastery of fire control, and techniques for refining elixirs proved immensely beneficial to him. It felt as though a door to a new world had opened, and his alchemical cultivation soared silently and rapidly. The alchemy process was exceedingly lengthy and mentally taxing. The infant transformation pill was a miraculous elixir that harnessed the essence of heaven and earth, its refinement process incredibly intricate, requiring a total of 81 days. Throughout those 81 days, the alchemy cauldron periodically erupted with thunderous claps and flashes of lightning, or radiated with countless beams of rosy light, displaying a myriad of extraordinary phenomena. True Lord Crimson Flame remained seated like a bell, his expression solemn, daring not to slacken for even a moment. Li Qingshan never left the quiet chamber, wholly focused on observing and comprehending. Finally, at noon on the 81st day, The alchemy cauldron suddenly shook violently.
A dazzling radiance poured through the cracks in its lid, and an indescribably wondrous elixir fragrance instantly filled the entire alchemy chamber. It even penetrated the protective barriers, causing the celestial and terrestrial chi outside to ripple slightly. As the fragrance entered his body, Li Qingshan felt his golden core stir with renewed vitality, and the bottleneck of his nascent soul cultivation seemed to loosen.
Open.
The crimson flame True Lord abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze blazing with intensity. His hands formed the final incantation to capture thee, then he slammed his palm against the cauldron's body. Hum! The cauldron lid shot skyward, and 5 streaks of light, seemingly possessed of sentience, shot out from within. The crimson flame True Lord was ready. With a sweeping gesture, a smooth jade bottle flew out, its mouth generating a powerful suction. 3 streaks of light were smoothly captured within the bottle. The remaining 2, however, dimmed in brilliance, hesitating slightly in midair before threatening to fall. True Lord Crimson Flame sighed softly, then swept his sleeve to gather those 2 dim streaks of light as well. The strange phenomena within the alchemy chamber gradually subsided. A trace of fatigue lingered on the True Lord of Crimson Flame's face, yet it was overshadowed by an unmistakable glow of delight. He opened the jade purification bottle, and 3 pills the size of Longdon fruits appeared in his palm. They were perfectly round and flawless, their surfaces adorned with natural cloud patterns, radiating immense energy and profound Taoist essence. These were the infant transformation pills. The other 2 pills, however, were dull gray in color, irregularly shaped, and radiated chaotic spiritual energy. Failed pills, utterly ruined. 3 pills succeeded. Ha! I've fulfilled my mission. True Lord Crimson Flame laughed heartily, clearly pleased with the outcome. The success rate for the infant transformation pill was extremely low. Achieving 3 was already an extraordinary feat. Lu Kuan, who had been waiting outside, now rushed in excitedly. Seeing the 3 infant transformation pills radiating vibrant spiritual light, his joy was evident. Congratulations, Palace Master, on your successful alchemy. Li Qingshan emerged from the quiet chamber. Though his expression remained composed, the intense glow in his eyes betrayed his inner excitement. True Lord Crimson Flame took 2 infant transformation pills, placed them into separate jade bottles, and handed them to Lu Kuan and Li Qingshan respectively. As agreed, these 2 infant transformation pills belong to the Lu family and young friend Zhou. I shall take one as my reward. Thank you, Lord Chamberlain. Lu Kuan and Li Qingshan bowed in unison, accepting the jade bottles with the utmost care, as if cradling priceless treasures. Li Qingshan fought the urge to inspect them immediately, yet his gaze casually swept over the 2 discarded pills in True Lord Crimson Flame's hand. His face betrayed just the right amount of regret and longing. He stepped forward, bowing respectfully once more to the Crimson Flame True Lord. His tone was sincere, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Your alchemy skills, True Lord, are beyond comprehension. Having observed you for 81 days, I have gained lifelong insights. My gratitude knows no bounds. However, this junior is utterly captivated by the path of alchemy. Though these 2 failed pills are useless, their materials are top tier, and the traces of medicinal power and Tao essence within them seem still discernible. Might the True Lord consider bestowing these 2 failed pills upon this junior? This junior is willing to purchase them with spirit stones. I wish to take them back for careful study. Perhaps I might glean some insight from them, serving as a warning to myself to avoid unnecessary detours in future alchemy endeavors. Upon hearing this, True Lord Crimson Flame glanced at the 2 failed pills in his hand, then at Li Qingshan's eager expression, and couldn't help but smile. They were merely failed pills, of no use to him. Since Zhou Yun was so eager to learn, there was no harm in giving them to him. Heh, young friend, such a thirst for knowledge is truly rare. Take them. No need to mention spirit stones. May they prove beneficial to you. True Lord Crimson Flame laughed heartily as he handed over the 2 defective pills. Thank you, True Lord. Gratitude lit up Li Qingshan's face as he respectfully accepted the pills with both hands, carefully storing them in a separate jade box as if they were genuine treasures worthy of study. Yet deep within his lowered eyes, an uncontrollable flash of wild delight flickered. A single infant transformation pill. Combined with these 2 defective pills, once enhanced by thee, he would obtain 3 supreme infant transformation pills. Li Qingshan could almost see the 3 supreme infant transformation pills beckoning to him. With 3 supreme infant transformation pills, the path to the nascent soul realm was now within his grasp. It was a certainty, beyond any doubt. He drew a deep breath, suppressing all his excitement, and once again expressed his sincere gratitude to True Lord Crimson Flame and Lu Kuan. Then, citing the need to quietly contemplate the insights gained from this observation, he took his leave and returned to the guest quarters. The moment he reached the guest quarters, he activated all the protective barriers and eagerly retrieved the jade bottle and box containing the infant transformation pills and the defective pills. His gaze first fell upon the jade box holding the defective pills, a faint smile curving his lips. Now, he murmured, comes the moment to witness the miracle. Li Qingshan carefully placed both defective pills and 1 intact infant transformation pill into his. The next day, as the first light of dawn broke, seated cross-legged in the guest courtyard's quiet chamber, Li Qingshan struggled to fully calm his mind. He drew a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the plain, unassuming yellow skin gourd at his waist.
He cautiously extended his divine sense into the moment he entered, an indescribable, colossal medicinal power mixed with profoundly mysterious Tao essence surged toward him, clearing his mind and soul. Within the gourd space, 3 pills floated silently, radiating a dazzling brilliance that made one's heart race, illuminating the entire interior of the gourd. Li Qingshan's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Suppressing his excitement, he moved his divine sense slightly and retrieved the 3 pills one by one. The first to land in his palm was the refined infant pill, transformed from the finished infant pill concocted by Crimson Flame Immortal. The pill was the size of a longan, perfectly round and flawless, displaying a deep, dark purple hue that seemed to contain the vastness of the starry sky. Upon its surface, for golden patterns clear and intricate, intertwined with profound markings flowed like living entities, emanating an aura of perfection, power, and vastness that stirred the laws of heaven and earth. The sheer potency and purity of its medicinal power far exceeded Li Qingshan's imagination. Merely holding it in his hand caused his golden core within to stir with excitement, and the bottleneck of his nascent soul cultivation to begin loosening. 4 patterns. A flawless, supreme infant transforming pill. Li Qingshan's voice trembled slightly as ecstatic light flared in his eyes. An infant forming pill could increase the chances of forming a nascent soul by 30%, while a supreme great infant forming pill could boost those chances by at least 40%. However, supreme infant forming pills were exceedingly rare. Even a 5th-tier alchemist at the spirit transformation realm couldn't guarantee they could refine one. Immediately after, the other 2 infant transformation pills, refined from discarded pills, landed in his other hand. These 2 pills were slightly smaller in size, sharing the same dark purple hue but a shade lighter. Their surfaces also bore 3 golden patterns, yet the speed of their flow and the Tao essence they contained were noticeably weaker than that of the supreme great pill. Nevertheless, the medicinal power they emitted remained exceptionally pure, far surpassing the inferior great infant transformation pill crafted by true immortal Crimson Flame. Their potency roughly equaled half that of the supreme great infant transformation pill. Chapter 126, The Golden Wind Cicada Awakens. Though not as perfect as a 4-pattern pill, it is still a rare supreme quality. Its medicinal potency is far purer than any low-grade pill could ever hope to match. After careful appraisal, Li Qingshan reached his conclusion. These 2 infant transformation pills were considered semi-superior, their value equally incalculable and precious beyond measure. 3 pills in hand, 2 semi-superior, 1 complete superior. Li Qingshan slowly clenched his fist, feeling the colossal power emanating from the 3 pills in his palm, power sufficient to drive any golden core cultivator mad. The tension that had been constantly straining his nerves finally relaxed completely. The wish-granting gourd has never disappointed me, he murmured to himself, his voice brimming with emotion and gratitude. This heaven-defying artifact had repeatedly turned the tide for him, paving his path forward. He carefully placed each of the 3 infant transformation pills into a specially crafted jade bottle, sealing them with multiple layers of restrictions before solemnly storing them in the deepest recesses of his storage ring. Now, everything was ready, all that remained was the final push. The 5 elements spirits. Li Qingshan's gaze drifted toward the window, his eyes growing deep and sharp. Next, I must wait over a year before journeying to the Black Wind Mountains to meet Yiling Shuang and seek the 5 elements spirit. Once I obtain the 5 elements spirit, it will be time for me to enter seclusion and break through to the nascent soul stage. He could almost see the gates of the nascent soul Tao slowly opening before him. Suppressing his inner excitement, he closed his eyes once more, resuming meditation to regulate his breath and completely calm the ripples in his mind stirred by the overwhelming joy. The secret realm Yiling Shuang mentioned is protected by ancient formations. Before heading there, I must find some treasures capable of breaking formations. At the same time, I need to acquire some 4th-tier spirit talismans, especially disposable magical artifacts like thunder seeds and life-saving items like the true symbol of teleportation. Li Qingshan thought to himself. Since it was a secret realm, one could never predict what dangers might lurk within. Thorough preparation was essential. He especially needed to stockpile more trump cards to counter nascent soul cultivators. Li Qingshan hadn't forgotten being ambushed by the twin fiends of impermanence nor being threatened by Changchunjinjuan. The most powerful artifact in my possession is undoubtedly the Eternal Life Judgment Sword, a top-tier 4th-tier artifact. Unfortunately, I struggle to fully activate all 36 blades. A single Eternal Life Judgment Sword should allow me to stand against an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Beyond that, I possess a 9 Heavens Thunder Control True Symbol, a top-tier 4th-grade spirit symbol. If fully activated, it could at least annihilate a nascent soul early-stage cultivator. Li Qingshan assessed the treasures in his possession. The most precious, of course, was the Without it, Li Qingshan would never have been able to step onto the path of immortality at the age of 100 and reach his current realm. He even suspected the might be a legendary immortal treasure. Besides the wish-granting gourd, there was the purple gold gourd obtained from the mystic heaven realm. The purple gold gourd, once placed in the ancestral hall to suppress demonic entities, remained a treasure beyond Li Qingshan's ability to refine even now. He surmised that only upon reaching the nascent soul stage might he unlock the secrets of the purple gold gourd. Li Qingshan had a strong premonition that the purple gold gourd was no ordinary artifact. It was undoubtedly a top-tier, devastating weapon. In his possession was also the 4th-tier supreme spiritual treasure, the heaven-burning furnace. By his careful tally, the treasures in his possession were more than sufficient to contend with a nascent soul stage elder. Yet, being cautious by nature, he preferred to strategize before acting and disliked challenging foes far beyond his current level. He simply wished to cultivate steadily, pursuing the legendary path to immortality. Just then, Li Qingshan felt a sudden stir within his heart. A faint yet distinctly familiar, intimate fluctuation emanated from the This aura. Is it the Golden Wind Cicada? Has the Golden Wind Cicada awakened? A surge of delight instantly flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. He immediately focused his mind, sending a strand of divine sense eagerly probing into the. In a corner of the gourd space, the Golden Wind Cicada lay motionless atop a drop of 1,000-year-old spiritual milk it hadn't yet fully absorbed. Its form was exquisitely perfect, its wings as thin as cicada wings naturally adorned with intricate and profound patterns. A heart-stopping aura of sharpness and coldness emanated from its entire body. It had grown significantly since birth, its entire body radiating brilliant golden light and emanating an aura of extreme ferocity. The intensity of this aura was so overwhelming that even Li Qingshan, a cultivator at the peak of the golden core stage, felt a faint stinging in his soul and his spiritual senses went into frantic alarm. After decades of slumber, it has finally awakened. And this aura has already reached the peak of the 3rd tier? Li Qingshan was both shocked and delighted. Ranked 32nd on the celestial insect list, the Golden Wind Cicada was notorious for its ferocity. In its mature form, its chirping could directly assault one's soul, leaving no defense. Its wing beats unleashed bone-corroding, soul-melting golden winds. Its flight was lightning fast, capable of piercing protective spiritual light and artifact barriers. It was the nightmare of countless cultivators. Yet this Golden Wind Cicada before him, after decades of nurturing by Li Qingshan and enhancement by Di, had finally awakened from its slumber, now possessing the terrifying strength of a peak 3rd-tier being. It seemed but a step away from the 4th-tier, a realm capable of threatening even nascent soul true lords. Li Qingshan's thoughts flickered as he carefully extracted the tiny golden cicada, cradling it in his palm. The Golden Wind Cicada stirred slightly in his palm, lazily lifting its tiny head. Its compound eyes flickered with a faint golden glow as it looked at Li Qingshan. The next moment, its wings fluttered ever so slightly. Buzz! Before Li Qingshan could even comprehend what had happened, his palm felt suddenly light. The Golden Wind Cicada had vanished. Almost in the same instant, it silently reappeared on Li Qingshan's fingertip, as if it had never moved at all. Teleportation? No, its speed pushed to the absolute limit. Li Qingshan's heart raced with shock. In that brief instant, even his powerful divine sense had struggled to track its movement. What unsettled him even more was that the instant the Golden Wind Cicada flapped its wings, an incredibly faint, almost invisible pale golden stream of energy dispersed. Li Qingshan inhaled only a trace of it, yet immediately felt a slight dizziness and vertigo. His soul felt as if pricked by needles, causing even his protective spiritual light to tremble involuntarily. And this was merely an unconscious wisp of its primordial gale wind. If unleashed at full force during combat, how terrifying would that golden gale wind be? Poisonous enough to corrode both soul and flesh? Even a nascent soul cultivator caught off guard would suffer a heavy blow. Truly worthy of its reputation as an ancient marvelous insect, the Golden Wind Cicada's power is indeed terrifying. Legend has it that when fully matured, it becomes a 5th-tier marvelous insect capable of annihilating even nascent soul cultivators. I wonder how many tiers this Golden Wind Cicada can ascend after being enhanced by the. Li Qingshan was overcome with excitement, his joy beyond words. This Golden Wind Cicada had awakened at the most opportune moment. Its unpredictable attack patterns, extreme speed, and terrifying lethality perfectly compensated for his dislike of head-on assaults, becoming an extremely covert and powerful trump card in his hands. Without hesitation, he retrieved a precious bottle of 1,000-year-old spirit milk. The moment he uncorked it, the Golden Wind Cicada on his fingertip transformed into a golden thread, darting into the bottle with a whoosh and eagerly began absorbing the liquid. In mere moments, the entire vial was drained. The golden sheen on the Golden Wind Cicada seemed to brighten slightly. It fluttered its wings contentedly, emitting an extremely faint yet soul-piercing chirp, expressing affection and satisfaction. Then, it transformed into an imperceptible golden light, sinking directly into Li Qingshan's thick hair. Finding a comfortable spot, it swiftly retracted its aura and fell back into slumber, leaving behind only a faint, almost imperceptible cool sensation and a reassuring feeling of kinship. With the Golden Wind Cicada awakened, I have gained another layer of protection. Now, even facing a nascent soul cultivator, I possess greater confidence. Li Qingshan ran his fingers through his hair, sensing the slumbering vibrations emanating from the Golden Wind Cicada. A satisfied smile curved his lips. Chapter 127, Celestial Fire Immortal City. After lingering at the Danding sect for several more days, thoroughly digesting and consolidating the insights gained from observing the alchemy process, Li Qingshan bid farewell to the siblings Lu Changyin and Lu Changyin. Senior brother Zhou, you're leaving already? We siblings haven't had the chance to properly host you as our honored guest. Lu Changyin felt deeply reluctant upon learning of Li Qingshan's impending departure. Yes, Elder Zhou, please stay a few more days at the Danding Sect. Lu Jiruo's beautiful eyes lingered on Li Qingshan, filled with anticipation. Though they had successfully assisted Li Qingshan in refining the infant transformation pill, the debt of saving their lives remained unreturned, a weight that weighed heavily on their hearts. Thank you both for your kindness, but I have matters to attend to and cannot linger. Should you ever have time, come find me at the Five Elements Sect. Li Qingshan offered a faint smile. Very well then. Wishing you safe travels, Elder Zhou. Father entered seclusion 2 days ago, preparing to break through to the nascent soul stage. We must thank you for providing the primary ingredient for the nascent soul pill. Without it, securing the pill for father would have been far more difficult. Lu Chengyin said sincerely. The Lu siblings' hearts overflowed with gratitude toward Li Qingshan. Senior Lu has begun his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage? Then I wish Senior Lu swift attainment of the nascent soul Dao. Li Qingshan expressed surprise, yet he smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing this news, he too felt a surge of emotion. The path to the nascent soul stage was fraught with peril and hardship. Countless golden core cultivators spent their entire lives without ever glimpsing its threshold. With the aid of the infant transformation pill, Lu Koan had finally taken this crucial step forward. Yet whether he would succeed ultimately depended on his destiny and inner resolve. After bidding farewell to the Lu siblings, Li Qingshan did not head directly to the Black Wind Mountains as agreed with Yi Lingshuang. He knew full well that possessing such a treasure as the infant transformation pill, one coveted by even Yuan infant elders, demanded utmost caution. Once outside the gates of the Danding Sect, he immediately sought out a secluded spot. Activating the minor concealment technique, his appearance and form gradually shifted, transforming him into an ordinary-looking middle-aged scholar whose aura remained at the early stage of the golden core cultivation. He also changed his robes into common blue Taoist garments. Only after confirming there were no flaws did he transform into a streak of light, streaking toward the celestial fire immortal city. He had already gathered intelligence. Tianhua Immortal City, under the rule of the Danding Sect, was an extremely prosperous immortal city, in no way inferior to Wanbao Immortal City. Abundant treasures lay within Tianhua Immortal City. He planned to gather array-breaking artifacts and protective spirit talismans there before proceeding to the Blackwind Mountains. Several days later, the outline of a towering city appeared on the distant horizon. The closer he drew, the more he sensed the city's extraordinary aura. The entire city seemed built upon a vast, active volcanic plateau. Its walls weren't constructed from ordinary bricks or stones, but rather from a dark red, molten crystal rock capable of absorbing fire essence. Rising 100 zhang high, they were majestic and awe-inspiring. Inscribed upon the walls were countless intricate array runes, forming a vast crimson light barrier that enveloped the entire city. The barrier shimmered with radiant colors, emanating a powerful, reassuring defensive aura. Countless streaks of multicolored teleportation light converged from all directions, flowing into the city through its gates like rivers merging into the sea. Among them were numerous gold core cultivators with formidable auras, and occasionally, one could sense fleeting, heart-stoppingly obscure fluctuations belonging to nascent soul true lords. Above the city gates, the 4 fiery characters Celestial Fire Immortal City shone brilliantly, subtly bearing the emblem of the Danding Sect. Li Qingshan paid several spirit stones as the entrance fee and followed the crowd into the city. The moment he stepped inside, an even more intense, bustling, and boisterous atmosphere washed over him. The city streets were wide enough for 10 carriages to pass side by side. Shops lined both sides, banners fluttering in the breeze, almost exclusively catering to alchemy and artifact forging. Pill shops, artifact galleries, material stores, markets for rare treasures, the variety was dazzling, offering everything imaginable. The air carried a blend of fragrant medicinal herbs, the scent of molten metal, and the unique energy fluctuations emanating from various rare treasures. Cultivators jostled shoulder to shoulder, their cultivation levels ranging from chi refining to golden core. Occasionally, the figure of a Yuan infant ancestor, surrounded by attendants, would flash past the entrances of high-end shops. The clamor of vendors hawking their wares, the clamor of haggling, the clamor of chatter, and the clamor of rumbling from distant forging workshops all intertwined, painting a picture of an extremely prosperous and thriving immortal city. Truly worthy of its name, Heavenly Fire Immortal City. Its splendor rivals that of 10,000 treasures Immortal City, and in terms of resources for alchemy and artifact forging, it surpasses it. Li Qingshan mused inwardly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings while maintaining constant vigilance. Though he appeared to be casually strolling, his powerful divine sense had already quietly spread out, monitoring the surroundings, especially those cultivators who cast scrutinizing glances his way. His objective was clear: to acquire potent spirit talismans and array-breaking treasures in preparation for his quest to find the 5 element spirits and navigate any perilous terrain he might encounter. After browsing for a moment, he headed straight for the most imposing structure in the city, a massive tower emblazoned with the emblem of the Danding Sect, the Danding Pavilion. The Danding Pavilion was a Danding Sect enterprise and one of the largest trading houses in Tianhua Immortal City, renowned for its impeccable reputation. For Li Qingshan, price was not an issue, safety was the priority. Therefore, he chose the Danding Pavilion without hesitation. Upon entering the hall, a stunningly beautiful attendant in the late Foundation establishment stage immediately approached him. Sensing Li Qingshan's golden core aura, her demeanor grew even more respectful. "Welcome to the Dan Ding Pavilion, esteemed senior. What might you require? This junior would be honored to guide you." Li Qingshan's voice was flat. "I need to purchase some array-breaking items and high-grade spirit talismans. Take me to see the person in charge." "Yes, senior. Please follow me." The attendant promptly led Li Qingshan through the bustling first-floor hall and directly up to an elegant chamber on the third floor. After a brief wait, a female cultivator dressed in the robes of a Dan Ding Sect steward entered with a smile. Though her charm remained, her cultivation had reached the mid-golden core stage. "My name is Song. I am the steward of the third floor of Dan Ding Pavilion." "Greetings, fellow cultivator. May I ask your name? What sort of array-breaking treasures and spirit talismans do you require?" "My name is Shou." Li Qingshan remained composed as he stated directly, "I require treasures for breaking formations and prohibitions, preferably 4th-tier items with the greatest power possible. Additionally, if 4th-tier spirit talismans are available, please bring those for my inspection as well." A hint of surprise flashed in Elder Song's eyes. One who could demand 4th-tier array-breaking treasures and 4th-tier spirit talismans outright was clearly no ordinary golden core cultivator. Her smile broadened. "Fellow Daiwas Zhou, your timing is truly fortuitous. Regarding array-breaking items, our shop does indeed hold several rare treasures." As she spoke, she retrieved 3 treasures from her storage bracelet and placed them on the table. A dagger shimmering with silver light. This is the Array-Shattering Spike, a high-grade 3rd-tier artifact. It specializes in breaching energy nodes and is remarkably effective against 3rd-tier arrays. An ancient bronze mirror, the Void-Peering Mirror, a 3rd-tier supreme artifact. It reveals the weak points within an array formation. Finally, a plain, pitch-black iron nail, the Demon Shattering Spike, a top-tier 3rd-tier artifact. It counters evil restrictions. Li Qingshan glanced at them and shook his head slightly. "Their power is acceptable, but they are not what I seek. Do you have any treasures capable of forcibly tearing through, or even temporarily breaking, 4th-tier arrays?" Elder Song pondered for a moment, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. He retrieved a long jade box from the deepest recesses of his storage bracelet. Chapter 128, The Void-Piercing Spirit Shuttle and 4th-tier Spirit Symbols. Upon opening it, a slender, silver-white artifact lay within. Roughly a foot long, it bore an ancient design with an extremely sharp tip, though faint, minute cracks were visible along its surface. The moment the shuttle appeared, the surrounding space rippled faintly. This artifact is called the Void-Piercing Spirit Shuttle, a 4th-tier inferior magical treasure. Elder Song's tone grew solemn. When fully activated, it can tear through most formations and restrictions below the 4th tier. Even against 4th-tier formations, it can force open a temporary breach. It is one of our sect's most treasured artifacts. However, as you can see, the shuttle sustained damage years ago, diminishing its spiritual essence. Activating it consumes immense magical energy, and it can only be used 2 or 3 more times at most before it likely shatters completely. Even so, its price is exorbitant. Li Qingshan's gaze was instantly drawn to the rupture void spirit shuttle. He could sense the unparalleled sharpness and formidable aura within it, an aura specialized in shattering all formations. This was precisely what he needed. As for the damage and energy drain, they were not unacceptable to him. "This shuttle suits me perfectly. How many spirit stones?" Li Qingshan asked directly. Elder Song hesitated before replying, 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Li Qingshan's brow furrowed slightly. For a damaged 4th-tier low-grade artifact, this price was indeed steep. Yet, special artifacts designed for breaking formations and dispelling restrictions were notoriously expensive. After a moment's consideration, he replied, "Agreed." Elder Song was overjoyed, surprised by the buyer's prompt agreement. Li Qingshan produced 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones and completed the transaction with Elder Song. After stowing away the void-piercing spirit shuttle, Li Qingshan inquired, "What about the 4th-tier spirit talismans?" Elder Song's demeanor grew even more enthusiastic as he carefully retrieved 5 talismans from a jade box covered in inscriptions within the inner chamber. They glowed with brilliant light, their intricate and profound runes emanating heart-stopping fluctuations. "Fellow Daiwas Zhou, 4th-tier spirit talismans are exceedingly difficult to refine, and their materials are scarce. Even our pavilion's inventory holds few. Currently, only these 5 are available for sale. All are lower-grade 4th tier, yet each possesses unique and remarkable uses." She introduced them one by one. True symbol of the giant sword, 2 pieces. When activated, it conjures a giant sword phantom equivalent to the full power strike of an early nascent soul cultivator, unmatched in offense. Fire Dragon True Talisman, 1 piece. Summons a colossal flame dragon of immense power, capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas with vast area of effect devastation. 8 Gates Golden Lock True Symbol, 1 piece. This symbol is quite wondrous. It can form a powerful golden light shield to defend oneself, or transform into 8 golden chains to bind enemies, combining offense and defense. 1 Minor Teleportation True Symbol. This symbol is the most precious. When activated, it allows instant random teleportation thousands of miles away, a life-saving marvel. Li Qingshan gazed at the 5 talismans, his heart bursting with joy. Each of these talismans held immense practical value to him, especially the minor teleportation talisman equivalent to an extra life in critical moments. "I'll take all of these talismans," Li Qingshan declared without hesitation. Elder Song nearly gasped at the words. "All of them?" These 4th-tier talismans were incredibly valuable, easily matching some common 4th-tier magical artifacts. They were usually priceless and impossible to buy. Today, it seemed she had encountered a true big spender. Elder Song suppressed her excitement and asked, "Are you truly taking them all?" The minor teleportation talisman costs 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones, the 8 gates golden lot talisman 20,000, and the remaining 3 talismans each cost 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That comes to 80,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This was undoubtedly a staggering transaction. Agreed. Li Qingshan's expression remained calm, though inwardly he marveled at the astronomical price of these 4th-tier talismans. However, with these in his possession, spirit stones were the last thing he lacked. Currently, his storage ring held hundreds of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. He counted out the corresponding spirit stones and piled them on the table. They shone brilliantly, radiating an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. After Elder Song verified the stones, her hands trembled slightly with excitement as she carefully placed the 5 talismans into a specially crafted talisman box and handed it to Li Qingshan. In her many years of service, she had rarely encountered such a generous client. "Given your generosity, fellow Daoist Joe, I shall personally present you with a VIP token of our Dan Ding Pavilion. Present this token at any shop under our Dan Ding Sect, and you shall receive a 20% discount on all future transactions." Elder Song retrieved a crimson jade token and respectfully presented it to Li Qingshan. "Thank you, Elder Song." Li Qingshan accepted the token, feeling quite satisfied. Though the expenditure had been substantial, the treasures he'd acquired were sufficient to elevate both his strength and his ability to protect himself to a new level. With the transaction concluded, Li Qingshan made no further delay. He stowed away all his treasures and swiftly departed the Dan Ding Pavilion. After leaving the Dan Ding Pavilion, Li Qingshan did not become complacent over his precious acquisitions, nor did he immediately depart the chaotic and diverse Tianhua Immortal City. Well aware of the adage that possessing a precious object invites trouble, he grew increasingly cautious in his actions. He rented a cave dwelling within the city, equipped with a simple protective formation, and settled in for the time being. For the following months, Li Qingshan secluded himself, spending most of his time meditating and cultivating within his cave residence to consolidate his cultivation base. He ventured out only occasionally. Each time he ventured out, he would activate the minor concealment technique, altering his appearance, adjusting his aura, and even changing his height and physique. At times, he appeared as a sallow-faced, listless early-stage golden core cultivator. At others, he was a noble young master dressed in fine robes, carrying an air of arrogance, and still other times, he transformed into a taciturn, focused artifact smith intent on procuring materials. Like the most seasoned hunter, he patiently scattered his targets, never purchasing excessive goods from a single shop nor revealing excessive desire for any particular treasure. With this flawless caution, he moved like a ghost through the renowned trading houses of Tianhua Immortal City, 10,000 Treasures Tower, Heavenly Crafts Workshop, Curiosity Pavilion. 4th-tier spirit talismans were exceedingly rare and precious. Even these major merchants held only meager stocks, mostly consisting of offensive and defensive types. Yet, armed with immense patience and wealth, Li Qingshan managed to acquire over a dozen low-grade 4th-tier spirit talismans over several months. Among them, the most valuable were 2 Black Tortoise Guardian talismans, 2 Sky-splitting Immortal Slaying talismans, and 1 Ewood Rejuvenation talisman. The Black Tortoise Guardian talisman was a pure defensive spirit talisman. Once activated, it could withstand the full power attack of a nascent soul cultivator. The Sky-splitting Immortal Slaying talisman was a mid-grade 4th-tier authentic talisman. It was said that when activated, even a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator could be severely wounded. The Ewood Revitalization talisman was a 4th-tier low-grade healing talisman. No matter how severe the injury, a single Ewood Revitalization talisman could bring about swift recovery. As for life-saving talismans like the minor teleportation true talisman, he had never encountered one again. Beyond this, he made multiple trips to shops specializing in spiritual ingredients, purchasing several bottles of premium millennial spirit milk in batches. This was sustenance prepared for the golden wind cicada slumbering within his hair. Each time he returned from procurement, the cave's protective barriers would immediately activate. Li Qingshan would first meticulously inspect the items, confirming the absence of any tracking marks or hidden mechanisms, before carefully placing the newly acquired 4th-tier spirit talismans and the bottles of 1,000-year spirit milk into the seemingly plain rui gourd. The next day was the moment of harvest. Those 4th-tier low-grade spirit talismans, once radiant with spiritual light, underwent a complete transformation after a night of nurturing within thee. Chapter 129, Heading to the Blackwind Mountains. The talisman paper had grown significantly more resilient, its cinnabar inscriptions becoming increasingly intricate and profound. They now seemed to resonate with the laws of heaven and earth, emitting energy fluctuations that were terrifyingly amplified several times over. They had all been elevated to top-grade 4th-tier spirit talismans. Especially the 2 Xuanwu protective talismans. When activated, the shields they formed could withstand the full power attacks of late-nascent soul cultivators. The 2 sky-splitting immortal slaying talismans possessed such a sharp edge that even Li Qingshan felt a pang of dread. The Ewood revitalization talisman contained such potent vitality it could practically restore flesh to bones. Most astonishingly, the originally 4th-tier inferior minor teleportation true talisman now bore runes that had grown profoundly intricate and cryptic. Its spatial fluctuations had become increasingly subtle yet immensely potent, having ascended to 4th-tier supreme. Its range of teleportation had greatly increased, capable of instantly moving thousands of miles. It had become one of his ultimate life-saving trump cards. Holding this stack of top-tier 4th-grade talismans enough to make even a nascent soul cultivator envious, Li Qingshan finally felt a peak sense of security. With these trump cards, he now possessed the confidence to maneuver against, or even counter, mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. Meanwhile, the bottles of 1,000-year-old spiritual milk had transformed into even purer and more abundant supreme-grade essence, greatly benefiting the growth of the golden wind cicada. He would periodically guide a single drop, carefully dripping it into his hair. The golden wind cicada would then unconsciously absorb it, its aura gradually growing more formidable even in slumber. Most crucially, the breach void spirit dart, once placed within Li, not only had its damaged parts fully restored but also underwent a metamorphosis into a top-tier 4th-tier magical artifact. Li Qingshan began to refine it, discovering that the breach void spirit shuttle was not only an array-breaking artifact but also possessed formidable offensive power. Capable of breaching space and teleporting, its speed reached the absolute limit, making it utterly unpredictable and impossible to guard against. With this breach void spirit dart, breaking formations is no longer a worry. Li Qingshan was filled with delight. He stored the breach void spirit shuttle within his dantian to nurture and gradually refine it. Months slipped by unnoticed. Seated cross-legged within his cave dwelling, Li Qingshan radiated a profoundly settled aura. His cultivation had now solidified completely at the pinnacle of the great perfection of the Golden Core realm. Meanwhile, he hadn't been idle. Beyond his routine cultivation to enhance his cultivation base, he had been continuously delving into the heaven-deceiving secret record. His mastery of the first layer, the great concealment heaven and earth, grew ever more profound. During this period, when he ventured out to purchase treasures and activated the great concealment heaven and earth, it caused others to unconsciously overlook his presence. When combined with the minor concealment heavenly technique, the effect reached an extremely profound level. Several months later, Li Qingshan opened his eyes and calculated with a flick of his fingers. The 2-year deadline he had agreed upon with Yi Lingshuang was drawing near. It's time to leave. Without a trace of lingering attachment, he meticulously erased all traces within his cave dwelling. Changing his appearance once more, he transformed into an unremarkable middle-aged cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Blending into the stream of people leaving the city, he departed Tianhua Immortal City with calm composure. His months of procurement had been scattered and discreet, each time under a different identity, and he had never revealed his true strength or wealth. In the vast trading hub of Tianhua Immortal City, he had stirred no ripples whatsoever. Naturally, no one noticed his departure. Once past the city gates and beyond the city's protective barriers, Li Qingshan sought out a remote mountain forest. There, he reverted to his Zhou Yun appearance and mid-golden core cultivation aura. Then, transforming into an inconspicuous streak of green light, he sped toward the Blackwind Mountains. The journey proceeded smoothly, free of trouble or any ill-fated cultivators attempting to ambush him. Half a month later, Li Qingshan arrived at the rendezvous point deep within the Blackwind Mountains as scheduled, riding his teleportation light. The moment he descended, 2 familiar figures emerged from the surrounding woods. It was Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao. Yi Lingshuang still wore her signature blue robe, as cool and aloof as ever. Yet her cultivation seemed to have advanced significantly, reaching the peak of the mid-golden core stage just a step away from the late golden core stage. Zhou Taoyao had blossomed into an even more graceful beauty, her water blue gown radiating an ethereal aura. Though her cultivation remained at the early stage of the golden core realm, her face immediately lit up with a bright smile upon seeing Li Qingshan. Master Zhou! Zhou Taoyao exclaimed joyfully. Yi Lingshuang gave a slight nod, a barely perceptible relaxation flickering in her icy eyes. Master Zhou, you've arrived. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Li Qingshan returned the bow with a clasped hands gesture, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Is this the entrance to that secret realm? Yi Lingshuang nodded, pointing toward a massive waterfall cascading down nearby. The entrance lies beyond that waterfall. Years ago, while attempting to harvest a spiritual herb clinging to the cliff face, I stumbled upon a hidden passageway behind it. However, the passage is shrouded in a strange force field. It only opens during the full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival every 3 years, when the force field is weakest. By my calculations, that will be tomorrow night at midnight. Good. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. The 3 said no more, each regulating their breath as they waited in silence. The next day, night fell.
A bright moon hung high in the sky, its clear radiance bathing the mountains and forests. It was the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival full moon.
Yi Lingshuang rose first. The time has come.
Her form shifted like wisps of smoke, passing through the water curtain and vanishing behind the waterfall. Li Qingshan and Zhou Taoyao followed closely behind. Beyond the icy curtain lay not the slippery rock face they had anticipated, but a moonlit, narrow cave entrance barely wide enough for one person. A faint glow emanated from the opening, accompanied by a subtle spatial fluctuation.
Go! Yi Lingshuang barked, stepping into the halo first. Li Qingshan and Zhou Taoyao immediately followed.
After a brief dizziness, the trio found themselves in a completely different world. Before them stretched an endless desolate landscape. The earth was cracked and parched, its color a dull, lifeless gray. Scattered across it grew sparse, withered plants of bizarre shapes. The air was thin with spiritual energy, yet mingled with an ancient, dormant aura.
In the distance, the low, muffled growls of unidentified beasts echoed faintly.
Sensing their energy, however, revealed most to be merely first or second tier creatures, posing little threat to the trio. This secret realm seems to have been abandoned for ages.
Li Qingshan swept his divine sense over the surroundings, noting the exceptionally sparse spiritual energy, and concluded. Yeah, it was like this when I last visited. Yi Lingshuang nodded. Follow me. That gorge lies just ahead.
The trio suppressed their auras and followed Yi Lingshuang as she led them, gliding low through the air. Sure enough, they encountered several waves of demon beast attacks along the way, but all were easily dealt with. Yi Lingshuang's sword light was fierce and sharp, Zhou Taoyao's spells were agile and nimble, while Li Qingshan, seemingly acting with casual ease, always managed to diffuse crises with perfect timing, appearing utterly at ease.
After roughly an hour, the landscape ahead suddenly opened up.
A vast gorge stretched before them, starkly contrasting the desolate, lifeless landscape outside. Within the gorge, flowers bloomed in profusion, lush green grass carpeted the ground, and vibrant vitality filled the air.
Thick spiritual energy flowed through the valley as a faint mist.
At its deepest point, a multicolored spring about 3 feet square gushed with pure, crystalline spiritual liquid.
Chapter 130, The Five Elements Spirit Spring.
Above the spring, a dazzling, massive light barrier woven from countless intricate 5 elements runes enveloped it, guarding it securely within. The energy fluctuations emanating from the barrier were vast and ancient, sending shivers down one's spine. What made Li Qingshan's heart race even more was that through the brilliant yet slightly transparent barrier, he could clearly see 5 distinct, finger-sized, yet highly spirited light orbs of different colors swimming and playing within the multicolored spring. Scarlet as fire, fiery and unrestrained. Yellow like earth, thick and steady. White like gold, sharp and unmatched.
Blue like water, supple and enduring.
Green like wood, teeming with vitality.
These are the 5 element spirits.
And they appear supremely spirited, of the highest quality. This is the place.
The 5 elements spirits dwell within the 5 elements spirit spring.
Yi Lingshuang took a deep breath and spoke slowly.
Zhou Taoyao was equally thrilled, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Indeed, the 5 elements spirits. This barrier formation is truly extraordinary.
Li Qingshan's eyes flashed with sharpness as his gaze settled on the barrier. His vast divine sense spread out, carefully examining the protective barrier before them. Yi Lingshuang explained, over the years, I've entered this place 3 times, trying every method to break through the barrier, but none worked. I hope this time, we can shatter the barrier and gain something. Her heart raced with both tension and excitement. These 5 elements spirits held the key to her future path in cultivation. If she failed to reach the nascent soul stage within 100 years, she would be forced to become the Dao companion of Changchun Jinzhuan's descendant. She refused to accept this fate. For the Yuanling stage, she must fight with all her might.
Zhou Taoyao eagerly pulled several shimmering talismans from her storage pouch.
Senior sister, Master Zhou, I prepared 3 armor-piercing talismans and 2 spirit-shaking talismans, all high-grade 3rd tier. They should weaken this barrier. Yi Lingshuang flipped her palm, revealing a silver bead the size of a longan, shrouded in thunderous light and radiating a heart-stopping aura of destruction.
This is a heavenly thunder seed I acquired.
It contains a thread of the might of heavenly thunder, comparable to the full power strike of an early nascent soul cultivator. It should have a chance to break the barrier. However, Li Qingshan reached out to stop him.
Hold on.
His gaze grew solemn as he scrutinized the dazzling barrier, his brow furrowing slightly.
This barrier is not naturally formed. It's a 4th-tier restriction deliberately set up by someone. Moreover, it's extremely ancient. The caster likely possessed nascent soul cultivation and employed profound techniques.
A 4th-tier restriction? Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao's expressions immediately changed upon hearing this. Though they sensed the barrier's extraordinary nature, they never imagined it was the work of a nascent soul cultivator. If that were true, 3rd-tier spirit talismans and the heavenly thunder seed would likely prove utterly ineffective. Forcing an attack might even trigger the barrier's backlash. Could this place be the cave dwelling of some ancient nascent soul cultivator? A thread of caution rose in Li Qingshan's heart. But with the 5 element spirits so close at hand, they absolutely could not abandon their pursuit. Moreover, even if it were an ancient nascent soul cultivator's cave residence, so many years had passed that no living beings could possibly remain. With numerous trump cards at his disposal, Li Qingshan felt confident in his ability to protect himself and wasn't overly concerned. "Let me try," Li Qingshan said solemnly. Under the astonished gazes of the two women, he stepped forward. With a flick of his palm, the silver-white, spindle-shaped breach void spirit shuttle, radiating astonishing spiritual light, appeared in his palm. As he channeled his immense magical power into it, the spirit-piercing shuttle emitted a faint hum. Its surface blazed with silver light, radiating an aura of unparalleled sharpness and essence designed to shatter all laws. "Go!" Li Qingshan barked the command. The spirit-piercing shuttle transformed into a silver streak of lightning, hurtling toward the barrier before them. However, the void-piercing spirit dart did not crash into the barrier recklessly. Instead, it darted around the protective light shield with the agility of a sentient being, its tip repeatedly jabbing at the nodes where energy currents converged and the runes interlocked upon the shield. SSSSS. With each strike, a rune dimmed momentarily, and a node loosened. That impregnable fourth-tier barrier, faced with this specialized countermeasure, seemed to have its Achilles heel exposed. It began to flicker violently, its light flickering erratically. Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao watched in stunned silence. Though they couldn't discern the exact grade of this silver shuttle, the spatial fluctuations it stirred while breaking the barrier and the barrier's violent reactions all pointed to one thing: this was undoubtedly an extremely high-grade treasure for breaking formations. It was likely already fourth tier. This senior Zhou Yun actually possessed a fourth-tier artifact? Moments later, accompanied by a faint, shattering sound like broken crystal, the dazzling five elements barrier trembled violently. Its radiance vanished instantly, disintegrating into scattered specks of spiritual light. This revealed the unprotected five elements spirit spring behind it, along with the five elements spirits joyfully swimming within. The barrier shattered. Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao's red lips parted slightly, their eyes brimming with disbelief, shock, and joy. Li Qingshan waved his hand to recall the void-piercing spirit shuttle, his expression calm as he explained, "This artifact is called the void-piercing spirit shuttle. I acquired it at great expense specifically for this secret realm expedition, a specialized array-breaking tool designed for precisely this situation. Fortunately, it lived up to expectations. After all, it was a top-tier fourth-grade artifact. Breaking the restrictions before them held no suspense whatsoever. A product of the workshop is always top-notch." Hearing this, the two women finally understood, yet the shock in their hearts remained undiminished. The fact that this senior Zhou could afford and wield a fourth-tier artifact suggested his strength and wealth were likely far greater than they had imagined. Now that the barrier was shattered, the overwhelmingly pure five elements spiritual energy and the primal essence emanating from the five elements spirits flooded over them, invigorating all three. Wonderful! The barrier is broken. Zhou Taoyao nearly leapt for joy. Yi Lingshuang took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the five elements spirit spring. "Master Zhou, words cannot express our gratitude. The five elements spirits are right before us, let us gather them swiftly." "Agreed." Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. The trio hurried to the five elements spirit spring. Up close, the extraordinary nature of the spring became even more apparent. The spring water was crystal clear, yet distinctly displayed five distinct colors. It contained an extremely pure, almost primordial essence of the five elements spiritual energy. Merely breathing in once made one feel their magical power surge, their entire body relaxed and comfortable. At the bottom of the spring, deeper mysteries seemed to lie, continuously providing the energy that nourished the five elements spirits. No wonder it can nurture the five elements spirits. The spring itself is a marvel of heaven and earth. Li Qingshan exclaimed in admiration. "Master Zhou, I shall collect the five elements spirits." Yi Lingshuang spoke slowly. After seeing Li Qingshan nod in agreement, Yi Lingshuang took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement. With a flick of her delicate hand, she summoned a silver net as thin as a cicada's wing, yet shimmering with star-like points of light. It was none other than the third-tier, high-grade magical treasure, the heavenly net. The net expanded instantly with the slightest breeze, growing to several zhang in diameter. It gently enveloped the five elements spirit spring, strands of spiritual light cascading down to form an invisible restraining force field. Simultaneously, her other hand flicked out a crimson silk treasure, the crimson flame brocade, which darted into the spring like a serpent, precisely coiling around the five startled five elements spirits darting about in panic. Chapter 131, The Five Elements Spirits and the Ancient Cultivator's Cave. The five elements spirits possessed extraordinary sentience. Sensing danger, they instantly transformed into five streaks of light, each a different color, shrieking as they attempted to burst out of the spring and flee. But the moment they left the spring's source, they collided with the luminous barrier of the heavenly net. Like creatures trapped in quicksand, their speed abruptly slowed, and their forms were forced into visibility. The crimson flame brocade seized the moment to coil around them, binding each one in turn. Yi Lingshuang, with practiced dexterity, swiftly produced five specially prepared jade bottles. She aimed the openings at the five elements spirits bound by the crimson flame brocade, drew in with a surge of magical power, and sucked each one into a separate bottle.
She swiftly sealed each bottle with lids, inscribed multiple protective seals, and affixed prepared spirit binding talismans. The 5 jade bottles trembled faintly for a moment before gradually settling. Success! Yi Lingshuang gazed at the 5 jade bottles in her hands, exhaling a long breath of relief. A radiant smile finally spread across her face, bright and captivating. Zhou Taoyao clapped her hands in delight. Yi Lingshuang composed herself, then turned to Li Qingshan and Zhou Taoyao with a serious expression. Master Zhou deserves the greatest credit for this success. Without your extraordinary treasure for breaking the formation, we would have been left sighing at the spring. As agreed, the 5 element spirits will be divided among the 3 of us. Being a water-earth elemental root herself, she took the water spirit azure as water, supple and resilient. Zhou Taoyao possessed both metal and water elemental roots, with her metal root being superior in quality. Yi Lingshuang thus gave her the pure white, razor-sharp metal spirit. Without hesitation, Yi Lingshuang offered the remaining fire, earth, and wood spirits to Li Qingshan. Master Zhou, please accept these 3 spirits. Without you, none of this would have been possible. They are yours by right. Li Qingshan gazed at the 3 sealed spirits, each still radiating a colossal primordial aura, especially the wood spirit, and felt his heart surge with excitement. He himself possessed a wood attribute heavenly spirit root. With the wood spirit and the infant transformation pill, his path to cultivating the nascent soul was virtually unobstructed. He offered no false refusal, nodding solemnly. Thank you, Miss Yi. It would be impolite to decline. He waved his hand, carefully stowing the 3 jade vials away. With the distribution complete, all 3 were delighted. However, the very instant the 5 element spirit spring lost its spirits and its radiance dimmed slightly, they suddenly noticed a dark, cavernous opening exposed on the stone wall behind the spring, a wall previously concealed by the barrier in dense spiritual light. An even more ancient aura, tinged with a touch of desolate stillness, began to seep out from within the cavern. Is this a cave dwelling? Zhou Taoyao pointed at the opening in astonishment. Yi Lingshuang's beautiful eyes narrowed, so this barrier wasn't just to protect the spring and its spirit, it was also to conceal the entrance to this cave dwelling. It seems this place truly is where an ancient cultivator attained enlightenment. Li Qingshan had already probed the cave entrance with his divine sense, but a peculiar force seemed to block his penetration deeper. His expression grew grave. Caution is paramount. Ancient cultivators' caves often hold both opportunity and peril. We must enter together to investigate, but proceed with utmost vigilance. He led the way, activating a top-tier 3rd-grade mystic yellow protective talisman. A dense, earth-yellow aura instantly enveloped him as he gripped the 8 Gates golden lock true talisman and the eternal life judgment sword in his hands. Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao each activated their protective artifacts, their senses on high alert. The trio formed a triangular formation and cautiously stepped into the cave. The passageway was narrow at first but soon widened. Inside were several stone chambers, a pill room, a study, a living quarters all thick with dust and spider webs. Most of the furniture and artifacts had long since rotted and weathered beyond recognition, clearly abandoned for untold ages. After searching, they found nothing of value. It seemed the cave's owner had departed in great haste, or had long since taken any important items with them. It wasn't until they reached the deepest chamber, the most spacious one, seemingly a training hall, that they made a startling discovery. In the center of the chamber, upon a meditation cushion, sat a skeleton clad in a purple gold robe embroidered with patterns of water and fire. The skeleton's bones gleamed with a translucent, jade-like luster, clearly indicating profound cultivation in life. Yet what sent chills down their spines was the gaping hole in its dantian, the energy center at its abdomen. The edges were charred and twisted, as if instantly pierced and obliterated by some terrifying force. What made Li Qingshan's pupils contract even more was that a wisp of extremely subtle, yet coldly malevolent and stubbornly persistent demonic energy was coiled around the skeleton, especially at the wound site. The remains of a nascent soul cultivator. Was he slain by a demonic cultivator? Or was he one himself? A chill gripped Li Qingshan's heart as he immediately warned, caution. Residual demonic energy. Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao instantly tensed, shielding themselves with their magical artifacts. Li Qingshan's gaze swept over a stone tabletop before the skeleton. Aside from a few items long reduced to ashes, only a ring of extraordinary material lay there, a dark gold hue still faintly glowing despite the passage of time. A storage ring. Li Qingshan did not approach rashly. Instead, from several zhang away, he repeatedly scanned the skeleton and the storage ring with his powerful divine sense. He confirmed there was not the slightest trace of life force or soul fluctuations, only that stubborn wisp of demonic energy clung to the bones like maggots clinging to rotten flesh. Seems harmless. Zhou Taoyao whispered. Better safe than sorry. Yi Lingshuang shook her head. Ancient cultivator's cave-dwelling one could never be too cautious. Step back, I'll investigate. Li Qingshan motioned for the 2 women to step back. Clutching the top-tier 4th-grade 8 Gates golden lock true symbol in one hand and gripping the hilt of the eternal life judgment sword in the other, he slowly approached the table. Just as his fingers were about to touch the storage ring and a thread of divine sense extended to probe it, a sudden change occurred. The seemingly lifeless storage ring suddenly erupted with a dense, ink-black light.
A black infant spirit, barely an inch tall with a blurred form yet radiating overwhelming demonic energy and venomous hatred, shot out of the ring like a ghostly apparition. Moving at extreme speed, it lunged straight for Li Qingshan's face. A cold, malevolent divine sense, brimming with the desire to possess a host, instantly locked onto Li Qingshan's soul. "Watch out!" Yiling Shuang and Zhou Taoyao screamed in sheer terror. Yet Li Qingshan, appearing relaxed, had in fact tensed every muscle and focused his mind to the utmost, constantly guarding against any possible danger. In that split second, he reacted with lightning speed and ruthless precision. Judgment! With a fierce shout in his heart, the eternal judgment sword, already poised for action, erupted with a deafening clang. Purple thunder surged wildly across its chaotic-hued blade. Striking first despite being launched later, it sliced with blinding speed and pinpoint accuracy, cleaving the charging black nascent soul. Arg! The black infant soul let out a shrill, inhuman scream. It clearly hadn't anticipated such a swift reaction from its target, nor had it expected this sword to contain such terrifying thunderous power, so potent against demonic entities. In a single exchange, its already ethereal soul form was shattered by the thunderous sword aura, its black mist dissipating as it was flung backward, its aura instantly weakened considerably. Li Qingshan gave it no chance to recover. As the sword struck, the Eight Gates golden lock talisman clutched in his other hand ignited. Chapter 132, The Black Mountain Sage. The talisman shot forth as a golden light, instantly transforming into 8 massive golden chains that intertwined into a colossal golden cage. It perfectly enclosed the black infant soul as it flew backward. Golden runes swirled within the cage, radiating a powerful sealing force that trapped the black infant soul within a confined space. No matter how it thrashed and collided wildly, it couldn't break free. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. From the black infant's sudden attack, to being cleaved away by Li Qingshan's sword, to being utterly trapped by the Eight Gates golden lock talisman, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Yiling Shuang and Zhou Taoyao hadn't even had time to intervene before the battle ended. The two women stared in stunned silence at the scene before them. They watched the black infant soul raging and thrashing futilely within the golden cage, then turned to Li Qingshan, sword-sheathed, standing with a stern expression. Their hearts were churning with shock. This Master Zhou, his strength, his reflexes, and the treasures he wielded, just how terrifyingly powerful had he become? Trapped within the golden cage formed by the Eight Gates golden lock talismans, the black infant soul raged, colliding violently and emitting shrill, piercing howls. Its venomous gaze fixed on Li Qingshan. "You insolent youth! How dare you treat this venerable being thus? Release me at once, or once freed, I shall extract your soul and refine your spirit, condemning you to eternal torment." Demonic energy churned around its form. Though significantly dimmed by the thunderous sword chi, the terrifying aura of a high-tier existence still sent shivers down the spine. "I am the Black Mountain Sage. When I ruled the world, your ancestors weren't even born. Had I not been ambushed by a demonic core formation cultivator back then, my physical body destroyed and my nascent soul corrupted by demonic energy, sealed here, how dare you, a mere golden core ant, act so insolently? Black Mountain Sage? A transformation spirit cultivator?" Yiling Shuang and Zhou Taoyao paled instantly, gasping in shock as disbelief filled their eyes. They had assumed this was merely an ancient nascent soul cave dwelling, never dreaming that the nascent soul before them had once been the legendary transformation spirit revered elder. No wonder his nascent soul had endured the passage of time without completely dissipating. Transcendent, immortal? Li Qingshan's heart trembled violently, yet his expression grew increasingly composed. While quietly shielding the two women as they slowly retreated to a safe distance from the golden cage, he asked in a deep voice, "A demonic Huatian? If you are a human Huatian, why are you tainted with such pure demonic energy?" "Humph. Ignorant youth." Black Mountain Reverend's nascent soul seemed struck at its core, erupting in fury. Had it not been for the great invasion of the demon clan from beyond the realms back then, this reverend would never have fought to the death to protect this world against the demon clan nascent soul cultivator. How else could I have been ambushed, my nascent soul corrupted by demonic arts, ultimately suffering this fate? Release me at once and surrender your mortal form. Considering your passable aptitude, I shall permit your soul to serve as the primary spirit sharing this body. Once I regain my power and ascend to godhood again, you shall become a god-level revered one. Glory, wealth, and supreme authority will be yours for the taking." Its words brimmed with temptation and menace, while its energy relentlessly battered the golden cage. Though the Eight Gates golden lock talisman was a top-tier 4th-grade artifact, it remained rootless driftwood. Its energy rapidly depleted, the golden glow visibly dimmed, and the chain's phantom began to tremble faintly. Li Qingshan keenly noticed this, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He refused to believe a single word from this malevolent, demonic nascent soul. In a soul-stealing battle, there could be no distinction between master and subordinate. It was a matter of life and death. Moreover, a nascent soul cultivator whose spirit had been warped by demonic energy for untold years was utterly untrustworthy. As the light of the Eight Gates golden lock talisman grew weaker and weaker, on the verge of collapse, a cold gleam flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. He hesitated no longer. "Retreat!" He barked the order, shielding Yiling Shuang and Zhou Taoyao behind him.
Simultaneously, 3 talismans appeared in his hands, radiant with spirit light, intricately inscribed with complex runes, and emanating suffocatingly terrifying fluctuations. These were the 3 4th-tier Supreme Attack Talismans, enhanced by the Giant Sword True Talisman, Fire Dragon True Talisman, Sky-Splitting Immortal Slaying Talisman. Impossible. 4th-tier Supreme Talismans? How could you possibly have so many? Black Mountain Sage's nascent soul sensed the terrifying power contained within those 3 talismans, power sufficient to utterly annihilate it. It let out a shriek of sheer terror, abandoning all attempts at seduction or breaching the cage, desperately trying to retreat back into its storage ring. But it was too late. Command! Li Qingshan channeled his magical power with frenzied intensity, simultaneously activating all 3 true talismans in an instant. Boom! Within the stone chamber, it seemed as though 3 suns of destruction had risen simultaneously. A colossal light sword, seemingly capable of splitting heaven and earth, coalesced and descended with unmatched sharpness. 100 zhang-long fiery dragon, its entire body ablaze with flames of annihilation, roared forth with lifelike ferocity, opening its molten maw to devour everything in its path. Countless razor-sharp, pitch-black blades of space sliced through the void like a torrential downpour. 3 terrifying forces, each equivalent to the full power strike of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, instantly engulfed the tiny golden cage and the black nascent soul within. No! You brat! I remember you! To the ends of the earth, I will avenge this. Black Mountain Sage's nascent soul uttered its final curse, filled with extreme venom, before its voice was utterly swallowed by the world-shattering energy explosion. Boom! 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 The entire cave dwelling, indeed the entire mountain itself, shook violently and collapsed under the terrifying energy eruption. Boulders rained down like hail, the ground split open in massive fissures, and a violent shockwave of energy swept out like a tsunami, threatening to crush everything in its path. Xuanwu Protection. The moment Li Qingshan activated the Spirit Talisman, he immediately summoned the top-tier 4th grade Xuanwu Protective Talisman without hesitation. A solid, thick light shield materialized instantly, enveloping the 3 figures within its embrace. A vast, ethereal shadow of the black tortoise shimmered upon its surface. Boom! 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 Countless falling rocks and energy blasts slammed into the Xuanwu shield. The barrier trembled violently, rippling with waves of force, yet it remained unshaken, steadfastly blocking all damage. Yiling Shuang and Zhou Taiyao, sheltered within the barrier, watched the apocalyptic scene of the world shattering outside. They felt the terrifying energy, mere inches away, potent enough to vaporize them 1,000 times over in an instant. Both were pale-faced, their hearts still pounding with terror. Their gazes toward Li Qingshan brimmed with boundless gratitude and awe. The depth of Master Zhou's abilities was truly unfathomable. The violent explosions and collapses raged on for over 10 breaths before gradually subsiding. When the dust settled, the cave dwelling was completely gone, along with half the mountain, utterly flattened to reveal the sky of the secret realm beyond. Only a massive crater and countless fragments of rock and debris remained where it once stood. Li Qingshan cautiously maintained the black tortoise protective barrier as his divine sense meticulously scanned the epicenter of the explosion. At the bottom of the pit, the dark gold storage ring lay undamaged, resting quietly as if made of extraordinary material. The black nascent soul had vanished, seemingly obliterated by the 3 supreme true talismans. Yet, Li Qingshan's brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 133, Farewell, Yin Tianqiu. He sensed faintly that at the very core of the explosion, an extremely faint spatial fluctuation had flickered and vanished. At that very moment, the space above the crater twisted ever so slightly. A faint, barely visible, thumb-sized, ethereal shadow of a black infant soul staggered into view. It was dimmed beyond recognition, its aura weakened to the extreme, as if a breeze could scatter it. Clearly, it had suffered unimaginable damage in the terrifying attack moments ago, paying an exorbitant price just to narrowly escape death. It glared at Li Qingshan with venomous hatred, its eyes brimming with searing resentment and bitter refusal to accept defeat. Yet it dared not linger a moment longer. Burning its last reserves of primordial soul energy, it let out a hoarse, shrill cry. You brat! You destroyed my 10,000 years of arduous cultivation. This grudge is one we shall never share the same sky. Before the words faded, the remnant soul instantly transformed into a nearly invisible black thread, tearing through space. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace, having escaped using an extremely sophisticated spatial teleportation technique. Li Qingshan did not pursue. First, the opponent's escape speed was too swift, and being a spatial technique, it was difficult to track. Second, he couldn't be certain if the enemy still harbored a final, mutually destructive trump card. More importantly, his primary objective, the 5-element spirit, was already secured. That storage ring also appeared to be no ordinary item. The value of a transcendent spirit venerable's possessions was bound to be immense. There was no need to risk further pursuit for a mere wisp of a soul, a nascent soul cultivator whose very survival was uncertain. He slowly withdrew the black tortoise shield, gazing intently at the direction where the Black Mountain Reverend had vanished. Master Zhou, it escaped? Yiling Shuang asked, still shaken. With only a sliver of soul remaining, it poses no threat. Li Qingshan nodded calmly. Though his words suggested indifference, he had firmly etched the name Black Mountain Reverend into his memory. The hatred of a spirit transformation cultivator, even if only a fragment of a soul remained, was never to be underestimated. He waved his hand, drawing the dark gold storage ring from the ground into his palm. After inspecting it meticulously several times to ensure there were no hidden dangers, he carefully stowed it away. Though fraught with setbacks, the mission had ultimately succeeded. Not only had he secured the 5 elements spirit, but he'd also gained an extra storage ring belonging to a transcendent spirit cultivator, a haul far exceeding expectations. This place is no longer safe. We should depart immediately, Li Qingshan instructed the 2 women. Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao naturally had no objections. The 3 instantly transformed into streaks of light, swiftly departing from the valley that had already been reduced to ruins. Li Qingshan swiftly guided Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao to the hidden valley where the secret realm's entrance lay. However, before they could activate the exit portal, violent spatial fluctuations and thunderous roars erupted from outside. The entire portal trembled violently, flickering erratically. Someone's forcibly attacking the secret realm's entrance. Yi Lingshuang's expression darkened as she whispered. Zhou Taoyao grew tense as well. How could this be? This secret realm is so well hidden. Li Qingshan's gaze sharpened. He raised a hand to signal the 2 women to be silent, then barked, "Conceal your presence. Hide first." The trio instantly vanished behind a pile of boulders on the valley's edge. Utilizing the simple concealment formation Li Qingshan swiftly deployed, they masked their presence while keeping their eyes fixed on the trembling portal. Evidently, this secret realm had been exposed at some point, drawing unwelcome visitors. The intruders were attempting to force their way through the passage. Boom! Before long, accompanied by an even louder explosion and a blinding flash of spiritual light, the restrictions at the entrance were finally torn apart completely. The light gate stabilized, and 3 imposing figures, radiating an unrestrained aura, instantly surged into the secret realm. The intruders were 3 cultivators clad in black robes, their bodies shrouded in a sinister aura. 2 of them possessed late golden core cultivation, their expressions haughty and arrogant. The leader was a middle-aged man with a sinister face and eyes sharp as a falcon's. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from him had already reached the peak of the great perfection stage of the golden core realm. When Li Qingshan's gaze fell upon the face of that late-stage golden core cultivator, his pupils abruptly contracted. A chill gripped his heart. It's him? Yin Tianqiu. This was the Luo sect cultivator who had crossed paths with him in Wanbao Immortal City. He never expected to encounter him here. Li Qingshan's thoughts raced, instantly suppressing the urge to act immediately. Luo sect cultivators were known for their devious methods, and Yin Tianqiu's status seemed particularly high. There was no guarantee he didn't possess a life-saving trump card bestowed by a nascent soul elder. He resolved to avoid confrontation for now, choosing instead to conceal himself and observe. It would be wiser to slip out quietly after they departed, or wait until he was alone to deliver a thunderous strike. Yet, the world is full of surprises. After Yin Tianqiu entered the secret realm, his divine sense surged out like a tidal wave, sweeping across the area as if urgently searching for something. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. He whipped his head toward the pile of boulders where Li Qingshan and the others were concealed. Though the concealment array had partially obscured their presence, his keen senses had detected an extremely faint trace of energy. It was the lingering trace of pure Yin spiritual energy emanating from Zhou Taoyao. "You cowardly vermin, hiding your heads while showing your tails. Come out here." Yin Tianqiu let out a savage laugh, hesitating not a moment before raising his hand and slamming a palm strike forward. A colossal black ghostly claw, formed from surging Yin shadow spiritual energy, screeched through the air with a piercing howl as it slammed toward the boulder pile. No! Li Qingshan cursed inwardly, realizing his cover was blown. The opponent's strike carried formidable power, more than enough to shatter the concealment array and injure the 2 women behind him. He abandoned concealment, his figure instantly materializing from behind the rocks. His fingers formed a sword-like point as a condensed, azure sword aura surged in the wind, striking the black ghost claw with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The sword aura and ghost claw exploded simultaneously, the intense shockwave sending fragments of rock flying in all directions. Li Qingshan landed steadily, blocking the cave entrance with an expression as calm as still water. While hiding moments ago, Li Qingshan had swiftly activated the minor concealment heaven's secret art and the deceive heaven's secret record, subtly altering his appearance and aura. This was to prevent Yin Tianqiu from recognizing him. Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao knew concealment was futile. They emerged immediately afterward, flanking Li Qingshan on either side. Their expressions grew grave as they stared at the 3 Luo sect cultivators ahead. So who might I be? Ah, fellow cultivators from the Spring-and-Autumn Sect? 2 mid-golden core, 1 early golden core. How did you enter this secret realm? Tell me honestly, and perhaps I'll spare you a proper burial. Yin Tianqiu's gaze swept over the trio. When his eyes fell upon Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao's stunning beauty, an unmistakable lecherous glint flashed in his eyes. He clearly hadn't recognized Li Qingshan, whose appearance had been altered. Yi Lingshuang stepped forward, her voice cold. I am Yi Lingshuang, elder of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. You of the Luo sect, what do you think you're doing, attacking us without cause? Do you wish to declare war on our sect? She attempted to intimidate them with the prestige of her sect. Spring-Autumn Sect? Ha! What a grand title. Yin Tianqiu not only showed no fear but let out a maniacal cold laugh. Outside, this one might have shown some restraint. But in this remote wilderness of the secret realm, who would know it was the Yin Luo sect that killed you? Chapter 134, Strike First. His gaze swept even more brazenly over Yi Lingshuang and Zhou Taoyao. He licked his lips. Who'd have thought this trip would bring such unexpected rewards? You two little beauties, if you hand over every treasure you found here and serve me well, I might consider showing mercy and sparing your lives. Then, his tone shifted abruptly as murderous intent locked onto Li Qingshan. As for you, you sneaky bastard, you must die. Though he did not recognize Li Qingshan, he could sense the young man had concealed his true appearance, filling him with disgust and murderous intent. Arrogant. Yi Lingshuang's eyebrows shot up in fury. Yet, before her words had fully faded, Li Qingshan moved. He understood the principle of striking first and knew all too well that reason held no sway with such demonic cultivators. Only thunderous force could secure a chance at survival. Clang! A clear, piercing sword cry echoed through the valley as the eternal life judgment sword shot from its scabbard. A colossal sword intent, capable of deciding life and death and judging all things, surged skyward. Li Qingshan held nothing back, unleashing his life-bound treasure from the very start, the fourth-tier supreme artifact, the Eternal Judgment Sword. Its target was the late-stage golden core cultivator standing to Yin Tianqiu's left. The late gold core cultivator felt an indescribable terror descend upon him in an instant. The space around him seemed to freeze solid, his eyes fixed only on that blazing sword light filling his vision, a symbol of death and finality. He didn't even have a chance to summon his treasure. No! A desperate scream erupted, only to be abruptly cut off. The sword light swept through, tearing through the late gold core cultivator's body and the hastily raised protective aura like paper, obliterating both body and soul in an instant. Junior brother? You bastard! You're asking for death. Yin Tianqiu and the other late-stage golden core cultivator were both shocked and enraged. They never imagined the other would strike so ruthlessly at the slightest provocation, let alone possess such terrifying power. How could a mere mid-stage golden core cultivator instantly kill a late-stage one? And that sword, what grade of magical artifact was it? But there was no time for further thought. Yin Tianqiu roared furiously, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that surged around him. A ghastly white bone banner instantly materialized in his hand, growing longer as it caught the wind. Countless vengeful souls screeched and lunged toward Li Qingshan. The other late-stage golden core cultivator snapped into action, hastily summoning a black shield to guard his front while simultaneously channeling a ghostly blue flying sword to pierce toward Li Qingshan. Facing the furious counterattack of two formidable foes, Li Qingshan's expression remained as cold as ice, his heart utterly unruffled. Having chosen to strike, he would give them no further chance. Golden Wind Cicada, go! With a flicker of his intent, the golden wind cicada within his hair shot toward Yin Tianqiu like lightning, emitting a piercingly shrill chirp. Simultaneously, a surging golden gale, laden with deadly venom, swept toward Yin Tianqiu and his companion. No! Yin Tianqiu's face paled as his soul was suddenly pierced by excruciating pain. The cicada's cry could directly assault the soul, leaving him frozen in place. The other late-stage golden core cultivator fared even worse, his face turning deathly pale as terror gripped him. The surging golden gale that struck them left both men dizzy and disoriented. Yin Tianqiu, consumed by fury and shock, immediately prepared to unleash a spell to slay the golden wind cicada. At that very moment, Li Qingshan flipped his left hand, and a talisman bursting with brilliant spiritual light and intricate runes appeared instantly. A fourth-tier supreme spirit talisman, the giant sword true talisman. As Li Qingshan poured his magical power into it, the talisman burst into a blinding, fiery light, slowly activating. The golden wind cicada's attack had been timed precisely to buy Li Qingshan the moment needed to activate the true symbol of the giant sword. After all, though a top-tier fourth-tier spirit talisman was powerful, it had a noticeable activation delay. It was difficult to activate instantly. Seeing the situation turn dire, Yin Tianqiu would naturally flee. Golden wind cicada's attack wasn't meant to kill, but to prevent their escape. A terrifying light sword appeared out of thin air, larger than the eternal judgment sword wielded earlier, composed purely of destructive energy. Resembling a divine sword of judgment from the heavens, it carried an overwhelming might capable of crushing all in its path. It descended with brutal force toward Yin Tianqiu and the late-stage golden core cultivator. This strike rivaled the full power of a nascent soul cultivator. Its might was peerless. A fourth-tier spirit talisman? Impossible. Yin Tianqiu's pupils contracted to pinpricks as he let out an incredulous shriek. He barely escaped the cicada's shrill cries, just as he was about to counterattack, only to witness Li Qingshan activate a fourth-tier spirit talisman. The sheer power contained within that giant sword made his very soul tremble. He tried to flee, but escape was utterly impossible. The moment the great sword true symbol activated, boundless killing intent locked onto the two of them completely. He could no longer spare a thought for attacking, frantically channeling his magical power into the black bone banner. Countless vengeful spirits coalesced into a thick barrier, shielding him from the front.
Simultaneously, he flicked out several powerful defensive talismans in rapid succession and even activated a magical treasure armor he wore beneath his robes. The other late-stage golden core cultivator was utterly terrified, pinning all his hopes on the black shield before him. Boom! The giant's sword struck down. The barrier of vengeful spirits melted instantly like ice under sunlight. The seemingly sturdy black shield couldn't withstand even a breath of the strike, shattering instantly into countless fragments. Put! The late gold core cultivator didn't even have time to scream before being crushed into a mist of blood by the terrifying sword chi, his body and soul utterly annihilated. Tiancho barely managed to absorb most of the blow thanks to his 4th-tier demonic treasure, the bone banner, along with numerous defensive artifacts and his peak golden core cultivation. Yet he still reeled from the blow, spewing blood as he flew backward. The bone banner in his hand glowed dimly, clearly damaged beyond repair. His entire being radiated a withered aura, his internal injuries severe. He crashed heavily to the ground, his eyes filled with terror and dread as he watched Li Qingshan advance step by step, the eternal life sword in hand, his gaze cold and deathly. Panic seized him completely. You can't kill me. My grandfather is Yin Luo Sect's nascent soul patriarch, Yin Xue. Kill me, and the patriarch will never let you go. You'll find no refuge, neither in heaven nor on earth. Yin Tiancho bellowed threats, his voice trembling with fear beneath his bravado, while frantically pulling out a handful of assorted spirit talismans. Among them were 3rd-tier talismans, and even a few faintly radiating 4th-tier fluctuations. He activated them recklessly, scattering them toward Li Qingshan. Hum! The eternal life judgment sword hummed and trembled, effortlessly slicing through every talisman. Li Qingshan paid no heed to the threats, his stride unbroken as he raised the eternal life sword once more, its icy edge locked onto Yin Tiancho. With such an enemy, only complete annihilation could prevent endless trouble down the line. Yet, just as Li Qingshan's sword strike was about to unleash, Yin Tiancho's hand revealed a silver talisman of unusual material, radiating intense spatial fluctuations. A look of excruciating pain yet unwavering resolve flashed across his face as he abruptly crushed the silver talisman in his hand. I remember you all. You'll pay for this. I will have my revenge. Accompanied by a voice filled with venomous fury, a burst of silver light erupted, instantly enveloping Yin Tiancho's entire form. Li Qingshan's sword struck down, only to cleave through an afterimage and several layers of the talismanic light shield that hadn't fully materialized. In a flash of silver light, Yin Tiancho vanished completely from his spot, leaving not even a trace of his presence behind. The minor teleportation true talisman. Li Qingshan sheathed his sword and stood, his brow slightly furrowed. He possessed a minor teleportation true talisman himself, a top-tier 4th-grade artifact, and knew well how precious such a life-saving talisman was. Once activated, it could randomly teleport its user thousands of miles away, making pursuit nearly impossible. He truly hadn't expected the other party to possess such an item. The chance to eliminate the threat at its root was now lost. Yiling Shuang and Zhou Taoyao only now snapped back to reality from the lightning-fast, yet utterly shocking battle. Staring at the devastation strewn across the ground and the corpses of 2 late-stage golden core cultivators, their hearts still pounded wildly. The look they cast at Li Qingshan was filled with awe. Master Zhou, he got away. Yiling Shuang voiced her concern. It matters not. The direction of the minor teleportation talisman is unpredictable, pursuit is futile. Li Qingshan shook his head, his tone calm. We shouldn't linger here. The Yin Luo Sect might soon detect something amiss and rush over. Let's leave immediately. The golden wind cicada flew back to Nestle in Li Qingshan's hair. He swiftly cleared the battlefield, collecting the storage pouches of the 2 Yin Luo Sect gold core cultivators and the damaged bone banner. Without hesitation, he took the 2 women and transformed into 3 streaks of light, rapidly charging out of the secret realm's entrance and vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 135, The Wretched Yin Tiancho. A silver flash erupted, warping space itself. Yin Tiancho felt the world spinning violently, as if hurled into a raging vortex. His meridians throbbed with excruciating pain, as though being torn apart. He had no sense of time, perhaps it was but an instant, or perhaps an eternity. Thud! He crashed heavily onto the hard, cold ground. The immense impact forced another mouthful of blood from him, and darkness swirled before his eyes. Gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain that felt like his body was shattering and the dizzying vertigo, Yin Tiancho struggled to look around. This seemed to be an underground cavern, dimly lit, damp air thick with a faint sulfuric stench and an ancient aura. The distant roar of subterranean currents echoed faintly. Cough. Damn it! Damn it! Once he confirmed he was temporarily safe, boundless rage and humiliation instantly overwhelmed Yin Tiancho. He struggled to lean against a rock, coughing up more clotted blood. His face was as pale as paper, his breath weak and faint. He, the prodigy of the Yin Luo Sect, a direct descendant of the Yuanling patriarch, a cultivator at the peak of the golden core stage, had been driven into such a pitiful state in an obscure secret realm by a shadowy figure and 2 women.
Not only had his two capable subordinates been instantly slain, but he himself had been forced to resort to his life-saving trump card, fleeing like a cornered dog while sustaining such severe damage to his foundational cultivation. Li Qingshan. You of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. And that sword-wielding scum and that little brat. I, Tiancho, swear upon my heart demon I will extract your souls and refine your spirits, making you suffer every torment imaginable before you die. He growled hoarsely, his voice twisted and raspy with hatred, his eyes blazing with venomous malice. He carefully sensed the injuries within his body, his brow furrowing deeply. Multiple meridians were damaged, his golden core dimmed. Without years of arduous cultivation and vast quantities of precious elixirs, recovery seemed unlikely. The immediate priority was to heal his wounds as quickly as possible, then explore this secret realm. Having come this far, he couldn't return empty-handed. Perhaps here lay the opportunity for swift recovery or even a blessing in disguise. He forced himself to swallow several healing pills unique to the Inluo sect, then sat cross-legged, preparing to stabilize his injuries. However, the moment his mind relaxed slightly as he channeled all his energy to activate the medicine's potency. TSK. Such intense resentment, such a vessel with exceptional innate potential. Though wounded and with a weakened soul, this truly is divine favor. A faint yet overwhelmingly greedy and ancient spiritual fluctuation, like a cold, venomous snake, silently infiltrated Yin Tiancho's sea of consciousness. Who? Yin Tiancho jolted awake, his soul nearly leaping from his body in terror. He hadn't sensed any foreign presence at all. This mental wave had appeared directly within the core of his consciousness sea, signifying that the intruder's level far surpassed his own. He frantically surged his divine sense, desperate to expel this foreign mental force. Oomph. A mere golden core novice dares to resist? Being chosen by this sovereign is your greatest fortune. The mental fluctuation emitted a cold, disdainful snort. Then, a colossal, pure, yet utterly frigid and deathly still force, a shattered divine soul brimming with overwhelming demonic intent, surged like a bursting flood, violently crashing against Yin Tiancho's sea of consciousness defenses. Ah! Yin Tiancho let out a piercing scream, clutching his head as he rolled on the ground. His divine sense crumbled like a paper-thin wall before this force, collapsing at the slightest touch. He finally saw the true form of the intruder, a nearly transparent, thumb-sized shadow of a black nascent soul, as if it might vanish at any moment. Yet the aura of rank it radiated and the indomitable will that had endured 10,000 years without fading sent shivers through his very soul. A remnant soul of a nascent soul cultivator? No, this is a remnant soul of a transcendent spirit cultivator? No. Spare me, senior. I am Yin Shuehe's grandson of the Inluo sect, and my ancestor was also a nascent soul powerhouse. Please, senior, consider. Yin Tiancho screamed in terror, desperately pleading for mercy, trying to intimidate the opponent with his background. Inluo sect? Yin Shuehe? Just some nobodies I've never heard of. The remnant soul of Black Mountain Reverend emitted a haughty, cold laugh. Perfect. Seizing your vessel and assuming your identity will greatly facilitate my return to the mortal world. Your memories, I shall absorb them. Before the words faded, the Black Mountain Sage's remnant soul held nothing back. Igniting its last shred of primordial soul energy, it transformed into the sharpest soul spike, utterly shattering Yin Tiancho's final defenses of consciousness. Like the gaping maw of a devouring beast, it savagely consumed Yin Tiancho's soul essence while frantically scanning his memories. No. No. Grandfather, save me. Yin Tiancho's consciousness emitted its final desperate cries before fading like a flickering candle in the wind, rapidly dimming, dissipating, and ultimately vanishing into nothingness. The light in his eyes vanished completely, leaving them hollow and lifeless. Yet soon, an ancient, weathered gaze tinged with a hint of unnatural madness and ecstasy reignited within those eyes. Yin Tiancho staggered to his feet, flexing his limbs before a deeply unsettling, satisfied smile spread across his face. He. Ha 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 ha. Heaven has not forsaken Black Mountain. Who would have thought that just after escaping death, such a magnificent gift would be delivered? This body, a core disciple of the Inluo sect, a descendant of the nascent soul stage. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. He sensed the vitality within this young, promising vessel. Though severely wounded, its foundation was exceptional, far superior to any previous target he'd considered for possession. He swiftly scanned Yin Tiancho's memories about the Inluo sect, about the current world, about past grudges. Li Qingshan, that sword cultivator surnamed Zhou, and that girl with the purine physique. Excellent, excellent. Your lives, no, I, Yin Tiancho, shall claim them. The immediate priority is to use this identity and memories to swiftly recover my injuries and cultivation. My storage ring isn't so easily obtained, little one. Wait for your ancestor to come find you. Yin Tiancho, be a good boy and merge with this sovereign. Rest assured, your vengeance will be served. Yin Tiancho licked his lips, his eyes flashing with a ruthless glint identical to the original Yin Tiancho's, yet more cunning and sinister. He swiftly erased the last faint trace of his soul energy lingering at the scene, then assessed the direction before stealthily moving deeper into the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, the three descended in a flash of light. Li Qingshan bowed to Li Qingshan and Zhou Taoyao. Fairy Yi, Miss Shou, this place is no longer safe. The Luo sect may arrive soon. We should part ways here. A complex mix of gratitude and emotion flickered in Yi Lingshuan's eyes as she solemnly declared, Master Zhou, this journey into the secret realm would have been impossible without you. I shall never forget the debt of saving my life. Should you ever need my service in the future, Yi Lingshuan will never refuse. She was utterly awed by Li Qingshan's power and skill. Zhou Taoyao also curtsied gracefully, her lovely face earnest. Master Zhou, thank you. Taoyao will train diligently. Someday, I hope to be of service to you. Li Qingshan smiled faintly. You two fairies flatter me. We merely lent each other a hand. We shall meet again someday. Farewell. Without another word, he transformed into a streak of azure light and vanished into the sky in an instant. Chapter 136, The Wood Spirit Infant, Charging Toward the Nascent Soul. After leaving the secret realm, Li Qingshan flew away while pondering. Though Ying Tianqiu escaped, he only recognized Yi Lingshuan and the other. He doesn't know my true identity, nor that I am Zhou Yun, the guest elder of the Five Elements sect. Now that I've altered my appearance and aura, returning to the sect should be safe. The urgent priority is to break through to the nascent soul stage. Only by achieving nascent soul can one truly establish a foothold in this cultivation world. Yet breaking through requires channeling vast amounts of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy, a task demanding at least a fourth-tier spiritual vein and an absolutely secure environment. The Five Elements sect is the perfect choice. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Qingshan ultimately chose to return to the Five Elements sect. To achieve the nascent soul breakthrough, he required the sect's fourth-tier spiritual vein. Moreover, the Five Elements sect possessed a mountain-defending array and was guarded by a nascent soul patriarch. Breaking through there would be the safest option. Although Ying Tianqiu had escaped, he shouldn't pose much of a threat. Once Li Qingshan broke through to the nascent soul stage, the Luo sect wouldn't risk antagonizing a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator over Ying Tianqiu. Without further hesitation, Li Qingshan channeled his full speed, streaking toward the Five Elements sect like a bolt of lightning. Several days later, the Five Elements sect's mountain gates came into view in the distance. Li Qingshan quietly restored his true appearance and aura, using his identity jade token to slip back to his cave residence on Tianquan Peak without a sound. The moment he entered, he wasted no time resting. Instead, he immediately began preparations for his seclusion. Begin! His fingers formed a mystic seal, activating the cave dwelling's inherent restrictions to form the first barrier. Without hesitation, he retrieved the array disc and array flags he had already refined, deploying the small Sumeru Vajra array. Streams of light shot forth, landing precisely in their designated positions. Amidst a humming resonance, a solid, translucent dome radiating a faint golden glow enveloped the entire seclusion chamber. Sanskrit script flickered faintly upon its surface, rendering it incredibly sturdy, sufficient to briefly withstand the fierce assault of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. This array not only offered formidable defense but also severed divine sense and masked one's aura, the perfect protective formation for secluded cultivation breakthroughs. With everything prepared, Li Qingshan sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion at the chamber's center. He drew in a deep breath of the dense, liquid-like spiritual energy, and his mind instantly settled as still as water. With a tap of his storage pouch, 4 items floated before him. A jade box contained a vibrant wood spirit. 3 medicine bottles each held a smooth, crystalline infant transformation pill adorned with profound patterns. His gaze first fell upon the wood spirit. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through his mind. They can enhance magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and even living creatures like the golden wind cicada. This wood spirit is the essence of heaven and earth, existing between a living being and a spirit object. Could it be enhanced too? His thoughts stirred, and he summoned thee. With utmost care, he placed the emerald green wood spirit into the gourd's opening. The gourd's body trembled slightly. Cloud patterns swirled across its surface, emitting a hazy, clear light that enveloped the wood spirit. However, this cultivation process proved far slower than any previous attempt. On the first day, the gourd hummed faintly as the spirit's energy gradually strengthened. The second day brought no change, as if some subtle, gradual transformation was underway. Thee can enhance the wood spirit, but it requires more time? Li Qingshan's heart stirred slightly. He surmised that it was likely due to the ethereal wood spirit's exceptionally high grade or immense potential. Even the wish-granting gourd couldn't fully enhance it in a single day. This only deepened his anticipation for the wood spirit. The third day, the fourth day, until the 7th day. Hum. The wish-granting gourd suddenly emitted a clear, resonant hum. From its mouth surged a boundless, oceanic tide of pure, vibrant wood elemental energy. The entire quiet chamber seemed to instantly transform into a sea of life. A brilliant green halo shot out from the gourd, hovering in midair. It was no longer an elven form, but a plump infant about the size of a baby's fist, dripping emerald green, with distinct features and clear eyes. Surrounded by the most primordial wood elemental runes, it drew in the vital energy of the heavens and earth with every breath, its spiritual power now dozens of times stronger than before. Is this the legendary wood spirit infant? Li Qingshan's eyes blazed with disbelieving ecstasy. Ancient texts recorded that the Ewood spirit was the essence of all trees, while the Ewood spirit infant represented its ultimate form after undergoing an extreme metamorphosis. It contained a trace of the primordial essence of Jiawood, making it a treasure coveted by all wood element cultivators. It offered unimaginably immense benefits for condensing the nascent soul and comprehending the laws of the wood element. It was said that the Ewood spirit infant could even be refined into a second nascent soul, holding profound significance even for venerable Huatian cultivators. This object existed only in legend, yet they had actually transformed it into reality. Heaven favors me. With this Ewood spirit infant by my side, how could I fail to cultivate my nascent soul? Li Qingshan suppressed his excitement, his gaze hardening with unwavering resolve. After several days of meditation within his cave dwelling, he had already elevated his state to its absolute peak. The moment had arrived. Li Qingshan first swallowed a nascent soul pill. The pill dissolved instantly, its colossal potency surging like a flood breaking through a dam. It rushed through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging upon his Dantian sea of qi, violently assaulting the golden pill already flawlessly perfected and radiant with rosy light. Simultaneously, he activated the eternal life true art, frantically absorbing the vast quantities of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy within the cave dwelling and converging from the sect's spiritual veins. This formed a massive vortex of spiritual energy that poured into his body. The breaks, the infant is born. Li Qingshan silently chanted the incantation in his mind, guiding that colossal force of fusion of destruction and rebirth with his powerful divine sense to violently assault the barrier of the golden core. Crack! A faint yet distinct cracking sound echoed from within his body. A crack appeared on the impenetrable surface of the golden core. Instantly, the fissure spread like a spider web, covering the entire core. Boom! In the next instant, the golden core shattered completely. Yet the shattered essence did not dissipate. Instead, it coalesced into a pure, primordial energy core, a distillation of Li Qingshan's lifetime of cultivation, his soul imprint, and his profound grasp of the laws of the universe. Intense agony surged through his entire body, yet Li Qingshan's mind remained steadfast and unwavering. He carefully guided this primordial energy, beginning the process of reshaping the core of his life, the nascent soul. This was an exquisitely delicate and perilous process. The slightest misstep would mean the destruction of thee and the death of the cultivator. At that very moment, the suspended Ewood spirit infant seemed drawn by some force. It emitted a cheerful chirp and transformed into a strand of the purest innate wood elemental energy, willingly merging into the reshaping primordial energy. With the infusion of this divine treasure, the primordial energy instantly stabilized, brimming with boundless vitality and vigor. The shaping process became remarkably smooth. A tiny infant shadow, identical in appearance to Li Qingshan, rapidly coalesced and grew increasingly solid. Li Qingshan, struck by divine inspiration, engraved all his insights into the Tao, the five elements, and the way of the sword into this newly born primordial infant. But just as the infant's form began to take shape, on the very brink of complete solidification, a sudden anomaly occurred. Chapter 137, The Heart Demon Tribulation. It did not originate from the outside world, but from the deepest recesses of his own heart. Li Qingshan felt his soul plummet, as if plunging into an endless, bizarrely surreal abyss of illusion. The surrounding spiritual energy, the cave-dwelling, and even the embryonic Yuan infant within his body instantly blurred and receded into the distance. This is the heart demon tribulation? Li Qingshan's heart sank as he realized this was the most perilous stage of the nascent soul condensation process. The heart demon tribulation. Only by overcoming the heart demon tribulation could he truly condense his nascent soul and break through to the nascent soul stage. Li Qingshan steadied his mind, sitting cross-legged in the void, reflecting inward as his soul grew crystal clear. At that moment, he found himself in a void, where only the before him radiated brilliant light, growing immense as if it were the center of the universe. A voice filled with temptation echoed within his heart, as if it were another version of himself. Look! This is your greatest asset. Why endure grueling cultivation? Why risk the tribulation? Simply keep seeking spiritual treasures to feed it, and you'll possess endless supreme elixirs, peerless divine artifacts, and invincible talismans. The world lies at your feet, and immortality is no mere fantasy. Rely on it, and you'll effortlessly crush all foes. Surrender your spirit and merge completely with the gourd. Abandon this agonizing breakthrough, and you shall instantly attain supreme power. Within the illusion, scenes unfolded before his eyes, him slaughtering foes with the gourd, masses kneeling in worship, beauties surrounding him, and eternal life attained effortlessly. The temptation felt utterly real, striking directly at humanity's deepest craving for power and immortality. Li Qingshan's spirit wavered slightly, but instantly turned as cold as ice. External power is but a branch, one's own cultivation is the root. Thee is a treasure that aids me, not my master. Disappear. How unwavering was his resolve. In that instant, his divine consciousness struck like a sword, cleaving through the illusion. The lavish scene before him shattered like a mirage, vanishing into thin air. The voice of temptation emitted a reluctant shriek before vanishing without a trace. Yet, it was not over. The scene abruptly shifted. He found himself back in his previous life, still that ordinary, unremarkable mortal. The computer screen flickered with a faint glow before him, surrounded by the familiar rented room and monotonous existence. The cultivation world he had just experienced seemed like nothing more than a fleeting dream. A deep voice echoed. See? That bizarre immortal realm was nothing but a fleeting illusion. What meaning is there in constant fighting and uncertainty? Come back. This is reality. Though ordinary, at least there's no threat to your life. Then the scene shifted again. He saw himself failing his breakthrough attempt, his golden core shattering completely, his cultivation destroyed, his meridian severed, a broken man. Cast out by his sect, hunted by enemies, Li Qingshan, Zhou Taoyao, and the others turned away coldly. He clung to life in utter despair. Fear, resentment, and self-doubt surged like a tidal wave, threatening to drown his consciousness. Illusion. All illusion. Li Qingshan roared furiously, the past life is gone, but I am here in this life. Where the Tao lies, I shall go, even if against 1,000 foes. What of failure? What of ruin? Even if my body perishes and my Tao vanishes, it remains my unregretted choice on the path of seeking the Tao. My heart is like a sword, it would rather break than bend. Shatter. His formidable willpower anchored his soul like a divine pillar, stabilizing his spirit and once again tearing apart this illusory realm. The heart demon tribulation seemed enraged, unleashing its final and most perilous ordeal. This time, there was no specific scene, only a torrent of chaotic thoughts and accusations, striking directly at the core of his soul. Who are you? Li Qingshan? Or Zhou Yun? What is your path? Immortality? Revenge? Protection? Or mere slaughter? You altered your appearance, concealed your identity, and plotted every step. How are you any different from Yin Tianqiu or the Black Mountain Sage? Does your sword strike down enemies, or your own true heart? The way of heaven is merciless, treating all beings as straw dogs. Even if you attain the nascent soul stage, or even the spirit transformation stage, above that lies the refining void stage, and beyond that, even higher realms. The path to immortality is long and arduous, filled with endless tribulations. In the end, all return to dust. What is the point of seeking it? Give up. Surrender to your heart demon. You may find great freedom, great liberation. Countless selves roared, questioned, tempted, and mocked within his mind. This was the ultimate interrogation of self-awareness, path selection, and the very meaning of cultivation. Should he falter in his response, or his resolve waver even slightly, he would plunge into ruin, devoured by his inner demons, doomed to eternal torment. Li Qingshan's soul light flickered precariously under this relentless assault, as if it might extinguish at any moment. At this most perilous moment, he seemed to see his entire journey unfold before him, a century of stepping onto the path of cultivation, struggling relentlessly to pursue immortality, ceaseless arduous training, battles in secret realms, protecting companions, fighting for a sliver of hope in desperate situations. Flashes of countless scenes passed before his eyes. His gaze suddenly sharpened with clarity and resolve. A pure, unyielding resolve erupted from the deepest core of his soul. I am I. Li Qingshan, and also Zhou Yun. Names and appearances are but illusions, only the true heart endures. My path lies beneath my feet. It is the path of immortality, the path of freedom, the path of conquest, and the path of protection. I walk my own road, with no shame in my heart. The path to immortality stretches endlessly, I shall seek it high and low. Endless tribulations are but scenery along my journey. Where my heart leads, I shall never regret, even if it means dying 9 times. Demonic thoughts. Do not dare disturb my Taoist heart. Boom! With this resolute, enlightened cry, all illusions, distractions, and doubts melted away like ice under sunlight, vanishing in an instant. The heart demon tribulation broken. In reality, perhaps only an instant had passed. Yet to Li Qingshan, it felt like enduring countless lifetimes of reincarnation. The instant his heart demon tribulation was utterly shattered, his soul underwent an unprecedented refinement. It became crystal clear and utterly pure, resonating flawlessly with the nascent soul that was forming. The formation of the nascent soul faced no further obstruction. Boom! 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 Within the quiet chamber, an extraordinary phenomenon spontaneously manifested. Above the tiny nascent soul, 3 green celebratory clouds condensed from pure spiritual energy and Tao patterns materialized out of thin air. They rotated slowly, showering endless rays of radiance. Beneath its feet, the ethereal form of a 12-petaled golden lotus platform silently materialized, cradling the infant soul and radiating an aura impervious to all laws. In each of the infant soul's tiny hands, an illusory talisman materialized, one embodying the profound cycles of the 5 elements, the other radiating the supreme sharpness of the sword's path. The nascent soul complete. At this moment, Li Qingshan's nascent soul solidified completely. It was no longer a mere energy form, but a nascent embodiment of the Tao itself, a manifestation of the way. Its power, its potential, and its profound harmony with the cosmos far exceeded all mortal comprehension. This was no ordinary nascent soul, it was the legendary Tao nascent soul. The instant Li Qingshan's nascent soul was fully realized, the clear skies above the 5 elements sect suddenly darkened. Endless auspicious clouds gathered from all directions, layering upon each other to envelop the entire 5 elements mountain range. Myriad rays of rosy light and countless streaks of auspicious colors illuminated the heavens and earth in a breathtaking splendor. Chapter 138, The Primordial Infant of Heavenly Tao. Ethereal celestial music arose from the void, resonating in every corner. Its sound was soothing to the soul, loosening cultivation bottlenecks. Beneath the earth, spiritual veins boiled, and vast streams of spiritual energy transformed into visible pillars of light, shooting skyward to merge with the auspicious clouds. Golden lotus illusions drifted down from the heavens, landing amidst the forests and mountains. Plants grew wildly, spiritual herbs exuded fragrance, and the entire sect's spiritual energy concentration instantly surged to a new level. A pillar of light, pure beyond compare and imbued with the blessing of the laws of heaven and earth, the celestial baptism pierced through all obstacles, descending with pinpoint accuracy. It poured directly into the cave dwelling where Li Qingshan resided, enveloping his nascent soul for its final refinement and ascension. That celestial pillar of light, descending from the heavens, contained not only refined energy but also a thread of the blessings of the laws of heaven and earth. It pierced through the cave dwelling, enveloping both Li Qingshan and his heavenly Tao nascent soul. This pillar not only repaired the slight depletion of his soul spirit from battling the heart demon tribulation but further refined his nascent soul and physical body, harmonizing them more profoundly with heaven and earth and fortifying his foundations to become unbreakable. Such an earth-shaking phenomenon instantly alarmed the entire Five Elements sect. All disciples and elders rushed out of their dwellings, staring wide-eyed at the mythical spectacle unfolding in the sky, their faces filled with awe and bewilderment. What happened? Is this someone forming their nascent soul? But how could the nascent soul formation display such terrifying power? Celestial music, golden lotus, could this be what the ancient texts describe? Whoosh! 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 Several overwhelming auras erupted from the depths of the Five Elements sect. 3 figures appeared in the sky almost simultaneously, the 3 nascent soul elders of the Five Elements sect. 2 were mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, while the leader, clothed somewhat haphazardly, a vermilion wine gourd hanging at his waist, possessed eyes sharp as blades and an aura vast as the ocean. He was none other than the late-stage nascent soul cultivator, the wine sword immortal. It was he who, years ago in Zixia Immortal City, had witnessed Li Qingshan condense his 9 transformation golden core, recognizing his extraordinary talent. He had then recruited Li Qingshan into the Five Elements sect, where he became a guest elder. The 3 venerable elders now wore expressions devoid of their usual composure, their faces etched with shock and utter disbelief. The Tao Infant. This is the portent of a Tao Infant. One mid-stage Tao Infant ancestor's voice trembled. Auspicious clouds stretching for 10,000 miles, celestial music accompanying its birth, golden lotus blossoming from the earth, heavenly baptism descending. Indeed. Ancient texts clearly state that only the condensation of the legendary, supreme heavenly Tao primordial infant can summon such celebratory phenomena from the heavens and earth. Another mid-stage elder added excitedly. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage, the quality of the nascent soul itself is graded according to the cultivator's innate foundation: inferior nascent soul, middle grade nascent soul, superior nascent soul, supreme nascent soul, and the legendary heavenly Tao nascent soul. Lower grade nascent souls are mostly forcibly condensed by cultivators with poor aptitude and insufficient foundations. Most cultivators with sufficient foundations and accumulated essence achieve at least a middle grade nascent soul. Only a select few prodigies and geniuses can condense high-grade or supreme-grade nascent souls. Only those who condense a high-grade or supreme-grade nascent soul possess the qualifications to challenge the divine transformation realm in the future. As for the legendary Tao-level nascent soul, it is said that as long as its bearer does not perish, they are destined to become a divine transformation patriarch. None of them could have imagined that one day, within the Five Elements sect, someone would actually condense a Tao-level nascent soul. It was utterly inconceivable. Who could have formed a Tao-level nascent soul? The breakthrough seemed to come from the direction of the guest elders' cave dwellings. Could it be that one of the guest elders broke through to the nascent soul stage? Someone exclaimed, their eyes brimming with disbelief. The wine sword immortal gulped down a mouthful of liquor, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented intensity as he fixed his gaze on the direction where the heavenly baptism light pillar descended. It was Li Qingshan's cave residence. That brat! Zhou Yun? He murmured to himself, his voice brimming with boundless delight and awe. Good lad! Good lad! Ha ha ha! A heavenly Tao nascent soul. The legendary heavenly Tao nascent soul destined to become a divine spirit, even with the potential for immortal Tao. And it appears in our Five Elements sect. Heaven blesses the Five Elements. Heaven blesses the Five Elements. He roared with laughter, his voice shaking the heavens, filled with delight and excitement. Zhou Yun? Is that the guest elder? Sect Master Blazing Fire now stared wide-eyed, his beard snatched out in shock, his gaze brimming with disbelief. Activate the sect's grand formation immediately. The news of the heavenly Tao primordial infant's emergence must not be leaked. The wine sword immortal spoke swiftly, his gaze turning intensely grave. He and the other 2 nascent soul cultivators simultaneously activated the Five Elements sect's protective formation, conjuring a vast barrier that enveloped the entire sect's territory for 1,000 li in every direction. The colossal celestial phenomenon of the heavenly Tao nascent soul was instantly contained, its aura completely concealed. The Winesword Immortal understood all too well what the celestial Tao nascent soul signified. Should the Five Elements Sect's enemies learn of it, they would spare no expense to eliminate this newly ascended nascent soul. Who wouldn't fear a future Huatian ancestor? Liewa, you know what must be done. The Winesword Immortal fixed his gaze on true immortal blazing fire. Liewa Jinrin shuddered violently and hastily replied, Ancestor, rest assured. I will have every elder and disciple of the sect swear a solemn oath against their inner demons. Not a single detail of this matter shall be leaked. Very well. The Winesword Immortal nodded and said. Then, accompanied by the other two nascent soul cultivators, he proceeded directly to the cave dwelling where Li Qingshan was in seclusion, waiting for him to emerge. At that very moment, the entire Five Elements sect was in an uproar, filled with awe and astonishment over Li Qingshan's breakthrough. Though many elders and disciples knew little of the heavenly Tao nascent soul, the birth of yet another nascent soul patriarch within the Five Elements sect was an extraordinary event. Everyone was overcome with excitement, their enthusiasm reaching its peak. Inside the cave dwelling, Li Qingshan was immersed in the celestial baptism, experiencing the profound mysteries brought by the resonance between his nascent soul and the Tao. His life essence had undergone a qualitative leap. Soon, the pillar of light from the celestial baptism slowly dissipated, ultimately transforming into specks of luminous light that sank into Li Qingshan's body, nourishing both his physical form and his nascent soul. Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze held an inner radiance, as if starry rivers flowed within, profound and immeasurable. He clenched his fist lightly, sensing the surging, roaring power within him, a colossal force several times greater than that of the Golden Core stage. An unprecedented sense of strength filled his entire being. But that was not all. His perception of the world's spiritual energy had become incredibly sharp. Every subtle change in his surroundings was clearly reflected in his divine sense, as if the entire world had become more vivid and distinct. A mere flicker of his thought seemed capable of stirring the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius into dance. This was the true power of a nascent soul cultivator, the nascent ability to influence a realm. 166 years old. Nascent soul stage. He murmured to himself, his voice tinged with an indescribable sense of awe. From the age of 100, when he first embarked on the path of immortality from humble beginnings, he had endured countless dangers, seized opportunities, and endured arduous cultivation. 66 years had passed since then, and he had finally shattered the insurmountable barrier that countless cultivators spent their entire lives attempting to cross, achieving the Tao of the nascent soul. Such speed, if made known, would shake the entire cultivation world to its core, truly astonishing. Chapter 139, The Invitation from the Winesword Immortal. Li Qingshan gazed inward at his dantian. There, seated cross-legged at the center of his qi, sat a tiny infant roughly an inch tall, fair and delicate, with features identical to his own eyes closed. Daoist aura swirled around the infant's body. Above its head, the illusory form of the three flowers and auspicious clouds rose and fell. Beneath its feet rested the heaven-burning furnace, radiating intense heat. 36 miniature eternal life judgment swords, shimmering with azure gold light, circled the infant like loyal sentinels, emitting a faint, melodious hum. What delighted Li Qingshan most was that the, which had always resisted being absorbed into his body, now transformed into a gentle stream of light. It lay quietly in the infant's embrace, held steadily by tiny hands as if they were one. The cloud patterns on the gourd's surface seemed more vibrant than ever, harmonizing with the infant's soul's aura. He can actually be absorbed into my body. Li Qingshan's heart swelled with joy. This development greatly enhanced the treasure's concealment and security, freeing him from constant worry about exposure and alleviating many concerns. Feeling the earth-shattering changes within his body, Li Qingshan's spirit soared. Now, he finally possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities to navigate the vast, perilous realm of immortal cultivation. Even if he were to face a late nascent soul cultivator like Changchun again, even if he couldn't defeat them, he was absolutely confident he could escape unscathed, relying on his various techniques and the profound mysteries of the heavenly Tao nascent soul. He suppressed the urge to emerge immediately, knowing full well that after a breakthrough, one must consolidate their cultivation base. Closing his eyes once more, he channeled the eternal life true art, guiding vast currents of energy through his newly formed meridians to circulate a full cycle. He familiarized himself with the surging power while nurturing the newly born heavenly Tao nascent soul. Time slipped by, and cultivation knew no passage of years. In the blink of an eye, several more months passed. Li Qingshan's aura had completely withdrawn, now perfectly harmonized and flawless. His early nascent soul realm was thoroughly stabilized, and his control over his power had reached the level of effortless command. On this day, the protective barriers of Li Qingshan's cave dwelling slowly opened. Clad in a blue robe, his figure straight and tall, his expression serene, he stepped out at a measured pace. Outside the cave dwelling, three figures had been waiting. They were none other than the three primordial ancestors of the Five Elements Sect, the Winesword Immortal, Mahi, and Zhao Yuan. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Zhou. You have achieved the breakthrough to the nascent soul Tao in one fell swoop. This is a great blessing for our Five Elements Sect.
Ancestor Ma he bowed first with a smile, his tone warm and earnest, immediately placing Li Qingshan on equal footing with them. Ancestor Zhao Yuan smiled and echoed, the celestial phenomena you unleashed during your breakthrough are a sight rarely seen in 10,000 years.
I've been waiting in awe. Congratulations.
The wine sword immortal remained his usual carefree self, clutching his wine gourd.
His eyes sparkled with undisguised admiration and awe as he roared with laughter. Good lad. I truly didn't misjudge you back then. A heavenly down nascent soul. Ha ha ha.
That our 5 elements sect could produce someone who condensed a heavenly down nascent soul, no one would believe it if I told them. Li Qingshan smiled and bowed solemnly to the three, returning their greeting. Thank you all for safeguarding this ceremony.
I am profoundly grateful. He looked especially at the wine sword immortal, his tone sincere. I must especially thank Senior Wine Sword Immortal for your assistance and recommendation back in Purple Mist Immortal City. I shall remember it forever.
The wine sword immortal waves dismissively, yet a fleeting, barely perceptible shock flickered in his eyes. He clearly remembered meeting Zhou Yun in Purple Mist Immortal City years ago, when the man had only just broken through to the Golden Core stage. At most, it had been little over 30 years since then. In just over 30 years, he had advanced relentlessly from early Gold Core all the way to Nascent Soul. What a terrifying pace. Even the legendary 9-turn Golden Core could never defy the heavens like this. This youth must possess unimaginable secrets and extraordinary opportunities. However, the wine sword immortal was a man of broad-mindedness and insight. He understood that cultivators each followed their own paths of destiny, and knew that prying into others' secrets or harboring covetous thoughts was the greatest taboo. Suppressing his curiosity and astonishment, he maintained his smile and spoke with even greater warmth.
Fellow Taoist Zhou, you flatter me. That is your own destiny. Now that you have attained the nascent soul stage, you are one of us fellow cultivators. The position of guest elder would be an understatement.
His expression turned solemn as he formally extended the invitation. After consulting with my fellow disciples Ma and Zhao, I sincerely invite fellow Taoist Zhou to become the 6th Supreme Elder of our 5 Elements sect. You would co-govern the sect with us, enjoying all its resources and offerings. What are your thoughts on this? Ma He and Zhao Yuan nodded in unison, their eyes fixed intently on Li Qingshan. A cultivator who had condensed a Tao-infused nascent soul, possessing limitless potential. If such a powerhouse could truly remain within the 5 Elements sect, it would bring immense benefit to the sect.
The 6th Supreme Elder?
A hint of confusion flickered in Li Qingshan's eyes.
The wine sword immortal explained, our 5 Elements sect currently has 5 primordial infant Supreme Elders. The other 2 are not present at the sect at this time.
I see. Li Qingshan nodded in understanding. Becoming a Supreme Elder meant deeper obligations and greater responsibilities, but it also granted access to the entire sect's resources and support undeniably advantageous. Yet he was cautious by nature, disliking excessive constraints, and harbored too many secrets. He needed time to weigh the pros and cons. Thus, he clasped his hands respectfully and said earnestly, thank you, fellow cultivators, for your kind regard, and the sect for its esteem. This matter is of great importance. Please allow me to consider it carefully before giving my answer. Would that be acceptable? The wine sword immortal and his companions exchanged glances. Though a trace of disappointment flickered in their eyes, they understood that such a momentous decision demanded careful deliberation. You can't force someone into something they don't want, especially a promising nascent soul cultivator with boundless potential.
Quite right. Fellow Taoist Zhou has just emerged from seclusion and needs time to fully acclimate to the nascent soul realm.
We shan't disturb you further. When you've made your decision, feel free to seek us out anytime. The wine sword immortal laughed heartily, saying no more. Clutching his gourd flask, he and Ma He and Zhao Yuan vanished in a flash of light. Li Qingshan watched the trio depart, standing before his cave dwelling. His gaze grew deep as he surveyed the endless mountain ranges and sea of clouds that formed the 5 Elements sect.
He turned and returned to his cave dwelling, reactivating the protective barriers once more.
In a neighboring cave dwelling, guest elders Li Qingshan and Su Liang sat facing each other, their eyes filled with shock and complexity. Li Qingshan, dressed in a crimson gown, wore a dazed expression on her normally radiant face as she murmured to herself, over 30 years ago, when Zhou Yun first arrived at the 5 Elements sect, he had only just formed his golden core.
How long has it been?
30 years. Nearly 30 years.
And he has actually succeeded in forming his infant core?
She remembered it clearly. Back then, although that fellow cultivator Zhou Yun showed signs of extraordinary talent, his cultivation level was indeed only at the early stage of the golden core realm. As for herself, after 30 years of arduous cultivation, aided by sect resources and a bit of luck, she had barely advanced from mid-golden core to late golden core, a pace considered quite respectable in the cultivation world. Yet this fellow next door had directly formed a nascent soul? And he'd even triggered such an unprecedented, awe-inspiring phenomenon that even the nascent soul elders had been startled and marveled at? Chapter 140, Taking Stock of the Spoils. Su Liang shook his head with a bitter smile.
The Tao-born nascent soul.
The wine sword immortal patriarch spoke it himself. There can be no mistake.
Junior sister Li, the gap between us and this fellow Daoist Zhou, no, Senior Zhou, has become as vast as heaven and earth. The word Senior Zhou sent a chill through both their hearts, stirring a hint of bitterness, but more so profound reverence. In the cultivation world, seniority prevails. Since he had attained the nascent soul stage, he stood on equal footing with their sect's ancestral elders. They must address him as senior. Li Qingshan's beautiful eyes flashed as she murmured, "Senior brother Su, what do you think of his origins? To advance from early gold core to nascent soul in 30 years is unheard of. Could he be a reincarnation of a great power from the upper realm? Or perhaps he possesses some earth-shattering, peerless inheritance?" Su Liang hastily gestured for silence, his expression tense as he whispered telepathically, "Sis, be careful what you say. Such speculation must never be voiced aloud. Whatever opportunities Senior Zhou may have encountered, they are his own destiny. All we need to know is that he is now the nascent soul patriarch of our five-element sect, standing worlds apart from us. The bonds of peerhood from days past must be laid to rest. Remember to observe disciple etiquette, not the slightest hint of disrespect or negligence." Li Qingshan took a deep breath, slowly nodding as she forced down the storm raging within her, that lingering resentment and curiosity transforming it into profound reverence. Her gaze fell upon the tightly sealed stone door of the cave dwelling, her expression complex. Finally, it dissolved into a soft sigh. "I understand. From this day forward, there is only Senior Zhou." The two exchanged glances, each seeing the same resolve in the other's eyes. Henceforth, they must be even more cautious in their words and actions, maintaining absolute reverence toward this newly appointed, enigmatic Senior Zhou. Simultaneously, a faint sense of shared pride began to stir within them. After all, this legendary figure lived right next door to them and they had some acquaintance with him. Time to tally the spoils. A hint of anticipation flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes as he began sorting through the spoils from his recent secret realm expedition. First, he retrieved the storage pouches obtained from the two late-stage golden core elders of the Luo sect. His divine sense swept through them, but the contents left him unimpressed. Approximately 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones of fortune for an ordinary golden core cultivator were merely a token amount for Li Qingshan now. Several demonic pills radiating in-killing aura were utterly useless to him and too dangerous to use. Several third-tier magical treasures and demonic artifacts were of mediocre quality, failing to catch his eye. There were also assorted refining materials and jade slips, mostly copies of Luo sect cultivation techniques or dark arts, none of which held much value. So even elders from major sects aren't necessarily wealthy after all. Li Qingshan shook his head, sorting the items into categories. He stored the valuable spirit stones and materials, intending to dispose of the rest when an opportunity arose. Finally, his gaze settled on the ghastly white bone banner once wielded by Yin Tianqiu. Its spiritual glow was dim now, and several fine cracks had even appeared on its surface, clear evidence of severe damage sustained while withstanding the giant sword's true talisman. Yet even so, it still emitted a cold, Yin energy fluctuation approaching the nascent soul realm. A fourth-tier inferior demonic treasure. Its material seems exceptionally unique, and the refinement technique is quite ancient. Li Qingshan examined it closely, a flicker of interest appearing in his eyes. If I could enhance it with it might transform into a top-tier fourth-tier artifact. Even if I don't use it myself, selling it could net me a substantial amount of cultivation resources. This thought sent a rush of excitement through him. A top-tier fourth-tier demonic banner treasure would undoubtedly possess earth-shattering power. Even if he didn't use it himself, it would be excellent for confronting enemies or trading for what he needed. He carefully stored the damaged bone banner within awaiting its restoration and enhancement. Next came the main event, the dark gold storage ring obtained from the Black Mountain Sage. The ring was simple in design, crafted from a material neither gold nor jade, and felt icy to the touch. Despite enduring countless ages, the lingering soul imprint remained exceptionally potent and resilient, radiating the unique authority characteristic of a nascent soul cultivator. Li Qingshan drew a deep breath, crossed his legs, and sat down. His powerful divine sense surged like a tide, cautiously beginning to assault and erode the ancient imprint on the ring. This was a painstaking process. The imprint left by a spirit transformation cultivator, even long after its owner's demise, was no easy task to overcome. It took a full 3 days before Li Qingshan finally heard a faint pop as the solid barrier dissolved completely. His divine sense smoothly penetrated into the storage ring's inner space. The space proved far larger than he had imagined, nearly comparable to a grand palace. Yet, far from being filled to the brim, it felt somewhat sparse. Evidently, the Black Mountain Sage had suffered immense losses during some calamity long ago. The first thing that caught his attention was a black jade slip suspended in the center. The jade tablet felt smooth to the touch, yet it radiated a sinister aura. Li Qingshan's divine sense plunged into it, and a flood of information instantly surged into his mind. The Black Sutra. From the Qi cultivation stage all the way to the spirit transformation stage, the cultivation techniques were complete and utterly detailed. The myriad supernatural arts and secret techniques recorded within were all bizarrely powerful yet ruthlessly cruel, requiring the absorption of evil Qi and even living souls for cultivation. The Black Sutra. Black Mountain Sage. Li Qingshan withdrew his consciousness, his expression turning grave. Shock and awe flashed in his eyes. He cultivated the Black Sutra? What exactly was his relationship with that sinister Black Sect? He hastily retrieved the Black Sutra he had obtained earlier from the Black Sect elder. Comparing the two, he discovered that the cultivation methods for stages prior to the nascent soul realm were nearly identical. This proved that the Black Mountain Sage was also a member of the Black Cult. He instantly realized the Black Slaughter Sect was likely far more profound and unfathomable than he had previously imagined, its roots possibly tracing directly back to an ancient demon at the Huatian stage. This matter demanded utmost caution. He must diligently gather more intelligence on the Black Slaughter Sect and the Black Mountain Sage in the days ahead. Could the Black Slaughter Sect actually have a Huatian stage venerable behind it? What exactly is the Black Slaughter Sect seeking in the Eastern Wastes? Are they searching for the Black Mountain Venerable? Or do they harbor some other, more sinister purpose? Li Qingshan's expression grew incredibly grave. Previously, he had assumed the Black Slaughter Sect was merely a nascent soul stage power from the outer realms. But now it seemed the Black Sect likely harbored a Huatian ancestor. It must be noted that currently, the entire Eastern Wastes lacked any transcendent spirit reverence. Even the mightiest Five Elements sect, with its 5 nascent soul patriarchs, and the strongest figure, the Wine Sword Immortal, was merely a late nascent soul cultivator. The Black Slaughter sect, possessing a Huatian ancestor, had arrived in the Eastern Wastes silently and operated in the shadows. This could not bode well. It seemed the Black Sect demanded thorough investigation. After calming his thoughts, he continued his inventory. In terms of spirit stones, there were roughly 20,000 high-grade spirit stones and 3,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. This fortune would be considered immense wealth for a nascent soul cultivator, but for a transformation spirit venerable, it seemed rather meager. It was likely the result of long-term consumption and the losses incurred during the great wars of the past. Chapter 141, Black Demon Flame. Several jade bottles contained pills, but upon opening them, most had lost their potency due to excessive aging, rendered useless. Only 1 or 2 bottles, exceptionally well sealed, retained traces of astonishing potency. However, Li Qingshan couldn't identify their specific effects or names for the moment and could only stow them away for now. A pile of 4th-tier alchemy materials, mostly rare metals, ores, and beast bones imbued with Ean or demonic properties held considerable value, though they were of no immediate use. Finally, his gaze was drawn to an object tucked away in a corner of the storage space. It was a black treasure box measuring roughly a foot square. The box's material was unknown, neither metal nor wood, and its surface felt bone-chillingly cold to the touch. Its surface was densely covered with layer upon layer of dark gold talismans. Each talisman bore intricate, ancient sealing runes that radiated a powerful restraining force, as if desperately suppressing whatever lay within. Such a meticulous seal made Li Qingshan's heart leap. He carefully lifted the box and placed it before him, daring not to be the slightest bit careless. He drew a deep breath and first probed it with his divine sense, only to be completely blocked by the power of the talismans. He channeled his magical power, peeling off the sealing talismans one by one in a specific sequence, moving with extreme slowness. With each talisman removed, the faint aura emanating from the box grew stronger, and the heart-stopping sense of destruction and icy coldness became increasingly distinct. When the final talisman was peeled away, the lid of the treasure box sprang open a crack. In an instant, an aura of pure, terrifying demonic flame surged skyward. The temperature in the entire quiet chamber seemed to plummet to freezing point, yet it also gave an eerie sensation as if one's very soul was being scorched to ashes. Li Qingshan's pupils contracted sharply as he abruptly channeled his magical power to shield himself, his gaze fixed intently on the box's interior. Within the treasure box, a fist-sized, ink-black flame burned silently, as if it could devour all light. It emitted not scorching heat, but an extreme, bone-chilling cold. As the flame flickered, the surrounding space warped slightly, revealing countless tiny, ethereal faces twisted in agony and wailing. It seemed to embody the world's most profound darkness and evil. The aura of this flame sent shivers down Li Qingshan's spine, even at his early nascent soul stage, causing his soul to tremble. This is a heavenly true fire? And it's a demonic flame? Terror gripped Li Qingshan's heart. He immediately slammed the box lid shut and swiftly reapplied the primary sealing talismans, finally suppressing the terrifying aura once more. His heart pounded wildly as he stared at the treasure box, his eyes filled with shock and solemnity. Though he remained uncertain of the black demonic flame's exact origin or name, he was almost certain this was the most precious and most dangerous treasure within the Black Mountain Sage's storage ring. Its value likely far exceeded that of the Black Slaughter Sutra and all the spirit stones combined. What a terrifying demonic flame! Its aura is in no way inferior to the pure yang glass fire of the Danding sect. It must be a treasure of at least 5th tier or higher. Li Qingshan's heart trembled with awe. He had once borrowed the pure yang glass fire from the Danding sect to purge the Black Slaughter soul imprint. Now, he could sense that this black demonic flame possessed an aura as potent as the pure yang glass fire. He just couldn't fathom what kind of heavenly true fire it was. This object is no ordinary thing. We must investigate its origins before deciding how to handle it. Li Qingshan carefully stowed the treasure box away, resolving to visit the sect's scripture library immediately after emerging from seclusion to consult all ancient texts concerning heavenly and earthly wondrous fires, especially demonic flames. Finally breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Should I stay at the Five Elements sect or leave? Li Qingshan pondered silently. He recalled the invitation from the Wine Sword Immortal to become the Fifth Elements sect's sixth supreme elder. Admittedly, staying at the Five Elements sect offered immense benefits. Not only could he exchange cultivation insights with fellow nascent soul cultivators, gather intelligence, and seek cultivation resources. Moreover, he could leverage the entire power of the Five Elements sect. But staying at the Five Elements sect also meant constraints, requiring him to shoulder corresponding responsibilities. And leaving? With Li Qingshan's current cultivation base, as long as he avoided provoking top-tier nascent soul cultivators and transcendent spirit elders, the world was his oyster. Yet the path of the nascent soul stage is inherently arduous. To advance from nascent soul to transformation spirit, mere cultivation resources are insufficient. One also requires profound lineages and deep comprehension of the workings of heaven and earth. Many nascent soul cultivators remain stuck at a certain realm for decades or even centuries, largely because they practice in isolation. More crucially, I now need the advanced techniques of the eternal life true art. Even techniques to break through to the Huatian realm. As a sect founded by a Huatian revered one, the Five Elements sect must possess methods to achieve that breakthrough. Li Qingshan thought to himself. The eternal life true art, though enhanced by thee, could only be cultivated up to the nascent soul stage. Now that Li Qingshan had broken through to the nascent soul stage, he urgently needed subsequent techniques. The most compatible attribute-wise would undoubtedly be the Changchun true scripture of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Yet it was clear that unless he slew a nascent soul stage elder of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect and seized the complete scripture from them, it would be an incredibly difficult task. The Five Elements Sect, however, was rumored to possess cultivation techniques for all five elements. This news filled Li Qingshan with anticipation. By staying at the Five Elements Sect, he could effortlessly obtain the subsequent cultivation techniques he needed. Ultimately, he made his decision. He would remain at the Five Elements Sect for the time being, becoming one of its supreme elders. After all, the Five Elements Sect was the dominant power in the Eastern Wastes. Aside from the Heavenly Demon Sect, which could challenge them, no other sect could match the Five Elements Sect. After all, the Five Elements Sect boasted 5 great nascent soul elders, including the Wine Sword Immortal, a late nascent soul cultivator who swept across the Eastern Wastes, renowned as invincible. Staying at the Five Elements Sect is the best choice for me now. After all, the Tao-level nascent soul is of immense importance. If it were to be leaked, who could guarantee that late nascent soul or even peak nascent soul cultivators wouldn't covet it? With the Eastern Wastes currently at peace and no wars brewing, the Five Elements Sect's might is more than sufficient to safeguard my security. Li Qingshan silently resolved within himself. With his mind made up, Li Qingshan hesitated no longer and emerged from seclusion. He smoothed his robes, drawing his aura inward. Though outwardly unremarkable, he radiated the profound, towering presence of a grandmaster. He pushed open the stone door of his cave dwelling and transformed into a faint, almost imperceptible streak of light, heading straight for the main hall atop the Five Elements Sect's peak. At that moment, the sect's leader, true immortal Blazing Sun, was handling sect affairs in the main hall. Suddenly, he sensed a gentle yet unfathomably profound pressure descend. Looking up, he saw Li Qingshan standing silently within the hall. Master Liaoyang's heart lurched with sudden awe. He rose swiftly, stepped down from his seat, and bowed deeply with utmost reverence. Junior disciple Liang greets senior uncle Zhou. Congratulations on attaining the great Tao of the nascent soul. May you now enjoy eternal divine blessings and the path to the great Tao be ever within your grasp. His tone carried profound reverence, tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of apprehension. Chapter 142, The Supreme Elder of the Five Elements Sect. He was not only stunned that this Zhou Yun's senior disciple had broken through to the nascent soul stage so swiftly, but what truly made his heart race was the memory of 20 years ago. When Changchun True Lord had come to pressure Zhou Yun, he had neither surrendered him willingly nor fiercely defended him. Instead, he had weighed his options and compromised. Now that the other had ascended to become a nascent soul patriarch he must look up to, what if he harbored resentment over those past events? Li Qingshan naturally perceived his unease, yet merely smiled faintly and offered a gesture of respect. No need for formalities, sect master. Matters of the past need not be revisited. Kindly summon the 3 Taoist friends Zhou Jianxian, Ma He, and Zhao Yuan and inform them that Zhou has matters to discuss. His tone was calm, devoid of any accusation. At his level of attainment, he long understood the circumstances and choices faced by the Sunfire Immortal back then. Such minor matters were scarcely worth dwelling upon. His sights were set on loftier paths and mightier foes. Hearing this, a heavy weight lifted from Master Liangyang's heart. Overwhelmed with gratitude and reverence, he hastily replied, "Thank you for your magnanimity, senior uncle. I shall personally summon the 3 venerable elders at once." With that, he instantly transformed into a streak of light and departed, daring not to delay for even a moment. Before long, 3 powerful streaks of light descended upon the Grand Hall, revealing the figures of the Wine Sword Immortal, Ma He, and Zhao Yuan. The Wine Sword Immortal retained his usual lazy demeanor, yet his eyes sparkled with amusement and anticipation. Taoist Zhou, have you made up your mind? Asked the Wine Sword Immortal with a smile, getting straight to the point. Li Qingshan clasped his hands respectfully, his expression earnest. Thanks to the deep regard shown by the 3 of you in the sect, I have given this matter much thought. I am willing to accept the position of Supreme Elder and join you in safeguarding the 5 Elements sect's lineage. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. The Wine Sword Immortal clapped his hands and laughed heartily, utterly delighted. With fellow Taoist Zhou joining us, our 5 Elements sect will surely ascend to new heights. Ma He and Zhao Yuan also wore delighted expressions as they offered their congratulations. Li Qingshan continued, however, I am naturally detached and wholly devoted to the Tao. I fear I cannot spare the attention for mundane sect affairs. For the daily management of the sect henceforth, I shall rely heavily upon the 3 of you and the sect master. The Wine Sword Immortal waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Fellow Taoist Zhou, rest assured. We invited you to become the Supreme Elder precisely because we value your cultivation and potential, not those trivial matters. You need only focus on cultivation within the sect. All resources shall be unconditionally open to you. Unless the sect faces an existential crisis or you volunteer to intervene, no mundane matters shall ever disturb your secluded cultivation. These terms were exceptionally generous, treating Li Qingshan as the sect's most promising investment and granting him maximum freedom and resource allocation. Li Qingshan nodded with satisfaction. In that case, I extend my deepest gratitude to you and the sect. Ah, it should be so. The Wine Sword Immortal was in high spirits as he continued, in that case, we shall announce it throughout the eastern wastes. We shall hold a grand ceremony for Taoist Zhou's nascent soul formation and celebrate the inauguration of our new Supreme Elder. Let all know that the 5 Elements sect has gained another nascent soul patriarch. Li Qingshan shook his head, declining with tact, I appreciate your kindness, fellow Taoist. But I've always preferred quietude and have no desire for empty fame. Let's skip the celebrations. A low-key approach would be wiser for you, for me, and for the sect. Possessing the heavenly Tao infant and guarding numerous secrets, he knew it was unwise to draw excessive attention while riding the crest of the wave. Low-key cultivation and silent strengthening of one's power were the true path. Upon hearing this, the Wine Sword Immortal's eyes flickered slightly, as if he understood Li Qingshan's concerns. After a moment's thought, he readily agreed, very well. A tall tree catches the wind. Fellow Taoist Zhou's caution is justified. Then let us follow your wishes and keep everything simple. His expression then turned solemn as his voice, amplified by magical power, echoed throughout the 5 Elements sect's mountain gates. All disciples and elders of the 5 Elements sect, heed my command. Effective today, former guest elder Zhou Yun has broken through his realm and ascended to the great Tao of the nascent soul. He shall formally take his place as the 6th Supreme Elder of our 5 Elements sect, governing the sect alongside our 5 elders. This heralds the great prosperity of our sect. Let us all celebrate together. The resounding proclamation echoed across every peak and corner of the mountain. In an instant, the entire 5 Elements sect fell silent, only to erupt in thunderous cheers and murmurs of astonishment. Elder Zhou Yun, no, Ancestor Zhou Yun. He has truly attained the nascent soul stage. Heaven blesses the 5 Elements. Our sect now has a 6th nascent soul patriarch. Wonderful. Our sect's strength has surged. Let's see if the heavenly demon sect dares to be so arrogant now. Ancestor Zhou only joined the sect a few decades ago, right? That cultivation speed, it's terrifying. Every disciple and elder's face radiated excitement and pride. Gaining another nascent soul patriarch meant richer resources, a more secure standing, and greater confidence for disciples when venturing outside. Especially since this newly ascended elder appeared remarkably young, with boundless potential, filling everyone with immense hope for the sect's future. Li Hongchan and Su Liang, hearing this formal announcement outside their respective cave dwellings, exchanged glances. The reverence in their eyes deepened, and the words Senior Zhou were etched permanently into their hearts. Li Qingshan stood within the grand hall, his expression serene as he listened to the roaring voices outside the mountain gates. He knew that from this moment onward, his bond with the 5 Elements sect would grow even stronger. Yet this was the best choice for him at this stage. With this foundation, he could pursue the path of immortality more steadily, unravel the many mysteries surrounding him, and weather the storms ahead. Deep within the forbidden rear mountains of the 5 Elements sect lay a celestial cave dwelling, shrouded in mist and saturated with spiritual energy so dense it seemed liquid. This was the core of the sect's 5th-tier spiritual vein, a place forbidden to ordinary disciples and even golden core elders. Each of the 5 great supreme elders of the 5 Elements sect had carved out their own cave dwellings here. This very place was the abode of the Wine Sword Immortal. 4 figures sat facing each other upon naturally formed, warm jade platforms. They were the Wine Sword Immortal, Ma He, Zhao Yuan, and the newly appointed Supreme Elder, Li Qingshan. The Wine Sword Immortal chuckled as he retrieved a jade teapot, skillfully brewing the tea. Instantly, an elegant and ethereal tea fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing the spirit. Here, Taoist Zhou, taste this rare cloud mist immortal tea from my treasured collection. This tea is harvested only once every 100 years and greatly benefits the cultivation of one's divine sense. The wine sword immortal slid a jade green teacup toward Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan accepted it, took a light sniff, and felt a wave of cool, soothing clarity wash over his spirit. He couldn't help but praise, fine tea. Its fragrance is utterly pure, nurturing the spirit and soul, truly a supreme treasure. He took a small sip. The tea broth entered his belly, transforming into gentle, pure energy that nourished his nascent soul. Though its effect wasn't as intense as that of elixirs, it excelled in its lingering, delicate nature. It was most suitable for savoring during breaks in cultivation. The wine sword immortal laughed heartily at this, clearly pleased with himself. Glad you like it, fellow cultivator. Quite different from those fiery spirits, isn't it? His words carried a hint of teasing, clearly recalling Li Qingshan's praise of his wine. Indeed it is. Li Qingshan replied with a faint smile. Shifting his tone, he posed a question long weighing on his mind. Esteemed friends, I have an inquiry, though I wonder if it is proper to ask. Our Five Elements sect boasts a long heritage, founded by a transcendent spirit venerable. Might I ask, does our sect still have a transcendent spirit venerable presiding over it today? At these words, Ma He and Zhao Yuan beside him grew slightly solemn. Chapter 143, The Human Emperor Continent, divided into 5 domains. The wine sword immortal set down his teacup, the lazy expression on his face fading slightly as he shook his head. Since fellow Taoist Zhou has attained the rank of Supreme Elder, I see no harm in telling you. Not only in our Five Elements sect, but across the entire Eastern Wastes, there are no longer any transcendent immortals residing in the mortal world. Oh? Why is that? Li Qingshan promptly feigned puzzlement. He had long suspected as much, but needed confirmation. The wine sword immortal sighed, his gaze seemingly piercing through the cave dwelling to the endless distance beyond. Transcendent immortals stand at the pinnacle of this realm. The spiritual energy and insights required for their cultivation far exceed what a barren land like the Eastern Wastes can provide. Nearly all have departed for the true sanctuary of cultivation, the central human emperor domain. Our sect's founding patriarch, the Five Elements revered one, a prodigy of heaven-defying talent, achieved divine transformation 1,000 years ago. Shortly thereafter, he left the Eastern Wastes to seek even greater heights within the central human emperor domain. He paused, elaborating for Li Qingshan and the likely less informed Ma and Zhao. The continent beneath our feet is called the Human Emperor Continent. Vast and boundless, it is divided into 5 domains. Besides our eastern wastes, there are the northern plains, southern seas, and western deserts, alongside the most central and powerful, the Central Human Emperor Domain. The Central Human Emperor Domain is ruled by the Great Xia Immortal Kingdom, which has dominated the world for 10,000 years. It is the true sovereign of this continent. Legend has it that the current human emperor is a genuine divine transformation powerhouse whose strength is unfathomable. That realm holds the densest spiritual energy, the most abundant opportunities, and the greatest concentration of powerful beings. Compared to it, the Eastern Wastes are merely a remote frontier. The departure of the transcendent spirit venerable was inevitable. Li Qingshan felt a sudden clarity wash over him, finally grasping the world's structure. I see. Thank you for enlightening me, fellow cultivator. The 9 provinces of the Eastern Wastes had seemed vast enough to him before. Even a nascent soul cultivator would struggle to traverse the entire region in a lifetime. Now it seemed the Eastern Wastes were merely a barren corner of the world. A flicker of longing for the Central Human Emperor Domain stirred within him, but he quickly suppressed it, a matter to be considered only far in the future. Having resolved his first question, he immediately posed a second, the one that currently preoccupied him most. I won't hide it from you, fellow cultivators. My cultivation technique is what attributed. Now that I've advanced to the nascent soul stage, my subsequent cultivation path has been severed. I wonder if your sect possesses any top-tier wood attributed cultivation techniques suitable for the nascent soul stage? Before the wine sword immortal could respond, the eyes of Elder Zhao Yuan, the wood element cultivator seated nearby, lit up with eager anticipation. The wine sword immortal chuckled, fellow Taoist Zhou, you've asked the right person. As our Five Elements sect is named after the 5 elements, our core inheritance consists of 5 great cultivation techniques: the Gung Metal True Classic, the Yiwood True Classic, the Kuei Water True Classic, the Wu Earth True Classic, and the Bing Fire True Classic. These 5 true scriptures are supreme methods leading directly to the Tao of transformation, possessing boundless power. He gestured toward the others seated nearby. This old man specializes in the true scripture of Gung Metal. Fellow disciple Ma cultivates the true scripture of Wu Earth. And fellow disciple Zhao, he cultivates precisely what you seek, the true scripture of Yi Wood. He turned to Zhao Yuan, junior brother Zhao. Should fellow Taoist Zhou encounter any questions in his cultivation of the true scripture of Yi Wood, we must engage in frequent exchanges and discussions. Zhao Yuan, a middle-aged man with a kind and honest appearance, promptly bowed respectfully to Li Qingshan. Upon hearing this, Taoist Zhou possesses astonishing talent. It would be an honor for me to exchange insights with you. I shall share everything I know. Having a heavenly Tao nascent soul cultivator seek his guidance was a rare opportunity for him. Li Qingshan felt immense relief. The issue of cultivation techniques was finally resolved, and it was the top-tier inheritance most suited to his spiritual roots. He returned the bow. Taoist Zhao, you are too kind. It is I who should be seeking your guidance. Having received satisfactory answers to 2 consecutive questions, Li Qingshan paused briefly before posing a third, the one he approached with the greatest caution. His expression grew slightly grave. Fellow Taoists, how much do you know about the Black Cult? The Black Sect? The Wine-Sword Immortal's brow instantly furrowed, while Ma He and Zhao Yuan's expressions also turned grave. The Wine-Sword Immortal replied gravely, why does fellow Taoist Zhou inquire about this sect? Their movements are shadowy, their methods vicious and bizarre. They've been active in the eastern wastes lately, hinting at grand ambitions. Our investigations suggest their roots likely lie not in the eastern wastes itself, but rather in chaotic regions like the South Sea domain. We've been investigating covertly, but their true objectives remain unclear. Could it be that you've had contact with them? Li Qingshan nodded and briefly recounted how he had rescued the siblings Lu Chengyin and Lu Chengyin and slain several golden core elders of the Black Slaughter sect. He omitted the specifics of his methods and the gains he had made. Upon hearing this, the Wine-Sword Immortal's expression grew even more grave. So it was them. Their actions are growing increasingly brazen. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you killed several of their elders. This sect is known for its relentless vengeance. They will not let this rest. You must be exceedingly cautious from now on. According to some scattered intelligence we've gathered, this Black Sect seems to have colluded with certain demonic factions in Beiyuan. Their ambitions are far from trivial. Beiyuan demon clans? Li Qingshan's heart lurched. The situation seemed far more complex than he had imagined. Not only might the Black Sect be connected to the old demon cultivator, but it also involved the demonic tribes of Beiyuan, whose relations with humanity were already strained. This pond was growing ever deeper. It must be remembered that over the past millennia, the demon clans of Beiyuan and the human tribes of Donghuang had engaged in no fewer than 100 major and minor conflicts. The battle at Eagle Beak Gorge 30 years ago was still fresh in Li Qingshan's memory. The Black Slaughter sect colluding with the Northern Plains demonic clan? This made him sense an atmosphere of impending storm. His expression remained composed as he bowed his hands in greeting. Thank you for the warning, fellow Taoist. Zhou will exercise caution. The atmosphere within the cave dwelling grew somewhat heavy as the conversation turned to the Black Sect. The Wine-Sword Immortal lifted his teacup again and smiled, but fellow Taoist Zhou needn't worry too much. Now that you're with our 5 Elements sect and have broken through to the nascent soul stage, no matter how arrogant the Black Sect may be, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the heart of our sect. The most urgent task now is to solidify your cultivation base and delve into the profound scriptures. He took Li Qingshan's cultivation progress quite seriously. After all, Li Qingshan possessed the rare heavenly Tao nascent soul of ancient times, reputed to inevitably achieve the transformation of spirit realm. Even the Wine-Sword Immortal, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, dared not claim absolute certainty of breaking through to the spirit transformation stage. But Li Qingshan held hope to become the 5 Elements sect's second divine transformation revered one after the 5 Elements revered one. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement, temporarily setting aside thoughts of the Black Cult, though his vigilance was now heightened to its peak. This conversation had yielded immense information, granting him a deeper understanding of the path ahead and the potential dangers lurking within. It also made Li Qingshan realize that the eastern wastes were not as peaceful as they appeared on the surface. Undercurrents were surging, and a major war could erupt at any moment. He needed greater strength. He couldn't afford to stagnate here. The immediate priority is to refine my cultivation technique. Li Qingshan silently resolved within himself. Chapter 144, Black Slaughter Netherworld Fire. Within the Wine-Sword Immortal's cave residence, the aroma of tea filled the air. As their conversation drew to a close, Li Qingshan had gained much insight. Finally, the four stepped outside the cave. The Wine-Sword Immortal laughed heartily. Since fellow Taoist Zhou has become a supreme elder of our 5 Elements sect, you may choose any location at the core of the spiritual vein in the rear mountains to establish your cave dwelling. No one shall disturb your secluded cultivation. Li Qingshan extended his divine sense slightly. After a brief scan, he settled on a mountain peak deep within the mist. The environment was serene, and a faint, intense heat emanated from the earth's veins. He pointed in that direction. That spot will do. It seems to have underground fire surging beneath it, which might benefit my alchemy and artifact forging. What keen insight, fellow Taoist. Ancestor Zhao Yuan interjected. That is Qingyun Peak. Within its depths lies a geothermal spring of exceptional quality, a site long coveted by our sect's foremost alchemists. Yet their cultivation was insufficient to establish a cave dwelling there. This peak is perfectly suited for your needs. Very well. I shall proceed to establish my cave dwelling. Farewell, fellow cultivators. Li Qingshan nodded, bidding farewell to the Wine-Sword Immortal and his companions before transforming into a streak of light and soaring toward Qingyun Peak. The mountain peak was spiritually beautiful, half-shrouded in mist and clouds, with an exceptionally abundant supply of spiritual energy. He found a prime cliffside location and, with a fingersword gesture, effortlessly carved out a spacious cave dwelling.
Inside, stone chambers, meditation rooms, alchemy laboratories, and animal pens were all meticulously arranged. He skillfully deployed the cave's protective barriers, culminating in the deployment of the small Sumeru Vajra array. Layers of radiant light flickered, fortifying the cave dwelling as solid as a fortress. After settling in, Li Qingshan did not immediately begin cultivation. Instead, he headed straight for the Five Elements Sect's scripture hall. Standing once more before this towering ancient pagoda, his state of mind was entirely different. In the past, he could only access the first 3 floors with limited permissions as a guest cultivator, exchanging contribution points for cultivation techniques and secret arts. But now, he was a nascent soul patriarch, elevated to the position of supreme elder of the Five Elements Sect. The guardian remained the same white-bearded, white-haired elder with a profound aura, a grand perfection gold core cultivator. Upon seeing Li Qingshan approach and sensing the unfathomable Yuan infant aura, one reminiscent of the sect's founding patriarch, the elder paused in surprise before instantly recognizing him. His face lit up with unprecedented reverence as he hurried forward, bowing deeply. "This junior greets Patriarch Shou. Congratulations on attaining the Yuan infant stage." Li Qingshan waved dismissively. "No need for formalities. I'm here to consult some texts. Please, ancestor." All texts within the 7th level of the scripture hall are open to you without restriction, requiring no contribution points whatsoever. The guardian elder promptly stepped aside, his tone humbly submissive. Li Qingshan gave a slight nod, inwardly marveling once more at the immense privileges afforded by Yuan infant status. He stepped into the hall. This time, he needed not linger on the lower levels. With a flash, his form appeared directly on the 7th floor. The 7th floor was far smaller than the lower levels, its furnishings simple and ancient, filled with a dense aura of spiritual energy. Floating in the void were jade slips and scrolls enveloped in soft, glowing orbs. Though few in number, each radiated an ancient and powerful aura of the Tao. Here lay the very foundations upon which the Five Elements Sect was built, the 5 great true scriptures and several other sect-guarding secret arts. Li Qingshan swept his divine sense over the area and quickly locked onto one emerald green orb. Inside was a simple jade slip inscribed with the 4 Tao characters, Ewood True Classic. He retrieved a blank jade tablet, pressed it against his forehead, and immersed his divine sense into the green orb. He began meticulously imprinting the complete cultivation techniques of the True Classic of Wood, from the Qi refining stage all the way to the spirit transformation stage. The process proceeded smoothly as the vast and profound cultivation information flowed into his sea of consciousness. After completing the process, his gaze swept over the other 4 light clusters: the True Classic of Gung Metal, the True Classic of Kuei Water, the True Classic of Wu Earth, and the True Classic of Bing Fire. He paused briefly in thought before making his decision. Although he primarily cultivated the True Classic of Wood, the 5 elements interacted through mutual generation and mutual restraint. Understanding the other 4 great classics would bring immeasurable benefits to his comprehension of the 5 elements Tao and the refinement of his own cultivation techniques. He retrieved another blank jade slip and imprinted copies of the remaining 4 scriptures onto it. Such an act would have been impossible under normal circumstances, but now, as the Supreme Elder, no one would dare to stop him, nor would anyone know. With the cultivation technique issue resolved, Li Qingshan felt his mind settle considerably. He did not depart immediately. Instead, he turned and descended the stairs, heading straight for the 5th and 6th floors. These levels housed vast collections of ancient texts on astronomy, geography, records of strange phenomena, miscellaneous treatises on cultivation techniques, and secrets of antiquity. His objective was clear: to uncover clues about the black demonic flame. His vast divine sense spread like mercury across the floor, swiftly scanning the titles and summaries of row upon row of jade slips and ancient texts. Texts mentioning flames, strange fires, and true fires were swiftly filtered out. Immersed in this ocean of knowledge, he flipped through the pages with lightning speed. After an unknown span of time, his divine sense abruptly halted upon scanning an ancient jade slip titled Record of 10,000 Flames. He swiftly retrieved the jade tablet and immersed his divine sense within it. It documented hundreds of strange flames found throughout the world, most accompanied by illustrations and detailed descriptions. When he turned to a certain page in the middle, Li Qingshan's heartbeat suddenly quickened. There, depicted on the page, was a pattern of flames as black as ink, seemingly capable of devouring even light itself. The space around the flames warped, faintly swirling with countless shadowy figures writhing in agony. Beneath it, the text read: Black Slaughter Netherfire. Heaven and Earth True Fire List Rank, 121st. Properties: born from the convergence of 9 netherworlds malevolent energies and the primordial essence of the ultimate Een realm, this is a demonic flame of utmost Een and malevolence. Its nature is frigid to the extreme, specializing in scorching souls, corroding flesh, and annihilating nascent souls. It is insidiously vicious and utterly malevolent. Useless for artifact forging or alchemy, it is purely a flame of slaughter. Note: this fire is exceedingly difficult to subdue and refine. Only those with unyielding resolve and spiritual perception far surpassing their peers should attempt it, while guarding against its malevolent energy backfiring and eroding one's Tao heart. In ancient times, a mighty being wielded this fire to dominate a region, earning a fearsome reputation. Black Slaughter Netherfire. Ranked 121st.
Li Qingshan's heart surged with shock. He recalled the pure yang glazed fire of the Dan-Ding sect ranked 273rd, yet this black slaughter netherfire surpassed it. Moreover, the described characteristics perfectly matched the demonic flame in his hand. Pure, murderous fire, capable of reducing divine soul, physical body, and nascent soul to ashes. A fiery gleam flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. If he could refine this flame, it would become an extremely powerful trump card in his hands. As for offending the Black Slaughter sect, the feud was already set in stone, one more wouldn't matter. Suppressing his excitement, Li Qingshan committed the information about the Black Slaughter netherfire from the 10,000 Fires record to memory. Then, he made a duplicate jade slip of the 10,000 Fires record and took it with him. He then calmly exited the 5th level and approached the entrance of the scripture hall. The guarding elder bowed deeply upon seeing him emerge. Li Qingshan presented the jade slip imprinted with the 5 great true scriptures for registration. Naturally, he only registered the true scripture of Wood, concealing the imprints of the other 4 great scriptures. The guardian elder respectfully recorded the details without a hint of suspicion. Li Qingshan stowed the jade tablet away, then transformed into a streak of azure light, returning directly to his cave residence on Qingyun Peak. The stone doors of the cave dwelling slowly closed, activating all protective barriers. Li Qingshan sat cross-legged in his meditation chamber, his gaze sharp as it fell upon the wood true scripture. Though profound and a supreme path directly leading to the transformation spirit stage, I wonder what kind of technique this true scripture of wood could evolve into if enhanced by thee. A flicker of thought crossed Li Qingshan's mind. He immediately placed the jade slip containing the true classic of wood into thee. After a moment's thought, he also placed the jade slips of the other 4 great classics into thee. Chapter 145, The Tao Scripture of the 5 Elements. The next day, after completing his breathing exercises, Li Qingshan prepared to retrieve the 5 jade slips imprinted with the 5 elements true scriptures for careful study. He was eager to see how far the Rui gourd could elevate these 5 great scriptures. However, when his divine sense probed into the storage ring, he was astonished to find that the 5 jade tablets were not resting quietly. Instead, they were suspended in midair, orbiting each other. They emitted soft yet distinctly different golden, green, blue, yellow, and red glows, seemingly forming a miniature 5 elements cycle. They seemed to resonate with one another, undergoing some profound fusion and transformation. What is this? Li Qingshan's heart jolted. Suppressing the urge to remove the jade slips, he extended his divine sense to examine them closely. Suspended within thee, their radiance grew ever more intense until they finally merged completely into a single mass of chaotic light, indistinguishable from one another. An indescribable, ancient Tao essence as if born from the dawn of creation radiated outward from the luminous mass. The 5 Elements Sutra, actually fusing on its own? Li Qingshan stared in disbelief, then felt immense anticipation surge within him. He realized this was far more than a simple sum of parts. It was likely the hidden effect of these enhancement properties, or perhaps the 5 Elements true scripture itself harbored some unknown, secret connection that triggered a deeper transformation under certain conditions. Suppressing his excitement, he dared not disturb the process, patiently guarding nearby. He waited for 7 days. After 7 days, the chaotic glow abruptly retracted inward. All the strange phenomena vanished, leaving behind a brand new jade slip suspended in the air. It radiated a warm, multicolored glow, its material resembling jade yet not quite jade, with primordial Tao patterns swirling across its surface. Li Qingshan drew a deep breath and cautiously immersed his divine sense into it. Boom! A colossal torrent of information flooded his mind's sea. Its vastness and profound depth far surpassed the combined knowledge of the previous 5 true scriptures. The Tao Scripture of the primordial 5 elements. Its opening chapter made its purpose clear. This was a supreme cultivation technique pointing directly to the source of the Tao, commanding the chaotic 5 elements, and capable of being cultivated beyond the Huatian realm. It explicitly detailed the realm beyond spirit transformation, known as refining the void. It offered a direct path from Qi cultivation to refining the void, detailing minor substages and breakthrough methods for each major realm. Its profound mysteries left Li Qingshan's mind reeling, his excitement overwhelming. This was an unexpected treasure of immeasurable value. Yet after the initial thrill, a thread of unease surfaced. I possess a what attribute heavenly spirit root. While I can sense other elemental energies, can I truly cultivate this primordial 5 elements Tao scripture that demands mastery of all 5 elemental forces simultaneously? With cautious resolve, he began practicing according to the foundational methods outlined in the scripture. Immediately upon practicing, he discovered the scripture's extraordinary nature. The technique didn't demand simultaneous absorption of all 5 energies. Instead, it used his already supremely pure would attribute immortal energy as its foundation, harnessing the profound principles of the 5 elements' mutual generation. Wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal, metal generates water, water generates wood. These energies would spontaneously generate and circulate within his body, ultimately giving birth to perfectly balanced 5 elements power. He need only guide this process and fine-tune it with his powerful divine sense. His innate would attribute spiritual root was not an obstacle at all. It became the optimal starting point and pivotal hub for cultivating the 5 elements. Marvelous! Absolutely marvelous! It's nothing short of stealing the secrets of heaven and earth. Li Qingshan's heart trembled with awe beyond measure. The conception of the primordial 5 elements Tao scripture was exquisitely ingenious, completely surpassing his comprehension. Once mastered, the sheer depth, purity, and boundless vitality of the resulting magical power would far surpass that of practitioners at the same level by more than a few fold. He instantly realized the staggering value of this cultivation technique. If word leaked out, not only nascent soul cultivators, but even those far-off spirit transformation ancestors in the central human emperor realm and beings of even higher realms would stop at nothing to seize it. This scripture must never be revealed to a second person. Li Qingshan made up his mind instantly. This was a secret requiring even stricter protection than his celestial Dao nascent soul status. He resolved on the spot to switch his cultivation to the Dao scripture of the 5 elements. Retraining in the Great Unity 5 Elements Tao scripture was no easy feat. It required Li Qingshan to transform all his would attribute magical power into 5-element magical power. This was destined to be a lengthy process, consuming vast resources. He retrieved over 1,000 top-grade spirit stones and set up a large spirit gathering array in his meditation chamber, ensuring an endless supply of spiritual energy. Then, he sank into deep meditation, guiding the vast, life-sustaining energy within his body to circulate along the profound pathways outlined in the Tao scripture of the 5 elements. Wood begets fire. A thread of scorching Bing fire energy emerged from the Wood energy. Fire begets earth. Heavy Wu earth energy precipitated from the Bing fire energy. Earth begets metal. Sharp Gung metal energy was refined from the Wu earth energy. Metal begets water. Supple Kuei water energy flowed forth from the Gung metal energy. Water generates wood. The pure Wood energy, nourished by Kuei water energy, grows ever more vigorous. The 5 elements nurture one another, cycling endlessly. A perfect cycle of 5 elements power gradually formed within his Dantian, encircling the heavenly Tao primordial infant. This process was slow and meticulous, allowing for not the slightest error. It took Li Qingshan a full 2 years to completely transform all the immortality power within his body into a more advanced, more colossal, and 5-element infused primordial 5 elements power. The moment he succeeded and opened his eyes, an explosive surge of energy erupted from his entire body. Though still at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, the sheer density of his power and the overwhelming sense of might it imparted were already on par with, if not surpassing, that of an ordinary mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. The 5 elemental powers achieved perfect balance and unity within him. With a single thought, he could freely summon any elemental force at will, a profoundly wondrous feat. What thrilled him most was that the instant the cultivation technique fully transformed, he distinctly sensed his lifespan had undergone a tremendous increase. 2,500 years of lifespan. Li Qingshan felt the boundless vitality surging within him, his heart filled with wild joy. This was nearly the standard lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator. The benefits bestowed by the Tao scripture of the 5 elements of the Great Unity far exceeded his wildest expectations. It must be noted that while the eternal life true art Li Qingshan had cultivated before was no ordinary technique, even after breaking through to the nascent soul stage, his lifespan had only reached 2,000 years. Yet, by switching to the Great Unity 5 Elements Tao scripture, his lifespan had surged by a full 500 years. This Tao scripture of the primordial 5 elements was utterly defying the heavens. Yet, after the initial thrill, a stark reality presented itself. Though immensely powerful, the resources required to cultivate the primordial 5 elements Tao scripture were terrifyingly vast. Maintaining the balance of the 5 elements and driving their cycles demanded nearly 5 times or even more the celestial and terrestrial chi and 5 elements infused resources required by practitioners of the same stage cultivating a single element. Other nascent soul cultivators, blessed with both talent and opportunity, might break through from early to mid-stage with a century of arduous cultivation. But me, without any special opportunities, if I cultivate step by step, it would likely take at least 500 years? At this thought, Li Qingshan couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Chapter 146, Heading to the Dan Ding Sect. A cultivation technique that defied the heavens came with an equally immense price. This meant he could no longer accumulate resources gradually as before. He must seek out more and more precious cultivation resources, especially 4th-tier supreme-grade spirit pills capable of rapidly enhancing nascent soul stage magical power. Otherwise, his cultivation progress would become excruciatingly slow. Cultivating at the nascent soul stage often required centuries just to advance a single minor realm. With Li Qingshan practicing the heaven-defying technique of the primordial 5 elements Tao scripture, the time and resources required were naturally even greater. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the case that, over 1,000 years in the eastern wastes, not a single divine transformation venerable had ever been heard of. Breaking through to the divine transformation stage was simply too difficult. Meanwhile, he had not abandoned preparations for refining the black slaughter netherfire. Refining the black required several rare celestial treasures as auxiliaries. He had already mapped out these auxiliary treasures and entrusted them to the sect master, true immortal blazing sun, to help locate. Master Liang Yang took this matter extremely seriously, mobilizing the sect's resources to swiftly gather most of the materials.
Only the most crucial ingredient, the 10,000 transformation soul marrow, used to protect the divine soul and block the backlash of evil energy, proved exceedingly rare and elusive. Despite searching the entire eastern wastes, no trace of it could be found. On this day, Li Qingshan emerged from seclusion. He arrived at the sect's main hall, where true immortal blazing sun greeted him with respect. There is still no news regarding the 10,000 transformation soul marrow. I asked the sect leader to continue monitoring the situation, Li Qingshan stated. Rest assured, senior uncle. This junior has mobilized all channels. Any news will be reported to you immediately, Master Blazing Sun hastened to assure him.
Li Qingshan nodded thoughtfully before adding, I shall be traveling abroad for a time.
Should any matters arise at the sect, you may send word to me. This time, he resolved to journey to the Danding sect. First, to procure some elixirs suitable for the nascent soul stage. Second, the Danding sect boasted extensive connections and a wealth of treasures. Perhaps there might be clues regarding the 10,000 transformation soul marrow. As the foremost power in alchemy and artifact forging in the eastern wastes, the Danding sect served as the largest circulation hub for elixirs and a premier marketplace for high-end transactions.
It was undoubtedly the optimal choice.
While self-refining was commendable, it proved too time-consuming. Purchasing ready-made elixirs offered the quickest path to advancing his cultivation at present.
Li Qingshan naturally had no objections. Go ahead, senior uncle. You needn't worry about the sect's affairs. Li Qingshan gave a slight nod, transforming into an inconspicuous streak of green light.
He quietly departed the Five Elements sect, heading toward the direction of the Danding sect.
Danding sect.
Li Qingshan gazed down at the majestic, mist-shrouded mountains of the Danding sect below, his eyes filled with emotion. Several years ago, when he first arrived at the Danding sect, he was still at the Golden Core stage, having come to fuse the infant Dan with the Lu family. Now, he had broken through to the nascent soul stage. He wondered if Lu Koan had succeeded in breaking through to the nascent soul stage during his seclusion. A thought flashed through Li Qing's mind. He made no effort to conceal his aura, and the formidable pressure characteristic of a nascent soul cultivator naturally radiated outward. He arrived directly before the grand mountain gates of the Danding sect. The moment his teleportation light faded, a deep, vigilant divine sense transmission echoed through the void.
Which esteemed cultivator graces our Danding sect?
Shi Yan failed to greet you in person. Before the words faded, a fiery red teleportation light streaked out from within the gates. It was an elder clad in crimson alchemist robes, his complexion ruddy and his aura blazing hot, radiating the same Yuan stage pressure and presence. He was none other than the hall master of the alchemy hall, true Lord Crimson Flame. His gaze darted like lightning toward the newcomer. When his gaze landed on Li Qingshan, sensing the undeniable spiritual pressure of the nascent soul stage, and then clearly seeing Li Qingshan's face, the vigilance on true Lord Crimson Flame's face was instantly replaced by utter shock.
He even blurted out instinctively. Zhou. Young friend Zhou Yun? No. Fellow Daoist Zhou? It's actually you?
He could scarcely believe his eyes. The man before him was clearly Zhou Yun, the mid-golden core cultivator who had come with Lu Kuan years ago seeking the refinement of the infant transformation pill.
How long had it been?
A mere few years, a mere blink of an eye for a nascent soul cultivator, equivalent to a brief seclusion.
Yet this man had surged from mid-golden core all the way through late golden core and great perfection, achieving nascent soul formation directly? This speed was utterly terrifying.
This young man must have concealed his cultivation back then. When he commissioned the infant transformation pill, he was likely already at the peak of the golden core stage. Red Flame True Lord thought to himself.
Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible.
Seeing this, Li Qingshan smiled faintly and bowed his hands.
Senior Qi Yan, it's been a long time. It is indeed this humble one, Zhou. Thank you for your assistance in refining the infant transformation pill back then.
It was only through your kindness that this humble one managed to successfully form the infant. Only then did true Lord Crimson Flame slowly recover from his shock. He took a deep breath to quell the storm raging within, forced a smile, and hastily returned the greeting. Daoist friend Zhou, you are too kind. Your innate talent is extraordinary. Forming your infant was but a natural progression. My meager skills merely added a flourish to an already splendid achievement. Congratulations on attaining the Tao of the nascent soul, fellow Daoist Zhou. His tone was filled with profound emotion, now placing Li Qingshan on an entirely equal footing with himself.
You flatter me, senior. Li Qingshan offered a modest reply before inquiring, I wonder how fellow Daoist Lu Kuan is faring these days? Has he also attained the nascent soul stage? At the mention of Lu Kuan, the Crimson Flame True Lord's expression brightened considerably.
He smiled and said, thanks to your blessings, my junior disciple Lu also successfully formed his nascent soul not long ago.
He is currently in seclusion, consolidating his cultivation base. Daoist Lu succeeded too? That's wonderful news. Congratulations.
Li Qingshan offered his sincere congratulations.
Lu Kuan was a decent fellow, and his success in forming the infant was indeed a good thing. Daoist Zhou, I recall you were previously a guest elder of the Five Elements sect? What are your plans now? If you are willing to join our Dan Ding sect, we will certainly offer you satisfactory terms, be it cultivation techniques, elixirs, or magical treasures. Red Flame True Lord spoke with intense fervor. Recruiting a nascent soul cultivator would undoubtedly be a massive boost to the Dan Ding sect's strength. Thank you for your kind offer, fellow Daoist Crimson Flame. I am now the Supreme Elder of the Five Elements sect. Li Qingshan replied with a faint smile. Supreme Elder of the Five Elements sect? As expected. It seems our Dan Ding sect has no chance then. True Lord Crimson Flame sighed wryly. Though disappointed, it was within expectations. After all, how could the Five Elements sect possibly let such a young, newly ascended nascent soul cultivator slip away? After exchanging a few pleasantries, True Lord Crimson Flame warmly led Li Qingshan through the mountain gates, heading straight for the Dan Hall. Daoist Zhou, your visit must be for important business? Whatever you require, speak freely. Our Dan Ding sect will do our utmost. Li Qingshan didn't beat around the bush, stating his purpose directly. To be frank, Senior, I have indeed come to purchase some spiritual pills suitable for the nascent soul stage from your sect. They are primarily for advancing my cultivation. Oh? This way, please. True Lord Crimson Flame's eyes lit up. A major client had arrived. He led Li Qingshan into an elegant quiet room within the pill hall. After instructing his disciples to serve spiritual tea, he adopted a serious tone. What specific type of elixir does fellow Daoist Zhou require? While our Dan Ding sect may lack many things, we do maintain a stockpile of elixirs. Chapter 147, Purchasing Spiritual Pills. I've just broken through to the nascent soul stage and require some 4th-tier spiritual pills to enhance my cultivation. What does the Dan Ding sect have available? Li Qingshan inquired. 4th-tier elixirs to enhance cultivation? Of course we have them. True Lord Crimson Flame smiled faintly as he spoke, simultaneously retrieving 3 distinct jade bottles and placing them upon the table. This first bottle contains 4th-tier, lower-grade infant cultivation pills. They are the most common type, with a mild potency that fortifies the foundation and nurtures the essence, steadily enhancing cultivation at the early stage of the nascent soul. Each pill is priced at 15,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The second bottle contains a 4th-tier, lower-grade Qingyun pill. Its potency slightly surpasses the paying pill, aiding cultivators in condensing their magical power more swiftly. Each pill is priced at 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The third bottle contains a 4th-tier mid-grade dust-sinking pill. This pill not only contains pure spiritual energy but also possesses a subtle effect of nourishing the soul. For us nascent soul cultivators, it is extraordinarily useful. However, it is difficult to refine, the ingredients are hard to find, and it is the most expensive, priced at 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones per pill. Li Qingshan's divine sense swept over the 3 bottles of pills, confirming their superior quality. He asked directly, may I inquire how many of each of these 3 types your sect has available for sale to this Zhou? The Crimson Flame True Lord paused briefly before replying. As a valued customer and elder of the Five Elements sect, I shall be forthright. 4th-tier spiritual pills differ from lower-tier elixirs. Their refinement is exceedingly difficult, and the primary ingredients are exceptionally rare. Our sect's inventory is limited, and we must reserve some to supply our elders and other allied cultivators. Regarding the infant nurturing pills, we can offer no more than 30 to you. 20 Qingyun pills. The dust-settling pills are the rarest. We can only offer 10. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. This quantity was less than he had anticipated. Yet he understood the Crimson Flame True Lord spoke truthfully. 4th-tier elixirs were strategic resources anywhere. The fact that the Dan Ding sect could offer this much at once was already a significant concession, granted out of respect for the Five Elements sect and his newly attained nascent soul stage. Agreed. I'll take all of them, Li Qingshan nodded. True Lord Crimson Flame was overjoyed inwardly and quickly calculated. 30 infant nurturing pills are worth 4,500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 20 Qingyun pills are 40,000. 10 dust-settling pills are another 40,000. Total, 125,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This was undoubtedly a major deal. Li Qingshan had prepared beforehand, using his to enhance a batch of high-grade spirit stones. With a wave of his hand, a dazzling burst of spiritual light flashed, revealing a pile of crystal clear, aura radiating high-grade spirit stones in the quiet room. Exactly 12,500 stones. Please count them, fellow Daoist. True Lord Crimson Flame swept his divine sense over them. Finding the count accurate, his smile grew even brighter. Fellow Daoist Zhou is indeed straightforward. He promptly retrieved all the spiritual pills and handed them over to Li Qingshan. With the transaction complete, Li Qingshan inquired further, does your sect happen to possess any 4th-tier healing elixirs, or pills that nourish and enhance the soul essence? After pondering, True Lord Crimson Flame produced 2 more jade bottles. For healing, we have mid-grade 4th-tier holy medicine, the mixed primordial pill. It's highly effective for any injury short of a collapsed nascent soul, but we only have 2. Each costs 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. For nurturing the soul, we have the soul-shaping pill, a low-grade 4th-tier pill that slowly nourishes and strengthens spiritual awareness. We have 5, each priced at 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Are you interested? Yes, I'll take them all. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. After paying another 2,500 high-grade spirit stones, and added both types of pills to his bag. Though costly, these were crucial items for both survival and cultivation, of utmost importance to Li Qingshan.
Just as Li Qingshan finished his transaction with True Lord Crimson Flame and prepared to take his leave, his expression suddenly shifted. He sensed a familiar, yet recently stabilized, nascent soul aura rapidly approaching the pill hall. The next moment, the quiet chamber's door swung open. A figure strode in, his hearty laughter preceding his arrival. Ha! Fellow Taoist Joe. It truly is you. Just now, I heard Senior Uncle Crimson Flame mention a distinguished guest had arrived, whose aura seemed familiar. I didn't quite believe it, but I never imagined it would be you, fellow Taoist Joe. Congratulations on attaining the great Tao of the nascent soul. The visitor was none other than Li Qingshan. His aura was now deep and settled, his face glowing with a healthy flush. Clearly, he had fully stabilized his early nascent soul realm, his brow radiating an added confidence and authority. Following behind him were none other than the siblings Lu Changyin and Lu Jiruo. Upon seeing Li Qingshan and sensing the unfathomable pressure emanating from his nascent soul, shock flashed across their faces before giving way to profound reverence. They immediately bowed deeply. We are Lu Changyin and Lu Jiruo, paying our respects to Senior Zhou. Their hearts were already churning with waves of shock. Several years prior, when they first met this elder Zhou, they had sensed his profound depth, yet at that time, Li Qingshan had only displayed the cultivation of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. They could never have imagined that Li Qingshan was an extraordinary being capable of successfully forming his nascent soul in such a short span of time. The siblings exchanged a glance, seeing the same realization in each other's eyes. Senior Zhou must have concealed his cultivation all along. Their reverence for Li Qingshan instantly reached its peak. Li Qingshan greeted Li Qingshan with a sincere smile, returning the bow with clasped hands. Fellow Taoist Lu, congratulations to you as well. I just heard from Senior Qi Yan that you had successfully formed your infant and were in seclusion to consolidate your cultivation. I never expected you to emerge already truly a cause for celebration. Li Qingshan stepped closer, scrutinizing Li Qingshan with lingering astonishment and admiration in his eyes. Ah, truly humbling to this humble one. When we refined the infant transformation pill together, I thought you still needed time to refine your cultivation. Never did I expect you to accumulate so profoundly before bursting forth with such soaring brilliance. My deepest respect, my deepest respect. His words came from the heart, and they also confirmed beyond doubt that Li Qingshan had been concealing his cultivation level. Li Qingshan merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Instead, he turned to the siblings Lu Changyin and Lu Changyin, speaking gently. No need for such formalities, young friends. It's been several years since we last met, and it seems your cultivation has advanced considerably. Lu Changyin promptly replied with respect. Thanks to the blessings of our senior, this junior has fortuitously broken through to the mid-golden core stage, and my younger sister has also successfully formed her core. His tone was even more reserved and respectful than before. After a few pleasantries, Li Qingshan offered a faint smile. I hear Taoist Zhou has come to purchase pills this time? May I ask if your journey has been smooth? Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. I still hold some standing within the Pill Cauldron sect. His words were spoken with genuine sincerity, clearly reflecting his deep appreciation for Li Qingshan's past kindness in saving the Lu siblings. Li Qingshan smiled and nodded. I've already acquired some. Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Lu. Li Qingshan seemed to recall something. After a moment's thought, a hint of mystery flashed across his face. He gestured for Lu Changyin to close the quiet room's door and cast a sound-blocking barrier. This action drew even the attention of the Crimson Flame True Lord, who glanced over with curiosity. Fellow Taoist Zhou, Li Qingshan lowered his voice. While ordinary fourth-tier elixirs possess potent efficacy, their effects on us nascent soul cultivators ultimately prove slow in advancing our cultivation. Might you know of ancient divine elixirs? Li Qingshan's heart stirred at the mention, though his expression remained impassive. Oh? Ancient spiritual pills? Naturally, I am aware. Yet most of the formulas have been lost to history, and the finished pills themselves are exceedingly rare. Could it be that fellow Taoist Lu possesses such a treasure? Li Qingshan smiled and retrieved a jade box from his storage ring. Its design was profoundly ancient, its surface engraved with countless sealing runes. Chapter 148, The Tianyuan Pill and News of the 10,000 Transformations Soul Marrow. He carefully released the seals. The moment the lid lifted, a desolate, colossal yet faintly decaying medicinal aura wafted out. Inside the jade box lay 10 pills, each about the size of a longdan, dark golden color, and covered with fine cracks on their surfaces. Their glow was not dazzling, but rather subdued. Yet, the trace of primordial medicinal power contained within caused Li Qingshan's nascent soul within his body to flutter slightly. What is this? Li Qingshan's gaze sharpened. Li Qingshan explained solemnly, these are ancient divine pills, Tianyuan pills. They were among the finest pills for cultivators to enhance their cultivation during the ancient era. It's said that a single pill could save decades of arduous cultivation. The formula has long been lost.
These 10 pills were discovered by chance in an ancient ruin during my youth.
Unfortunately, their potency has largely dissipated over the ages, and they now contain pill toxins that must be slowly refined away using infant fire. Now, their potency is roughly equivalent to a 4th-tier inferior grade spirit pill. Even so, Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He had encountered the name ancient primordial heavenly pill in ancient texts. It was indeed a top-tier pill for the nascent soul stage. Even with diminished potency, its essence and residual efficacy far surpassed ordinary 4th-tier inferior pills. More importantly, it might offer a glimpse into the ancient mysteries of pill refinement. Moreover, while others might suffer from pill toxicity requiring time to refine it away, Li Qingshan possessed the. Could these Tianyuan pills perhaps regain their full potency? At this thought, Li Qingshan couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. This pill, would Taoist Lu be willing to sell it? Li Qingshan suppressed his excitement and asked. Lu Kuan burst into laughter, abruptly snapping the jade box shut and thrusting it into Li Qingshan's hands. Sell? Fellow Taoist Joe, you're insulting me. While this pill holds some value to me, it pales in comparison to the life-saving aid you provided me. Had you not saved my 2 good-for-nothing children back then, how could Lu have achieved what he has today? These 10 Tianyuan pills are yours as a token of my gratitude. Please, do not refuse. Li Qingshan clutched the jade box, still warm to the touch, and met Lu Kuan's sincere gaze, one that carried an almost insistent quality. A wave of emotion welled up within him. This Lu Kuan truly was a man of profound integrity and deep loyalty. Even with much of their potency lost, these 10 Tianyuan pills were still priceless, worth at least over 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Having just completed his nascent soul cultivation, Lu Kuan was precisely in need of resources to consolidate and advance his cultivation. Yet, he was willing to bestow such a precious treasure. This favor was no small matter. However, Li Qingshan understood that Lu Kuan was using the Tianyuan pills to express his gratitude and repay the debt of saving his life. Fellow Taoist Lu, this is far too precious, Li Qingshan said. Hey! If you refuse again, Taoist Joe, it would mean you look down on me. Lu Kuan deliberately stiffened his expression. Seeing this, Li Qingshan dropped the pretense. He solemnly accepted the jade box, clasped his hands, and said in a deep voice, Taoist Lu's magnanimity is deeply appreciated. I shall remember this kindness. Only then did Lu Kuan's smile return, radiating genuine delight. With the precious gift accepted, the atmosphere grew even more harmonious. Seizing the moment, Li Qingshan inquired, Fellow Taoist Lu, Senior Crimson Flame, I've been seeking information on several rare treasures. Have either of you heard of their whereabouts? He proceeded to list several materials, among which was the 10,000 transformations soul marrow. Lu Kuan and True Lord Crimson Flame listened intently. They had some familiarity with the first few items, or perhaps their sect treasuries held them. But upon hearing 10,000 transformations soul marrow, both frowned simultaneously. True Lord Crimson Flame shook his head. Transforming soul marrow. That substance is exceedingly rare. It is a supreme treasure for nourishing the spirit soul and resisting inner demons, proving especially potent for nascent soul cultivators. It is said to originate only from the depths of 10,000-year-old soul pools and places of extreme energy, a treasure one can only hope to encounter. In all my years of cultivation, I have only heard its name, never seen the item itself. The Dan Ding sect certainly holds no stock of it. Lu Kuan concurred, indeed, I too have only heard of it. While it is a treasure for us righteous cultivators, it is an even rarer treasure for those demonic cultivators prone to spiritual backlash. Fellow Taoist Joe, should you seek this item, you would likely require extraordinary fortune. Just as Li Qingshan began to feel a hint of disappointment, Lu Qingyin, who had stood quietly to the side, seemed to recall something. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously interjected, Senior Zhou. Regarding the 10,000 transformations soul marrow, this junior. I believe I heard mention of it recently from a senior brother who travels frequently. Oh? Tell me more. Li Qingshan's gaze immediately turned to him. Encouraged, Lu Qingyin hurriedly continued, that senior brother said that about half a year ago, at a top-tier auction held in Wanbao Immortal City, a small piece of 10,000 transformation soul marrow appeared among the grand finale treasures. It caused quite a stir, and in the end, it seemed to be auctioned off for an astronomical price by an elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Heavenly Demon Sect? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Do you know which elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect it was? Lu Qingyin racked his brain before replying uncertainly, my senior brother only mentioned it in passing, so I didn't ask for details. I think he said the one who bought it was the revered, rarely seen demon saintess Lang Weiwei of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The celestial demon saintess? Lang Weiwei? At the mention of that name, Li Qingshan's expression instantly turned extremely peculiar. He subconsciously touched his nose, a fleeting trace of awkwardness flashing in his eyes. It was her? That celestial demon sect saintess Lang Weiwei, the one he'd unexpectedly encountered in the mystic heavenly realm, with whom he'd shared an intimate moment through a series of misunderstandings, leaving their relationship complex and ambiguous. Unbidden, her image flooded his mind, that face of icy beauty, yet naturally alluring when stirred by passion, and that enchanting yet misunderstood past.
Li Qingshan never imagined that after all these twists and turns, the most crucial ingredient for refining the Black Slaughter netherfire would end up in her hands. This was truly a case of enemies meeting by chance. Noticing Li Qingshan's unusual expression, Lu Kuan and the Crimson Flame True Lord inquired. Lu Kuan couldn't help but ask, Taoist friend Zhou, do you know that Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Li Qingshan quickly composed himself, regaining his calm, and replied vaguely, we've met once before, but we're not exactly acquainted. I never imagined she would bid for this item. This is rather troublesome. But inwardly, he could only wryly smile. It wasn't just tricky, he had no idea how to even broach the subject of asking for it back or trading for it. The history between them was deeply awkward, something best left unsaid to outsiders. The 10,000 transformation soul marrow is rare. Now that we have a lead, we must try. My appearance has changed drastically, and I have secret arts to conceal my aura. Even if I stood before Lang Weiwei, she probably wouldn't recognize me, right? Li Qingshan mused silently. This was the most crucial heavenly treasure for refining the Black Slaughter netherfire. Li Qingshan didn't want to miss this opportunity, he had to try. Chapter 149, The Ancient City of Heavenly Demons. After bidding farewell to Lu Kuan and the Crimson Flame True Lord, Li Qingshan departed from the Danding sect. However, he did not return directly to the Five Elements sect. After leaving the Danding sect, Li Qingshan activated the secret record of Deceiving Heaven. His aura rapidly retracted and transformed, swiftly dropping from the unfathomable pressure of a profound infant to the late Golden Core realm. He deliberately laced his spiritual fluctuations with a faint, almost imperceptible aura of malevolence, making him appear more like a common, somewhat fortunate solitary cultivator of demonic arts. He rode his teleportation light toward the gathering place of Eastern Wasteland Demon Cultivators, the core territory of the Heavenly Demon Sect. His target, naturally, was the Heavenly Demon Sect's Holy Maiden, Lang Weiwei. Securing the 10,000 transformation soul marrow from her would be the ideal outcome. But going straight to her doorstep was clearly unwise. He planned to first gather intelligence in the largest city within her domain, the Heavenly Demon Ancient City, to see if he could find other avenues to obtain it or seek a natural opportunity to interact with Lang Weiwei. Days later, a towering, pitch-black city appeared on the horizon. It seemed forged from the bones of colossal beasts and dark iron. Magical runes swirled along the walls, towering watchtowers pierced the sky like sharp blades, and the air was thick with a potent, chaotic aura of magic. A peculiar atmosphere hung over the city, one of disorder held in check by some powerful, overarching order. This was the ancient city of Tianma. Within the domain of the Heavenly Demon Sect, it was the largest immortal city and a sacred sanctuary for demonic cultivators. Li Qingshan composed himself and entered the city like any ordinary Golden Core demon cultivator, paying his spirit stone toll. The sights within were even more bizarre and fantastical. The streets were wide and bustling with crowds, yet most cultivators passing by carried cold, menacing auras and defiant expressions. Some bore bone weapons, others commanded venomous insects, and those clad in strange, eccentric attire were everywhere. The air was thick with the clamor of vendors, murmurs of conversation, and occasional shouts from skirmishes. The goods on sale were predominantly demonic cultivation materials, techniques, and even alchemical vessels, all bearing the distinct hallmarks of the demon realm. Yet, as rumors outside suggested, despite the gathering of demonic cultivators, no one dared to cause large-scale disturbances. This clearly demonstrated the Heavenly Demon Sect's formidable control over this place. Li Qingshan proceeded with extreme caution. Instead of heading straight to the large shops, he first sought out a young demon cultivator at a street corner. This fellow appeared sharp-witted, possessed only foundation establishment cultivation, and specialized in guiding customers. Tossing over several mid-grade spirit stones, the young cultivator immediately bowed and scraped, spilling everything he knew. Is the senior here to buy something or gather intelligence? I'm not bragging, but within the Heavenly Demon Ancient City, I know everything there is to know. This is my first time in the Demon City. Are there any reputable shops here with a wide selection of goods? Li Qingshan inquired casually. The young demon cultivator's eyes lit up as he eagerly replied, You've come to the right person, senior. The largest shop in our demon city is undoubtedly the branch of 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. It has solid backing, a comprehensive selection, and a stellar reputation, though the prices are a bit steep. Next is the Yuanma Tower, run by the demon cult itself. It has the most high-quality items, but many are only available to cult disciples or those with introductions. They mainly sell demonic cultivation pills and magical artifacts. Then there's the 100 Poisons Pavilion, the Yin Sha Workshop, and the 1,000 Machinations Demon Shop. Each has its own specialty, but they're treacherous waters. You need keen eyes to navigate them. Li Qingshan silently took note, then inquired about recent city developments, particularly news of high-grade treasure auctions. Unfortunately, this low-tier demon cultivator possessed limited knowledge. After dismissing the man, Li Qingshan resolved to begin with the most reputable establishment, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The branch of 10,000 Treasures Pavilion in the ancient city of heavenly demons remained grand and imposing, though its interior decor now bore distinct demonic realm influences. Skulls and demonic patterns adorned the space. He was greeted by a gold core stage demonic cultivator manager, whose smile was warm yet eyes sharp and calculating.
What might you require, fellow cultivator? The manager inquired warmly. Li Qingshan lowered his voice, his tone hoarse and dry, lending an air of mystery.
Shopkeeper, does your establishment carry the 10,000 transformations soul marrow?
At the mention of 10,000 transformations soul marrow, the smile froze on the shopkeeper's face. A wry smile replaced it as he shook his head.
You jest, fellow Daoist.
Such a treasure, nourishing the soul and warding off inner demons, is a rarity even at our main branch.
Whenever it appears, the nascent soul elders snap it up immediately. Our branch simply doesn't carry any stock.
Even if we did, it wouldn't be something easily purchased with spirit stones. It would likely require bartering.
This response was exactly what Li Qingshan had anticipated. He didn't show disappointment, instead shifting his focus. In that case, let's see what else you have.
I travel frequently and am seeking a 4th-tier spirit talisman for emergencies.
Might your shop have one?
The shopkeeper perked up at this. 4th-tier spirit talismans were big business.
These were treasures only used by nascent soul cultivators. Most golden core practitioners wouldn't splurge on them.
Today, he'd struck gold with a big spender. 4th-tier spirit talismans are exceedingly difficult to refine, and our current stock is limited.
However, you've arrived at just the right moment, Daoist friend. We happen to have one 4th-tier, lower-grade spirit talisman available.
The shopkeeper smiled faintly, retrieving a wooden box from his storage pouch.
Upon opening it, a pale golden talisman radiating sharp sword energy came into view. Please take a look, fellow Daoist. He said eagerly, this is a 4th-tier, lower-grade 10,000 swords true talisman.
When activated, it unleashes 10,000 sword chi to attack the enemy.
Its power is formidable. Even an early nascent soul cultivator could be severely injured if they're not careful. Are you satisfied, fellow cultivator?
Li Qingshan swept his divine sense over the talisman, confirming its authenticity and abundant energy.
He nodded. Not bad. What is the price for this item?
Only 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper smiled.
40,000 mid-grade spirit stones? That's too steep. How about 20,000?
Li Qingshan feigned a hint of reluctance as he asked. As a late-stage golden core demon cultivator purchasing a 4th-tier low-grade talisman, he couldn't afford to be too generous. He had to make it look like it hurt to part with the money. After a round of haggling, they finally settled on 25,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Li Qingshan promptly paid the spirit stones.
Acquiring 4th-tier spirit talismans was one of his primary objectives for this journey.
4th-tier talismans crafted by demon cultivators were often incredibly bizarre and unpredictable. After being enhanced by they would undoubtedly become formidable weapons in Li Qingshan's hands. Leaving the 10,000 treasures pavilion, Li Qingshan arrived at the even more imposing Yuanma Tower, guarded by even stricter security. This was a direct property of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Most cultivators entering and exiting bore the sect's insignia, and their aura was noticeably more formidable. After stating his purpose, he was received by a stern-faced elder in the late gold core stage. When Li Qingshan inquired about the 10,000 transformation soul marrow, the elder didn't even lift an eyelid, responding coldly and firmly, "We don't have it. Such treasures, even if available, are prioritized for the sect's elders and core disciples. They are not sold to outsiders." Li Qingshan's heart sank slightly, but he kept his composure, instead requesting to purchase defensive spirit talismans. The elder appraised him before slowly producing a talisman, 4th-tier, low-grade demon sound illusionary true talisman. When activated, it generates powerful demonic sounds to disrupt enemy minds while creating lifelike illusions to aid your escape. Price, 45,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This talisman leaned more toward control and escape, bearing a distinct demonic cultivation style.
Too expensive. How about 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones?
Minimum 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones.
Non-negotiable.
Li Qingshan persisted in haggling and eventually secured the talisman for 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Though he found no core clues about the 10,000 transformation soul marrow at these two largest shops, acquiring two practical 4th-tier spirit talismans made the trip worthwhile. Afterward, he visited places like the 100 Poisons Pavilion and the Yin Sha Workshop one after another.
Chapter 150, Ling Weiyue's Inner Demon.
These places were a motley mix of people, filled with foul energies, and sold even more bizarre items including plenty of illicit goods and sinister materials. Li Qingshan inquired cautiously, but received only shakes of the head in response.
Few had even heard of such an item.
At the 1000 Machinery Demon Shop, however, he overheard a shopkeeper hint that if he was willing to pay an astronomical price and wait, they might be able to inquire through special channels. But this required a huge deposit upfront with no guarantee of success. Li Qingshan felt the risk was too great, suspecting it might be a scam, so he politely declined.
After a day of relentless searching, dusk had fallen.
Li Qingshan remained undeterred. This outcome had been anticipated. If the 10,000 transformation soul marrow were so easily obtained, that would be the strange part. He found a guesthouse within the city called Secluded Pavilion, which appeared reasonably clean and respected guest privacy.
He took a room on the upper floor.
After setting up a simple protective barrier, Li Qingshan sat cross-legged on the bed, his gaze calm.
It seems conventional methods hold little hope.
Next, perhaps I should find a way to inquire about the whereabouts of that holy maiden. His fingers tapped his knee absent-mindedly as the cold, distant features of Lang Weiwei flashed through his mind, causing his brow to furrow slightly. How to approach her without arousing suspicion or provoking conflict? This required careful planning. 100 li north of the heavenly demon ancient city lay a range of mountains perpetually shrouded in dense demonic energy and dark clouds. This was the very location of the mountain gates belonging to the heavenly demon sect, the supreme power of the eastern wast's demonic path.
Countless grand yet eerie structures clung to the mountainsides.
Obsidian-like palaces reflected an eerie glow, colossal skull statues loomed over the land, and rolling demonic energy flowed through the ravines like living creatures.
Occasionally, powerful demon cultivators soared overhead, riding bone dragons or demonic banners, their presence chilling.
This was the very headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a name that sent shivers down the spines of righteous cultivators across the eastern wastes. Its vast influence and profound foundations were sufficient to rival the Five Elements sect. Deep within the headquarters, in a meticulously arranged cave dwelling that channeled the demonic energy from the undergrounding veins. Cold Weiwei, clad in black robes, her figure slender and graceful, her face cold and exquisite beyond compare, slowly opened her eyes. Her aura had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, flawlessly rounded and seamless, seemingly only a step away from the path to the nascent soul stage. Yet, her eyes, cold as stars, held not the joy of a breakthrough, but instead a trace of unshakable restlessness and pain.
But
a thread of crimson blood trickled from the corner of her pale lips, adding a touch of tragic beauty to her icy demeanor. She raised her hand, casually wiping away the bloodstain, yet her gaze grew even more profound.
Uncontrollably, scenes from decades ago in the Xiantian secret realm flooded her mind once more.
Misty vapors, scorching body heat, intertwined breaths, and that blurred yet indelible figure.
And later, the figures of the cultivator named Zhou Yun and Yi Lingshuang.
That absurd, feverish entanglement born from the demonic energy's eruption, which had corroded their spiritual awareness, remained etched like the most stubborn demonic imprint deep within her soul. For decades, fueled by her peerless talent and the sect's resources poured into her cultivation, her progress had been nothing short of meteoric. She surged forward unstoppably, reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Yet the closer she drew to the nascent soul threshold, the more viciously this heart demon struck back. Each time she entered seclusion to break through the bottleneck, those sensual yet shameful images would automatically surface, disrupting her focus and causing her to fall short at the last moment.
The root of this mental demon.
Lang Weiwei bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, a sharp glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Only by severing the root completely can I clear my mind and condense the nascent soul. The best solution was to find that man from years ago and kill him. Only with his death could this unbearable past be buried forever, allowing her Tao heart to return to clarity.
Zhou Yun.
She murmured the name in a voice as cold as ice. For decades, she had never ceased her investigation. Many cultivators bore the name Zhou Yun, but filtering by time, location, cultivation level, and the possibility of crossing paths with Yi Lingshuang of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect left only one candidate who fit all the criteria. The Zhou Yun who had once been active near the 10,000 Treasures Immortal City and later became a guest elder of the Five Elements Sect. Guest elder of the Five Elements Sect. Zhou Yun. Lang Weiwei narrowed her beautiful eyes.
It seems I must pay the Five Elements Sect a visit. No matter what, I must confirm with my own eyes if it is him.
Resolved, she rose to her full height, her demonic energy retreating as she opened the stone door of her long-sealed cave dwelling. No sooner had she emerged than a fiery red figure fluttered toward her like a butterfly. Before the person arrived, a crisp, charming voice preceded them. Sister Weiwei.
You're finally out of seclusion. Hey, you don't look too well?
The visitor was a young woman dressed in a crimson gown, her beauty breathtaking.
Her eyes sparkled with a mischievous yet alluring glint.
Her name was Jiang Yueyao, another renowned prodigy of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Despite her youth, she had already reached the late gold core stage and held the position of sect elder. She shared a particularly close relationship with Lang Weiwei. Upon recognizing her, Lang Weiwei's icy expression softened slightly. It's nothing, she said indifferently.
Just a minor setback in my cultivation. Yueyao, your timing is perfect.
I was just wondering if you've heard anything recent about Zhou Yun, the guest elder of the Five Elements Sect?
Zhou Yun?
Jiang Yueyao tilted her head in thought, then suddenly clapped her hands, her face breaking into an exaggerated look of surprise.
Ah! Sister Weiwei, you mean him? There is big news. I was just about to tell you.
I heard that Zhou Yun from the Five Elements Sect successfully formed his infant soul not long ago.
And he's been directly honored as a supreme elder by the Five Elements Sect.
Now he's on equal footing with their sect's venerable elders like the Winesword Immortal, Mahi, and Zhao Yuan.
What? The news struck cold Weiwei like a bolt from the blue, crashing violently into her heart.
Her slender frame trembled slightly, and for the first time, her icy face betrayed unmistakable shock and disbelief.
Forming a spirit embryo? Supreme elder? How is that possible? She murmured hoarsely, her mind instantly plunging into chaos. She clearly remembered that roughly 60 years ago, when she encountered Zhou Yun in the Xiantian secret realm, his cultivation level had been merely at the early foundation establishment stage. How much time had passed since then? 60 years. From early foundation establishment to nascent soul stage? This was nothing short of a fairy tale. She, Lang Weiwei, possessed a heavenly spirit root, her talent unmatched within the heavenly demon sect. With access to the finest resources in cultivation techniques, revered as the heavenly demon sect's holy maiden, it still took her nearly a century to progress from foundation establishment to the peak of the golden core stage. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage remained utterly elusive, and she was still tormented by her inner demons. That Zhou Yun. How could he possibly achieve it? Did he conceal his cultivation all alone? But even if he did, this speed is utterly terrifying. Unless he harbors an unimaginable, earth-shattering secret. In an instant, a storm of emotions surged within Long Weiyue's heart. The pure killing intent she'd felt before was now intertwined with deep astonishment, curiosity, and even a subtle flutter of admiration, a feeling she hadn't even recognized herself stirred by his monumental achievement. The figure she had thought she could easily erase from her memory suddenly became profoundly mysterious and powerful. Chapter 151, Reunion. Jiang Yueyao watched Lung Weiyue's rare expression of distraction, blinked her large eyes, leaned closer, and asked curiously, "Sister Weiyue, why are you suddenly interested in someone from the Five Elements sect? And specifically inquiring about this Zhou Yun? Do you know him?" Lang Weiyue swiftly reined in all outward emotion, resuming her usual cool composure. "I merely heard his name by chance and felt a bit curious," she replied indifferently. She deftly changed the subject. "Did you come to see me for a reason?" Jiang Yueyao, still young, sensed her reluctance to elaborate and dropped the subject with a cheerful smile. "Of course I do. Sister, you've been secluded for so long, you must be bored stiff. Perfect timing. The Yuan Ma Tower's grand auction, held once every 10 years, is about to begin in the heavenly demon ancient city. I hear there are some truly rare treasures this time. Come with me to take a look. It'll be a nice change of pace." Under normal circumstances, Lang Weiyue wouldn't have much interest in such a noisy gathering. But now, her mind was in turmoil. She needed something to distract herself and clear her thoughts. Besides, the heavenly demon ancient city was a melting pot of all sorts of people. Perhaps, she might hear more news about that newly ascended nascent soul cultivator from the Five Elements sect? After a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll accompany you." "Wonderful." Jiang Yueyao happily hooked her arm through hers. Lang Weiyue let her pull her along, yet her gaze drifted far away once more. That name and that unbelievable news echoed relentlessly in her mind. Zhou Yun. Nascent soul stage. What secrets do you truly hold? The once simple intent to kill had grown complex. Within the secluded chamber of the inn, protective barriers shimmered, completely isolating the interior from the outside world. Li Qingshan's thoughts stirred, and he summoned his. Numerous elixirs and spirit talismans had already been stored within thee, and at this moment, they had all completed their enhancement. Anticipation filled Li Qingshan's eyes as he opened thee, pouring out the pills and talismans. Just as he had expected. The originally 4th-tier inferior prenatal nurturing pills and azure cloud pills, along with the 4th-tier middle-grade dust-sinking pills, were now all perfectly round and flawless. Their halo shimmered, their potency immense and pure, radiating for mysterious alchemical patterns. They had all been elevated to 4th-tier supreme spiritual pills. Their potency had increased tenfold, no, far more. Li Qingshan fought the urge to swallow the pills and cultivate immediately. This was the lair of demonic cultivators. Exposing his aura would only invite trouble. The two 4th-tier low-grade spirit talismans, the 10,000 Swords True Talisman and the Demon Sound Phantom True Talisman, also underwent a transformation. Their talismanic patterns became more intricate and profound, their energy fluctuations heart-stoppingly intense, evolving into 4th-tier Supreme True Talismans. Their power surged several-fold, capable of dealing devastating damage even to late nascent soul cultivators. The greatest surprise came from the damaged bone banner. Once a 4th-tier inferior treasure wielded by Yin Tianqiu, it had been stored within Li Qingshan's for extensive cultivation. Through the gourd's restoration and enhancement, it underwent a complete transformation. The banner's surface was no longer a ghastly white but had turned dark and profound, as if woven from countless fragments of wailing souls. The pole was smooth as black jade, icy cold to the touch. Powerful restriction runes flowed autonomously across the banner's surface, emanating a terrifying aura that seemed poised to devour all souls. 4th-tier supreme artifact, White Bone Soul Banner. Li Qingshan could sense that merely a gentle wave of this banner could directly assault a cultivator's soul. Those below the nascent soul stage would likely be instantly obliterated. Even a cultivator at the initial stage of nascent soul would struggle to withstand it without a soul-defending artifact. By devouring enough powerful souls, its might could continually grow truly an evil and tyrannical treasure of the demonic path. Such a monstrous artifact. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. He stared at the White Bone Soul banner, initially intending to sell it for spirit stones. But then he thought, as a pretender to demonic cultivation, he desperately needed a formidable demonic treasure to maintain his facade. This banner's immense power made it perfectly suited for the role. Very well, I shall keep it for now. It will serve to conceal my identity. Result, he began to temper the banner with the colossal magical power cultivated through the supreme 5 elements Tao scripture. The 5 elements power encompassed all phenomena, making it no difficult task to simulate pure demonic energy. Within mere days, he had preliminarily refined the white bone soul banner, storing it within his dantian. There it rested alongside treasures like the 36 eternal judgment swords and the heaven burning furnace, its vicious aura faintly suppressed by the illusory lotus pedestal beneath his nascent soul. With a slight activation, the soul banner quivered lightly, sending out an invisible shockwave of divine soul energy that rippled through the room, causing the protective barriers within the quiet chamber to flicker faintly. What a treasure! Truly formidable! Li Qingshan's eyes flashed with sharp brilliance. With this banner in hand, his disguise as a late-stage golden core demon cultivator would likely face no suspicion. It might even scare off many petty thieves. Half a month later, feeling sufficiently prepared, Li Qingshan emerged from seclusion once more. He headed toward the Manhwa Tower, a direct branch of the Heavenly Demon Sect, hoping to purchase some practical demonic arts or unique treasures to further refine his disguise. The Manhwa Tower remained bustling with people, its atmosphere thick with demonic energy. As Li Qingshan browsed several jade slips containing demonic arts suitable for golden core cultivators at a counter, a sudden intuition made him lift his head toward the staircase entrance. 2 women descended from a private room upstairs. The one in front wore a black dress, tall and slender, with a cold, peerless beauty and an aura as icy as the moon. Who else could it be but Leng Weiwei? Beside her walked the stunning young woman in red, Jiang Yueyao, whose eyes sparkled with a mix of innocence and allure. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. It was truly a case of searching high and low in vain. He immediately suppressed his aura, lowered his head, and pretended to focus intently on the jade slip in his hand, though the corner of his eye remained fixed on them. His mind raced, scheming how to strike up a conversation with her naturally and without arousing suspicion, all while probing for information about the 10,000 transformations soul marrow. At that moment, a golden core elder from the Manhwa Tower was respectfully escorting Cold Wei and the other girl downstairs, his face plastered with a fawning smile. The materials requested by Your Highness the Holy Maiden, this old man has taken note. I shall spare no effort in seeking them out for you. However, the netherworld blood lotus and the Ninine soulwood are exceedingly rare. It may prove difficult to locate them in the short term. Thank you, Elder. Your best efforts will suffice. Lang Weiyue's expression remained cool and detached as she spoke indifferently. She seemed deep in thought, a barely perceptible frown lingering between her brows. Beside her, Jiang Yueyao chattered away in a crisp voice. Got it. Just put your best effort into finding them. Oh, and Sister Weiyue, wouldn't it be great if you could get a top-grade infant transformation pill? I heard those are incredibly beneficial for overcoming the heart demon tribulation. With your foundation in talent, if you had a top-grade infant transformation pill to aid you, you could surely break through to the nascent soul stage in one go and get rid of that annoying heart demon. Before she could finish, she seemed to realize her slip and quickly covered her mouth, stealing a glance at Leng Weiyue. Cold Weiyue shot her a sharp glance, her eyes slightly cold, but she didn't scold her. Instead, she said indifferently, stop talking nonsense. The nascent soul realm, how could a mere pill guarantee that? Let's go. With that, she turned to leave. But words spoken without intent could be heard with purpose. Li Qingshan, hiding in the corner pretending to read a jade slip, heard the words infant transformation pill, breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, and inner demon. His mind was struck as if lightning had split the night sky. Chapter 152, Arrogance. So that's it. Lang Weiyue was stuck at the peak of the golden core stage because she was trapped by her heart demon. And she desperately needed the infant transformation pill to increase her breakthrough chances and combat the heart demon. Li Qingshan's heart began to race uncontrollably. In his storage ring lay 2 supreme-grade infant transformation pills refined to perfection by Di. These pills were useless to him now, but for Lang Weiyue, stuck at her bottleneck, they were undoubtedly a treasure sent in her hour of need. Exchange these supreme infant transformation pills for the 10,000 transforming soul marrow she might possess? The moment this thought surfaced, it became impossible to suppress. But how to conduct the trade? Step forward and reveal my identity? That would be like walking straight into a trap. Who knew whether Lang Weiyue harbored more shame and resentment or murderous intent over what happened back then? If she attacked without warning right here in the demon cult's lair, he'd be in serious trouble. Anonymous transaction? Through intermediaries? But the 10,000 transformation soul essence and the supreme infant transformation pill were far too precious. Who wouldn't covet them? For demon cultivators, killing to seize treasures was as simple as eating and drinking. Both ideas were swiftly dismissed by Li Qingshan. He must devise a foolproof plan, one that would allow him to safely acquire what he needed while concealing his identity to the utmost, avoiding future complications. As Li Qingshan watched Lang Weiyue and Jiang Yueyao's retreating figures approach the exit of the Manhwa Tower, his eyes flickered with countless thoughts racing through his mind. Just as Li Qingshan watched them depart, lost in his calculations, a late-stage golden core cultivator approached. Dressed in Yuanma Tower steward attire, he had a gaunt face and piercing eyes. Wearing a professional smile, he bowed his hands to Li Qingshan and said, "You look unfamiliar, fellow cultivator. Is this your first visit to Yuanma Tower? What might you be interested in viewing? My name is Li, and I am one of the stewards here." Li Qingshan's heart stirred. He decided to abandon his deliberate low profile and disguise. He lifted his head slightly, his gaze haughty and aloof, radiating the distinctive reserve and indifference of a disciple from a great sect. His voice was steady yet carried an unquestionable authority as he replied, "Indeed, this is my first time here. I've heard that Yuanma Tower is the premier merchant establishment in the heavenly demon ancient city, so I've come to take a look. I require a batch of 4th-tier spirit pills suitable for nascent soul cultivators, along with some 4th-tier spirit talismans of decent potency. The higher the quality, the better. Spirit stones are no issue." Upon hearing such bold words, Manager Li's eyes lit up instantly, and the smile on his face grew even warmer and more respectful. This was a major customer. He promptly stepped aside, gesturing invitingly. "I see. Your presence truly graces this humble establishment. This area is rather noisy and unsuitable for discussion. Please follow me to a private room where we can talk in detail." Li Qingshan gave a slight nod, hands clasped behind his back, and followed Manager Li upstairs. They entered an elegantly furnished quiet room equipped with soundproofing restrictions. A maid served them spiritual tea before quietly withdrawing. After taking their seats, Manager Li tentatively inquired, "Forgive my boldness, but might I ask, is this large purchase of high-grade resources for your family's elders or your sect?" He sought to probe Li Qingshan's background. Lifting his teacup, Li Qingshan blew gently on it without lifting his eyelids. His tone was calm yet distant. "Matters concerning my sect elders are not for public discussion. My master requires some nascent soul stage elixirs and spirit talismans. Mr. Li need only present your establishment's finest offerings." He deliberately adopted an air of inscrutability, deflecting all inquiries onto a non-existent nascent soul master. This explanation accounted for his financial resources while preventing further probing into his background. Though Li the steward met with a soft refusal, he showed no annoyance. Instead, he grew even more certain that this man was no ordinary figure. A nascent soul master? He must be a disciple from one of the great sects of the Eastern Wastes. As for concealing his background in cultivation aura, that was perfectly normal. After all, this was the sacred land of demonic cultivators, the heavenly demon ancient city. As an elder of the Yuanma Tower, he was well aware of this reality. Steward Li's demeanor grew even more deferential. "Yes. I was presumptuous. Please wait a moment, esteemed cultivator. I shall fetch the finest treasures from our tower's collection at once." Before long, Manager Li returned, carefully holding several jade boxes and bottles. He opened them with utmost care. "Please examine this first bottle, fellow Daoist. It contains a 4th-tier, low-grade blood soul essence pill. Crafted primarily from century-old blood essence and supplemented with various demonic herbs that nourish the spirit soul. It possesses remarkable efficacy in enhancing soul power and strengthening spiritual perception, particularly suited for cultivators of the demonic path practicing certain soul-related secret arts. Each bottle contains 6 pills, priced at 120,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This second bottle contains a 4th-tier, low-grade yin-yang slaughter pill. It is crafted by gathering yin-yang killing energy from the earth's depths and infusing it with the essence, blood, and marrow of powerful demonic beasts. Consuming it greatly fortifies physical strength and resilience, making it a coveted treasure among body-refining cultivators. One bottle contains 6 pills, priced at 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This third bottle, fellow cultivator, you may have heard of. It's the most commonly used spirit pill among nascent soul cultivators, the 4th-tier low-grade Qingyun pill. It is an excellent choice for refining magical power and enhancing cultivation, with relatively mild properties. One bottle contains 5 pills, priced at 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Manager Li's enthusiastic introduction was accompanied by a look of eager anticipation in his eyes. Few came to the Yuanma Tower to purchase 4th-tier treasures. If this deal closed, his commission would be substantial. Thus, his attitude was exceptionally warm and welcoming. Paired with his affable smile and plump, round face, he hardly resembled a typical demon cultivator. "Fellow Daoist, please take a look. Which type of spirit pill do you require?" Manager Li inquired eagerly. Li Qingshan swept his divine sense over the offerings, inwardly delighted. The Yuanma Tower truly held valuable items. The blood soul essence pill would be perfect for cultivating the secret technique to strengthen spiritual sense within the Hun Yuan 5 elements Tao scripture. The Yin Yang Sha pill could enhance the 9 transformations golden body technique. If he could advance to the 6th and 7th transformations, his physical prowess would surge dramatically. The Qingyun pill was the ultimate currency for stabilizing and elevating cultivation. Though all were merely low grade, after refinement through their effects would be worlds apart. A satisfied expression flashed across his face. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "These 3 pills are all excellent. I'll take them all. Give me 10 bottles of each. What?
Manager Li was stunned. He nearly thought he'd misheard.
All of them? 10 bottles each?
Manager Li trembled with excitement.
The total cost was astronomical. Even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be so extravagant. Was this fellow pulling his leg?
Forcing himself to calm down, Manager Li stammered,
Taoist friend, the blood soul essence pill and yin yang slaughter pill are extremely difficult to refine. Our inventory is likely insufficient.
We can only manage a maximum of 3 bottles each, and only 5 bottles of the Azure Cloud pill.
I suggest.
Li Qingshan feigned displeasure, furrowing his brow before reluctantly nodding.
Very well, let it be. As for the price,
rest assured, the pricing will satisfy you. 3 bottles of blood soul essence pills total 36,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 3 bottles of yin yang slaughter pills total 45,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 5 bottles of Azure Cloud pills total 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Combined, that's 1,310,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I'll round it down for you, fellow Taoist, 1,300,000 mid-grade spirit stones.
How does that sound?
Manager Li swiftly calculated the total cost and spoke with eager anticipation.
Chapter 153, Targeted. All right. We'll go with your price.
Li Qingshan nodded, then pulled out a storage pouch filled to the brim with 1,300,000 mid-grade spirit stones, his expression brimming with unabashed arrogance. Manager Li counted them, his heart bursting with joy, his breathing quickening. Today truly brought a valuable customer. Li Qingshan felt a surge of excitement himself. He hadn't expected the Yuan Mo Tower to have so many 4th-tier spirit pills. Without hesitation, he stowed all 11 bottles away, his heart brimming with the satisfaction of a bountiful haul. Combined with the pills he'd purchased earlier from the Pill Cauldron sect, these would sustain Li Qingshan's seclusion for over a decade without any shortage of spiritual pills.
Where are the 4th-tier spirit talismans? Li Qingshan inquired calmly. Do you require spirit talismans as well, fellow cultivator? How about these?
Manager Li beamed as he produced 3 more jade boxes covered in seals. This one is a 4th-tier inferior ghost procession talisman. When activated, it summons over 100 vicious specters to attack enemies. These specters are formless and intangible, targeting the soul and spirit, making them extremely difficult to defend against. Price, 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This is a 4th-tier, low-grade blood demon escape talisman, a vital life-saving tool. When activated, it transforms into a streak of bloodlight, allowing escape thousands of miles away. However, it consumes a portion of one's vital essence. Priced at 35,000 mid-grade spirit stones.
This is a 4th-tier, mid-grade 9 Netherworld Demon Thunder Talisman. It summons 9 Netherworld Demon Thunderbolts to strike opponents. Utterly and utterly evil, it possesses immense power and can corrupt magical artifacts.
Priced at 80,000 mid-grade spirit stones. These 3 talismans were all bizarre and ruthless, steeped in demonic arts, exactly the supplementary means Li Qingshan needed at present.
Alright, I'll take them all. Li Qingshan declared with unrestrained boldness. All of them?
Manager Li was overjoyed and hurriedly replied, 3 talismans total 165,000 mid-grade spirit stones.
How about 160,000 mid-grade spirit stones, fellow Taoist?
Li Qingshan nodded proudly and paid another 160,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 2 consecutive massive transactions made the smile on Manager Li's face nearly overflow. His gaze toward Li Qingshan was practically that of someone staring at a walking spirit stone mine. Yet he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Li Qingshan was merely at the late gold core stage. How could he possess such a vast fortune? Even a cultivator at the early nascent soul stage wouldn't be able to produce that many spirit stones so easily.
What was the true identity of this man before him? Could he be the offspring of one of those late nascent soul great cultivators?
At this thought, his expression grew even more deferential. After completing the transaction, Manager Li rubbed his hands together. He then retrieved a black invitation card from his robe, one that emitted a faint aura of demonic energy and was made of a peculiar material. He respectfully presented it to Li Qingshan. Fellow Taoist, your generosity makes you a valued guest of our Yuan Mo Tower.
10 days hence, our tower will host the decennial celestial demon auction. Many rare treasures seldom seen will appear, including items that might tempt even nascent soul elders. This VIP invitation is a token of our esteem. We humbly request your presence at that time.
Li Qingshan felt a surge of secret delight. This was precisely one of the goals he had aimed to achieve by revealing his wealth.
He accepted the invitation with a calm expression and replied indifferently, "Oh? The celestial demon auction? That sounds rather interesting. If I have the time, I shall come and take a look." As he departed the Yuanma Tower, Li Qingshan could feel Manager Li's fervent gaze practically glued to his back.
But barely had he stepped outside when his keen senses detected 2 subtle, hostile auras silently locking onto him.
Poof. So I've been marked after all.
Li Qingshan sneered inwardly. In this gathering place of demonic cultivators, flaunting wealth to invite trouble was the most natural thing in the world.
It must have been his lavish spending at the Yuan Tower that caught the covetous eye of certain schemers.
Yet he harbored no regrets. Displaying his wealth served a dual purpose, securing the essential spirit pills and talismans he needed, and also obtaining that coveted invitation to the heavenly demon auction. He feigned ignorance, strolling leisurely around the streets several times. Those two auras clung to him like maggots on a bone, perpetually trailing at a distance. Under Li Qingshan's vast nascent soul-level divine sense, their auras had nowhere to hide. They were two late-stage golden core demon cultivators, their faces grim and their eyes greedy. He couldn't tell if they were cultivators fleeing tribulation or disciples from some sect.
Li Qingshan did not return to the inn immediately.
Instead, he browsed several shops, purchased some trivial materials, and only then made his seemingly casual return to the secluded pavilion. Upon entering his room and activating the protective barriers, the two prying auras lingered outside the inn for a while before quietly retreating, clearly having noted his location. Li Qingshan paid no mind to these two clowns. Seated at his desk, his fingers tapped lightly on the invitation to the heavenly demon auction.
Lan Weiwei.
She will surely attend this auction as well. A gleam flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. This might be the best opportunity to make contact. In such a chaotic gathering where all manner of factions converged and everyone's attention was riveted on the treasures, conducting covert transactions or orchestrating coincidences would undoubtedly be far safer. He needed to carefully strategize how to make contact with Lan Weiwei at the auction and find a way to obtain the 10,000 transformation soul marrow.
10 days passed in the blink of an eye.
On this day, the Yuan Tower at the heart of the heavenly demon ancient city was adorned with festive lights and decorations. The demonic energy surged more violently than usual, drawing powerful auras converging from all directions.
The decennial heavenly demon auction was about to commence.
Li Qingshan maintained his disguise as a late-stage golden core demon cultivator. Clutching the black VIP invitation, he was guided through a special passageway by respectful cultivators of the Yuan Tower, entering a private room on the second floor. The private room was lavishly appointed, featuring one-way glass windows that offered a clear view of the vast auction hall below.
The hall was already teeming with people, the noise and commotion reaching a fever pitch.
Above the hall, dozens of similar private rooms were arranged, clearly reserved for distinguished and wealthy VIPs.
Soon, a late-stage golden core elder of the Yuan Tower ascended the central auction platform and declared the auction open.
The initial auction items consisted mostly of third-tier magical treasures, materials, elixirs, and various ingenious yet unscrupulous demonic artifacts. Though they sparked fierce bidding wars among the numerous gold core and foundation establishment cultivators in the hall, creating an intense atmosphere, they held no interest whatsoever for Li Qingshan. He closed his eyes to rest, yet his divine sense quietly monitored the activity in each private room. During the proceedings, he noticed one particular private box making multiple bids. Without exception, they were all for items like calming mind and suppressing demon pills, soul-soothing and spirit-stabilizing talismans, elixirs and talismans specifically designed to resist and suppress heart demons. Their grades were all high-grade third tier, or even top tier. Under the scrutiny of his nascent soul-level divine sense, two figures within that private room instantly materialized, none other than Lan Weiwei and Jiang Yueya.
It seems her inner demon affliction is far more severe than I imagined.
Li Qingshan thought to himself, his resolve for his plan growing stronger. The auction reached its climax as the final, grand treasure was brought to the stage, a pill the size of a lychee, shimmering with an eerie glow, the infant condensing pill. Though its efficacy fell far short of the infant transformation pill, which could boost the infant formation success rate by 40%, the infant condensation pill still offered a roughly 20% increase. For cultivators stuck at the peak of the golden core stage, it remained an invaluable treasure, rare and hard to come by. A fierce bidding war erupted, driving the price skyward until it was finally claimed by a black-robed cultivator concealed in the back of the hall for a staggering 90,000 mid-grade spirit stones. With the formal auction concluded, most cultivators began to depart. But the auctioneer elder announced in a resonant voice, "Distinguished guests, please remain seated. As per tradition, a small exchange session will now commence. Fellow cultivators wishing to trade or purchase special treasures may come forward one by one to present their offerings." This was the segment Li Qingshan had truly been waiting for. Only those cultivators with genuine strength and need would remain in the VIP room for this second exchange.
Chapter 154, the 10,000 transformation soul marrow secured.
Li Qingshan swept his divine sense over the room, his heart tightening slightly. Though only about 100 cultivators remained, over a dozen emitted the aura of nascent soul cultivators, while the rest were all late-stage or peak golden core cultivators.
One by one, they stepped forward.
Some sought long-extinct alchemy materials, others offered rare spiritual herbs in exchange for secret techniques to enhance their divine souls. All their requests were extraordinary. Soon, it was Li Qingshan's turn. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. His gaze swept the crowd below, lingering particularly on the direction of Lan Weiwei's private room. His voice was calm yet clear as he declared, "I seek the 10,000 transformation soul marrow. Size matters, not only its authenticity is required. I offer any treasure of equal value in exchange, or payment in spirit stones.
Terms are open to negotiation." He stated his objective directly and offered substantial sincerity. He awaited Long Weiyue's response. To his surprise, however, the private room where Lang Weiyue sat remained utterly silent, showing no sign of movement. 10,000 transformations soul marrow? That's a supreme treasure for cultivators at the nascent soul stage. What could a mere golden core cultivator possibly need it for? Someone voiced their confusion. Perhaps it's for an elder of their sect. Possible. But 10,000 transformation soul marrow isn't easy to come by. If such a treasure appeared, even nascent soul cultivators would be tempted. The crowd murmured in discussion. Li Qingshan paid no heed to the murmurs around him. Seeing Lang Weiyue show no intention of speaking, he felt a pang of surprise. Could it be she didn't want to trade? Or did she doubt that a mere golden core cultivator like him could offer what she needed? Suppressing his confusion, he calmly descended the platform. The exchange continued. After several more exchanges, finally, that cool, melodious voice tinged with an almost imperceptible weariness echoed from the private room. I require a 4th-tier spirit pill capable of completely suppressing my heart demon, or a nascent soul pill. The higher the grade, the better. I can exchange equivalent treasures or spirit stones. It was Long Weiyue. She had indeed made her request. Li Qingshan's heart stirred. He knew his chance had come. Without hesitation, he rose once more and strode to the front of the stage. This time, he did not speak directly. Instead, he focused his divine sense, sending a subtle transmission precisely into Lang Weiyue's private room. Your Highness, the infant transformation pill you seek, I have it. And it is a top-grade 4th-tier pill. Inside the private room, Lang Weiyue, who had been seated drinking tea with a look of unease between her brows, suddenly jerked her wrist, nearly spilling the spiritual tea from her cup. She snapped her head up, her icy gaze piercing through the crystal window as she fixed it on the unfamiliar demon cultivator below the stage, one who appeared to be only at the late gold core stage. A top-grade 4th-tier infant transformation pill? How could that be possible? Forget supreme grade, even a low-grade infant transformation pill was exceedingly rare. How could a late-stage golden core cultivator possess such an unparalleled pill, one that even she, the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, could not obtain? And one that could greatly suppress heart demons, no less? A wave of shock and disbelief instantly overwhelmed her. Her first instinct was suspicion, a trap, surely? After all, he had immediately exposed her identity. Li Qingshan seemed to anticipate her reaction, continuing his telepathic transmission in a steady tone. Your Highness need not doubt. The pill's authenticity can be verified with a single test. However, I will only exchange it for the 10,000 transformation soul marrow. Nothing else is negotiable. Cold Weiyue's heart pounded violently. Reason told her this was absurd, yet the other party's unwavering tone and the demand for 10,000 transformation soul marrow, a substance she'd only just heard of, made it impossible for her to dismiss it lightly. What if it was genuine? This might be her greatest hope for overcoming her heart demon and breaking through to the nascent soul stage. She drew a deep breath, forcing down her churning emotions, and replied telepathically, agreed. If you truly possess a supreme infant transformation pill, this holy maiden will exchange it for the 10,000 transformation soul marrow. But if you dare deceive me. A threat of icy killing intent laced her voice. My word is my bond. Li Qingshan's reply was crisp and decisive. Lang Weiyue said no more. With a flick of her jade-like hand, an invisible sound-blocking barrier and illusionary shield instantly enveloped the entire auction platform area, temporarily sealing off any prying eyes. This was a confidentiality measure provided by Manhwa Tower to facilitate transactions for VIP guests. Amidst the curious stares of the crowd below, Li Qingshan calmly ascended the platform and stood before Lang Weiyue. Through the glass window, Lang Weiyue stared at him coldly. Without further ado, Li Qingshan retrieved a jade bottle from his storage pouch and uncorked it. Instantly, an indescribable fragrance of elixir filled the air. The scent seemed to penetrate one's very soul, clearing the mind and even faintly stirring the fluctuations of the surrounding celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy. Within the jade bottle lay a pill the size of a longdan, perfectly round, radiating multicolored auroras, its surface adorned with natural Tao patterns. The immense medicinal power it contained and the pure, soul-calming aura it emitted were undeniably genuine. Outside the protective barrier, many gazed with curiosity. What kind of treasure could possibly warrant such a barrier for exchange? A supreme infant forming pill. Truly supreme. Even through the barrier, Lang Weiyue could distinctly sense the pill's extraordinary nature. Her breathing instantly quickened, and her beautiful eyes blazed with an intense, burning light. All doubt vanished in an instant, replaced by overwhelming delight and excitement. With this pill, her chances of breaking through to the nascent soul stage would greatly increase. The inner demons that had plagued her for so long would be greatly suppressed. Without hesitation, she retrieved a cold jade box covered in sealing talismans. As she broke the seals, a small, dove egg-sized mass revealed itself within. Jet black as ink, it emitted a soft, milky white glow and pulsed with a faint, living-like movement, a strange, gelatinous substance. It is indeed the 10,000 transformations soul marrow. Li Qingshan's divine sense swept over it meticulously, confirming its essence matched the description of the 10,000 transformation soul marrow in ancient texts to a T, and its quality was exceptional. His heart surged with excitement. The greatest obstacle to refining the Black Slaughter netherfire had finally been overcome. Both men were decisive. Upon confirming the goods were genuine, they simultaneously pushed their treasures toward each other. The transaction was complete. Li Qingshan swiftly stowed the cold jade box, gave Lang Weiwei a slight bow, and transmitted his voice, "Pleased to have done business with you. Farewell." With that, he turned without a second glance, instantly retreating beyond the restricted zone. His figure flickered as he blended into the lingering crowd, swiftly making his way toward the auction hall's exit. Lang Weiwei clutched the bottle of Supreme Infant Transformation pills tightly, feeling the immense potency within. Her emotions remained unsettled for a long time. Watching Li Qingshan's swiftly vanishing figure, a complex flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Why did this mysterious golden core cultivator possess precisely what she needed most, yet demand only the 10,000 transformation soul marrow in her hands? Could all this truly be mere coincidence? But in this moment, the overwhelming joy of obtaining the elixir she had longed for eclipsed all else. She carefully stowed the pill away and swiftly exited the private room, eager to return to seclusion and push forward toward the nascent soul realm. As for Li Qingshan, the moment he stepped out of the Yuan Mo Tower, he immediately cast his teleportation technique. At breakneck speed, he left the heavenly demon ancient city behind and raced toward the direction of the Five Elements sect. His mission was accomplished, and he had even obtained a large quantity of 4th-tier spirit pills and 4th-tier spirit talismans. Next, it was time to return to seclusion, prepare to advance his cultivation, and refine the Black Slaughter netherworld fire. But just as Li Qingshan departed Tianma ancient city, two figures silently followed in his wake. Chapter 155, The Twin Heroes of the Qin Clan. 100 li beyond the demon city, Li Qingshan deliberately slowed his teleportation light, descending into a desolate valley of jagged, barren rocks. Standing with hands behind his back, his expression serene, he appeared to be admiring the desolate mountain scenery. In truth, his formidable divine sense had already spread like an invisible spiderweb, enveloping dozens of miles around. Tired of following me? Come out. Li Qingshan's icy voice echoed through the valley without him turning his head. The words had barely left his lips when two shadowy figures materialized like ghosts from behind distant boulders, none other than the two late golden core demon cultivators who had targeted him outside the Yuan Ma Tower earlier. One tall, one short, their faces twisted with ferocity, their eyes flickering with greed and cruelty. The taller demonic cultivator licked his lips and sneered, "Kid, your divine sense is decent. You actually spotted us, the Qin clan duo? Too bad your brain isn't so sharp. Knowing you're being followed, you still dared to run into these wild mountains. If you know what's good for you, hand over every storage pouch you've got. If we're feeling generous, we might even give you a quick death." The shorter demonic cultivator chimed in with a sinister chuckle, "Exactly. If you could splurge like that at the Yuanma Tower, you must have even more treasures on you. Hand them over." Li Qingshan slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over them like ice-cold steel. A mocking curve touched his lips. "You two useless trash think you can play at murder and treasure hunting? You're asking for death." The Qin clan's twin heroes roared in fury, their demonic energy surging as they summoned two third-tier demonic artifacts reeking of blood and decay. A ghost-headed blade and a white bone whip surged with demonic energy, accompanied by wails and howls. Their terrifying aura, piercing the air with shrill whistles, lunged fiercely toward Li Qingshan. Yet, facing an assault powerful enough to make any late-stage golden core cultivator pale, Li Qingshan didn't even shift his stance. He merely raised his right hand slowly. A faint, eerie light flickered in his palm as the bone soul banner, radiating a terrifying aura, materialized in his grasp. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan gripped the banner pole and gave it a gentle shake toward the charging Qin clan duo. No earth-shattering roar erupted. Instead, an intangible yet eerie fluctuation as if emanating from the depths of the nine netherworlds spread outward like ripples on water. Ah! No! The Qin brothers, charging headlong, froze rigid. The savage grins on their faces instantly twisted into utter terror and agony. They felt as though their very souls were being seized by countless icy hands, forcibly torn from their minds. The agony of their souls being ripped apart and devoured forced inhuman screams from their throats. They desperately channeled their magical power to resist, to flee, but under the terrifying might of the white bone soul banner, a top-tier 4th-grade demonic treasure, their golden core cultivation and soul strength proved as fragile as paper. Two blurred, struggling, twisted phantom souls were forcibly ripped from their heads, emitting silent shrieks as an invisible suction pulled them toward the white bone soul banner. Their physical bodies shriveled at a visible pace, transforming in an instant into two emaciated, skin and bones corpses. With two thuds, they collapsed to the ground, their life force completely extinguished. A faint, ghostly glow flickered across the white bone soul banner, as if it had just feasted. Its aura seemed to grow a fraction more concentrated. Li Qingshan's expression remained cold as he prepared to retrieve the soul banner and depart this place of strife. But at that very moment, whoosh! Whoosh! Two overwhelmingly powerful, savage, and murderous Yuan infant auras streaked across the sky like black lightning bolts, instantly locking onto Li Qingshan in the valley. A colossal pressure descended like a mountain, enveloping the entire valley. You little bastard! Daring to kill my underworld duo's men! You're asking for death! Accompanied by a shrieking roar filled with venom and fury, two figures hovered midair. One wore a black robe, his face as pale as paper, wielding a black longsword artifact none other than Black Wuchang. The other wore white robes, his complexion dark and swarthy, gripping a chain coiled with black mist, the white impermanence. These were the very underworld duo who had cornered Li Qingshan outside Wanbao Immortal City years ago, forcing him to use his precious minor teleportation Dao symbol just to escape. Enemies meeting face to face, their hatred flared fiercely. Li Qingshan stared at the two faces etched into his memory, his eyes instantly blazing with a bone-chilling murderous intent. The humiliation of that forced, desperate retreat could finally be avenged today. The twin specters of death, it's you? Li Qingshan's voice was as cold as ice. The colossal Yuan infant cultivation energy surged from his body, causing the surrounding void to rumble and tremble. Black impermanence recognized Li Qingshan's face and cultivation level. He froze for a moment before bursting into a night owl-like cackle. Ha! So it was you, you little brat. I let you slip away back then, but never imagined that in just a few decades, you'd become a nascent soul cultivator too? What a gift from the heavens! Today, we settle both old and new grudges. I shall extract your soul and refine your spirit to vent this old man's hatred. He gave Li Qingshan no chance to speak. Before his words faded, the pitch-black flying sword in his hand transformed into a jet-black streak of light. Like a venomous snake striking from its lair, it pierced toward Li Qingshan's forehead with a shrill, ghostly howl. Before the blade's light reached him, a bone-chilling, soul-freezing sword intent descended, capable of freezing magical power. Decades ago, Li Qingshan would have fled for his life against such a strike. But times had changed. Come on then. Li Qingshan snorted coldly, neither dodging nor retreating. The immense, boundless power of the five elements surged forth from within him, unleashing the full might of his early nascent soul cultivation without reservation. This spiritual pressure was in no way inferior to the mid-nascent soul might of Black Wuchang. He shook the white bone soul banner in his hand once more. This time, the banner's power was unleashed at full force. In an instant, a howling gale of death swept through the air, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and the screams of demons. As if 10,000 vengeful spirits screamed in unison, an intangible soul shockwave tenfold more powerful than the one unleashed against the Qin brothers swept toward Black Wuchang like a tidal wave. Hei Wuchang's expression changed abruptly. He felt his soul violently shaken, his spiritual sea threatening to tear apart under this demonic sound, causing even his flying sword's attack to falter. He stared in horror at the white bone soul banner, a top-tier 4th-grade demonic treasure? How could you possess such a treasure? A mere early nascent soul cultivator possessed such a treasure? Even the two of them, who had roamed the eastern wastes for years, didn't possess a top-tier 4th-tier magical treasure. Seeing the white bone soul banner in Li Qingshan's hands, Black Wuchang's eyes instantly filled with intense greed. Such a demonic treasure, how dare you possess it? Only in the hands of my brother and me would it not be a treasure gathering dust. Hand it over. Hei Wuchang sneered coldly. With a flick of his thoughts, the black flying sword of 4th-tier mid-grade artifact named the Mysticine Soul-Severing Blade instantly transformed into an even more condensed, silent black beam. It traced an eerie arc, striking straight for Li Qingshan's side. The angle was vicious and ruthless. Chapter 156, The Great Battle Against the Two Uncanny Fiends. Simultaneously, a black bone shield engraved with a ferocious ghostly head shot forth. Spinning rapidly, it expanded to over 10 feet in diameter, shielding him from the front and radiating a solid, pitch-black glow. This was a 4th-tier mid-grade defensive artifact, the Wicked Ghost Shield. White Wuchang acted in perfect coordination, striking almost simultaneously. Instead of chains, he summoned a blood-red talisman reeking of intense bloodlust of 4th-tier, low-grade blood-sea-trapping immortal talisman. The talisman exploded, instantly transforming into a viscous, blood-red ocean of illusory form that engulfed Li Qingshan. Its powerful restraining force attempted to limit his movements. Simultaneously, his signature soul-reaping rope shot forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, silently coiling toward Li Qingshan's feet, targeting his lower body. Defensive treasures shielded him, offensive treasures launched the assault, complemented by controlling talismans, a seasoned, seamless combination revealing the true colors of a calamity cultivator with years of experience. Bring it on! Li Qingshan roared, showing not a trace of fear. The mixed primordial 5-element energy surged and roared within him as the white bone soul banner in his left hand shook violently. Woo-woo arg! A howl 10 times more terrifying than before erupted, visible gray ripples surging like a tidal wave toward the twin fiends of impermanence. This demonic artifact, specializing in attacking souls, unleashed astonishing power. The Grim Reaper duo faltered, their minds pierced by a sharp pain. The glow of the Wicked Ghost Shield and the illusory blood sea wavered slightly. Seizing this opening, Li Qingshan flipped his right hand, instantly activating a talisman radiant with spiritual light, a top-tier 4th-grade Vajra body protection talisman. A solid golden light barrier, its surface swirling with Sanskrit script, enveloped him in a secure shield. Boom! The Qianin soul-severing sword and the soul-reaping rope struck the barrier nearly simultaneously, erupting in a deafening roar. The golden light rippled violently yet remained unshaken. A fourth-tier supreme defensive talisman? The expressions of the twin fiends of impermanence shifted, their eyes burning with even more intense greed. This kid was too bizarre. Not only did he possess a top-tier fourth-tier demonic treasure, but he also had a top-tier fourth-tier talisman? They knew deep down that this kid must be hiding a major secret. With that realization, their attacks grew even more ferocious. Let's see how long you can hold out. Black Wuchang roared, channeling his full power into the Qianin sword of soul severing. It transformed into a swarm of sword shadows, pounding the Vajra shield like a sudden storm. White Wuchang manipulated the soul-reaping rope, coiling and contracting like a serpent, steadily draining the shield's energy. Li Qingshan knew that even the finest spirit talismans couldn't withstand the relentless assault of two mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. He had to break the stalemate. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he activated another talisman of 4th-tier Supreme 9 Netherworld Thunder Talisman. Boom! Several thunderbolts as thick as water barrels, black as ink and radiating destructive energy, materialized out of thin air. Ignoring the constraints of the Blood Sea's illusory form, they struck directly at the two Wuchang fiends. Netherworld Ghost Flame Shield. White Wuchang hastily summoned a white bone lantern. The lantern spewed out a sickly green ghostly flame, forming a protective canopy that shielded the two. The demonic thunderbolt struck the canopy, causing the ghostly flames to flicker erratically. The two felt their chi and blood surge violently. Li Qingshan had been waiting for this very opening. He drew a deep breath and unleashed his divine sense with full force. Immortal Sword Array, activate. Clang! 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 Not one, but 7 swords radiating azure gold light instantly coalesced into form the Eternal Judgment Swords. These 7 Eternal Judgment Swords were all top-tier 4th-grade magical treasures, and more importantly, they were Li Qingshan's life-bound artifacts. Imbued with pure sword intent and mystical power, they moved along intricate trajectories, instantly surrounding the white ghost, who was still fending off the demon thunderbolts and recovering from his previous exertion. 7 Eternal Judgment Swords. This was the absolute limit Li Qingshan could currently command. Damn it! A sword formation? Who the hell are you? How could you possibly possess so many top-tier 4th-tier flying sword treasures? Feeling the terrifying judgment intent radiating from the sword formation, Bai Wuchang's expression changed drastically. He frantically activated his netherworld ghost flame shield and soul-reaping rope, desperate to break free. But the 7 swords unleashed simultaneously formed a deathly cage. The crisscrossing sword chi sliced through space, trapping him utterly. Each blade carried the essence of judgment and finality, relentlessly eroding his defenses. Black Ghost, eyes bulging with fury, lunged forward to rescue him. But how could Li Qingshan let him succeed? The white bone soul banner fluttered once more, unleashing an even more powerful soul shockwave toward Black Wuchang. Simultaneously, Li Qingshan hesitated not a moment before hurling his final offensive Supreme Spirit Talisman, the 4th-tier Supreme Night Parade of 100 Ghosts Talisman. In an instant, hundreds of solid, malevolent specters pounced upon Black Wuchang, snarling as they coiled around him and tore at his flesh. Though unable to inflict serious injury, they succeeded in holding him down completely. Hold on, second brother. Black Wuchang was frantic with worry. His Qianin sword slashed wildly at the ghostly forms, yet he couldn't break free. In that split second, the sword formation trapping White Wuchang surged to its peak power. Immortal Sword Array. Slash. Li Qingshan pointed his fingers like a sword, striking the air. 7 eternal sword shadows abruptly merged into one, transforming into a dazzling azure gold sword aura piercing heaven and earth. Imbued with an unrivaled will that severed all things and judged life and death, it descended like a single, decisive strike upon the white impermanence shrouded in the ghostly flames of the netherworld. No! I'll fight you to the death. Heavenly Demon Dissolution Technique. Feeling the fatal threat, White Wuchang's eyes flashed with madness as he prepared to burn his core essence in a desperate last stand. But it was too late. Where the sword aura passed, the ghostly fire canopy shattered like bubbles, and the soul-reaping ropes were severed, their spiritual light fading. Put! The sword aura sliced through White Ghost's body without resistance. The madness froze on his face as his flesh was instantly shredded into a blood mist by the fierce sword chi. He didn't even have time to self-detonate. A black infant spirit, barely an inch tall, bearing his features yet twisted with venomous terror, screamed as it darted out of the blood mist, desperate to flee. Where do you think you're going? Li Qingshan was prepared. The white bone soul banner suddenly sucked toward the infant soul. The terrifying suction targeted divine souls and infant souls specifically. Bai Wuchang's infant soul only had time to emit a despairing wail before being sucked into the banner, becoming nourishment for the magical artifact. Second brother. Witnessing this, Black Ghost wailed in agony, his eyes instantly turning blood red. You little bastard, I'll make you pay with your life. He descended into utter madness, holding nothing back. He violently spat several mouthfuls of his vital essence blood onto the Qianin sword of soul severing. The The blade erupted with a surging black radiance, transforming into a 100-zhong-long demonic serpent. Its aura surged to near late nascent soul level, instantly shattering the entanglements of the night parade of 100 Ghosts talisman. With world-shattering ferocity, it lunged toward Li Qingshan. Simultaneously, another talisman slid from his sleeve, a 4th tier, mid-grade minor teleportation talisman, his last-ditch escape plan after this desperate strike. Facing this enraged, desperate assault, Li Qingshan's expression grew grim to the extreme. The light of the Vajra body protection talisman had already dimmed. He bit his tongue hard, forcing out a mouthful of vital blood. He poured his entire mixed elemental power without reserve into the 7 sword shadows of eternal life that had just dispersed and were now reforming. Eternal judgment, 7 swords united. Slash. The 7 swords merged once more, but this time the fused sword aura no longer shone azure gold. Instead, it radiated a chaotic 5-colored light, its power surpassing even the strike that had slain White Wuchang. This was the ultimate strike, infused with the power of the 5 elements. The 5-colored sword aura collided fiercely with the demonic dragon. Chapter 157, Severing the Nascent Soul, Thoughts Attain Enlightenment. Boom! A terrifying explosion engulfed the entire valley. The void roared, the heavens and earth shook violently. Below, a barren mountain shattered explosively, the ground gouged out by several zhang, and the rocks reduced to dust. Such is the terrifying might of a nascent soul cultivator. After a moment of stalemate, the 5-colored sword chi ultimately gained the upper hand, tearing through the demon serpent. Though its own brilliance dimmed by half, it still carried an unstoppable momentum as it slashed toward the utterly terrified Black Wuchang. No! Hei Wuchang desperately activated his evil spirit shield while simultaneously crushing a minor teleportation talisman. Yet as the sword aura swept past, the wicked ghost shield shattered like paper. The silver light of the minor teleportation talisman flared, yet failed to fully envelop him. Thud! The sword chi sliced through half his body. An arm and half a shoulder instantly turned into a mist of blood. Ah! Black Wuchang let out a piercing scream. The light of the minor teleportation talisman enveloped his mangled body and the escaping nascent soul, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Li Qingshan's divine sense swept out frantically, instantly locking onto a stumbling streak of light fleeing 100 li away. Severely wounded, the Black Impermanence's small teleportation talisman proved vastly less effective, failing to carry him 1,000 miles away. He absolutely cannot be allowed to escape. Gritting his teeth against the pain of his severe injuries and the exhaustion of depleted magical power, Li Qingshan wasted no time slapping a blood demon escape talisman onto his own body. Instantly, the essence blood within his body ignited. His speed surged to its absolute limit, transforming him into a crimson bolt of lightning as he pursued Black Wuchang at breakneck speed. 100 li distance was covered in mere moments. Li Qingshan closed the gap in just over a dozen breaths. Ahead, Black Wuchang's nascent soul frantically fled, clinging to its shattered physical form. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan waved the white bone soul banner. A piercing sonic wave surged toward Black Wuchang. Heavenly Judge Black's body shook violently. His eyes widened with utter terror and disbelief as he froze in place, utterly stunned. He couldn't fathom how Li Qingshan had caught up so swiftly. How was this possible? In that very instant, Li Qingshan had already closed the distance. Die! Li Qingshan's gaze was icy cold. As his intent surged, the Eternal Judgment sword shot forth like lightning, piercing through the void and striking precisely into the Black Impermanence's infant soul at the center of his forehead. No! I hate this. Hei Wuchang's infant soul roared madly, spewing a bitter, vengeful curse before its consciousness obliterated, vanishing completely from the world. Li Qingshan stood rooted to the spot, gasping for breath. His face was as pale as paper. His magical energy was nearly depleted, and his vital essence had been drained by over half due to the blood demon escape talisman. But as he watched the infant soul dissipate before his eyes and the shattered remains plummet to the ground, his gaze brimmed with exhilaration and resolve. Revenge served. His mind was clear. He swiftly cleared the battlefield, seizing the storage rings of the twin fiends of impermanence and reducing their corpses to ashes. Then, dragging his weary yet exhilarated body, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the sky. This battle had been fraught with peril, yet Li Qingshan, armed with numerous magical treasures and hidden cards, had navigated it with a narrow escape. Moreover, this battle granted him profound insights into the combat techniques of nascent soul cultivators, honing his own nascent soul stage prowess and adaptability to new heights. Upon returning to the 5 Elements sect, I shall immediately enter seclusion. I will not emerge until I reach the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Li Qingshan resolved silently. Even having slain the twin fiends of impermanence, 2 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators who had terrorized the eastern wastes was an earth-shaking feat for someone at the early nascent soul stage. Yet Li Qingshan remained vigilant. Nascent soul cultivators possessed numerous hidden cards, and formidable strength fighting opponents of higher tiers was never easy. The effects of a top-tier 4th grade artifact and supreme grade spirit talisman were limited. They could never match the instant annihilation possible at the golden core stage. Li Qingshan had not forgotten Changchun Jinjuan, the cultivator who had once nearly driven him to the brink of destruction. and Changchun was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. To defeat Changchun, Li Qingshan must grow stronger and accumulate more hidden cards. Only after breaking through to mid-stage nascent soul and refining the Black Slaughter Netherworld fire would he possess sufficient strength to seek revenge against Changchun. Several days later, Li Qingshan returned safely to his cave residence on Qingyun Peak of the Five Elements Sect. No sooner had he settled in than the three venerable elders Jiu Jianxian, Ma He, and Zhao Yuan arrived together, clearly sensing his return. Li Qingshan ushered them into his cave residence and served them premium spiritual tea. After a few polite exchanges, he keenly noticed a trace of gravity in Jiu Jianxian's brow and inquired, "Taoist friend Jiu Jianxian, has some urgent matter arisen within the sect?" Jiu Jianxian sighed, setting down his teacup. "Taoist Zhou, your perception is keen. The eastern wastes are indeed unsettled at present. Those demonic tribes in Beiyuan have grown restless again, frequently stirring trouble along the borders. More troubling still, reliable sources indicate the Black Slaughter sect is growing increasingly rampant in the heartlands of the eastern wastes, seemingly brewing some grand conspiracy. After consulting with Brother Zhao, I have decided to personally investigate. Should we locate their lair, we shall eradicate them to eliminate future threats." He turned to Li Qingshan and Ma He, his tone solemn. "This mission may take some time. Within the sect, I entrust its defense to junior brother Ma and fellow Taoist Zhou." Ancestor Ma He stroked his beard and nodded. "Rest assured, senior brother. With me and junior brother Zhou here, the sect shall remain secure." Li Qingshan responded solemnly, "It is our duty. We shall not shirk it." After discussing further details, the wine sword immortal and Zhao Yuan swiftly transformed into streaks of light and departed. The benevolent elder Ma He smiled at Li Qingshan. "Junior brother Zhou has just returned to the sect. Focus on your cultivation. I'll handle routine matters. Should any difficult issues arise, I'll send word to you." Li Qingshan expressed his gratitude and saw the elder Ma He off. The stone gates of the cave dwelling closed once more, all restrictions fully activated. Alone in the quiet chamber, Li Qingshan stood with a composed expression, yet a powerful sense of urgency surged within him. The Northern Plains demon clans, the Black Slaughter sect. The waters of the eastern wastes grew ever murkier, a storm gathering on the horizon. Only greater strength could secure his place in this chaos, protect what he cherished, and achieve his goals. Sealed retreat. I shall not emerge until I reach the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately began his secluded cultivation. The first item Li Qingshan retrieved was the batch of 4th-tier Supreme Peiying Dan pills enhanced by the. The pills were the size of dragon eyes, perfectly round and flawless, with natural Tao patterns swirling on their surfaces, emanating a vast yet gentle, pure medicinal power. He took one and swallowed it. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, like a warm torrent surging through his limbs and bones before converging at his dantian. The tiny heavenly Tao infant, as if encountering a peerless delicacy, eagerly opened its tiny mouth, greedily absorbing this pure energy. Li Qingshan circulated the primordial 5 elements Tao scripture, guiding the medicinal power along profound pathways to complete its transformation into pure primordial 5 elements magical energy. The potency of this supreme elixir far exceeded expectations, containing almost no impurities. A single pill equaled a year of his arduous cultivation. Moreover, its potency was gentle and enduring, making it exceptionally easy to absorb. 1 month later, the potency of the first infant nurturing pill was fully refined. Li Qingshan could distinctly feel his infant's soul solidify slightly, while his magical power surged significantly. Without pause, he immediately consumed the second pill. Chapter 158, 10 Years of Seclusion, Mid-Stage Nascent Soul. Through this cycle, aided by the dense 5th-tier spiritual vein energy within his cave dwelling, his cultivation advanced steadily at a visible pace. The infant nurturing pill, the azure cloud pill, and the dust settling pill, these 3 supreme 4th-tier spiritual pills were continuously refined by him. His aura grew ever stronger and more profoundly unfathomable. 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. When the potency of the final dust-settling pill purchased from the Dan Ding sect was fully refined, the nascent soul within Li Qingshan's dantian had grown slightly. Its features became more distinct, and the 5-colored radiance surrounding it grew ever more dazzling and brilliant. The mystical power within his body surged like an endless, vast river, reaching the pinnacle of the early Yuan infant stage, the peak of the initial Yuan infant stage. It needed only a single opportunity to break through that final barrier and step into the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. 6 years to reach peak early stage? Indeed, top-grade spiritual pills accelerate cultivation far more swiftly. Li Qingshan's eyes brimmed with joy and profound emotion. Had he followed conventional cultivation methods, even with his heavenly Tao nascent soul and the supreme technique of the primordial 5 elements Tao scripture, it would have taken decades or even centuries to reach peak nascent soul stage. Dozens of 4th-tier supreme elixirs had propelled him to this realm in a mere 6 years. Of course, no one could match Li Qingshan's extravagance. Even a transcendent spirit venerable couldn't possibly produce that many 4th-tier supreme elixirs. This was the extraordinary power of these supreme elixirs contained no toxic residue whatsoever. Thus, even as Li Qingshan continuously consumed them, he developed no resistance, allowing his cultivation to advance unceasingly. Next, it's time to give it my all and break through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. A sharp gleam flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he began refining the batch of 4th-tier spirit pills purchased from the Yuanma Tower in the Heavenly Demon Ancient City. The Supreme Qingyun pills focused on accumulating and refining magical power, the Supreme Shuepa soul pills nourished the spirit and vital energy, while the Supreme Yin Yangsha pills tempered the physical body. Alternating between these pills, his mixed 5 elements magical power surged and roared within his body, ceaselessly compressing, purifying, and expanding. The nascent soul within his dantian resembled a bottomless pit, voraciously absorbing all energy. Its form gradually grew larger, emanating an ever-increasing aura of power. In the 8th year of his seclusion, late one night, within the quiet chamber, Li Qingshan, seated cross-legged, suddenly erupted with an intense 5-colored radiance. The spiritual energy of the entire Qingyun peak converged madly toward his cave dwelling, forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy. However, protected by the small Sumeru Vajra array, a top-tier 4th-tier formation, the anomaly remained contained within the grand array, swiftly absorbed and suppressed. Within his dantian, the nascent soul abruptly opened its eyes. A fleeting vision of the 5 elements' birth and destruction, the very dawn of the cosmos, flashed within its gaze. The infant soul's form abruptly expanded by a full size, growing more solid and dense. The celebratory clouds above its head, the lotus pedestal beneath its feet, and the faint aura of the Tao talisman in its hand all became significantly clearer. A spiritual pressure vastly stronger than before surged outward, only to be swiftly suppressed by the cave's protective restrictions. Mid-stage nascent soul achieved. Li Qingshan felt the colossal magical power within him surge several-fold, along with a clearer resonance between his nascent soul and the heavens and earth. His heart brimmed with excitement and joy. This leap forward held immense significance. Mid-stage nascent soul represented the pinnacle of combat power within the major sects of the Eastern Wastes, surpassed only by the few late-stage nascent soul great cultivators. This meant Li Qingshan now possessed formidable combat strength across the entire Eastern Wastes. Even when facing late nascent soul cultivators, he had the power to engage them in battle. 8 years for mid-stage nascent soul? The enhancement effect of supreme-grade spirit pills is truly unearthly. But the Chaos 5 Elements Tao scripture demands an immense amount of spiritual energy. To break through to late-stage nascent soul, I'll likely need even more supreme-grade spirit pills. Li Qingshan's heart brimmed with joy, yet he also felt a touch of vexation. After breaking through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, he sensed that while 4th-tier supreme spiritual pills remained extraordinary, their effectiveness for him seemed significantly diminished. He had consumed nearly 84th-tier supreme elixirs just to reach the mid-stage. To advance to the late nascent soul stage, he would likely need at least several times that amount of top-grade spiritual pills. Where could one easily obtain 4th-tier elixirs? Even at the Pill Cauldron sect, a sacred land of alchemy, only a few dozen 4th-tier elixirs could be produced in a year. How many nascent soul cultivators existed across the entire Eastern Wastes? Having just broken through to mid-stage nascent soul, I won't dwell on it. When the cart reaches the mountain, the road will appear first. I must solidify my cultivation base. Li Qingshan thought to himself. After his breakthrough, Li Qingshan did not emerge from seclusion but continued to consolidate his cultivation. Using the remaining top-grade Yin Yangsha pills, he began cultivating the 9 transformations golden body technique. He had already cultivated the 9 transformations golden body technique to the 5th transformation. Once he broke through to the 6th transformation, his physical body would rival that of a nascent soul cultivator. This was a transformation of the physical body and a crucial process. The Yin Yangsha pills contained mysterious Yin Yangsha qi, pure and vast. The most extreme yin and yang energies permeated his limbs and bones, repeatedly washing over his meridians, bones, and flesh. The process was accompanied by immense suffering, yet his will remained as solid as a rock. His physical form, tempered by the malevolent energy, purged impurities while continuously enhancing its resilience, strength, and defenses. After years of arduous cultivation, when his elixirs were finally depleted, the 9 transformations golden body technique finally broke through from the 5th transformation to the 6th. His physical strength now rivaled that of a Yuanling stage cultivator specializing in body tempering techniques. His qi and blood surged like a dragon, and he could effortlessly withstand ordinary magical artifacts with his bare hands. Simultaneously, he consumed a supreme blood soul essence pill. This elixir not only nourished his qi and blood but also possessed extraordinary effects on his spirit soul. His spiritual awareness was tempered and amplified once more, expanding its reach, sharpening its perception, and making his spirit form attacks even more devastating. In the 10th year of his seclusion, Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with a deep, penetrating light, and as they opened and closed, it seemed as if electric sparks danced within. He released a faint aura, the spiritual pressure of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, thick and solid. His mixed elemental 5 elements magical power flowed endlessly, his physical body contained terrifying strength, and his soul was solid as steel. Compared to 10 years ago, his strength had undergone a complete transformation. With my current strength, combined with my various techniques, I could even stand a chance against a late nascent soul cultivator. If I refined the Black Slaughter Netherworld fire, how many blows could Chan Chunjinjuan withstand? A flicker of anticipation crossed Li Qingshan's eyes. He did not emerge from seclusion immediately. Instead, he adjusted his state to its absolute peak while meticulously re-examining both the treasure box sealing the Black Slaughter Netherfire and the 10,000 transformation soul marrow he had exchanged for it, ensuring everything was absolutely secure. The time has come. Li Qingshan drew a deep breath, his gaze hardening into unwavering resolve. Refining heavenly true fire, especially the Black Slaughter Nether fire ranked as high as 121st, was an exceedingly perilous process. The slightest misstep could mean death and the annihilation of one's cultivation path. This was precisely why he hadn't rushed to refine the Black Slaughter Netherfire, choosing instead to first elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Yet high risk meant high reward. Success would send his combat prowess soaring once more, adding a terrifying weapon to his arsenal, one capable of striking fear into even late nascent soul cultivators. Chapter 159, Peril at the Five Elements Sect. Within his cave dwelling, Li Qingshan sat cross-legged at the center of the spirit-gathering array, his aura finely tuned to its absolute peak. Before him floated the black treasure box covered in sealing talismans, along with several jade boxes containing rare treasures. The most crucial among them was the small fragment of the 10,000 transformation soul marrow, radiating a milky white aura. Refining the true fire of heaven and earth, especially a murderous flame as profoundly ean and wicked as the Black Slaughter Netherfire, carried dangers no less than engaging in a life-and-death battle with a cultivator of equal rank, perhaps even more unpredictable and treacherous. One misstep could mean the annihilation of both body and soul. Huff. Li Qingshan exhaled a long, heavy breath, his gaze sharp as blades. He first retrieved the 10,000 transformation soul marrow. Using a special technique, he slowly drew out its supremely pure, nourishing, and soul-protecting primordial energy. It felt like donning a layer of indestructible soul armor over his fragile spirit. A cool, soothing sensation spread through his sea of consciousness, sharpening his mind and anchoring his spirit. Next, he swallowed several pre-prepared fourth-tier spirit pills designed to stabilize his magical power and protect his heart meridian, then cast multiple layers of 5 elements spiritual energy shields around his body. With all preparations complete, Li Qingshan fixed his gaze intently upon the black treasure box. His fingers formed intricate seals as he peeled away the sealing talismans one by one in a specific sequence, moving with deliberate slowness and unwavering precision. With each removal, the box's tremors intensified, releasing a faint thread of that soul-chilling, destructive aura. When the final talisman was peeled away, boom! The lid of the treasure box flew open. A fist-sized ball of ink-black flame, seemingly capable of devouring light itself, leapt out violently. The instant it appeared, the temperature in the entire chamber plummeted to freezing, black frost instantly crystallizing on the stone walls. The flame burned silently, warping the surrounding space. Countless tiny, wailing, phantom faces flickered into existence and vanished around the fire, radiating extreme malice and destructive intent. Black Slaughter Netherfire. As if possessed of sentience, the moment it broke free, it sensed Li Qingshan being brimming with vitality and emitted an invisible shriek that pierced the soul. It transformed into a black lightning bolt, ferociously lunging toward Li Qingshan's face. Its speed was beyond comprehension. Come on then. Li Qingshan, prepared for this moment, roared lowly and thrust both hands forward with tremendous force. Vast, boundless Xuanwu 5 elements energy surged forth, coalescing into a solid, multicolored palm that seized the black demonic flame within its grasp. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Like cold water splashing into hot oil, the moment the 5 elements power touched the Black Slaughter Netherfire, it emitted a violent sound of corrosion and erosion. The multicolored palm visibly dimmed at a visible speed. The terrifying cold energy even traveled along the connection of the energy, eroding Li Qingshan's meridians in reverse. Agonizing pain surged through him, causing Li Qingshan to grunt in pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, frantically channeling the primordial 5 elements Tao scripture. The heavenly Tao infant within his dantian erupted with brilliant light, continuously supplying pure magical power to sustain the multicolored palm from dissipating. Suppress it. Guiding the raging flames, he followed the secret technique for refining the Black Slaughter Netherfire recorded in the Black Slaughter Sutra, forcibly pressing it toward his dantian. This was the most perilous step, incorporating the primordial essence of the into his body for refinement. The Black Slaughter Netherfire struggled violently, unleashing even greater power. The black flames clung to him like a flesh-eating ulcer, madly scorching Li Qingshan's magical power, meridians, and even his soul. Even with the protection of the 10,000 transformation soul marrow, Li Qingshan felt as though his soul had been cast into the 9 netherworld's icy prison, enduring the dual torments of extreme cold and soul-searing heat. Countless negative emotions and illusions assaulted his mental defenses. Hold fast to your true heart. 5 elements revolve, refine all laws. Li Qingshan roared inwardly, his Tao heart as unyielding as bedrock, clinging desperately to a sliver of clarity within his spirit. The primordial 5 elements power manifested its inherent qualities of and refinement. The five elemental forces cycled ceaselessly, steadily eroding the malevolent aura of the netherworld fire, attempting to strip it away thread by thread and transform it. It was an excruciatingly slow and agonizing process. Black ice crusted Li Qingshan's skin, yet a five-colored radiance shone through from within, resisting the encroachment. Blood continuously trickled from the corners of his mouth, a sign of his internal organs being corroded by the yin fire. His spiritual awareness rapidly depleted, while the protective shield formed by the 10,000 transformations soul marrow steadily thinned. The most perilous moment arrived. The core essence of the black slaughter netherfire, a highly condensed black flame, slashed through the five elements barrier like a venomous snake, plunging directly into Li Qingshan's dantian and lunging toward the seated nascent soul. No! Li Qingshan's soul trembled violently. The nascent soul was the most fragile and vital essence of every cultivator. At this critical juncture, the heavenly Tao nascent soul abruptly opened its eyes. Auspicious clouds above its head showered down a clear radiance, while the lotus pedestal beneath its feet blossomed with brilliant light. Tao talismans swirled in its hands, emanating an innate majesty born of the great Tao. Simultaneously, the Rui treasured gourd nurtured within the infant's embrace trembled faintly, emitting a pure light that shielded the infant's core. The primordial essence of the black slaughter netherfire collided with these layers of defense, its momentum halted. Now! Li Qingshan seized this fleeting opportunity, concentrating all his divine sense and magical power. Like countless fine needles, he violently pierced the flame's primordial essence, forcibly imprinting his soul mark. Hum! The black slaughter netherfire emitted a final, unwilling shriek as its struggles began to weaken. Li Qingshan's soul imprint took root like a seed within the flame's essence, gradually establishing a peculiar connection. The process that followed remained perilous, yet it had shifted from outright conflict to a tug-of-war and gradual fusion. Using his own essence blood as a catalyst and his primordial five elements magical power as a crucible, Li Qingshan cautiously refined this defiant spark of fire, bit by bit, integrating it into his own magical power system, particularly combining it with his fire attribute magical power. This was painstaking work, requiring Li Qingshan to gradually imprint his divine soul upon it, fully refining it. This process might take a month, or perhaps a year, or even longer. Outside the Five Elements Sect, the boundless clear sky had been shrouded at some unknown hour by a faint, ominous gray-black mist. Four figures radiating formidable nascent soul-level pressure hovered outside the sect's protective mountain array, resembling four demonic deities. At the forefront stood a sinister-looking middle-aged man, his face grim and his entire being shrouded in demonic energy. His eyes burned with icy, murderous intent. Had Li Qingshan been present, he would have recognized this figure instantly in Luo Sect's elder, Yin Tianqiu. Yet Yin Tianqiu was dead. This figure was none other than the Black Mountain Reverend, who had seized control of Yin Tianqiu's physical form. After over a decade of cultivation, the Black Mountain Sage had now restored his cultivation to the early nascent soul stage. His face remained icy, yet deep within his gaze lay the world-weary ruthlessness of a 10,000-year-old demon. Chapter 160, The Ancient Treasure, the Golden Light Array Breaking Hammer. Dare to seize this seat's black slaughter netherworld fire? Boy, this elder shall tear you limb from limb, burn your soul in the sky lantern for 10,000 years, and make you suffer every torment until death. Yin Tianqiu's heart brimmed with boundless murderous intent. He could sense the black slaughter netherfire lurking deep within the Five Elements Sect. Behind him stood three nascent soul cultivators clad in black slaughter sect robes. One was a gaunt, sunken-eyed elder whose aura reached mid-Yuan stage, one of the Black Slaughter Sect's deputy leaders, the bone-eroding patriarch. The other two, one male and one female, were both at the early nascent soul stage. The man bore eerie demonic markings across his face, while the woman was shrouded in a veil of black gauze. They were the notoriously vicious Soul Reaper and soul-snatching lady of the sect. Elder Yin, it was thanks to your stratagem that the sect master was able to trap the wine sword immortal. Now, the Five Elements Sect has only Mai, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, and Zhou Yun, a newly ascended early-stage nascent soul cultivator. If we destroy the Five Elements Sect today, I will certainly petition the sect master to commend you for your service. The bone-eroding ancestor spoke in a hoarse voice, offering a faint smile to Elder Yin. This Elder Yin Tianqiu, originally an elder of the Yin Luo sect, had secretly defected to the Black Sect over a decade ago and earned the sect leader's deep trust. This campaign to annihilate the Five Elements Sect was spearheaded by Yin Tianqiu, which is why the bone-eroding ancestor held him in such high regard. Thank you, Deputy Sect Leader. Yin Tianqiu smiled indifferently, yet a trace of scorn flickered at the corner of his mouth. Recommending me for merit? You demon spawn likely remain unaware that I, the old ancestor, was the true leader of the Black Slaughter Sect back in the day. If it weren't for your ruthless nature and utter lack of respect for elders, why would I bother using this identity of Yin Tianqiu? Ha ha ha. Once this patriarch regains my Huatian realm strength, I shall reunify the Black Sect and dominate the eastern wastes. Then you'll know exactly who this patriarch is. Yin Tianqiu's eyes blazed with surging demonic flames. He had schemed and plotted, luring the Black Sect leader to trap the wine sword immortal. And what was the purpose of bringing the bone-eroding ancestor and his followers here? To annihilate the Five Elements Sect, of course.
But more crucially, to reclaim the black netherworld flame, the treasure bound to his very life.
Only by retrieving it could he regain his Huatian cultivation. Therefore, the 5 Elements sect must be destroyed today. And that little brat named Zhou Yun must die. The Soul Reaper cackled eerily. The 5 Elements sect is the foremost righteous sect of the Eastern Wastes, especially that Wine Sword Immortal, hailed as the greatest sword immortal in the East. During the Northern Plains demonic invasion, that Wine Sword Immortal slew countless nascent soul demon kings. Today, heaven has granted us this golden opportunity. The Grand Master himself will step in to tie up the Wine Sword Immortal. This is the 5 Elements sect's weakest moment. Once we destroy them, our Black Slaughter sect will surely become renowned throughout the world. Ha ha ha.
Lady Soul Snatcher's voice was soft and seductive, yet carried a bone-chilling chill. Destroy the 5 Elements sect, the very standard bearer of the Eastern Wastes' righteous path, and chaos will erupt.
Our demonic allies in the Northern Plains have long been starved for opportunity.
With an inside job and an outside attack, the blood and resources of the Eastern Wastes' billions of living beings will become a feast shared between our holy cult and the demonic tribes. Their conversation laid bare the colossal conspiracy behind this assault to overturn the entire Eastern Wastes. Each of these demonic cultivators harbored their own schemes. In Tiancho sought to reclaim the Black Slaughter Netherfire, while the Black Slaughter sect aimed to annihilate the 5 Elements sect, seize fame across the land, and then join forces with the demonic tribes of the Northern Plains to dominate the entire Eastern Wastes.
At that very moment, the 5 Elements sect sounded its alarm bells.
A thick, multicolored light barrier instantly rose, enveloping the entire sect. It was the 5 Elements sect's supreme formation, the 5 Elements heaven-sealing Great Array. Ancestor Mahi, the array's master, appeared within the barrier, his expression more grave than ever. Fixing his gaze on the 4 nascent soul cultivators outside, especially sensing the faintly unsettling aura emanating from In Tiancho, he boomed, "Who dares trespass upon the 5 Elements sect?
State your name." 4 demonic cultivators had dared to come to the 5 Elements sect? What could their intentions be? The Heavenly Demon sect, Inluo sect, and Kiba sect were formidable indeed, yet they held no significant grudges against the 5 Elements sect. They should not have provoked us. Who exactly were these 4 nascent soul demon cultivators?
Erosion Bone Patriarch stepped forward, his voice as cold as ice, echoing throughout the entire 5 Elements sect. Black Slaughter sect, Erosion Bone Patriarch. Today, I come to send the 5 Elements sect on its final journey. If you obediently open the mountain defending array, perhaps this patriarch might spare your lives. But if you resist to the bitter end, not a soul shall be left standing in the entire 5 Elements sect. Black sect?
Ancestor Mahi's heart jolted violently.
He immediately sent urgent transmission talismans to Li Qingshan, who was in seclusion, and to the Wine Sword Immortal, who was far away in the outside world.
Don't waste your breath.
The bone-eroding patriarch seemed to see through his actions, sneering coldly. The Wine Sword Immortal can barely save himself right now.
No one can rescue you.
Fellow Taoist Mahi, just open the mountain defense array obediently and defect to my black sect.
How about becoming a deputy sect leader in my sect? Don't even think about it. You Black Slaughter sect's demon spawn, you think you can destroy our 5 Elements sect?
Ancestor Mahi retorted coldly, his eyes blazing with murderous intent.
Stubborn to the end.
Since you seek death, don't blame me for being ruthless. An ancient, bone-corroding old ancestor let out a savage laugh, a small hammer appearing in his hand.
It was of an archaic design, entirely golden, yet covered in minute cracks.
As the hammer appeared, an ancient aura spread out, one that seemed capable of shaking the heavens and earth, shattering all laws. An ancient treasure, the golden light array breaking hammer. An ancient treasure was an artifact positioned between 4th-tier magical treasures and 5th-tier spirit treasures, mostly relics passed down from the ancient era. Though its spirit essence had been extinguished, causing it to fall to 5th-tier status, its material and residual power remained, far surpassing even the finest 4th-tier magical treasures. Break! The bone-eroding ancestor channeled colossal demonic energy into it, roaring fiercely. The golden hammer surged in size, swelling into 100 Zhang Colossus. Its head erupted with countless dazzling golden rays, blindingly bright. These rays were no ordinary light, but golden light condensed to its ultimate purity, specifically designed to shatter all manner of formations and restrictions. Boom! Billions of golden rays poured down like a torrential rain upon the light barrier of the 5 Elements sealing heaven formation. The entire formation shook violently, groaning under the overwhelming pressure as it swayed wildly. The multicolored runes swirling across the barrier instantly dimmed by more than half, even developing fine cracks. Ancestor Mahi, who oversaw the formation, was struck as if by a heavy blow. His face paled, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. An ancient artifact? Damn it! Did the Black Slaughter sect prepare for this? Ancestor Mahi's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with profound gravity. The 5 Elements sealing heaven array was the 5 Elements sect's mountain defending formation. Rooted in a 5th-tier spirit vein and channeling the power of the 5 Elements, it rivaled a 5th-tier formation in might. Its power was unmatched, and even late nascent soul cultivators found it difficult to breach.
Yet that golden light-piercing hammer clearly held a profound countering effect against the five elements sealing heaven formation. It was an ancient treasure forged specifically to shatter formations. Ancestor Ma, he could sense that the five elements sealing heaven formation would not hold out much longer. All elders and disciples, heed my command. Sustain the array with all your might. Channel your spiritual power into the array's core. Ancestor Ma, he roared furiously, leading by example as he poured his entire reservoir of magical power into the main array without reservation. Chapter 161, Have you all had enough of living? Sect Master Li Qingshan, dozens of golden core elders, and thousands upon thousands of foundation establishment and chi cultivation disciples, though filled with terror, knew this was a matter of life and death. They all sat cross-legged, channeling their meager yet collectively surging magical power into the array's foundations. With the combined strength of the entire sect, the five elements sealing heaven array's light stabilized somewhat. Yet the threat posed by that golden light-piercing hammer remained overwhelming. The array still teetered precariously, as if it could shatter completely at any moment. In Tianqiu watched the five elements sect members struggling desperately to hold their ground, a hint of mockery like a cat toying with a mouse flashing in his eyes, a death throw. Let's see how long you can hold out. Keep attacking. Break the turtle shell. Leave no one alive. Boom. 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 In Tianqiu, the bone-eroding ancestor, and the other three great nascent soul cultivators simultaneously channeled their divine power into the golden light array-breaking hammer. This ancient treasure seemed to awaken completely, radiating dazzling, blinding divine light. The golden light array-breaking hammer, an ancient artifact designed to shatter formations by targeting their array eyes, unleashed power that rivaled even legendary fifth-tier spirit treasures. Boom! 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 The hammer unleashed 10,000 beams of golden light, relentlessly pounding the mountain-defending array like a raging storm. The multicolored protective barrier flickered erratically, cracks spreading steadily. The entire five elements sect was enveloped in the terrifying shadow of impending doom. Ancestor Ma, he was overcome with anxiety. He stood alone against overwhelming odds, and Zhou Yun had yet to emerge from seclusion. Should the five elements sealing heaven formation be breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. The destructive power of the four great nascent soul cultivators was nothing short of earth-shattering. Within an instant, they could wipe out the entire five elements sect. By then, even if the wine-sword immortal patriarch returned, it would be too late. Why hasn't fellow Taoist Zhou Yun emerged yet? He's only at the early stage of nascent soul cultivation. Even if he emerges, he likely won't be able to withstand these demonic cultivators. What should we do? The five elements sect cannot perish under my watch. Ancestor Ma, he was overcome with anxiety. His mid-stage nascent soul cultivation was pushed to its absolute limit. Vast earth attribute magical power poured into the five elements sealing heaven formation, propping up the crumbling protective barrier of the sect. He could only hope it would hold out a little longer. He had already sought aid from several nearby major sects, especially the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, which was closest. If the true Lord of Evergreen intervened, the five elements sect's perilous situation could surely be resolved. Outside the five elements sect, within distant clouds, a slender figure who had just stabilized her nascent soul aura quietly concealed herself. It was Leng Weiwei, the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, who had successfully formed her nascent soul. Having consumed the supreme infant-forming pill given to her by Li Qingshan, she had endured the perilous trials of the heart demon tribulation and finally emerged victorious. Though the heart demon had not completely dissipated, it had been suppressed. Her visit was fraught with inner turmoil. She yearned to confirm whether Zhou Yun, the newly renowned supreme elder of the Five Elements sect, was indeed the figure from the Xintian secret realm, yet she hesitated over how to confront him. Yet, she never imagined she would witness the horrifying spectacle of the Black Slaughter sect's four great nascent souls besieging the Five Elements sect. The Black Sect. They actually dared to attack the Five Elements sect directly? Cold Wei's beautiful eyes widened in shock. As the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, she knew well the depth of the Five Elements sect's foundations and the terrifying power of the wine sword immortal. The Black Sect's actions were tantamount to piercing the heavens of the eastern wastes. Her heart was torn. Though the heavenly demon sect and the Five Elements sect were not allies, they had maintained a truce. Intervening meant the heavenly demon sect risked being drawn into this conflict, with unpredictable consequences. Yet standing idly by and watching the Five Elements sect collapse would shatter the eastern wastes balance, a scenario unlikely to benefit the heavenly demon sect either. Though both the heavenly demon sect and the Black Sect practiced demonic cultivation, they were fundamentally different, one a local powerhouse of the eastern wastes, the other an outsider seeking to dominate. The heavenly demon sect was well aware of the Black Sect's ambitions, their collusion with the Northern Plains demon clans to swallow the entire eastern wastes whole. How could the heavenly demon sect possibly consent to that? More importantly, that Zhou Yun is still inside. Just as she hesitated, a sudden upheaval erupted in the arena. The bone-eroding ancestor furiously wielded the golden array-breaking hammer. Billions of array-piercing golden rays coalesced into an immense pillar of light, like a divine spear, violently striking the weakest node of the Five Elements sealing array. Crack! A crisp yet bone-chilling crack echoed across the heavens and earth. The incredibly resilient 5 elements light barrier was forcibly torn open by the ancient treasure's power, creating a massive gap stretching 10 zhan long. The 5 elements sealing heaven formation was a 5th-tier array, but its primary function was defense, lacking potent offensive capabilities. Neither the bone-eroding ancestor nor Yin Tianqiu expected to completely shatter the entire formation. But opening a single breach was sufficient for them to infiltrate. With the combined might of 4 nascent soul stage demon cultivators, annihilating the entire 5 elements sect in short order would pose no difficulty. Thus, under the simultaneous activation of the 4 nascent soul cultivators, the ancient treasure, the golden light array breaking hammer, finally shattered a keynote of the formation, creating an opening. The formation is broken. It's over. How can we possibly withstand 4 nascent soul stage demon cultivators? Ancestor, save us. Within the formation, countless 5 elements sect disciples turned ashen-faced, letting out desperate cries of despair. Ancestor Mahi, who had been overseeing the formation, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vital energy instantly fading. Golden core elders like Li Qingshan were equally ashen-faced, their eyes filled with utter despair. Kill. Leave not a single one alive. A bloodthirsty excitement flared in Yin Tianqiu's eyes. With a fierce howl, he charged forward first, transforming into a black streak of lightning as he plunged through the breach. The bone-eroding patriarch, the soul reaper, and the soul-snatching lady followed closely behind. The terrifying pressure emanating from these 4 great perfection cultivators descended like doom, enveloping the entire 5 elements sect mountain gate. The slaughter was about to begin. The 5 elements sect plunged into an unprecedented apocalyptic crisis. Yet, at this critical moment, a clear, piercing sword cry, filled with supreme majesty, resounded from the depths of Qingyun Peak, piercing the heavens. Immediately, a sword aura of azure gold, condensed to its absolute limit and seemingly imbued with the will to judge all injustice and evil in the world, shot skyward from the peak of Qingyun Peak like the first ray of dawn tearing through the darkness. Its speed defied comprehension, its sword intent so pure it made heaven and earth pale. This sword aura's target was neither the bone-eroding ancestor nor the 2 soul-snatching envoys. Instead, it pointed directly at the one charging at the forefront, radiating the most intense killing intent in Tianqiu. What? Yin Tianqiu's hair stood on end as a long-forgotten, soul-shaking sense of mortal peril exploded within him. He never imagined that within the 5 elements sect, besides Mahi, such a terrifying attack could be concealed. The sword aura's edge was peerless, making him feel as if he were facing a late nascent soul cultivator. With a startled cry, he hastily summoned a demonic shield shrouded in black mist to block before him. Boom! The azure gold sword aura struck the demonic shield with brutal force. The 4th-tier demonic shield, of no mean quality, shattered like paper, instantly cleaved in 2. The sword aura's momentum remained unabated. Though greatly weakened, it still slashed fiercely toward Yin Tianqiu. Yin Tianqiu was terrified out of his wits, frantically twisting his body while burning his essence blood to activate a teleportation technique. Rip! The sword aura sliced past his body, shredding half his robes to tatters. It left a terrifying wound on him, deep enough to expose bone, coiled with threads of the judgment sword intent, blood streaming freely. Who is it? Yin Tianqiu roared, his voice filled with shock and rage as he steadied himself and glared at the direction the Yin Tianqiu, both shocked and enraged, steadied himself and roared at the source of the sword light. That strike had nearly crippled his hard-won physical form once more. All eyes instantly focused on Qingyun Peak. Amidst countless gazes filled with shock, anticipation, and fear, a figure clad in green robes slowly emerged from the collapsed ruins of the cave dwelling. His face remained serene, yet his gaze was as cold as ice frozen for 10,000 years. A powerful spiritual pressure characteristic of the nascent soul stage radiated from his entire being. Yet the sheer depth and richness of his aura caused even the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, the bone-eroding ancestor, to feel a pang of dread. It was Li Qingshan. His gaze swept over the devastated, despair-filled sect, finally settling on Yin Tianqiu and the 4 members of the bone-eroding patriarch's faction. His tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable intent to kill. Members of the Black Slaughter sect, daring to cause trouble in my 5 elements sect, have you grown tired of living? His voice was calm, yet it thundered like a clap of lightning across the heavens and earth, carrying an indescribable aura of dominance. Chapter 162, The Immortal Sword Formation. Zhou Yun? Is it really him? In the distant void, the moment Lang Weiyue caught sight of Zhou Yun, a flicker of shock and complexity flickered in her beautiful eyes. Li Qingshan had not concealed his appearance or aura at this moment, allowing Lang Weiyue to recognize him instantly. This man was the very Zhou Yun from the Xiantian secret realm. In just a few decades, he's broken through to the nascent soul stage. What secrets does this Zhou Yun possess? Lang Weiyue murmured to herself, her voice filled with shock and bewilderment. What was even more unbelievable was that her original plan had been to come to the 5 elements sect to confirm his identity. If he truly was the Zhou Yun from the Xiantian secret realm, she would slay him, thereby completely resolving her inner demon. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, upon seeing Zhou Yun again, not a shred of killing intent stirred within her. This left Lang Weiyue feeling somewhat flustered. I won't kill you. But with the Black Slaughter Sect's 4 great nascent souls attacking simultaneously, you likely won't be able to withstand them. When that time comes, I'll save you first, then kill you. That way, I won't be doing you an injustice. Long Weiwei bit her lip, murmuring to herself with a complex expression. Above the 5 Elements Sect, Li Qingshan stepped out slowly. Upon emerging from seclusion, he had already activated the Deceive Heaven's secret record, deliberately suppressing his aura to reveal only the cultivation fluctuations of an early nascent soul stage. His gaze swept over Yin Tianqiu, a hint of surprise flickering in his heart. This man is Yin Tianqiu of the Yin Luo sect? He too has broken through to nascent soul and defected to the Black Sect? His aura feels strangely off. Back then, while exploring that secret realm with Yiling Shuang to obtain the 5 Elements spirit, he had encountered Yin Tianqiu and other Yin Luo sect disciples, leading to a fierce battle. Yin Tianqiu had been defeated by Li Qingshan and fled in disarray. Li Qingshan never imagined encountering Yin Tianqiu here today. Could it be that this venerable elder of the Yin Luo sect had actually defected to the Black Slaughter sect? He silently transmitted his voice to the exhausted elder Mahi, fellow Daoist Ma, please hold off the mid-Yuan stage bone-eroding ancestor for a moment. Let me deal with these 3 first, then I'll come to assist you. Upon hearing this, Elder Mahi felt a surge of doubt and apprehension. Fellow Daoist Zhou, you've only recently broken through to the nascent soul stage. These 3 demonic cultivators are formidable. Are you truly capable of handling them? Don't take such risks. If we can hold out just a little longer, reinforcements will surely arrive. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Ma. They're merely 3 early nascent soul cultivators. Leave them to me. Li Qingshan replied calmly. Ancestor Ma he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Mere early nascent soul cultivators? Don't you realize you're also at the early nascent soul stage? This fellow Daoist Zhou Yun intended to take on 3 opponents alone. Impressive courage, but these were 3 genuine nascent soul demon cultivators. Ancestor Mahi intended to offer further caution, but upon seeing Li Qingshan's serene yet utterly confident gaze, and recalling that breathtakingly brilliant sword strike moments before, he gritted his teeth and chose to trust him. Junior brother Zhou, be cautious. This old man will hold off the bone-eroding old demon at the cost of my life. Oomph. A mere early nascent soul dares to speak so arrogantly. Kill him. Yin Tianqiu, consumed by the deepest hatred for Li Qingshan and confident in their 4-man advantage, roared fiercely and struck first. He summoned a banner of 10,000 souls, shrouded in densine-killing aura. As he waved it, countless vengeful ghosts and aggrieved spirits howled forth, forming a realm of specters that engulfed Li Qingshan. The Soul Reaper and the Soul-Snatching Lady were equally murderous, their coordination seamless. The Soul Reaper wielded a bizarrely shaped soul-reaping scythe, its swings unleashing streaks of black light that targeted the soul with eerie precision. The Soul-Snatching Lady, meanwhile, summoned a pink, enchanting silk ribbon. As it danced through the air, it emitted a mind-numbing fragrance and spiritual energy fluctuations, capable of both trapping enemies and disrupting their senses. The 3 nascent souls attacked simultaneously, their demonic energy surging heavenward with terrifying momentum. They aimed to crush Li Qingshan, a mere early nascent soul cultivator, with thunderous force. Daoist friend Mahi, your opponent is me. The bone-eroding ancestor let out a sinister chuckle and charged directly at Ancestor Mahi. You? Ancestor Mahi snorted coldly, summoning an earth-hued flying sword treasure that shot toward the bone-eroding ancestor like lightning. Simultaneously, he swept his sleeve. The earth trembled violently, the void boomed, and over a dozen earth-yellow dragons surged forth from the depths of the earth. Like a prison cage, they enveloped the bone-eroding ancestor within their grasp. The bone-eroding patriarch's move played right into his hands. He only hoped that Li Qingshan could swiftly deal with those 3 great nascent soul demon cultivators. On the other side, facing the encircling assault of the 3 demonic cultivators, Li Qingshan's expression remained unchanged. He merely pressed his fingers together like a sword and called out sharply. Sword, come! Clang! 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 In an instant, a dragon-like sword cry pierced the heavens. 18 azure gold eternal judgment swords, as if summoned, streamed forth from his body one after another. Each blade was solid as steel, its surface swirling with runes. They radiated an unmatched, piercing sword intent and the powerful fluctuations of top-tier 4th-tier magical treasures. 18 long swords instantly formed an intricate array, weaving an ethereal pattern that transformed into an immense eternal life sword formation enveloping the heavens and earth. With blinding speed, it descended from the sky. In an instant, Yin Tianqiu, the Soul Reaper, and the Soul-Snatching Lady were all trapped within the formation. What? 18 life-bound flying swords? And all top-tier 4th-tier weapons? How is this possible? Yin Tianqiu's pupils contracted sharply as he gasped in disbelief, his face etched with utter astonishment. For an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, possessing even 1 or 2 4th-tier life-bound treasures was rare. Yet this man wielded 18 supreme flying swords and what's more, they formed an extremely rare sword formation treasure. This utterly shattered his understanding. The Soul Reaper and Soul Snatcher turned deathly pale. The moment the sword formation activated, they felt as if trapped in quicksand. The space around them was sealed by an invisible sword intent, slowing their movements. The chilling sword intent pierced their souls, causing excruciating pain. This is bad. Break out now. In Tianqiu's face twisted in horror as he roared furiously. He frantically waved the 10,000 souls banner, unleashing howling streams of black demonic light in a desperate attempt to shatter the immortal sword formation and break free. The Soul Reaper and Lady Soul Snatcher, their faces equally grim, knew the formidable power of the sword formation's treasures. They frantically channeled energy into their own artifacts, desperate to break free. Eternal Sword Formation, activate. Li Qingshan gave them no chance to catch their breath. With a single thought, the sword formation surged to full power. Boundless azure gold sword chi erupted from the void, like a raging storm or the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, closing in to annihilate the three within the array. Within the sword chi lay threads of thunderous power that suppressed demonic forces. No! Block it! The Soul Reaper screamed, wildly swinging his soul-reaping scythe to form a black light barrier. Yet it held for only a few breaths before shattering under the relentless assault of countless sword energies. A condensed sword aura swept through, snapping his scythe in two. Next, his protective demonic light, his very flesh. No! The Reaper's physical form was sliced apart by the sword light. Instantly, a 3-inch tall nascent soul bearing the Reaper's features emerged from within his body. The infant soul, filled with terror and venomous hatred, fixed a deathly stare on Li Qingshan before attempting to teleport away through the void. Hiss. But at that very moment, a sharp hissing sound rang out. The golden wind cicada nestled among Li Qingshan's hair stirred. Chapter 163, Consecutive Slashes of Nascent Souls. The cicada shriek transformed into an invisible sonic wave, while golden gale winds swept out in waves. The golden wind cicada was an ancient marvelous insect. After years of nurturing by Li Qingshan, sparing no resources in its cultivation, it had now reached the 4th tier. The terrifying chirp and golden gale winds caused the Soul Reaper's nascent soul to tremble violently. Instantly, it seemed as if it had been struck by a petrification spell, overcome with utter terror. In that very instant, his nascent soul was overtaken by several sword chi blades infused with thunderous energy. Amidst a piercing, agonized scream, it was obliterated. On the other side, Lady Soul Snatcher's enchanted satin, though capable of myriad transformations, met its nemesis against the sheer force and demon-subduing sword intent. The sword chi tore through it effortlessly. She attempted to flee using her phantom shadow technique, only to be bound by the spatial forces of the sword formation. A judgment sword chi descended from the heavens, cleaving her directly in two. Lady Soul Snatcher's nascent soul attempted flight, but the golden wind cicada struck again. Its chirping targeted her divine soul. Terrified beyond measure, she was cleaved in two by the eternal life judgment sword, her soul scattered to oblivion. In the blink of an eye, two early nascent soul stage demon cultivators fell. Witnessing this, In Tianqiu was seized by terror. He pushed the 10,000 souls banner to its absolute limit, enveloping himself within its protective barrier. Yet as the swirling sword light descended, slaying wave after wave of vengeful spirits, the 10,000 souls banner shook violently. In Tianqiu could not hold out much longer. Damn it! How could an early nascent soul cultivator simultaneously wield so many top-tier 4th-grade treasures? This brat is strange, he can't possibly be at the early nascent soul stage. In Tianqiu roared inwardly, his scalp prickling with a sudden, visceral fear of death. It all happened too fast, so fast that even the bone-eroding ancestor, locked in combat with the horse heaven ancestor, couldn't come to his aid. He hadn't even had time to react. Bastard! You're asking for death. Bone-eroding ancestor, witnessing two of his capable subordinates killed in an instant, was overcome with shock and rage. He violently erupted, knocking back old ancestor Mahi. He summoned his ancient treasure, the golden light array breaking hammer, no longer targeting the grand formation. Instead, he slammed it fiercely at the eternal life sword array trapping In Tianqiu. Break for me! The might of the ancient treasure was truly staggering. The golden hammer, carrying earth-shaking force, slammed into the sword array's light barrier, causing it to shake violently and its radiance to dim considerably. Seizing this opening, a ruthless gleam flashed in Tianqiu's eyes. He violently spat forth a mouthful of vital blood, unleashing a secret technique that drained his very essence. Blood shadow escape. His form blurred into a shadowy figure, forcibly breaking through the sword formation's layers of blockade and restraint. The cost, however, was an instant collapse of his vital energy, his body now bearing several new sword wounds deep enough to expose bone. He escaped in a pitiful state. Li Qingshan's brow furrowed slightly, surprised the opponent possessed such an escape technique. His thoughts raced. The 18 eternal judgment swords instantly abandoned In Tianqiu, transforming as if alive into 18 azure dragon serpents. They let out earth-shaking dragon roars and coiled toward the bone-eroding ancestor from all directions. In Tianqiu was merely at the early nascent soul stage, posing little threat. The bone-eroding patriarch, however, was the Black Slaughter sect's strongest figure. Slaying him would undoubtedly seal the victory. The 18 eternal judgment swords darted through the void at blinding speed, each channeling thunderous energy potent against demonic cultivators. Their blinding light rained down like a torrent, forcing the bone-eroding patriarch into a desperate, disheveled defense. Even the Vajra array-breaking hammer struggled to fully withstand the assault of 18 eternal judgment swords. Junior brother Zhou, you've already slain 2 great nascent soul demon cultivators? Ancestor Ma, he gasped in astonishment, his eyes brimming with disbelief. These were nascent soul demon cultivators, figures akin to supreme elders in major sections. Moreover, nascent soul cultivators could project their nascent souls, enabling them to teleport through void space, making them exceedingly difficult to kill. Zhou Yun's methods were terrifying. Especially that sword formation composed of 18 top-tier 4th-grade magical treasures. It made even Ma He's heart tremble. He's this powerful? Hiding in the distance, Leng Weiyue watched the scene unfold and was utterly shocked. She had planned to intervene when Li Qingshan faced danger, but now it seemed her help wasn't needed at all. Could he possibly kill the bone-eating old demon? Watching Li Qingshan charge toward the bone-eating old demon, a terrifying thought surfaced in her mind. Her gaze grew intensely focused as she watched the battle between Li Qingshan and the bone-eating old demon, not daring to relax for even a moment. This brat has gone too far. The bone-eroding old demon was both shocked and enraged. He, a formidable mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, was being pushed to such a desperate state by a mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator. In an instant, he flicked his wrist, scattering 3 spirit talismans. 1A, 4th-tier inferior Xianyin Ice Soul Talisman, solidified into a frigid barrier. Another A, 4th-tier inferior 10,000 Ghosts Devouring Soul Talisman, summoned malevolent specters to disrupt his opponent. The third A, 4th-tier middle-grade Diamond Body Protection Talisman, bolstered his own defenses. Simultaneously, he spat forth a jet-black beam, a soul-destroying dart as fine as a cowhair, laced with deadly poison, specifically designed to pierce protective chi barriers. This weapon moved with astonishing speed, silently streaking toward Li Qingshan's forehead with deadly precision. Facing this barrage of attacks, Li Qingshan's expression remained unchanged. He had prepared in advance, instantly activating a 4th-tier supreme-grade Black Tortoise Protective Talisman. A massive shadow of a black tortoise shielded him. The soul-destroying dart collided with the protective barrier, merely creating a ripple before falling powerlessly to the ground. Simultaneously, he pointed his fingers, unleashing a precise slash of the eternal sword chi that sent the dark light flying. On the other side, 18 flying swords had already torn through the talismanic barriers, striking the golden light-piercing hammer with devastating force. Clang! A thunderous clang echoed as the golden light array-breaking hammer, though not destroyed, was sent flying by the immense force, nearly severing the connection to the bone-eroding ancestor's mind. Now! Li Qingshan's eyes blazed with icy light as his form shot across the void like lightning, appearing before the bone-eroding ancestor in an instant. Behind him, the 18 eternal judgment swords converged. Their sword intent merged into 100 Zhonglong, chaotic-colored, resplendent sword aura, seemingly carrying the might to cleave the heavens and earth. It descended with brutal force. No! The bone-eroding ancestor sensed the terrifying power contained within that strike, his soul nearly shattered in terror. He desperately burned his essence blood to block it, but how could he possibly withstand Li Qingshan's long-prepared, ultimate strike in such haste? Put! The sword aura descended, shattering the bone-eroding ancestor's protective demonic light and defensive artifacts like paper. One arm and half his shoulder were severed clean off at the root, blood spurting wildly as he suffered a devastating blow. All will to fight vanished. He spun to flee in a flash of light. But how could Li Qingshan give him that chance? Hiss! The cicada's cry rang out once more. Like a soul-crushing, spirit-seizing sound, the piercing chirp caused the bone-eroding ancestor to stagger violently, his soul stung as if pierced by needles, the pain excruciating. Seizing this opening, Li Qingshan's figure shot forward like lightning, swiftly closing the distance to the bone-eroding ancestor. He flipped his palm, and a ball of ink-black flame, radiating extreme cold and destructive energy, silently appeared. It was the Black Slaughter Netherfire. The terrifying flame seemed capable of consuming the void itself, warping the surrounding space and causing the temperature of the heavens and earth to plummet in an instant. Black Slaughter Netherfire? No! How could you possibly possess my Black Slaughter Sect's supreme sacred flame? Impossible, utterly impossible. As a high-ranking member of the Black Slaughter Sect, the bone-eroding ancestor instantly recognized this flame. His eyes filled with boundless terror as a desperate howl tore from his throat. Chapter 164, The Might of the Black Slaughter Netherfire. Li Qingshan's expression remained impassive as he suddenly struck out with a palm. The Black Slaughter Netherfire shot toward the bone-eroding patriarch like a bolt of lightning. The black flame seemed alive, instantly clinging to the bone-eroding ancestor's body. Ah! The bone-eroding ancestor let out a shrill, inhuman scream. Both his physical body and the Yuan infant he had fled into melted away instantly upon contact with the Black Slaughter Netherfire, like ice meeting the scorching sun. They vaporized completely, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. A mid-stage nascent soul ancestor was thus utterly annihilated, body and soul destroyed. Yin Tianqiu, who had just stabilized his stance in the distance, witnessed the entire process of the bone-eating ancestor being consumed by the Netherfire. His eyes bulged with fury, his heart filled with boundless resentment, jealousy, unwillingness, and a hint of fear. Black Slaughter Netherfire. Damn it! That was my treasure, my precious treasure. You damned brat, I'll hunt you down until I kill you.
Yin Tianqiu raged inwardly yet dared not utter a sound, terrified his true identity might be exposed. He shot Li Qingshan a venomous glare, fully aware that in his gravely wounded state, he was no match for Li Qingshan and Ma He combined. Without hesitation, he unleashed another devastatingly costly secret technique. Space around him warped, his form blurred, and in the next instant, he vanished at the horizon's edge. Another flash, and he was gone entirely. He didn't even bother to take the golden light array breaking hammer with him. Li Qingshan and the venerable Ma He swept their divine senses across the area, detecting no trace of his aura. They knew he had employed an extremely sophisticated spatial escape technique, making pursuit impossible. What a pity he got away. Ancestor Ma He expressed his regret. Though 3 of the 4 demonic cultivators had been slain, the escape of one left the outcome less than perfect. But then, he chuckled to himself. He had been too greedy. After all, moments ago, he had still hoped to hold off these 4 demonic cultivators alongside Zhou Yun until reinforcements arrived. Now, with 3 of the 4 great demon cultivators dead, he still felt unsatisfied. He was truly too greedy. This man's aura feels peculiar. Yin Tianqiu of the Yin Luo sect, why would he defect to the black cult? Li Qingshan pondered silently, a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes. Regardless, they had thwarted the Black Slaughter sect's plot. With 3 of the 4 demonic cultivators dead, this battle was a resounding victory. Li Qingshan reached out and seized the storage rings of the bone-eroding patriarch, the soul reaper, and the soul-snatching lady, along with the ancient treasure, the golden light array-breaking hammer. Ancestor Ma He raised no objection whatsoever. After all, had Li Qingshan not intervened, the entire 5 Elements sect would have been annihilated, and he himself would have perished at the hands of the demonic cultivators. These spoils were rightfully Li Qingshan's. The bone-eroding old demon, he actually killed him? Far away, Long Weiyue witnessed this scene. Her beautiful eyes widened in utter disbelief. Li Qingshan was too powerful. Both the Eternal Life Judgment Sword and the Black Slaughter Netherworld Fire sent shivers down her spine. He could effortlessly annihilate even a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. The Li Qingshan before her now possessed combat prowess comparable to that of a late-stage nascent soul grand cultivator. Does that mean I can't defeat him? Cold Wei Yu felt a mix of frustration and complexity in her heart. The heart demon before her eyes grew ever stronger. If she wanted to escape its grasp, wouldn't that be a distant dream? Above the 5 Elements sect, Li Qingshan stood suspended in the air, his green robe fluttering slightly. Behind him, 18 eternal life swords slowly circled, as if a sword god had descended upon the mortal realm. Below, countless 5 Elements sect disciples gazed upon his figure, their eyes brimming with the wild joy of survivors and profound reverence. They never imagined that Elder Zhou Yun could be so formidable, single-handedly slaying 3 great nascent soul demon cultivators. Ancestor Zhou Yun is too powerful. Seeing this scene, true immortal Li Yan's eyes were filled with utter shock. Recalling the gentle-faced, unassuming guest elder from decades past, he now possessed such earth-shattering combat prowess that it felt almost unreal. Guest elders Li Hongchan and Su Liang gazed at Li Qingshan in the void, their hearts equally filled with awe and reverence. They sensed the ever-widening gap between themselves and Li Qingshan. The mere fact that they had once shared a bond with him was now their greatest source of pride. Ancestor Ma He flew forward, surveying the devastation and dissipating demonic energy before turning to Li Qingshan, whose aura was as deep and boundless as the ocean. His face was a mix of complexity and excitement. Junior brother Zhou, you actually slew 3 great nascent soul demon cultivators? Unbelievable. Just now, your divine might was truly peerless. You saved the 5 Elements sect. His heart brimmed with profound emotion. How long had it been since Li Qingshan broke through to the nascent soul stage? Yet he slaughtered nascent soul cultivators as easily as slicing through melons and vegetables. Yet he harbored no doubts, attributing it to the heavenly Tao nascent soul's overwhelming power, coupled with Li Qingshan's sword formation composed of top-tier 4th-grade magical treasures and that terrifying heavenly true fire. Slaying 3 demon cultivators seemed hardly a difficult feat. Yet his heart remained filled with gratitude and relief that the Wine Sword Immortal had recognized talent and kept Li Qingshan at the 5 Elements sect, elevating him to the position of Supreme Elder. Otherwise, in today's battle, he would have been utterly overwhelmed by the 4 demonic cultivators, and the entire 5 Elements sect would likely have been destroyed. Of course, he had no idea that the 5 Elements sect faced this calamity precisely because of Li Qingshan. After all, who else but him had stolen the Black Mountain Reverend's Black Slaughter Netherworld Fire? Friend Ma, you flatter me. It was simply my duty. These demon cultivators dared to attack our 5 Elements sect. There must be some hidden scheme behind this. Li Qingshan smiled faintly, suppressing his aura as he gazed intently in the direction Yin Tianqiu had fled. I understand. But with the Wine Sword Immortal Patriarch here, no matter how grand their conspiracy, the demon cultivators cannot succeed. Ma He nodded, his confidence in the Wine Sword Immortal unwavering. The title of Eastern Wast's foremost sword immortal was no empty claim. That's good. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement, though he knew the threat posed by the Black Slaughter sect was far from over. The entire Eastern Wastes was about to enter a tumultuous season. Whoosh!
At that very moment, a streak of teleportation light shot across the sky from the distance. Its speed was extreme, radiating a terrifying Yuan infant aura that enveloped the entire Five-Element Sect. The light materialized, revealing a young man clad in a blue Taoist robe. His features were strikingly handsome, his gaze deep and piercing. Every inch of his being radiated an overwhelming aura of power. Late nascent soul cultivator, Changchun True Lord. The arrival of True Lord Changchun brings honor to our Five-Elements Sect. Upon seeing Changchun Jinjuan, Patriarch Mahi's eyes lit up. He hurried forward, clasping his hands in a bow and greeting him with a smile. Late nascent soul cultivators were few and far between across the entire Eastern Wastes. This was undoubtedly one of the East Waste's top combat forces, worthy of his utmost respect. Ancestor Mahi had previously sought aid from the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. The Changchun True Lord before him must have received his message and come to provide support. Fellow Daoist Mahi, you mentioned an attack by the 4 great demon cultivators. Where are they? Changchun Jinjuan frowned slightly, surveying the chaotic battle scenes around him before speaking slowly. True Lord Changchun, indeed the 4 great demon cultivators of the Black Slaughter Sect have attacked. Leading them is none other than the sect's deputy leader, the bone-eroding old demon. However, fortunately, our Five-Elements Sect's supreme elder, Daoist friend Zhou Yunzhou, displayed his divine might. In a single battle, he slew 3 nascent soul demon cultivators, including that bone-eroding old demon. Only one managed to escape by sheer luck. Ancestor Mahi smiled faintly, pointing proudly at Li Qingshan beside him. Zhou Yun? Changchun Jinjuan paused slightly, his gaze settling on Li Qingshan. At that moment, Li Qingshan was also observing Changchun Jinjuan. Their gazes collided in the void, sparking an invisible, palpable tension. Chapter 165, Probe and Murderous Intent. Zhou Yun? A rare flicker of shock flickered across the deep, serene eyes of Changchun Jinjuan. Though he had heard rumors of the Five-Elements Sect gaining a new Supreme Elder at the nascent soul stage, he hadn't paid it much mind. He never imagined that the newly ascended nascent soul cultivator of the Five-Elements Sect would be none other than the guest elder he had personally confronted at the sect decades ago. For a moment, Changchun Jinjuan felt a bit dazed. He found it difficult to reconcile the timid, fear-stricken golden core cultivator who had stood before him decades ago with the newly appointed Supreme Elder of the Five-Elements Sect standing before him now. More crucially, Elder Mahi had just stated explicitly that it was this very Zhou Yun before him who had just slain 3 great nascent soul demon cultivators, including the notoriously vicious bone-eroding old demon. Zhou Yun of the Five-Elements Sect greets Lord Changchun. A faint smile suddenly appeared on Li Qingshan's calm face as he bowed his hands in greeting to Changchun Jinjuan. We meet again. Unavoidably, Li Qingshan's mind drifted back over 30 years to the humiliation he had suffered before Changchun Jinjuan. Back then, he was merely at the late gold core stage. Before Changchun Jinjuan, he was like fish on a cutting board, a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly powerless to resist. He could only endure Changchun Jinjuan's interrogation and even the probing of the causality mirror, suffering the utmost humiliation. Had it not been for the miraculous power of the minor concealing heaven technique, which concealed the karmic bond between him and Zhang Yuzhen, he would surely have been exposed under the karma mirror. What fate would have awaited him then? Back then, he was merely a guest elder of the Five-Elements Sect. The sect would never protect him, risking offending a late nascent soul cultivator for his sake. If exposed, Changchun Jinjuan could crush him like an insect, killing him with ease. Now, standing before Changchun Jinjuan once more, he had reached the mid-Yuanling stage. Compared to Changchun Jinjuan, he was only one minor realm below. Moreover, due to the marvels of the Tao scripture of the 5 elements and the might of the primordial infant of heavenly Tao, his magical power was vast and boundless, in no way inferior to that of a late-stage primordial infant cultivator. He now possessed the qualifications to confront the Changchun True Lord directly. So it's you, fellow Taoist Zhou. I never imagined that in just over 30 years, you would break through to the nascent soul stage. Truly, congratulations are in order. The astonishment on Changchun Jinjuan's face lingered only briefly before giving way to a smile as warm as spring breeze. Li Qingshan replied calmly, I must thank the True Lord for showing mercy back then in discerning right from wrong. Otherwise, how could Zhou Yun have achieved what he has today? The smile faded slightly from Changchun Jinjuan's face as he replied coolly, Taoist Zhou, do you still harbor resentment over past events? Zhang Yuzhen was my only direct descendant. Her death demanded thorough investigation. If I offended you in any way, I beg your forgiveness. In his view, as a formidable late-stage nascent soul cultivator, offering this explanation was already showing considerable face to Li Qingshan. This was largely because Li Qingshan had recently slain 3 great nascent soul demon cultivators with astonishing methods. Otherwise, what standing could an early nascent soul cultivator possibly have before the mighty Changchun True Lord? The power disparity among nascent soul cultivators was as vast as heaven and earth. Resentment is hardly the word. I understand your actions, True Lord. If my own disciples were slain, I too would spare no means to seek vengeance. Zhou Yun looked at Changchun Jinjuan calmly as he spoke. That's good. Fellow Taoist Zhou, your breakthrough to nascent soul and your appointment as guest elder of the 5 elements sector truly cause for celebration. This bottle of dust-settling pills is my congratulatory gift, please accept it.
Chang Chunjinjuan smiled faintly as a jade bottle glowed in his palm, which he then pushed toward Li Qingshan.
Thank you.
Li Qingshan accepted it without hesitation.
Mahi watched the exchange between Chang Chunjinjuan and Li Qingshan, a peculiar look in his eyes.
He had clearly picked up on the tension in their words.
Could it be that these two harbored some grudge against each other?
Meanwhile, below, the five-element sect's leader, true immortal Blazing Sun, was drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with terror.
He knew better than anyone the enmity between Chang Chunjinjuan and Li Qingshan. The humiliation of that day remained vividly etched in his memory. If he were Li Qingshan back then, how could he possibly not harbor resentment? That humiliation was something no one could ever forget. Are these two about to come to blows?
Wine sword immortal ancestor, please hurry back.
Something terrible is about to happen. Master Liaoyan's scalp prickled with dread.
Chang Chunjinjuan, seeing Li Qingshan accept the dust-settling pill, felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. He smiled indifferently and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou Yun, having slain 5 great nascent soul demon cultivators today, your name will surely resound throughout the eastern wastes. I hope fellow Taoist Zhou will find time to visit our Spring-and-Autumn Sect for a chat."
Certainly. Li Qingshan replied calmly. Thank you for coming to our aid, true lord.
The Five Elements Sect will forever remember this kindness. An honest man, Elder Mahi expressed his gratitude sincerely. Changchun True Lord had arrived just in time. Li Qingshan was deeply grateful for this timely support and felt bound to acknowledge the favor.
No need for formalities. Farewell.
True Lord Changchun nodded with a smile, then transformed into a streak of light and turned to depart. The instant he turned, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a look as dark as water. A cold, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He was certain now, Zhang Yuzhan's death all those years ago was undoubtedly connected to this Zhou Yun. To advance from mid-golden core to early nascent soul within 30-odd years was virtually impossible. This Zhou Yun must have concealed his cultivation back then. Even a late nascent soul cultivator like himself hadn't detected it. The more flawless one appears, the greater the flaw. Deliberately concealing his cultivation before him, blocking karmic perception, what could his intentions be? Clearly, he harbors ulterior motives. And Chang Chunjinjuan could also sense that Li Qingshan was undoubtedly still harboring resentment over the matter he had forced upon him years ago. You foolhardy fool. I intended to spare your life, but since you seek death, don't blame me. Killing intent surged within Chang Chunjinjuan's heart. In his mind, Li Qingshan had already been sentenced to death. This newly ascended nascent soul cultivator of the Five Elements Sect had grown far too rapidly. Not only had he broken through to the nascent soul stage in mere decades, but he had also managed to annihilate 3 nascent soul demon cultivators with only early nascent soul cultivation. Among them was the mid-stage Yuan infant, the bone-eroding old demon. This stirred a sense of impending danger within Chang Chunjinjuan's heart. If Li Qingshan were allowed to continue growing, what would become of them? A way must be found to eliminate him. Chang Chunjinjuan's thoughts churned, already scheming various plots and schemes. How could he lure Li Qingshan out of the Five Elements Sect and then eliminate him completely? For such a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, a resolute warrior forged through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the instinctive response to any threat was to eliminate it without hesitation. Chapter 166, Revenge Knows No Delay. Watching Chang Chunjinjuan's departing figure, Li Qingshan's gaze grew profoundly deep, yet it held a hint of indescribable murderous intent. His face instantly drained of color, his aura wilting. He bowed slightly to Elder Mahi and said, "Fellow Taoist Mahi, that battle just now took a tremendous toll on me, and I sustained some injuries. I must depart first to tend to my wounds. I leave this matter to you." Ancestor Mahi inquired with concern, "Taoist Zhou, are you all right?" "Rest assured, I'll handle everything that follows. You should return to tend to your injuries." Li Qingshan nodded, then transformed into a streak of light, returning to his Qingyun P cave residence. Upon returning to his Qingyun P cave residence, his face glowed with a healthy flush and his aura radiated immense power. Not a trace of the pallor from earlier remained. Chang Chunjinjuan must die. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. He was certain Chang Chunjinjuan harbored the same intent toward him. After today's battle, unless she was foolish, she would surely hold him responsible for Zhang Yuzhan's death. Now that his power had been exposed, there was no need to hide it any longer. Kill him now, before he knows my true power. Li Qingshan made his decision. Without hesitation, he activated the small Sumeru Vajra array, feigning the appearance of entering seclusion for cultivation. Then, employing the minor concealing heaven's secret art in the deceiving heaven's secret record, he concealed all traces of his presence. Without alerting the venerable ancestor Mahi, he slipped away from the Five Elements Sect. After leaving the Five Elements Sect, Li Qingshan slapped a mystic yellow talisman onto his body. Instantly, he plunged deep into the earth like a bolt of lightning, vanishing at breakneck speed. The mystic yellow earth escaped true talisman. This was a 4th-tier inferior spirit talisman he had previously traded for from the venerable Elder Mahi. Enhanced by the Rui Gourd, it had transformed into a 4th-tier Supreme Spirit Talisman, granting extreme speed surpassing even that of a nascent soul cultivator.
His destination? The Spring-and-Autumn Sect. The Black Wind Mountains lay at the border between the Five Elements Sect and the Spring-Autumn Sect's territories. Their rugged peaks were perpetually swept by eerie black gale winds, hence their name. Spirit energy was sparse here, and human footprints were rare, making it an ideal place for murder and burial. A streak of dark yellow teleportation light silently emerged from deep within the earth, revealing Li Qingshan's figure. His gaze was as cold as blades, his divine sense sweeping the surroundings like mercury spilling across the ground. After confirming no one was within 100 miles, he concealed himself in a mountain pass where the gale winds raged most fiercely. Like the most patient hunter, he suppressed all traces of his presence, blending seamlessly with the environment as he waited silently for his prey to arrive. This was the only route back to the Spring and Autumn Gate the Eternal Spring True Lord would definitely pass through here. He did not have to wait long. Across the sky, a streak of azure light glided steadily toward him, its aura profound and unfathomable. It was the Qingshan True Lord, departing from the Five Elements Sect and returning to the Spring and Autumn Gate. His face was dark and sullen, his mind still consumed by scheming to eliminate Li Qingshan, this looming, formidable threat. Utterly unaware, the shadow of death had already descended upon him. The instant he soared above the Black Wind Mountains. A terrifying sword intent erupted violently, instantly locking onto Qingshan. 36 azure gold sword lights, like venomous serpents lying dormant for ages, abruptly materialized from the void. In the blink of an eye, they formed an unparalleled sword formation that enveloped heaven and earth, sealing off the outside world. The eternal life sword formation. Within the array, sword energies crisscrossed, and the will of judgment permeated the air, suppressing even the howling black winds. Who dares to ambush this venerable one? Lord Qingshan was both shocked and enraged. He never imagined anyone in the eastern wastes would dare ambush him, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. But when his divine sense swept over the figure in green robes slowly materializing at the array's core, his pupils abruptly contracted, and he gasped in shock. Zhou Yun? It's you? The shock within him knew no bounds. This threat he had just been plotting to eliminate had beaten him to it, setting a deadly trap here to await his arrival. Moreover, the spiritual pressure emanating from the opponent was clearly not that of an early nascent soul cultivator. It was clearly mid-nascent soul stage, and the sheer depth of their magical power even made him feel a hint of pressure. How could this be? Li Qingshan's breakthrough had been far too swift, leaving Qingshan utterly incredulous. A powerful sense of crisis surged within him. Old dog Qingshan, the humiliation from 30 years ago today, it shall be repaid. Li Qingshan's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. Zhou Yun, it seems Zhang Yuzhen truly met her end at your hands. But I wonder, who gave you the audacity to come after me? Today is the day you die. The Qingshan True Lord's gaze was icy cold, filled with a fierce, murderous intent. He never imagined Zhou Yun would dare to launch a preemptive strike against him. Who gave him the audacity to assassinate a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? Enough with the nonsense. Li Qingshan said coldly. He had no intention of exchanging words. When enemies meet, only one can survive. Immortal sword array, slaughter. 36 eternal judgment swords erupted in dazzling light, unleashing an endless torrent of sword energy that surged toward Qingshan like a tidal wave. Each blade carried the will of judgment and annihilation, specifically designed to counter demonic and heretical forces. It also held a certain degree of suppression against Qingshan's would attribute cultivation techniques. This was the first time Li Qingshan had fully unleashed his lifebound treasure. The simultaneous deployment of all 36 eternal judgment swords unleashed terrifying power that seemed to shake the heavens and earth, capable of destroying the world itself. Even Qingshan paled visibly. Presumptuous youth. You think this sword formation can slay me? Today, I shall show you what a late nascent soul cultivator is capable of. Spring and Autumn Tripod, suppress. Though startled, Qingshan remained composed. As a late nascent soul cultivator, his combat experience was vast. With a furious shout, an ancient bronze tripod exuding vibrant vitality and the weight of ages soared from above his head. Instantly swelling in size, it spun rapidly, showering emerald green radiance that enveloped him in protective light. This Spring and Autumn tripod was his lifebound treasure, also a top-tier 4th-grade artifact. It combined offense and defense, embodying the profound cycles of spring and autumn, decay and rebirth truly extraordinary. Clang! 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 Countless sword energies struck the jade green light barrier, producing a dense, rhythmic clatter like rain beating on banana leaves. The barrier rippled violently but remained unbroken. Is that all you've got? Break for me! The eternal spring true lord sneered coldly, his fingers forming a mystic seal. The spring and autumn cauldron trembled violently, its mouth erupting with a torrent of colossal life essence. This essence transformed into countless emerald vines, which coiled like spirit snakes toward the surrounding sword array's light walls, attempting to corrode the formation itself. Simultaneously, an ancient, simple-looking greenwood treasure mirror flew from his sleeve. Its light shone forth, and a pillar of blue light, filled with purifying power, shot straight toward Li Qingshan's true form. This mirror specialized in shattering demonic energies and could also disrupt magical power. Li Qingshan's expression grew grave. He activated the sword formation, splitting off 18 long swords to form a circular ring. The sword light swirled like a shield, clashing head-on with the jadewood mirror's light, producing a piercing, grinding sound. He knew the sword formation alone wouldn't swiftly defeat this beast. He must unleash every thunderous tactic at his disposal. Chapter 167, The Great Battle Against the True Lord of Changchun. Whoa! At that moment, a piercing, soul-shaking cicada chirp erupted abruptly. The sound was formless and intangible, yet it sent a violent tremor through Changchun Jinjuan's spirit, causing the magical power driving his treasure to falter. It was the golden wind cicada. This extraordinary insect, enhanced by thee, had remained concealed nearby. Now it unleashed its innate attack, the soul-shattering cicada sound. Immediately, an invisible yet razor-sharp golden wind slipped through, bypassing the spring-and-autumn tripod's defenses. It brushed against Changchun Jinjuan's protective aura, emitting a hissing sound of erosion. A soul attack? And with a strange insect assisting? Changchun Jinjuan's expression shifted slightly. He immediately focused his mind to guard against the cicada's sound while strengthening his protective aura. But this disruption caused his offensive to falter for an instant. Now! White Bone Soul Banner, soul shaking. Li Qingshan seized the opportunity. The White Bone Soul Banner, untouched until now, suddenly appeared in his hand as he violently shook it. Wah! The wails of 10,000 souls pierced straight into Changchun Jinjuan's sea of consciousness. The assault this top-tier 4th-grade demonic treasure unleashed upon the soul was far more violent and overpowering than the golden wind cicada's sonic attack. Changchun Jinjuan felt a thunderous roar in his skull, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Darkness clouded his vision, and the light screen hanging from the spring-and-autumn tripod trembled violently, growing thin and faint. This is bad. He was horrified, never expecting Li Qingshan's methods to be so relentless and each one targeting the divine soul. He roared in fury as a smooth jade pendant materialized above his head, emitting a clear radiance that steadied his soul. This was a high-grade 4th-tier magical artifact, the Soul Guardian Jade. It could protect the soul and ward off soul attacks, its mysteries profound indeed. But just as he regained his composure, Li Qingshan transformed into a streak of light, closing in rapidly. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled 3 talismans radiating brilliant spiritual light. 4th-tier Supreme Talismans, the 9 Heavens Thunder Control True Talisman. 4th-tier Supreme Talisman, Sky-Splitting Immortal Slaying Talisman. 4th-tier Supreme Talisman, Night Parade of 100 Ghosts Talisman. This was one of Li Qingshan's signature killing moves. Enhanced by these supreme talismans possessed power far surpassing ordinary ones. These 3 4th-tier Supreme Spirit Talismans were all offensive in nature, each possessing terrifying power. When unleashed simultaneously, even a late nascent soul cultivator would struggle to withstand them. Boom! The 9 Heavens Thunder Control True Talisman detonated, summoning not ordinary celestial thunder, but purple divine lightning imbued with a threat of heaven's punishment. Several bolts of lightning, thick as water barrels, tore through the sky, crashing violently into the light barrier of the spring-and-autumn tripod, causing the azure light to tremble violently. SSSSHHH. The sky-splitting immortal slaying talisman transformed into a slender yet deadly gray thread, silently slicing through space. Wherever it passed, even the protective light barrier hanging from the spring-and-autumn tripod was cut open, leaving a fine yet irreparable fissure. Woo woo woo! The Night Parade of 100 Ghosts talisman materialized into hundreds of solid, malevolent specters of ghost kings. Fearlessly charging the light barrier, they detonated themselves, unleashing relentless waves of shock that caused the barrier to ripple incessantly. The combined might of 3 supreme talismans unleashed power that shook heaven and earth. Changchun Jinjuan's expression finally shifted dramatically. He desperately channeled energy into the spring-and-autumn tripod, its surface manifesting the cyclical patterns of plant life birth, decay, and rebirth barely sustaining the defense. Yet the light barrier had dimmed by more than half, and his own vital energy surged violently. Simultaneously, Li Qingshan activated the Eternal Life Sword Array once more. 36 Eternal Life Judgment Swords blazed with dazzling radiance. Endless sword chi poured down like a celestial river, brimming with boundless killing intent, enveloping Changchun Jinjuan. Zhou Yun, you have provoked me. Do you truly believe I cannot slay you? Spring and autumn, cycle of rebirth. Consume my lifespan. Die. Changchun Jinjuan descended into utter madness, burning a century of his lifespan without hesitation. The spring and autumn tripod's radiance surged violently, its form instantly becoming ethereal. As if tapping into some timeless river of spacetime, a terrifying beam imbued with the passage of ages and the withering of all things ignored spatial distance and shot toward Li Qingshan in an instant. This strike was swift, vicious, precise. It contained a threat of the power of the laws. Li Qingshan's pupils contracted sharply as he sensed the deadly threat. Without hesitation, he slapped his final life-saving talisman onto his body. A top-tier 4th-grade, Xuanwu Protective Talisman. A colossal shadow of the black tortoise enveloped him, its tortoise shell adorned with swirling runes, thick as mountains. Boom! The spring and autumn cycle beam struck the Xuanwu shadow, unleashing an unimaginable energy storm. The Xuanwu shadow let out a mournful cry, flickered violently, then shattered with a thunderous crash. Li Qingshan was struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he flew backward, his internal organs shaken violently. Fortunately, his 9 transformations golden body technique had reached the 6th transformation, rendering his physical form unparalleled in resilience, comparable to a magical artifact. Thus, his injuries were not severe. Otherwise, this strike alone would have gravely wounded him. A desperate strike from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, burning a century of lifespan, had reached the level of a fully perfected nascent soul even approaching the god transcendence realm. Such terror. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Yun, die. Seeing this, Changchun Jinjuan roared with maniacal laughter, pressing his advantage. The greenwood treasure mirror flashed toward Li Qingshan once more, while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of 99 greenwood needles each as fine as a cow's hair, specifically designed to pierce protective chi barriers. They descended like a torrential downpour, enveloping Li Qingshan. Yet though wounded, Li Qingshan's gaze remained icy cold. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he summoned another talisman, a top-tier 4th-tier E-wood revitalizing talisman. As the talisman activated, pure and potent vitality surged into his body like life-giving rain. His wounds healed at a visible pace, and his magical power rapidly returned. What? Changchun Jinjuan's smile froze on his face, disbelief etched across his features. How could his opponent possess so many precious, top-tier talismans? And recover so swiftly? In that instant of shock, Li Qingshan moved. His form darted like lightning, advancing instead of retreating. 36 eternal judgment swords coalesced once more, but this time, the core of the sword formation was no longer about trapping the enemy, it was about utter annihilation. Eternal judgment, 10,000 swords converge as one. Slash! Li Qingshan let out a piercing cry as his entire reservoir of primordial 5 elements power surged into the sword formation without reserve. The 36 eternal life swords abruptly merged into a single, 1,000 zhong longsword aura of chaotic color. Within that aura, scenes of the 5 elements' birth and destruction, the cosmic cycle of rebirth, seemed to emerge. This strike embodied his profound grasp of the Tao's laws, the most devastating attack he could currently unleash. The sword aura locked onto the chaotic aura of Changchun Jinjuan, descending with the force of creation itself. Spring and autumn tripod, burn my lifespan. Cycle of decay and rebirth, die for me. Feeling the deathly threat of this strike, fear finally flickered in Changchun Jinjuan's eyes. He went mad, once more burning a century of his lifespan to forcibly activate the spring and autumn tripod's ultimate defense. Illusory images of withering plants and blossoming foliage appeared upon the cauldron's surface, its radiance intensifying as it attempted to withstand the strike head-on. Boom! The Chaos Sword Chi collided violently with the spring and autumn tripod. An indescribably terrifying explosion erupted. The entire Black Wind Valley seemed flattened by an invisible giant hand, space-warped, and the earth cracked open. The shockwaves swept across 100 miles. The stalemate lasted but an instant. Crack! A sharp crack echoed as the light barrier hanging from the spring and autumn tripod shattered first. Immediately after, a distinct crack appeared on the body of the cauldron. Chapter 168, Late Nascent Soul Great Cultivator, dead. Put. His lifebound treasure damaged, Changchun Jinjuan reeled as if struck by lightning, spewing blood violently as his vital energy plummeted to its lowest ebb. His entire body flew backward like a. He struggled to rise, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair. He had lost, defeated by a mere mid-stage nascent soul junior. Clang! The Eternal Life Judgment Sword rang out, trembling as it split into 36 blades once more. They formed the Eternal Life Sword Array, trapping Changchun Jinjuan within its confines. Now gravely wounded and trapped within the Eternal Life Sword formation, the Eternal Life True Lord couldn't even escape. Li Qingshan's face was also pale. Continuously unleashing multiple powerful techniques had taken a tremendous toll on him. Yet his gaze remained icy as he stepped forward toward the gravely wounded Changchun True Lord. Zhou Yun, you cannot kill me. I am the patriarch of the Spring and Autumn Sect. Kill me, and the Spring and Autumn Sect will never let you go. There will be no place for you in the eastern wastes. Changchun Jinjuan roared, his voice trembling with fear beneath his fierce exterior. A mocking curve lifted at the corner of Li Qingshan's mouth. Isn't it a bit late to be saying all this now? He wasted no more words. From his palm, that heart-stoppingly dark flame reappeared, the black slaughter netherfire. Seeing this flame, Changchun Jinjuan's pupils dilated. The black slaughter netherfire radiated a terrifying aura, as if it could freeze souls solid. Even he felt the threat of death. Get out of my way! Changchun Jinjuan roared furiously, violently propelling the spring and autumn tripod toward Li Qingshan. Clang! The Eternal Life Judgment Sword descended, cleaving the spring and autumn tripod clean out of the air. Terrified beyond measure, Changchun Jinjuan immediately gritted his teeth, intending to abandon his physical body, project his nascent soul, and flee through spatial displacement. Whoa! But at that very moment, the soul-splitting chirp of the golden wind cicada resounded once more, while Li Qingshan simultaneously shook the white-bone soul banner. A terrifying, formless storm surged toward Changchun, causing his infant soul to writhe in agony. It hesitated for a split second in the void. Seizing this opening, Li Qingshan pressed down with a palm, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. The black slaughter netherfire instantly engulfed both Changchun infant soul and physical body. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the void. Under the scorching flames of utter and malevolence, Changchun physical body, nascent soul, and even his divine soul were reduced to nothingness in an instant, vanishing completely from the heavens and earth without leaving the slightest trace. The venerable ancestor of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, a late nascent soul cultivator renowned throughout the eastern wastes for 1,000 years, had fallen. True Lord Changchun is finally dead. Li Qingshan stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the charred, empty ground before him. He exhaled a long, deep breath, releasing the stagnant air that had weighed upon his heart for over 30 years. His vengeance fulfilled, his mind cleared. In that instant, his Tao heart seemed to grow more crystalline and transparent, his connection to heaven and earth growing clearer. With my current strength, I can slay late nascent soul cultivators. Even facing a peak nascent soul cultivator, I feel no fear. Throughout the entire eastern wastes, barring those at the transformation of spirit stage, I finally possess sufficient power to protect myself. Li Qingshan thought to himself, his eyes brimming with emotion. 12 years had passed since his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. His cultivation had now reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Even late-stage nascent soul cultivators like Changchun had fallen by his hand. At 178 years old, he had unknowingly risen to stand at the pinnacle of the eastern wastes. I must not grow arrogant or careless. Above the nascent soul realm lie the divine transformation reverends, and even the legendary void refining powerhouses. I still have a long road ahead. Li Qingshan admonished himself. He swiftly cleared the battlefield, collecting the cracked spring and autumn tripod, the azure wood treasure mirror, and Changchun storage ring. He erased all traces of the battle and his own aura before swallowing several healing spirit pills. Then, he cast his teleportation technique once more, silently heading toward the 5 Elements Sect. Spring-Autumn Sect. Yiling cave residence on Purple Bamboo Peak. Yiling wore a moon-white Taoist robe, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. Her stunningly beautiful face radiated an otherworldly coldness, and her entire being emanated an aura of overwhelming power. Her cultivation had reached the late stage of the golden core realm. Seated opposite her now was a young man clad in purple robes, his gaze fixed upon Yiling with fervent intensity. His cultivation had reached the peak of the golden core stage. A flicker of impatience crossed Yiling eyes as her cool voice rang out, "Senior Brother Zhang, if there's nothing urgent, please leave. I must return to my seclusion for cultivation." The man before her was Zhang Tianji. Not only was he a prodigious elder of the Spring and Autumn Sect, but he was also a descendant of the Changchun True Lord. Ever since the Changchun True Lord had specifically requested that Zhang Tianji and Yiling become cultivation partners, Zhang Tianji had frequently courted her attentions. Today, Yiling had only just emerged from seclusion when Zhang Tianji arrived uninvited. Even though Yiling felt deeply annoyed, Zhang Tianji's status made it difficult for her to offend him too openly. Zhang Tianji's gaze swept over Yiling curvaceous figure. Suppressing the heated glint in his eyes, he offered a faint smile. "Sis Yi, you are someone the Patriarch holds in high regard. If you were to become my Tao companion, the Patriarch would bestow upon us the infant transformation pill. We could both break through to the nascent soul stage. Why endure solitary cultivation alone?" Yiling replied coolly, "Senior Brother Zhang, I have dedicated my life to the Tao and have no desire for marriage. I ask that you refrain from bringing this up again." Zhang Tianji's gaze turned slightly cold. "Junior Sister Yi, though your talent is commendable, the Yuanling barrier is no trivial obstacle. Do you truly believe you can break through to the Yuanling stage within the remaining 60 years? Do not forget your pact with the Patriarch." Zhang Tianji's words caused Yiling expression to grow slightly cold. This was a pain too deep for words. Back then, outside the 5 Elements Sect, the Changchun True Lord had arranged for Yiling and Zhang Tianji to become Tao companions. She had refused, but the Changchun True Lord had given her a 100-year deadline. Now, nearly 40 years had passed. Yiling had advanced to the late gold core stage, her cultivation progress undeniably swift. Yet even she had no certainty of reaching the nascent soul realm within the remaining 60 years. The Yuan infant barrier had trapped countless prodigies throughout history. Sis Yi, becoming cultivation partners and jointly pursuing the Tao of the nascent soul is the true path. Why do you persist in rejecting me? You must surely understand my feelings for you." Zhang Tianji spoke softly, reaching out to grasp Yiling snow-white hand. Yiling expression turned icy as she withdrew her arm. "Zhang Tianji, please control yourself." Zhang Tianji's hand grasped at thin air, his face instantly contorting with profound embarrassment and fury. "Yiling, do you truly believe you can break through to the nascent soul stage? If you fail to do so within 60 years, you will still marry me. Don't push your luck." Zhang Tianji's voice turned icy cold. This Yiling was utterly ungrateful.
Despite his repeated attentions, she remained cold and dismissive, testing the limits of his patience. He was even scheming about how he would manipulate Li Qingshan once she became his Dao companion. Zhang Tianji, I have a century-long pact with the ancestor. But the time hasn't come yet. How do you know I can't break through to the nascent soul stage? You're not welcome here, and you never will be. Leave. Yi Lingshuang glared at Zhang Tianji coldly. You. Zhang Tianji roared with fury. But at that very moment, a frantic figure burst into the room. Senior brother Zhang, something's happened. Something terrible has happened. It was a blue-robed cultivator at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, his face etched with sheer terror. Zhang Feng, what's the rush? What happened? Zhang Tianji frowned and asked. This was Zhang Feng, a distant relative of the Zhang clan and his usual attendant. His abrupt intrusion greatly displeased Zhang Tianji. Zhang Feng's voice trembled, his eyes filled with dread as if disaster had struck. Senior brother Zhang, the patriarch's life token, it's shattered. What? Zhang Tianji's face drained of color in an instant, turning deathly pale as if the heavens had collapsed. Chapter 169, The Two Beauties Meet. What nonsense are you spouting? How could the patriarch's life tablet possibly shatter? What on earth happened? Zhang Tianji's eyes blazed red as he violently grabbed Zhang Feng's clothes, snarling furiously. But a tremor in his voice betrayed the fear within him. Zhang Feng looked utterly distraught, his voice trembling as he stammered, Senior brother Zhang, I wouldn't dare lie to you. The sect leader has already verified it. The ancestor's life token is shattered, and the ancestor's aura has vanished. Zhang Feng's words sent a chill through Zhang Tianji, who turned deathly pale and collapsed onto the ground. Impossible, impossible. The patriarch is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. How could he have perished? There must be something wrong with the life tablet. Take me to the life tablet hall. Zhang Tianji gritted his teeth, grabbing Zhang Feng by the collar and rushing anxiously toward the cave entrance. Inside the cave, however, Yi Lingshuang's eyes flashed with a startling light. The true Lord Changchun's life token, shattered? So that means the true Lord Changchun has perished? Yi Lingshuang's eyes brimmed with disbelief. True Lord Changchun was the bedrock of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, his power unmatched across the eastern wastes. He was a late nascent soul cultivator who ranked among the very elite of the entire eastern wastes. Who could possibly have slain him? Even as Yi Lingshuang struggled to believe it, a thought she couldn't suppress surfaced in her mind. What if true Lord Changchun had truly fallen? Spring-Autumn Sect is headed for disaster. Yi Lingshuang's expression grew grave as she silently pondered. The fall of Changchun Jinjuan brought her joy, freeing her from his constraints. But for the Spring and Autumn Sect, losing such a late-stage nascent soul cultivator could spell disaster. Originally, the Spring-Autumn Sect boasted 3 nascent soul cultivators. Yet decades ago, the Yi family's nascent soul patriarch had perished. Now, with the fall of the Changchun True Lord, the sect was left with only 1 nascent soul cultivator. Could a single nascent soul cultivator, and one at the early stage at that, truly protect the Spring-Autumn Sect in its current state? What on earth happened? Could it be that a transcendent spirit reverend intervened? Yi Lingshuang's mind was in turmoil as she silently speculated. But at that moment, a sharp gleam flashed in her eyes as a jade talisman materialized in her palm. The jade talisman hummed and vibrated, shrouded in light, as a mysterious voice emanated from within. Why has she come? A trace of confusion and complexity flickered in Yi Lingshuang's eyes. Nevertheless, after a moment's hesitation, she clutched the jade talisman and left the purple bamboo pea cave dwelling, soaring toward the gates of the Spring and Autumn Sect. Outside the Spring-Autumn Gate, atop a barren mountain peak, a streak of light descended, materializing into Yi Lingshuang's form. Gazing at the figure before her clad in a black gown, gracefully curvaceous, radiating a powerful and unfathomable aura, a hint of envy flickered in her eyes. I never imagined you would break through to the nascent soul stage so quickly. Yi Lingshuang murmured softly. The figure turned, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty radiating endless allure. Especially those soul-stealing eyes, like autumn water, seemed capable of drawing in the very essence of anyone who met them. Naturally seductive, peerlessly enchanting. This was Lang Weiyue, the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect. Lang Weiyue glanced at Yi Lingshuang and smiled indifferently. You're not bad either. Late Golden Core stage, quite impressive. But I hear the Changchun True Lord intends to marry you off to his descendant? Are you truly content with that? What business is it of yours? Yi Lingshuang shot back without hesitation, her gaze fixed coldly on Lang Weiyue. Did you come here just to flaunt your breakthrough to the nascent soul stage? If so, your goal is achieved. You may leave now. I came to help you. Little Yi, your coldness breaks my heart. Lang Weiyue giggled. Help me? No need. Yi Lingshuang replied coldly. So you don't even want to know about that person in the Xiantian secret realm? I've already tracked down information on him. Are you sure you don't want to hear it? Lang Weiyue said with a smile. You found out? Yi Lingshuang's expression finally shifted. Her eyes revealed a complex, unfathomable expression. Although the incident in the Qiantian secret realm back then had been merely an accident, over the years, that figure had become increasingly etched in her heart. It left Li Qingshan feeling somewhat dazed, unsure why. She knew all too well that if this continued, that person would inevitably become her heart demon. Overcoming such a heart demon tribulation to break through to the nascent soul stage would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Thinking this, Yi Lingshuang glanced at Leng Weiyue. Truly, as the demon sect's holy maiden, she had not succumbed to a heart demon and had easily broken through to the nascent soul stage. To say Yi Lingshuang wasn't envious would be a lie. Leng Weiyue nodded. That fellow back then was named Zhou Yun. And now, the newly appointed Supreme Elder of the Five Elements sect is Zhou Yun. Haven't you ever suspected anything? Zhou Yun? Master Alchemist Zhou? Yi Lingshuang gasped, then shook her head. Impossible. I've met Zhou Yun, the alchemist. He saved my life. He's not the man from the Qiantian secret realm. Their appearances and auras are completely different. Besides, that guy back then was only at the early Foundation establishment stage. It's only been a few decades. You're telling me he broke through to the nascent soul stage? Do you really think that's possible? Of course it's possible. Leng Weiyue sneered coldly. In the cultivation world, there are countless techniques to conceal one's appearance and aura. You might not see it, but he can't fool me. I come from the Five Elements sect. I've confirmed it. The Zhou Yun of the Five Elements sect is that very same person from back then. What? Yi Lingshuang was stunned. Zhou Yun? Master Alchemist Zhou was that solitary cultivator from the Qiantian secret realm back then? How could that be? I know you don't believe it, and neither do I. But you might not know that Zhou Yun has now broken through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. He's been making waves in the Five Elements sect, slaying 3 nascent soul cultivators in a row, including 1 mid-stage nascent soul cultivator whose power is unmatched in the eastern wastes. Leng Weiyue said with a sigh. A hint of resignation tinged her voice, whether from the frustration of being unable to kill Zhou Yun, or some other reason, remained unclear. Leng Weiyue recounted the entire battle that unfolded at the Five Elements sect when the Black Slaughter sect laid siege to it. A single battle? Slaying 3 nascent soul cultivators? How is that possible? Has he truly grown that powerful? Yi Lingshuang's beautiful eyes brimmed with disbelief. Unlike Leng Weiyue, she hadn't harbored lingering resentment over the past events. She had simply dismissed it as a misunderstanding. Now, hearing news of that man from Leng Weiyue's mouth sent ripples through Yi Lingshuang's previously calm heart. Leng Weiyue sighed softly. Yes, I never imagined Zhou Yun could be this powerful. Had I not witnessed it myself, I wouldn't have believed it. By now, his strength likely rivals that of the wine-sword immortal patriarch of the Five Elements sect. Leng Weiyue's words sent a chill through Yi Lingshuang's heart. The wine-sword immortal patriarch was one of the most formidable figures in all of Eastern Wasteland. Had Zhou Yun truly grown this powerful? Leng Weiyue shot Yi Lingshuang a glance, a hint of cunning flickering in her eyes. Sister Yi, you and Zhou Yun shared a bond back then. If you ask him, he'll surely help you. Even Changchun Jinjuan wouldn't dare trouble you then. A nascent soul cultivator renowned throughout the eastern wastes, doesn't that tempt you, little sister? It's unnecessary. Yi Lingshuang shook her head. Meeting Leng Weiyue's puzzled gaze, she spoke calmly, because Changchun Jinjuan is already dead. What? The sly smile on Leng Weiyue's face froze instantly. Chapter 170, Suspicion. When did the true lord of Changchun die? Impossible. He appeared at the Five Elements sect just recently. How could he be dead? Leng Weiyue's eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Just yesterday. Changchun Jinjuan's life token shattered. Kirin Jinjuan confirmed his demise. We've already dispatched men to the Five Elements sect to investigate. Yi Lingshuang spoke slowly. Yesterday? Impossible. Yesterday, I personally saw Lord Changchun go to support the Five Elements sect. Though he arrived late, Zhou Yun had already slain 3 great nascent soul demon cultivators. He left shortly after. True Lord Changchun is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Who could possibly kill him? Could it be the Black Slaughter sect who struck? Leng Weiyue's brows furrowed deeply, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. Yi Lingshuang's news was nothing short of earth-shattering. The demise of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator was an earth-shattering event for the entire Eastern Wastes. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning seemed to strike Leng Weiyue's mind. She recalled the rather peculiar interaction between Changchun Jinjuan and Zhou Yun after their meeting yesterday. Could it be? A jolt of realization struck Leng Weiyue, and she hurriedly asked, Yi Lingshuang, did Changchun Jinjuan and Zhou Yun have any grudges against each other? Zhou Yun? Could it be you suspect Zhou Yun killed Changchun Jinjuan? Yi Lingshuang trembled inwardly, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Leng Weiyue spoke slowly. It's not impossible. After all, the Changchun True Lord had only just left the Five Elements sect yesterday before meeting his demise. It's unlikely the Black Slaughter sect could have acted so swiftly. If Zhou Yun harbors a grudge against the Changchun True Lord, he's a prime suspect. If we're talking about grudges, then yes, there is one.
Yi Lingshuang took a deep breath and continued slowly. Decades ago, Zhang Yuzhen, the only direct descendant of the Changchun True Lord, died in Eagle's Beak Gorge. Senior Zhou Yun was present at the scene and survived. Naturally, the Changchun True Lord grew suspicious and personally went to the Five Elements sect to investigate. Yi Lingshuang recounted the entire feud, particularly how Changchun Jinjuan had pressured Zhou Yun within the Five Elements sect. Then there's no doubt. This is a deep-seated grudge, a blood feud where only one can survive. If Zhou Yun truly killed Zhang Yuzhen, then once he gained sufficient power, eliminating Changchun Jinjuan to eliminate the threat once and for all would be only natural. Cold Weiyue's eyes shimmered with astonishment as she spoke with profound emotion. But I simply cannot fathom how Zhou Yun, having only broken through to the nascent soul stage a mere decade or so ago, could possibly slay a late nascent soul stage cultivator. How did he manage it? Long Weiyue's mind was filled with intense curiosity. Zhou Yun seemed shrouded in mystery from head to toe, an enigma wrapped in darkness. Yi Lingshuang nodded. You're right. Even if Senior Zhou Yun bore a grudge against Changchun True Lord, even if his talent was peerless and his cultivation progress astonishingly swift, he's still only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. How could he possibly have killed Changchun True Lord? There must be more to this story. Long Weiyue shook her head. I have a gut feeling that Changchun Jinjuan's death is definitely connected to Zhou Yun. After speaking, she glanced at Yi Lingshuang and said with a smile, Sis Yi, this is a major power to align with. Aren't you considering it? After all, you share a deep connection. If you offered yourself as his consort, Zhou Yun would surely accept. And what about your relationship with him? Have you never considered marrying him as a Dao companion? Yi Lingshuang sneered coldly. Of course I have. Lang Weiyue replied with a smile. In our cultivation world, strength reigns supreme. This man has become my heart demon. I intended to kill him to eliminate that demon, but now it seems he's too powerful for me to defeat. However, becoming his Dao companion doesn't sound so bad either. You actually thought that? Yi Lingshuang's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Lang Weiyue shot Yi Lingshuang a sultry glance. Little Yi, you wouldn't be jealous, would you? Rest assured, I won't monopolize your senior Zhou. We'll both serve him together, he'll surely be delighted. Pa. Which, you, shameless. For some reason, Yi Lingshuang's cheeks flushed crimson. Achoo. In the Qingyunpi cave residence, Li Qingshan sneezed. Strange. Is someone muttering about me behind my back? Could it be someone from the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, or perhaps, the leader of the Black Slaughter Sect? A trace of confusion flickered in Li Qingshan's eyes. After slaying Changchun Jinjuan, he had not alerted the venerable elder Mahi. Instead, he had returned silently to the Five Elements sect, to his Qingyunpi cave dwelling. Li Qingshan knew full well that Changchun Jinjuan's death would inevitably cause a huge uproar, perhaps even shaking the entire eastern wastes. Yet he felt not the slightest concern. The Spring-and-Autumn Sect was barely holding itself together now, and there was no way they could possibly know he was the one who killed Changchun Jinjuan. Yet, while the threat of Changchun Jinjuan had been eliminated, his consecutive slaying of 3 great nascent soul demon cultivators had now thoroughly antagonized the Black Slaughter Sect. Not to mention, he still held the Black Slaughter Sect's most treasured artifact, the Black Slaughter Netherworld Fire. Li Qingshan surmised that the Black Mountain Sage from that ancient cave residence was likely none other than the Black Slaughter Sect's founding patriarch. If the Black Slaughter Sect discovered the Black Slaughter Netherfire was in his possession, they would surely fight him to the death. The tree longs for stillness, yet the wind ceases not. I only wish to cultivate in peace, why must you provoke me? Li Qingshan murmured softly to himself. However, having slain the Changchun True Lord, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With that threat eliminated, he could now cultivate in peace. Though the Black Cult was formidable, without a transcendent spirit venerable, they could never stir up heaven in the eastern wastes. It was easy to imagine that the Wine-Sword Immortal Patriarch would be furious beyond measure this time. He would undoubtedly launch targeted actions against the Black Sect soon. Does the Black Sect truly lack any Huatian reverence? Li Qingshan pondered silently. He recalled the remnant soul of the Black Mountain Reverend who had escaped, and a shadow of doubt crept into his mind. How could the Black Slaughter Sect be so brazen in the eastern wastes, even daring to plot the annihilation of the entire Five Elements sect? Where did they get such audacity? The Northern Plains demon clans couldn't possibly grant them such formidable backing. Their confidence could only come from within. If the Black Slaughter Sect truly has a transcendent spirit reverend commanding them, then we're in serious trouble. Li Qingshan thought to himself. Though he had slain Changchun Jinjuan, he was not so arrogant as to disregard a transcendent spirit venerable. Li Qingshan sensed that his current strength was comparable to that of a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage, but he was absolutely no match for a divine transformation reverend. He must prepare for the worst. As Li Qingshan's thoughts raced, he suddenly received a telepathic message. The Wine-Sword Immortal Patriarch had returned. Li Qingshan's heart jolted. He immediately left his Qingyunpi cave residence, transforming into a streak of teleportation light that carried him to the main hall of the Five Elements sect. 5 Yuanling cultivators, each radiating an unfathomably profound aura, now stood before the main hall.
Leading them was naturally the wine-sword immortal patriarch, accompanied by Zhao Yuan and Ma He, along with 2 unfamiliar nascent soul cultivators. All 5 bore the marks of travel, clearly having just returned to the sect. The 2 unfamiliar cultivators were a man and a woman. The woman wore a blue-green gown, dignified and lovely. The man was clad in a crimson robe, an ancient sword strapped to his back, his aura fiery. Li Qingshan understood immediately. These 2 unfamiliar nascent soul cultivators must be the other 2 supreme elders of the 5 elements sect who had been traveling the world for years. Chapter 171, Heavy Atmosphere. Before the Grand Hall, the atmosphere was solemn. Upon seeing Li Qingshan arrive, the wine-sword immortal forced a smile onto his stern face and spoke first. Fellow Taoist Zhou Yun, you have come. The 5 elements sect owes its survival to your heroic intervention. Please accept our deepest gratitude. With that, he and the other 4 bowed solemnly to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan hastily returned the courtesy. My fellow Taoists, you flatter me. As a supreme elder of the 5 elements sect, protecting the sect is simply my duty. Such deep respect is unwarranted. The wine-sword immortal straightened up and pointed to the 2 unfamiliar nascent soul cultivators beside him, introducing them. Fellow Taoist Zhou, allow me to present them. These 2 are the supreme elders of our 5 elements sect who have long guarded the northern border, defending against the demonic tribes of the northern plains. This is Sister Ruan Jishi, who cultivates the true scripture of sunflower water. The female cultivator, dressed in a blue gown with an air of dignified grace, offered Li Qingshan a gentle smile and bowed her head. I have long admired your reputation, fellow Taoist Zhou. Meeting you today confirms your fame is well deserved. Without your assistance, our sect would have faced grave peril. Zishi extends her deepest gratitude. Sister Ruan, you're too kind. Li Qingshan returned the courtesy. The wine-sword immortal then pointed to the male cultivator clad in crimson robes, bearing an ancient sword upon his back, his aura blazing fiercely like fire. This is Brother Yang Shengan, who cultivates the true scripture of Bing fire. Yang Shengang seemed a man of bold and open character. He laughed heartily, his voice booming like a great bell. Fellow Taoist Zhou, I've heard of your exploits and am utterly impressed. Single-handedly slaying 3 great nascent soul demon cultivators, including that bone-eating old fiend, such feats are enough to shake the entire eastern wastes. Thank you for safeguarding our sect's foundation. You flatter me, fellow Taoist Yang. It was mere luck. Li Qingshan responded modestly. He could sense that these 2 nascent soul elders guarding the northern border both carried a battle-hardened, blood-soaked aura. Their cultivation had clearly reached the mid-stage of nascent soul, making them formidable opponents. After brief pleasantries, the atmosphere eased slightly. Only then did the wine-sword immortal's expression darken as he broached the matter at hand. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you are unaware. The Black Slaughter sect's conspiracy is intricately woven. Their sect leader personally intervened, a formidable opponent whose cultivation has reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. He has us, myself and junior brother Zhao Yuan, firmly pinned down, preventing us from returning to reinforce the front. Simultaneously, the demonic tribes of Beiyuan launched a massive assault on the northern border. Fellow Taoist Ruan, fellow Taoist Yang, and practitioners from several other sects were all tied up in that conflict, unable to spare any forces. Their objective is crystal clear: to exploit our 5 elements sect's vulnerability and annihilate us in one decisive blow. Had it not been for you, fellow Taoist Zhou, alas, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He recounted the sinister plot of the Black Slaughter sect colluding with the Northern Plains demonic tribes, leaving everyone trembling with fear. The Black sect had always been elusive, and initially, no one had taken them seriously. Yet none could have imagined the Black sect possessed such formidable strength. Their sect master's cultivation had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. Their alliance with the Northern Plains demonic clan had made them a grave threat to the entire eastern wastes. With the Black Slaughter sect and the Northern Wilderness demonic clan colluding, war is brewing once more in the eastern wastes. The situation is far from optimistic. Zhao Yuan sighed softly. Our 5 elements sect stands as the foremost righteous force in the eastern wastes. The Black Slaughter sect dares to plot our annihilation. Their audacity knows no bounds. We must strike back. Do they truly believe our sect is to be trifled with? Yang Shengan, the most hot-tempered among them, roared angrily. But the Black Slaughter sect moves with such elusive tactics, no one knows where their headquarters lies. Retaliation is no easy task. Now, the strength they've openly displayed is already formidable beyond measure. Who knows how much greater their hidden power truly is? Ruan Jishi sighed softly. Li Qingshan could sense the oppressive atmosphere within the Grand Hall. His thoughts stirred, and he suddenly recalled the Black Mountain Reverend. He couldn't help but speak up. Could the Black Slaughter sect possibly have a transcendent reverend? Li Qingshan's words caused everyone's expressions to freeze. The Wine-Sword Immortal's expression also grew grave as he slowly replied, logically speaking, there shouldn't be any. After all, most divine transformation reverends have gone to the central human emperor domain. If the Black Sect truly possessed a divine transformation reverend, they wouldn't be hiding in the shadows. Should a divine transformation reverend intervene, the 8 great powers of the eastern wastes would be annihilated in an instant. The Wine-Sword Immortal's words resonated deeply with the others.
As ancient nascent soul cultivators with centuries of cultivation, their depths were unfathomable, their power formidable.
They knew well the terror of a spirit transformation, revered one.
The gap between each minor realm within the nascent soul stage was already immense, let alone that of a divine transformation, revered one.
Legend has it that when a transcendent spirit venerable cultivates their primordial spirit to perfection, they can command the very forces of heaven and earth. With every gesture, they wield unfathomable divine might, slaughtering nascent soul cultivators as easily as crushing ants. If the Black Slaughter sect truly possessed a divine transformation, revered one, the 8 great powers of the eastern wastes would surely be powerless to resist.
So that's how it is.
Li Qingshan felt a slight sense of relief. Even if the Black Mountain, revered one, was a spirit transformation cultivator, he was now reduced to a mere fragment of his soul and infant soul.
Restoring his spirit transformation cultivation would take centuries.
The Black Mountain sage should not be a concern for now. Even so, the Black Slaughter sect's leader, a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage, remained a formidable foe. The Winesword Immortal solemnly warned Li Qingshan, fellow Taoist Zhou, by slaying the Black sect's 3 nascent souls, you have sealed an irreconcilable enmity with them. Their sect leader's power is unfathomable, and he is known for exacting revenge for the slightest slight.
You must not leave the sect in the near future, lest he seek retribution in secret. Li Qingshan nodded solemnly. I understand. Thank you for the warning, Taoist friend Zhu Jiangxian.
Then, the Winesword Immortal shifted his tone, his voice growing even deeper. There is one more matter.
News has just arrived from the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Changchun True Lord has fallen. What? True Lord Changchun is dead? How is that possible? True Lord Changchun is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Who could possibly kill him? Ruan Jishi and Yang Shangan cried out in unison, their faces etched with utter disbelief.
Ma He and Zhao Yuan's expressions also changed abruptly, clearly having just learned the news themselves. The Winesword Immortal's gaze swept over the group as he declared gravely, the news is confirmed. After True Lord Changchun departed our 5 Elements sect yesterday, his spirit token shattered. I suspect it's highly likely the Black Slaughter sect's leader personally struck down and killed our Taoist friend Changchun. This act serves 2 purposes. First, to avenge the Spring-and-Autumn sect's previous siege against the Black Slaughter sect. Second, it's likely meant to intimidate all the sects of the Eastern Wastes and demonstrate his terrifying might. His conjecture was entirely plausible. After all, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator possessed countless methods, making them exceedingly difficult to kill outright.
Across the entire Eastern Wastes, those capable of slaying Lord Changchun could be counted on one hand, and the Black sect's leader was undoubtedly one of them.
At these words, all fell silent, a heavy weight pressing down upon their hearts. Not only did the Black Slaughter sect possess a grandmaster at the peak of the nascent soul stage, but they also acted with such ruthless decisiveness, dispatching late nascent soul cultivators without hesitation.
Their strength and arrogance far exceeded everyone's previous estimates.
Li Qingshan remained silent beside them, though inwardly he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The Winesword Immortal's conjecture made perfect sense. It seemed no one would connect the death of the Changchun True Lord to him for the time being. Just as the atmosphere in the hall grew oppressive, the sect leader, Li Qingshan, hurried in with an unprecedented look of urgency on his face. Without even pausing to pay his respects, he exclaimed urgently, Honorable Supreme Elders. We've just received an urgent message. The Luo sect has been wiped out. What? This time, even the Winesword Immortal paled visibly. Chapter 172, The Fall of Luo Sect. Ancestor Ma He gasped. The Luo sect was protected by Ancestor Yuquan, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Their strength was hardly inferior to our 5 Elements sect. How could they be wiped out overnight? Li Qingshan replied bitterly, the message was vague. We only know their mountain gates were breached, and every last soul, not a soul spared. Li Qingshan's heart jolted. He immediately spoke up, everyone, I recall something. The demon cultivator who escaped during yesterday's siege of our sect was named Yin Tianqiu. He was formerly an elder of the Luo sect. This man defected to the Black Cult. Could it be that he acted as an inside man, leading to the Luo sect's swift collapse? A flash of fury ignited in the Winesword Immortal's eyes. It must be so. That Yin Tianqiu. That Black Slaughter sect. First they attacked our 5 Elements sect, then annihilated Luo sect. Such brazen audacity, they treat the righteous path of the Eastern Wastes as nothing. He drew a deep breath, forcing down his rage, and swiftly made his decision. Fellow Taoist Zhou, Junior Brother Ma, Junior Brother Zhao, the sect shall be entrusted to the 3 of you for now. I shall depart immediately with Junior Sister Ruan and Junior Brother Yang to investigate the Luo sect. This matter must be uncovered to its very core. Rest assured, Senior Brother. Rest assured, fellow Taoist. Li Qingshan and the other 2 responded in unison. With the situation urgent, the Winesword Immortal wasted no further words. Accompanied by Ruan Jishi and Yang Shangan, he left the grand hall. Transforming into 3 streaks of light, they vanished instantly into the distant horizon. Li Qingshan exchanged glances with Ma He and Zhao Yuan, each seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. He bowed his hands and said, Fellow Taoists, I shall return to my cave dwelling on Qingyun Peak first.
Should any urgent matters arise, please send word at any time. Agreed. Fellow Taoist Joe, focus on your cultivation. Leave the sect's affairs to us. Ma He and Zhao Yuan returned the bow. They all knew Li Qingshan possessed formidable strength, likely at the late nascent soul stage. With the departure of the wine-sword immortal patriarch, Li Qingshan was now the undisputed leader. Naturally, cultivation was his top priority. Li Qingshan nodded and departed. Upon returning to his Qingyunpi cave residence and activating all protective barriers, the calm expression on Li Qingshan's face gradually faded, replaced by an intense sense of impending danger. The Black Slaughter sect's actions were too swift, too ruthless. With Luo sect annihilated, only 7 of the 8 great powers of the Eastern Wastes remained. Their strength had suffered another devastating blow, and the situation was now precarious. I must strengthen my power as quickly as possible, he murmured softly to himself. With a wave of his hand, several storage rings of varying designs appeared before him. These were the storage rings belonging to the bone-eroding ancestor, the Soul Reaper, the Soul-snatching Lady, and the Changchun True Lord. It was time to inventory the spoils of war. Could the wealth of these nascent soul cultivators, especially that of Changchun True Lord, a late-stage nascent soul powerhouse, propel his own strength to the next level? Starting with you lot. Li Qingshan's gaze first fell upon the rings of the 3 great demonic cultivators. His divine sense transformed into a sharp blade, effortlessly shattering the faint traces of restrictions lingering on them. For someone already at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, whose divine sense far surpassed his peers, these abandoned items' restrictions and divine sense imprints were practically meaningless. First were the rings of the Soul Reaper and the Soul-snatching Lady. His divine sense probed inside, revealing a surprisingly spacious interior filled with stacks of mid-grade spirit stones. A rough estimate suggested each contained between 200,000 and 300,000 stones. There were also some demonic cultivation materials such as Soul Wood, Blood Slaughterstone, and 1,000-year corpse moss. Though not top tier, they were still quite valuable. Several jade slips contained cultivation techniques, mostly demonic arts like soul reaping secret records and soul-snatching phantom shadows. Li Qingshan merely glanced at them before dismissing them. These methods clashed with his Dao foundation and carried numerous drawbacks. What truly caught his attention were several bottles of pills. 2 bottles contained a total of 20 blood slaughter treasure pills, all 4th tier, low grade. Imbued with blood slaughter energy, they served as body-tempering elixirs, enhancing physical resilience. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. His 9 transformations golden body technique had already reached the 6th transformation. To break through to the 7th transformation, he needed a large quantity of 4th tier spirit pills. These blood slaughter treasure pills were just what he needed. 3 bottles of soul-shaping pills, also 4th tier low grade, nourished the spirit soul and were suitable for early and mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. 3 bottles of dust-settling pills, 4th tier mid-grade, contained pure spiritual energy while also offering a hint of soul-nourishing effects. They were among the most common pills for mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. Blood slaughter treasure pills, soul-shaping pills, and dust-settling pills all are essential for my current cultivation. Placed within the, elevated to top-tier 4th grade quality, they will surely propel my cultivation to new heights. Li Qingshan's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Additionally, there were 2 magical treasures, the soul-reaping scythe and the enchanted silk. Both were mid-grade 4th tier artifacts, but their spiritual essence had been severely diminished under the assault of the immortal sword array and Li Qingshan's relentless attacks, greatly reducing their value. Though useless to Li Qingshan himself, placing them in the and elevating them to 4th tier supreme quality would allow him to trade them for cultivation resources. Next was the storage ring of the bone-eroding ancestor. As the deputy leader of the Black Slaughter sect and a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, his possessions were considerably more substantial. Upon entering with his divine sense, the first sight that met his eyes was a small mountain piled high with mid-grade spirit stones, radiating brilliant spiritual light. Their number likely approached 1,000,000. There were also 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Beside it sat a small box. Opening it revealed over 1,000 flawlessly stacked, crystal-clear supreme-grade spirit stones, their spiritual energy even purer and more potent. Truly befitting a deputy sect leader, his wealth is indeed substantial. Li Qingshan's heart leapt with delight. These were tangible cultivation resources. Beyond spirit stones, the bone-eroding ancestor's collection of demonic materials was also exceptionally high-grade. A fist-sized chunk of 9 netherworld mystic iron, constantly oozing black aura, was the finest material for forging demonic flying swords. A netherworld blood lotus sealed within cold jade, its petals like black jade yet its heart a hint of blood red, radiated purine attributed spiritual energy, the primary ingredient for refining certain high-grade demonic pills. Li Qingshan's gaze swept over these demonic materials, finally settling on a black jade box covered in talismanic seals. He carefully peeled away the talismans and opened the box, releasing a surge of violent thunderous energy. Inside lay 3 deep purple beads, each the size of a longan, their surfaces twisted with purple thunder patterns. This is a single-use artifact, Gui Watering Thunder? Li Qingshan recognized the item, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Gui Shuai Lei was a 4th tier secret treasure of immense power.
A single one could severely wound or even kill a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, posing a significant threat even to late-stage nascent soul cultivators. The bone-eroding ancestor likely hadn't had time to use it, or had felt certain of victory and intended to keep it as a trump card. Instead, Li Qingshan had swiftly cut him down with thunderous force, leaving the treasure for him. Indeed. A pleasant surprise. Li Qingshan stowed the Gui Watering Thunder away with satisfaction. It was indeed a valuable trump card. Beyond that, he also obtained 3 other 4th-tier artifacts radiating ominous demonic energy, a cloak, a long sword, and a spear. The cloak, a mid-grade 4th-tier artifact named the 10,000 Transformations Cloak, could conceal one's aura and even mimic that of a late nascent soul cultivator or even a nascent soul grand perfection cultivator, an extremely mysterious artifact. Li Qingshan found it quite intriguing and decided to keep it. As for the long sword and spear, both were merely 4th-tier low-grade artifacts, which he casually stowed away. After inventorying the spoils from the 3 demonic cultivators, Li Qingshan took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the final item, the storage ring of Changchunjinjuan. The accumulated wealth of a late nascent soul cultivator who had dominated the eastern wastes for over 1,000 years, this was the real prize. Even Li Qingshan couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Chapter 173, Astonishing Haul. He focused his mind and slowly extended his divine sense toward the jade ring. The restrictions on this ring were clearly several times more complex and robust than the previous 3, radiating an aura of perpetual vitality and the cyclical nature of life and decay. Li Qingshan channeled his mixed primordial 5-element energy, his divine sense piercing like a drill bit as he skillfully peeled away layer after layer. After roughly 2 hours, a faint crackling sound echoed as the final barrier shattered. In that instant, it felt as though the gates of a treasure vault had swung open. A vast, pure surge of spiritual energy, mingled with the essence of myriad celestial treasures, flooded forth. The space within the ring proved vastly more expansive than the previous ones, resembling a grand palace. What first caught Li Qingshan's attention were 2 mountains piled high with spirit stones. One was a mountain of mid-grade spirit stones, where the stones were as numerous as sand grains, their quantity impossible to estimate, likely numbering in the millions. The other was a mountain of high-grade spirit stones, containing over 100,000. At the very summit of the high-grade spirit stone mountain, a purple sandalwood box sat quietly. Inside lay a full 5,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. The spiritual energy emanating from it instantly heightened the concentration of spiritual energy throughout the entire quiet room. Whoa! Even though he had anticipated it, Li Qingshan couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Such a vast quantity of spirit stones likely represented the Spring-Autumn Sect's accumulated wealth over countless years, enough to cultivate several disciples to the nascent soul stage. Yet Li Qingshan remained unperturbed. With thee at his disposal, spirit stones were the last thing he lacked. Even top-grade spirit stones. Still, this quantity would ensure he never lacked spirit stones throughout his entire nascent soul cultivation. At the same time, a curiosity stirred within Li Qingshan. If high-grade spirit stones could be refined into supreme ones, what about supreme spirit stones? Li Qingshan intended to test it out, to see what would happen when he placed a supreme spirit stone into thee. His divine sense swept over the other sections. Various rare spiritual herbs were carefully preserved in jade boxes, each at least 1,000 years old. Among them, a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng emitted a powerful blood energy, exceptionally effective for refining the body. The array of alchemy materials was equally dazzling: dung metal, 10,000-year-old warm jade, stardust, every single one a supreme rarity unattainable in the outside world. Over a dozen jade slips contained cultivation techniques. Li Qingshan skimmed through them, finding most to be either familiar or incompatible with his attributes. Among them were 2 supreme techniques from the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, the Changchun True Energy Technique and the Kuyong True Scripture, both capable of cultivating practitioners to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Beyond these, a fragment titled the Azure Emperor's Eternal Life Technique caught his attention. This appeared to be a supreme wood attribute cultivation method, imbued with the mysteries of life's creation. Though not primarily focused on combat, it held extraordinary efficacy in healing injuries and extending lifespan. It seemed to subtly complement the wood elemental principles within his own primordial 5 elements Tao scripture. Additionally, there were over a dozen bottles of 4th-tier spiritual pills. 3 bottles of infant nurturing pills, 3 bottles of azure cloud pills, and 3 bottles of dust settling pills, all elixirs for cultivating at the nascent soul stage. 2 bottles of soul shaping pills, enhancing spiritual essence power, were exceptionally valuable. Among them was 1 pill, the size of a longan, radiating brilliant golden light as if 3 miniature suns orbited around it, appearing utterly extraordinary. A 4th-tier supreme grade pill, the 3 Yang Golden Pill. 3 Yang Golden Elixir? This is one of the most supreme elixirs for cultivating the nascent soul stage. Could it be that Changchun Jinjuan actually possesses such an ancient elixir? Li Qingshan marveled in astonishment. However, what truly made Li Qingshan's heart race were several special containers placed at the center of the space. A jade vat, carved entirely from 10,000-year-old cold jade, held a large portion of a milky white, viscous liquid as thick as mercury, emitting a refreshingly fragrant aroma. 10,000-year stone milk?
Li Qingshan's pupils contracted slightly. This was a heavenly treasure. A single drop could restore vast amounts of magical power, refine the physical body, and nourish the soul. The value of this entire vat was beyond measure. Beside it sat a purple gold flask. Pulling out the stopper revealed 9 dragon eye-sized pills, perfectly round, amber-colored, with swirling halos and 3 distinct cloud patterns etched upon their surfaces. 4th tier superior quality longevity pills. Li Qingshan's breath caught. A single pill could extend one's lifespan by 100 years, an invaluable treasure to any cultivator. Though each person could only consume 3, these 9 pills meant at least 3 cultivators could defy fate and extend their lifespans by 3 centuries. Their value far surpassed even 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. However, Li Qingshan possessed the even more precious heaven repairing pill, so these longevity pills were hardly noteworthy. Moreover, at his current cultivation pace, longevity would never be a concern. These longevity pills would drive any nascent soul cultivator mad with desire. They could be traded for vast quantities of pills and cultivation resources. Li Qingshan thought to himself. Suppressing his excitement, Li Qingshan turned his attention to the final item. It was a black doll, neither metal nor wood, roughly the size of a palm. Its features were indistinct, yet it contained a peculiar vitality and spatial fluctuations within. This is a substitute calamity puppet? Li Qingshan's voice trembled with disbelief. A substitute calamity puppet was a life-saving treasure. Once refined, it would automatically activate when its master faced a fatal attack, taking the brunt of the deadly blow and randomly teleporting the master tens of thousands of miles away. Its forging method had long been lost to history, making every existing specimen an unparalleled treasure. If the true Lord of Changchun possessed a substitute calamity puppet, why had he never used it? Li Qingshan's mind was filled with confusion. Upon closer inspection, he realized this substitute calamity puppet was incomplete, lacking its most crucial core component. Does it require a 9-heaven star core to activate? A sudden realization dawned on Li Qingshan. The 9-heaven star core served as the puppet's energy nucleus, which explained why Changchun Jinjuan had never deployed it. Otherwise, Li Qingshan likely wouldn't have stood a chance against him. I must find the 9-heaven star core. With it, this substitute calamity puppet will become my most precious lifesaver. Li Qingshan thought to himself. This is it. This time, it's truly. Even Li Qingshan's temperament couldn't suppress the surge of excitement welling up inside him. He carefully stowed away the 10,000-year stone milk, the longevity pill, and the disaster substituting puppet, all crucial trump cards that could save his life in critical moments. Finally, his gaze fell upon the damaged magical artifacts. The Spring-and-Autumn tripod now cracked the Qingmu treasure mirror, its spiritual glow dimmed in the set of 81 Qingmu needles. The Spring-Autumn tripod is a top-tier 4th-grade artifact. Though cracked, its foundation remains intact. The Greenwood treasure mirror and Greenwood needles are also high-grade 4th-tier items, each with unique uses. With VS restoration, they should surely return to peak condition. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment before deciding to stow these artifacts away for now. With the immortal sword formation and the white bone soul banner at his disposal, his offensive capabilities were already formidable. His defenses were secured by the numerous spirit talismans, so there was no urgency to deploy these items. However, once enhanced by they might serve as valuable bargaining chips for other essential resources. After categorizing and organizing all the treasures, Li Qingshan surveyed the dazzling array of spoils before him and exhaled a long sigh of relief. This box opening had yielded far more than he'd ever imagined. Especially the 10,000-year stone milk, the longevity pill, and the disaster substituting puppet obtained from Changchun Jinjuan, which greatly bolstered his foundational strength and life-preserving capabilities. With these resources, I should have more than enough to break through to the late nascent soul stage, even to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed with determination as he silently mused. First, he placed all the 4th-tier spirit pills into his, elevating them to top-tier 4th-tier quality. Then, he stored the numerous treasures, jade slips, and rare natural treasures he had sorted into the, awaiting their gradual transformation. He then swallowed a supreme infant cultivation pill and resumed his cultivation. With so many 4th-tier spirit pills, his cultivation base would surely break through to the late nascent soul stage. Chapter 174, Severing Worldly Ties. Time slipped by, and years passed unnoticed in seclusion. Within the cave dwelling on Qingyun Peak, the multicolored spiritual light enveloping Li Qingshan slowly retracted into his body. He opened his eyes, his gaze radiant with divine light, his aura more profound and majestic than 2 years prior. Through 2 years of arduous cultivation, aided by the vast resources obtained from Changchun Jinjuan and the 3 nascent soul demon cultivators, Li Qingshan had consumed dozens of top-grade 4th-tier spirit pills. His cultivation had reached the peak of the mid-Yuanling stage. The late Yuanling stage seemed but a thin veil away. Yet, the anticipated joy of imminent breakthrough failed to materialize. Instead, an inexplicable pang of dread gripped his heart. It felt as though an invisible hand had clenched his heart, causing his breath to catch. What's going on? This uneasy feeling. Li Qingshan furrowed his brow. At his level of cultivation, his spiritual perception was keen. Such sensations never arose without cause. He immediately focused inward, scanning his body with his divine sense. Nothing seemed amiss. Then, suddenly, he remembered something. He split off a thread of his consciousness to sense that faint, distant, mortal connection, the protective mark he had left on his grandson, Li Yun. This perception caused his expression to change abruptly. That thread of life force was fading rapidly, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Yuner? Li Qingshan's heart tightened, and he sprang to his feet. After 2 years of seclusion, time outside seemed to stand still. Could it be that Li Yun's lifespan was nearing its end? He could no longer remain calm. With a single step, he was already outside the cave dwelling. The moment he emerged, he saw several communication talismans suspended outside the cave's protective barriers. He swept them with his divine sense, and 2 of the communication talismans caught his attention. They were from over a year ago, when Yi Lingshuang and Lang Weiwei had visited together. Finding Li Qingshan in seclusion, they had left these communication talismans behind before departing. But Yi Lingshuang and Lang Weiwei? Why would they visit together? Could it be the matter of the Xiantian secret realm had been exposed? His mind was consumed with concern for Li Yun's safety, leaving him no time for distractions. He simply stowed the talismans away for now. The other message came from the Wine Sword Immortal. It stated that the destruction of the Yin Luo sect had been investigated and confirmed. Yin Tianqiu had indeed colluded with the Black Sect, working from within and without. Now, the 7 major righteous sects of the Eastern Wastes had temporarily united and were mobilizing all forces to eradicate the Black Sect's visible presence. They urged Li Qingshan to focus on his cultivation and remain at the sect's headquarters. How could Li Qingshan possibly remain seated? He left a brief telepathic message for the venerable elder Mahi, explaining he had urgent matters requiring his immediate attention. Then, with a flick of his body, he transformed into an invisible streak of light, silently departing the 5 Elements sect. He raced toward the direction etched in his memory, Yanqing City. The speed of a nascent soul cultivator was staggering. Within a single day, the familiar, vast mortal city came into view. Li Qingshan descended directly into the city, arriving at the imposing mansion bearing the plaque Li Residence. Without alerting a soul, his divine sense spread like mercury across the ground, instantly pinpointing a bedroom within the inner courtyard, heavy with the scent of medicinal herbs. Within the dimly lit room, a candle flickered. The once chubby-cheeked child now lay as a white-haired, emaciated old man on a brocade bed, his breath faint, his life force flickering like the last drops of oil in a lamp. 2 figures stood by the bed. One was a woman in court attire, graceful and ethereal and bearing none other than Zhou Taoyao. Time seemed to have left few marks on her face, and her cultivation appeared to have reached the mid-stage of the golden core realm. Beside her stood a young man of about 20, with clear, handsome features and an air of scholarly refinement. His cultivation hovered around the 3rd layer of qi refining, his face etched with sorrow. He was none other than Li Yun's grandson, Li Xingwen. "Master, please find a way to save grandfather." Li Xingwen pleaded. "I'll do my best." Zhou Taoyao replied solemnly. She channeled her magical energy into Li Yun's body, slowly sustaining his vitality. Yet she discovered his physical form received no nourishment whatsoever, shrouded in a faint aura of death. His lifespan was nearing its end, fate could not be altered. Even as an immortal cultivator, a golden core cultivator, Zhou Taoyao could do nothing. "Fairy Taoyao, trouble yourself no further." Li Yun's voice was hoarse and weak, yet carried a serenity born of worldly wisdom. "In my lifetime, I rose to the rank of Chancellor, lived to 100 years, saw the Li family flourish and prosper, enjoyed all earthly riches and honors, and lived a life of smooth sailing and peace. I have no regrets. Truly, none at all." He paused, a fleeting, indescribable mix of nostalgia and filial longing flickering in his cloudy eyes. A soft sigh escaped him. "If there is any regret, it is that I cannot see grandfather one last time. I wonder if he is still in this world, if his path to immortality is going well. Grandfather Qingshan? If he were still alive, he would surely come back to see you. Brother Li Yun, you must hold on. Wait for grandfather Qingshan to return." Zhou Taoyao murmured softly. "I know my own body. I'm afraid I won't last that long." Li Yun sighed softly, shaking his head. "My greatest wish is simply that grandfather is safe and sound." Hidden within the void, Li Qingshan heard these words. His heart felt as though it had been wrenched violently, an indescribable ache welling up in his throat. He never imagined that at the brink of death, Li Yun's deepest concern would still be for him, this inadequate grandfather. He ceased hiding, his form slowly coalescing before the bed. "Yuner." The soft call seemed to pierce through a century of time. Li Yun's eyes snapped open on the bed, staring in disbelief at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure clad in green robes before him. The face was identical to the grandfather from his childhood memories, only now radiating an added aura of otherworldly dignity and authority. Grandfather? Is it really you?" Li Yun struggled to sit up, his gaunt face flushing with an unusual glow of excitement, a sign of a dying man's final burst of energy. Beside him, Zhou Taoyao's beautiful eyes widened as she covered her mouth in shock. "Qingshan! Grandfather! You're still alive."
Though she had long suspected it, witnessing this Qingshan as if forgotten by time still left her speechless with shock. As for the young man, Li Qingshan, he stood frozen in place, staring at this suddenly reappeared figure from legend. Li Qingshan strode to the bedside, grasping Li Yun's emaciated hand. Pure, refined five elements energy flowed like a warm stream, carefully channeling into his body. Yet as the energy entered, Li Qingshan's heart sank. He distinctly sensed that Li Yun's body was like a tattered sack riddled with holes. His energy, far from nourishing life within, rapidly dissipated without a trace. That vast vitality was not life-giving nectar for this mortal frame, but a poison hastening death. The divide between mortal and immortal felt cruelly stark and utterly helpless in this moment. Panic seized Li Qingshan. He frantically reached for the longevity pill he had obtained. But in the next instant, his hand froze. Setting aside the fact that Li Yun lacked spiritual roots and could never withstand the pill's violent spiritual energy, even if he could endure it, he was now a spent candle. His very essence was exhausted. This wasn't merely a matter of lifespan, his life had reached its natural end. 100 years was the limit for a mortal. A profound sense of helplessness washed over Li Qingshan like a cold tide, engulfing him in an instant. Even with his ability to sever a nascent soul with a sword and his vast supernatural powers, he could not save his own flesh and blood, his grandson. Chapter 175, Walking the Immortal Path Alone. Grandfather, there's no need to waste your strength. Li Yun clasped Li Qingshan's hand tightly with his free hand, a serene and contented smile spreading across his face. To see you one last time before I depart. Yun'er has no regrets in this life. Truly, no regrets. Yun'er, don't speak. Grandfather will find a way. A flicker of sorrow flickered in Li Qingshan's eyes as he murmured softly to himself. He channeled vast would attribute magical power, carefully nourishing Li Yun's decaying flesh, striving to prolong his life. But it proved utterly useless. He could even feel distinctly how Li Yun's life force was slowly fading away, like a candle flame in the wind. And he was utterly helpless. Li Yun possessed no spiritual roots, he was merely immortal. Reaching 100 years was already the limit of his lifespan. Li Qingshan recalled how he had embarked on the path of immortality at the age of 100. Yet now, his grandson Li Yun, also at 100, was about to return to dust. This was his sole bloodline connection to the mortal world. Now, even this was being snatched away by the heavens. The sorrow in his heart was beyond words. If only you had spiritual roots. Li Qingshan's voice was low and hoarse. Grandfather, do not grieve. To see you one last time before my death is enough for me. I have no regrets. Li Yun gazed at Li Qingshan, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes clear as those of the child he once was. Grandfather, your grandson must depart now. Xingwen, he possesses a spiritual root and has taken Fairy Taoyao as his master. Your grandson asks for nothing more, only that grandfather, if you have the strength, look after him a little. But always put your own safety first. With his last ounce of strength, he spoke each word with the deepest sincerity. Grandfather, I wish you eternal blessings and immortal longevity. His voice gradually faded. Slowly, he released his grip on Li Qingshan's hand. A serene and contented smile graced his face, while the light in his eyes, like a star burning out, dimmed completely. Grandfather! Brother Li Yun! Zhou Taoyao and Li Xingwen cried out in grief, tears streaming down their faces. Li Qingshan stood frozen beside the bed, clutching his grandson's hand still warm but lifeless, his eyes glistening. It was as if he could see him again a century ago, that chubby-cheeked child running through the courtyard, shouting Grandpa! Peach Blossom Village, a century-long dream. Li Qingshan had bid farewell to his elderly wife, then his son, and raised his grandson Li Yun alone. Through 10 years of arduous study, Li Yun passed the provincial examination and attained scholarly distinction. The past was vividly etched in his memory. And now, he must bid farewell to his only grandson. Over 180 years, Li Qingshan had long believed he had forged a heart of stone. Yet even now, he still felt the sorrow and trembling within his soul. The only tie that bound him to this world had now departed. Yun'er! Li Qingshan's voice cracked with grief as he clutched the withered hand, now steadily losing its warmth. Tears streamed down his aged cheeks. A century of cultivating immortality, enduring countless trials of life and death, he had believed his heart had long since hardened like iron. Yet only now did he understand, some bonds run deep within the bloodline. Even with immortal arts reaching the heavens, true detachment from emotion remained impossible. 2 years of solitary cultivation in his cave dwelling, the might he wielded in slaying formidable foes, all dissolved into silent sorrow and gloom at this moment. The path to immortality stretches endlessly, ultimately walked alone. He stood here, bidding farewell to his final, deepest attachment in the mortal world. Grandfather Qingshan, please do not grieve too deeply. Brother Li Yun is doing well. I know you have always protected him in secret. Your absence must have been for reasons only you know. Zhou Taoyao spoke slowly. Arya, you've grown up. Li Qingshan gazed at Zhou Taoyao before him, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. He sighed softly. No matter how many reasons there were, these years I've truly let Yun'er down. Thank you for looking after Li Yun. Li Qingshan suppressed his sorrow, his eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude.
He understood that without Zhou Taoyao's constant, unseen support for Li Yun and the Li family over the years, Li Yun's path would never have been so smooth. 70 years is a rare lifespan for mortals. And now, free from illness and calamity, Li Yun had lived to 100 years old, passing away peacefully in his sleep. Truth be told, it was he, Li Qingshan, who owed Zhou Taoyao. Beyond her protection of Li Yun, Li Qingshan's very entry into the immortal path was thanks to Zhou Taoyao's prayers. Not to mention, the greatest stroke of fortune in Li Qingshan's life was also a gift from Zhou Taoyao. The weight of cause and effect was too heavy. In Li Qingshan's heart, Zhou Taoyao was no different from his own granddaughter. Zhou Taoyao shook her head. Grandfather Qingshan, my care for brother Li Yun was insignificant. But without the supreme golden core pill you bestowed upon me, my upper-grade spiritual root alone would have made breaking through to the golden core stage exceedingly difficult. You noticed? Li Qingshan sighed softly. Zhou Taoyao nodded. Ever since brother Li Yun mentioned seeing you in Yinjing City during his 80th birthday celebration, I knew you hadn't perished. And during that battle at Eagle's Beak Gorge, Master Zhou shielded me and senior sister Yi, saving our lives and bestowing upon us that supreme golden core pill. In this world, there's no such thing as a favor without a reason. That's why I guessed you were Master Zhou Yun, the alchemist. Perhaps you're even the supreme elder of the Five Elements sect? Zhou Taoyao blinked her bright, sparkling eyes, her gaze brimming with anticipation. Li Qingshan nodded. That's correct. I adopted the alias Zhou Yun and am now the supreme elder of the Five Elements sect. Back then, I had my reasons for not revealing my identity to you. He admitted it outright. At Li Qingshan's current cultivation level, whether he used an alias or not no longer mattered. With power that commanded awe across the eastern wastes, he now possessed the confidence to reclaim his true identity. Is it really you? Grandpa Qingshan, I always knew you weren't an ordinary person. I heard about your battle at the Five Elements sect 2 years ago, defeating 3 great nascent soul demon cultivators in a single strike. That's incredible. Zhou Taoyao said with a smile. Even though she had long suspected it, hearing Li Qingshan confirm it now still filled her heart with immense shock and joy. Li Qingshan embarked on the path to immortality at 100 years old. In just 80 short years since, he had already broken through to the nascent soul stage, possessing combat prowess that dominated the eastern wastes. What kind of monstrous talent was this? Zhou Taoyao naturally felt immense pride for Li Qingshan. The ancestor is this powerful? Li Xingwen, standing nearby, heard Li Qingshan and Zhou Taoyao's exchange and couldn't help but widen his eyes, his gaze filled with utter disbelief. Having already embarked on the path to immortality and cultivated to the 3rd layer of chi refining, he understood exactly what the nascent soul stage signified. Especially after the battle at the Five Elements sect 2 years prior, which had shaken the entire eastern wastes. He never imagined that figure was none other than his great-grandfather, the ancient ancestor of the Li family. His heart surged with immense shock and joy. You are Li Xingwen? Li Qingshan's gaze settled on Li Xingwen. He found himself quite impressed by this composed and dignified young descendant of the Li family. Under Li Qingshan's gaze, Li Xingwen felt as though a mountain was bearing down upon him. That intangible pressure made him tremble involuntarily. Without hesitation, he knelt down and performed a deep bow toward Li Qingshan. Li Xingwen pays his respects to the ancestor. Very well. Rise. Li Qingshan nodded. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, a long sword and a jade slip landed in Li Xingwen's hands. Chapter 176, Gifting Treasures. This is the Crimson Dragon Sword, a supreme magical artifact I wielded in my prime, along with the Eternal Life True Art cultivation technique. Together, they will enable you to reach the nascent soul stage. Consider them a token of our meeting, they are yours. Li Qingshan said calmly. Thank you, ancestor. Li Xingwen respectfully kowtowed several times before rising to accept the Crimson Dragon Sword and jade slip. His heart trembled with awe. The ancestor's generosity was extraordinary, bestowing both the supreme magical artifact and a top-tier cultivation technique in one gesture. This filled him with overwhelming excitement. Li Qingshan produced 2 storage rings and handed them to Zhou Taoyao. As Zhou Taoyao looked on in puzzlement, Li Qingshan transmitted his voice to her. Area, this storage ring contains spirit stones, spirit artifacts, magical treasures, and elixirs. Since Xingwen has taken you as his master, I'll leave it to you. Please distribute these items to him according to his cultivation progress. Grandpa Qingshan, rest assured. I'll guide Xingwen well. Zhou Taoyao replied earnestly. However, when her divine sense probed into the storage ring and beheld its contents, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Spirit stones piled up like mountains, while over 100 precious magical artifacts, spirit tools, and divine treasures floated in the void, radiating dazzling brilliance. All manner of elixirs, rare treasures, and precious herbs filled an entire palace. Zhou Taoyao had never seen such vast resources before. The spirit stones alone numbered in the millions. It was an immense fortune. Zhou Taoyao never imagined that over the years, Li Qingshan had amassed such immense wealth. The other storage ring is for you. Since you possess only a high-grade spiritual root, breaking through to the nascent soul stage won't be easy. Inside is a top-grade nascent soul pill.
Combined with the 5 elements spirit you obtained earlier, it should raise your chances of success beyond 80%. Additionally, there are some magical treasures, cultivation techniques, and 4th tier true talismans for self-preservation. You may use them as you see fit. Li Qingshan transmitted his voice to Zhou Taoyao. Top grade. Infant transformation pill? Zhou Taoyao's eyes widened, her gaze filled with utter disbelief. Her divine sense probed into the storage ring, discovering that the treasures Li Qingshan had left her were even more precious, almost all 3rd and 4th tier items. There were even several 4th tier magical treasures. Particularly that perfectly round, plump, and aura-filled Supreme Infant Transformation Pill, a treasure coveted by countless individuals. It represented the path to the nascent soul stage. Zhou Taoyao's eyes instantly reddened. Grandfather Qingshan, you've been so kind to me. I truly don't know how to repay you. Zhou Taoyao's beautiful eyes glistened with tears, brimming with gratitude and filial affection. In the cultivation world, deceit and betrayal were commonplace. Killing for cultivation resources or seizing treasures was nothing unusual. Li Qingshan's kindness toward Zhou Taoyao, even going so far as to offer her a top-grade infant transformation pill, made her feel a warmth she hadn't known in ages. Her gratitude was beyond words. Li Qingshan smiled as he ruffled Zhou Taoyao's hair. Silly girl, in Grandpa's heart, you'll always be that little area. No need for formalities with Grandpa. These treasures are useless to me anyway. Take them. Grandpa will be waiting for the day you break through to the nascent soul stage. Zhou Taoyao nodded solemnly. Also, remember, if you ever face danger or an insurmountable problem, send someone to the 5 elements sect to find me. Grandpa will always be your support. Li Qingshan said earnestly. His only grandson, Li Yun, had passed away. Li Qingshan had severed all worldly ties. His care for Li Xingwen stemmed solely from Li Xingwen being a descendant of the Li family and Li Yun's final entrustment. Though his bloodkin had passed, Zhou Taoyao held a different significance for Li Qingshan. She was his sole remaining bond to the world. Alright, I'll remember. Zhou Taoyao smiled obediently. Li Qingshan nodded, then turned to Li Xingwen. Train diligently and live up to your grandfather's expectations. Also, take good care of your master. Yes, ancestor. Li Xingwen replied respectfully. I'm leaving now. Li Qingshan offered a faint smile to Zhou Taoyao and Li Xingwen. Amidst their reluctant gazes, he transformed into a streak of light, departing the Li residence and vanishing into the horizon. Master, the patriarch truly is a divine being. Li Xingwen gazed at the direction where Li Qingshan had vanished, his eyes brimming with admiration. Zhou Taoyao smiled indifferently. Grandfather Qingshan is no ordinary man. I knew that even as a child. You must train diligently and not bring shame upon Grandfather Qingshan. Understand? Yes, master. Li Xingwen replied earnestly. Very well. In the coming days, see to Brother Li Yun's final arrangements properly. It's time for us to return to the mountain. The Spring-Autumn Sect faces turbulent times now. Once back, we shall retreat into seclusion for cultivation. Let us not concern ourselves with the storms raging outside. Zhou Taoyao said calmly. With the fall of Changchunjinjuan, Spring-Autumn Sect was left with only one nascent soul elder, a lone pillar unable to bear the weight alone. More crucially, the demonic tribes of Beiyuan were watching with hungry eyes, while the Black Slaughter Sect stirred up trouble in the eastern wastes. Zhou Taoyao, too, sensed an impending storm gathering. After leaving Yanjing City, Li Qingshan did not return directly to the 5 Elements sect. Instead, he returned to Peach Blossom Village. Within moments, he stood silently at the village entrance. Over a century of vicissitudes, Taohua Village has undergone tremendous changes. The old mud brick thatched cottages have mostly been replaced by blue brick tile houses, and the village roads have been widened and smoothed, giving it an affluent yet unfamiliar look. He strolled through the village like a seasoned traveler, chatting with an elderly man basking in the sun at the village entrance. You're from out of town, aren't you? You look unfamiliar. Indeed. I was passing through and heard of Peach Blossom Village's fame, so I came to see it for myself, Li Qingshan replied with a smile. Well, our village is famous now as a longevity village. Though these past years, the peach blossoms haven't bloomed as vibrantly as before. The old man chattered on, recounting the village's changes. Li Qingshan listened, his thoughts turning inward. When he mentioned familiar names like Godan or Taizhu, the old man either shook his head blankly or sighed. They're long gone, old news from decades ago. Their grandsons are almost my age now. Those children who once ran naked through the village were now elderly men, leaning against their doorways with cloudy eyes, unable to recognize the very Grandpa Qingshan who had watched them grow up. He arrived at the Li family's ancestral home. The mansion was even more magnificent than in his memory. Red gates, high walls, and imposing stone lions proclaimed the splendor befitting a prime minister's residence. Yet to Li Qingshan, this opulent splendor paled in comparison to the quiet intimacy of the old house in his memory, with its small courtyard where one could cool off on summer nights and listen to the snowfall in winter. Only deep within the courtyard did the old peach tree still stand. It was the depths of winter. Its branches were bare, twisted and gnarled, bearing the rugged resilience and solitude of one weathered by time, as if stubbornly guarding a past buried by the passage of years.
Li Qingshan moved like smoke, appearing silently beneath the old peach tree without disturbing a soul in the mansion. Chapter 177, Mind Reaches Perfection, Late Nascent Soul Stage. He drew forth his flask, leaned against the rough trunk, and tilted his head back to take a swig of the fiery spirit wine. The liquor flowed into his sorrowful heart, transforming into 100 different flavors. He watched the curling smoke rise from the village kitchens, listened to the distant laughter of children at play overlapping with his memories, yet utterly different. Familiar faces flashed through his mind, then gradually faded. The contented smile of his grandson Li Yun at the moment of death, the grateful and affectionate gaze of Zhou Taoyao all intertwined with the sight of this village, where everything remained yet nothing was the same. An indescribable loneliness and release washed over him like a gentle stream, slowly eroding his heart. Walking the path of immortality alone, he had witnessed too many farewells. The passing of loved ones, the transformation of his homeland, the relentless passage of time. All these had once weighed upon his heart like heavy shackles. Yet at this moment, beneath the ancient tree that had witnessed both the beginning of his journey and his severing of worldly ties, these emotions seemed to settle and purify. He no longer resisted this transformation, but instead observed it from a perspective transcending it. The mortal world flows like rushing water, ever surging forward without pause. The path of immortality, however, was like the green mountain standing silently, watching the clouds gather and disperse. Life and death, growth and decay, union and separation, all are the natural order of heaven and earth, part of the great way. Clinging to the past breeds inner demons. Only by embracing impermanence could one attain true freedom. In that instant of clarity, as his thoughts flowed freely and his mind opened wide, the colossal power within him already at the peak of the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm seemed to break through some invisible shackle. It began to surge and circulate on its own, resonating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with unprecedented clarity and intensity. The Tao scripture of the 5 elements of primordial unity activated of its own accord. The Tao infant within his dantian radiated an unprecedented brilliance, its form solidifying and expanding once more. The auspicious clouds above its head grew ever more vast, the lotus pedestal beneath its feet became denser, and the aura of the Tao swirled around it, resonating with the heavens and earth at a deeper level. No earth-shattering phenomena occurred, only a natural, seamless perfection. Late nascent soul stage achieved. At the very instant of his breakthrough, the ancient peach tree once dormant, seemingly connected to his own state of mind appeared stirred by this vast yet gentle vitality and Tao essence. In the depths of winter, when all trees lay bare, tender pink buds began to emerge from the stark branches at a visible pace, blossoming one after another. Within moments, the tree was ablaze with dazzling peach blossoms. Their radiant beauty stood starkly vivid against the cold winter, brimming with vitality. A subtle fragrance filled the entire courtyard, even drifting beyond the estate's walls. Then, amidst the blossoms, pink peaches began to grow visibly, each exuding a peculiar fragrance. Soon, amidst the biting cold and barren winter landscape, the small courtyard was filled with peach trees in full bloom, resembling spring itself. Petals drifted down in showers, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. Several children playing nearby were drawn by this extraordinary sight and the unusual fragrance. Timidly peering through the door cracks, they saw the old man in green robes drinking beneath a tree and the unseasonal peach blossoms in full bloom. Li Qingshan smiled gently and beckoned them over. Seeing his kind face, the children plucked up their courage and ran inside. "Grandpa, how come these peach blossoms are blooming in winter?" asked a little girl with pigtails, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Because it knows you've come, and it's happy," Li Qingshan replied gently, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. Instantly, several of the largest, brightest peaches fell from the tree's branches, drifting softly into each child's hands. "Thank you, Grandpa." The children, both surprised and delighted, held the plump, juicy peaches and thanked him obediently. "Grandpa, what's your name?" another chubby-cheeked boy asked, his words muffled as he took a bite of his peach. Li Qingshan gazed at their innocent faces, his eyes drifting as if he saw Li Yun and Zhou Taoyao a century ago, gathered around him begging for candy. He smiled gently and whispered, "Just call me Grandpa Qingshan." "Grandpa Qingshan. Thank you for the peaches, Grandpa Qingshan." The children skipped away, their clear, childish voices echoing through the courtyard. Li Qingshan watched them, a gentle smile on his face, yet his heart was filled with a quiet melancholy. The peach blossoms still bloomed for him in winter, yet those who once gathered beneath the tree had scattered to the ends of the earth or returned to dust. All things remain, yet people are gone, all matters cease. Yet now, his heart held no tears, only the serene acceptance of one who has witnessed countless autumns and springs. Where have the faces gone? The peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze. As the children, clutching peaches, ran joyfully out of the courtyard to tell the adults of this wondrous experience, Li Qingshan's figure had already vanished like wisps of smoke. He had quietly departed Peach Blossom Village, as if he had never been there at all. Soon, the extraordinary tale of winter peach blossoms blooming and bearing fruit at the Li residence spread throughout the village, drawing crowds of onlookers. As the children described the peach-giving grandfather Qingshan, some of the oldest villagers suddenly recalled that 80 years prior, the Li family had indeed had an elder named Li Qingshan. Legend held he lived to be 100 years old and had embarked on the path to immortality, supposedly becoming a legendary immortal. Gazing at the peach tree still in full bloom, the villagers knelt in reverence, convinced they were witnessing a divine miracle. They shared the remaining peaches from the tree, finding them exceptionally sweet and warming. Afterward, their bodies grew increasingly robust, and centenarians began appearing in the village one after another. The reputation of Taohua village as the village of longevity grew ever more renowned, and the ancient peach tree was revered as the immortal peach tree, its altar perpetually adorned with offerings. Of course, all this came later. Li Qingshan, now in the late nascent soul stage, shot through the clouds on his teleportation light. He glanced back at the village, which grew smaller and smaller in his vision until it vanished entirely. The last thread of worldly attachment in his heart seemed to fall silently to the ground, like those peach blossoms blooming out of season, transforming into nourishment for his Tao heart. The path to immortality is long and arduous. In this world, I must ultimately walk alone. But since I have chosen this path, I shall continue down it. My heart is as hard as iron, I shall never look back. Li Qingshan murmured softly, his words echoing between heaven and earth before being scattered by the wind, vanishing without a trace. Yet his Tao heart had become perfectly clear and flawless, without a single crack. The Five Elements Sect. After returning from Peach Blossom Village, Li Qingshan met with Zhao Yuan and Ma He. He learned that the Wine Sword Immortal and others had led the elite warriors of the seven great sects to retaliate against the Black Cult, eliminating several of their strongholds. Several nascent soul demon cultivators had been slain, and even the Northern Plains demonic tribes had been driven back, improving the situation in the Eastern Wastes. Yet Li Qingshan sensed that the Black Sect was likely far more formidable than it appeared. After all, the sect leader was a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage, just a step away from becoming a divine transformation immortal. How could they be so easily dealt with? He said little more, only instructing them to send word if anything arose, before returning to his cave residence on Qingyun Peak. Once the restrictions and formations were activated, Li Qingshan's formidable aura of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator erupted in full force. Late nascent soul stage already? Faster than anticipated. Li Qingshan murmured softly. Originally, even with the resources of numerous nascent soul cultivators and so many top-grade 4th-tier spirit pills, he had estimated it would take over a decade or two to break through to the late nascent soul stage. Yet he never imagined that Li Yun's passing and the journey to Peach Blossom Village would bring his mind to perfection, propelling him into the legendary state of sudden enlightenment, propelling him into the late nascent soul stage in a single moment. Late nascent soul stage, this was the realm of a great cultivator. Even within the Eastern Wastes, such grand cultivators were few and far between, numbering no more than 10 fingers. In both cultivation and combat prowess, Li Qingshan now truly stood at the pinnacle of the Eastern Wastes. Chapter 178, The Mystic Heaven Demon Sealing Gourd. A flash of light erupted from Li Qingshan's palm, revealing a treasure box. Lifting the sealing talisman, the box revealed a purple gold gourd within. Upon the purple gold gourd, however, lay an incredibly profound sealing rune that suppressed all traces of its aura. This was precisely the purple gold gourd Li Qingshan had inadvertently acquired years ago within the Mystic Heaven secret realm. Over the years, he had attempted to refine it numerous times. Yet whether using the pure, refined magical power of his golden core stage or the divine consciousness of his newly attained nascent soul stage, the moment his energy touched the gourd, it vanished like a mud cow into the sea. An invisible, resilient barrier blocked it, leaving it utterly unshakable. This object resembled a dormant primordial divine mountain, unmoved by wind or rain. But now, having broken through to the late nascent soul stage, his mixed primordial 5 elements cultivation power had undergone a qualitative leap, and his resonance with the Tao of heaven and earth had grown clearer. Li Qingshan could distinctly sense a faint connection forming between himself and the purple gold gourd. That formidable barrier no longer seemed utterly unreachable. Today, I shall attempt once more. Perhaps I can unlock the secrets of this purple gold gourd. His gaze grew solemn as he drew a deep breath. His hands formed intricate seals, channeling streams of quintessentially pure 5 elements energy imbued with the essence of creation and destruction into the sealing runes adorning the treasure box like multicolored currents. As the energy flowed in, the ancient runes began to glow, emitting a soft, mysterious light. The process unfolded slowly and steadily. Li Qingshan dared not rush it, knowing that haste makes waste. Forcing the seal open would only invite backlash. After a full 3 hours, when the rune's glow reached its zenith, it instantly disintegrated into dust. The seal's power shattered, revealing the purple gold gourd completely before Li Qingshan. In that instant, an aura of vastness and antiquity, seemingly originating from the dawn of creation, filled the air, causing the atmosphere within the quiet chamber to grow thick and heavy. The foot-tall purple gold gourd radiated a profound, ancient aura. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, faintly swirling with chaotic energy and emitting a restrained, profound treasure glow. Li Qingshan held his breath, extending his right hand to slowly grasp the gourd. The moment his fingertips touched the icy cold gourd's surface, a repulsive force far stronger than any he had encountered before surged through him, sending a numbing shock through his arm. Simultaneously, a vast flood of fragmented information, accompanied by a will of resistance, surged into his consciousness. It depicted an endless void of chaos. A vague figure, its grandeur beyond description, held the gourd aloft while chanting sacred mantras. Countless demonic gods and terrifying great demons were sucked into the void by the chaotic divine light erupting from the gourd's mouth, refined into nothingness. The vision shattered into fragments, yet carried a majesty that made the soul tremble. This purple gold gourd is truly extraordinary. Li Qingshan felt not fear but delight. The mysterious spectacle only further proved the treasure's preciousness. He channeled the full might of the Tao scripture of the 5 elements of primordial unity. Within his dantian, the primordial infant of heavenly Tao opened its eyes, its tiny hand forming seals. The boundless, oceanic power of late-stage primordial infant cultivation surged forth without restraint. This time, it was no longer a test. Vast power surged like a bursting river, violently assaulting the core restrictions of the purple gold gourd. Hum! The purple gold gourd trembled violently. Chaotic energy swirled faster across its surface, forming a solid barrier that stubbornly resisted the invasion of power. Li Qingshan could even sense that the gourd itself seemed to harbor a faint, nearly extinguished trace of sentience, emitting a reluctant wail and mounting a final, desperate resistance. This was a battle of will and power. Beads of sweat formed on Li Qingshan's forehead as his magical power drained rapidly. Yet his Tao heart remained steadfast, his soul power far surpassing that of peers at his level. He locked onto the gourd's core with unwavering focus, channeling an unending stream of primordial 5 elements magical power that steadily eroded the chaotic barrier. What kind of treasure is this purple gold gourd? Even a 5th-tier spirit treasure shouldn't be this difficult to refine. Li Qingshan's heart was filled with shock. After all, the mysterious 5 elements Tao Sutra he cultivated was profound and unfathomable. Combined with his cultivation of the heavenly Tao primordial infant, though only at the late primordial infant stage, his magical power was incredibly profound, not at all weaker than that of a cultivator at the peak of the primordial infant stage. Even stronger. Even a 5th-tier spiritual treasure wielded by a transcendent spirit venerable shouldn't be this difficult to refine. Could this purple gold gourd be a treasure surpassing the 5th tier? Thus, for over a year, Li Qingshan persisted in refining the purple gold gourd while consuming spirit pills to restore his magical power. Just as Li Qingshan felt his soul utterly exhausted, as if he had reached his absolute limit. Crack! A sharp crack, as if originating from the depths of his soul, shattered the solid barrier of chaos. His magical power, like water wearing away stone, finally forced its way through, violently breaching the barrier. In an instant, Li Qingshan's divine sense surged like a burst dam, flooding into the inner core of the purple gold gourd. Before his eyes appeared a profoundly intricate, life-bound restriction of utmost complexity. He wasted no time, immediately focusing all his mental energy to carefully engrave his soul imprint into the deepest recesses of this core restriction. The instant the soul imprint was successfully engraved, a profound sense of seamless integration and effortless control surged through him. All previous resistance and rejection vanished instantly. The purple gold gourd became utterly docile, floating quietly before him, radiating an intimate consciousness. Simultaneously, the complete information about this treasure flooded into his consciousness like a tidal wave. The mystic heaven demon sealing gourd. This artifact possessed an extremely high grade. Based on Li Qingshan's current understanding and the common knowledge of the cultivation world, the power it contained and the preliminary fragments of laws within it absolutely surpassed the realm of a 4th-grade artifact, reaching at least the level of a 5th-grade spirit treasure. He even sensed fatally that a 5th-tier spirit treasure might not be its limit, it was merely constrained by his own cultivation level, preventing him from grasping its full scope. What shocked Li Qingshan even more was that the interior of this Xiantian demon-suppressing gourd was not the ordinary storage space of a treasure artifact, but a primordial, nascent chaotic void. This space was not vast, spanning roughly 100 zhang in diameter. It was a hazy gray expanse where earth, water, fire, and wind remained undifferentiated, yet it possessed an inherent quality of embracing all things. Its core virtues were twofold. First, it could contain living beings. Unlike ordinary spirit beast pouches confined to holding beasts, this chaotic space could accept any living being, cultivators, demonic beasts, even ordinary mortals. Though newly formed and far from ideal, this space offered a self-contained microcosm where beings could survive and be gradually reshaped according to its master's will. This makes it an unparalleled tool for establishing a cave dwelling, carrying disciples, and concealing one's whereabouts. Second, and the fundamental reason this treasure bears the name demon-suppressing suppression and refinement. The gourd's mouth radiates chaotic divine light, exerting a terrifying restraining and absorbing force over all beings, especially demonic entities and heretical cultists burdened with demonic energy, malevolent aura, or vengeful spirits. Once locked onto by the chaos divine light, any being whose cultivation level isn't vastly superior to Li Qingshan's will find it extremely difficult to escape. They will be forcibly sucked into the gourd's chaotic space. Once inside, the gourd's inherent chaotic energy transforms into a grinding wheel. Combined with Li Qingshan's own magical power, it refines the trapped being to the core. This refinement is not mere annihilation. Instead, the victim's vital essence, magical power, and even fragments of their primordial source are channeled back into the gourd space, fueling its growth and evolution. It could even distill the purest energy for Li Qingshan to absorb. This was an ultimate treasure tailor-made for him, designed to deal with demonic cultivators. The Mystic Heaven Demon Sealing Gourd, the supreme treasure of the Mystic Heaven Sect. Li Qingshan murmured to himself, his eyes blazing with brilliant light. Who would have thought that an accidental act back then would lead to such an unearthly stroke of luck? The Xiantian secret realm of that era was the ruins of the Xiantian sect. Ancient texts recorded that the Xiantian sect had once been the foremost sect in this realm. This Xiantian demon sealing gourd, as the sect's most treasured artifact, was naturally extraordinary. Moreover, this Xiantian demon sealing gourd seems to share some peculiar connection with MY. Li Qingshan's heart stirred slightly as he pondered this in silence. Chapter 179, Peerless Nascent Soul. After all, back then he was merely a lowly foundation establishment cultivator. His ability to seize the Xiantian demon sealing gourd was entirely due to his. Otherwise, let alone him, even a golden core cultivator would likely struggle to seize this artifact. With the thought, the Mystic Heaven demon sealing gourd transformed into a streak of purple gold radiance, sinking into his dantian. It hovered above his Dao origin nascent soul, nurtured by multicolored magical energy. The Dao infant curiously reached out a tiny hand to touch the gourd. Their energies intertwined, growing ever more harmonious. Now, the heavenly Dao infant cradled two gourds in its arms, the Mystic Heaven demon sealing gourd and the wish-granting gourd. Both emitted an aura of shared origin and lineage. Feeling the seamless connection with the Mystic Heaven demon sealing gourd and the boundless power it contained, Li Qingshan felt immense satisfaction. This Mystic Heaven demon sealing gourd was truly extraordinary. It would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon in his hands. I wonder if this Xiantian demon suppressing gourd can be further enhanced by the wish-granting gourd? A flicker of thought crossed Li Qingshan's mind. After a moment's hesitation, he immediately summoned the and placed the Xiantian demon sealing gourd inside it. A day passed. 7 days passed. The Mystic Heaven demon sealing gourd showed not the slightest change. Not the slightest improvement? This Xiantian demon suppressing gourd must surpass 5th tier treasures. Could it be the legendary 6th tier heaven piercing divine treasure? Li Qingshan's heart trembled as he silently pondered. This was the first time he had ever failed. After all, even 5th tier ancient treasures could be restored by the spoils Li Qingshan had previously obtained from several nascent soul cultivators, when placed within the, had mostly been elevated to supreme quality. Ancient treasures were no exception. However, Li Qingshan discovered that after reaching the nascent soul stage, the time required for the to upgrade 4th tier and 5th tier treasures had significantly increased. 4th tier treasures could still be elevated to supreme quality within a single day. But for ancient treasures, those artifacts straddling the 4th and 5th tiers, it now required a full 7 days to fully restore them. Take the wood spirit Li Qingshan had previously obtained. After being placed in the and nurtured for 7 days, it finally ascended to an wood spirit infant. The refinement of 5th tier treasures demanded even more time. If I break through to the spirit transformation stage in the future, won't the 5th tier treasures I obtain require even more time to upgrade? Li Qingshan speculated silently to himself. But that was only natural. After all, 5th tier treasures were exceptionally rare and precious. To refine one into a supreme grade artifact was already an incredibly extraordinary feat. Spending extra time on it was perfectly understandable. Li Qingshan grew increasingly convinced that this Rui gourd was likely the legendary immortal artifact used by celestial beings. The excitement and shock from refining the Mystic Heaven demon suppressing gourd gradually subsided, yet Li Qingshan did not emerge from seclusion. He understood well that while external artifacts were powerful, his own cultivation was the foundation. Having just entered the late nascent soul stage, he needed to solidify his cultivation base. He first spent several months meticulously refining his late nascent soul cultivation. He thoroughly condensed the slightly unstable magical power that had emerged from the breakthrough, making his primordial 5 elements power increasingly pure, dense, and as responsive as an extension of his own limbs. The heavenly Dao nascent soul within his dantian grew more solid, cradling the twin gourds with a solemn and majestic presence, its resonance with the 5 elements energies of the cosmos growing ever clearer. Once his cultivation base was fully stabilized, Li Qingshan turned his attention to the body refining technique, the 9 transformations golden body art. He retrieved the blood slaughter treasure pill, obtained from the bone-eating ancestor and elevated to a top-tier 4th grade item by along with the 10,000-year stone milk acquired from the storage ring of the Changchun True Lord. The blood slaughter treasure pill contained wildly violent blood slaughter energy, a potent catalyst for breaking through physical cultivation barriers. The 10,000-year stone milk, however, held pure, gentle, and boundless vitality that could nourish the physical body and repair damage. The combination of hard and soft energies made them the perfect pairing for cultivating the 7th layer of the 9 transformations golden body technique. Li Qingshan drew a deep breath, first holding a drop of 10,000-year stone milk in his mouth before swallowing the blood slaughter treasure pill without hesitation. The pill instantly dissolved into a torrent of scorching, frenzied energy, like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, crashing wildly through every bone and tendon in his body. His tendons screamed with tearing agony, his bones hummed under unbearable strain, and his skin flushed crimson, even oozing beads of blood. He grunted, daring not to delay. He immediately channeled the full power of the 7th layer of the 9 transformations golden body technique, guiding this violent energy to temper every inch of his flesh. Simultaneously, the 10,000-year stone milk in his mouth transformed into a gentle stream, swiftly and soothingly repairing the damage torn by the blood slaughter energy and nourishing the parched cells. It was an excruciatingly painful and protracted process. Destruction and rebirth alternated ceaselessly within him. At times, his body felt as though it had been cast into a furnace. At others, it seemed immersed in the very waters of life. Day after day passed, the only sounds in the quiet chamber being Li Qingshan's heavy breathing and the thunderous roar of blood surging through his veins like mighty rivers. One blood demon pill after another was swallowed, and drop by drop, the 10,000-year stone milk was consumed. A year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, within the quiet chamber, Li Qingshan, seated cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A tangible golden divine light flashed within them. The aura that had been tightly contained around him erupted violently, releasing a primal, ancient, and overwhelmingly powerful pressure that rippled through the entire cave dwelling, causing it to tremble slightly. He rose slowly, stretching his body. His bones cracked like popping beans, and beneath his skin, a faint golden glow rippled, as if he were forged from divine metal. With a gentle clench of his fist, the surrounding space emitted a faint, twisting sound. The 7th layer of the 9 transformations golden body technique mastered. At this moment, the strength of his physical body had completely entered the late nascent soul stage. With this physical body alone, he could now withstand the impact of a typical high-grade 4th-tier artifact. His vitality surged like that of a humanoid beast. My physical body has grown stronger. Now, even without artifacts, I alone can suppress late nascent soul cultivators. Li Qingshan nodded with satisfaction. Having broken through in physical cultivation, Li Qingshan did not emerge from seclusion but instead began cultivating the ninefold thunder body. This was a 4th-tier supreme grade spell enhanced by the. Upon reaching perfection, it allowed him to manifest 9 thunder shadow clones, each possessing 70% of his main body's combat strength. He had previously cultivated this technique to near perfection, condensing 7 thunder shadow clones. Now, with his cultivation greatly advanced and his physical refinement breakthrough, condensing the final 2 to achieve perfection was a natural progression. He channeled the thunderous energy nurtured within his body while consuming the thunder essence elixir in pills he had previously gathered, circulating them according to the secret technique. In an instant, the quiet chamber erupted with blinding lightning flashes and deafening roars. 1, 2, 3. Finally, 9 thunder shadow clones, identical to his physical body and formed entirely from pure thunder energy, materialized clearly around him. Each thunder shadow clone possessed piercing eyes, a formidable aura, and 70% of his core body's combat strength. 9 thunder shadow clones, each possessing the combat strength of a late nascent soul cultivator. What terrifying power was this? Li Qingshan's thoughts flickered, and the 9 thunder shadow clones instantly linked their chi with his own. He pressed his fingers together like a sword and commanded, "Sword array, activate." Clang! 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 36 eternal judgment swords roared forth from his body, while the 9 thunder shadow clones moved in unison, each summoning 4 flying swords. In an instant, a colossal sword formation materialized, enveloping the entire quiet chamber. Its sword chi was icy and menacing, its will of judgment permeating every inch of space. Within the array, thunder and sword energy intertwined, destruction and judgment coexisting. Li Qingshan could distinctly sense that this eternal sword formation, jointly sustained by his main body and 9 avatars, possessed power far surpassing what he could wield alone by more than several folds. The formation's operation flowed with greater fluidity and harmony, its blockade grew tighter, and its attacks became more ferocious and relentless. He possessed absolute confidence. Were he to face Changchun again now, he wouldn't need to resort to the Black Slaughter Netherfire or his array of talismanic trump cards. This sword formation alone could utterly annihilate him in an instant, destroying both body and soul. Even against a peak-tier powerhouse like the Black Sect Master, a grand perfection nascent soul cultivator, he was confident he could prevail. Factoring in the suppressing power of the mystic heaven demon sealing gourd, the scorching might of the black netherworld fire, and his numerous trump cards, within the nascent soul realm, he feared no one. After nearly 6 years of seclusion, Li Qingshan had finally assimilated all his gains, undergoing a transformative shift in power. Invincible at the nascent soul stage, he slowly reigned in the surging energy radiating from his body. The 9 thunder shadow clones dissolved into streaks of lightning and vanished into his form, and the eternal life sword array dissipated. It's time to venture out. Li Qingshan murmured softly to himself. Chapter 180, The Black Slaughter Venerable. Poison Mist Mountains. This desolate land, located in the southern region of the eastern wastes, was a place that struck fear into the hearts of all who heard its name. The terrain here was treacherous, with jagged rocks and crags perpetually shrouded in a thick, multicolored miasma. This miasma not only contained deadly toxins but also eroded cultivators' spiritual power and tarnished the radiance of magical treasures. Deeper within, malevolent energies swirled and cold winds howled, making survival impossible for ordinary plants and trees. Only venomous insects and demonic plants adapted to this extreme environment thrived. Within the mountain range, celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy was nearly severed, rendering it a barren wasteland abandoned by righteous cultivators. Yet it was precisely this desolate wasteland that became the ideal hiding place for the Black Slaughter Sect's headquarters. Deep within the mountains, a colossal demonic palace, carved from a natural cavern, lurked within the churning malevolent energy. At the entrance to the demonic palace, two fearsome demon god statues stood, their eye sockets flickering with eerie green ghostly flames, watching all living beings that approached. At this moment, before the fortress's immense stone gate heavy and engraved with sealing demonic runes, a figure clad in black robes knelt reverently on the ground. His face was shrouded in shadow, his aura as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. He was none other than the current patriarch of the Black Slaughter Sect, a peak demonic cultivator whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Even with his current status and cultivation, he maintained the most humble posture before the being within the cave, his expression tinged with an unmistakable hint of fear. "Ancestor!" The Black Slaughter Sect master's voice echoed through the cavernous mountain hollow, tinged with suppressed bitterness. "Our holy sect has suffered consecutive devastating blows recently. Deputy Sect Master Boneater, along with the Soul Reaper and Spirit Snatcher envoys, have all fallen at the hands of Zhou Yun, that newly ascended nascent soul cultivator from the Five Elements sect. The demonic tribes of Beiyuan, sensing the unfavorable situation, have temporarily retreated. With the 7 major sects joining forces to purge our influence, our sect has suffered heavy losses in external operations. We humbly seek the Patriarch's guidance on how we should proceed next." His inner turmoil was far from the calm he projected outwardly. The bone-eroding Patriarch, his most capable lieutenant, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator wielding the ancient treasure, the golden light array-breaking hammer, had fallen in battle. This news filled him with both shock and fury. Zhou Yun of the Five Elements sect intelligence indicated he was merely a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator. How could he possess such terrifying strength? The waters of the eastern waste seemed far deeper than he had anticipated. No response came from within the cave dwelling. Only the churning demonic energy writhed like a living creature, emanating a suffocating aura of pressure. The Black Slaughter Sect master held his breath, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He dared not urge the situation in the slightest. After a long silence, a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of hell itself, laden with endless desolation and icy killing intent, slowly drifted from the cavern's depths. "A mere setback, what does it matter?" The voice was not loud, yet it contained a demonic power that pierced straight through the soul, causing the Black Slaughter Sect master's heart and mind to tremble. "This sovereign's injuries have healed for the most part. With a little more time, they shall be fully stabilized, and I shall break through the barrier. When that time comes, not only the 7 great sects, but the entire eastern waste shall tremble beneath my feet." The words were spoken calmly, yet carried an absolute confidence that brooked no doubt, as if stating an inevitable truth. Hearing this, the Black Slaughter Sect master could barely contain his wild joy and excitement. He immediately bowed his head to the ground. "Congratulations, Ancestor. Your divine prowess is peerless. Once you emerge, you will surely sweep across the 8 desolations and unify the eastern wastes. With a divine transformation venerable like you presiding over us, how could our great cause fail?" The figure within the cave dwelling was none other than the founding patriarch of the Black Slaughter Sect, the Black Slaughter Revered One. A living divine transformation sage. This was power sufficient to reshape the heavens and earth, to alter the entire landscape of the eastern wastes. The 7 great sects? The Northern Plains demon clans? Before the might of a divine transformation cultivator, they would be nothing but worthless trash. The presence within the cave chamber responded faintly, then shifted the subject. "Recently, this venerable one sensed a familiar aura. It is Black Mountain, the aura of my esteemed junior disciple. Who would have thought he too remains alive? Venerable Heishan?" The Black Slaughter Sect master froze. The sect's ancient texts did contain scattered records of the founding patriarch, the revered Black Slaughter, having a junior disciple named Black Mountain, but he had vanished 10,000 years ago. Yet cultivators at the spirit transformation stage typically lived only 2 or 3,000 years. How could Black Mountain Reverend possibly have survived this long? "Go. Find him. Bring him before me." A jet black light shot out from within the cave dwelling, hovering before the Black Slaughter Sect master. It was an ancient-looking black bone talisman covered in eerie demonic runes. This talisman can sense his location. Take it and find him. Bring him back at all costs. Your servant obeys the Patriarch's command. The Black Slaughter Sect master reverently accepted the bone talisman with both hands. Sensing the obscure yet formidable power within it, he felt a chill run down his spine. He bowed his head once more before retreating cautiously backward. Only after reaching the depths of the cave did he dare straighten up, dissolving into a wisp of black smoke that vanished into the darkness. After his departure, the churning demonic energy deep within the cave slowly dispersed, revealing a figure seated upon a pitch-black lotus throne. It was an elderly man, tall yet gaunt as a skeleton. His face was withered and gaunt, his eye sockets sunken, yet his eyes burned with 2 pools of dark demonic fire, seemingly capable of devouring all light. His skin was covered in a dense, writhing network of eerie demonic patterns.
These patterns seemed alive, feeding on the surrounding malevolent energy and sparse spiritual essence, while faintly emanating an ancient, evil aura that transcended the laws of this realm. He was none other than the founding patriarch of the Black Sect, the Black Sage, imprisoned by the Shentian sect for 10,000 years, who should have long since turned to dust. Decades ago, the demonic entity sealed within the Shentian demon sealing gourd was none other than him. However, after countless years of confinement, he suffered severe injuries, retaining less than 1/100th of his former power. For these decades, he had been in seclusion, recuperating his wounds. Shentian sect. Oomph. The Black Slaughter Venerable let out a cold, derisive snort, his voice brimming with boundless resentment. Imprisoning this venerable one for tens of thousands of years, hoping time would erode my divine spirit? Alas, alas. Man's plans cannot match heaven's. Could you ever have foreseen that without your suppression, the sovereign would never have fused with that drop of ancient demon god's immortal blood in utter despair? Thus gaining boundless longevity and an immortal form. He raised his withered hand, gazing at the most central, dark gold glowing demonic rune on his arm. A flicker of fervor and relief passed through his eyes. Had I not fused with this immortal demon blood, gaining a near indestructible demonic body and a lifespan stretching toward eternity, this mere spirit transformation stage existence with its few thousand years of life would have long since turned to dust under your suppression. This is heaven's will has brought Black Slaughter back into the world to rule this realm. The voice of the Black Slaughter Venerable was bone-chillingly cold. Transcendent stage cultivators were already among the pinnacle of this realm, yet their lifespans barely reached 3,000 years. Yet he, the Black Slaughter revered one, had survived tens of thousands of years through the power of the undying demon blood. Though most of that time was spent suppressed, his demonic soul remained indestructible, and his demonic body gradually took shape. Once he fully emerged from seclusion and restored his peak cultivation, the properties of his immortal demon blood would make him a nightmare beyond anyone's control in this realm. His gaze seemed to pierce through layer upon layer of mountain rock, fixed on a distant horizon, tinged with the playful mockery of a cat toying with its prey and a chill of murderous intent. "Black Mountain, my dear disciple," he murmured softly, his demonic voice echoing through the cave dwelling. "Back then, you stole the sect's most precious treasure, the Black Slaughter Netherfire, and defected during my critical moment of breaking through to late-stage spirit transformation. You ruined my cultivation, nearly causing me to lose control and fall into demonic possession. In the end, those hypocrites of the Shentian sect seized the opportunity to suppress me. I've kept a careful record of this debt, senior brother. I never imagined that after tens of thousands of years, you would still be clinging to life. Worse still. I sense faintly that the aura of the Black Slaughter Netherfire seems to have resurfaced." A savage grin spread across the Black Slaughter Reverend's lips, revealing rows of gleaming white teeth. "My dear junior brother, hand over the Black Slaughter Netherfire willingly, and perhaps your senior brother might grant you a swift death. Otherwise, even 10,000 years of soul refining won't quench the hatred in my heart." A bone-chilling murderous intent, accompanied by a torrent of demonic energy, instantly filled the entire cave dwelling. The ghostly flames flickering within the eyes of the two demon god statues outside the door began to sway violently, flickering erratically. Soon, when this sovereign emerges from seclusion, the eastern wastes shall change hands. The Black Slaughter Netherfire is my most treasured possession. Whoever dares touch it shall die. The Black Slaughter Venerable's voice grew icy cold, gradually fading into the surging demonic energy. Chapter 181, Zhou Taoyao's Peril. The Five Elements Sect. After emerging from seclusion, Li Qingshan felt an inexplicable sense of dread, as if something were watching him. What's going on? Could someone be targeting me in secret? Li Qingshan furrowed his brow. After much deliberation, he concluded that within the entire Eastern Wastes, the only faction that both held a grudge against him and possessed the capability to threaten him was likely the Black Slaughter Sect. The Black Slaughter Sect's leader is at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Logically, he shouldn't pose a threat to me either. Where exactly is this unease coming from? Li Qingshan pondered silently. Whoosh! At that moment, a streak of teleportation light streaked across the sky. It was none other than the venerable Ma He. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you finally emerged from seclusion." Ancestor Ma He smiled faintly as he appraised Li Qingshan. Seeing the cultivation level of mid-stage nascent soul revealed in Li Qingshan, he couldn't help but feel deeply impressed. Li Qingshan truly lived up to his reputation as a heavenly Dao nascent soul cultivator. Not only had he advanced to the mid-stage so swiftly, but several years prior, he had single-handedly slain 3 nascent soul demon cultivators in battle, sending shockwaves across the eastern wastes. Now, Li Qingshan's aura seemed even more profound and unfathomable. It appeared his years of seclusion had yielded significant gains. "Dao friend Ma He, is there something you need?" Li Qingshan inquired with curiosity. "Well, it's like this. 3 months ago, Yiling Shuang from the Spring-and-Autumn Sect arrived with her people, saying they had urgent business with you. Since you were in seclusion at the time, I had them stay temporarily. Now that you've emerged, would you like to meet with them?" Ancestor Ma He explained. "Yiling Shuang?" A peculiar look flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. During his last seclusion, Yiling Shuang and Lang Weiwei had visited him together.
He hadn't expected them to come again this time. Could it be they recognized his identity? Perhaps there's something else? That sense of foreboding I felt it must mean something truly significant has happened. Li Qingshan mused silently. He nodded. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Daoist Ma. I shall see them now. Having reached the late nascent soul stage, his perception of the energies of heaven and earth, combined with his heavenly Dao nascent soul, allowed him to sense dangers lurking in the unseen. Perhaps Yi Lingshuang truly had urgent business requiring his presence. Friend Zhou, you're too kind. I'll bring them over immediately. Ancestor Ma, he smiled faintly. Soon, he arrived at the Qingyun P cave residence with two individuals. Leading the way was a figure clad in a long robe, her face breathtakingly beautiful, her demeanor cold and otherworldly, none other than Yi Lingshuang. Following behind Yi Lingshuang was a handsome young man, around 20 years old, with cultivation at the 7th layer of qi refining. His eyes were filled with urgency. Li Xingwen? Li Qingshan's heart jolted. This was none other than Li Yun's grandson, Li Xingwen, whom Zhou Taoyao had taken as a disciple. Why would he be here with Yi Lingshuang? Li Qingshan had initially assumed Yi Lingshuang and Lang Weiwei had uncovered his true identity, but now it seemed otherwise. Greetings, Senior Zhou. Yi Lingshuang bowed respectfully to Li Qingshan. A complex expression flickered in her eyes. Even now, seeing Li Qingshan, the primordial infant supreme elder of the 5 elements sect, with her own eyes, she still refused to believe this was the same wandering cultivator Zhou Yun from the Shantian secret realm. Li Xingwen, however, collapsed to his knees before Li Qingshan with a thud. Senior Zhou, I beg you, save my master. Li Xingwen's voice was filled with anguish and urgency as he banged his forehead 3 times on the ground before Li Qingshan. He addressed him as Senior Zhou, not ancestor, clearly not revealing Li Qingshan's true identity. Your master? Taoyao, what happened to her? Li Qingshan's expression darkened as he urgently inquired. The supreme elder of the beast-taming sect, the true lord of 10,000 beasts, intends to forcibly take Sister Zhou as his concubine. Sister Zhou refuses, but our Spring-and-Autumn Sect's supreme elder, the true lord of Wither and Bloom, in an attempt to curry favor with the true lord of 10,000 beasts and secure a patron for our sect, is forcing Sister Zhou to comply. Yi Lingshuang replied with a bitter smile. She explained the entire sequence of events. It turned out that since the demise of Chang Chunjinjuan, the Spring-Autumn Sect had been left with only Ku Rongjinjuan, a mere early nascent soul cultivator. Alone, he could barely hold the sect together. With the school teetering on the brink, they desperately needed a powerful patron. Coincidentally, the 10,000 Beasts' true lord visited the Spring-Autumn Sect and encountered Zhou Taoyao. Recognizing her as a rare purine physique, he lusted after her and sought to take her as a concubine. Though Zhou Taoyao refused, Lord Ku Rong agreed to the match to curry favor with Lord 10,000 Beasts. After all, the true lord of 10,000 beasts was a late nascent soul cultivator whose power matched that of the wine-sword immortal patriarch. He was a renowned peak-tier powerhouse throughout the eastern wastes. Only with the beast-taming sect's support could the Spring-and-Autumn Sect truly consolidate its position. Senior Zhou, that lord of 10,000 beasts, had said he practices the utterly depraved art of qi absorption. He's taken over 100 concubines, most of whom have perished. Lord of 10,000 beasts clearly intends to absorb our master's essence. This isn't a marriage alliance at all. Please, Senior, save our master. Li Xingwen's voice brimmed with fury and grief as he prepared to bow to Li Qingshan once more. Li Qingshan raised his hand slightly, and Li Xingwen halted his bow, straightening involuntarily. Yi Lingshuang also spoke with concern. Senior Zhou, though our visit is presumptuous, Junior Sister Zhou said you are the one she trusts most. We implore you, Senior Zhou, to intercede with that true lord of 10,000 beasts and plead for Junior Sister Zhou's release. A hint of unease tinged Yi Lingshuang's voice. She was equally puzzled, unable to fathom why Zhou Taoyao and Li Xingwen placed such unwavering trust in this Senior Zhou Yun. Especially Li Xingwen. When Zhou Taoyao was taken away, he had rushed to the 5 elements sect for aid without a moment's hesitation. Would Zhou Yun truly risk offending a late nascent soul cultivator for Zhou Taoyao's sake? Though Zhou Taoyao and Li Xingwen knew Zhou Yun's true identity, they had never revealed it to anyone. Thus, Yi Lingshuang remained unaware that the Zhou Yun before her was none other than the former Li Qingshan. Where is Zhou Taoyao now? Li Qingshan spoke slowly. Yet the icy glint in his eyes resembled the depths of the 9 nether abyss, causing both Yi Lingshuang and Li Xingwen to shudder involuntarily. Junior Sister Zhou has been sent to the beast-taming sect. In a few days, it will be the marriage ceremony of the 10,000 beasts' true lord. He will publicly take concubines, making Junior Sister Zhou his 100th concubine. Yi Lingshuang hurriedly replied. So much for the Beastmaster sect. So much for the 10,000 beasts' true lord. You needn't worry, I'll see this through. Follow me to the Beastmaster sect. Li Qingshan's voice was bone-chillingly cold. He was utterly enraged. In his heart, Zhou Taoyao was no different from his own granddaughter. Without her, he would never have embarked on the path to immortality, let alone attained his current cultivation realm. Now, that true lord of 10,000 beasts dared to forcibly take Zhou Taoyao as his concubine, reducing her to a vessel for his alchemical cauldron? He was utterly ignorant of his own mortality. At this moment, the murderous intent in Li Qingshan's heart had reached its peak. Fellow Daoist Zhou, don't act rashly. Seeing Li Qingshan's expression, the venerable Mahi felt a chill run down his spine and immediately stepped forward to block Li Qingshan's departure. Chapter 182, Beast Taming Sect. Though Elder Mahi didn't know the nature of Zhou Taoyao and Li Qingshan's relationship, hearing Yi Lingshuang and Li Xingwen's words and observing Li Qingshan's reaction, he instantly sensed trouble brewing. The 10,000 Beasts' true lord was a seasoned nascent soul cultivator, the strongest figure in the Beast Taming Sect, a late nascent soul cultivator renowned throughout the Eastern Wastes. Though Li Qingshan possessed formidable combat prowess, he was still only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Venturing into the Beast Taming Sect's territory on their home turf, he stood little chance of emerging unscathed. Acting impulsively, Li Qingshan might even suffer serious consequences. Ancestor Mahi spoke earnestly, fellow Daoist Zhou, the true lord of 10,000 beasts is immensely powerful. Do not act rashly. Wait for senior brother Wine Sword Immortal to return. Let him mediate. I am certain the true lord of 10,000 beasts will release Miss Zhou. Where is fellow Daoist Zhujiangxian at this moment? Li Qingshan asked indifferently. Ancestor Mahi replied, senior brother Wine Sword Immortal is currently leading several major sects in an operation to eliminate the remnants of the Black Cult. He should return within days. You must not act rashly. I will send him a message immediately. The true lord of 10,000 beasts is immensely powerful and possesses numerous hidden cards. Not to mention, the Beast Taming Sect is protected by a formidable mountain defending array. Rushing in recklessly could prove perilous. Thank you for your concern, Elder Ma, but I can wait no longer. A true hero knows when to act and when to hold back. Zhou Taoyao is my blood kin. If harm comes to her, I will make the entire Beastmaster sect pay with their lives. Li Qingshan's voice was utterly calm, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness. After speaking, he ignored old ancestor Mahi's pleas. With a flick of his sleeve, he swept up Yi Lingshuang and Li Xingwen, transforming into a streak of light that shot toward the Beastmaster sect. Fellow Daoist Zhou is too impulsive. But since he bears the Zhou surname, could Zhou Taoyao be his direct descendant? This won't do. Only senior brother Zhujiangxian can resolve this matter. We must summon him back immediately. Ancestor Mahi stamped his foot, his eyes filled with worry. His concern wasn't about offending the 10,000 beasts' true lord, but rather Li Qingshan's safety. He hastily cast a secret spell to send a message to the Wine Sword Immortal. He could only hope the Wine Sword Immortal would return in time, otherwise, trouble would be inevitable. The Beast Taming Sect nestled within a vast, untamed mountain range. Throughout its grounds, tame spirit beasts and exotic birds roamed freely, their cries and roars echoing in constant succession. Today, the Beast Taming Sect was adorned with festive decorations and red silk banners, radiating an atmosphere of joyous celebration. Inside and outside the sect, guests streamed in continuously. All prominent figures from the major sects of the Eastern Wastes gathered to congratulate the Supreme Elder, the true lord of 10,000 beasts, on taking his 100th concubine. This union with the venerable Spring-Autumn Sect held extraordinary significance, leaving no one daring to refuse the invitation. Yet beneath this clamorous celebration lay hidden coldness and despair. In a side hall hastily transformed into a bridal chamber, yet in reality, sealed with layers of restrictions that trapped all spiritual energy. Zhou Taoyao wore a crimson bridal gown that accentuated her snow-white skin and exquisite beauty. Yet her lovely face was drained of color, her eyes hollow and filled with despair. Her spiritual power was utterly restrained, rendering her powerless like a mortal. Even severing her own meridians was beyond her reach. The chamber doors swung open as the withered and decaying Zhenjuan, the sole remaining nascent soul elder of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, stepped inside. His face was gaunt, his aura tinged with decay. He looked at Zhou Taoyao, forcing a seemingly kind smile onto his face. Taoyao, the grand ceremony is tomorrow. Have you reconsidered? Marrying the 10,000 beasts' true lord is your fortune and an opportunity for our Spring-Autumn Sect. Our sect is now in decline and desperately needs powerful allies. As a true disciple of the sect, you must prioritize the greater good. Zhou Taoyao lifted her head, her gaze regaining a thread of focus, her eyes filled with pleading and the last shred of hope. Ancestor. This disciple would rather die than comply. That true lord of 10,000 beasts cultivates the heretical art of chi harvesting. Marrying him is tantamount to courting death. I beg you to revoke this decree and abandon the alliance with the Beastmaster sect. We can seek aid from the Five Elements sect. This disciple has a prior connection with Senior Zhou Yun of the Five Elements sect. He will surely assist our Spring-Autumn sect. The Five Elements sect? Zhou Yun? Lord Kuyang frowned, then shook his head. His tone carried impatience and disdain. Taoyao, don't resort to desperate measures. That Zhou Yun is merely a lone cultivator who lucked into forming his nascent soul. Even if his combat prowess is decent, he's only at the mid-stage of nascent soul cultivation. How could he possibly compare to a seasoned late nascent soul cultivator like the 10,000 beasts' true lord? Expecting him to risk offending the beast taming sect for your sake? That's nothing short of a pipe dream. He paused, his tone hardening into sternness, carrying an undeniable weight of authority. The sect has invested countless resources in cultivating you to this point. Now is the time for you to repay that debt. Stop being so willful.
Prepare properly for tomorrow's marriage ceremony.
Do not make the Spring-Autumn Sect a laughingstock.
Without another glance at Zhou Taoyao's eyes, which had dimmed instantly, filled with sorrow and despair, he swept his sleeves and left the side hall. In his eyes, trading a disciple for the protection of the Beastmaster sect was a bargain beyond compare. As for Zhou Yun of the Five Elements sect, he was merely a lone cultivator. How could he be trusted? Moreover, Zhou Taoyao's claim of friendship with Zhou Yun was, in the eyes of the true lord of decay and prosperity, nothing more than a desperate attempt to grasp at straws, utterly untrustworthy. The chamber doors closed once more, their heavy restraints glowing with light that sealed off the interior from the outside world. Zhou Taoyao collapsed weakly onto the cold floor, tears silently streaming down her face. Her last shred of hope had shattered. True Lord Ku Rong simply didn't believe her, or rather, in his heart, the sect's interests far outweighed the life or death of a single disciple. Could it be truly beyond saving? Her heart grew icy cold. Suddenly, a thought struck her, filling her with even greater panic and dread. Xingwen, he'll definitely go looking for Grandfather Qingshan. But Grandfather Qingshan wouldn't come to the beast-taming sect, would he? But Lord 10,000 Beasts is a late nascent soul cultivator, and the beast-taming sect is a den of dragons and tigers. Grandpa Green Mountain is formidable, but how could he possibly stand against him? I can't drag him into this. Absolutely not. She wiped away her tears, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. She would rather perish herself than let Grandfather Qingshan, who cherished her like his own granddaughter, risk his life for her sake. Tomorrow, if Grandfather Qingshan truly comes tomorrow, I'll say, I did it willingly. Yes, I'll say I married the true lord of 10,000 beasts of my own free will. She murmured to herself, having already made the most agonizing decision in her heart. As long as Grandpa Qingshan could leave safely, she was willing to swallow every bitter consequence. Meanwhile, within the core region of the Beastmaster sect, a grand hall adorned with the bones of various ferocious beasts echoed with the sound of a grand assembly. Lord Kirin bowed obsequiously before an imposing elder seated at the head of the hall. The old man wore a thick beastskin cloak, his features rugged yet piercingly sharp as a falcon's gaze. This elder radiated a profound, towering aura, with faint illusions of 100 beasts swirling around him. He was none other than the supreme elder of the beast-taming sect, the 10,000 Beasts True Lord. True Lord, I have already persuaded that girl Taoyao. She has come to understand and is willing to serve at your side. Lord of Decay and Renewal said with a forced smile. Chapter 183, Lord of 10,000 Beasts. Oh? She's willing? A meaningful smile curved the corners of the true Lord of 10,000 Beasts' lips as he toyed with a beast tooth artifact in his hand, speaking casually, whether she is willing or not makes no difference to this lord. However, Taoist friend Ku Rong, you are quite astute. Rest assured, from now on, this lord will protect the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Thank you, true lord. Thank you, true lord. Lord Ku Rong's face lit up with joy as he repeated his thanks, a heavy weight lifting from his heart. With the true lord of 10,000 Beasts' protection, the Spring-Autumn Sect could finally rest assured. Besides, he dared not risk offending the true lord of 10,000 Beasts over Zhou Taoyao. After bowing in gratitude once more, he respectfully withdrew from the grand hall. Once Lord Ku Rong departed, the smile on Lord 10,000 Beasts' face instantly turned cold and cruel. He patted the dragon coiled beside his throne, a creature as thick as a water barrel, covered in jet-black scales, and crowned with a single horn. The dragon's aura was savage and fierce. It was none other than a demon king of the upper 4th rank. It was the black mystic dragon, the lifebound demon beast subdued by the true lord of 10,000 Beasts in his early years. It was also one of his most formidable assets. Black mystic, no need to rush. The true lord of 10,000 Beasts' eyes flashed with greed and excitement. Tomorrow is the 15th day of the 8th month, the night of the full moon, the time of year when yin energy is at its peak. That Zhou Taoyao possesses a rare and extraordinary yin physique. If I can harvest her primordial yin essence at midnight, when yin and yang converge, using secret techniques to harness that ultimate yin power to temper my fiercely young cultivation method, I have a 90% chance of shattering my bottleneck and stepping into the realm of grand perfection of the nascent soul. Then, the path to spirit transformation will no longer be beyond reach. Ha 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 ha. He let out a triumphant, maniacal laugh. Upon hearing this, the black mystic serpent's crimson vertical pupils reflected an almost human satisfaction and anticipation. Its massive head rubbed against the true lord of 10,000 Beasts' palm, emitting a deep, low growl. It knew that after its master had harvested the essence, the physical body of the Xianin devoid of primordial yin would be a potent tonic for it. After all, the bodies of the master's previous 99 concubines all lay within its belly. The next day dawned with radiant sunshine. The Beastmaster Sect Plaza had been lavishly prepared. Red carpets covered the ground, guests filled the seats, and displays of spiritual fruits and divine wines were arranged. Tamed spirit birds and exotic beasts flitted about, performing to add to the festivities. Gongs and drums resounded, flutes and pipes harmonized. The grand ceremony for the Beast Lord's concubine selection officially commenced. Upon the high platform, the Lord of 10,000 Beasts sat enthroned in a crimson wedding robe.
Though his face bore a smile, the cold detachment and unwavering resolve in his gaze, as if surveying all below, sent a chill through the hearts of some perceptive guests. The black mystic serpent coiled behind him, radiating a suffocating aura of ferocity. All eyes turned toward the end of the red carpet. There, adorned in a phoenix crown and ceremonial robes, her face veiled beneath a crimson hood, Zhou Taoyao was being escorted by 2 female disciples of the beast-taming sect. Step by step, she advanced toward the platform as if walking to the execution ground. Her steps were stiff. Beneath the veil, her face was pale and resolute. She clenched her fist tightly, gripping a sharp hairpin concealed within her sleeve, the only means of ending her life she could find. In her heart, she prayed over and over, "Grandfather Qingshan, please don't come, please don't come." Her steps were heavy, as if she walked not on soft brocade but on red-hot branding irons. Each step strained her taut nerves, the hairpin in her sleeve digging painfully into her palm, her last shred of dignity. The congratulatory voices of the guests lining the path and the clamor of gongs and drums now blurred into indistinct noise in her ears. Only the thunderous pounding of her own heartbeat rang clear. She could feel it, the tangible gaze of greed fixed upon her from the high platform, like a serpent's forked tongue licking every inch of her skin. Seated in the main position, the true lord of 10,000 beasts wore a crimson wedding robe that couldn't conceal the fiery, almost burning possessiveness in his eyes. He did not see a bride, but a peerless treasure, a medicine that could help him break through his bottleneck, reach the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, and even glimpse the path to the transformation of the spirit. Zhou Taoyao's heart sank to the depths of despair, cold as icy tide spreading through her entire being. She could almost envision the sickening ordeal awaiting her after nightfall. Her grip on the hairpin tucked in her sleeve tightened, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Just as she reached the final step of the high platform, her spirit nearly consumed by despair. "Hold on." A clear, calm voice, not particularly loud, yet like thunder from the heavens, instantly drowned out all the clamor, reaching every ear present with perfect clarity. All heads turned in unison toward the source of the sound. A green rainbow pierced the sky, streaking across the heavens in an instant before landing at the center of the square. As its radiance faded, 3 figures emerged. At the forefront stood a young cultivator clad in a blue robe. His features were unremarkable, yet his bearing was otherworldly. It was none other than Li Qingshan. Behind him stood Yi Lingshuan and Li Xingwen. Under the intense scrutiny of the surrounding crowd, their expressions grew profoundly grave. They felt no confidence either. This was the sacred ground of the beast-taming sect, and the 10,000 beasts' true lord was a late nascent soul stage cultivator. Could Li Qingshan truly take Zhou Taoyao away? Li Qingshan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze calmly fixed upon the 10,000 beasts' true lord atop the high platform. A nascent soul cultivator? Who is this man? To dare disrupt the true lord of 10,000 beasts' concubine-taking ceremony? Even for a nascent soul cultivator, this is rather presumptuous. What audacity! Does he think the beast-taming sect is some place to run wild? The guests murmured in astonishment and uncertainty. Zhou Yun? Among the many guests observing the ceremony, representing the heavenly demon sect was none other than their holy maiden, Lang Weiyue. Her beautiful eyes fell upon Li Qingshan, and especially upon Yi Lingshuang standing behind him, a hint of surprise flickering in her gaze. She hadn't expected Li Qingshan to attend the true lord of 10,000 beasts' concubine-taking ceremony. What exactly was he up to? Who are you? The true lord of 10,000 beasts' expression darkened as his gaze fixed on Li Qingshan, tinged with a hint of suspicion. Mid-Yuanling stage, this man looked utterly unfamiliar. What was his purpose in coming to the beast-taming sect? Zhou Taoyao's slender frame trembled violently. That voice. She abruptly tore off the red veil covering her head, revealing a face that remained breathtakingly beautiful despite its pallor. The moment she recognized the face before her, her eyes flashed with indescribable joy, only to be instantly replaced by deeper anxiety. "Grandfather Qingshan!" She cried out, her voice breaking. How did you come here? Leave quickly. I came of my own free will. You must leave this place. She frantically signaled with her eyes, terrified that Li Qingshan would be endangered because of her. She knew all too well the fearsome reputation of the true lord of 10,000 beasts. Li Qingshan shot her a reassuring glance, ignoring her urgent pleas to leave. His gaze remained fixed on the true lord of 10,000 beasts, his tone calm yet unyielding. "True lord of 10,000 beasts, this girl is my junior. I do not consent to this marriage. I ask you to grant me this favor and let me take her away." Chapter 184, The Overbearing Li Qingshan. At that moment, a well-traveled guest recognized Li Qingshan's identity and whispered in astonishment, "It's Zhou Yun, the newly appointed supreme elder of the 5 Elements sect. The one who slayed 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Black Slaughter sect in recent years." What? It's him? No wonder he has such audacity. But why would he risk offending the true lord of 10,000 beasts over a female disciple from the Spring-and-Autumn Sect? Even if they're friends, provoking a late-stage nascent soul cultivator like the 10,000 beasts true lord over a female cultivator is utterly irrational. Whispers erupted once more as all eyes fixated on Li Qingshan and the true lord of 10,000 beasts. "Grandpa Qingshan? Junior sister Zhou, why are you addressing senior Zhou as Grandpa Qingshan?" Yi Lingshuang's expression shifted upon hearing Zhou Taoyao's words, her voice tinged with shock.
Li Qingshan lowered his voice.
Please forgive me, Senior Yi. Senior Zhou Yun is actually my great-grandfather, Li Qingshan, who adopted the pseudonym Zhou Yun. This matter is of great importance, which is why I didn't inform you, Senior Yi.
Seeing Zhou Taoyao reveal Li Qingshan's identity, Li Qingshan hurriedly explained.
What? Li Qingshan? He's that Li Qingshan from Peach Blossom Village? Yi Lingshuan's eyes widened abruptly, her gaze filled with utter disbelief. That's right. My great-grandfather hails from Peach Blossom Village.
Li Qingshan nodded, his voice brimming with pride. Having visited the ancestral home of the Li family in Peach Blossom Village many times, coupled with Zhou Taoyao's accounts, he naturally knew some of Li Qingshan's past.
It really is him?
A tidal wave of emotion surged through Yi Lingshuan's heart. Memories from over 80 years ago flooded her mind when she had brought Zhou Taoyao and Li Qingshan back to the Spring and Autumn Gate from Peach Blossom Village. Back then, Li Qingshan had been white-haired and deeply wrinkled, his lifespan nearly exhausted. Had it not been for his heavenly spirit root and Zhou Taoyao's desperate pleas, Yi Lingshuan would never have brought him back to the sect. Yet Yi Lingshuan could not reconcile the figure before her, a renowned nascent soul cultivator revered across the eastern wastes, with the centenarian from those days. How could this be? Hadn't Li Qingshan's lifespan been exhausted, returning him to dust? How could he still be alive? More crucially, Yi Lingshuan suddenly realized that the Li Qingshan before her was none other than Zhou Yun, the wandering cultivator who had entangled himself with her in Langweiwa in the Shen-Tian secret realm. A whirlwind of shame, anger, embarrassment, and bitterness surged through her. She was so stunned she could barely move. At that moment, the smile had long vanished from the true lord of 10,000 Beasts' face, replaced by a look as dark as water. He fixed his gaze on Li Qingshan, his eyes flashing with icy coldness. He had certainly heard of Zhou Yun of the Five Elements sect, a notoriously troublesome figure. After all, rumors claimed he possessed late nascent soul cultivation, the very power that had allowed him to slay a demonic cultivator like the bone-eating ancestor, whose demonic flames raged like a torrent. Such a man was best avoided if possible. Suppressing his urge to strike immediately, he offered a forced smile. So it is you, fellow Taoist Zhou of the Five Elements sect. Today marks this old man's joyous occasion. Should fellow Taoist Zhou wish to share in the celebration, I would be most honored. Please take a seat and witness the ceremony. Let us not spoil the harmony. He attempted to offer a face-saving exit. However, Li Qingshan showed no regard for his courtesy, cutting him off immediately. No need for ceremonies. I said it. Zhou Taoyao is my junior. I intend to take her with me. The words sent shockwaves through the entire hall. Standing beside the true lord of 10,000 beasts, the already uneasy true lord of decay and renewal now turned deathly pale. His body shook violently as he stared in disbelief at Li Qingshan, then at Zhou Taoyao. He never imagined that the Grandpa Qingshan Zhou Taoyao had mentioned was actually this dreaded figure, Zhou Yun. And judging by Zhou Yun's attitude, this was far from an ordinary relationship. Hadn't he tacitly approved, even encouraged this matter, thereby incurring Zhou Yun's utter wrath? The mere thought of Zhou Yun's record of slaughtering nascent soul cultivators as easily as slicing melons sent a chill racing from the soles of Ku Rong Jinjuan's feet straight to the crown of his head. He regretted his actions so deeply his guts turned green, his heart filled with dread as he had no idea what to do. Seeing Li Qingshan's utter lack of gratitude, the true lord of 10,000 beasts' expression darkened completely, the last shred of feigned politeness vanishing without a trace. He slammed his fist onto the armrest of his chair and sprang to his feet. A violent aura surged from him like a storm, unleashing the full weight of his late nascent soul cultivation without restraint. Behind him, the black mystic dragon let out a threatening growl. Zhou Yun! You've been given face, yet you refuse to accept it. The true lord of 10,000 beasts' voice was bone-chillingly cold. Zhou Taoyao, I am determined to marry her today. Whoever dares to obstruct me is declaring war against my beast-taming sect. Facing this overwhelming ferocity, Li Qingshan remained outwardly calm. Yet beneath that composure lay a bone-chilling coldness. He slowly lifted his gaze, speaking each word deliberately. Should Zhou Taoyao suffer even the slightest harm today, I will make your entire beast-taming sect pay with their lives for her. His voice was not loud, yet it carried the weight of 10,000 years of frozen ice, utterly resolute and undeniably murderous. It instantly reverberated across the entire square, sending a chill rising from the depths of every soul who heard it, including the nascent soul cultivators present. Senior Zhou Yun is so overbearing? Whoa! He's only at mid-Yuanling stage, how dare he threaten a late Yuanling great cultivator? Indeed. This is beast-taming sect territory. The beast-taming sect may not be as powerful as the Five Elements sect, but it's still a major sect with 3 nascent soul cultivators as its pillars. Whispers rippled through the crowd, eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. Cold Wei Yu's expression also shifted slightly. She hadn't anticipated Li Qingshan would be so aggressive, attempting to forcibly take Zhou Taoyao away even at the cost of antagonizing the 10,000 beasts' true lord. This was trouble. Late nascent soul cultivators weren't opponents to be taken lightly. For some reason, a sense of urgency began to stir within Long Weiyue's heart. This guy really stirs up trouble everywhere he goes. Long Weiyue muttered to herself, her mind racing with thoughts of what she should do if a fight truly broke out.
Arrogant! You foolhardy fool! The true lord of 10,000 beasts erupted in fury. Having ruled the eastern wastes for years, when had he ever faced such a threat and humiliation? You think killing a few trashy demonic cultivators gives you the right to run wild in my beast-taming sect? Today, I'll show you what it means that there are always people above you and skies beyond skies. The true lord of 10,000 beasts' gaze turned icy cold as he launched his attack. As a formidable late nascent soul cultivator and the venerable patriarch of the Beastmaster sect, how could he possibly swallow his pride after being so publicly humiliated? Even if the man before him, Zhou Yun, was the supreme elder of the Five Elements sect, he showed no mercy and struck without hesitation. Boom! The true lord of 10,000 beasts clasped his fingers like claws, reaching out to grab fiercely through the air. A colossal beast claw, a fusion of overwhelming demonic energy and magical power, instantly materialized. Enveloped in the power of wind and thunder, it tore through the air, carrying an aura of utter destruction as it descended toward Li Qingshan. This single claw strike possessed enough power to crush an entire mountain peak. Chapter 185, The Great Battle Begins, Banner of 10,000 Beasts. The Lord of 10,000 Beasts unleashed his fury. The colossal, monstrous claw obscured the sky, thunderous roars erupted, and terrifying power capable of shattering mountains and splitting peaks instantly engulfed Li Qingshan. Many guests of lesser cultivation on the plaza were forced back by the radiating pressure, their faces turning pale. The clash between nascent soul cultivators threatened to shatter the heavens and earth. Even golden core cultivators paled with horror. Grandpa Qingshan, be careful! Zhou Taoyao cried out in alarm, her heart pounding in her throat. Yet, facing this terrifying strike, Li Qingshan didn't even shift his stance. He merely slashed upward with his fingers like a sword. Clang! A sword aura, condensed to its absolute limit, appeared out of thin air. It was a pale gold color, seemingly capable of slicing through light and darkness. Only a few feet long, it radiated a fierce sword intent that seemed capable of cleaving through anything. The sword aura swept silently through the void, colliding with the massive beast claw. The anticipated earth-shattering explosion failed to materialize. To the stunned gazes of all present, the seemingly invincible beast's claw sliced clean through the azure gold sword aura like a hot knife through butter, cleaved clean in two. The raging demonic energy and magical power instantly dissipated, scattering into chaotic gusts of wind. What? The true lord of 10,000 beasts' pupils contracted sharply, his face betraying disbelief for the first time. Though he hadn't unleashed his full power with that strike, it was far beyond what an ordinary late nascent soul cultivator could so effortlessly shatter. So there is some trick to it. But it's still not enough. The true lord of 10,000 beasts roared, his hands forming seals. A great banner, radiating a primordial, savage aura and embroidered with countless fierce demonic beast illusions, appeared in his hands of fourth-tier supreme magical treasure, the banner of 10,000 beasts. He violently shook the banner, its fabric flapping wildly as 9 solid, roaring beast souls burst forth, radiating the overwhelming pressure of nascent soul cultivators. A fiery phoenix blazing with flames, a mystic turtle piercing with bone-chilling cold, a winged tiger radiating murderous aura. 9 nascent soul beast spirits pounced on Li Qingshan from all directions, their roars shaking the heavens as demonic energy swept across the entire plaza. 9 nascent soul beast spirits? That's a top-tier 4th grade artifact, the true lord of 10,000 beasts' life-bound treasure. He's getting serious. Even if Zhou Yun is powerful, he likely can't withstand this. To force the true lord of 10,000 beasts to deploy the banner of 10,000 beasts, he has already earned his pride. The guests were shaken to their cores, hastily raising protective spiritual auras to shield themselves from the battle's aftershocks. Lord of Decay and Prosperity turned ashen-faced. He both hoped Zhou Yun would lose to ease his own predicament, yet harbored a creeping dread of what would happen if Zhou Yun prevailed. Even in his heart, this seemed almost impossible. Facing the assault of 9 beast souls, Li Qingshan's expression remained unchanged. With a flick of his thoughts, Immortal Sword Formation, activate. Clang! 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 12 eternal judgment swords, as if possessed of life, streamed forth from his body in succession. Instantly, they formed a compact sword array, shielding him completely from all sides. Within the array, the intersecting blades of judgment wove a deadly domain. Boom! 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 The 9 beast souls furiously assaulted the formation. Flames, frost, malevolent energy, their innate divine abilities slammed against the sword barrier, erupting in deafening explosions and blinding flashes of light, yet they could not breach it. How is this possible? His sword formation is this impenetrable? The true lord of 10,000 beasts was horrified. The combined might of his 9 beast souls should have been enough to trap, or even severely wound, a late nascent soul cultivator in short order. Li Qingshan's calm voice rang out. The next instant, thunderous light erupted around him. 9-fold thunder body, manifest. Boom! 9 thunderous shadows materialized, each formed entirely from pure lightning, sharing the same origin as his physical form and possessing unparalleled might. Each radiated a terrifying spiritual pressure approaching that of a late nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, each Thunder Shadow clone wielded a Longxing Judgment Sword, their energies intertwining to radiate an overwhelmingly powerful aura. What? 9 avatars? Impossible. The true Lord of 10,000 Beasts' eyes nearly popped out of his head, utterly incredulous. Clone techniques were not unheard of, but to condense 9 clones possessing 70% of the Master's combat strength, with such solidified aura, this was utterly unprecedented. The moment the 9 Thunder Shadow clones materialized, each wielding a sword of eternal judgment, they charged like tigers among sheep, lunging directly at the 9 beast souls. The eternal judgment swords radiated unmatched brilliance, channeling thunderous energy of the utmost yang and ferocity of force inherently potent against soul-like entities. Lightning flashed, sword chi surged, and blades bearing the edge to shatter all struck toward the 9 beast souls. Boom! Though the 9 great beast souls possessed nascent soul stage strength, they were no match for Li Qingshan's Thunder Shadow clones, let alone when wielding the eternal judgment swords. Soon, the 9 great beast souls were shattered by the eternal judgment sword, disintegrating into wisps of black smoke that drifted back into the banner of 10,000 beasts. With the 9 beast souls severely wounded, the radiance of the 10,000 beasts banner dimmed slightly, causing the 10,000 beasts' true lord to stagger backward in shock. His eyes blazed with a mixture of shock and fury. Before he could react, Li Qingshan's true form wielded 12 eternal judgment swords. Their fierce, whirling blades sliced through the void at blinding speed, striking toward the 10,000 beasts' true lord. Boom! The true lord of 10,000 beasts, utterly flustered, activated the banner of 10,000 beasts to withstand the swordlight of the eternal judgment swords. Simultaneously, his figure shifted rapidly, evading the area enveloped by the sword beams. Only now did he grasp the true extent of Li Qingshan's power. This was no ordinary late nascent soul cultivator. The formidable combat prowess Li Qingshan displayed was already on par with a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Damn it! Hey Xian, help me! The lord of 10,000 beasts, both shocked and enraged, cried out urgently. The black mystic dragon, coiled in the rear, could no longer contain itself. At its master's command, it let out a thunderous dragon's roar. Its massive body shot forward like a black lightning bolt, carrying a foul stench. Opening its gaping maw, it unleashed a highly corrosive black toxic flame, launching a flanking attack on Li Qingshan. Simultaneously, its tail lashed out like a divine whip, aiming for Li Qingshan's midsection. This strike was lightning fast and came from an impossible angle. If hit, even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would suffer severe injury. Seeing the black mystic dragon strike, Yi Lingshuang, Zhou Taoyao, Li Xingwen, and the others all paled, their eyes filled with profound worry. Yet Li Qingshan seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Without even turning his head, he clenched his left fist. The colossal energy of the 5 elements Tao power and the 7th layer of the 9 transformations golden body technique erupted violently. He delivered a backfist strike with his left hand. A 5-colored radiance swirled around the fist's edge, faintly shrouded in an immortal golden glow. 9 transformations golden body, heaven-shaking fist. Boom! The fist's force collided violently with the black poisonous flames and the dragon-like tail. The poisonous flames were instantly scattered by the fist's force. The dragon tail, powerful enough to shatter mountains, emitted a bone-chilling crack upon contact with Li Qingshan's fist. The black mystic dragon let out an agonized shriek as its massive body was sent flying backward by the single blow, scales shattered and blood streaming down its form. Simultaneously, Li Qingshan shifted the sword seal in his right hand. From the 12 eternal swords binding the 10,000 beasts' true lord, her swords abruptly split off. Transforming into 4 dazzling sword auras piercing heaven and earth, they pursued the recoiling black mystic serpent with lightning speed, closing the distance in an instant. Chapter 186, Empowered by the Spirit of All Beasts. Put. 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 4 bursts of crimson light erupted. The 4 eternal judgment swords pierced the black mystic dragon's vital points, its reverse scales and 7-inch point with pinpoint accuracy. Even as a 4th-tier high-grade demon king with formidable physical prowess, it was instantly gravely wounded under the razor-sharp edge of a 4th-tier supreme-grade artifact in the sword intent of judgment, letting out a piercing, agonized howl. It crashed down from midair, collapsing a large section of the plaza buildings, its fate unknown. Black Mystic. The true lord of 10,000 beasts' eyes bulged with fury. This black mystic dragon was the life-bound demon beast he had nurtured with immeasurable effort, bound by deep affection and serving as his most formidable ally. Consumed by fury, he lost all reason. Seizing the moment when Li Qingshan was distracted by Black Mystic's injury, a nearly transparent jet black light shot silently from his sleeve, a top-tier 4th-tier artifact, the soul-shattering dart. This was an utterly bizarre artifact, silent and swift as lightning, designed specifically to pierce protective spiritual auras and wound the soul. The soul-shattering dart shot forward with blinding speed, reaching Li Qingshan's back in the blink of an eye. Watch out for the hidden weapon. Lang Weiyue cried out in alarm. Li Qingshan, however, seemed to have anticipated this. Without even turning around, he summoned the eternal judgment sword in his palm. Thunder surged around it, its blade gleaming with unmatched sharpness as he casually slashed behind him. Shhhhh. A slender yet razor-sharp blade of energy, though released later, arrived first, striking the dark streak with pinpoint accuracy. Clang! The soul-shattering dart trembled violently, struck by the thunderous energy within the eternal judgment sword, and flew sideways. Li Qingshan's gaze remained cold and indifferent. With his current cultivation, he was in no way inferior to a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage. After his enlightenment in Peach Blossom Village, his divine soul had surged dramatically, his divine sense now enveloping the surrounding void with flawless clarity. The so-called sneak attack had no effect whatsoever on Li Qingshan. How is this possible? The true lord of 10,000 beasts was utterly terrified. His greatest reliance, the 10,000 beasts banner, had been countered. His life-bound demon beast had been severely wounded. Even his last-ditch surprise attack artifact had been so easily nullified by his opponent. How could Zhou Yun, merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, possess such terrifying combat prowess? So what if he's powerful? This is the territory of my Beastmaster sect. Daring to steal this lord's woman, you shall not escape today. 10,000 beasts pay homage. The 10,000 beasts' true lord gritted his teeth. His immense magical power erupted from his body, shooting skyward in an instant as his hands swiftly formed seals. The entire beast-taming sect's mountains trembled as thick pillars of light shot skyward from every peak, instantly weaving together in the air to form a colossal light array enveloping the entire sect. Within the array, illusory beasts raced and roared. Boundless demonic energy and spiritual power surged like 1,000 rivers flowing into the sea, madly pouring into the 10,000 beasts' true lord's body. His aura began to surge wildly, climbing higher and higher. Muscles bulged like coiled ropes across his body, veins stood out prominently, his eyes turned blood red, and behind him, a vast, indistinct shadow of the spirit of 10,000 beasts began to emerge faintly. The pressure emanating from that shadow had reached the peak of the 4th tier, dangerously close to the 5th tier. Empowered by the sect's protective array and the spirit of 10,000 beasts, the true lord of 10,000 beasts now transcended the late nascent soul realm, reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage. Ha 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 ha! Zhou Yun! Dare to run wild in my beast-taming sect? Today is your doom. Feel the might of 10,000 beasts, this is my true power. The true lord of 10,000 beasts roared with maniacal laughter, his voice rolling like thunder, filled with savage and destructive energy. All the guests on the square were cowed by this terrifying pressure, trembling in fear. Even the true lord of decay and prosperity paled, convinced Zhou Yun was doomed this time. Zhou Taoyao closed her eyes in despair, tears streaming down her face. Yet, facing the beast sovereign whose aura surged like an ancient demon god, Li Qingshan remained utterly calm. He even shook his head slightly, as if pitying the other's desperate struggle. It's merely an external force, amplified by an array formation. His gaze remained serene as he spoke indifferently, then let me show you what the true immortal sword array is. As the words fell, the remaining 15 eternal judgment swords within Li Qingshan's body, along with the previous 12 and the 9 held by his Thunder Shadow clone 36 4th tier supreme flying swords in total simultaneously emitted earth-shaking dragon roars as they shot skyward. 36 blades cut across the sky, their energies intertwining to instantly form an unparalleled sword formation that enveloped heaven and earth, sealing off the outside world the complete eternal life sword formation. Simultaneously, the 9 Thunder Shadow clones transformed into streaks of lightning, merging into the sword formation. Positioned at the array's 9 pivotal nodes, the clones made the already immensely powerful formation operate with greater fluidity. The sword energy surged with even more frenzied intensity and density, its might exploding several-fold. Within the formation, it seemed to transform into a world of sword energy, a realm of judgment. Countless azure gold sword energies poured down like a torrential downpour, resembling the Milky Way spilling from the heavens, launching a devastating assault upon the colossal illusory form of the spirit of 10,000 beasts and the true lord of 10,000 beasts sheltered beneath it. Roar! The spirit of 10,000 beasts roared, swiping its claws to shatter vast swaths of sword energy. Yet more waves surged forward relentlessly, seemingly endless. Break! The true lord of all beasts roared with fury, channeling every ounce of his power into a single punch. The fist imprint transformed into a primordial colossus, crashing toward the core of the sword formation. Li Qingshan stood motionless at the array's center, expressionless. He formed his fingers into a sword seal and drew it forward. Immortal judgment, slash. 36 swords abruptly merged into one, forming a chaotic colored sword aura that spanned heaven and earth. Within it, scenes of the 5 elements' birth and destruction, the universe's cycles of rebirth, seemed to emerge. Defying spatial distance, this sword aura carried the will to judge and end all things, instantly cleaving through the colossal illusory form of the spirit of 10,000 beasts. Arg! The spirit of 10,000 beasts emitted a piercing, unwilling howl. Its colossal phantom shattered like a punctured bubble, dissipating in an instant. The protective array enveloping the beast-taming sect dimmed rapidly, cracks appearing across its surface. The sword aura's momentum remained unabated, slashing down fiercely under the horrified gaze of the true lord of 10,000 beasts. No! Boom! A terrifying explosion shook the heavens and earth, carving 3 feet from the ground of the entire Beastmaster Sect Plaza as dust and debris shot skyward. The terrifying sword light surged like a reversed Milky Way, enveloping the entire sky.
Had Li Qingshan not deliberately avoided the crowd below, the terrifying aura unleashed by the Eternal Life Sword Array would likely have obliterated every living soul. Within the beast-taming sect, whether elders or disciples, whether golden core cultivators or nascent soul cultivators, terror froze in their eyes. As the dust slowly dispersed, the true lord of 10,000 beasts appeared, hair disheveled and drenched in blood. The banner of 10,000 beasts lay dimly by his side. He knelt half-bent within the enormous crater, his aura utterly depleted. Clearly, he had suffered severe injuries and possessed no strength left to fight. Li Qingshan, however, remained unscathed, his green robe as pristine as ever. The 36 immortal swords hovered silently behind him like loyal sentinels. Dead silence fell over the entire arena. Everyone stood frozen in place, mouths agape, staring blankly at the scene, their minds a blank void. The peerlessly powerful lord of 10,000 beasts, whose strength, amplified by the grand formation, rivaled that of a grand perfection nascent soul cultivator, had been defeated. And defeated so cleanly, so utterly, in a manner bordering on annihilation. Just how terrifying was the strength of this elder Zhou of the Five Elements sect? Lord of Decay and Prosperity's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground, his heart filled only with boundless fear and regret. Zhou Taoyao opened her eyes, gazing at the proud figure clad in green robes standing tall. Tears welled up once more, but this time they were tears of joy at surviving the ordeal and an indescribable pride. Li Qingshan's gaze swept across the devastated plaza, finally settling on the gravely wounded true lord of 10,000 beasts. His voice was calm as he spoke. "Now, may I take her away?" Chapter 187, The Unrivaled of the Eastern Wastes, Li Qingshan. A cold, murderous intent flickered in Li Qingshan's eyes. He contemplated whether to execute the true lord of 10,000 beasts outright. Today, at the beast-taming sect, he had soundly defeated the true lord and forcibly taken Zhou Taoyao away, actions that had already completely antagonized the true lord. Making an enemy of such a late nascent soul cultivator meant one of two paths, either refrain from action entirely, or eliminate the threat completely. But defeating the true lord of 10,000 beasts was easy, killing him was another matter entirely. After all, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator possessed countless life-saving trump cards. Unless Li Qingshan resorted to the mystic heaven demon sealing gourd. More importantly, publicly slaying the 10,000 beasts true lord would likely bring no benefit to Li Qingshan. It would only make him a target for everyone's wrath. Cough, cough. Fellow Daoist, your power is formidable. We 10,000 beasts acknowledge your strength. Zhou Taoyao, you may take her away. The true lord of 10,000 beasts coughed up blood, his hair disheveled, his voice low and hoarse. Yet his lowered eyes burned with fierce resentment and bitterness. As the supreme elder of the beast-taming sect, being defeated and subdued within his own sect was an utter disgrace. Yet he dared not utter another word. His keen spiritual perception sensed the unmasked killing intent radiating from Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan might actually kill him. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a clear, piercing sword cry rang out, echoing across the heavens like the roar of a dragon. An old Taoist, clad in a robe and with a crimson gourd hanging at his waist, his beard and hair entirely white, stepped onto a celestial sword. Like a rainbow piercing the sun, he soared across the sky. In the blink of an eye, he landed before the hall of 10,000 beasts. It was none other than the Wine Sword Immortal. Thank goodness I arrived in time. The Wine Sword Immortal silently thanked his luck. How could he not sense the murderous intent radiating from Li Qingshan? With his formidable divine perception, he had witnessed Li Qingshan defeating the true lord of 10,000 beasts from 100 li away. Shocked and deeply anxious. He feared Li Qingshan's murderous intent might be too overwhelming, causing him to kill the 10,000 beasts true lord outright. That would spell trouble. Is that Zhujiangxian of the Five Elements sect? Whoa! He's the top swordsman in the Eastern Wastes. Is he here to back up Zhou Yun? The true lord of 10,000 beasts has truly bitten off more than he can chew this time. The crowd murmured in awe, their eyes fixed on the Wine Sword Immortal and Li Qingshan. The Wine Sword Immortal smiled and nodded at Li Qingshan before turning his gaze toward the Lord of 10,000 Beasts. His eyes instantly sharpened to a piercing glare. Lord of 10,000 Beasts, do you realize your mistake? Zhou Taoyao is the junior disciple of our fellow cultivator Zhou Yun. To dare seize her by force, do you truly wish to make enemies with our Five Elements sect? The Wine Sword Immortal's voice carried an indescribable aura of dominance, sending a chill down the true Lord of 10,000 Beasts' spine. However, he had subtly reframed the grudge between Li Qingshan and the true lord of 10,000 beasts as a conflict between the Five Elements sect and the beast-taming sect. This served both to placate Li Qingshan and to issue a warning to the true lord of 10,000 beasts. Wine Sword Immortal, fellow Taoist Zhou Yun, I was wrong. The true lord of 10,000 beasts spoke in a submissive tone. The appearance of the Wine Sword Immortal had completely stripped him of any remaining confidence, forcing him to bow his head and admit his fault. An ancient monster who had lived countless years, how could he fail to grasp the meaning behind the true lord of 10,000 beasts' words? If he refused to yield now, Zhou Yun truly would kill him. Wine Sword Immortal breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Li Qingshan. Senior Zhou, have you vented your anger? Since Lord 10,000 Beasts has admitted his fault, let us spare him and drop the matter. What do you say?
Li Qingshan understood the wine sword immortal's meaning perfectly. He replied indifferently, very well, let this matter rest. Zhou Taoyao is my junior. If anyone dares covet her again, they will be making an enemy of me, Zhou Yun. Whoosh! With that, Li Qingshan materialized before Zhou Taoyao. A colossal surge of magical power erupted, instantly shattering the restraints binding her and restoring her freedom. Grandfather Qingshan, thank you. Zhou Taoyao's eyes were red with tears of joy. She had already resolved to submit to the true lord of 10,000 beasts, never imagining Li Qingshan's power could be so terrifying. Even the late nascent soul stage true lord of 10,000 beasts had fallen before him, forced to bow his head. The sheer relief of surviving such peril left her gratitude beyond words. Silly girl, since you call me grandfather, how could I stand by and watch you face danger? Li Qingshan said gently. Elder Zhou, why does she call you grandfather Qingshan? The wine sword immortal inquired curiously. Li Qingshan replied calmly, wine sword immortal, to be honest, my real name is Li Qingshan. I had to adopt the alias Zhou Yun to evade my enemies. Please forgive me for this. Li Qingshan? The wine sword immortal paused slightly before laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoist Li, you're too polite. Such circumstances are only human. But since you've been so candid, are you planning to resume your true name? Indeed. Li Qingshan nodded. The alias Zhou Yun had been merely a temporary expedient. Now that his cultivation had reached the late nascent soul stage, his power unmatched across the eastern wastes truly the foremost in the realm, he naturally had no need for the name Zhou Yun any longer. Is he truly Li Qingshan? Hearing Li Qingshan's words, Yiling Shuang's body trembled. Her beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions. She could scarcely fathom how, over 80 years ago, that centenarian Li Qingshan had, in such a short span, become a late nascent soul cultivator dominating the eastern wastes, one who had even defeated the 10,000 beasts true lord. What monstrous cultivation speed was this? A centenarian, even one blessed with a heavenly spirit root, should have been utterly incapable of successfully establishing a foundation. Yiling Shuang understood that Li Qingshan must have encountered astonishing opportunities and divine favor. Yet, being a wise woman, she had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. Fellow cultivators, I am Zhou Yun, Supreme Elder of the Five Elements Sect. My true name is Li Qingshan. Today, I restore my original name and proclaim it to the world. The wine sword immortal proclaimed in a resonant voice. Li Qingshan? What an unfamiliar name. This Supreme Elder Zhou Yun was merely an alias? Investigate. Uncover this man's true background. The Five Elements Sect and this Li Qingshan, we absolutely must not provoke them in the future. He already possesses the combat prowess of a grand perfection nascent soul cultivator. It may not be impossible for him to break through to the legendary spirit transformation realm in the future. The surrounding crowd murmured among themselves. Though they didn't know why Li Qingshan had adopted the alias Zhou Yun, they had already classified him as someone absolutely not to be provoked. Li Qingshan? That bastard actually used an alias? Amidst the crowd, Lung Weiyue's eyes widened, her gaze filled with utter disbelief. However, when her peripheral vision caught Yiling Shuang's expression, she instantly understood. It seems Yiling Shuang must know this Li Qingshan's background. There's definitely something secretive about this guy. Taoyao, let's go. Li Qingshan flashed a faint smile at Zhou Taoyao before sweeping his sleeves. In an instant, he enveloped Zhou Taoyao, Yiling Shuang, and Li Xingwen, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the sky. The wine sword immortal nodded to the others before transforming into a streak of light himself, chasing after Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan? I remember you. The humiliation of today shall be repaid in the future. The true lord of 10,000 beasts watched Li Qingshan's retreating figure, his eyes filled with venom and murderous intent. Chapter 188, 3 Conditions. Outside the beast taming sect. On a barren mountain, a streak of light descended, revealing the figures of Li Qingshan, Zhou Taoyao, Yiling Shuang, and Li Xingwen. Grandpa Qingshan, thank you for saving me. Zhou Taoyao said with immense gratitude. No need for formalities with Grandpa. Li Qingshan smiled faintly, his gaze turning slightly icy. The Spring-and-Autumn Sect dared to treat you this way? I will settle this score with them once and for all. If you're willing, you can join the Five Elements Sect and cultivate here. What do you say? The Five Elements Sect? Li Qingshan's words caused a flicker of interest to pass through Zhou Taoyao's eyes. But she shook her head immediately. Thank you for your kindness, Grandfather Qingshan. I appreciate it. However, the Spring-Autumn Sect raised me. The masters and friends within the sect have cared for me deeply. Now is the Spring-Autumn Sect's most perilous moment. I cannot abandon them at this critical time. Senior Li, rest assured. After today's events, I believe the withered flourishing ancestor will dare not trouble junior sister Zhou again. I will protect her myself. Yiling Shuang declared earnestly. Her eyes held a complex mix of emotions. Even now, she remained stunned by the revelation that Zhou Yun was actually Li Qingshan, her mind still reeling from the shock. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. He truly couldn't bear to let Zhou Taoyao remain at the Spring and Autumn Sect.
But he hadn't anticipated Zhou Taoyao's deep attachment to the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Given that, he felt it was inappropriate to interfere further.
Alright then.
Area, cultivate diligently at the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Remember to break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible, only then can you truly control your own destiny.
Li Qingshan said earnestly.
Yes, thank you for your guidance, Grandfather Qingshan.
Zhou Taoyao replied gratefully.
At that moment, Li Qingshan turned his gaze toward the distant void, his eyes growing cold.
After listening for so long, aren't you coming out yet?
Zhou Taoyao and Yi Lingshuang both paled. From the distant void emerged a gaunt-faced old Taoist, his eyes now filled with panic and embarrassment. Approaching Li Qingshan, he bowed respectfully. Greetings, true lordly. He was none other than the Spring and Autumn Sect's sole remaining nascent soul cultivator, Lord Kirin.
So you are true Lord Wither Flourish? I hadn't even come looking for trouble, yet you've come right to me?
Li Qingshan spoke with a faint, mocking smile, a thread of coldness flickering in his eyes. Although Zhou Taoyao had been targeted by the 10,000 Beasts' immortal lord, who sought to forcibly take her as a concubine, this incident would never have occurred had the withered glory immortal lord not been attempting to curry favor with the 10,000 Beasts' immortal lord. Consequently, Li Qingshan harbored deep resentment toward this true lord of decay and prosperity. While he wouldn't go so far as to call for violence, a stern warning was certainly in order. The true lord of decay and prosperity's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly replied in a trembling voice, "True lordly, please hear me out. Although today's incident was instigated by the true lord of 10,000 beasts seeking to forcibly take a concubine, it is also my fault. Whatever punishment the true lord deems fit, I am willing to accept it." He lowered his posture considerably. After all, the man before him was none other than Li Qingshan, the peerless powerhouse who had defeated the 10,000 beasts' true lord and was hailed as the unrivaled champion of the Eastern Wastes. He was merely at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. For Li Qingshan to kill him would require no effort at all. The reason he followed was, of course, to apologize and beg for mercy. He couldn't die. If he died, the Spring and Autumn Sect would truly be finished. A cold gleam flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. If he followed his instincts, he would have killed the true lord of decay and prosperity outright to eliminate future troubles.
But he also didn't want to put Zhou Taoyao in a difficult position. Just then, a voice echoed within his consciousness, "Fellow Taoist Li, the true lord of decay and prosperity must not be killed. He is the disciple of that transcendent spirit revered one from the Spring and Autumn Sect." The voice belonged to none other than the wine-sword immortal ancestor. Li Qingshan's heart stirred. A disciple of the transcendent spirit, Reverend? He never imagined this true lord of decay and prosperity had such a background. Just then, Zhou Taoyao pleaded earnestly, "Grandfather Qingshan, this matter was the ancestor of decay and prosperity's mistake. Yet he acted for the sake of the Spring and Autumn Sect. I implore you to spare his life. I believe he will never dare to do such a thing again." Li Qingshan's expression softened slightly as his gaze fell upon Lord Kurong. "3 conditions." The true lord of decay's heart trembled. Realizing Li Qingshan intended to spare him, he perked up and said, "True lordly, please state them." First, provide Zhou Taoyao with the spirit material for her nascent soul formation, to aid her future breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Li Qingshan stated calmly. In truth, with the 5-element spirit and the supreme great infant transformation pill already in her possession, Zhou Taoyao's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was not difficult. Li Qingshan's demand for the spirit essence served both as punishment for Lord Kurong and as a cover to avoid suspicion. The supreme infant forming pill was too precious. He didn't want Zhou Taoyao to become a target of covetousness. No problem. Lord Kurong gritted his teeth. Though the Spring and Autumn Sect was now teetering on the brink, producing a nascent soul pill might be difficult, but providing a nascent soul forming spirit object was manageable. Second, make Yi Lingshuang the head of the Spring and Autumn Sect. Li Qingshan stated calmly. Yi Lingshuang? Lord Kurong paused slightly, his gaze shifting between Li Qingshan and Yi Lingshuang. A hint of realization flickered in his eyes as he offered a faint smile. No problem. Younger sister Yi possesses extraordinary talent and enjoys the trust of both the sect elders and disciples. She is the perfect choice for the position. Yi Lingshuang also froze slightly. She hadn't anticipated that among Li Qingshan's conditions, he would also secure her the position of head of the Spring and Autumn Sect. This position placed her second only to the founder, granting her control over the sect's vast resources. As Grandmaster, her path to breaking through to the nascent soul stage would undoubtedly be shortened considerably. Thank you, Senior Li. Yi Lingshuang expressed her gratitude with a complex expression. Li Qingshan nodded, then stated his third condition. Third, I wish to propose a deal with you, fellow Taoist. A deal? Lord Kuyong was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Li Qingshan to propose a deal with him. What kind of deal? Li Qingshan transmitted his voice to Kurong Jinjuan. Fellow Taoist Kurong, I see your vital energy is waning and deathly aura pervades you. Your lifespan must be nearing its end, correct? Lord Kurong's expression grew solemn. With a bitter smile, he transmitted back, Lordly, your insight is as sharp as a torch. You are correct. I have only a dozen years left. Otherwise, I would never have groveled before Lord Wanshou for the sake of the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. I possess a longevity pill capable of extending your life by 100 years. As a 4th-tier alchemist, friend Ku Rong, you surely understand the significance of such a pill? Li Qingshan conveyed calmly. What? An ancient marvelous pill, a longevity pill? Lord Ku Rong's expression changed drastically, his eyes suddenly revealing an intense look of desire. With the longevity pill granting 100 more years, not only might his cultivation advance further, potentially breaking through to mid-stage nascent soul. More crucially, a century would be ample time to cultivate 1 or 2 nascent soul cultivators for the Spring-and-Autumn Sect. Only then could he ensure the sect's lineage endured unbroken, fulfilling his master's expectations. True lordly, what do you desire? Lord Ku Rong took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and asked telepathically. I've heard that you, Taoist friend Ku Rong, excel at refining the Ku Rong spirit pill, a rare elixir that enhances spiritual power. I propose exchanging this longevity pill for 50 Ku Rong spirit pills. What do you say? Li Qingshan spoke slowly. He had heard before that although Lord Ku Rong was only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, he was the Spring-and-Autumn Sect soul 4th-tier alchemist. The wither and flourish elixirs he crafted were mid-grade 4th-tier elixirs. Not only could they enhance cultivation, but more importantly, they could temper the soul and strengthen its power. Such soul-strengthening elixirs were exceedingly rare throughout the entire eastern wastes. Li Qingshan's cultivation had now reached the late nascent soul stage. With steady cultivation, he would soon break through to the great perfection nascent soul stage. Then, preparations for the breakthrough to the spirit transformation stage would begin. Breaking through to the spirit transformation stage was immensely difficult. Although Li Qingshan had condensed a Dao-level nascent soul, which was said to guarantee his breakthrough, he could not afford to be careless. One crucial prerequisite for breaking through to the spirit transformation stage is possessing a sufficiently powerful divine soul. Li Qingshan estimated that 50 wither and flourish elixirs should be sufficient to push his divine soul power to the absolute limit of the great perfection stage. Chapter 189, Yi Lingshuang's Pride. 50 wither and thrive elixirs? Lord of Decay and Renewal paused slightly before offering a wry smile. Lordly, to be perfectly honest, I am indeed capable of refining decay and renewal elixirs. However, their refinement is exceedingly difficult. Currently, I possess only 10 such elixirs. To refine 40 more would require at least 50 years. I fear I simply do not have that much time. No problem. I can give you the longevity pills now. Take your time refining the wither and thrive elixirs. Besides, I'm quite interested in their refinement process. If you're willing to share the formula with me, even if you end up with defective pills, say, 3 defective pills, I'll still count them as 1 complete wither and thrive elixir. What do you say? Li Qingshan offered a calm smile. Give me the longevity elixir first? The request from Li Qingshan stunned the true lord of decay and prosperity. Then, his heart filled with wild joy and gratitude. Without hesitation, he took out a jade slip and a jade bottle containing 10 decay and revival elixirs. The jade slip held the formula for the decay and revival elixir, which he handed to Li Qingshan. True lordly, I accept this deal. Thank you, true lordly. I will refine the remaining 40 wither and thrive elixirs as quickly as possible and deliver them to you. The true lord of decay and renewal's voice brimmed with gratitude. The actual value of a single longevity pill was inferior to that of a wither and thrive spirit pill. Yet the longevity pill was a treasure coveted by countless nascent soul cultivators, priceless and virtually impossible to find on the market. No one would ever consider selling it. This was essentially a lifeline for Lord Wither Flourish. How could he not be profoundly grateful? Agreed. Li Qingshan nodded, accepting the formula for the wither and thrive elixir. After inspecting the pills, he found them all to be mid-grade 4th-tier elixirs, each plump and brimming with spiritual energy. He was quite satisfied. He retrieved the longevity pill and handed it to Lord Ku Rong. The true Lord of Decay received it as if it were a priceless treasure, carefully examining it before realizing it was indeed the legendary longevity pill. A faint flush spread across his ashen face. This represented an extra century of life. How could he not be thrilled? All transactions between the two were conducted via telepathic communication, so Zhou Taoyao and the others remained unaware of the exchange between Li Qingshan and Lord Ku Rong. I humbly request True Lordly to serve as my guardian. I wish to refine the longevity pill here. Kuruo Jinjuan pleaded earnestly. Agreed. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. He understood Ku Rong Jinjuan's concern. After all, this was a longevity pill, something even late-stage nascent soul cultivators would covet. Consuming it now would be the best course of action. Without a moment's hesitation, Lord Ku Rong swallowed the longevity pill. A vast surge of magical power enveloped his body, radiating a mysterious aura of decay and rebirth, life and death, as he began to slowly refine its potency. Area, I've made all the necessary arrangements. Now, you two return to the Spring-and-Autumn Sect and focus on your cultivation. Strive to reach the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Li Qingshan addressed Zhou Taoyao. Yes, Grandfather Qingshan. Zhou Taoyao replied obediently. At that moment, Yi Lingshuang shot Li Qingshan a complex look and said, "Seniorly, I have something I wish to discuss with you privately." "Very well." Li Qingshan nodded. He knew exactly what Yi Lingshuang wanted to discuss. The two approached a cliff's edge. Li Qingshan swept his sleeve, casting a sound-blocking barrier. "Seniorly, back in the Xiantian secret realm, was that wandering cultivator Zhou Yun actually you?" Yi Lingshuang gritted her teeth and voiced the question weighing on her mind. Even though she had already confirmed it, she now sought confirmation directly from Li Qingshan's own lips. "That's correct. Back in the Xiantian secret realm, you, I, and the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, Long Weiwei, were corrupted by demonic energy, leading to that incident. Miss Yi, I apologize." Li Qingshan spoke with a calm expression. His frankness caught Yi Lingshuang off guard for a moment, and then her lovely face flushed slightly. Li Qingshan looked at Yi Lingshuang earnestly. "Miss Yi, what happened back then was an accident, but ultimately, I took advantage of you. If you are willing, I, Li Qingshan, am prepared to take full responsibility." He had already made up his mind after all, he was the one who had gained the advantage. Both Yi Lingshuang and Lang Weiwei were his women. His cultivation had been insufficient before, but now that he possessed power to look down upon the eastern wastes, he could no longer hide like a turtle. The matters of the past must finally be settled. Li Qingshan's bluntness caught Yi Lingshuang off guard, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. "Responsibility? What responsibility?" She stammered, "It's unnecessary. What happened back then was an accident. Besides, you saved me countless times afterward, gave me the golden core pill, and helped me obtain the 5 elements spirit. If anything, I owe you, you owe me nothing." Yi Lingshuang had her pride. She refused to let others think she was climbing her way up through Li Qingshan. More importantly, her detached nature had already resolved her to dedicate herself to the Tao. She had no intention of forming a Tao companion bond with anyone. Even if she were to become a Tao companion, it would only happen once she possessed sufficient strength at the very least, after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Li Qingshan's candor delighted her, yet his subsequent rescues left her emotions tangled. At this moment, even Yi Lingshuang herself didn't know what answer she truly sought by asking Li Qingshan. But regardless, hearing Li Qingshan personally admit his feelings and express willingness to take responsibility felt like a heavy weight lifting from her heart. Her heart was unburdened, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her body. "Seniorly, upon returning to the Spring-and-Autumn Sect, I will enter seclusion to cultivate and strive for the nascent soul stage. I hope you attain the Tao soon. Also, that witch Lang Weiwei is cunning and deceitful. She might use the events of the past to blackmail you. Please be cautious." Yi Lingshuang said earnestly. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the late golden core stage, on the verge of breaking through to the great perfection realm. With the 5 elements spirit in her possession, combined with her innate talent and the Yi family's profound heritage, breaking through to the nascent soul stage would not be difficult. Who knew when they would meet again? Long Weiwei, you say? I understand. In that case, I wish Fairy Yi swift success in condensing your nascent soul and smooth progress on your immortal path. Li Qingshan replied with a calm smile. Though rejected by Yi Lingshuang, he took it in stride. After all, he too was wholly devoted to the pursuit of the Tao, seeking to glimpse higher realms and chase the legendary path to immortality. Before long, Lord Ku Rong had fully refined the longevity pill. The deathly aura surrounding him dissipated, his ashen face regained its healthy flush, and his vital energy surged significantly. Feeling his body brimming with powerful vitality, Lord Ku Rong looked at Li Qingshan with eyes full of gratitude. "True lordly, we shall take our leave for now. Once the Ku Rong elixir is refined, I shall personally deliver it to the 5 elements sect," Lord Ku Rong declared earnestly. "No need to rush. Once you return, be sure to activate your sect's grand formation. With the Black Slaughter sect running rampant, guard against repeating the Yinluo sect's tragic fate." Li Qingshan spoke slowly. "Understood." Lord Ku Rong's heart sank slightly as he nodded in agreement. The Yinluo sect was no weaker than the Spring-Autumn Sect, and it had 3 great nascent soul cultivators stationed there. Yet it had been utterly destroyed. If the Spring-Autumn Sect were targeted, it would likely face immense danger. However, recalling the hidden trump cards left behind by their master and the mountain defending array protecting the Spring-Autumn Sect, Lord Ku Rong felt somewhat reassured. Chapter 190, A Counterattack. Senior Li, farewell. Yi Lingshuang bowed with clasped fists, her beautiful eyes as brilliant and profound as the starry sky, filled with complex emotions too difficult to articulate. "I will catch up to you, Li Qingshan. Next time, I will stand before you with my head held high." She sighed silently within her heart. "Grandfather Qingshan, we're leaving. Ancestor, take care." Zhou Taoyao and Li Xingwen's eyes brimmed with reluctance. After bidding farewell to Li Qingshan, they followed Yi Lingshuang and the true lord of decay and prosperity, departing this place and heading toward the spring and autumn gate. A flash of light erupted from the void, revealing the figure of the wine-sword immortal. "Fellow Daoist Li, you truly cherish your juniors. I never imagined that in just a few decades, you would grow to such heights," Zhou Jianxian remarked with emotion. Gazing at the Li Qingshan before him, he seemed to recall the moment decades ago in Xixia Immortal City when he had witnessed Li Qingshan solidifying his 9-turn golden core. He never imagined that in such a short span, Li Qingshan would attain his current realm, possessing combat prowess rivaling that of a grand perfection nascent soul cultivator. Today, I must thank you for coming to my aid. Li Qingshan replied with a calm smile. Such words are unnecessary. Fellow Daoist Li is the supreme elder of our 5 elements sect. Mutual aid is only natural. I simply did not expect that you would defeat the 10,000 beasts true lord so easily without needing my assistance at all. The wine-sword immortal sighed lightly. He knew full well that Li Qingshan's rapid growth must stem from extraordinary opportunities and divine favor. Yet, being wise, he chose not to pry further. Should Li Qingshan one day attain the Tao and become a true immortal, the 5 elements sect would reap the greatest benefits. He naturally welcomed this outcome. The wine-sword immortal fixed his gaze upon Li Qingshan and spoke, Fellow Daoist Li, with your current strength, you are virtually unrivaled in the Eastern Wastes. Presently, the greatest threat to the Eastern Wastes is the Black Sect, especially its sect master. If you and I join forces, slaying the Black Sect master should not be difficult. I wonder, would you be willing to lend your hand? Slay the Black Sect leader? Fellow Daoist, do you perhaps know the location of the Black Sect's headquarters? Li Qingshan's heart stirred as he asked. Indeed. I have already discovered the Black Slaughter Sect's location. It lies within the Poison Mist Mountains of the southern domain. The wine-sword immortal nodded. The Poison Mist Mountains? I've heard of them. They're shrouded in miasma, devoid of spiritual energy, and riddled with spatial fissures and ancient battlefield. Dealing with the Black Slaughter Sect there won't be easy, will it? Li Qingshan asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. The wine-sword immortal nodded. You're absolutely right. That's why the best approach is to lure out the Black Slaughter Sect's leader. Once the leader is dead, the rest of them won't be much of a threat. Do you have a plan in mind, fellow cultivator? Li Qingshan inquired. The wine-sword immortal explained, I have devised a plan with Elder Nangong Mo of the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Jade Lotus True Lord of the Moon-Gazing Pavilion. We are certain we can lure out the Black Sect leader. Should you join us then, fellow Daoist Li, the 4 of us combined will surely be able to slay him. Nangong Mo and Liu Jinjuan were both late nascent soul cultivators, renowned throughout the entire Eastern Wastes. Seeing the wine-sword immortal's confident expression, Li Qingshan understood that he must have great confidence in this plan. Li Qingshan nodded. If that's the case, I'll join. Just let me know when you're ready to move, fellow Daoist. Excellent. It won't be long, a few months at the shortest, a year at the longest before the Black Cult leader meets his end. The wine-sword immortal beamed with delight, his laughter ringing out. The two returned to the 5 elements sect. However, the wine-sword immortal did not linger long at the sect before departing to discuss the specific plan with Nangong Mo and the true lord of Lapis Lazuli. After the wine-sword immortal departed, Li Qingshan also quietly slipped away from the 5 elements sect. The 10,000 beasts true lord must die. A cold, murderous intent flickered in Li Qingshan's eyes. Not killing the 10,000 beasts true lord earlier had been merely a temporary expedient. Yet how could he fail to sense the 10,000 beasts true lord's venomous hatred and murderous intent? Having incurred such enmity, he must now eliminate the threat at its root. In the battle at the beast taming sect, the lord of 10,000 beasts had been severely wounded by Li Qingshan, sustaining significant injuries that would take considerable time to fully recover from. Only a few days had passed. The lord of 10,000 beasts likely never imagined Li Qingshan would return for a decisive strike. Now was the perfect moment to strike. Li Qingshan channeled the Deceive Heaven's secret record, shrouding himself in swirling demonic energy. Disguised as a rogue cultivator at the nascent soul stage, he crept silently toward the beast taming sect. His resolve to kill was firm. He planned to impersonate a member of the Black Slaughter sect to eliminate this latent threat once and for all, ensuring it posed no future danger. Yet as he drew near the beast taming sect, violent battle ripples erupted ahead. Boom! The great array of 10,000 beasts paying homage, which had once enveloped the beast taming sect, now lay shattered and broken. The light barrier was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, its spiritual glow dimmed, clearly breached by violent force. Within the formation, cries of battle, beast roars, and the clanging of magical treasures filled the air. Thick demonic energy mingled with the stench of blood, rising straight into the heavens. A colossal battle was unfolding above the Beastmaster sect. On one side stood the true lord of 10,000 beasts, his hair disheveled, his body drenched in blood, his aura even more despondent than before. Now resembling a raving demon, he commanded several powerful, battle-scarred demonic beasts as he desperately fended off attacks from 3 directions. The 3 assailants radiated overwhelming power, their demonic energy surging like a tidal wave. Leading them was a figure cloaked in black, their face hidden within swirling demonic energy. Their aura was deep as an abyss, clearly having reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. He did not exert his full strength, yet with casual swings of his arm, bolts of pitch-black demonic light shot toward the true lord of 10,000 beasts like lightning, forcing him into a desperate retreat. Great perfection of the primordial infant? This man, is he the leader of the Black Slaughter sect? Li Qingshan's heart jolted, and he instantly formed a conjecture. He pushed the Deceive Heaven's secret record and the minor Conceal Heaven's secret art to their absolute limits, transforming his entire being into a lifeless rock hidden amidst the mountains and forests. A peculiar glint flickered in Li Qingshan's eyes. He had intended to impersonate a member of the Black Slaughter Sect to kill the 10,000 Beasts' true lord, but he never imagined the Black Slaughter Sect would actually breach the beast-taming sect so quickly. Beside the Black Sect Master stood two mid-Yuan stage demon cultivators. One commanded a swarm of venomous insects filling the sky, while the other manipulated chains of white bones, relentlessly draining the 10,000 Beasts' true lord's strength and the lives of the demonic beasts under his command. Black Slaughter Sect Leader. Our beast-taming sect and your Black Slaughter Sect have always kept to our own affairs. Why this surprise attack on our sect, seeking to exterminate us completely? The true lord of 10,000 Beasts' eyes bulged with fury as he roared in defiance, his voice thick with despair and rage. Already gravely wounded, he now faced three nascent soul cultivators, especially a powerhouse like the Black Slaughter Sect Master, and found himself desperately struggling to survive amidst imminent peril. Of the beast-taming sect's three nascent soul cultivators, the other two, both mere early nascent soul stage practitioners, had already fallen to the Black Slaughter Sect Master. Not even their nascent souls had escaped, they had been utterly annihilated, their souls scattered to oblivion. Now, the true lord of 10,000 Beasts was gripped by sheer terror. Oomph! The Black Slaughter Sect Master let out a cold, derisive laugh. If you must blame anyone, blame your beast-taming sect for its wretched luck for daring to provoke that calamity, Li Qingshan. Having just been severely crippled by that Li Qingshan, your sect's protective array remains incompletely restored. Such a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity, how could my Black Slaughter Sect possibly pass it up? It's only fitting that we use the blood of your beast-taming sect to consecrate the banner of our holy sect. Chapter 191, The Death of the True Lord of 10,000 Beasts. Upon hearing this, the Lord of 10,000 Beasts' heart sank. Instantly realizing the truth, he roared with fury, "Spies! There must be spies among us in the Beastmaster sect. How else could news spread so swiftly?" Only now did he grasp why the Black Slaughter Sect had timed their lightning strike so precisely, striking when he was at his weakest. Now you know, but it's too late. The Black Slaughter Sect Master's voice was icy cold, holding nothing back. With a flick of his sleeve, the banner of 10,000 souls enveloped in endless vengeful spirits billowed in the wind. Upon its surface, faces contorted in agony emitted silent shrieks as a black soul spear, condensed to its purest essence, shot forth. The black soul spear struck like lightning, its power unmatched, instantly piercing through a demonic soul at the nascent soul stage that stood before the true lord of 10,000 beasts. Simultaneously, countless vengeful spirits surged forth from the banner. Among them, 9 dominant souls, each radiating the aura of the nascent soul stage, pounced upon the multitude of nascent soul stage demonic spirits. Though the 9 nascent soul demon souls within the 10,000 Beasts banner possessed formidable strength, they were unexpectedly suppressed by the 10,000 souls banner. Torn apart by the teeming demonic souls, they became nourishment for the demonic spirits. This is bad. Seeing this, the true lord of 10,000 Beasts' face paled. He immediately moved to protect the banner of 10,000 Beasts. But it was too late. Boom! The 10,000 souls banner erupted with overwhelming demonic light. As the Black Slaughter Sect Master brought it down with a fierce strike, it slammed violently against the 10,000 Beasts banner. The impact caused the 10,000 Beasts banner to tremble violently. In an instant, its radiance dimmed, cracks appeared across its surface, and its spiritual essence suffered significant damage. Of the remaining 8 great nascent soul demon spirits, 4 exploded into fragments, swallowed by boundless demonic souls. The remaining 4 great infant demon souls were pierced through by black soul spears, instantly suffering severe injuries. The true lord of 10,000 Beasts staggered, a trickle of blood spilling from his mouth as terror filled his eyes. At that moment, the demonic cultivator beside the Black Slaughter Sect Master, who wielded the skeletal chains, grinned savagely as he transformed the chains into a white light. Like venomous serpents, they coiled around the 10,000 Beasts banner, which was already weakened in spirit. Snap! With a heart-wrenching snap, the 10,000 Beasts banner, the true lord's life-bound artifact, was brutally severed by the bone chains. The roaring beast spirits etched upon the banner instantly dimmed, wailed mournfully, and finally dissipated. The skeletal chains were a formidable ancient artifact. When pitted against the weakened banner of 10,000 Beasts, they proved its natural nemesis, obliterating it outright. No! My 10,000 Beasts banner! The 10,000 Beasts true lord, whose mind was bound to his treasure, spat a mouthful of blood as his vital energy plummeted once more. Meanwhile, his last hope, the gravely wounded black mystic dragon, let out a final, piercing wail. It fell victim to the swarm of venomous insects unleashed by another demonic cultivator and a surprise strike of demonic light from the Black Slaughter Sect Master. Its massive body, riddled with holes from corrosion, finally had its head severed by a sharp demonic blade. Dragon blood rained down like a storm. Black Xian. The true lord of 10,000 Beasts watched helplessly as his lifebound beast was slain and his lifebound treasure destroyed. Consumed by grief and fury, he teetered on the brink of madness. But his wounds from Li Qingshan's earlier assault had yet to heal, and now he suffered further injuries. His magical power depleted, he could not withstand the Black Slaughter Sect's ferocious assault. What a formidable ancient artifact! Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. To his discerning eye, both the Black Slaughter Sect leader's 10,000 Souls banner and the mid-stage nascent soul demon cultivator's white bone chain were ancient treasures, possessing peerless power. The 10,000 Souls banner, in particular, resembled Li Qingshan's own white bone soul banner, yet its power far surpassed it, making Li Qingshan's eyes burn with envy. Ancient treasures possessed immense power, far surpassing even top-tier 4th-grade magical treasures. This explained why the 10,000 Beasts banner of the 10,000 Beasts True Lord had been so easily destroyed. Truly worthy of a grand perfection nascent soul cultivator. This Black Slaughter Sect master is indeed no easy target to eliminate. Li Qingshan thought to himself. It's over. The Black Slaughter Sect master spoke coldly as the banner of 10,000 souls swayed once more, enveloping the Lord of 10,000 Beasts in an endless pull. The Lord of 10,000 Beasts struggled desperately, but it was futile. His physical body instantly disintegrated under the violent onslaught of soul energy, turning into a sky-filling mist of blood. A tiny Yuan infant, barely an inch tall, resembling him yet twisted with terror and venomous hatred, screamed as it darted out of the blood mist, attempting to tear through space and flee. Where do you think you're going? The Black Slaughter Sect master was ready. The 10,000 Souls banner abruptly sucked toward the infant's soul. A terrifying suction force, specifically designed to target divine souls and infant souls, surged forth. The infant soul of the 10,000 Beasts True Lord could only utter a desperate, resentful curse before being sucked into the 10,000 Souls banner, becoming one among the myriad wronged souls within. Another master soul added. My 10,000 Souls banner evolving into a 5th-tier spirit treasure is just around the corner. The Black Slaughter Sect master declared with satisfaction. Congratulations, master. You have crushed the beast-taming sect and spread the glory of our holy cult. The two mid-stage nascent soul demon cultivators offered their respectful congratulations, their eyes brimming with excitement. With the Beastmaster sect destroyed, all the treasures accumulated over its long history would now be theirs. Their eyes burned with greed and excitement. Should we strike now and eliminate the Black Slaughter Sect master? Li Qingshan, concealed in the shadows, pondered silently. With his current strength and all his trump cards deployed, slaying the Black Sect leader should pose no great difficulty. Especially with the mystic heaven demon sealing gourd in his possession, which held a profoundly potent countering effect against these demonic cultivators. But at that very moment, a cold, sharp voice rang out from the void. Demon spawn! Cease your insolence! A moon-like radiance sliced through the air, descending like the Milky Way from the heavens. It carried a righteous aura that purified evil, bearing down upon the Black Sect master. The figure wore a moon-white Taoist robe, radiating an ethereal, celestial aura. Emitting the energy of a late nascent soul cultivator, it was none other than the Jade Luster True Lord of the Moon-Gazing Pavilion. The Black Cult leader frowned slightly at the sight, snorting coldly, "You immortal? What a troublesome woman. She sure arrived quickly. Let's go." Clearly unwilling to engage the fully powered Jade Emperor at this moment, he acted decisively. With a flick of his sleeves, he vanished along with his two followers, transforming into 3 wisps of black smoke that instantly merged into the swirling demonic energy, disappearing without a trace. After all, this was the heartland of the Eastern Wastes. While he feared not the Jadeite Immortal, he was wary of figures like the Wine Sword Immortal and his companions. If intercepted and surrounded by the Wine Sword Immortal and his allies, even his full-stage nascent soul cultivation would prove extremely precarious. With the 10,000 Beasts True Lord dead, the beast-taming sect was effectively annihilated, further weakening the Eastern Wastes' power. Li Qingshan did not pursue further. Hovering mid-air, she surveyed the beast-taming sect below, now a ruin strewn with corpses and the wounded. A complex flicker crossed her cold, clear eyes. The Beastmaster sect is finished. Li Qingshan's delicate brows furrowed tightly, her eyes blazing with fury. She never imagined the Black Slaughter sect would be so brazenly arrogant, not only slaying the Lord of 10,000 Beasts, but outright annihilating the Beastmaster sect. We must accelerate our plans. The Black Slaughter sect master must die. As long as he lives, the Eastern Wastes will never know peace. Li Qingshan's gaze grew icy as she silently resolved within. Hidden in the shadows, Li Qingshan observed everything unfold, his eyes flickering slightly. The Lord of 10,000 Beasts is dead. At least that saves me from having to intervene personally. But this Black Slaughter sect is growing far too arrogant. With such brazen audacity, could they possibly have some hidden trump card? We must not act rashly. Better to await news from our friend, the Wine Sword Immortal. A joint assault on the Black Slaughter sect master would be far more prudent. Li Qingshan thought to himself. He cast a lingering glance toward the direction where the Black Slaughter sect master had vanished, then slipped away silently. His figure blended into the mountains and forests, as if he had never been there at all. Chapter 192, The Whereabouts of the Nine Heavens Star Core. After leaving the beast-taming sect, Li Qingshan did not return directly to the Five Elements sect. Instead, he headed for the 10,000 Treasures Immortal City.
As the headquarters of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, 10,000 Treasures Immortal City was the foremost immortal city in the eastern wastes, bustling with prosperity and offering access to countless precious cultivation resources. Li Qingshan intended to visit the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion to purchase some 4th-tier spirit talismans and spirit pills, preparing for his push toward the great perfection stage of the nascent soul cultivation realm. Simultaneously, he intended to inquire about the whereabouts of the 9 Heavens Star Core. 10,000 Treasures Immortal City remained bustling with crowds and traffic, teeming with countless cultivators coming and going in a scene of extraordinary prosperity. This time, Li Qingshan made no effort to conceal his identity. Clad in a simple blue robe, his aura profound and unfathomable, he strode directly toward the imposing, palace-like structure of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion's main headquarters. The aura of the nascent soul stage emanated unrestrainedly, and immediately an elder at the golden core stage stepped forward to greet him. "Honored guest, what treasures might you wish to acquire at our 10,000 Treasures Pavilion?" The Golden Core Elder inquired respectfully. Before Li Qingshan could respond, a hearty laugh echoed through the hall. "Ha ha! Fellow Daoist Li, your presence graces our 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Your recent display at the Beast Taming Sect, subduing the 10,000 beasts' true lord, was truly awe-inspiring." A portly elder dressed in brocade robes strode in, his aura rounded and profound, clearly a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. "Greetings, Supreme Elder." The Golden Core Elder trembled and immediately bowed respectfully. The elder waved his hand dismissively, and the Golden Core Elder hastily withdrew, his mind reeling in astonishment. Who was this person who commanded the Supreme Elder of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, the most powerful figure here, to personally come and greet him? "My friend, do you know this Li?" Li Qingshan's eyes flashed with sharpness as he spoke calmly. "Daoist Li, you are now renowned as the foremost figure in the Eastern Wastes. How could this old man not know you? I am Duan Yud, the Supreme Elder of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Please follow me, Daoist friend." Duan Yud offered a faint smile. His face was plastered with a warm smile, yet his eyes held a hint of shrewdness and scrutiny. Li Qingshan's name now reverberated throughout the Eastern Wastes. Hailed as the foremost nascent soul cultivator in the region, his power was unfathomable. He stood as the pillar of strength for the 5 Elements sect. For the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, befriending such a figure would bring immeasurable benefits. Agreed. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. Guided by Duan Yud, they proceeded unhindered to a luxurious yet tastefully elegant private chamber on the top floor. "Please take a seat, fellow Daoist." Duan Yud smiled. "Duan Daoist, you're too kind. I apologize for the abrupt visit and the disturbance." Li Qingshan returned the bow with clasped hands, his tone calm, neither distant nor overly warm. "My friend, you speak too humbly. It is my honor to have you here." Duan Yud personally poured Li Qingshan a cup of spirit tea, its vaporous essence filling the air, his smile unwavering. "May I ask what brings you here today?" "Whatever you require, my 10,000 Treasures Pavilion shall spare no effort to fulfill." Li Qingshan cut straight to the point. "To be frank, I've come seeking a batch of 4th-tier spirit talismans and 4th-tier spirit pills. The higher the quality, the better. Quantity is no concern." At these words, a sharp gleam flashed in Duan Yud's eyes, and his smile grew even warmer. This was a major customer. He immediately clapped his hands and gave orders. Before long, several beautiful female cultivators entered in single file, each carrying a jade tray. The trays radiated a brilliant glow, their spiritual energy palpable. "Please take a look, fellow Daoist Li." Duan Yud personally introduced, "These are the finest items currently in stock at our 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. 16 4th-tier spirit talismans, 8 low-grade, 4 mid-grade, 3 high-grade, and even 1 supreme Li Qingshan Divine Thunder talisman, a formidable offensive weapon. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator could be gravely injured if they're not careful." He pointed to each talisman, describing them one by one. "This is the Earth and Diamond talisman, offering exceptional defense capable of withstanding a full power strike from a late nascent soul cultivator. This is the Wind Escape talisman, enabling swift flight into the void, a vital life-saving tool. This is the Heaven Scorching Fire talisman, possessing immense area of effect destructive power. As for this Tai Azure Sky Divine Thunder talisman, when activated, it channels the power of the 9 heavenly thunderbolts, rivaling the might of a grand perfection nascent soul cultivator's strike. However, its refinement is exceedingly difficult, making it the most costly of all." He then pointed to the jade bottles, 8 bottles of 4th-tier spirit pills. 3 bottles of infant cultivation pills, solidifying foundations and nurturing essence, suitable for early and mid-stage nascent soul cultivation. 2 bottles of soul condensing pills, nourishing the spirit soul. 1 bottle of dragon elephant tempering body pills, strengthening the physical form, an unparalleled spirit pill for refining the body. Additionally, 2 bottles of the relatively rare barrier breaking pills, high-grade 4th-tier elixirs, are most suitable for your current cultivation level. They hold significant potential in aiding your breakthrough to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Li Qingshan scanned the contents with his divine sense and gave a slight nod. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion truly lived up to its reputation as the premier merchant house of the Eastern Wastes.
The items presented were indeed exquisite, comprehensive in variety, and superior in quality, far surpassing anything he had acquired in other immortal cities before. He was particularly satisfied with the Li Qingshan Divine Thunder Talisman and the 2 bottles of barrier-breaking pills. Daoist, please take your time selecting. These are all current inventory items from our 10,000 treasures pavilion. See if any treasures catch your eye? Duan Yud smiled. In his eagerness to befriend Li Qingshan, he had practically brought out every 4th grade spirit talisman and spirit pill the 10,000 treasures pavilion could offer for sale. Very well. I'll take all of these. Li Qingshan's tone was flat, as if he were merely purchasing ordinary goods. All of them? Duan Yud froze in shock. After all, these were all 4th-tier treasures, spiritual talismans and elixirs of the highest quality, coveted by countless nascent soul cultivators. How could an ordinary nascent soul cultivator possibly possess such immense wealth? But he quickly regained his composure, his face breaking into a broad smile as he hastily calculated, these 4th-tier spirit talismans and elixirs total 4,320,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I'll round it down as a gesture of goodwill. How about 4 million mid-grade spirit stones, fellow Daoist? Agreed. My deepest gratitude, fellow Daoist Duan. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. The price was close to his estimate, so he didn't haggle. He simply retrieved a storage pouch and pushed it across. Inside lay a mountain of spirit stones, radiating brilliant light and thick with spiritual energy. Spiritual stones were the last thing Li Qingshan lacked at present. Duan Yud swept his divine sense over the stones. The count was correct. His newfound appreciation for Li Qingshan's wealth made his attitude even more enthusiastic. He personally sealed the spirit talismans and elixirs before handing them over to Li Qingshan. With this major transaction concluded, the atmosphere grew even more cordial. Li Qingshan sipped his spirit tea and casually inquired, fellow Daoist Duan, might your esteemed establishment happen to have any 5th-tier spirit talismans, elixirs, or magical treasures for sale? Duan Yud's face twisted into a wry smile as he shook his head. Fellow Daoist, 5th-grade items transcend the mundane, touching upon the realm of spirit transformation. They are exceedingly rare. In the Eastern Wastes, most spirit transformation reverends have journeyed to broader realms like the central human emperor domain. The 5th-grade treasures left behind mostly originate from ancient ruins, and each one taken reduces the total by 1. Even the 10,000 treasures pavilion rarely stocks them. When they do appear, it's only at the highest-tier nascent soul trading fairs, exchanged through barter rather than spirit stone transactions. Li Qingshan nodded, unsurprised by this outcome. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, then, does your hall know where one might find a 9-heaven star core? This item holds great significance for me. Chapter 193, The Faithless One. 9-heaven star cores? Duan Yud furrowed his brow slightly, pondered for a moment, then shook his head again. This object is the core of a fallen star, containing a trace of the star's primordial essence. It is a treasure used to forge top-tier puppets and repair certain ancient artifacts. It is exceedingly rare. Forgive my bluntness, but not only does our 10,000 treasures pavilion lack it even across the entire Eastern Wastes, it might not be found openly. Not even the 10,000 treasures pavilion? Though Li Qingshan had anticipated this, disappointment still stirred within him. That substitute fate puppet was a lifesaver for Li Qingshan. If it could be repaired, it would be like gaining another life. But the 9-heaven star core was too difficult to find. Noticing the fleeting disappointment in Li Qingshan's eyes, Duan Yud shifted his tone, lowering his voice slightly. However, this old man does recall something. About a few decades ago, during a small trading fair attended only by late nascent soul cultivators, that Li Qingshan from the Moonwatch Pavilion seemed to have brought out a 9-heaven star core about the size of a fingernail. He wanted to exchange it for a certain treasure, but unfortunately, the deal didn't go through at the time. I just wonder if that star core is still in Li Qingshan's possession now. Moonwatch Pavilion? Lord Li? Li Qingshan's eyes flashed with sharp light, his heart surging with excitement. After searching high and low in vain, it came to me without effort. The crucial material needed to repair the substitute calamity puppet finally had a definite lead. Suppressing his excitement, he bowed to Duan Yud and said, "Thank you for sharing this information, fellow Daoist Duan. I shall remember this favor." Duan Yud hastily waved his hands and smiled, "You flatter me, fellow Daoist. It was merely an old piece of news. I'm glad it proved useful to you." With the transaction concluded and crucial information secured, Li Qingshan felt thoroughly satisfied. Duan Yud warmly invited him to attend an upcoming auction at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion and hosted a banquet in his honor, but Li Qingshan politely declined both invitations, citing the need to return to his sect for seclusion. Duan Yud did not press the matter, personally escorting Li Qingshan out of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion with utmost respect. Leaving the 10,000 Treasures immortal city, Li Qingshan transformed into a streak of green light, racing swiftly toward the direction of the Five Elements sect. He calculated that once the plan to deal with the Black Slaughter sect master commenced on the Wine Sword Immortal's end, he would naturally have an opportunity to meet the Glass True Lord. If he could secure the 9-heaven star core through a transaction with the Glass True Lord, that would be the best outcome. Li Qingshan's green streak of light abruptly halted in a desolate, uninhabited valley. Standing with his hands behind his back, his gaze calmly fixed on a point in the void behind him, he spoke softly. "You followed me long enough. Come out." Ripples rippled through the space as a slender, dark figure slowly materialized, none other than Lang Weiwei, the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect. Her smile was charming, her eyes flickering with a captivating allure that carried a hint of icy detachment. "Truly worthy of your reputation as the renowned Li Qingshan of the Eastern Wastes, Senior Li. Your spiritual perception is indeed keen. My attempts at concealment were nothing but a fool's errand." Lang Weiwei's crimson lips parted slightly, her voice tinged with both playful reproach and teasing. She seemed entirely unsurprised, her beautiful eyes appraising Li Qingshan before her with a mix of admiration and amusement. Li Qingshan remained impassive, replying calmly, "Holy Maiden Lang, you followed me all the way from 10,000 Treasures Immortal City. Might I ask the reason for your presence?" He had sensed cold Weiwei's presence within the 10,000 Treasures Immortal City, though he hadn't anticipated she would follow him all the way here. Though only at the early nascent soul stage, Lang Weiwei's concealment techniques were remarkably sophisticated. Had Li Qingshan's soul not been exceptionally powerful, rivaling that of a late nascent soul cultivator, he would have struggled to detect her presence. Hearing this, Lang Weiwei widened her beautiful eyes in feigned coyness. "What do you mean? Senior Li, you truly have a poor memory. Back in the Xintian secret realm, you took advantage of me in the most egregious way. Now that you've achieved fame and fortune, you want to turn your back on me and become a faithless man?" Her words were bold and blunt, carrying the sharpness and cunning unique to a witch, yet her gaze remained fixed on Li Qingshan, capturing every subtle shift in his emotions. Li Qingshan's brow furrowed imperceptibly, his tone remaining level. "The events of that year were a series of unfortunate coincidences, arising from circumstances beyond my control. If they have tarnished the Holy Maiden's reputation, I offer my sincere apologies and beg your forgiveness." Yet within, his vigilance only deepened. Unlike Li Qingshan, the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect before him was cunning and scheming. While Li Qingshan had indeed taken advantage of her, it had been under specific circumstances. He didn't believe Lang Weiwei had come to hold him accountable. Apologize? Grant forgiveness? Lang Wei snorted derisively, closing in step by step. Her figure flickered and appeared before Li Qingshan, carrying a faint, orchid-like fragrance. Her voice, tinged with both shame and anger, rang out, "Easy for you to say. Do you know how many years that heart demon tormented me? If not 4. Oomph. You think a flimsy apology will make it all go away? You righteous cultivators are all heartless, faithless bastards." Though her words branded him faithless, her eyes held little genuine hatred. Instead, they conveyed a complex mix of reproach and testing. Li Qingshan remained silent for a moment, knowing that getting tangled in a verbal battle with her was futile. He cut straight to the point. "What exactly does the Holy Maiden Lang intend? Speak plainly." Seeing Li Qingshan's directness, Lang Weiwei tempered her playful tone and replied earnestly, "Very well. Since Senior Li is so forthright, I'll be equally so. I sought you out today for 2 reasons. First, to renew old ties and congratulate you on mastering your divine arts, becoming unrivaled in the Eastern Wastes." Her eyes flickered as she noticed Li Qingshan's impassive expression. She pursed her lips and continued, "Secondly, I'd like to ask you to do me a favor, considering the bond we shared back then." "A favor?" Li Qingshan's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not agree immediately. His relationship with Lang Weiwei was complicated, and who knew what this holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect would ask of him? "What favor? Speak plainly." Li Qingshan said calmly. Lang Weiwei explained, "It's like this. I stumbled upon an ancient ruin containing a purple gold heart demon lotus that is crucial to me. This lotus could help me completely eradicate my heart demons, solidify my Tao foundation, and even potentially elevate my heavenly demon cultivation to new heights. Unfortunately, the ruin is not only protected by powerful formations but also guarded by formidable puppets. It's quite perilous, and I don't have complete confidence in handling it alone." An ancient ruin? Even the Holy Maiden Lang, a nascent soul cultivator, couldn't retrieve the purple gold heart demon lotus. With my meager strength, I'm afraid I'm even less capable. Please forgive my inability to help. A sharp gleam flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes as he refused without hesitation. Are you kidding me? An ancient ruin? The last thing he wanted now was to venture into some ancient ruins or secret realm. With steady cultivation, he wouldn't be long before he could break through to the nascent soul stage. With the in hand, he had no need to risk his life in ancient ruins or secret realms. A hint of resentment flickered in Lang Weiwei's eyes as she pleaded, "Senior Li, must you truly be so heartless? You must know that my heart demon was born because of you. Are you truly unwilling to take responsibility?" Li Qingshan remained unmoved. Seeing this, Lang Weiwei seethed with frustration. She immediately offered an even greater temptation, her voice laced with allure. "Moreover, according to ancient texts I've consulted, the purple gold heart demon lotus is often accompanied by another rare treasure, the mysticine purifying heart lotus. This lotus is not a demonic artifact, but rather an unparalleled sacred treasure that nourishes the soul and refines spiritual awareness. Consuming it might even offer a sliver of chance for your nascent soul to undergo a transformation, giving birth to a divine soul, the most crucial step toward breaking through to the spirit transformation stage. Fellow Daoist Li, though you are now hailed as the foremost nascent soul cultivator of the Eastern Wastes, the path to spirit transformation remains arduous. This mystic and purifying heart lotus might just smooth your journey somewhat.